I clearly awakened an ability that could reverse fate, yet everyone still mocked me as trash. All because the profession I awakened was the most mysterious fate player, capable of freely manipulating the fate of all things, but this power could only be used once in a lifetime, and only allowed me to change a single character in the outline of fate. No one expected that with just one clever move, I would overturn everyone's perceptions. At that moment, a strange crystal statue on the awakening platform finished assembling. The old principal nodded and said, "Students, please awaken your professions in order. Next, Su Yu Dao." I immediately stepped onto the stage and placed my right hand on the peak of the statue. With a faint hum, a purple light shot into the sky, drawing gasps from the audience below. It was one of those bizarre and unpredictable mystical professions, with extremes in both potential and limitations. They still remembered a senior named Lu Ruyan, who had awakened the mystical talent Earth Like Smoke, which allowed her to grow stronger whenever a female lead in a novel was named Lu Ruyan. With this talent, she had reached the pinnacle of humanity in an astonishingly short time. Now, the old principal read out my awakening information with a troubled expression: mystical profession, fate player, D-rank talent, fate modification, one-time use. Everyone in the audience wore expressions of shock, because historically, without exception, those who became fate players had gone mad, their obsessive ideas causing countless tragedies. Once, there was a serial killer with a limp who loved using a large saw. He had awakened this profession and turned an entire city into a grotesque garden of flesh and blood, plunging the entire nation of Xia into panic. No one expected that now, someone had awakened as a fate player again. However, my D-rank talent reassured everyone a one-time use talent would be useless after a single activation, unlike the S-rank or higher talents of past fate players. I was probably the weakest one yet. Standing on the awakening platform, I was equally stunned. But before I could think, a sharp pain shot through my head as a flood of information surged into my mind. At the same time, a line of text appeared before my eyes: Major Fate Event, Talent Fate Modification obtained. This skill allows you to extract a thread of fate from the present or future, condense it into a fate outline, and modify a single character within it. It will disappear after one use. This godlike ability was practically equivalent to rewriting the laws of the world, except the one-time restriction rendered it utterly useless, which was why even the crystal statue rated it as low tier. Wait, could I also modify this very fate outline? My eyes locked onto the last few characters of the fate outline, and in my mind, I silently changed the character 1 to 100 million. A ding sound rang in my mind: Major Fate Event, Talent Fate Modification obtained. Will disappear after 100 million uses. Ha, this Taoist master has made it. I couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. With a one-time restriction lifted, wouldn't I be invincible? One day, my genius will surely be understood. Everyone below the stage watched my frenzied appearance with deep concern. Has this guy really gone mad? Ah, this profession is definitely problematic. Soon, another surge of purple light emerged from the crystal statue, stirring a sense of foreboding in me. Sure enough, that excruciating pain struck again. Fortunately, it came and went quickly. Major Fate Event, you have activated the profession skill Fate Perception. Gasping and laughing wildly, I marveled at the fact that skills, aside from being obtained through skill scrolls, are usually only acquired after reaching profession level 20 and completing an awakening quest. Yet, I gained a skill immediately upon profession change, a rarity even among some hidden professions. I opened my attribute panel. Profession, Fate Performer. Level, 0 unawakened. Strength, 10. Stamina, 10. Intelligence, 15. Agility, 10. Skill, Fate Perception locked. You will be able to sense fluctuations in your own fate line, detecting impending danger in advance. Talent, Fate Alteration 100 million times. I nodded slightly, quite satisfied with this life-saving ability reminiscent of spider sense. Just then, a female officer approached me, her expression grave as she said, "Your profession is too dangerous. You need to report to the Night Watchman's Guild. Don't worry, we won't harm you." Yet before her words fully faded, a female assassin wearing a black mask suddenly rushed out from the corner of the classroom. With a single thrust of her blade, she pierced the heart of a male student who had just awakened AB grade talent. Her eyes brimmed with madness, knowing full well that this strike sealed her own fate. So she began to frantically hunt down the rest of her classmates, and on the principle that killing one was enough and killing two was not a loss, she hacked 4 or 5 people to death in the blink of an eye. Damn! It was the combat department, Shadow Assassin. And she is also the second awakening, has the hidden assassination skills. Damn, how dare they ambush here in advance just to kill some gifted geniuses? An officer quickly surged into the classroom. However, the terrain in the classroom was crowded, and the panicked students ran wildly everywhere, making that Shadow Assassin even more of a fish out of water. Blood splattered inside the classroom, screams and hisses were endless. Stop! The female officer's face was grim as she reached out and pulled out the long knife at her waist. Buzz! Right at this moment, Suyu's heart suddenly gave birth to a trace of sensation. A picture of the future about to happen appeared in his mind. That female assassin would bypass the 2 officers and attack towards him after being desperate, and even that female officer failed to stop the other party. Fate minor event, you were attacked by an assassin. The synopsis of his fate appeared before Suyu's eyes once again. This time, the number of words was extremely small, indicating that the hole that could be exploited was also extremely small. Oh, you picked the wrong person. However, Suyu was not the slightest bit worried. He smiled faintly and turned his head violently, just in time to meet the scarlet eyes of the female assassin. At this instant, an unpleasant premonition suddenly rose in the female assassin's heart. She bit the tip of her tongue and once again accelerated her speed towards Suyu. The speed was so fast that it pulled out a piece of residual shadow. Be careful! Classmates, run quickly! The several officers around them hurriedly shouted out. However, they all understood that in this situation, Suyu would not have a chance of surviving. The desperate strike of a first-turn shadow killer was not something that a professional who had only just awakened could withstand. In this line between life and death. Fate modification, unleashed. Fate minor event, you were attacked by an assassin. Ding! Fate minor event, you were attacked by an assassin. In the next instant, under everyone's astonished gazes, the assassin decisively threw the dagger away, and with his 5 fingers together in a dragon claw hand posture, he directly pressed on Suyu's chest. The strength was so great that it caused his slightly shrugged pectoral muscles to sink in. Hiss! Are all killers so perverted these days? Speaking in detail about the talent Fate modification. After triggering the Fate Terrier, you can modify one of the words to achieve the result of changing your fate. Numbers replace numbers, Chinese characters replace Chinese characters, symbols replace symbols, and it can't be a 6-sentence. You can write 10,000 chapters with 10,000 revisions per chapter, so don't worry about whether you have enough revisions or not. The author will try to avoid writing to poisonous points, not pressure the war power, to maintain the funny and hot-blooded style. Chapter 2 Teasing Fate, Open Dazzle. Although Suyu is long and handsome and is the school bully of our school, there is no need to be like this, right? Is this killer crazy? Lurking in the school for so long, killing so many people, just to touch Inside the classroom, all the students were dumbfounded and even forgot to run away. What the hell is wrong with this? The old principal was standing next to Suyu, one hand holding the hilt of the sword, and just wanted to pull the big sword out of his pants, but he did not expect to see a scene that he would never forget in his life. Frozen ah, shoot why ba? Shoot ah. Froze for what? Inside the classroom, even those officers were stunned, then rushed to raise their guns to shoot. Boom! 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 In the next instant, that female assassin was shot into a sieve. You. Before dying, she was still clutching Suyu's chest in death, her eyes filled with doubt and panic. She really could not figure out why she had just suddenly run over to grab Suyu's chest. Well, although this guy is indeed handsome. With the last thought, the female assassin, pawn. Her hands are quite strong. Suyu broke off those hands, rubbed his chest, and looked at the female officer from before. I see that there is no need to register this, right? After all, I am the one who awakened my profession under your noses. The female officer looked at the body of the female assassin, then at Suyu, and fell into deep thought. Only after a few moments did she slowly open her mouth. Your problem is put aside for now, but you cannot leave Qingqing recently. Row. Suyu nodded and then sat back in his seat. Even though his surroundings were filled with blood, his face was as normal and did not have the slightest color. In front of him, a text box that only he could see hovered. Teasing Fate gained 1 fate point. Could it be that it was gained after modifying the fate synopsis earlier? But what is the use of this fate point? Suyu tapped on the attribute panel and separately expanded the introduction about fate points. Fate point can be obtained when you change the originally established fate. Using fate points, you can choose one of the thousands of fates. In other words, consuming fate points allows me to choose the one that suits me best from all the possibilities of an event occurring. In other words, it can turn the possible into the inevitable. If I use it on a lottery, won't Krypton Destiny points make me 100% a Euro King? Obviously, there were many uses for Destiny points and the ability was very powerful, but it needed to be developed by Suyu on his own. He is the top 10 dangerous professions of the drama life master. Don't you vigilantes care about controlling it? At this time, a male student in the crowd came out and said, "The Night's Watch is doing something, you need to command it?" Upon hearing this, the officer at the head frowned and glared at him impatiently. He was already annoyed when he encountered this kind of attack, but now another snitch appeared, really making him on fire. In his life, the thing he hated the most was snitches. Cough cough, I also mean well, it's all for everyone's safety. The male student smiled awkwardly and hurriedly explained. A girl standing next to him immediately picked up the conversation. Hey! Yang Wei, I think you just cannot see others good. There is no such thing as a dangerous occupation, that is the marketing number send out rumors. The other girls agreed. That's right, there are no dangerous professions, only dangerous professionals. Isn't the purgatory school of the 4 great schools full of extremely dangerous professionals? Besides, Suyu is so handsome, how could he be crazy? Listening to their arguing voices, Suyu touched his face and sighed helplessly. Alas, sometimes being handsome is also a kind of trouble. What's more, his face value can only be ranked in the bottom of the list amongst the reader's lords. Alright, hurry up and take your graduation certificates and get out. The old principal frowned tightly, and after distributing their respective graduation certificates, he directly kicked them out of the classroom. With this happening on the day of awakening, he wasn't in the mood to continue with any graduation farewell meeting. The crowd received their graduation certificates with different expressions. After awakening was completed, it also meant graduating from high school, and if one had confidence in themselves, they could continue to participate in the college entrance exams and take the 4 major academic institutions. However, just as everyone had just walked out of the classroom, the female officer suddenly spoke. Right. Combat profession, spirit profession, and mystic profession, you may join the expedition team organized by the Night's Watch after a week and enter the secret realm to hunt monsters. Cadets with good performance can receive pre-admission qualifications from the Night's Watch. Hearing this, joy surfaced in most people's eyes. After all, the Night's Watch was the only 9th-level guild in Grand Xia, and an official law enforcement organization, with not a small amount of power. Most people were dreaming of joining it. The Night's Watch? Suyu did not stay, but quickly stepped away from the crowd. Boss, have a roasted sausage. Good Lu. Arriving at the school entrance, Suyu intended to be extravagant and eat a good meal on the day of graduation. He first bought 2 roasted starch sausages, then bought a cup of milk tea, plus a fruit platter. Finally, contentedly, he sat down at the restaurant and ordered an order of pork with preserved mustard greens and duck blood vermicelli soup. However, just as Suyu was enjoying his food with a big mouthful of food, Fate minor event, you consumed moldy fruits, poisoning resistance 5. Fateful minor event, you consume aged bone ash starch sausage, life expectancy 1 day. Minor fateful event, you consume expired milk tea, health status 5. Ha! Suyu suddenly froze as he looked at this fateful synopsis in front of him. Looking at those delicious foods on the table again, Suyu only felt a sick feeling in his stomach. This black-hearted merchant, are these things for human consumption? However, Suyu was just about to pour the food away, but suddenly paused, and with a turn of his eyes, he instead gulped down all the fruits into his mouth in one gulp. Ding! Fate minor event, you consumed moldy fruits, poison resistance 5. Ding! Fateful minor event, you consume aged ashes starch sausage, life expectancy 1 day. Ding! Minor fateful event, you consume expired milk tea, health 5. UT's fate. Fate point 30. What? It really works? Suyu kept on making fate modifications, only to feel that his physical state was getting better and better, and his entire body was glowing red. After thinking about it, he ordered 2 more servings of slot head pork, as well as 2 bowls of duck blood vermicelli soup that did not have duck blood as an ingredient. Finally, he went to pick up 2 large bowls of free hookah soy milk. Seeing this scene, the diners next to him were shocked. Eating like this, don't you want to die? Hiccup. After having a full meal, Suyu wiped his mouth with satisfaction. I won't go home in the afternoon, let's explore the secret realm. He muttered to himself. After all, he was an orphan, there was little need for that home to return or not. And with his own talent, if he operates well, I'm afraid that it will bring unexpected gains. Chapter 3 Goblin Forest. Why is he upgrading like crazy? Inside Qingcheng, there were 5 secret realms, while there were only 3 secret realms suitable for newbies to practice leveling. Goblin's Forest. Minotaur Plains. Black Bear Ridge. After all, it was his first time, Suyu decided to head to the least difficult Goblin's Forest. Before heading to the secret realm, he first took public transportation and arrived at the weapon store not far from the secret realm. His profession currently did not offer much in the way of frontal combat abilities, so Suyu planned to come and purchase a batch of equipment first. Cough. As soon as he entered the door, he was surrounded by smoke, as if it was a fire scene, choking Suyu to death. Gazing at it, it was a few professionals sitting around gulping down smoke. Look at that appearance, seems to be just out of the secret world soon, each face and body are hanging color. On the small table, there were empty wine bottles and tons of cigarette butts. Destiny minor event, you inhaled a large amount of harmful gases, your physical attributes are decreasing. Looking at the small words floating in front of him, Suyu's face became a little more ugly. Are these people smoking or smoking fate? The concentration of second-hand smoke can even affect the basic attributes? Hello, may I ask what I need? The store owner blankly glanced at those few people, then went forward to greet Suyu. However, he did not drive those few people away. After all, the companions of those familiar customers had just died in the secret realm, and this kind of situation was not strange. Although cigarettes and alcohol could not fill the sorrows, they could always bring a short paralysis, making people temporarily forget that cruel reality. 2 force submachine guns, 609mm force bullets, a titanium dagger, and a horizontal sword. Oh yeah, and a leather armor that I can wear. A total of 356,000, cash or credit card please? The weapon store owner quickly prepared the things Suyu needed and handed them over after putting them into a large burlap pocket. Suyu, on the other hand, handed out his bank card with a face of flesh and pain, and then removed a few thousand cash from his body and stuffed it to the other party. Here, the most expensive was the leather armor, which cost 200,000 yuan. But after all, it is the first time to enter the secret realm. In order to save his life, Suyu still decided to endure the pain in luxury. The inheritance left behind after his parents died in battle in the secret realm in this life was so consumed. After receiving the supplies, he did not hurry to leave, but paused, seemingly thinking about something. Soon, Suyu's eyes suddenly lit up. Destiny minor event, you have inhaled a large amount of harmful gases, and your physical attributes are decreasing. Ding! Fate minor event, you have inhaled a large amount of harmful gases, and your physical strength attribute is in the process of incrementing. The destiny modification was successfully activated. Suyu was surprised to find that his physical strength attribute had slowly increased by 001. This discovery made Suyu ecstatic. Basic attributes could only be increased naturally through upgrades or by purchasing expensive potions. When converted into money, 1 point of attributes could be $1 million. In other words, he had just earned $10,000 for no reason at all? Hiss. Thinking of this, Suyu fiercely and furiously inhaled a large mouthful. Stamina value 01. As the inhalation of second-hand smoke increased, the growth of the stamina value also began to increase dramatically. Isn't this kid a little big sick? The weapon store owner looked at Suyu, who was inhaling second-hand smoke violently, with a dumbfounded look on his face. It was as if this guy had been enduring his smoking habit for 100 years, and he was on the verge of purifying the air in the store. His own lungs felt like they were about to explode from staying in the store, yet this guy was still actively inhaling in that storm? At the same time, those few professionals who had died as comrades also had odd expressions on their faces. One of the coolly dressed female professionals even had a look of pity and reached out her hand to hand Suyu a pack of cigarettes. Look at this kid, what has he been suffocated into? Suyu took it with a smile and directly lit a pack of 20 cigarettes and then began to inhale vigorously. Hiss. Stamina value 1. Seeing this incomparably raw scene, everyone present gave him a thumbs up. This guy quit smoking in his past life, right? A few minutes later, Suyu walked out of the weapon store with a face that was not yet satisfied. This opportunity directly caused his stamina value to rise by 4 points, which was equivalent to being 4 levels ahead of the same level of Shield Mountain. If it wasn't for the fact that he really didn't have any money left in his waistband, he would have designated to ruthlessly brush some more stamina up. Thank you for your patronage. Good luck. The boss looked at his back and stood in awe. It was the first time he had seen someone smoke 4 cigarettes in 5 minutes, and the more he smoked, the stronger he got. While looking at Suyu's back as he hurried with his large pockets, several professionals frowned and shook their heads. This kind of youngster they have seen a lot, without that strength and still want to go to the secret realm to make a fortune. Every year the most deaths are this kind of people. Walking out of the weapon store, Suyu put that leather armor on, carried a big bag and kept walking all the way to the entrance of the secret realm. It was not that he was afraid of death, but he needed these things to do some development on his abilities. Hey, little brother, a map of the secret realm? A bald guy suddenly stopped his way. No, thanks. Suyu shook his head and quickly walked around him. His entire body could not come up with $50. What would he use to buy the secret realm map? A PY trade? Fate minor event, you are held in hatred by the bald man. Suyu froze and glanced sideways at the man. Sure enough, the man's eyes looking at himself were grim with a few hints of ferocity mixed in. Where did I offend him? Suyu was puzzled. Hey, that kid is almost armed to his toes, at a glance he is a fledgling, this kind of fat sheep still dares not to pay the entrance fee? He probably doesn't know these unspoken rules, right? The Goblin Forest is managed by the Hanhai Guild this month, so whether you need it or not, you have to buy a map of the secret world first. Why, what's a map? When you come out, you'll have to pay your share of the proceeds from the expedition. The whispers of some of the explorers around him made Suyu understand the reason for this. When did entering a secret realm require protection fees? Suyu frowned, only feeling that this world was crazy. The secret realm exploration was originally a 9 deaths and even the official Xia did not charge any fees. As a result, the explorers need to pay protection fees to enter the field, and the harvest obtained from fighting to the death still needs to be shared out partially? It seems that no matter where, the oppression of the lower class is everywhere. Taking another look at the bald man, Suyu slowly exhaled a breath. Destiny modification, unleashed. Fate minor event, you are held in hatred by the bald man. Ding. Fate minor event, you are hated by the bald man. In an instant, that bald man only felt a coldness in his crotch, and when he looked down, he did not know when he was already naked. I don't know when I was already naked. Where are my pants? His face immediately reddened, and he hurriedly jumped into the grass next to him. Poof. Ha. Laughing my ass off, is there a high-level thief who can't stand him and stole his pants for him? I didn't realize that this bald guy looks fierce, but that guy is just a small caterpillar. For a while, the entire secret square was filled with laughter. Listening to the crowd's undisguised mockery, the bald man's face turned even redder and he was simply furious with shame. He was a level 10 berserker who had his pants stolen. Shame on him. What a disgrace. Grandma, who the hell did this? Don't let me find you, or you'll have to eat your words. While unleashing his talent, Suyu had already stepped into the secret realm. After passing through a light golden barrier, an ancient forest-like scene appeared before his eyes. An earthy smell after the rain drilled into his nostrils, surrounded by huge trees that were hugged by dozens of people. People came and went around, their faces either happy or sad. The secret realm could make a gambler rich or a genius fall, the variables were great. Kobold LV1. Goo Goo Bird LV1. Along the way, Suyu saw quite a few small monsters. However, these level 1 small monsters did not give much experience, much less explode equipment. Not only him, almost everyone was going deeper. Buzz. Suddenly, Suyu's complexion shook as an image appeared before his eyes. As he passed by the grass, a green snake sprang out from the inside and viciously bit on his calf. The secret realm within Xinjiang had been learned back in his first year of high school, thus, Suyu recognized what kind of monster it was almost instantly. That was a level 10 green peak snake? Suyu's heart beat furiously. Although this thing was small in size, 1 gram of venom could easily poison 10 level 10 professionals. Fate Medium Event, you have been attacked by the green peak snake and the venom has entered your body. Hiss. This green peak snake venom is extremely poisonous, I won't be directly accounted for here, right? Suyu's brain frantically spun, searching for a solution. A fateful synopsis with a fixed outcome like this, it was most difficult to reverse the ending by modifying a single word. In other words, the venom entering the body was an outcome that had already been decided. No, that's not right. It wasn't just venom, it could also be something else entering the body. There. Suddenly, Suyu thought of a good idea. Fate Medium Event, you were attacked by the green peak snake and the venom entered your body. Ding. Fate Medium Event, you were attacked by the green peak snake and the spirit liquid entered your body. After the modification was completed, Suyu only felt an invisible strong force propelling him forward. Sure enough, as he passed by that grass, a rustling sound entered his ears. Not good, it was the green peak snake. At this instant, there were some auxiliary professionists who realized it in advance and rushed out to warn. How could there be green peak snakes in the periphery? This secret realm simply doesn't want people to live. Hearing this, countless occupiers retreated at a rapid pace. This is something that one would rather believe than not believe. The green peak snake is small in size, toxic, and far more difficult to deal with than the Goblin King. Many professionals would rather team up to brush a boss than face it. Hiss. That little handsome guy, why don't you run? At this time, someone realized that Suyu was still walking forward and hurriedly reminded him. Walk? Can you walk away? Suyu sighed helplessly. In the Fate Premonition, he also attempted to walk. But how could his own level 1 whiteboard theater Fate Master run past the level 10 green peak snake? Running or not running, the outcome was doomed. Swish. In the next moment, a green shadow shot out from the grass, straight towards Suyu's calf. Alas, finished, this young man, a pity. To be so handsome, it is indeed a pity. It takes 2 minutes for the poison to strike, and I don't know if it's too late to do it once? However, just as everyone was sentencing Suyu to death in their hearts. Ding! 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 A white light rose from above Suyu's head. Why is he upgrading like crazy? Chapter 4 Good words are hard to persuade. Damn ghost, bloodthirsty silver wolf attacks. Outside the secret perimeter, a group of professionals gazed at this scene with dumbfounded eyes. Suyu, who was bitten to death by the green peak snake, not only did he not show any sign of dying from poison, instead, he had a face of enjoyment and his level was still rising violently. Experience value 536. Leveling up. Current level is LV3. Experience value 354. Experience value 635. Level up. Current level is LV4. Experience value 1086. Level up. Leveling up. Current level is LV6. Ah, that's good. More. Inject all the experience into it. Suyu's face was filled with ecstasy, and his entire body was immersed in the euphoria of leveling up. According to his expectations, it would be good to be able to upgrade 2 or 3 levels on this trip to the secret realm. However, he did not expect that this green peak snake's spiritual liquid was so overbearing that it directly allowed him to furiously level up by 5 levels. If he had spent money to find someone to practice leveling, it would have taken at least a week's work, and he would have had to spend a small $1 million. And now, he actually used only 10 seconds or so to accomplish it. More importantly, the green peak snake spirit liquid kept pouring into his body, and while bringing in massive amounts of experience value, it was also boosting Suyu's basic attributes. Physical Strength 1. Physical Strength 1. In the blink of an eye, Suyu's physical strength value had doubled, counting the attributes boosted by the upgrade, directly bringing his physical strength value to 34 points. This was already far more than Shield Mountain of the same level. Under the premise of not taking attribute potions, no other professional could have 34 points of physical strength at level 6. However, Suyu soon sensed that the spiritual liquid contained within this green peak snake was about to run out of injections. What came next was the incomparably poisonous snake venom. Suyu could feel that the biting force of this green peak snake had increased by a lot. Those gloomy eyes seemed to be saying, "You kid, wait, it will be your death soon." Could it be that this green peak snake had produced a mutation? Very likely. I'm afraid that being bitten by a snake is the chance now. He's so lucky. I'd love to be bitten, too. After practicing hard for more than half a month, it's not as good as this kid's first 5-minute entry into the secret realm. Don't you think it's infuriating? The eyes of the onlookers on the side were red. However, no one came forward to grab Suyu's chance. Into the secret realm, that is the life and death of life and wealth and heaven, seize the opportunity, can be immortal. Fortune? Where is the chance? Just at this time, the barefoot man outside the secret world before also ran over. After hearing what the bystanders were saying, he immediately couldn't sit still. With a twinkle in his eye, he immediately stepped forward and, "Bastard! I was all distracted by you before, which was only stolen and won by that thief. You don't have to share some of this chance with me?" Although he was in a consultative tone, he did not give Suyu time to react. As soon as he grabbed down that green peak snake, he directly pressed the 2 poisonous fangs on the artery of his small arm. He nudged his chin towards Suyu and glared, signaling him to get lost quickly. Suyu wanted to say something, rubbed his cap, and walked away under that bald man's warning gaze. Forget it, good words are hard to persuade the damn ghost. How is this person like this? Obviously this chance is that little brother's. He broke the rules, how would he want anyone to team up with him in the future? A passerby said indignantly. Let's not talk too much, the others are from the Hanhai Guild, we can't afford to mess with them. Someone on the side immediately reminded him. Hanhai Guild? The crowd was shocked. In Xincheng, there were 3 4-star guilds, and the Hanhai Guild was one of them. The guild's entry threshold was 10 professionals, not something they could mess with. That's not right, is it? That little brother didn't seem to have that look on his face just now, did he? At this time, someone pointed at the bald head and suddenly said, "Save me." At this moment, the bald head was covered in black, his lips were purple, his eyes were glaring, obviously he was not lightly poisoned. He was trembling and swallowed his breath not long after. The poison of the green peak snake was as terrifying as this. This is not a chance, is it? It's clearly a talisman. Seeing this, everyone present dispersed. At the same time, in the depths of the secret realm, Suyu was walking forward on his own. He was holding an alloy dagger in one hand and a force-charge gun in the other. This gun was not an entry-level equipment, thus it was only effective against monsters below level 5. However, Suyu was in a location where the monsters that appeared were at least level 7 or above. However, he was not the slightest bit worried. After traveling a little further, 3 goblin minions caught his attention. Goblin Swordsman LV7. Goblin Swordsman LV6. Goblin Spear Thrower LV7. Surge! After choosing his target, Suyu directly swept over with a barrage. Wow! 3 goblin minions immediately screamed and rushed towards him. At the same time, Suyu attempted to initiate Fate Sense. Instantly, a slightly blurred image appeared in his mind. It was the image of a bullet coming into contact with a goblin minion and then being directly bounced off by that tough skin. Fate Minor Event, you attacked a goblin minion and inflicted a skin wound on the opponent. Sure enough, Suyu was instantly delighted. He was just trying to see if he could actively trigger the Destiny Minor Event. He did not expect it to actually succeed. After a quick thought, Suyu completed his changes to the Fate summary. Fate Minor Event, you attacked a goblin soldier and inflicted superficial wounds on your opponent. Ding! Fate Minor Event, you attacked a goblin pawn, inflicting internal skin wounds on your opponent. In the next moment, the bullet that would have been bounced off the goblin pawn's skin actually directly penetrated his body. Plop! A bullet even directly penetrated the goblin soldier's heart. Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly. Good guy, is this a 100% defense break? Suddenly, 2 more bullets poured over. The goblin soldier's defense had been broken and was unable to resist the bullets. Experience 240. Experience 280. Experience 390. You have leveled up. Current level is LV8. Before dying, those 3 goblin minions looked at Suyu and the small submachine gun in his hands, with unbelievable faces. It seemed as if they could not believe that they would die at the hands of such a low-level weapon. This was the bullet of destiny. Few, Suyu said after blowing on the hot barrel of the gun. With his own talent, this kind of submachine gun that could normally only tickle the secret realm monsters could be of great use at this moment. After stinking for a while, he looked at his attribute panel. Profession, Juggler. Level, 8. Strength, 18. Physical Strength, 39. Intelligence, 30. Agility, 18. Awakening, not yet opened. Skill, Fate Sense. Talent, Fate Modification. Fate points, 36. Not bad, but when did Destiny points gain 3 more points? Suyu rubbed his chin. His profession was that of a Fate thespian, so he would add a few extra points to his intelligence attribute after upgrading. Right now, his overall attributes could be considered very luxurious. Intelligence and physical strength both exceeded 30 points, far ahead of occupiers of the same level. Right at this moment, a flash of bronze-colored luster was reflected in his eyes. Suyu raised his eyes and looked. Is this bursting equipment? The 3 goblin pawns turned into ashes and disappeared after their deaths, leaving only a bronze-colored equipment on the ground quietly lying there. He immediately went forward to inspect it. Rough Wolfsbane Rod Bronze. Grade, 3. Durability, 3030. Attribute, Strength 5. Evaluation, a rough wolfsbane stick that can fulfill some of your special hobbies. Not bad, surprisingly it has 5 points of strength bonus, selling it for more than 300,000 isn't a problem. So you didn't dislike it, and directly stuffed this wolf's tooth stick underneath his body, amongst the burlap pockets. Generally kill 20 monsters before the probability of bursting out a piece of equipment, visible equipment rarity. The equipment grade is divided into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, emerald, diamond, legend, epic, myth. Suyu hands this although only the lowest level of bronze equipment, but because it is the reason for the weapon, so the price is not low to go. It is still a combat system professional who comes to money fast. Suyu has some feelings. Casually killing monsters and exploding a piece of equipment is $300,000, which is the money that living professionals who work part-time for a year can hardly earn. Thinking about this, Suyu's motivation became even more abundant. This trip to the secret realm had emptied his old capital, and he had to earn a lot of money. The deeper the secret realm, the higher the level of the monsters encountered would be. Suyu was not in a hurry to head inside, because this time he had done a detailed investigation of the secret realm. Goblins were swarm-type monsters, and if he went further, he would easily run into legions of swarming goblins. Suyu didn't have any stable fighting ability right now, it was still best to fight against 3 or 2 groups of goblin minions. Ow. Right at this moment, a rush of footsteps rapidly approached. Accompanied by the sound of wolves howling, a pair of green eyes surfaced in the bushes as well as in the shadows of the tree trunks. Was it a wolf pack? Or a goblin wolf knight? Suyu immediately stopped his steps, his body bowed slightly and carefully observed. If it was the former, he still had the certainty to deal with it. But if it was a goblin wolf knight, then it would be a level 9 mini-boss. Ow. Soon, a giant wolf with snow-white fur all over its body burrowed out from the bottom of the shade. It had a robust body, athletic limbs, and long, majestic fur. Bloodthirsty Silver Wolf LV9 Elite Level. It wasn't a goblin wolf knight, but it didn't seem to be that far off, right? Chapter 5 Silver Equipment, Silver Wolf Boots. Suyu's breathing was slightly shortened. This bloodthirsty silver wolf in front of him was clearly the leader of the wolf pack. Elite-level secret realm monsters already possessed skills. Suyu remembered that it was introduced in the textbook that the first skill of the bloodthirsty silver wolf was all about berserk charge. Once the skill was cast, then its speed would increase by more than 30% in an instant. In battle, this sudden boost was the most deadly. Ow. Sure enough, just as Suyu was lost in thought, the bloodthirsty silver wolf once again roared up to the sky and made a move to charge over. Not good. Suyu's heart sank slightly. He was currently most afraid of this kind of monster with strong attack power and extremely fast speed. Buzz. Fate perception passively took effect. In Suyu's eyes, snippets of the next few seconds flashed. The bloodthirsty silver wolf crossed a distance of 200 meters almost instantly and arrived in front of him. The hideous wolf face, as well as the sharp claws and teeth, were extremely terrifying. With a single stroke, it would be able to break through his skin. Fate Minor Event, Bloodthirsty Silver Wolf launches a sprint towards you. What to do? Suyu's brain began to spin frantically. Changing it to a breast attack like before definitely wouldn't work. After all, this thing was a secret realm monster and would not freeze like that killer, it would only go along with the situation and bite his neck. Then. Time was short and there was no time for Suyu to think more. Try it. Fate Minor Event, Bloodthirsty Silver Wolf launches a sprint towards you. Ding. Fate Minor Event, the bloodthirsty silver wolf is charging at you with its bone spikes. In front of Suyu's eyes, a silver light flashed. After that, a strong wind mixed with a strong bloody odor came to his face. Roar! The bloodthirsty silver wolf let out a low roar from its throat, and its eyes were filled with the desire for blood and flesh. However, just as it rushed in front of Suyu, countless bone spurs suddenly emerged from its body. The bone spikes were extremely long and directly pierced through its fur, turning it into a hedgehog. Ouch! The bloodthirsty silver wolf rolled all over the ground in pain, and blood flowed all over the place. Oh! The rest of the bloodthirsty silver wolves saw such a bizarre scene and were frozen in place, not charging up at the first opportunity. Sure enough, it works. The corners of Suyu's mouth rose as he hurriedly carried his submachine gun and went up to make up for it. After all, he did not know if the monsters he killed by utilizing fate modification were counted on his head, so it was better to hurry up and make up for it. Ding! Soon, along with Suyu's shooting, the bloodthirsty silver wolf's life breath quickly disappeared. You killed bloodthirsty silver wolf LV9 elite level, experience value 1650. Your level has increased, current level LV9. 2 prompts floated above Suyu's head. LOL. Maybe this secret realm expedition can directly raise me to level 20, then I can go for occupational awakening. Suyu was filled with joy. Right at this moment, a silver light flashed by. Another piece of equipment? Suyu didn't rush to pick it up, but instead carried his submachine gun and fired another shot towards the location of the wolves. The secret realm monsters were not very intelligent, and this provocation from Suyu instantly pulled the hatred of the other dozen or so bloodthirsty silver wolves over. Fate minor event, the wolves have launched a sprint and are coming towards you. Suyu repeated his old trick and stood still waiting for the wolves to get close before immediately casting a fate modification. Ding! Fate minor event, the wolves unfurl their bone spurs and come towards you. In the next moment, one by one, the bloodthirsty silver wolves running through the forest were all pierced by bone spikes, flopping and tumbling towards Suyu. Suyu, on the other hand, raised his gun and shot, harvesting them one by one. You killed bloodthirsty silver wolf LV6, experience value 198. You killed bloodthirsty silver wolf LV7, experience value 298. You killed bloodthirsty silver wolf LV8, experience value 468. You have killed a dozen bloodthirsty silver wolves. After the dozen or so bloodthirsty silver wolves were killed, Suyu's experience bar rose by half again. However, after level 10, the experience value required for upgrading would rise exponentially, and upgrading would become less easy. Of course, the attribute values raised after upgrading would also be much higher. After brushing the ordinary bloodthirsty silver wolves, Suyu walked towards the silver equipment. Brushing these 10 bloodthirsty silver wolves only brought about a rise in experience value and did not explode equipment. However, Suyu didn't feel sorry either. After all, these ordinary equipment would only explode bronze equipment at most. The value of that one piece of silver equipment could be worth 20 pieces of bronze equipment. Silver wolf boots silver grade. Grade, 9. Attribute, agility 20. Durability, 3030. Talent. Sprint LV1, when worn, your movement speed increases by 10. Evaluation, this is a pair of well-made running shoes, essential for traveling at home and killing people. Good stuff. After seeing the attributes of this pair of boots, Suyu's eyes lit up. As the saying goes, the only martial art under the sun is speed. Simply by virtue of the effect of increasing movement speed by 10, this pair of boots can be sold for more than $1 million. After thinking about it, Suyu's 2 legs stomped on each other and threw aside the tattered sneakers that he had been wearing for more than 10 years. And then, directly stuffed his feet inside the silver wolf battle boots. In an instant, a light touch spread throughout the body from the feet. Immediately following, a cold sensation spread all over his body, causing Suyu to be soothed and relaxed. This was definitely a very practical equipment. In addition to this, the durability of the silver wolf battle boots had also dropped a little down. If one were to choose to sell them, it would undoubtedly discount the price. However, Suyu was not distressed at all. In the secret realm, staying alive was always the first priority. The movement speed provided by the silver wolf battle boots would undoubtedly increase his survivability significantly. Wearing the battle boots, it felt like flying. Suyu began to move around this forest area. Not long after, he encountered another goblin squad. Goblin archers LV7. Goblin spear thrower LV6. Goblin swordsman LV8. This squad was huge in number, consisting of 9 goblins. And the level was much higher than the 3-man squad that Suyu encountered earlier, and there were quite a few level 8 goblins in the group. However, Suyu did not care about that much and raised his hand to sweep over with a pike. Fate minor event, you attacked a goblin minion and inflicted superficial wounds on the opponent. Ding! Fate minor event, you attacked a goblin pawn and inflicted internal skin wounds on your opponent. With the same old trick, the 9 kobolds were blitzed into serious injuries by him before they could react. A few goblin archers struggled to get up and drew their bows and arrows to resist, but they were hit by a few more bullets from Suyu and were completely immobilized. Looking at the goblin minions who fell to the ground paralyzed and without the ability to resist. He. The corner of Suyu's mouth rose as he slowly reached his hand into the sack underneath his pants. Holding his wolf tooth stick high, he exploded his head one at a time, and in the blink of an eye, he opened up the door to all of this goblin squad. This goblin squad was not weak. Even if all the level 10 or above professionals teamed up, they would be difficult to take down. However, in front of Suyu's unreasonable talent, it was put down in the time it took for a single shot. You killed goblin minion LV8, experience value 456. You killed goblin pawn LV7, experience value 354. You have leveled up. Current level is LV11. The level went up another level. Accompanied by the increase in the basic attribute value, Suyu was in a great mood. Ha! Just as Suyu was about to check if any equipment had popped out, a strange and ethereal fragrance drilled into his nostrils. Chapter 6 Ice and Fire Spirit Grass, Inverted Big Dipper. Suyu did not rush to pursue the source of that strange fragrance. Instead, he first went to check and picked up the 2 pieces of equipment that had just exploded. Stamina Bracelet Bronze Grade. Grade, 8. Attribute, Stamina 5. Durability, 2020. Ruby Ring Bronze Grade. Grade, 7. Attribute, Agility 3. Durability, 2020. Both pieces of equipment were not of a high grade, just bronze grade. However, Suyu didn't mind it and wore it directly on his body. It would not be too late to replace them and sell them for money when better equipment popped up. After doing all this, he then inhaled his nose, intending to go and see where the fragrance was drifting out from. Not only were there only monsters in the secret realm, but many exotic flowers and plants would also appear. These materials were often worth a lot of money, and in the hands of an apothecary, they could be made into all sorts of magical potions. Suyu walked at a slow pace, following the shadows of the trees carefully. Soon, the sky opened up in front of him, and a tall back appeared 500 meters in front of him. Goblin Orc LV-12 Elite Level. Elite Level Goblin, and 30 Goblin Minions. Good fellow, this is meeting a small horde? Suyu did not scare the snakes, but hid in the grass and quietly observed. Is that the Ice and Fire Spirit Grass? Following the gaze of the Goblin Orc, in the middle of a gap in a boulder, there was a small red and blue grass growing. Based on the knowledge from the textbook, Suyu recognized the name of this herb almost instantly. The Ice and Fire Spirit Grass was the main material for making the awakening potion and was worth at least $3 million. Suyu's eyes narrowed and his heart was somewhat moved. Not everyone would successfully awaken their talents after switching professions. There were some powerful professions that did not awaken their talents after transferring, which was undoubtedly a pity. However, an awakening potion could make up for this regret. Therefore, this thing was also extremely expensive, with a bottle costing around $10 million. Suyu shook his fanny pack and looked at the only crumpled $5 bill left in his eyes. Alas, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Dry up. Suyu gritted his teeth and decided to put up a fight. With that, he took a deep breath and shot towards the Goblin Orc. Boom! The force bullet hit its skin, splashing sparks. With this shot, Suyu did not use his talent to enchant it. The Kobold Orc's physical strength was too high, and even if it penetrated its skin, the bullet would get stuck in the flesh, causing little damage. Moreover, he now had only the last of his bullets left, so he had to use them sparingly. Boom! 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 The Goblin Orc was enraged by the shot and rushed towards Suyu with heavy steps. With every step it took, the ground would tremble for a few minutes. Suyu did not dare to fight it hard and immediately jumped to the distance, continuing to aim. His goal was clear, he only wanted to find the right opportunity to give the Kobold Orc's eyes and neck as well as the lower 3 parts of the body a few blows. However, the Kobold Orc's movement speed was too fast and very flexible, making it impossible for him to find any breakthroughs. However, with the speed addition of Silver Wolf Boots, the Kobold Orc was also unable to pose any threat to Suyu for a while. The two of them chased and fled, and in a short period of time, no one could do anything to stop them. At this time, Suyu did not know that his every move was watched by a team of professionals lurking in the shadows. Our people? Why are they running over at this time? I haven't given the order yet? A middle-aged man with a somewhat fat figure frowned. He was an elite member of the Hanhai Guild, and he had come here specifically with a team this time just for that Ice and Fire Spirit Grass. However, he did not expect Suyu to go single-handedly to attract monsters, which made him a bit puzzled for a while. Captain, that person is not from our squad, he should be a solo traveler. Someone beside him replied. A lone traveler? Looking at that appearance, he should be a ranger, right? To actually dare to fight a Goblin Orc alone, really not afraid of death. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and then smiled coldly. Since he was kind enough to help us attract hatred, let's go directly to fetch the Ice and Fire Spirit Grass. Good. That brat sought death himself, so it's not our fault. The rest of the people chimed in. You guys hold off the rest of the goblin minions, especially the archers and spear throwers, I'll go pick the spirit grass. The middle-aged man laughed fiercely, and with a command, the professionals lurking in the shadows stormed out. The long-range professionals such as mages and archers worked together to limit the kobold archers. Shield Mountain, on the other hand, rushed to the forefront and fought with the goblin blades and axes. This squad was extraordinarily mature and veteran, extremely tacit in tactics as well as cooperation. In an instant, the entire goblin horde's battle force was firmly entangled. The middle-aged man jumped onto the boulder in 3 or 2 steps and reached out to pocket the Ice and Fire Spirit Grass. Hee, we have to thank that ranger, or else we would have to waste some effort to get this Ice and Fire Spirit Grass. Seeing this scene, Suyu's entire body was bad. I went through all the trouble of dealing with this elite monster, and you guys are picking peaches at the back? Bang! Suyu raised his hand and fired a few shots, at the same time unleashing fate modification to directly break the goblin orc's defense, knocking it back a dozen meters away. And then he rushed forward and roared, "Don't touch my stuff." "Ha!" The middle-aged man smiled coldly, "You can't touch it if you say you can't? Kid, how old are you?" Upon hearing this, the dozen or so professionals also looked towards Suyu with a face full of disdain. "Kid, if you honestly drag that elite monster down, then maybe your life can still be saved. Otherwise, hee." The vice captain made a neck-wiping gesture at Suyu, the threatening intent in his eyes was self-evident. "Humph. Are you guys sure?" The expression on Suyu's face gradually disappeared. Those who were familiar with him knew that he had moved to real fire. Roar! The goblin orc suddenly had his defense broken by a bullet, and was a bit confused for a moment, wailing there. Suyu did not bother with this big guy, but instead focused his gaze on that huge rock. His intention was extremely focused, and destiny perception was being actively activated. "Hee, kid, I'm partial to pulling out this ice and fire spirit grass in front of you, and I'm also going to take it away in front of you, how about it, angry or not?" The middle-aged man had a mocking face and made a gesture to pull out the ice fire spirit grass. The next moment, Suyu's mind appeared the image of the middle-aged man plucking the ice and fire spirit grass and then leaving with a big strut. This caused Suyu to become unusually angry. Fate minor event, you witnessed the ice fire spirit grass being plucked away and you are angry. Good, very good. Suyu took a deep breath, "Don't you regret it?" "Humph. I'm waiting for you to make me regret." The middle-aged man did not turn his head back, his right hand was already tightly gripping the root of the icefire spirit grass. Suyu's brain was running frantically, thinking of countermeasures. The next moment. Ding! Destiny minor event, you witnessed the ice and fire spirit grass picking someone away, and you are angry. The fate modification was successful. Brat, when you get out of the secret realm, you will know that can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. The middle-aged man had a cold smile on the corner of his mouth as he pulled hard with his right hand. "Ha! How come it doesn't move?" He froze and looked down. But at this very moment, the ice and fire spirit grass in his hand unexpectedly grew crazily, and in the blink of an eye, it grew into a giant spirit grass that was more than 3 meters tall. Ka! In the next instant, the giant rock crumbled apart. This guy mutated. Seeing this, the middle-aged man violently retreated, wanting to escape from this mutated spirit grass. However, the slender rhizome of the ice and fire spirit grass was like 2 feet, and it unexpectedly darted directly on the ground. Groove? The middle-aged man felt the strong wind behind him and hurriedly turned his head. At this time, the red and blue blades directly bound him, and then turned violently towards the depths of the forest and just ran in. "Save me! Brothers, save me!" The middle-aged man screamed in fear, his legs kept kicking and hitting the blades of the ice and fire spirit grass, but to no avail. "What the hell is going on here? What the hell is going on here? But even if it has become a spirit, this thing should still grow on the ground? What the hell is this running up?" Seeing this scene, the group of Hayes Guild professionals were dumbfounded. "Damn it, let go of the captain." After reacting, their faces all changed drastically and they hurriedly drew their swords to kill in a vain attempt to rescue their boss. Seeing the ice and fire spirit grass run away, the goblin orc and the 30-odd goblin minions immediately chased after them as well. Thus, a strange scene appeared. A spirit grass that was over 3 meters tall wrapped up a middle-aged man and ran wildly through the forest. Behind the two of them, a bunch of professionals followed. Behind the professionals, there was also an elite-level goblin as well as more than 30 goblin minions. This group of people and monsters were so vast that it looked like they were racing across the secret realm. My god, what the hell is this? The surrounding professionals were dumbfounded. This outrageous sight was simply a rare sight in 10 years. Chapter 7, Fishing for the Wrong Kind of Money and Rising 3 levels in a row. A small wave of riches. Didn't expect it, lao dang, humph. Suyu looked at the group of people and monsters that were drifting away, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. This talent of his was simply strong and unreasonable, otherwise it wouldn't have become disposable upon awakening. Fortunately, Suyu had been resourceful since he was a child, and this talent was more than suitable for him. Alas, it's only a pity about the 3 million strain. He shook his head slightly. Just as he was about to leave, the side light glimpsed another bright light. Ha! Suyu turned his head to look. In the middle of the boulder where the ice and fire spirit grass was rooted, something was actually glowing. It can't be that what is hidden here is the good stuff, right? Seeing this, Suyu hurriedly rushed over. Sure enough, after peeling away the pile of rubble, a red and blue gemstone appeared in his hand. Ice and fire arcane stone? Hair, this time it's really hairy. His eyes went wide. This ice and fire arcane stone was extremely rare, and was one of the best materials for weapon refining, allowing weapons to produce both ice and fire attributes for greater power. This kind of thing was sold by the gram outside. 500 grams a caddy. This piece in his hand was more than 10 pounds. At the very least, it could be sold for 15 million upwards. Suyu did not hesitate to put away the ice and fire xianxue and then ran outside. However, before he could take 2 steps, a cold aura suddenly attacked from the side. Fate perception passively takes effect. A picture appeared in Suyu's mind. It was a thief wearing a nighttime outfit, and after sneaking close to Suyu, he snatched the ice and fire arcane stone in a single burst. Before leaving, the thief even mockingly gave him a middle finger. Stealing something and still so rampant? Suyu was enraged. He had only lost $3 million, but as a result, now that he had managed to pick up a fortune, he was going to be stolen again? Moreover, even if he stole something, this guy still dared to taunt himself? Fate minor event, you have been stolen by thieves. Humph. After seeing this fateful terrain, Suyu sneered. Ding. Fate minor event, you have stolen the thief. In the next moment, the picture in the destiny perception occurred. Hee, I didn't expect you kids to be quite lucky. The thief opened his sneak and had closed in on Suyu, but Suyu did not notice him at all. Unfortunately, this thing belongs to me now. The corner of the thief's mouth rose as he directly activated the skill steal and then grabbed towards the ice and fire arcane stone. His steal was a skill that he had realized after his professional awakening, not to mention Suyu, even ordinary second awakening professionals would have difficulty resisting it. Once, he had stolen the omen of a second awakening professional on the street, and that person had not even realized it until he returned home after shopping. Ha! How is that possible? However, under the thief's confident grasp, his hand was empty. Just as the thief was wondering, Suyu was throwing a pair of boxers to the side with a disgusted face. What the hell? After seeing the bare pattern on that pair of boxers, the thief's eyes instantly widened. He put his hand into the crotch of the pants, and sure enough, it was empty. You're a thief too? The thief's face was filled with horror. It wasn't hard to detect his stealing behavior, but the ability to directly disable the skill and in turn steal his bottoms was simply too terrifying. This teenager in front of him was definitely pretending to be a pig in a poke. This you don't care, dare to steal my things, you have a lot of guts. Suyu laughed. From his crotch, he pulled out a wolf toothstick and threw it violently towards the thief. Bang! It hit the thief's undershirt. The thief let out a muffled grunt, obviously not lightly injured. He just wanted to escape, but Suyu moved faster than him and directly rushed up to pick up the wolfsbane and ruthlessly knocked on the back of the thief's head. Your damn thief fell to the ground unconscious before he could finish his sentence. You underestimated Master's strength too much. Suyu skimmed his lips, threw the wolfsbane aside, dragged the thief back to his side, and then directly began to feel up and down. Soon, Suyu touched a piece of bulge. This guy of yours is still quite material. Suyu revealed an evil smile, and directly tore open the nightclothes. Underneath was actually a well-made pocket with countless runes printed on it. What the hell, a space pocket? Suyu swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but reach out and touch it a few times. TSK, it is indeed a space bag. This thing can be old and valuable. I don't know where this guy stole it. Open the space bag. There are not many things inside, but everything is worth a lot. A black card. 3 pieces of silver equipment. 2 bottles of recovery potions. 1 bottle of experience potion. Some cash, totaling more than $80,000. The total value is estimated to be around $15 million. Suyu then transferred all the things in his rotten sack to the space bag. This space bag has about 10 cubic meters of space, is considered the lowest grade of storage equipment. However, without $10 million, it is difficult to take. After all, this thing in the secret realm is simply too convenient. Whether it's storing supplies, or storing equipment, materials, potions, etc., are very practical. After all, this thing is simply too convenient in the secret realm, whether it is storing supplies, or storing equipment, materials, potions, and so on, all very practical. Sure enough, the fastest way to get rich is to fish for a side door. Suyu sighed. His own desperate exploration in the secret realm had only slightly harvested 3 pieces of silver equipment, 4 pieces of bronze equipment, and a piece of ice and fire arcane stone. However, within this short minute, he had directly raked in a harvest of no less than $20 million. Slightly shaking his head, Suyu opened that secret realm map. On the top, the locations of elite monsters as well as boss-level monsters were labeled, as well as the areas where many treasures often appeared. Boss level? Suyu grinned and put the secret realm map away. He lowered his head, preparing for a small filler. However, when he looked again, he found that the thief had disappeared in place along with his wolfsbane. This guy, he ran pretty fast. It's a pity that my big stick was still stolen. Suyu muttered, but did not pursue. That thief's sneaking ability was not weak, or else he would not have been able to walk up to him and still not found him. Right now, it is more important to continue practicing, until he completes his first awakening. Killing this thief will be as easy as cutting vegetables. Thinking of this, Suyu took out the bottle of experience potion from his storage bag. The well-made gilt vial contained half a bottle of purple-red liquid. Suyu sniffed it, then flared open the cap and tilted his neck tons and drank it all. Hisha cool. A cool sensation spread throughout his body. This kind of experience potion refined by the apothecary not only provided a large amount of experience value, but would also randomly increase the basic attributes by an additional point after upgrading, so it could be considered an extremely precious potion. Even that thief could not afford to take it himself. But now, it was cheap for Suyu. Your level has increased. Current level LV12. Your level has increased. Current level LV13. Your level has increased. Your current level is LV14. In an instant, 3 consecutive levels were raised. Suyu was overjoyed. It seemed that this bottle of experience potion was not of a low grade, and he was afraid that it was for use by professionals after awakening. He casually scanned the attribute panel. The greatly increased basic attributes caused Suyu's smile to grow wider. Profession, Fortune Teller. Level, 14. Strength, 36. Physical strength, 58. Intelligence, 42. Agility, 36. Awakening, not activated. Skill, Fate Sense. Talent, Fate Modification. Fate points, 37. Boom! Suyu's chi sank into his dantian, and a flat straight punch struck the tree trunk with a popping sound. Ka-ching! Immediately, a long crack appeared on the tree that was hugged by 10 people. It was actually almost broken by a punch. Looking at the effect of his punch, Suyu slightly nodded his head. The current version of himself was considered to have a certain level of self-protection, and did not need to rely on guns only to kill monsters. After thinking about it, Suyu's mind floated to the nearest boss spot on the secret map. If he could kill a boss, then his upgrading efficiency would definitely increase by a few times, or even directly reach level 20. Moreover, the probability of the boss monster popping out good equipment was also extremely high. If they could produce a gold-level equipment, then they would really be able to make a living. After formulating a good plan in his mind, Suyu left this place with a few jumps. Chapter 8 Goblin King, 2-Shot Miracle. Damn, bad luck. Deep in the forest, an angry curse came out, stirring up a patch of flying birds. The man in the suit pinched the ice and fire spirit grass in his hand, his face full of depression. This ice and fire spirit grass had undergone some kind of mutation, and had directly led him into the depths of the goblin forest. But just after walking here, this thing seemed to have suddenly shriveled up, directly losing all of its divine differences and completely becoming a waste grass. This instantly dashed his dream of getting rich. If I had known this, I would have just given him the grass at that time. The man in the suit threw the withered ice and fire spirit grass to the side as soon as he could. At the same time, another silver equipment was picked up from the puddle of ashes on the ground. Oh, a blessing in disguise. I didn't expect this goblin orc to burst out a piece of silver equipment. He carefully surveyed the piece of shield in his hand with a smug smile. However, the squad members around him were in a bit of a mess. In order to chase after the man in the suit who had been wrapped away by the ice and fire spirit grass, each of them had consumed a lot of physical strength. And then there was a big battle with the goblin corps led by that group of goblin orcs here, causing the squad members to be seriously injured. If it wasn't for the man in the suit having completed an awakening, I'm afraid they would all have to be planted here today. However, all the effort was worth it. With a silver equipment in hand, or the most valuable shield equipment, this trip to the secret realm would not be a loss. Roar! However, just as the man in the suit was about to lead the squad back, he heard a terrifying roar from behind him. Rumble! Accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps, a huge figure was revealed in front of the squad members' eyes. It was clearly a huge goblin that was fully 10 times taller than the other goblins. Its skin was a dark golden color, glowing with a faint light. Especially on its forehead, it had 2 sharp black horns. Just by looking at its appearance, it made people feel incomparably hideous and tough. Goblin King! The man in the suit's face changed, and hurriedly greeted the crowd and hid behind a boulder, looking around vigilantly. Only to see that the Kobold King did not show any signs of leaving. Instead, it moved its steps towards them. Every time it stepped out, the ground trembled slightly, as if it was stepping on the hearts of the crowd. This was the boss? The squad members were surprised, so, they had actually walked into the area where the boss was under the leadership of the ice and fire spirit grass? For a moment, everyone's heart sank to the bottom. The Goblin King was a level 25 boss level monster, and there was no way to fight it without 5 awakened professionals. Their attacks couldn't even break the Goblin King's epidermis. No matter what, let's go together. If we put up a fight, we might be able to survive. Seeing the Goblin King getting closer and closer, the man in the suit immediately yelled and took the lead to charge forward. Okay, Captain, let's fight it. However, when everyone followed him and charged together, the man in the suit stopped violently, and then his speed doubled, and he even started to run towards the back. You bastard! Betrayed, the rest of the team was filled with disbelief. The man in the suit snorted coldly. Humph, I don't want to die, my life is much more valuable than yours. As the words fell, he disappeared into the distance like a phantom. The squad members were dumbfounded. The captain ran away. The captain was too pitiful. What the hell? Originally, if they had each scattered and escaped, they might still have a chance of survival. But now, after being pitted by the man in the suit at such a close distance, they will definitely all die at the feet of the Goblin King. If I don't die this time, I'm definitely going to cut that guy alive when I get back. A mage girl said with a face full of despair. Boom! A loud bang came. Immediately afterward, splattered blood spilled on everyone's faces. That shield mountain that had rushed at the very front was actually directly smashed into pieces by the Goblin King's punch. Even that top silver shield was directly shattered into 3 pieces. It was over. Seeing this scene, everyone's heads buzzed. Pust. Almost in the blink of an eye, another law profession was also torn apart by the Goblin King's claws and teeth. Bright red blood and the remains of the corpse scattered all over the ground. The remaining 8 people, who wanted to escape, couldn't move by the boss aura and couldn't take a step at all. And just as everyone had closed their eyes and waited for death, a slightly familiar teenage voice rang out. According to the map, the Goblin King was here, right? The moment they heard this voice, the 8 people snapped their eyes open, and a moment of hope flashed in their eyes. However, very quickly, after seeing the appearance of the person who came, the several people laughed bitterly twice again and directly yelled towards Suyu's position, "Kid! You hurry up and run! Don't ever come over! The Goblin King is right here, you still have a chance to run now!" People who are about to die, their words are also good. They could not do the kind of thing that the man in the suit did to sell his friends for survival. Oh? It's not in vain that I searched for so long, is it really here? Suyu was not deterred by the warnings of the few people, but with both eyes glowing, he directly rushed towards the position of the few people. Boom! A gunshot came. Why bother coming to send you to your death? With that trash gun of yours, you still want to break the defense, eh? An archer was just in the middle of his sentence when he suddenly froze. His eyes looked at the Goblin King's right eye that suddenly burst open, his face full of shock. What's the matter? You exploded the Kobold King's eye with a groundhog? For a moment, everyone present was shocked. They could see clearly that what Suyu was holding was only the most inferior force submachine gun, and the bullets used were only 9 millimeters. Not to mention the Goblin King, even a level 1 soft bone rabbit would need to aim at the heart in order to kill it with a single blow. But now, Suyu used this trash gun to burst the Goblin King's eyeball with a single shot? Roar! The Goblin King held his head and roared furiously, extremely angry, instantly reaching the edge of berserk. Destiny Point 1. However, at this moment, Suyu's attention was not on the Goblin King. Instead, he gazed at the font that floated out in front of him and fell into deep thought. The function of fate points was to turn the fate that could potentially arise into reality? Suyu murmured. The instant he fired that shot just now, he had turned on fate modification, attaching a 100% defense-breaking attribute to the bullet. However, this was useless to the Goblin King with an explosive physical strength value, even if it broke through the epidermal defense. Therefore, he only had to change another way. The moment he pulled the trigger, Suyu flashed a possibility in his mind. If the Goblin King just didn't notice this shot towards its right eye, and the bullet just happened to enter when it didn't blink, triggering this determination within the skin, then, it was highly likely that this shot would directly waste one of its eyes. After Suyu gave birth to this thought, he realized that he had a little less fate points. At the same time, the Goblin King happened to have its vision blocked by the flying dust, and because it happened to take a step when Suyu fired the shot, resulting in an overlap with the sound when the shot was fired. Thus, this extremely small probability of a shot succeeded. After figuring all this out, Suyu had a concrete knowledge of his profession. As expected, it was called a fate teaser, teasing fate. The corner of Suyu's mouth rose slightly, while raising his gun to shoot again. Fate Point 2. Boom! Another gunshot came out. The Goblin King was obviously prepared this time. But fate is sometimes so coincidental. It was so focused that its feet suddenly stepped on a fragment of the silver shield that had crumbled earlier. The sharp pain suddenly came, causing the Kobold King's center of gravity to tilt, and the bullet that should have been swept away by a claw just happened to enter his left eye at the exact right time. Up to this point, the Goblin King's eyes were directly ruined by these two seemingly random shots. Was this guy's profession a gun god? Or was it some kind of hidden profession? The remaining few people looked dumbfounded. Suyu's bullets appeared to be plain and ordinary, but the shots were not false and were so powerful that it was almost as if they had the sure hit and armor-breaking attributes attached to them. These two shots were enough to be called a miracle. Chapter 9, Singling Out the Goblin King and Rising 6 Levels in a Row. Looking at the Goblin King who covered his eyes and had begun to go crazy, several people in the squad looked at each other with complicated eyes. Unexpectedly, Suyu, who was originally regarded as an enemy, had now become the savior of several of their own people. And the captain, whom they had previously treated as a role model and idol, had left them behind to flee for their lives alone. You guys are still not leaving? Do you want to steal the boss from me? At this time, Suyu's playful voice came out. Go, this is the time to go. When the few people heard this, they hurriedly bowed towards Suyu to express their gratitude, and then pulled out their legs and ran. Before leaving, the two mage sisters also stuffed the only disposable talismans they had on them through to Suyu. Suyu also did not refuse, these would be taken as their life-buying money. Right at this moment. Roar! The Goblin King glowed with a red light, his muscles rippled, and began an indiscriminate attack. A thick tree was snapped by it alive, and immediately turned into ashes after falling to the ground, as if it had been corroded by something. The air was filled with a strong stench of corpses and the smell of burning, making people want to vomit. Obviously, this boss had entered a berserk state and unleashed a hidden skill. Did it go berserk so quickly? Seeing this, Suyu's eyes narrowed, his fingers slightly flexed, and a disposable spell appeared in the center of his hand, and then swung outwards violently, explosive inferno technique. Snort! Flame shot out, instantly enveloping that Goblin King. In this instant, Suyu gazed at his mind and kept sensing the trajectory of fate. Finally, an illusory picture surfaced before his eyes. Fate minor event, you used a one-time explosive inflammation technique on the Goblin King, causing mild burns to it. With this simple destiny trajectory, Suyu completed his destiny modification almost instantly. Ding! Fate minor event, you used a one-time explosive inflammation technique on the Goblin King, inflicting severe burns on it. Immediately afterward, only a loud rumbling sound was heard as gusts of white smoke rose from the sea of fire, followed by the Goblin King's figure slowly emerging from the flames. At this moment, the skin on its entire body was burned as if it was cracked, and its entire body was scorched black. Its appearance was very horrifying. What was even more horrifying was that a large hole was burned into its chest, a hole so deep that it could be seen through the bone. The previous 8 people did not run out far before they were frightened by the sound and could not help but look back. Looking at the miserable appearance of the Goblin King, all of them couldn't help but gulp. Nima, a fire spell could even produce this kind of effect? It was too terrifying. I'm afraid that this was a mage who had awakened once, right? No wonder he dared to single-handedly challenge the Goblin King. It was fortunate that they did not start a conflict with this person before, or else the consequences would have been unimaginable. Even the mage girl who gave Suyu the spell didn't realize that the spell that burned the Goblin King was her own one. Roar-o! The Kobold King was burned by this, and its already not so wealthy IQ completely disappeared as it began to charge around in the jungle. Its eyes were bloodshot and it no longer had any vision. But as long as it made the slightest loud noise, it would invite its frantic attack. The blood splattered out by the Goblin King was full of corrosiveness, and soon gathered a toxic barrier in this jungle. Oh no! This poisonous gas was an indiscriminate attack. Staying for a long time would directly cause the basic attributes to fall. Did that handsome mage have a way to deal with it? The mage girl was extraordinarily worried. Since others dared to challenge the Goblin King alone, they must have prepared for everything. Why are you worrying? It can't be that you're in love with someone else, right? The archer next to her snickered. At those words, the mage girl didn't retort, but instead, her little face flushed, and her eyes tightly watched the big battle at the back. Meanwhile, deep in the jungle. Boom! Boom! Seeing the poisonous fog filling the air, Suyu was not in a hurry, lifting up his submachine gun, firing a shot from time to time, and then dodging through the maneuverability provided by the Silver Wolf battle boots, slowly grinding down this boss's blood bar. However, the problem of his own lack of attack ability was still slowly revealed. After completely breaking the boss's defense and having difficulty triggering the Destiny Terrier, it would be difficult for Suyu to deal fatal damage to the boss. With a broken gun in his hand now, as well as 3 or 2 disposable spells, even if the Goblin King's blood was already low, it was not something he could kill in a short period of time. However, right at this moment. Fate minor event, you have inhaled a large amount of toxic gas, and your physical attributes are rapidly decreasing. Seeing the line of small words appearing in front of him, Suyu was not shocked but rather delighted. He immediately unleashed his destiny modification. Ding! Fate minor event, you have inhaled a large amount of toxic gas, and your physical strength attribute is rapidly increasing. Physical strength value 1. Physical strength value 1. Ha ha. Cool. Suyu grinned from the corner of his mouth. To him, these poisonous barriers were not toxic gases, they were clearly aura. In just 1 minute, they directly raised his stamina value by 2 points, which was equivalent to $2 million. Boom. 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 Afterwards, Suyu swept out a few more shots, causing the Goblin King's blood to splatter. Roar! Feeling the pain, the Goblin King hissed, and the speed of the poisonous mist emanating from his body increased even faster. Right, that's it. Seeing this, Suyu took another deep breath with incomparable excitement. Stamina value 2. As his fierce inhalation proceeded, the purple poison barrier in the jungle all dimmed by a few points. The few people outside who were watching from afar were confused. This was the first time they had seen someone take the Goblin King's poison barrier and have a good time. Suyu's appearance was like a smoker who hadn't smoked for 50 years, and he simply couldn't wait to lie on the Goblin King's back and inhale. However, this happy time of brushing his stamina finally stopped after 5 minutes. Because, Suyu realized that after his stamina had risen to a certain level, it unexpectedly stopped rising. Is it because the poison barrier is too weak to cause damage to me? Suyu felt a pang of tastelessness. Since it's useless, then you can go to hell. Bang! Suyu seized the opportunity and threw out 3 fireballs in succession, heading straight for the Goblin King's head. Fate.5. The 3 fireballs drew a perfect arc, coincidentally following the bone cracks caused earlier at the same time, drilling into the Goblin King's brain. Ouch! The flames erupted, and the Goblin King screamed miserably and instantly fell to the ground, dead. You have killed the Goblin King LV26 and gained 25,680 experience points. Your level has increased. Current level LV15. Your level has increased. Current level LV16. You have leveled up. Your level has increased. Current level LV20. The experience value provided by the boss was surprisingly so much? Suyu was a little surprised and wiped the sweat from his forehead, a joyful look appearing on his face. Perhaps it was because his base level was very low and he did not have a group, all the experience was for one person alone. Therefore, after killing the Goblin King, it directly caused his level to rise 6 levels in a row, reaching level 20. This rate of advancement could not be described as not fast. One had to know that the secret realm had a level restriction. Therefore, even the top-ranked mercenary squads would need a month to bring a level 1 rookie to level 20. Suyu, however, only used one afternoon. In less than an afternoon, he had directly grown from a level 1 rookie to a level where he was able to perform a profession awakening. Not only that, his base physique, agility, strength, and defense stats were all rubbing up. Profession, fortune teller. Level, 20. Strength, 49. Physical strength, 96.5. Intelligence, 52. Agility, 49.23. Awakening, not activated. Skill, Fate Sense. Talent, Fate Modification. Fate points, 34. Especially the item of physical strength, it had exceeded 100 when added to the equipment bonus. This had simply approached the shield mountain after one awakening. In other words, the current Suyu rushed in front of the Goblin King with a shield, standing still and letting it hammer him for half a day without losing any blood. A flash of golden light entered Suyu's eyes. Ha! Exploded equipment? Suyu's eyes lit up and immediately rushed towards the place where the Goblin King fell. Chapter 10 Gold Equipment, Ragged Fist Gloves. A pair of gold-green boxing gloves were lying quietly amongst the ashes. Suyu went forward and picked them up. King Green Fist Gloves Gold Grade. Grade, 20. Attribute, Strength 50. Durability, 120,120. Talent. Strength LV2, when worn, your strength increases by 20. Skill. Destruction, upon release, swing a powerful punch in front of you, dealing damage with an armor-breaking effect, cooldown CXS. Good stuff. Suyu could not help but exclaim in admiration. The value of this gold equipment was extremely high. Not only was the bonus powerful, but it also had an additional armor-breaking effect, so it could be said to be a godly equipment for the warrior profession and fighter profession. This piece of equipment, even if it was used until level 40, was not bad. Suyu's eyes flashed with a tangle. The fighter belonged to the mystic profession, and any equipment could be worn and used. In other words, this boxing gloves he was also able to use. However, charging with the gloves was not quite in line with his expected fighting style. Let's keep them for now and see what happens when we go out. Suyu muttered and put the Green King's fist gloves into his storage bag, then he prepared to exit the secret realm. He was now out of ammunition and his harvest was far beyond expectations. It was time to take what he could get. After all, although his talent was strong, it was still a bit of a struggle to meet some opponents with excessive hard power. Just as Suyu was preparing to leave, his face suddenly changed. In his eyes, a black shadow suddenly attacked. That person was dressed in a black suit, clutching a short dagger in his hand, and was looking at him with an evil smile on his face. It was clearly the man in the suit who had escaped earlier. Kid, I didn't expect you to be quite lucky and actually manage to slaughter this Goblin King. However, that's where it ends. A long-distance professional was able to find a chance to get close to me. Should I say that you're unlucky or just unlucky? The man in the suit laughed and quickly approached Suyu. Suyu's brows were tightly locked. Just now, his entire mind was on the Green King fist gloves and he completely failed to pay attention to how long the man in the suit had been away, not realizing that this guy had returned. You scumbag still dares to come back? Right at this moment, only an angry curse came from the mage girl not far away who raised her hand and shot a fireball spell towards the man in the suit. Only, the fireball spell's flying speed was too slow, and it was thrown far away before it could get close. At the same time, the remaining 7 people were all filled with righteous indignation and quickly ran towards this place. Just now you tricked us into luring the monsters and ended up running away yourself, and now that someone else has killed the boss you're coming back to try to pick the peaches? I really had the bad luck of my life to join the same guild as you. If you dare to touch our savior, don't even think about walking out of this secret realm today. Listening to the curses that kept coming in, the man in the suit didn't say anything, but just silently accelerated his speed again. Gold equipment, he definitely didn't look wrong just now. As long as he could snatch the gold glove, it would definitely allow him to eat and drink for the rest of his life. What were these teammates? they were just the bottom of the Hanhai Guild. As long as he bribes the guild executives, it doesn't matter if he kills them all to silence them. Kid, blame it on your bad luck. The man in the suit was holding a short dagger in his backhand, and the cold aura was chilling. In the next moment, the skill was unleashed. He pulled in dozens of meters of distance in a few flashes, and kept changing his position, even splitting into several shadow doppelgangers to confuse the audience. He was still extremely afraid of Suyu's long-range offensive means. However, out of his expectation, Suyu unexpectedly did not make any response, but instead just stood still and quietly watched him. Until he stabbed the dagger into Suyu's heart, he still maintained a cloudy expression and even brought a few moments of pity in his eyes. Humph! What kind of big-tail wolf are you pretending to be with a mop in your ass? The man in the suit stabbed fiercely, practically using all his strength. It's over. Seeing this scene, several people in the squad couldn't help but stop. Seeing their savior being stabbed to death by the man in the suit, but they were powerless to stop it, their hearts were filled with sadness. But the next moment. Just this? Can't even activate the Destiny minor event? So you looked at the man in the suit with a look of contempt. A stamina value of breaking 100 was enough for him to harden any attack below level 30. This hard stab by the man in the suit did not even manage to pierce his skin. Hearing Suyu's voice, the crowd was dumbfounded. How was it possible? The squad members stared with rounded eyes. Family members knew their own business. The man in the suit was a level 20 shadow assassin, and his damage ability was definitely second to none amongst all professions. As a result, it looked like he was unable to break Suyu, who seemed to be a long-distance professional. The man in the suit was also confused, just clearly stabbed into Suyu's heart. How this guy and no one else? The next moment, a flash of green and gold light appeared. The gold and green gloves are particularly eye-catching, and the wind that curls up at the fists is also particularly horrifying. Suyu's lower disc is solid. Even if there is no melee skills, this punch is enough to kill. Boom! A loud bang came. The man in the suit's clothing directly shattered and flew out backwards, his chest deeply collapsed. In less than a second, his heart was reduced to pieces along with the expensive suit. Killed in seconds. Just one move. Suyu's level was comparable to the man in the suit, while the latter was also wearing defensive equipment. However, the end result was an instantaneous second? This is too outrageous. This is too outrageous. The only archer in the team could not help but burst out. As an archer, he had excellent eyesight and thus saw most clearly. After Suyu put on the green-gold fist gloves, just one swing of his fist directly shattered the heart of the man in the suit, and the other party could not even resist. If Suyu was a long-range attack-type professional, he could barely accept it, then Suyu's melee ability was also a little too terrifying, right? Not only was he able to withstand the suitman's full-strength stab without any injuries, but even his melee attack ability was so outrageous? Just one punch killed the other party. Whether it's melee or long-range, even his defense is a step beyond Shield Mountain. Does this guy really have no shortcomings? Fate Minor Event, your first kill. Fate.10. Looking at the small words floating up in front of him, Suyu took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. That rapidly beating heart gradually calmed down. The corners of Suyu's mouth could not control the upward movement. The first time he killed someone, he did not feel scared, instead he was somewhat excited. This feeling of destroying the other party's destiny directly made him really feel some pleasure. However, Suyu did not allow himself to be immersed in it. He did not want to be called a madman like the historical fortune tellers. He took 3 or 2 steps to the side of the man in the suit, and then began to quickly grope around. Thanks to the defense-breaking effect of the green and gold gloves, the suitman's valuable things were exposed in plain sight. 3 one-time spells. $100,000 in cash. A small pile of secret realm materials. 1 skill book. A poor man, not as rich as the thief before him. After scavenging some valuable things, Suyu looked at the body of the man in the suit. Murdering people in the secret realm was common, and would not attract the Night Watch to hunt them down. But there was still a tier 4 guild standing behind this guy. Fate Minor Event, your first kill. Ding! Fate Minor Event, your first kill. As the Fate modification was unleashed, the body of the man in the suit actually changed into a giant black pig in an instant. This instantaneous change caused the crowd to be startled again. A change spell? Wasn't this the ability of a level 50 mage? The mage girl covered her mouth, her eyes wide open. The ability that Suyu displayed was just too bizarre and even made her feel a little scared. The few people in the squad looked at each other and all saw the shock in each other's eyes. Big brother, can I ask what occupation you are? The mage girl carried a small staff and went forward to talk. In her opinion, Suyu was simply an all-round king who not only knew everything, but was also exceptionally proficient in everything. The person in front of her, I am afraid that he has some kind of hidden profession. Profession? It is better for you guys not to know. Suyu slightly shook his head and had no intention of talking to this squad. After counting his loot, he directly walked quickly towards the exit of the secret realm. Chapter 11 The First Barrel of Gold, by. Soon, Suyu arrived at the exit of the secret realm. However, just as he wanted to take a step out and leave the secret realm, he was stopped by two black-clothed men coming forward. One of them said with a stern face, "Friend, routine inspection, you need to show the harvest from the secret realm and pay the value of 10. Upon hearing this, Suyu's brows instantly wrinkled. What is the situation? I have to be siphoned off 10% of the money I earned from working hard in the secret realm? Seeing this scene, the expressions of many professionals beside him did not look too good. Come on, it's another newbie, but it's good to be a newbie. I guess I don't have much to gain, I just need to pay a handling fee. I don't think this draw is reasonable. Does Xia gave the secret realm to these guilds just to better raid the people? Humph. The Xia officials don't even have as much power as those individual guilds. Some people endured the pain and paid the money, choosing to endure. Some people cursed in low voices, venting their unhappiness. Listening to the words of the people around him, Suyu also understood what was going on. Emotionally, the secret realm was ostensibly at the disposal of all professionals to go in and explore for free. But in reality, the professionals have to pay fees regardless of whether they enter or exit. Suyu did not make a move, but his frown was getting deeper and deeper. Most of the things he was wearing came from the wrong source, and there were also many things of the man in the suit lying in his storage bag. As members of the same vast expanse guild, these people would definitely recognize those stolen goods. At that time, perhaps on the surface they would not take anything from themselves, but secretly Suyu would not dare to bet that they would not deal with him. Right at this moment, the black-robed man who spoke to Suyu before suddenly opened his mouth. "Kid, are you unable to understand human language?" After saying this, the two men took 2 more steps forward, making a gesture to directly start searching. Seeing this scene, many professionals beside them were somewhat gloating. After all, as people who had been there before, they knew very well in their hearts. No matter how aggrieved you are or how hard it is for you to face the behemoth that is the Hansi Guild, you can only obediently lower your head and coil your hair yourself. This drawback, I will not hand it over. Suyu slightly shook his head with an extremely resolute attitude. Once the things in his pockets were exposed, it would be a matter of life and death for the Hanhai Guild. Since this was the case, it would be better to start out hard to the end. Suyu didn't believe that these guys who were secretly collecting money would dare to poke their nose into the open. "Brat, you asked for it." Hearing Suyu's words, the two of them looked at each other, the corner of their mouths hung up with a fierce smile, and their pace steeply accelerated. The Hanhai Guild members surrounding them also gazed over. Once Suyu wanted to actively resist, then what awaited him was the siege of hundreds of professionals. Since this is the case, then you guys can't blame me. Suyu hurriedly gazed at his concentration and took the initiative to activate his destiny perception. Soon, a line of small words appeared before his eyes. Fate minor event, you were blocked by members of the Vast Expanse Guild, and they forcefully demanded possessions from you. The moment he saw this line, Suyu's brain began to work frantically. There! In less than a second, as those two men had already started to reach out towards Suyu, Suyu completed his fate modification. Fate minor event, you were blocked by members of the Hanhai Guild, and they forcefully demanded property from you. Ding! Fate minor event, you were blocked by members of the Vast Expanse Guild, who forcibly accessed your belongings. Teasing fate, Fate.6. In the next moment, amidst everyone's shocked gazes, those two black-clothed men's hands slammed into their pants pockets, then frantically pulled something out of their pockets. A large handful of reddish banknotes were forced into Suyu's hands. Suyu did not want it. He tried to return the banknotes to the two men, but it was forced back by the two men. That scene was like the pulling and pulling of collecting New Year's money at New Year's Eve. The professionals watching from the side were dumbfounded, each one desperately rubbing their eyes, only to feel that they were not dreaming. The members of the Hanhai Guild weren't much better. If it wasn't for the fact that a detection profession had double-checked that there were no abnormalities, they would have thought that those two had been head-dropped. Maybe this kid was a friend of theirs? Was he just joking? Someone thought so. Fate modification is indeed overbearing. Suyu secretly praised. Afterward, Suyu was escorted all the way out of the secret realm under everyone's odd gazes. After Suyu left, the few people guarding the exit of the secret realm could not help but go up and ask, "What was wrong with you two just now? Why did you give the money to that kid?" The two men in black looked at each other and scratched their heads. "I can't reach off?" Another person pondered for half a day and said, "I pondered, it should be that he is more handsome, right?" Crowd. After walking out of the secret realm, Suyu went all the way without stopping and came to the weapon store where he had purchased the equipment before. This weapon store was under the banner of the Shunfeng Merchant Company. With strong financial strength, Suyu intended to dispose of the harvest from the secret realm nearby. "Boss! Come out to pick up the customers." Suyu walked through the door and called out. With a casual scan, he found that the mercenary squad that was sitting in the lobby before was still there, only that there were more empty bottles of wine on the table. However, it seemed that they were not seen smoking again. Soon, the owner of the weapon store walked out, and after seeing Suyu, his eyelids jumped and he blurted out, "Yo, dude came back for another smoke?" "Not." Suyu waved his hand, pulled out the storage bag, pocket side down, and shook the contents on the table. "You this is." The boss was a bit uncaring at first. After all, what could Suyu, a fledgling who entered the secret realm for the first time, harvest something? The mercenary squad in the hall also just swept a glance and withdrew their gazes. But soon, the boss's smile froze on his face. 3 pieces of silver equipment, and an ice and fire arcane stone? The boss rounded his eyes and his voice became shrill. How did you do it? Luck is not bad. Casually dealing with a sentence, Suyu continued to pull out things from outside. Some of the equipment with poor attributes he directly eliminated, leaving only the equipment that was useful to him, such as the silver wolf battle boots. The corners of the boss's mouth twitched viciously a few times. Luck? What kind of luck could allow a level 1 rookie entering the secret realm for the first time to obtain such a terrifying harvest? 3 silver level equipment were worth a small $2 million. The ice and fire arcane stones were even heavier, a favorite of pill refiners, and the piece in front of him could be sold for at least 18 million. Together, that can be 20 million bottom of the project. In other words, this guy earned 02 small goals in one afternoon? The mercenary squad on the side didn't drink any more wine, and also cast their eyes over here. $20 million, that was a figure that their squad would not necessarily be able to earn even if they worked hard for a year. But this guy in front of them, who was still a student, had gotten it by going in and out of the secret realm once. This made the mercenary squad's crowd's mood extraordinarily unsettled. Oh yeah, here are a few more cards, do you take them? Suyu handed over the bank cards that he had picked up from the thief and the man in the suit. These bank cards were hot stuff. He would rather sell them at a low price than invite trouble for himself. And the moment they saw those cards, several people in the mercenary squad simultaneously put away the hint of contempt they had before. In the secret realm, the most terrifying thing is not the monsters, but the people who are also professionals. Since Suyu was able to walk out of the secret realm with so many treasures and also had those unexpected gains, he had already earned their respect. This one? The boss looked around, then without moving, he received several bank cards. After sweeping over an odd-looking black box a few times, the boss whispered in Suyu's ear, "There are $10 million in these cards, I can discount $5 million here." Said, he also pretends to be difficult, squeezed his eyebrows. Industry rules, black card has a 50 handling fee, after all, we also need to deal with the deal. Did not wait for him to continue, Suyu painfully nodded. After all, it is not his own money, it is good to have it, and it does not matter if you do not have it. Painful. Loss, you can make so much money. For Suyu's behavior of not haggling, the boss was very happy. And then, he took out a measuring device and set up Suyu's other things. 4 pieces of silver equipment, 3 pieces of bronze equipment, a 3-kilogram ice and fire shen stone, plus some miscellaneous secret realm materials, worth a total of $24,677,000. Brothers, seeing as you are so forthcoming, I'll make it up to you, it'll be 25 million. Hearing this, Suyu's heartbeat accelerated slightly. 25 million. Adding the money in the card would be 30 million, and the 500,000 from the 2 big grudges at the exit of the secret realm, I would have a total of 30.5 million in savings? Do you want cash or transfer? The boss pushed the calculator in front of Suyu and revealed a bright smile. No rush, I'll buy something first. Suyu rubbed his hands together and stepped towards the interior of the weapon store. With money, the first thing to do would definitely be to bird dog first. The interior of the store was exceptionally plain, with all kinds of weapons and equipment hanging on the shelves, as well as many guns and ammunitions and so on. Suyu walked to the gun and ammunition counter and carefully checked it out. Brother, you want to buy a gun? The guys here are all built by low-level forges, I will take you to see some good stuff. Seeing Suyu stopping by, the boss enthusiastically said. Suyu raised his eyes to look at the boss and smiled. He did not have this attitude now when he came at noon. He did not reply and asked instead, "Is there that kind of gun that has weak armor breaking power but strong subsequent explosion power?" At those words, the boss froze for a moment, but still quickly said, "You're talking about the dragon breath bullet, right? It has almost no armor breaking ability, but the explosion power is not bad, and it can cause a burning effect on secret realm monsters. The best way to load this kind of bullet is to use a shotgun. You see, this OMG model shotgun can meet your needs." The boss went forward and grabbed a cool-looking shotgun and handed it to Suyu. Suyu took the shotgun handed over by the boss and scrutinized it carefully. This OMG model shotgun looked very domineering indeed. The black body was engraved with mysterious patterns, giving a sense of sci-fi. He gently stroked the body of the gun, feeling the cold metallic touch. The smell of gunpowder in his nostrils and the heaviness in his hand added to the feeling of his heart beating faster. OMG 9527 silver grade. Grade 15. Attribute physical strength 1. Endurance 300,300. Talent. Explosion LV2, bullet explosion effect increased by 20. Skill. Quick fill LV1, your loading speed is increased by 10. This shotgun was indeed very good. Suyu nodded, a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. How much is it? The boss smiled and said, "The price of this shotgun is 4 million. You know, firearms equipment has always been very expensive, but I can give you a discount, $3.5 million deal, in addition to the gift of 5 Dragon's Breath shells. Dragon Breath bombs 100,000 apiece, equivalent to this gun. I will only sell you 3 million. Upon hearing this, Suyu nodded, loaded up, and along with it, another 100 Dragon Breath bombs. A trace of joy flashed across the boss's face. Alright. He hurriedly took out a pocket, put all that big pile of odds and ends into it, loaded up the Dragon Breath bombs again, and handed it to Suyu. After Suyu received it, he walked towards the melee weapon display cabinet under the boss's puzzled gaze. After Suyu had spent a huge amount of money on purchasing gun equipment, the boss had almost decided that Suyu's was either a gun expert or a roaming gunner type of profession. But now, he picked on swords? Originally, the boss thought that he would buy something like Trick Mine or Smoke Bomb that restricts melee combat. Suyu picked through a bunch of silver-level swords and clubs, and finally took a fancy to a silver-level longsword. This longsword was silver-white in color, with a misty breath, and when worn on the waist, it had the feeling of a chivalrous person walking around the countryside. Moreover, its attributes were also to Suyu's liking. Silver sword, silver grade. Grade, 18. Attribute, agility 20. Durability, 6060. Talent. Sharpness LV2, a hit applies a light wound effect 2 for 3 minutes with a 5-minute cooldown. Light wound, movement speed reduced by 20, healing speed reduced by 50. I don't know if it's possible to turn the light injury effect into a serious injury after triggering the Destiny Minor event? Suyu muttered secretly. If it could really be triggered, it would be awesome. Boss, I've chosen, I'll take this longsword. Hearing Suyu shouting, the boss quickly walked over, took a look at the silver sword and bitterly smiled. Brother, although this sword is silver grade, but because the talent effect is not weak, the price is not low. If you want it, then old brother will charge you 12 million. Don't say it, buy it. Upon hearing this, Suyu was not surprised, and with a wave of his hand, he directly asked the boss to pack it up. After all, nowadays, most people's way of exploring is to form a group, and this kind of weakening of the monster's attributes is too useful and extraordinarily sought after. However, Suyu did not intend to team up with anyone. His fighting style was destined to be unsuitable for team fighting, so he had to make up for his shortcomings as much as possible. That was why Suyu spent a lot of money to purchase both long-range and melee weapons. In melee, he had the explosive green and gold fist gloves, used the silver sword in mid-range, and had the OMG 9527 shotgun in long-range. Now, Suyu's means of offense was finally quite comprehensive. After purchasing some disposable spells and consumables such as Hyrule pills under the boss's recommendation, Suyu finally walked out of the weapon store with a satisfied heart. Suyu had a shotgun full of technological style hanging on one side of his waist, and a silver sword with immortal air hanging on the other side. The image was how to look at how weird it was. The storage bag was also stuffed to the brim by him, piled up with ammunition and consumables and such things. Alas, this money is still not well spent. Suyu sighed. The $30.5 million that had only arrived in his hands, he had spent only $5 million left. However, Suyu did not rush to enter the secret realm again, but turned a corner and returned home to fall asleep. Only when it was noon the next day did Suyu lazily get up and walk towards the Awakening Divine Hall. Now that his level had reached the upper limit, he had to undergo a profession awakening before he could do so. Sharpening the sword would not be a bad idea, and when he awakened, he would also receive new occupation skills. Suyu had a feeling that after the theater fate master performed his first occupational awakening, he was afraid that it would bring him some unimaginable surprises. Suyu? As soon as he entered the Awakening Divine Hall, Suyu saw several familiar figures. Chapter 12 Occupation Prospect, the Fearful Fortune Teller. Suyu swept his gaze across the interior of the Awakening Goddess Temple and realized that half of the temple were former classmates. They lined up in a long queue, and at the end of the queue was a familiar-looking statue of a goddess. A few female classmates broke away from the queue and gathered in front of Suyu, blinking their eyes and asked, "Suyu, are you also here to see the career prospectus?" "Career prospectus? What is that?" Suyu curiously asked back. The girl beside him immediately and attentively introduced him. "Our current level is not enough for career awakening, but you can communicate with the career idol to see what your career development will be like in the later stages, which can also increase the motivation of everyone to practice leveling." Oh, so this is the case. Suyu suddenly realized. This is just like when playing an online game, the planners would attach some wonderful brochure videos to the transfer interface to let players know what their profession will be capable of when it develops to the later stages. Buzz. Right at this moment, as the person at the forefront of the team stretched his hand towards the goddess statue, a dazzling picture appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Suyu also cast his gaze over. Accompanied by dazzling sound effects, a handsome swordsman made his appearance. He was seen in white clothes, holding a 3-foot green blade, and chopping out infinite sword chi when he raised his hand. Every time he swung his sword, it was as graceful as flowing clouds in water, giving people a sense of ease and agility, just like a worldly sword immortal descending to the mortal world. Everyone was so excited that they went over to observe it carefully, fearing that they would miss any details. Wow, so handsome. I didn't expect this guy Wang Lin's swordsman profession to be so powerful in the later stages. I feel like this guy's face value has inexplicably become a little higher. A few girls discussed in whispers. Suyu's heartbeat also accelerated slightly as he watched. One must know that although they were now considered professionals, most of them had not even acquired professional skills yet. This would undoubtedly make people doubt their profession. However, right now, these teenage girls were as passionate as if they were seeing their future selves when they saw the occupation forward-looking. Suyu, you come too, I'll let you stick it in my front, a girl wearing a long halter dress said with a red face. A short-haired girl next to her was also not willing to show weakness. Suyu, it's okay to stick it in my back. Classmate Su, stick it in here. This is fine, then I will insert off. Suyu was somewhat unable to withstand the enthusiasm of his female classmates and reluctantly nodded his head. In the end, in the envious eyes of a group of boys, Suyu was flanked to the center of the line. Not long after, the people in the front of the queue all saw the prospects of their professions. Except for that pimp career guy who was a little embarrassed, the rest were almost all satisfied. Suyu took a deep breath and walked to the goddess statue. He skillfully reached out and stroked his hand on top of the peak of the goddess statue. Buzz! At this instant, a darkness surged from the head of the goddess statue, directly filling up the entire awakening god temple. In the next moment, everyone saw the scene of a lifetime. At this moment, the curtain rose, and our performance began. Accompanied by a low, hoarse male voice, a full moon suddenly appeared above the heads of the crowd, which emitted a bright, clear light that irradiated the earth. Under the full moon, a blood-colored figure stood quietly. He was bathed in moonlight, his eyes slightly closed as if he was waiting for a concert to begin. In front of that person, countless limbs and broken flesh formed a bizarre and absolutely beautiful picture. Some medical professionals were chilled to the bone, they could tell at a glance that those were all human bones. Roar! Beast roars came. Countless strange-shaped monsters rushed towards that figure, wanting to tear him apart. But just as those monsters stepped into the middle of the flesh and blood scrolls, the man held the large white bone sniper in one hand and waved it like an orchestra conductor. Boom! Shocking explosions came from the sky, countless blood and flesh flew, and one blood and flesh lotus after another bloomed, brightly colored to the extreme, yet filled with an unspeakably stunning sense of artistry, shocking to the extreme. Blood rained down and white bones pounded against the ground, forming a bizarre drumbeat. Every swing of the orchestra conductor holding the white bone sniper would bring up the fall of countless lives. Every bloom of the blood and flesh lotus was like a heartbeat. The death of all things also meant that they would usher in a new life. This bloody concert written in death and new life. I bloom in the midst of killing, like a flower in the dawn. When the song ended, a handsome man drenched in blood stood in the center of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, his body erect and surrounded by a faint light. His eyes were as black as ink as he slowly raised his arms and turned around to make a gentleman's salute. Everyone within the temple was shocked by the scene, staring blankly at the figure, unable to speak for a long time. Was this the fortune teller who was ranked as the top 10 most dangerous professions? Snap! The sound of applause broke the silence. The corners of Suyu's mouth could not help but rise as he gently intertwined his hands and sent his praise. He was tingling all over, as if he had sensed something in a vague way. However, that aura flickered and passed away, and he did not capture it. Just as Suyu was regretting over it, the man in the illusory image slowly got up, and those eyes actually seemed to penetrate the boundary between illusion and reality, meeting Suyu. Medium event of fate, you watched the death concert and realized the true meaning of the fortune teller profession, gaining the skill, rhythm of life. Rhythm of life, in front of you, all life will be invisible. Rhythm of life? Suyu froze, and when he came back to his senses, he realized that the image of the profession forward-looking had disappeared. And he himself had also developed an inexplicable sense of everyone around him. It was like a self-contained infrared detection. As long as it was a living thing, it could not hide within a 1-kilometer radius of him. Even the shadow assassin with the strongest stealth ability could not. This skill was undoubtedly another one of Suyu's shortcomings to be made up. Now, he would never encounter the things that he had previously encountered when he was lurked in front of by others and still didn't know about it. Suyu slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath, pulling his mind away from the bloody image he had just seen. As soon as he turned around, he saw that everyone was looking at him as if they were looking at a monster. Even the few girls who were incomparably close to him just now subconsciously took a step back when he looked at them. The moment they thought that Suyu would become that kind of existence in the future, they felt a chill run down their backs and shuddered. Although that Fate Play Master was killing monsters, the materials he used were all human beings. This was a point that most people could not accept. Suyu did not care about the opinions of others, he just slowly turned around and stepped towards the depths of the awakening divine hall. After watching this concert, his interest in occupational awakening was even greater. Chapter 13 First Occupational Awakening, 3 Pathways. Inside the awakening shrine, looking at Suyu's back, the short-haired girl bit her lip and opened her mouth to break the dead silence. Will Suyu really become that kind of person in the future? The staff of the divine temple had complex eyes and shook their heads in response. It is not possible to say. The career foresight just recorded some images of the person with the strongest representation of that career, but the probability of listening to his words, everyone present was somewhat silent. Doesn't this mean that the high probability that Suyu will also become that kind of crazy in the future? Some of the girls closed their eyes and silently gave up some of their thoughts. However, there was also a small portion of boys whose eyes started to become out of place. Hey, no, how did he walk inside the Awakening God's temple? Isn't it true that you can't walk in until you're level 20? At this time, someone finally realized that something was wrong. He couldn't be level 20 already, could he? This time, he didn't come here specifically to see the career prospectus, but to undergo the career awakening? When these words came out, they immediately triggered the entire room, causing the originally still calm atmosphere to boil up once again. Generally speaking, after awakening their professions, they would follow the Night's Watch into the secret realm to practice a week later. Those with strong abilities or banknotes would be able to reach level 15 before the promotion exam in January, which was already very good. But now, in just 1 day's time only, Suyu was already level 20? This was simply too shocking. It couldn't be possible, could it? Perhaps he was just dabbling outside without going in? A boy scratched his head and said. Meanwhile, inside the awakening divine hall, Suyu walked along a straight path deeper. There were no guards here, the entire hall appeared empty, and the sound of his footsteps alone echoed in the corridor. Not long after, Suyu felt that he had passed through an invisible barrier, and the scene in front of him opened up. The lapis lazuli floor tiles under his feet disappeared, replaced by a darkness, as if he had entered the cosmic void. In front of him, a magnificent and huge statue of a goddess appeared at some point. And then, a white arcane light rose from the goddess statue, sweeping over Suyu's entire body. This seemed to be some sort of detection means. Suyu's attribute panel popped up automatically. Profession: Theater Master. Level: 20. Strength: 49. Physical Strength: 96. Intelligence: 52. Agility: 49. Awakening: not activated. Skills: Fate Sense Rhythm of Life. Talent: Fate Modification. Fate Points: 65. Immediately following, a cool female voice sounded above Suyu's head. Detected that the professional meets the conditions for the first awakening, starting to extract the awakening task. Awakening task extraction in progress. Awakening task extraction failed. Detected the only profession in the mystery department, fortune teller. Please select a career path first. Career path? Suyu was slightly stunned. He didn't remember the textbook saying anything about career paths. He did not wait long to be puzzled. Soon after, his eyes were blurred and his destiny perception worked on its own. It was like he was standing at a fork in the road. In front of his eyes, 3 great roads to heaven appeared, and he was now choosing one of them. Great event of fate, you have come to a fork in the road of fate, and will choose one of the 3 pathways. Surprisingly, the great event of destiny had appeared. Suyu's complexion instantly became grave. Great events of fate rarely appeared, and when they did, it meant that it was the moment when his life took a major turn. According to the literal understanding, Suyu's choice this time was extraordinarily important and might affect the direction of his life in the future. Therefore, it was necessary to be extraordinarily cautious. Suyu took a deep breath and gazed at the road to his left. It was dark there and could not be seen truly, but vaguely, a blood-colored lotus flower could still be glimpsed from it. Not long after, the blood-colored lotus flower slowly dissipated, transforming into the 3-word speech house. This was perhaps the name of this pathway. A speaker who expresses his thoughts with blood and fire. The familiar smell of blood and gunpowder drilled into his nostrils. Almost instantly, Suyu knew what this pathway represented. If one chose this pathway, then one's future direction of development might be like what the career foresight showed, specializing in long-range strikes and crafting killing means such as trick mines. It wasn't impossible. However, the lack of melee means in this pathway was also a problem. After all, that crippled fortune teller had most likely had his leg broken by a melee professional. Let's look at the other 2 paths. Suyu's mind raced as various thoughts flashed through his mind. This decision was too important and required an extremely high level of vigor to make. Thus, he looked at the second road again. Similarly, that road was also covered by the mist. Suyu gazed carefully for a long time before he vaguely saw a pattern similar to a short sword. He inhaled his nose. A scent of blood that was 100 times thicker than before drilled into his nostrils, causing his stomach to roll. He frowned as his gaze landed on the hilt of the sword. This short sword looked ordinary and strange. It did not even have a hilt, there was only the nearly transparent sword body that exuded a cold and sharp touch. Suyu could not help but take 2 steps forward. However, the closer he got to it, the more he could smell the pungent scent of blood. Suyu's steps lurched and his body stiffened for a moment. He silently retreated back to his original position, and several bloody marks suddenly appeared on his shoulders. Suyu's eyes slowly moved. At this time, he realized that his surroundings had been covered with countless silk threads. These silk threads spread out from that short sword, filling this space to the brim, as if even the space had been cut into countless pieces by it. The sharpness seemed to break through all bonds and slice through all obstacles. Even if it was a simulated effect, it still possessed an extremely strong killing power. After a while, the short sword slowly disappeared, transforming into the words, "cocoon breaker." Perhaps, when the cocoon made of those silk threads that could cut through space and time completely disappeared, then the cocoon would truly be broken into a butterfly? The second pathway seems to be an assassin type? The method of attack should be those transparent silk threads with that short sword, which I'm afraid is very terrifying in a confined space or a small-scale battle. This extreme means of attack would probably be far superior to the first pathway in terms of killing efficiency. However, walking on the tip of a sword is not my style. Suyu's eyes narrowed in contemplation and finally looked towards that last path again. Combat. Cool. Just after taking a look, Suyu's eardrums violently trembled and his heart beat wildly. This path was filled with blood, cruelty, tyranny as well as madness. At the end of that road, one could vaguely see countless corpses and bones piled up, and blood gathered into a river. A magnificent figure stood there. He roared up to the sky, and in front of him were countless strong enemies. However, no matter how strong the enemies were, they could not bring him down. The more he fought, the more courageous he became. Hissing and roaring penetrated the boundaries of space and time, clearly and incomparably reaching Suyu's ears. Suyu's eyes became blood red and his skin rolled with an incomparable heat, affected by that battle spirit. What kind of warrior was this? Suyu's heart shook. It was as if he was on top of a battlefield, fighting against countless powerful enemies, blood splattering the sky, and corpses strewn everywhere. That scene made Suyu's blood boil and he hated that he could not immediately rush into the front line to fight. After a long time, the giant gradually became illusory, and all the visions gathered together, turning into the three words gatekeeper. Ha! The name of this battle frenzy pathway. Suyu's mood had just calmed down, but he was somewhat confused by the name of the gatekeeper pathway. Shouldn't it be battle maniac or battle thirsty? However, Suyu did not look deeper. He had more important things right now. Looking at the three pathways, Suyu fell back into contemplation for a while. These three pathways each had their own characteristics and were all very powerful. It was difficult to say who was stronger. If he had to choose one from them, Suyu felt conflicted. He both wished to balance his defense and means of preserving his life, but also longed to have a strong enough offensive ability. After all, the best defense is offense. The truth is only under the range of the cannon. Forget it, the adult world does not need to worry too much. The corner of Suyu's mouth rose, and he eventually cast his gaze towards the Destiny Terrier. In the next moment, Fate Modification was launched. Ding! Destiny Grand Event, you have come to a fork in the road of destiny and will be choosing 3 out of 3 paths. Tease Fate, Fate Point 20. Only children make choices. Suyu said he wanted them all. Chapter 14, 10-star difficulty. An impossible task. Right after Suyu completed his Fate Modification. Rumble. The scene in front of Suyu's eyes instantly distorted, space and time seemed to be misaligned, and the three pathways were forcefully merged together to form a brand new pathway. That was a pathway that had never appeared before, merging all of the three pathways of the Fate players, and would also be unprecedentedly powerful. Suyu's heart beat furiously as he took a step towards that path. As one step fell, all these visions in front of him disappeared. The luster of the goddess statue strangely brightened by a few points, and those star-like eyes flickered for a moment, seeming to have a hint of spirituality in an instant. However, Suyu did not notice this. His attention at the moment was all focused on the several lines of small blood-colored words that appeared below the goddess statue. Theater Fate Master Professional chooses the pathway Divine Destiny. Awakening task being extracted for you. Awakening task extracted successfully. Awakening task, change destiny against heaven. Task difficulty, 10 stars. Task difficulty, 10 stars. Task difficulty, 10 stars. Introduction, you are a thief swimming in the river of destiny. You are the master of fate, but if you want to tease fate, you must first endure the wrath of fate. When you realize that your fate cannot be mastered, how will you respond? Requirements for awakening, gain 1000 destiny points and survive. Quest time limit, 24 hours. If the time limit is exceeded, the quest will fail and you will be permanently disqualified from professional awakening. Destiny pathway? Unable to control your own destiny? And, one must also obtain 1000 destiny points within 24 hours? Suyu felt some toothache. One must know that the fate points he had gained up until now by tossing around were only 65 points off. Obtaining 1000 destiny points within 24 hours was simply hellishly difficult for the current him. Moreover, this quest also came with a survival condition, which meant that it seemed that he still needed to face unknown dangers? Is this the gold content of a 10-star difficulty? Suyu bitterly smiled and shook his head. Truly worthy of being 3 pathways in one, the difficulty was truly heaven-defying. However, since the difficulty is so high, perhaps the profit after the completion of the mission is not low. Forget it, can't waste time. 1,000 destiny points was too large a quantity. Even if it was obtained by killing people, it would still be necessary to kill a full 100 people. But right now, there were no enemies to fulfill his needs. A sense of urgency rose in Suyu's heart as he quickly turned around and headed out. Back inside the hall of the Awakening Divine Hall, Suyu's heart was heavy with worry. His head was lowered as he quickly marched, but he did not realize that there was a figure blocking in front of him. Duong. Suyu felt like he had hit the edge of two balls of cotton and was knocked straight back a step. He raised his head and looked towards that person. Ha? How come it's you, sir? Suyu froze. The one standing in front of him was clearly the large-breasted female officer that he had met earlier when he awakened his profession. What officer? My name is Gu Qingying. Also, it's G, not F. Gu Qingying wrapped her hands around herself, narrowed her eyes and scrutinized Suyu. She had received a tip-off that there was a high-risk professional infested here. Unexpectedly, it was this guy Suyu. Although fortune tellers were dangerous, they could still make great contributions to the Federation when guided well. There was once a fortune teller who fought for 3 days and 3 nights against the foreigners before guarding the country's gates, exchanging his own life for the lives of millions of people. You've already taken the awakening mission? Gu Qingying stared at the 10 small stars on top of Suyu's head with a slightly confused expression. She had just thought that it was some sort of decoration, but upon closer inspection, it was clearly a characteristic of having received an awakening mission. An awakening quest of a few stars would have a few small stars dangling above the head. Until after the awakening quest was completed, these stars would be integrated into the body of the professional, turning into the power of professional awakening. And right now, the 10 small stars above Suyu's head were simply too eye-catching, and even had the feeling of stars arching over the moon. So handsome. A girl could not help but exclaim in a low voice. Handsome? This is something that's going to kill you, okay? The boy next to her immediately retorted. The more stars, the more dangerous the awakening mission. This guy had 10 on his head. It was simply a 10-star awakening mission that had never appeared before. 10 stars? 5 stars are called hellish difficulty. What should 10 stars be called? Hiss. This is a direct attempt on his life, right? How can a 10-star mission be completed? Everyone was stunned by Suyu's 10-star awakening mission. Now even the question of how he had risen 19 levels in a day was no longer a concern. After all, even if one upgraded at a faster rate and was unable to have a career awakening, it would be of no use. Without a career awakening, a professional's level cap would only be level 20, and it would be useless even if you swiped as many monsters as you could. Can you reveal the content of your quest? Perhaps I can help out a bit. Gu Qingying, with a few moments of sympathy in her eyes, stepped forward and said seriously. No need, this quest can only be completed by myself. Suyu thanked her for her goodwill and quickly walked out of the Awakening Divine Hall under various strange gazes. He looked up and glanced at the countdown. 23:55. Spinning around, he let out a long breath. He didn't have the time to delay any longer now. He had to hurry up and find a way to obtain destiny points before he could do so. Otherwise, continue to go to the secret realm and try? However, just when Suyu had just had this thought, he suddenly sensed an icy gaze coming from behind him. Suyu did not move and continued walking forward. But soon, he realized that not only had that gaze not disappeared, instead, the number of people staring at him had even increased. Suyu forced himself to calm down. Soon, from the clothing of those people, he discovered the crux of the matter. These people, surprisingly, were all members of the Hanhai Guild. Are things still exposed? But I clearly handled it quite cleanly. Could it be that those who were betrayed by their own captain also betrayed me? Suyu guessed. However, he quickly rejected this guess. No, I'm afraid this is the manifestation of losing control of fate, right? Everything not going your way? Absolute bad luck? Suyu secretly sighed. However, his mood was slightly better. He was worried that there was no place to get fate points. Muttered. Suyu fiercely accelerated and turned into a side alley with big strides. Not good. The target has discovered us, taking coercive measures. Seeing Suyu's figure disappear, a dozen people wearing earphones suddenly sprang out on the street. After a short exchange, they quickly dispersed in all directions. Among them, the first few people who tracked Suyu quickly followed behind him. Suyu's feet were extremely fast, and he sped all the way, passing through several netherworld trails in the blink of an eye. However, what made him depressed was that he had just run not far when he realized that a few people suddenly flashed out in front of him and blocked the way. Suyu's face instantly changed. This bad luck effect is too strong, right? Obviously, I chose my escape route after observing it through life rhythm. He cursed in his heart. Actually taking the initiative to come to the door. A middle-aged strong man could not help but laugh up in the air upon seeing Suyu. The other person beside him did the same, a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. The remaining dozen or so people also surrounded Suyu. One of them crushed a disposable spell and created a shielding boundary. This way, what happened here in a short period of time could not be detected by the Night Watch. Fate minor event, you are surrounded and about to encounter a siege. With the appearance of the Destiny Terrier, Suyu's face became more and more ugly. Was the Fate Stalker also affected? It's not easy to change this one. Suyu's left hand tightly gripped the shotgun while his right hand was placed on top of the hilt of his silver sword. At the same time, Life Rhythm made a sweep. There were a total of 12 people behind Suyu, and all of them were level 20 or above professionals who had completed their first awakening. The bald burly man slowly wore the finger tiger on top of his two hands and rushed towards Suyu with a fierce smile. How dare you resist? The more you resist, the more excited I am. A layer of white air current lingered all over his body, and his muscles bulged regularly. In a few strides, he rushed in front of Suyu, and then there was a powerful twin peak slam. The ally finger tigers brought up an ear-piercing sonic boom and stabbed at Suyu's two temples. This strike was murderous. Without the slightest hesitation, it was a real killing technique. A once-awakened fighter was ranked around level 25. Suyu quickly judged the general strength of this person. However, he was in no hurry to draw his sword or gun. Suyu's eyelids drooped slightly. Fate modification was launched. Fate minor event, you are surrounded and about to encounter a siege. Ding! Fate minor event, you are surrounded and about to encounter a siege. Teasing Fate, Fate.5. In the next instant, that horrific scene directly draws a sudden change. Ha! Die! The bald burly man's fist momentum stalled, and then with a face full of grimace, he hung a white scarf around Suyu's neck. Chapter 15, Fighting Style Belonging to Suyu. Illusion? Still. The bald burly man looked at the disappearing finger tiger in his hand and muttered. The rest of the people behind him were also dumbfounded and rubbed their eyes in disbelief. What exactly was this guy's profession? A magician? An icy cold touch came from the top of his head. The bald, burly man then snapped back to his senses. A beautifully shaped, but unusually rough caliber shotgun was pressed against his head. Gulp! His throat rolled and the ferocity on his face disappeared without a trace. Dude, calm down. I'm sorry, people die when they are killed. I don't want to be killed by you, so please go ahead and die. Suyu coldly interrupted. Boom! Accompanied by a loud roar, the dragon breath bomb exploded into a fiery dragon, instantly engulfing the bald and strong man's head. Scorched black blood spurted out, and the bald man collapsed on his back. Destiny.10. Suyu put away the shotgun and said to himself, too much power in a weapon doesn't seem to be a good thing? You can't even swipe fate points. And then, he looked at the others. Do you all want to kill me as well? Seeing Suyu's murderous appearance, the group of professionals around him had their hearts beating wildly. This kid looked like a harmless appearance, but this hand is really black. There were a few people whose hearts immediately gave birth to the intention of retreating. But remembering the president's command, they forced themselves to be bold. Let's go together, melee professionals forward top, mages stored power, spellcasters to hang a curse on him. I don't believe it, we still can't take down this guy who hasn't even turned one yet. Go! Amidst the shouts of these people, more than a dozen professionals rushed forward. They cooperated extremely well, with the two shield mountains holding up their door like shields at the front, firmly protecting some of the mage brittle skins. The two mages in the back row kept chanting incantations, and a scorching aura filled the air. This formation, if people who didn't know thought that they were brushing a secret boss. Very well. Seeing this, instead of being surprised, Suyu immediately raised his gun and pointed it at a shield mountain at the very front. Hey, with that silver shotgun of yours you still want to break my shield? That shield mountain sneered disdainfully. The death of the bald burly man was his own stupidity, crashing into the muzzle of the gun. He was extremely confident in his shield, not to mention dragon breath bullets, even specialized armor-piercing bullets wouldn't be able to penetrate his shield. However, he didn't take it lightly and immediately activated his skill. Guardian Holy Light, when activated, generates a piece of holy light directly in front of you, significantly reducing the damage you receive for 5 seconds, cooldown time 5 minutes. A piece of holy light appeared in front of the shield. This was completely stable. However, in the next moment, Suyu did not hesitate to pull the trigger. In this instant, a picture of the future appeared in Suyu's mind. The dragon breath bomb first passed through the holy light and was weakened by 80% before it impacted on top of that shield and erupted into a violent fire. However, that was all. After the fire disappeared, the shield remained unharmed. Fate minor event, you used a shotgun to attack the shield, and the dragon breath shells disappeared after impacting the shield. Everything around them seemed to be slowed down. This was a characteristic of Suyu's brain being in overdrive. After all, trying to reverse fate by just modifying a single word would require an enormous amount of brainpower. There! Suddenly, the corner of Suyu's mouth rose slightly. Fate modification was launched. Ding! Fate minor event, you used a shotgun to attack a shield, and the dragon breath bullet disappeared after crashing through the shield. Tease Fate, Fate.5. Bang! As the gun went off, a roaring flash of fiery red rushed towards that shield mountain. It's not worth the effort. Shield mountain roared, his arms firing dead center against the shield. Boom! Like thunder falling, the loud sound caused the eardrums of the surrounding circle of people to tremble. That shield mountain even sent his entire body flying out, falling heavily on the wall. As the smoke cleared, the crowd fixed their eyes on that shield mountain was actually directly lifted out, and the silver-grade shield in his hand was directly broken open with a huge gaping hole. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. That was a silver-grade shield, and it had shield mountain skill enhancement, and it was actually pierced by a single shot. You know, that was a dragon's breath bullet, the bullet with the weakest armor-breaking ability, and it actually produced such a terrifying effect? No, don't kill me. I surrender. A series of words begging for mercy rang out. That shield mountain's guts were broken. Suyu shook his head and faintly said, "It's too late." Boom! The dragon breath bomb roared out and the fire snake engulfed that person. Ah! Miserable howls came out from the fireball. Most of Shield Mountain's stamina values were extremely high, however, Suyu did not expect a dragon breath bomb to take his life. Without rushing, Suyu turned around and blasted another shot onto the shield of another Shield Mountain. Boom! Under the same old technique, that Shield Mountain was also directly lifted off the ground and a large hole appeared on his shield. After doing all this, Suyu put the shotgun away. A pair of gloves with a greenish-golden luster appeared in his hands. Gold equipment? He actually had gold equipment. Seeing those gloves, someone could not help but shout lowly, "Good chance!" At this moment, a stern voice came out. Immediately after, several figures shot towards Suyu. They were so fast that they arrived almost in the blink of an eye. The four of them held long swords, and in an instant, they closed in, blocking all of Suyu's paths to life. Suffer death. Although the several swordsmen did not understand why Suyu, who was clearly a gunman, had a gold-grade glove. However, they knew what would happen to a gunman who had not awakened after being close to four first-turn swordsmen. Suyu's complexion was slightly condensed as his figure flickered and dodged several deadly attacks. Destiny Perception was launched on its own. Images of the future surfaced. A sword glowing with a cold light slashed at his shoulder. However, because his stamina value was too high, it only entered the flesh by half an inch. Fate Minor Event, you were attacked by a long sword and your shoulder was cut. Fixed the result? With time running out, Suyu had no time to think of a better scenario, so he only had to change it randomly. Fateful Little Event, you were attacked by a longsword and your shoulder was slashed. Ding! Fate Minor Event, you were attacked by a longsword and your shoulder was shocked. Clang! A huge force of recoil came from it. What? Why did this sword look like it was slashing at Shield Mountain? That swordsman was confused, he had used all his strength on this sword. Unexpectedly, it failed to even cut through Suyu's skin? Chapter 16 all wiped out, not one left behind. Very good, very good. Suyu patted the reddened shoulder, a red light flashing under his eyes. The pain intertwined with the smell of blood around him caused him to feel inexplicably excited. The rest of the occupiers also looked at this scene with gravity. Could it be that this person's profession was Shield Mountain? Some people guessed, but they were instantly vetoed by themselves, because those two shots Suyu had just fired were just too amazing, and it was not at all like the attack power that a Shield Mountain could have. However, they did not have to think for long because Suyu unexpectedly advanced instead of retreating and took the initiative to draw closer. He backhandedly grabbed the long sword that the swordsman was about to draw away. With a fierce pull. With the power added by the green and gold boxing gloves, he even directly pulled that swordsman into a stumble. Not good. That swordsman's pupils shrunk, and his eyes were filled with that sandbag-sized fist. Boom! Suyu threw a heavy punch at the heart of this swordsman. Plop! A mouthful of blood sprayed out, the swordsman's chest was sunken, and his entire body bowed into a shrimp. This was not all. After Suyu's punch hit, the armor-breaking effect was launched immediately after. Only to hear the second la. A sound. The swordsman's clothes instantly turned into pieces. Even that bronze-grade inner armor was no exception. He was just so naked and exposed in the middle of the exposed air. Ah! The man screamed miserably, his face hardened to the extreme. This wasn't just physical damage, but also mental destruction? A female swordsman's face brushed white. Dying is fine, but can it not be done in such a humiliating way? Suyu laughed coldly and pulled out the silver sword from his waist, stabbing along the gap between his ribs, killing him with a single blow. Plop! The sound of a sharp weapon entering the flesh rang out, only to see that swordsman's mouth overflowing with blood, his face carrying a look of disbelief. He, a first-turn swordsman, couldn't even last 3 seconds in the hands of this teenager? Destiny Point 10. After seeing the destiny points being credited, Suyu did not hesitate and turned around to charge at another person. Boom! Sobra. Put. Armor broken, sword drawn, one-hit kill. Destiny Points 10. A set of process went down, another life passed in Suyu's hands. His white short sleeve was dyed red with blood, looking particularly weird and horrible. Not good. Spread out. A spellcaster in the squad shouted. Suyu's melee ability was not weak, and now that the battle formation had been broken open again, he could only fight a guerrilla war with him and delay until the mage had finished storing up his power. Spell retard. A dim light rushed towards Suyu. Fate minor event, you have been cursed by a spell and your movement speed has been greatly reduced. Looking at the small words floating in front of him, Suyu's smile was extraordinarily wide. In the next moment, the fate modification was unleashed. Fate minor event, you have been cursed by a spell and your movement speed has increased greatly. Fast. He was limited in speed by me, now he is just crawling like a turtle, you guys quickly retreat. The spellcaster said with some fatigue. The few remaining swordsmen looked at each other and fled, no longer willing to fight. Can you run away? The corner of Suyu's mouth lifted up as he chased after them with his silver sword. Swoosh. His speed was strangely fast, like an electric light. Is this what you call turtle speed? This is a Xuanwu, right? Seeing the rapidly approaching Suyu, the three couldn't help but curse. Let's split up and see who is unlucky. One of the swordsmen helplessly said. The other two nodded at the same time. And then, the three instantly spread out and ran in 3 different directions. Without the slightest hesitation, Suyu randomly picked one person to chase after. In less than a moment, he had arrived behind this person. Damn it! You go after them, why are you chasing me? The female swordsman was on the verge of crying out, with not a single thought of fighting in her heart. Just kidding, if she was punched by Suyu, wouldn't she be shameful? How could there be such a shameless guy? Fighting with him, no matter if one wins or loses, one's modesty will definitely not be preserved. However, sometimes the more one fears something, the more it comes. Boom! Feeling the strong wind coming from behind her, as well as a strong impact on her waist, 2 lines of tears slipped from the corners of the eyes of that female swordsman. I don't want to live anymore. Jira! A stunning scene unfolded along with the sound of fabric shattering. Even a few of the mages who were storing up their power were disturbed by the scene, and the speed of chanting spells slowed down a lot. However, Suyu's expression did not change in the slightest. The hot blood in his body was all assigned to a reasonable location, and there was no effort to go to strange places. However, just as Suyu drew his sword and was about to send this lifeless swordswoman away. You crazy person, go to hell! Super giant fireball technique. A hysterical roar came from not far away. Suyu only felt a blazing heat coming to his face. 2 gigantic balls of flame whistled, carrying destructive power as they smashed towards him. In such a hurry to die? Suyu muttered. In the picture of fate perception, the 2 giant fireballs merged together in mid-air, transforming into a fireball the size of a small 3-story building that flew in front of him and then exploded. Fate medium event, low-level magic, super giant fireball spell exploded in front of you. Suyu's eyes rarely appeared gloomy. Although the mage was criticized for being brittle and having a long build-up time, if he really let his magic out, it would definitely be disaster level. The spell's effect had already ended, and it was unrealistic to consider dodging it. Suyu already saw that the 2 mages were looking at him with a vigilant face, ready to maneuver the large fireball to change direction. However, Suyu did not intend to dodge either. Since the Fate Terrier had already appeared, he would not let the opportunity to earn Fate points slip away. Fortunately, the Fate summary did not result in serious injury or death. However, this Fate summary was also very difficult to modify. Suyu quickly pondered over the countermeasures in his mind. Across from him, all the occupiers breathed a sigh of relief. They gazed at the huge fireball that slowly fused together and felt a full sense of security. This was the bottom card of their squad. Once it was used, even a level 42nd turn professional would have to suffer a great loss, and if it was a frontal hit, there was even a high probability that they would be directly killed. Finally killed this person. What kind of profession is he in the end? Why is he so difficult to deal with? I'm afraid it's a hidden profession, otherwise it wouldn't have made the president personally issue a kill order. It's a pity, if this guy doesn't offend the chairman, I'm afraid he'll still be a character after he grows up smoothly. Around the 2 mages, several professionals whispered. And just after the last person's words fell, a brilliant red light flashed. At the same time, Suyu finally moved. Fate medium event, low-level magic, super huge fireball spell explodes in front of you. Ding! Medium event of fate, low magic, super giant fireball spell explodes in front of you. Playing with fate. Fate point 10. Fate modification was launched. Suyu felt the high temperature in front of him disappear instantly and thought to himself that this strategy was indeed correct. Magic became magic, and that terrifyingly huge fireball became a blindfold all of a sudden. Rumble. An earth-shaking sound resounded in the ears of the crowd. A mushroom cloud rose up. It was a tragic explosion. All of the previous boundaries set up by the Boundary Master were directly broken through. However, no one noticed that such a large explosion did not produce any vibrations on the ground. Holy! Wasn't the commotion a little too big? Wasn't that a fear that the explosion wouldn't kill him? After all, it was a monster with physical strength comparable to Shield Mountain. The 2 mages looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Let's go, it's time for us to go back and deliver. I didn't expect that a mere unawakened guy would be able to kill so many of us back. The crowd was filled with emotion. At the same time, a strong sense of accomplishment could not help but rise in their hearts. Having obliterated a genius of this level, it was impossible to say that one wasn't excited. Did I tell you all to leave? However, the crowd did not take a few steps before Suyu's ice-cold voice came from their ears. Impossible. That was the limit of low-level magic. How could you be fine? Those two mages screamed incredulously. However, what responded to them was only Suyu's cold sword blade. Chapter 17 Pleasantly Killing and Crossing Over, Holy Spirit Academy Tutor. Destiny Point 10. Destiny Point 10. Between the flashes of swordlight, two heads crashed to the ground. The blood dyed the alley red, like a Moro hell. The rest of the professional squad ran out like crazy. After Suyu walked out of that huge fireball spell without any injuries, they had completely lost any will to fight. However, they did not expect that the location that was originally chosen for concealment had become their burial ground at this moment. No! A swordsman screamed in despair, but still had his heart blown to pieces by the green and gold fist gloves. Suyu was in no man's land, obviously not having learned any battle techniques, but that stance was incomparably coordinated, a sword, a fist, directly churning this squad of heavily armed professionals to pieces. Destiny Point 10. Destiny Point 10. The hints of increased fate points kept popping up, and Suyu's mood became more and more pleasurable. It was as if he was dancing, blooming with the passing of life. It's over. It's all over. The surviving spellcaster hissed in despair, "You killed so many people. You won't be able to escape. The Night's Watch will punish you. The chairman won't let you go either. All I know is that the Night's Watch didn't care when you guys tried to kill me, so there's no one to stop me when I kill you." Suyu didn't care to respond, first come first served. As for your chairman, then let him wait first. His tone was casual and domineering, and as he spoke, he took another step and swung his fist at the spellcaster's chest. The spellcaster looked at Suyu, his gaze was dumbfounded, and he muttered, "Chairman, why?" As soon as the words fell, his pupils dilated and his entire life dissipated. Destiny Point 10. Suyu patted the non-existent dust on his clothes and was calm. He opened the attribute panel and took a look. Occupation, Theater Fate Master. Level, 20. Strength, 49. Physical Strength, 96. Intelligence, 52. Agility, 49. Awakening, First Turn. Skills, Sense of Fate Rhythm of Life. Talent, Fate Modification. Fate Points, 175. I can't believe I've saved up 175 points. It seems like saving up 1,000 destiny points is not a particularly difficult thing to do. Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly. However, there seems to be something wrong with my current state. Could it be the effect of watching that previous performance? He shook his head slightly. After resonating with that one Theater Fate Master, he felt that he had indeed changed somewhat. At the very least, he wouldn't have found ending his life a very pleasant thing to do before. However, it did not seem to be a bad thing. Suyu? You? A trembling voice came. Suyu turned his head and saw Gu Qingying slowly approaching him. She held her staff in her hand with a grave expression. These people, were you the one who killed them? Gu Qingying stared at Suyu dead on. That teenager looked like he had only just come out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His pair of dark red eyes were aggressive and frightening. She originally wanted to follow Suyu and provide him with help on the awakening mission, and in the meantime try to see if she could pull him into the Night's Watch. But now, Gu Qingying deeply suspected that Suyu's mental state might be in trouble. This guy, he wouldn't be crazy as well, right? Facing Gu Qingying's question, Suyu nodded casually. That's right, it was indeed me who did it. They wanted to kill me, but unfortunately, it didn't work. Hearing Suyu's words, the last trace of fluke in Gu Qingying's heart disappeared. She took a deep breath, and the hand hidden on her body quickly took out the contact device. Call. However, just as she opened her mouth was covered by Suyu. What do you want to do? Don't want to, shut up. Suyu smiled easily and covered Gu Qingying's mouth to drag her into the alley. The loot is not yet in his hands, he can't be exposed so quickly. Gu Qingying wanted to struggle, but she, a mage who had just completed one awakening, was directly crushed by Suyu in terms of strength attributes. The vision in front of her eyes was gradually engulfed in darkness. Feeling the burning body heat coming from behind her, as well as the ragged panting, Gu Qingying's mind was filled with thoughts. Only after being dragged into a corner where no one was paying attention did Suyu release her. And then, as soon as he did, Suyu took off his blood-soaked short sleeves, revealing his strong and powerful muscles, as well as those neat 8-pack abs. His eyes burned as he looked at Gu Qingying, and as soon as he did, he ripped off her jacket. What do you want to do? Gu Qingying's heart was beating wildly. Do what? What's there to say? Suyu raised an eyebrow and put that vigilante's standardized jacket on his body. After all, that blood-colored short sleeve was also too eye-catching. Gu Qingying clasped her hands to her chest, her eyes were red, she lowered her head, her body was like a mosquito fly and said, yes, but you have to wear that. What? Suyu froze, a puzzled face. You just stand here and don't move, wait for me to go and scavenge the loot, be good and obey and you will live, understand? Good. Gu Qingying raised her head and suddenly understood after seeing Suyu wearing his own clothes. Her face swished red. Although she had joined the Night's Watch Guild at a young age, she was after all only a 20-year-old girl, and everything that had suddenly happened had really caused her to be somewhat unable to react. Especially since she had actually agreed that Suyu could do that kind of thing to herself. Shame, simply too shameful. Suyu did not think too much and walked straight towards the alley entrance. The smell of blood at the entrance of the alley was just too strong. He had to quickly touch the corpse. If he was caught in by the night watchman, the awakening mission would definitely be in vain. Soon, one piece of bronze or silver level equipment was stuffed into Suyu's storage bag. This made the already somewhat full storage bag even more overburdened. If the storage bag could talk, it would definitely say, "Don't stuff it, it's all filled up." There were 15 pieces of silver equipment, of which broken equipment accounted for 8 pieces. Bronze equipment 20 pieces, but none of them were useful and of little value. This is good stuff. From a corpse that was buried at the bottom, Suyu found a windfall. It was a gunner professional. However, he was limited by the terrain and had yet to shoot a pistol at Suyu once. Desert Eagle bronze grade. Durability, 100,100. 1 bronze grade pistol, 10 armor-piercing bullets, 50 riot slugs. Not bad, not bad. Suyu nodded with satisfaction. From the battle just now, he realized that the dragon breath bullet was too powerful and many times it could not trigger the Fate Minor event. And this Sand Eagle could make up for it slightly. Suyu directly removed the gun pouch along with the Sandhawk and strapped it to himself. After doing this, Suyu took a step without stopping and quickly ran towards the nearest Shunfeng merchant house. For this 10-star awakening mission, he already had a preliminary plan. Gu Qingying looked at Suyu's back and held the communicator in her hand for a long time hesitating, but still waited for another 5 minutes before dialing a number. Not a moment later, a clear sound of high heels came from far and near. Gu Qingying immediately looked sideways, and after seeing the person who came, she looked like she had found her backbone, quickly running over and calling out, "Teacher! You have finally come!" Lu Bird Fairy walked in a cheongsam embroidered with a phoenix pattern. Her appearance was dignified and atmospheric, and her every move carried a noble aura that inspired awe. "What happened here?" Willow Bird Fairy calmly asked. Even though the surroundings were full of dead bodies, her expression did not change in the slightest. "Teacher, it's like this." Gu Qingying wiped the tear stains from the corner of her eyes and quickly told everything that had just happened. After hearing that Suyu's occupation was that of a fortune teller, Lu Bird Fairy's eyes slightly stared a little. She swept those corpses on the ground again, and her gaze lingered on the pattern of the vast ocean guild for a moment. "You give up this mission and go back to school, I'll handle things here," Willow Bird Fairy faintly commanded. In addition to her identity as the Night Watchman, she was also a tutor of the Holy Spirit School, one of the 4 major schoolhouses. This academy mission was originally intended to bring Gu Qingying for some experience, but she didn't realize that this niece was still too tender. So, it's better to let her go back and start with small tasks. "Then how will you deal with Suyu?" Gu Qingying hurriedly asked. "Deal with? Why deal with him?" Willow Sparrow Fairy raised an eyebrow and asked a rhetorical question. Gu Qingying felt her brain spinning a bit and opened her mouth, but he killed so many people. The Hanhai Guild took the lead in violating Dixa's law and order regulations and maliciously obliterated Dixa's young geniuses with a 12-member well-established team of professionals. As for Suyu, he was merely acting in self-defense. "I am now dealing with the Hanhai Guild, do you understand?" Willow Sparrow Fairy spoke word by word, calmly. "So that's how it is?" Gu Qingying was dazed, and a trace of guilt suddenly rose in her heart. It seems that it was her own preconceived notions that wronged Suyu. Thinking of this, she left with some soulfulness. After Gu Qingying left, the Willow Bird Immortal's body glowed with a reddish light. In the next moment, the vermilion bird's flame ignited, and the filth in the entire alley was set ablaze. After doing so, Willow Bird Fairy took out her communicator and dialed a number. "What's the outcome of the Haze Guild's investigation?" This is already the 3rd time this year that they were found to have strangled the younger generation out of hand. It's the 3rd time this year that they've been found to have strangled the younger generation. There seemed to be silence on the other side of the phone for a moment before a man's low voice came out. "Mr. Liu, the chain of evidence is now 1 link short, I hope you can be patient." "Patience? Patience, my ass. You go tell that to the dead human genius. Alas, after all, this is Dacia, it's not like the frontline where there are no taboos. I don't care. You know what? They almost drove another fortune teller into a lunatic of the remnant kind today. There's another fate player in this generation?" Willow Sparrow Fairy angrily hung up the phone, transformed into a flash of red light, and sped towards the location of the Hanhai Guild. Relying on others was better than relying on herself. She was prepared to personally head to the Hanhai Guild to investigate. Chapter 18. He's going to challenge a guild alone? After Suyu left that alleyway, he walked through a few streets and directly walked inside the Shunfeng Merchant Company. After displaying more than 10 pieces of silver equipment, the welcoming reception directly invited him to the second-floor VIP area. Of those 15 pieces of silver equipment, Suyu did not sell them all, but instead chose 2 pieces of protective gear to wear on his body. A total of 13 pieces of silver equipment and 20 pieces of bronze equipment, all of which he intended to sell all of them. A trace of urgency emerged between Suyu's brows, urging, "These equipment your bank as soon as possible to estimate a price, I still have things to do, quite urgent." Across from him, a bald manager quickly said, "Well, you wait a moment, my line of appraisers have begun to count the price." He also saw the 10 little stars on top of Suyu's head, so he was extremely sympathetic to Suyu's encounter. Poor little guy, even encountered a 10-star awakening task, this are going to be dumped into the family to sell the bottom of the family to do the task? Not long after, the bald manager smiled apologetically at Suyu and walked out of the room. "Sorry to keep you waiting." When he came back again, he held a list in his hand with the appraisal of all the equipment and the estimated value. "You have a look at it." After the bald manager came in, he directly handed the list to Suyu. "No need to look at it, just directly say how much." Suyu did not take it, but opened the door and said. The manager nodded and looked at the contents of the list, pondered for a moment and said, 12 pieces of silver equipment, 8 of which are severely damaged, worth a total of $23 million. 20 pieces of bronze equipment, worth a total of $9,800,000. Your stuff is worth a total of $32.8 million. Do you want cash or transfer? Is it worth just over $30 million? Suyu frowned. And then, he handed over his bank card with a face of flesh pain. The balding manager took it with both hands. "Do you mean to transfer it all to this card?" "No, scratch another $2 million out and give me a level 4 war card." Suyu returned with a sullen face. "Ah? A 4th level war book?" Upon hearing this, the fat meat on the bald manager's face trembled, not daring to believe it. "What? No." Suyu frowned. "There is, I will go get it for you right now." The bald manager wiped his sweat as he returned. A war book is an item that opens a guild war, and a level 4 war book means engaging in a war with a level 4 guild. Nowadays, there were only 3 level 4 guilds in the entire Qingchun, namely Hanhai Guild, Lingxiao Guild, and Quanshan Guild. Every year, the guild wars were dominated by them. Could it be that the guy in front of him, who had a frighteningly heavy bloody aura, was a member of one of the tier 4 guilds? Thinking of this, the bald manager couldn't help but gulp. "This is what you asked for." Soon, the balding manager walked in holding a wooden box. Suyu took the wooden box and opened it. A piece of yellowish paper was lying quietly in it, unknown words were written on the paper, and there was a sword mark at the lower drop, representing war. Letter of War. Grade 4. Introduction. When used by a guild leader, it can open a guild war with a hostile guild. Note, if the user has no guild of their own, they can also open a guild war. Very good. Suyu swept through the war book and nodded. Thereupon, he no longer stayed and went straight to Vast Expanse Guild with the war book. The headquarters of the Hanhai Guild was not far from here, only 5 blocks away. Suyu quickly wandered through the dark night, constantly adjusting his state. Next, it would be a vicious battle. It would also be an opportunity for him to earn a large amount of destiny points. After the guild war opened, several war zones would be divided. The war zones were divided according to the number of awakenings. Suyu, a professional who had not yet awakened, would also be calculated according to the first awakening. In other words, Suyu would be facing all of the Hanhai Guild's first-turn professionals at the same time. However, Suyu was not worried about his own safety. After the guild war had started, it could not be interfered with by outside forces and could not cause any deaths. Even if he was really undefeated against the other party, he would still be teleported out only. Every year, all the major guilds would take the initiative to open guild wars to increase their members' combat experience. Only, it was the first time that a person like Suyu was so brave to pick on a guild by himself. Vast Ocean Guild, sitting in the north and facing the south, occupied quite a wide area. At this moment, Chairman Li Xianshan was sitting in the guild hall, frowning as he listened to the report from his men. "President, a squad sent to the Awakening God's temple has been completely wiped out, and it's still unclear who did it. Do you think that you need to make a point to cover up the wind?" Li Hansan coldly snorted, "A bunch of trash." A streak of killing intent coalesced on his brow. The temperature of the entire guild hall plummeted, and the air became cold and bone-chilling. It was just a kid who had only gained a profession, but it was so hard to kill. He stood up and paced around the hall with his hands behind his back. In a place unseen by the onlookers, Li Xianshan actually had a smirk on his face. Oh, not killed or not, as long as he alienates the human camp, it is best to be born with hatred towards the human race. Thinking of this, Li Xianshan turned around and looked towards the 8 corpses lying in the hall, and coldly said, "Drag these 8 traitors out, and hang the corpses in the most conspicuous position outside the guild." "Yes." The 2 guild elders hurriedly answered and took the rope to tie up the 8 corpses. These 8 people were exceptionally young in appearance, only that their bodies were strewn with hideous wounds, many of which were still marks caused by branding irons as well as long whips. Obviously, they had suffered inhuman torture while they were still alive. The rest of the guild members watched this scene with some chills in their hearts. Those 8 people had not betrayed Suyu at the last moment of their death, and in the end, it was only after the necromancer extracted their memory fragments that they realized that it was Suyu who had killed that captain. Buzz. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire guild. Boom! In the next moment, a loud sound rang out from the distance. Accompanied by the scorching heat, a vermilion bird shadow reflected in the sky. Willow Bird Immortal, what kind of madness are you having? Rick Hanshan said in a furious rage. This Willow Bird Immortal was not a small person, it was a tutor of the Holy Spirit Academy. Even Li Xianshan did not dare to easily offend. Furthermore, he understood in his heart that Lu Bird Fairy had come to Qingqing this time, and he was afraid that it was for the purpose of investigating himself. Could it be that the matter of me joining the Advent Society has come to light? Lixianshan, I advise you to tie your hands and surrender, Willow Sparrow Immortal said in a flat tone. I have already collected the evidence of your crimes. If you are persistent, I will personally exterminate you now. Ha! Li Hanshan laughed out loud and said in a cold voice, Willow Sparrow Fairy, don't try to swindle me. If you have evidence, I'm afraid you would have already made your move, right? Why do you need to put harsh words there? Upon hearing this, Lu Bird Fairy's face was gloomy, her hands trembling slightly, extremely angry. Her gaze traveled through the vast ocean guild. With a slight sideways glance, she saw the 8 corpses tied together by ropes on the roof of the Hanhai Guild. Phew! At this moment, Willow Bird Immortal exhaled a long breath of turbid air, as if she had made some sort of determination. She could no longer allow this kind of tumor to poison Gran Xia. You are wrong. Today, even if there is no evidence, I will still kill you. You dare to strike here? Rick Hanshan's eyes narrowed slightly, his eyes extremely dangerous. However, just as the two were at sword point, boom! A pebble fell into the middle of the vast ocean guild. Immediately afterward, the piece of yellow paper wrapped around the pebble fell off. A letter of war? Rico Hanshan's face changed, a little stunned. At this time, who was the one who placed the war letter? On the other hand, a bright luster suddenly appeared in Willow Sparrow Fairy's eyes. Chapter 19 Perfect Operation, Special Guild Battle. Outside the Hanhai Guild. Suyu raised his head expressionlessly, his sight fixed on the 8 corpses. Big brother, can I ask what occupation you are? That mage girl's blushing and anxious appearance still seemed to be fresh in his mind. Suyu was even a little unable to look at it in conjunction with that mangled female corpse. Phew! Suyu exhaled a long breath of turbid air. The thick caliber of the shotgun was aimed at the guild gate. Destiny perception was catalyzed. Fate minor event, you used the shotgun to blast the door of the Haze Guild. Ding! Fate minor event, you used a shotgun to blast the gate of the Haze Guild. Fate point 10. Boom! Only a loud explosion was heard. Accompanied by fire snakes rolling around, so you blasted the gate of the Hanhai Guild with a single shot. The loud bang was so loud that it shook the 8 directions. No one could have imagined that this platinum grade gate, which cost a lot of money, would be so unbeatable in Suyu's hands. Guild War Announcement, Hanhai Guild's gate has been broken. Guild Battle Announcement, Hanhai Guild has 10 points, current points are 90, the losing side of the guild battle will receive a random punishment. Accompanied by Suyu slowly stepping into the Hanhai Guild, countless pairs of eyes gathered on him in unison, with a variety of complex colors such as astonishment, doubt, and anger intertwined together. This place was already in chaos after the appearance of Willow Sparrow Immortal, and was again shocked by Suyu's rough entrance. This was a platinum grade gate that the chairman had spent a great deal of money to create, something that had once resisted the stored power of a level 80 mage, and it was actually blown up by Suyu with a single shot? Suyu, however, seemed to be completely unaffected by the people around him and walked straight forward. Soon, he saw a middle-aged man in platinum robes standing in front of him, staring at himself with a face full of gravity and scorn. You're the one who started the guild war? Even one person wants to challenge a guild, what a lunatic! Li Xianshan laughed coldly, contempt in his eyes. Crazy person? Oh, artists are all lunatics. Suyu did not care and looked around. After he had broken through the guild gate, the engagement area would be directly refreshed inside the Hanhai Guild. After hearing the conversation between the two, the surroundings were in an uproar. This guy was really crazy, wasn't he? How dare he open a guild war all by himself? Who was he? How come I've never seen him before? Who cares, since he dares to come here to seek death, let's just kill him first, the president surely doesn't mind anyway. Brat, don't think you can just come here because guild wars can't be killed, we have ways to make your life worse than death. The crowd murmured, and their gazes towards Suyu were permeated with killing intent. The Hanhai Guild, under the leadership of Li Xianshan, was almost a gathering place for the scum of Qingqing, and only some of the new members still had a conscience. Soon, the 4 war zones had been divided. Suyu was also too lazy to talk nonsense with these scums and walked towards his own war zone alone. However, right at this moment, he suddenly heard a voice ringing in his mind. At the same time, a line of small words appeared in front of him. Willow Sparrow Fairy invites you to join the 9th level guild vigilantes, do you agree? HM? Suyu raised his eyebrows and looked at the fiery red figure in midair. He had seen that person at the entrance of the Hanhai Guild, but he did not care about it, not realizing that she was actually a vigilante. However, what was this invitation to join the Night Watchman Guild? Suyu thought that although he was forced to fight back, but killing so many people in public, I'm afraid that he would not also need to be imprisoned for a period of time, right? I refuse, I'll think about it again. Suyu just wanted to refuse, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he saw Lu Bird Fairy's murderous gaze. Help me out. Willow Bird Immortal pinched her fingers and made a sound transmission technique. Do you know how many people have squeezed their scalps and were unable to obtain the qualification for membership? This is the only level 9 guild in Dacia. There are many benefits of joining, and this is also the only guild that has no hierarchical control, so it's up to you to do the tasks or not. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Suyu shrugged his shoulders and nodded. Anyway, after joining the guild, it is not impossible to quit. If it is not possible, he will directly quit. I agree with the invitation. Congratulations on joining the 9th level guild vigilantes. You've gained a permanent guild buff, increasing your basic attributes by 5. You've received a permanent buff that reduces elemental damage by 5. You receive a permanent guild buff. Experience gained is increased by 5. You receive a permanent guild buff. You receive a permanent guild buff bonus. Probability of obtaining high-grade equipment is increased by 5. A series of bonus attributes occupied Suyu's field of vision. Compared to ordinary guilds, the bonuses of a rank 9 guild were indeed much more comprehensive. However, Suyu felt a little puzzled. Is the bonus of a rank 9 guild only 5%? The vigilantes are different from other guilds. I will explain these to you later. Willow Sparrow Fairy's figure slowly descended. Only after stepping into the 4th level battle zone did she continue towards Suyu. How long can you last? If the time is too short, sister here may not be able to satisfy Oh. Suyu thought for a moment and pointed at the hundreds of vast expanse guild members in front of him. You should ask them this question. Good. Sister likes your arrogance. The corner of Willow Sparrow Immortal's mouth sketched an arc, and then the surface of her body violently flooded with a demonic firelight. She hooked her finger towards Li Shan Hansan. What, is Chairman Li Shan afraid? Li Shan's face was extremely ugly. He did not respond to Willow Sparrow Fairy, but instead looked straight at Suyu, and said word by word. Kid, I will make you regret making this decision. Ordinary vigilantes were unable to open a guild war, but Suyu was a free man before he opened it. That was why he allowed Willow Sparrow Fairy to take advantage of such a loophole and opened a special guild war using the identity of the Night's Watch Guild. Ordinary people did not have the guts to open a guild war, and it was also rare for a Night's Watchman to appear alone within an unfamiliar guild. But on the contrary, this kind of extremely small probability event really happened. I really let you find a way to deal with me. Seeing that Suyu ignored him, Rick Hansan turned his gaze back to Willow Sparrow Fairy. Because he had not stepped into the battle zone, Willow Bird Immortal's basic attributes were rising, and the flames emanating from her body were getting brighter and brighter. If he delayed any further, he was afraid that he would really have no chance of winning. After the battle area was divided, it was no longer up to him. This battle had to be fought. He slowly stepped into the 4th level battle zone and coldly scoffed. Are you really sure he can resist the siege of 300 first-turn professionals? Just by virtue of the fact that he is a fortune teller who hasn't even completed his awakening quest? Cut the crap. Willow Sparrow Immortal's beautiful eyes narrowed, her body's aura steeply erupted, the vermilion bird's shadow surfaced behind her, like a meteor rushing towards Riko Hansan, and she slapped her palm out. Newt. At this moment, Willow Bird Fairy seemed to have truly transformed into a vermilion bird. Cold Winter Fist. Seeing this, Calendar Cold Mountain couldn't care less about his mouth, his muscles rippled and he punched out a mountain of ice. Bang! The ice mountain collided with the vermilion bird, erupting with terrifying fluctuations. However, that ice mountain was clearly undefeated by the other party and was rapidly melting away. Suyu glanced at the vermilion bird immortal with slight surprise. This woman really had a few skills. Obviously a mage, but her fighting style was biased towards melee combat. While Rick Hansan, being a boxer, instead had mostly long-range means. Professionals seem to have undergone some qualitative changes after developing to a certain level. However, soon as those first-turn professionals approached, Suyu did not have the leisure to watch the battle. He took out 2 talismans from his storage bag. One-time acceleration spell. After using it, it can increase the movement speed by 15 for 5 minutes. Snap! Suyu first activated his destiny perception and then directly pasted the 2 talismans onto his thighs. Fate Minor Event. You use a one-time acceleration spell and your own movement speed is increased by a small amount. That's simple? Casually scanning through the fate stocks, Suyu almost instantly had an idea. After experiencing a few difficult fate stocks in a row, Suyu was still a bit uncomfortable right now. Ding! Fate Minor Event. You use a one-time acceleration spell, and your own movement speed is greatly increased. Well, the effect was increased to around 60, which was equivalent to a top silver level spell. After feeling it carefully for a moment, Suyu nodded in satisfaction. He had activated 2 one-time spells at once, which lasted for a full 10 minutes. Death. At this instant, a black-skinned female assassin behind Suyu suddenly exited stealth and stabbed out a stealth-breaking strike towards his back waist. The dark green dagger was glowing with a cold light. This strike had multiple effects attached to it: stealth-breaking, strike, and it was also quenched with poison. If he was stabbed by this strike, even a level 30 shield mountain would have to drink a pot of water. However, this stab only pierced through a shadow. Not good. The black-skinned female assassin said that it was not good, and just as she wanted to enter stealth, she noticed a sharp stabbing pain behind her. That was perception in a frantic warning. This kind of thing, backstabbing, is no longer useful to me. The corner of Suyu's mouth rose, the green and gold gloves in his hand carried a deathly aura as he heavily struck her temple. Boom! Red and white liquid mingled and splashed out. Destiny points 10. Good news, she didn't suffer the fate of riotous clothes. Bad news, she couldn't even fathom it in the future. Chapter 20: An eye-opening fighting style. Don't! With a flash of light, the female assassin's figure appeared outside the clearing. She touched her head, her eyes filled with hot tears. It was so close. If it wasn't for the fact that a guild battle was going on, she would have really died. However, that feeling of being punched in the head was truly desperate. Looking at the battlefield that was covered by the fog of war, a trace of ominous foreboding rose in her heart. Could they really defeat that guy? One punch in a second? Could he be a melee profession? Watching the powerful scene of Suyu exploding his head with a single punch, the eyelids of the more than 300 professionals jumped in unison. However, they soon relaxed. Although the melee department professionals had strong melee abilities, they were the least suitable profession to fight one against many. As long as they utilized the shield mountain to entangle the opponent, there were more than 100 long-range professionals here, so even if one of them used a small skill, it would be enough to drown the opponent. Everyone, listen to my command. In the group, a professional holding a battle flag bellowed out, drawing everyone's attention to him. His profession was a warlord, and he was very good at commanding battles. Shield Mountain was on top, stabilizing the front to avoid the opponent from sneaking into the back. The melee professionals encircle from both sides, but don't fight to the death, just pester him. Long-range professionals prepare to store power, archers and gunners find their own output positions. Assassins and thieves spread out and look for opportunities on their own. Finally, the spellcasters throw curses, curse him to death. This warlord was indeed incredibly old and skillful. In a short period of time, he thought of how to deal with Suyu. With his order, Shield Mountain slowly moved forward, while the other melee professionals circled around to the sides. With the main backbone, the sense of oppression displayed by more than 300 people was mind-blowing. This was completely the lineup for fighting a large secret realm boss. This guy would be famous even if he died, right? More than famous? Just based on the fact that he dared to start a guild war by himself, tomorrow it was estimated that it would spread throughout the Great Summer. The mages and archers at the back couldn't help but discuss regarding this battle. With a huge difference in strength, these people didn't consider that their side would lose. After all, a pair of 300, and the other party was still just an unawakened professional. Rumble. A full 20 shield mountains approached with their shields raised, and the sound of heavy footsteps echoed throughout the entire clearing as if it was an earthquake. While the remaining 100 or so melee professionals, at this moment, they were scattered and stood in 2 rows, blocking the path on both sides. Seeing such a stance, Suyu slightly frowned. To say that there was no pressure would be a lie. The other party was clearly a professional, utilizing the team's advantage to the extreme, in step-by-step pressing his living space. However, since Suyu chose to open a guild war, he was naturally prepared mentally. Ha! A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. A rookie who has only just gained a profession wants to challenge the giant dragon? The warlord laughed coldly as he looked at Suyu, the corners of his mouth sketching out a cruel arc, as if he had already seen the image of Suyu being crushed under his feet. The other 300 or so professionals similarly revealed a look of contempt. Right at this moment, after Shield Mountain finally stepped into range, Suyu finally made a move. He raised the bronze-grade Sandhawk up and aimed his gun at one of the foremost Shield Mountain. He held a triangular shield in his hand, and his muscles were gnarled, giving off an indestructible feeling. At this moment, looking at Suyu's move, he laughed disdainfully. Sand Eagle? This kind of raggedy thing can't even do the job of tickling me, right? Boom! Only hearing an explosion, the crowd froze. Suyu actually really intended to use the broken Sand Eagle to shoot the first turn Shield Mountain? However, what made them even more stunned was that the triangular shield in that Shield Mountain's hand was actually split apart and exploded by a single shot. Nima! Are you kidding me? This scene left the crowd dumbfounded, almost suspecting that they had blurred their eyes. Ding! Fate mini event, you used a Sandhawk to shoot the shield. Fate point 5. Suyu scored a hit, and then as he did, he emptied the entire clip with a series of 20 shots. Destiny point 5. Fate 5. Fate point 5. In less than 3 seconds, the destiny points have risen by 100. As expected, large battles are only suitable for earning fate points. Suyu muttered to himself, then directly inserted the sand hawk back into his waist. Opposite him, the more than 300 professionals were all silent. Everyone had fear of the unknown on their faces. They could not comprehend how Suyu managed to blow up a silver-level shield with a single shot. However, at this moment, it was thought that no one would dare to take a shot from him head-on. The shocking power of this scene was so great that for a while, the advancing momentum of more than 300 professionals came to a hard stop. Come again? However, right at this moment, Suyu's destiny perception started to activate on its own. A picture surfaced in Suyu's mind. A smarter assassin bypassed Suyu's blind spot in his field of vision and stormed up to launch a fatal attack towards his neck. Fate minor event, you were attacked by an assassin. Still dare to come and assassinate me? Suyu smiled faintly. The fate modification was launched without hesitation. Ding! Fate minor event, you were attacked by an assassin. In the next moment, behind Suyu's side, a shadow suddenly sprang out. She was strangely fast and had obviously unleashed some sort of skill. The assassin backhandedly held her short dagger, her eyes incomparably determined as she rushed in front of Suyu. Die! And then, under everyone's expectant gaze, a hand grabbed onto Suyu's chest. Seeing this scene, more than 300 occupiers simultaneously fell silent for a moment. What is she doing? The warlord was shocked. Such a good opportunity. Instead of wiping his neck, you went to touch his chest? Then the assassin also froze, not understanding what she was doing. However, just as she wanted to switch targets and use that short dagger to attack Suyu's heart. Boom! The green and gold boxing gloves in Suyu's hand fired and blasted away the short dagger that was stabbing at him. And then, the power of his fist did not decrease and blasted straight towards that assassin. Not good. The assassin's eyelids furiously jumped. At such a close distance, this punch could not be dodged. No matter how much she twisted her body, she could only watch Suyu's punch hit her belly. Boom! The assassin was sent flying into the air by a punch. Moreover, the tight sneak suit on her body followed suit and exploded, falling into pieces. In an instant, the surroundings fell silent. A group of people were confused. What the hell is this equipment? How is it so perverted? What should I do if I want it so badly? The assassin's face flashed with shame and anger, his hands covered his 3 points one on top of the other, and he looked down. Only to see that his clothes had long since disappeared, and there was nothing left on his body except for some high-quality silver equipment. Shameless! She cursed angrily with a face of shame and anger, and then directly withdrew from the guild battle range, looking for a place to hide. Oh, soldiers are never deceitful. More than 300 of you beat me up and you're not shameless? Suyu smiled indifferently. His hand rested on his shotgun and he was about to start reaping destiny points in a big way. However, right at this moment, there was a sudden darkness in front of Suyu. The sky, it seemed to be dark. I curse you for being slow to move, deep in the mire. I curse you to be unable to see, blind in the eyes and blind in the heart. I curse you to be physically weak and depleted of power. I curse. More than 30 curse words rang out in a row. 36 spellcasters unleashed their curse spells at the same time. How terrifying was their power? The black pressure of curse spell runes made the entire world change color. Chapter 21, You're a ING genius. Hey, being cursed by 36 spellcasters at the same time, any long-range melee invincibility would have to be immediately tied up. In the open space, all the professionals' nervousness eased a little. The pressure given to them by Suyu was just too great, and even though their side had an absolute advantage in numbers, they were unable to gain any advantage from the other side. However, as long as they were entangled in spells, no matter how strong Suyu's combat power was and how bizarre his methods were, he would still be immediately teased to death. Finally, the big one has come. However, upon seeing this scene, Suyu's face did not reveal the fear they had imagined. His eyes widened, and instead of retreating, he advanced, charging towards those spell runes with a face full of anticipation. Fate minor event, you have been cursed by the crippling spell curse, and your movement speed has been greatly reduced. Minor fateful incident, you have been cursed by the blindness spell, your ability to perceive is greatly reduced. Minor fateful event, you have been cursed by the blight spell. Your strength will be greatly diminished for a short period of time. Minor event of fate, you have been cursed by a depletion spell. Your stamina will be greatly diminished for a short period of time. The fate minor events continued to pop up, and a series of 36 fate minor events appeared in Suyu's field of vision. Ha! Suyu laughed freely and then began to modify them one by one. Ding! Fate minor event, you have been cursed by the crippling spell, and your movement speed has increased greatly. Fateful minor incident, you have been cursed by the blindness spell, your perception ability has been greatly increased. A minor fateful event, you have been cursed with the blight spell, which increases your strength by a large increment for a short time. Minor fate event, you have been cursed by the blight spell. Stamina will increase dramatically in a short period of time. Fate point 360. Cool. The cursed runes that were bubbling with black gas were simply like blessings glowing with holy light in Suyu's eyes. Profession, fortune teller. Level, 20. Strength, 35,200. Physical strength, 96240. Intelligence, 52,190. Agility, 49,260. Awakening, first turn. Skills, Fate Sense Rhythm of Life. Talent, Fate Modification. Fate points, 655. Suyu only felt that his entire body was filled with power, and his attributes in all directions declared. Although it was only a short-lived boost, this tangible sense of power did make him a little intoxicated. Suyu, what does this guy want again? Is this guy crazy? How dare he take the initiative to lean towards the spell? Everyone couldn't help but burst out, their faces filled with shock and bewilderment. At a time like this, if you don't hide but still move forward, are you out of your mind? Not only that, Suyu even felt that those spell runes were flying too slowly and took the initiative to grab the spell runes and press them on his body. There must be a demon when things go wrong. Such a thought flashed through their minds as they unanimously retreated backwards. However, it was still too slow. A flash of green and gold light flashed in front of everyone's eyes. Boom! Accompanied by the heart-stopping sound of flesh clashing, Suyu's fists fell like rain. Ah! Damn, how did this guy become so strong? Help, someone kill him! Miserable screams and wails immediately followed, and under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, the professionals who had been so spirited and majestic just a moment ago were actually defenseless. Suyu's speed was unbelievably fast, it was simply comparable to a peak second-turn assassin. As he weaved his way through the crowd, the mages who were about to finish storing their power were all forcibly interrupted in their progress. Some unlucky mages were even sent flying by a punch and dropped out of the battlefield. Blood, screams, and pieces of underwear filled this battlefield, which could be described as chaotic to the extreme. Taking advantage of the chaotic scene, Suyu took the time to sweep across the entire battlefield. There were still too many people. Suyu slightly shook his head. He had already felt the curse effect decaying. Once the bonus disappeared, then he would easily be entangled in a wave that would take him away. A sense of urgency arose in Suyu's heart, and he once again accelerated the pace of his attack. In the next moment, miserable screams rang out on the battlefield like a symphony. Suyu was just like a dancer, elegantly wandering through a forest of arrows and randomly taking away a life. At this moment, he was the god of death who controlled this area, no one could disobey his will. One by one, the professionals were blown away by a single punch and then appeared outside the battlefield. The remaining members of the Hanhai Guild looked at the increasing number of eliminated members and couldn't help but feel a strong sense of doubt. An elder rushed up and pulled a disheveled mage girl and asked, "What the hell is going on in there? And how did you guys get eliminated?" Whoa! After hearing his words, the mage girl cried out with a wow. That expression, it was as if she had been spoiled. He was simply not human. Listening to the mage girl, a chill gradually rose in the bottom of everyone's hearts. A casual shot broke Shield Mountain's defense. The assassin's attack backfired and was killed with a punch. A spellcaster's curse not only had no effect, but instead turned into a gain? Was this still a human being? Looking at the two battlefields shrouded in the fog of war, their hearts couldn't help but grow thick with worry. The defeat of a first-turn guild member was a small matter, but the president was afraid that it would be difficult for him to carry on. What the hell, after being cursed, it even produced a counter-effect and turned into a blessing of sorts. The army master's head bulged with more than 10 big bags, and that army flag was also shattered, leaving only a bare pole. He hid in the corner and watched the image of Suyu charging through the crowd, constantly going in and out, and every now and then there was a picture of a lucky guy getting his clothes blown off, only to feel that he could not cry, and the corners of his mouth were twitching. Right. If a curse inflicted on him would bring about a counter-effect, then wasn't a blessing the effect of a curse? The warlord slapped his head and instantly felt that he was truly a genius. He immediately got up and yelled towards all of them. Attention all auxiliary professions, if you have any blessings or other gain abilities, use them all and attach them to that crazy person. This is an opportunity, make sure you grasp it, don't hold back. Bless him hard. Hearing his words, everyone's eyes lit up. Good idea. Right, if the curse becomes a blessing, then isn't a blessing a curse to that guy? As expected of a military strategist, his brain is just as good. Come on, brothers, do your best to milk him to death. Seeing hope, everyone's hearts instantly rekindled their fighting spirit. The melee professionals also stopped running away, and even those Shield Mountain who had their shields broken stood out from the back, ready to use their physical bodies to hold Suyu back. Blessing? Suyu's face was odd, and the corners of his mouth were a little suppressed. Which genius's idea was this? It is truly awesome. Hearing Suyu's words, the few melee professionals on the side worked even harder. This madman is scared. Everyone work harder and try to kill him in a wave of seconds. Suyu forced himself not to laugh out loud and took the initiative to slow down the pace of his attacks, even exhibiting signs of fleeing. However, this scene turned into a sign of his cowardice in the eyes of those melee professionals. It was as if they saw the light of victory, and their attacks became more and more violent. Bang! Suyu was chopped away by a long blade, and a strand of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. The man revealed ecstasy and shouted, "How this madman is unbeatable, quickly go up and surround him, we can't let him escape the blessing range." Buzz. Right at this moment, a mass of white and flawless light rises up into the sky, speeding towards the direction where Suyu is. One after another, the light clusters flew into Suyu one by one under the control of dozens of melee professionals, coloring Suyu's body in white. Watching this scene, Arms Master let out a long sigh of relief. A total of 88 blessings, it can milk him to death, right? Chapter 22, Occupation Awakening Success, 3 Skills. Fate Minor Event, you have been hit by Holy Light, your strength has been slightly increased. Fateful Minor Event, you are hit by Battle Roar, your strength is increased by a small amount. A Small Event of Fate, you are hit by Blessing of Water, your recovery speed is increased slightly. Minor Fateful Event, you are hit by Blessing of Wind, your movement speed is increased slightly. It was even more horrible than the curse technique swipe just now. A series of 88 fate stocks appeared in front of Suyu, causing him to be a little embarrassed. Then I'll just laugh it off. The smile at the corner of Suyu's mouth was harder to suppress than an AK, and the fate modification was continuously launched. Ding! 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 Fate Minor Event, you have been hit by Holy Light, your strength has been greatly increased. Minor Fate Event, you are hit by Battle Cry, your strength is increased. A Small Event of Fate, you are hit by Blessing of Water, your recovery speed is greatly increased. Minor Fateful Event, you are hit by Blessing of Wind, your movement speed is greatly increased. Fate Point 880. Rumble. An appalling might erupted from Suyu's body. Terrifying waves of air swept out in all directions, directly lifting several nearby professionals off the ground. What's the situation? How could this happen? A piece of shocked cries rang out as countless gazes were cast towards Suyu's location, their eyes glaring in disbelief. This guy was not only not weakened, but instead became stronger. What the hell? The curse effect turned into a blessing, and the blessing effect not only did not turn into a curse, but instead, the gain effect became even more fierce? The warlord slapped his head, incomparably regretting the decision he had made. It's over, everything is over. Dust flew, and a burly figure slowly walked out from it. Suyu's body swelled to 3 meters, a dazzling light lingered all over his body, invincibility written all over his body. Voodoo. The remaining 100 or so professionals swallowed their saliva in unison. Big brother, there is something to be said, we admit defeat ourselves. All the professionals scattered and fled at the same time, fearing that they would be pressed by Suyu and tortured in this battlefield. However, at this moment, Suyu, whose speed attribute had already broken through 400, how could he let these moving destiny points escape? At the same time, within the Tier 4 battle zone. Unlike the bustle of the Tier 1 battle zone, the battle here seemed to have ended early. Rick Hansan was suspended in mid-air by several flaming ropes, while Willow Sparrowfairy was holding a long flaming whip that kept whipping on him. The intense heat as well as the drilling pain kept coming, causing Li Xianshan's lips to crack and burns to spread all over his body. Willow Sparrowfairy, just give up, that little crazy person might have been eliminated from the game by now. An ordinary level 20 professional. Even if he's a mystic hidden profession, there's no way he can hold off more than 300 first-turn professionals. If you're slow to get out, I'm afraid you'll just have to collect his corpse. Shut up. In the face of Rick Hanshan's threat, Willow Sparrowfairy's face also wavered for a brief moment. After the battle opened, the inside and outside of the battle zone would be shrouded in the fog of war. She could not see what exactly was going on Suyu's side, and at this moment, she could only increase her torture on Li Xianshan, hoping to make him reveal his cracks earlier. Seeing the anxiety between Willow Bird Immortal's brows, Li Xianshan's heart was instantly greatly relieved. He forced himself to endure the pain of the vermilion bird flames burning and mocked. Oh, didn't Holy Spirit Academy teach you the skill of interrogation? Willow Bird Immortal, you can only make me feel better this way. Ha! The more you torture me, the more pleasurable I'll feel. Ah! Damn pervert! Hearing these words, Willow Bird Fairy's face was filled with disgust, and her hand movements couldn't help but slow down. A sense of powerlessness could not help but grow in her heart. This guy was like a stone in a latrine, smelly and hard not to mention disgusting. Alas, if I had known it was like this, I would have found a pervert from the purgatory school to cure you properly. Willow Sparrowfairy said as she flung her fire whip. Please. Li Xianshan was full of sardonic smiles, still with that head iron look. On the other side, the Tier 1 war zone had been completely suppressed by Suyu. Other than those 88 professionals who knew the blessing technique, the rest of the professionals had been forcibly eliminated by Suyu. At this moment, he was standing in the center of the battlefield, while those 88 occupiers had formed a circle, surrounding him in the center. The light of the blessing technique flashed like it didn't want to die. Suyu's face was full of pleasure, unusually soothing as he swiped his fate points. Big brother, there really isn't a single drop left. Yes, my mana has been emptied. Not a single blessing spell can be released. It did not take long before each and every one of these professions had faces shaped like withers, begging for mercy from Suyu as if their bodies had been emptied. Suyu swept through the crowd in a circle, then slowly nodded his head. Destiny perception was not infinitely activated either, and he was also a little overwhelmed right now. However, looking at the rising balance of fate points, everything was worth it. Stop it. Hearing this, these professionals had tears in their eyes and almost cried out. It had finally stopped. If they continued to play any longer, they would really die. Although Suyu didn't kill them, they had suffered a huge mental injury, and after the mana value was depleted, using the blessing technique was likely to cause irreversible damage to the brain. Big brother, then we're leaving? A blessing master's sister asked tentatively. Suyu slightly closed his eyes and sat down on the ground without responding. Seeing that Suyu did not care, these professionals glanced at each other and all let out a sigh of relief. Immediately following, they were quickly fleeing towards the outside of the battle zone. Suyu was too lazy to bother with them. At this moment, he was at a critical moment, so it was just right that no one disturbed him. Destiny event, you have completed the awakening quest and have successfully carried out your first occupational awakening. Destiny points 1000. At the next moment, the 10 small stars hanging above Suyu's head began to slowly rotate and eventually merged into his body. Buzz! A blood chi so dense that it was appalling erupted from within Suyu's body. A mysterious strand of invisible energy hung down from the dome of the sky and wrapped Suyu. He only felt as if he had returned to amniotic fluid, and his entire body was warm and extremely comfortable. In this state, Suyu seemed to be immersed in a dream world. He could clearly feel that a marvelous thing was improving his body. The original skin and bones were undergoing subtle changes, and every inch of muscle contained an extremely large amount of power. Not only that, his brain had also been strengthened, and his mental power was climbing dramatically. Everything around him was visible in every detail, even ants crawling by could be seen clearly. This feeling was simply too wonderful. Gradually, Suyu opened his eyes. He felt that his body was much lighter, and his entire body was surging with inexhaustible power. Occupational awakening is over. You have obtained the Divine Destiny Pathway skill, 10,000 pouring. You have acquired the Destiny Path skill, Weapon Master. You have acquired the Destiny Pathway skill, Battle Rage. Surprisingly, you have obtained 3 career skills at the same time? Suyu was somewhat surprised. Perhaps it was because he had united the 3 pathways, so he had gained all 3 pathway skills at the same time after his career awakening? With a few moments of anticipation, Suyu opened the introductions of the 3 skills at the same time. All fall down LV1 active skill. You are a paranoid artist, a painter who records the splendor of life, and a dancer who walks between deaths. When you utilize pouring of all, you can assemble any living or dead body into a lotus skyle, the power of which depends on the materials used to make it. Weapon Master LV1 passive skill. You are a natural weapon master, and any weapon will turn into a horrible weapon in your hands. Increase attack power by 20 when wearing any weapon. Battle Rage LV1 passive skill. When you fight or receive damage, you can accumulate rage, with 5 levels of rage. Each layer of rage will increase your attributes by 5. When you reach the 5th level of rage, your pain sensation will disappear and your nerve reflexes will increase by 100. Note, you can upgrade your professional skills after reawakening, and you can also upgrade your skills by consuming fate points. Chapter 23, you can shoot at your sister. Is this the Divine Destiny Pathway? It is simply a bug-like existence. Suyu was shocked beyond belief. This is what is called heavenly fate. Ordinary professions could only obtain elementary skills such as fireball, longsword mastery, and so on after their first awakening. Suyu's weapon mastery alone was worth the 2nd or even 3rd awakening of an ordinary profession. Moreover, these 3 skills were not like ordinary professionals, who fixed their level after acquiring them. After Suyu briefly tried it out, he realized that he could raise his skill level at any time through fate points. However, he was not in a hurry to raise it. The 3 skills had different focuses, and it was still necessary to find out the most suitable fighting style for himself after battling. However, obtaining such a strong skill in his first career awakening, what kind of strong abilities would he obtain if he were to do it a few more times? Suyu closed the skill introduction, and then opened the attribute panel with some anticipation. During the last wave, with the power of 88 blessings added to his body, he directly forced that group of professionals to take a good swipe at destiny points. That really wasn't polite to them, and quite a few of the professionals' spiritual power was severely damaged for that reason. Even Suyu himself had a headache from overusing his destiny sense. Even after deducting the 1000 points from the occupation awakening, I'm afraid that there is still a not so small number left. Profession, Fate Master. Level, 20. Strength, 101,369. Physical strength, 167472. Intelligence, 102,598. Agility, 109,450. Awakening, first turn. Skills, Sense of Fate, Rhythm of Life, All Fall Down LV1, Weapon Master LV1, Battle Rage LV1. Talent, Fate Modification. Fate Points, 3655. Developed. After seeing the balance of fate points, Suyu's eyes glowed. Destiny points were simply something more precious than money to him now. Not only could it be used in combat, it could also be used to enhance skills, used to prompt small probability events. It was simply omnipotent. Phew. After sitting in place and adjusting for a moment, Suyu then got up and slowly walked towards the outside of the first battle zone. The purpose of this trip had already been achieved, and what he had to consider now was how to get out. He had definitely offended Hanhai Guild to death by opening the guild war. That guy, Li Xianshan, couldn't wait to tear him apart, could he? Although he was in the city, Suyu did not dare to gamble on the character of Hanhai Guild. The big deal was to wait for the guild war to end and go hide in the secret realm. However, I have now joined the Night Watchman Guild. No matter how bold they are, they can't possibly lay their hands on me within the city, right? Suyu released Life Rhythm and put on his green and gold gloves. Holding the sandhawk in his left hand, his right hand held the shotgun. After obtaining Weapon Master, he could already wear multiple primary weapons at the same time and did not need to switch back and forth like before. One step stepped out of the battle zone. With Suyu's footsteps, the fog of war within the first battle zone instantly dissipated into thin air. Thud! The sound of a bell chiming resounded throughout the entire vast expanse guild. Guild War announcement: the battle in the first war zone is over. Guild War announcement: Hansi Guild has 50 points, current points 40. This guy actually did it. Everyone in the guild's face changed as they watched the silhouette of a man with 2 guns walk towards them. A guy who hadn't even turned 1 yet had actually accomplished the feat of defeating 300 with 1. Moreover, this guy seemed to have completed the awakening quest, by the way. That said, his awakening quest wouldn't be to challenge a guild all by himself, would it? Ha! Is that Willow Sparrow Fairy woman still not done? Suyu looked across to the 4th battle zone, which was still shrouded in the fog of war and could not be seen for real. Could it be that she had met some kind of trouble? Suyu raised his eyebrows. The enemy of his enemy was his friend. He did not mind uniting with Willow Sparrow Immortal to press the Hanhai Guild to death first. Ka. At this moment, Suyu's right hand suddenly fired, rather handsomely completing a one-handed cocking. Immediately after, Suyu pointed his gun towards the shadows behind him and faintly said, "If you want to do it faster. If you don't do it, I will leave." In the open space, a dozen or so guild elders looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Not only had Suyu disgraced the guild, but he had also caused their interests to be severely damaged. Moreover, this fellow had also joined the Vigilant Guild, so if they wanted to get rid of him, perhaps there was only now. If you want to blame it on the fact that you helped Willow Sparrow Fairy, or else you could have lived a little longer. An elder carrying a long sword narrowed his eyes and said, "Bang!" A muffled sound came along with it. In the next moment, 4 strands of stern killing intent abruptly erupted from the shadows, transforming into 4 cold ons that directly attacked Suyu's heart, throat, brain, and back waist. Rub! This strike was too sudden, as fast as lightning, and pointed straight to the vitals, making it extremely difficult to react. 4 third-turn assassins? What's the need to target me like this? Suyu used Life Rhythm to scan, and his eyelids twitched a little. No wonder Life Rhythm was unable to fully detect the other party. It turns out that the level difference is too great. In the next moment, Destiny Perception began to frantically warn. The picture of the next second flashed in Suyu's mind. Although those blessing effects in his body had not completely disappeared, it was extremely difficult to escape the sneak attack of the 4 third-turn assassins. Just as he sidestepped, the 4 short daggers were deeply unloaded into his body. Fate Minor Event: you were attacked by 4 assassins at the same time, and were seriously injured. Time was too short, so you did not hesitate in the slightest and instantly launched a Fate modification. Fate Minor Event: you were attacked by 4 assassins at the same time and were seriously injured. Ding! Fate Minor Event: you were attacked by 4 assassins at the same time and were lightly injured. Fate Point 5. Snort! The sound of 4 sharp weapons entering the flesh rang out at the same time. However, after entering half an inch, the daggers were stuck by an unknown force, and no matter how hard the 4 assassins tried, they couldn't advance any further. Is this kid's body made of alloy? The 4 assassins noticed something wrong at the same time. Even if it was a shield mountain of the same level, they could dismember it like tofu, right? Rage Tier 4. A rage burned in the bottom of Suyu's heart as his base attributes rose once again. Taking advantage of the gap between the 4 people's confusion, Suyu fiercely drew himself out and ran towards the Tier 4 battle zone. His Life Rhythm had already sensed that there were still high-level professionals approaching, and he had to avoid the wind before he could do so. "Hey, little brother, in such a hurry to leave? Not playing around with your sisters?" An assassin stuck out his tongue and licked the blood on his short dagger, pulling out a sickly smile. The remaining 3 made the same gesture. "What sweet blood, don't try to run. Let the sisters savor you." These 4 assassins seemed to be 4 sisters, and that sick smile was as one. As the Hayes Guild's Ace Assassination Squad, there were countless third-turn professionals who had died in their hands. In an instant, the 4 shadows began to fly towards Suyu again. "Fine, since you guys want to eat it, let's eat it all at once." Suyu backed up while aiming his gun at one of the assassins. LOL. Are you going to shoot your sister with the toy in your hand? Seeing this, the smile on that assassin's face became even crazier. She tugged at her neckline, revealing a flash of snow white. Come on, use your gun and shoot at sister here, sister guarantees that she will catch them all. Oh. Hearing this, a smile also spread on Suyu's face. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to catch it. Then you have to catch it properly. Boom! Suyu did not hesitate to pull the trigger. Dragon breath bullets roared out from the muzzle, the searing heat distorting the air. Too slow. That assassin had a sneer on her face. Although Suyu had shown the power of the shot, she was an assassin profession known for its agility. How could she be hit by a silver-level gun? However, just as she was about to dodge, she was shocked to realize that she could not dodge the shot. Suyu's shot just happened to be stuck on the node where she was dodging. Moreover, it just so happened that all four of them subconsciously dodged in the same direction and actually collided with each other. How is this possible? The smile on her face froze, and she was instantly engulfed by a fiery snake. Destiny points 400. Seeing the prompt that popped up, Suyu felt some pain. The opponent was, after all, a third-turn assassin and there were four of them. Wanting to obtain that small probability of the event occurring, the consumption could not be small at all. Suyu gritted his teeth, stopped retreating, and took the initiative to open Destiny Perception. Fate Minor Event, you used a shotgun to hit your opponent, causing light burns. Worthy of being a third-turn professional, did it only cause some superficial wounds? Suyu's eyes narrowed. Apart from the one who was hit head-on, the injuries of the remaining three could not even trigger the Fate stock. Ding! Fate Minor Event, you used a shotgun to hit the other party, causing severe burns. Fate Modification activated. Ah! Miserable howls came out from the flames. The other three assassins were shocked. Why were the three of them unharmed while the other one looked like he was going to die when they were also hit by the dragon breath bullet? However, they didn't have time to ponder, only to see Suyu actually sprinting towards them in reverse. The three of them glanced at each other and chose to retreat at the same time, leaving only the seriously injured one to stay in place. Save me! That assassin desperately cried out for help, but the three of them ran faster instead. Don't worry, I am here to save you from your misery. Suyu's fingers gently covered her skull. Let me see what it means to be overwhelmed by 10,000 people. He murmured in a low voice, like the whisper of a demon. No, don't. That female assassin seemed to have sensed something. Her eyes instantly widened. He's the fortune teller. However, soon she could no longer make a single sound from her throat. Countless threads of fate that were invisible to the naked eye disappeared from Suyu's 5 fingers into her body, taking over everything. In this instant, no one could understand everything about her better than Suyu, not even herself. Click, click, click. The sound of bone joints crumbling resounded continuously, like a jumping drumbeat. Her limbs twisted, her joints were reversed, and her entire body turned into a human lotus flower. Surprisingly, he was a life play master? No wonder this guy dared to open a guild war by himself and even won. Nearly 1,000 people up and down the Hansi Guild watched this scene from afar with indescribable scorn in their eyes. Those long-ago memories floated to the surface. Any crazy thing pressed on the head of a fortune teller seemed to be relatively reasonable by quite a bit. Right after the Lotus Guile thunder was made, Suyu smiled faintly and pushed her towards the vast Ocean Guild crowd. Please accept my gift. Suyu bent down and made a gentleman's salute, then he walked backwards without looking back. Boom! A huge popping sound exploded, and a thick bloody odor filled the air. The female assassin's life flashed in the explosion like a slideshow. The gorgeous and radiant life sublimated at this moment, and was displayed in front of everyone like an art exhibition. Most people were so shocked by this absolutely beautiful scene that they even forgot to run away. Not good, quickly retreat. Only when the firelight came close did someone react, and they were instantly frightened, rushing to avoid it. However, it was already too late. Destiny point 10. Fate point 30. Destiny point 20. Destiny point 30. Fate point 10. Worthy of being a third-turn professional, the power of the Lotus Guile thunder or something like that was very powerful. Seeing the small words that appeared in front of him, Suyu's face slowed down a little. This wave recovered nearly 300 fate points, finally not too much of a loss. Oof. Suyu quietly listened to the miserable screams and slowly stepped inside the level 4 battle zone in the gazes of countless hatred and fear. Damn! The 12 guild elders looked at the level 4 battle zone that was shrouded by the fog of war, their faces turning blue, their eyes filled with unwillingness. The only chance to kill Suyu disappeared, then what awaited the Hanhai Guild in the future would most likely be endless retaliation. A growing theater fate master would be an unimaginable disaster. Chapter 24, Interrogation? I'm good at this one. Inside the 4th war zone. The smile on Rick Hanshan's face had disappeared. In its place was a complex expression of pain and despair intertwined together. When he heard the Guild War announcement, his feelings were incredibly complicated. Could it be that every single one of the Fate players could really create a miracle? Over 300 occupiers, how on earth did that guy win the battle? Rubbish! Surprisingly, he couldn't even take down a brat? Rick Hansan roared angrily. Guild wars could last up to 7 days. In other words, the Willow Sparrow Fairy, who was free of worries, could completely torture herself here for 7 days and 7 nights. As long as she didn't kill herself, then she wouldn't be able to get out of her control. What, do you want to consider handing over now? At the moment, Willow Sparrow Fairy's expression at the moment was much more relaxed. Without any haste, she raised a fire at the foot of Calendar Cold Mountain, quietly enjoying the pleasure of roasting the whole person. Whenever she sensed that Li Xianshan's vital signs were weakening, she flung out 2 bottles of potions to pull him back from the ghost gate. But no matter how she tried to torture him in different ways, Li Xianhansan was still biting his tongue and refused to loosen his grip in the slightest. Don't even think about it, big deal, what's the harm in me just resisting hard for 7 days? Li Hansan gritted his teeth and opened his mouth. Once I confess, it is certain death, do you think I will admit it? Hearing this, Lu Bird Fairy was somewhat silent. Li Xianshan was originally a person who joined the Advent Society because he was greedy and afraid of death, so how would he voluntarily give up his life? It seemed that he was still a bit impulsive. Willow Bird Fairy gazed into his eyes and said flatly, "Don't think that you can rely on the Great Xia laws to escape the sanctions. The Great Xia laws are tools used to shelter the Great Xia's people, not an umbrella for criminals like you. If I really can't, I would rather accept the punishment and forcefully bury you here. Hee, then you can try as much as you like." Li Xianshan revealed a smile that was worse than tears, but compared to the beginning, the bottom of his heart was clearly gone at this moment. Buzz! Just as the 2 of them were at swords drawn, a figure passed through the fog of war and arrived in front of the 2 of them. Did I come at a bad time? So you looked at the strange scene in front of him and his eyelids jumped. No, you came at the right time. Seeing Suyu's arrival, Willow Bird Fairy was also slightly relieved. She had no experience in interrogation, and her torture of Li Xianshan was also a variation of her own mental torture. If Suyu had come a little later, she even doubted if she could still hold on. Phew! Willow Bird Immortal exhaled a long breath of turbid air and walked up to Suyu. I came to Qingqing this time to investigate the matter of collusion between the Hanhai Guild and the Advent Society. Advent Society? Suyu raised an eyebrow, and his eyes towards Li Xianshan took on a few points of disgust. The Advent Guild was one of the premier Tier 8 guilds under the Tier 9 Guild Vigilantes. However, this guild was shouted at by everyone in Daxia and belonged to a cult organization that was extremely harmful. The opposing party's philosophy was to let the secret realm descend and let the monsters rebuild the social order. Suyu's parents in his life died in a secret descent incident planned by the Descent Guild. Therefore, he was extremely abhorrent to these guys. Are you saying that this guy has joined the Advent Society? Suyu said. Willowbird nodded. Well, it is now completely certain that he has joined the Advent Society. However, due to the lack of crucial evidence, he cannot be convicted yet. Suyu took a step and walked in front of Li Xianshan. Without looking back, he said, "What evidence do you want?" Lu Bird Fairy was puzzled. What do you want? You can just say what evidence you want. Suyu's tone was calm, as if he was recounting a trivial matter. However, Li Xianshan inexplicably felt a chill down his back. Willowbird Fairy had tormented him for so long, but hadn't been able to make him feel this way. If you dare to touch me, I swear I will kill you after the guild war. Don't think that joining the Night's Watch will make you rest easy. The power of the Advent Society is something you can't even imagine. Oh? You admit it now? After Suyu pondered for a moment, he suddenly turned to Lu Bird Fairy and said, "Tear his clothes." Ah? Willow Sparrow Fairy stared at her beauty eyes in shock. You are not going to. In this instant, Willow Bird Fairy developed a lofty respect for Suyu. TSK, this guy is old, ugly, and bald, so he is wrong. Suyu, this little handsome guy. What are you thinking? Just hurry up and do as you are told. Suyu only felt that Willow Sparrow Immortal was looking at him in a weird way, and immediately frowned and urged. Willow Sparrow Immortal shook her head as the vermilion bird's flame flared up and burned off Rick Hanshan's pants. Riku Hanshan's pupils contracted violently, his eyes were glazed over, and he struggled frantically. You dare to touch me? I'm going to kill you. You inferior thing. Shoo. Suyu put up his index finger on his lips. He looked at Li Xianshan with a cold gaze. Crazy man. What are you crazy person going to do to me? Li Xianshan only felt a coldness pouring into him from the spirit of the sky, and his entire being was not good. A first level of 10,000 people pouring in really doesn't work, does it? Suyu frowned. He had just attempted to craft his opponent into a Lotus Guile Thunder, but even if Li Xianshan was in a state of serious injury, it was still not something that a level 1 manifestation dump could shake. It's fine, if one level doesn't work, then go up a few levels. Suyu's mind moved slightly. Instantly, the fate points began to decrease rapidly. Destiny points 200. The tipping of the crowd LV1 is upgraded to LV2. Fate point 400. LV2 to LV3. Fate points 1000. LV3 to LV4. After raising his skill to level 4, Suyu immediately stopped. If he went up one more level, he would really be drained. A large amount of information poured into Suyu's mind. These were all about the structure of the physical body, as well as a large amount of knowledge about the origin of life. Suyu only felt that with his current level of knowledge reserve, it would be more than enough to become a professional surgeon. Of course, the patient was afraid that he did not think so. When looking at Lixianshan again, Suyu already had no mercy. When dealing with the enemy, one should be as hard-hearted as oneself, otherwise the one who suffers is only oneself. The next moment, countless threads that are invisible to the naked eye stabbed into Li Xianshan's body. "What have you done to me?" Li Xianshan's voice trembled. His face was hideous and filled with horror. Carving a piece of rotten wood is just a matter of carving a piece of rotten wood. Suyu did not explain much, his palm pressed on Lily Hanshan's shoulder, followed by a flick of his wrist, easily dislodging his two large arms from the shoulder lock joints. His legs were also twisted from the femur's greater trochanter and were pressed onto his back in turn. The entire person was twisted into the shape of a ball. At the same time, Suyu's palms moved lightly once again, incomparably skillfully tapping on the acupoint meridians of his entire body, as if he was elegantly playing a human piano. Suyu's knuckles tapped on those 12 protruding ribs, emitting a pleasant sound similar to a bell's zither. The entire process flowed in a cloud-like manner, and Li Xianshan could not even feel a trace of pain. However, Suyu's behavior was far greater than the damage that Lu Bird Immortal had inflicted on his mind. He practically felt that everything about himself was being taken away. When Suyu finished this, his life would not belong to him. Even in the middle of a guild war state, this madman could still take away his own life. Chapter 25 Guild Battle Reward, 3 items. Looking at Suyu's actions, strong as Willow Sparrow Fairy was also experiencing a chill down her spine at this moment. You acquired that person's skill? Her voice trembled and her eyes were extremely complicated. Well, this skill is quite good. Every time you use it, it is like using everything about others as material to create, and it can bring a great sense of accomplishment. Suyu responded unapologetically. Then, did you feel that you had changed anywhere? No sudden thoughts of wanting to kill, right? Lu Bird Fairy asked tentatively, her right hand quietly moving behind her. Suyu slightly glanced sideways and detected the implication in her words. However, he did not care and focused his attention, wholeheartedly carrying out the production of the Lotus Guile Thunder. The scene froze for a while, and Willow Bird Immortal felt some depression in her chest, and her breathing was not smooth. Finally, not long after, Suyu pulled up his sleeve and wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned around. I don't think that fortune tellers are all crazy, but rather the last fortune teller was too crazy, causing this profession to be all tainted. Though I do kind of appreciate the way this art manifests itself. While speaking, he displayed his masterpiece. At this moment, Li Xianshan had completely lost his ability to move, his limbs were twisted and his skin was lifted up, becoming a blood-colored lotus flower. This lotus flower looked hideous and terrifying, but upon closer inspection, it was everywhere stunning. Even after looking at it for a long time, a trace of mesmerization surfaced under the bottom of Willow Sparrow Immortal's eyes. This is an exquisite work of art. Such words suddenly emerged from the bottom of her heart. Hiss! Willow Sparrow Fairy sucked in a breath of cool air and hurriedly shook her head to eliminate this dangerous thought. The career issue is put aside for now, but you yourself should be careful and not get lost, or else. Willow Sparrow Fairy didn't finish her sentence, but the threatening intent in the bottom of her eyes was self-evident. Suyu casually answered, then he pointed at the Lotus Guile Thunder made by Li Hanshan. You can now ask the questions you want. After he was made into the Lotus Guile Thunder, he no longer has a self, you can do whatever you want. Hearing this, Willow Bird Fairy was silent for a moment. After building up in her mind, she slowly stepped forward and stood in front of the blood-colored lotus. Li Xianshan, have you joined the Advent Society? Willow Sparrow Fairy stared at Li Xianshan and asked. Yes. El answered without any hesitation, his voice coming out from the stamen of the flower. Willow Bird Fairy's eyes lit up as she continued, what mission did the Advent Society give you, and do they have any thoughts about Qingchang? Lixianshan laughed softly in a low voice, the sound of the laugh gave Willow Bird Fairy chills. They asked me to try to kill young geniuses, and stir up the young generation's dissatisfaction with the human race, and try to pull people into the club. As for Qingchang, I can't say. Hear this, Willow Bird Immortal was instantly shocked. Hearing this, Willow Bird Immortal immediately looked at Suyu with a few questions in her eyes. Didn't he say to ask casually? Suyu slightly shook his head. It's not that he doesn't want to say it, but this guy's soul has been tampered with, and some of the core issues can't be said. So it turned out to be so. Willow Sparrow Fairy drifted off. This type of tactics descendants would use quite a lot, and there were naturally means of dealing with it among the vigilantes. However, she still needed a few days to call for reinforcements. Then I'll take him back to the branch first. By the way, you also come along. Willow Sparrow Fairy pondered for a moment, then opened her mouth to Suyu. Although you were pulled into the Night's Watch by me, you also need to go to the branch to register your information. After the registration is completed, you will be given a monthly allowance, which is equivalent to a salary. Can. Suyu looked at the Lotus Guile Thunder, although there was some reluctance, but still nodded. After all, he still needed to rely on Willowbird Immortal if he wanted to walk out of the vast sea guild alive. Seeing this, Willowbird Immortal sighed in relief. She was really afraid that Suyu's temperament was too jumpy like that fortune teller once. Now, as long as you don't touch his scales, Suyu is still a good person to get along with. Willow Sparrow Immortal took out a small cloth bag from her waist, and after a short chant, that pocket instantly became bigger, and packed Riko Hansan into it. The appearance of this blood lotus flower was too shocking, so it was obvious that it couldn't just be taken out. After doing all this, she walked out of the fourth battle area side by side with Suyu. Thud! The moment the two of them stepped out of the battlefield, 3 mysterious boxes appeared in Suyu's hands. At the same time, a deafening bell resounded through half of Qingcheng. Guild battle announcement. Hanhai Guild's points are zeroed out. Guild battle failed. Guild battle announcement. The winning party will randomly obtain 3 items from the defeated party's guild warehouse. Hiss. The guild war is over so quickly? Which 2 guilds were at war? The Hansi Guild lost so quickly. I don't know, it doesn't even show the guild name. You guys, it can't be a guild war started by an individual, can it? I don't think so. Although it seems that only when an individual starts a guild war, the announcement won't show the name. For a while, the entire Qingcheng was buzzing with activity. Suyu's cell phone also vibrated non-stop, and when he opened it, it was a group of classmates discussing this guild war. There were also quite a few classmates who were exchanging tips on the Goblin Forest Secret Realm, preparing for the Secret Realm adventure a few days later. Scrolling up, there were even some clowns who took advantage of graduation to confess their love, only to be ruthlessly rejected. Suyu had no interest in participating in the chat and casually swept through a few eyes before closing his phone. As for the 3 boxes, he just stuffed them into the middle of his storage bag and did not rush to open them. He stood with Willow Sparrow Fairy, and in front of him were more than 1,000 members of the vast Expanse Guild. However, the current him had Willow Sparrow Fairy backing him up, so naturally he wasn't afraid. The higher up a professional went, the more terrifying their strength became. As a 4th-turn Vermilion Bird Mage, Willow Sparrow Immortal could destroy this group of people with one hand. Hanhai Guild, everyone listen up, stay where you are and don't move, wait for the Night Watchman's branch to come and check for you, only if there is no problem will you be allowed to leave this place, do you hear me clearly? Willow Sparrow Fairy's cold words resounded inside and outside the guild. Everyone in the Hanhai Guild had ugly faces, but they all nodded at the same time, not daring to contradict each other in the slightest. Those 12 guild elders were also all out of temper. They also all seemed to understand something when the president didn't make it out of the battlefield. One guild elder looked towards the guild warehouse and his pupils shrunk slightly. That crushing platinum equipment in the warehouse was gone, that kid was so lucky. Let's go. Willow Sparrow Fairy turned around and nodded at Suyu. With that, she surrounded the Vermilion Bird's fire around her body, and a pair of flame feathers spread out. Hold tight, I don't care if you fall. She walked to Suyu's front, her pretty face slightly red. Suyu did not refuse, no human could refuse the temptation of the sky. His hand encircled from Willow Sparrow Fairy's slender waist, and his side face was pressed against her belly. Feeling that body heat, a touch of strangeness rose in the bottom of Willow Sparrow Immortal's heart, but she soon chanted out, carrying Suyu to the sky in a single flight. The violent airwaves slapped Suyu's face, causing him to be somewhat unable to open his eyes. However, this situation quickly disappeared after Willowbird Immortal cast a windproof boundary. Suyu lowered his head to look down. The lights of the 10,000 homes were visible in his eyes. This visual impact was more impactful than looking at it in a video, as the human eye could capture much more than a camera. However, Suyu soon realized that every time Lu Qishan accelerated, there were 2 soft masses slapping on his face, making his viewing experience extremely poor. This woman isn't wearing a mask? Suyu frowned and looked towards the slanting top. At this moment, Lu Bird Fairy's face was already red, as delicate as a ripe apple. Don't think nonsense, we will be arriving at the branch soon. She gritted her teeth and reminded, her voice suppressing a wave of shame and anger. Willow Sparrow Fairy couldn't wait to slap herself a few times. Why did she have to play it cool and bring him flying over? Wouldn't it be better to take a taxi? Chapter 26 The Night's Watch Branch. The test begins, the test ends. Soon, after going through the cleanser all the way, Suyu finally arrived at the Night Watchman branch under the leadership of Willow Sparrow Fairy. This place was located in the center of Qingcheng and was the most prosperous and lively place in the entire city. Suyu followed behind Willow Sparrow Fairy, and after passing through the layers of guards, he finally stepped into this place that most people could only dream of. At this time, it was already more than 10 o'clock in the evening, but the entire branch was still bustling with a large number of professionals walking through it. I'll go and deal with the matters of Riken Mountain and Hanhai Guild first, you wait for me here. Inside the hall, Willow Sparrow Fairy explained a few words to Suyu before walking towards the deeper depths. Suyu stood still and looked around. Directly in front of him was a wall made up of LCD screens, with a quest posted on the wall. Depending on the difficulty of the mission, the guild contribution value labeled underneath also differed. Is this the Night Watch's mode of operation, favoring herding? Suyu guessed. That's right, it seems that you are a newcomer to the guild?
Joining the Night's Watch at such a young age, you wouldn't still be in high school, would you?
A young man's voice came from behind. That slightly shrill voice caused Suyu to frown.
It won't be by me, right?
The man saw Suyu ignoring him and walked to Suyu by himself. Introduce myself, my name is Luan, my occupation is a second-turn swordsman, and I am currently serving as a second-level wandering soul in the Night's Watch. Luan smiled, reached out and patted Suyu's shoulder. I happen to be free at the moment, if you don't mind I can take you for a walk, as a senior to popularize some guild general knowledge for you.
No, thanks.
Suyu expressionlessly removed his hand on his shoulder. At the same time, with a scrutinizing gaze, he once again surveyed the guild's interior. If this trend of seniority ranking was the norm, then he would probably have to consider quitting the guild. Little brother, I'm kindly bringing you a hand, it's really rude for you to reject my good intentions like this.
Hearing Suyu's cold tone once again, Luan's eyes narrowed slightly and his face sank. Don't you know the truth that more friends make more roads? There was a time when I was also at your age. Luan, what are you doing?
At this time, Lu Bird Fairy walked quickly from the distance and interrupted Luan.
Mr. Lu? I didn't realize he was your student.
I'm sorry, I'm just having an attack of zeal and wanted to take this little brother for a stroll. Luan put away that expression from earlier and smiled awkwardly at Lu Bird Fairy. Then turned his head again and said to Suyu, little brother, I still have something to do, how about we talk slowly some other day?
Remember, my name is Luan. After saying that, he left without looking back.
What did you guys just talk about?
Lu Qixian's eyes lingered on Luan's back for a while and then asked. Nothing, just a casual chat.
Suyu slightly shook his head. That guy's dad is the vice mayor of Qingcheng, other did not learn, gangster is a hand, you do not take care of him.
Lu Bird Fairy sighed and said. Since seeing Suyu's strength, she could not let any accidents arise.
If she let some ungrateful fools force him to the opposite side of the Grand Xia, then there would really be no place to cry.
Oh, I know.
Suyu casually dealt with it and continued to look around.
I have already submitted your information for you, now there will be a small membership assessment, no problem, right?
Okay, but when will the subsidy you mentioned be issued? The first level of authority will have $500,000 to your card on the 8th of every month, this you don't have to worry about. Willow Sparrow Fairy pointed to the LCD screen and said, however, for the vigilantes, money and whatnot is still too thin compared to contribution points. After you take the initiative to complete a mission, or participate in rescuing or killing the monsters attacking the city, you will receive the corresponding contribution points. Contribution points are equivalent to currency, but they can buy a lot of things that you can't think of. When you accumulate a certain amount of contribution points, your member level will be raised. Member ranks are categorized into 1 to 9 levels, and every time you raise a level, the guild attribute bonuses and privileges you receive will be a lot more. Levels 1 to 3 were known as Wandering Souls, levels 3 to 6 were Night Vigilantes, and levels 6 to 9 were known as Day Vigilantes, which was different from the pattern of most guilds. Suyu nodded, the Night Vigil's model was indeed novel, it was more like a large mercenary corps than a guild. Hearing this, Suyu temporarily dispelled the idea of withdrawing from the guild. If it was the same as an ordinary guild, where the upper and lower levels were clearly separated and the oppressive situation was obvious, he definitely could not stay for a bit.
But now, it seemed to be not bad?
Willow Sparrow Immortal paused, then led Suyu out of the guild's mission hall and walked into a room.
My people have been brought, let the assessment begin. Suyu followed and walked into the room.
To his eyes, there were several people of similar age to him sitting nervously together.
This person is the newcomer brought by Teacher Lu? So young. Hasn't gone to the 4 great schools yet, right?
If it wasn't for the obvious first-turn characteristics, I would even think that he's a newcomer who only just gained his profession.
TSK, I don't know if he can pass the examination.
The people in the room started discussing in low voices. Suyu, on the other hand, was slightly stunned, and his eyes met with another person in the room.
Little brother, I didn't expect to meet again so soon?
Luan said with a leathery smile. He had only taken the mission from the mission hall not long ago, and the content was to act as the examiner for this initiation examination. Although he was an examiner, in reality, he just needed to stay here to ensure that no accidents happened. If it wasn't for his special identity, this safe and simple task wouldn't have been his turn. What is the content of the examination?
Hurry up and start, I'm in a hurry.
Suyu didn't be polite with him and directly opened the door. He still has 3 mysterious boxes in his hand that he hasn't opened, and now he wants to finish quickly and go back to open the treasure chest. The remaining 4 people looked at Suyu with a face of adoration. They are also a little displeased with Luan, but they do not have the kind of guts to dare to dislike him face to face.
Good, you guys come with me.
After Luan was disliked, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. However, he didn't dare to snap out of it due to the presence of Lu Bird Fairy. Subsequently, under Luan's lead, Suyu's group of 5 people quickly arrived at a large open space. Buzz! As Luan slid on the tablet, a hideous-looking minotaur appeared in front of the crowd. A level 35 minotaur that came with 2 minor skills, and its basic attributes were comparable to a normal level 35 warrior. A touch of mockery flowed from the depths of his eyes. The Night's Watch internal system gave 5 monster options, and this Minotaur was the strongest one.
Ahem. Lewin cleared his throat. Your assessment task is to cooperate in killing this Minotaur.
Upon hearing this, the remaining 4 people were a bit dumbfounded.
Us?
A Boundary Master sister immediately questioned. I'm a first-turn Boundary Master teacher, and other than the new one is a healer and 2 are ice mages. How can we possibly beat this level 35 Minotaur?
I objected.
The 4 of them looked at each other and all knew how much weight they had on each other, so in their minds, this was an impossible task.
Sorry, objection is invalid.
Lewin smiled smugly. He didn't know why the backstage system would assign such a strong monster to this group of people, but he was working within the rules. Even Lou Bird Fairy couldn't pick any reasoning.
Not fair, you.
Alright, cut the crap. The other 4 wanted to say something, but they were directly interrupted by Suyu.
A Minotaur?
As a pure love warrior, what I hate the most is Minotaurs. With those words, Suyu pulled the shotgun out from his waist and raised his hand for a wild blast. Chapter 27, The 4 Great Academies, Tower of Trials.
Rumble.
The dragon breath projectile roared out from the barrel of the gun and ruthlessly impacted on the Minotaur's body before exploding, turning into a ball of flames that engulfed it in its midst. The Minotaur's body was instantly blown to the point of blood and flesh, but it didn't die, it was just bruised and battered, its fur scorched and black. It looked extremely terrifying, and this was only just the beginning. The Minotaur roared in rage and rushed towards Suyu, its teeth and claws flailing, wanting to tear him into pieces.
Fate perception is ineffective?
Suyu frowned. He had tried to activate his destiny perception at the same time he fired his gun, but the result was that it did not take effect.
Could it be the reason that they were man-made products with no real life? Or is the fate of these things controlled by something?
Suyu guessed. The green and gold gloves appeared in his hand. Since he was unable to use fate modification, the 2 guns in Suyu's hands were considered to be wasted, and if they were only of silver level strength, they could only scratch that Minotaur.
Dude, what's your profession? Let's cooperate.
Seeing Suyu in such a hurry to strike, the rest of the few people hurriedly stood beside him. The Boundary Master sisters immediately set up a layer of transparent boundaries on the Minotaur's path of passage. The 2 ice mages on the other side chanted spells and condensed an ice cone in front of them. You guys just treat me as a melee system professional.
Suyu casually glanced at it and said.
Upon hearing this, the Boundary Master sisters' eyes lit up.
So the main output is this one.
Okay bro, let's create an opportunity for you and try to take it away in one wave. No need to be so troublesome, I can do it alone. Suyu shook his head, his feet moved and stepped out violently. Powerful waves of chi surged, and the chants of the 2 mages were interrupted.
Cough.
Why is he so reckless?
The person brought by Teacher Lu shouldn't be, right?
He couldn't be from the Purgatory School, could he? The 2 mages looked at each other with unusually odd expressions. And their conversation was also caught in Willow Bird Fairy's ears. Right, the Purgatory Academy was indeed a suitable place for him to go. Willow Bird Fairy's eyes narrowed as she continued to watch Suyu's battle. She had been exceptionally curious ever since she walked out of the Hanhai Guild. How exactly did Suyu defeat those 300+ professionals?
Boom!
After a burst of sprinting, Suyu ruthlessly collided with the Minotaur.
Rage Tier 1.
The green and gold gloves flashed with light, and the armor-breaking effect was activated.
Subla!
In the next moment, the only grass skirt on the Minotaur's body shattered, and countless cracks appeared on its skin. Yelp! The Junction Master's sister's face swished red. It's so big, it'll break, right? Roar! The Minotaur suffered pain, raised his right hand and ruthlessly smashed towards Suyu. Suyu did not dodge, relying on his super high physical strength attribute to take this blow.
Rage level 1.
Cascading another layer of battle rage, the red color of Suyu's eyes became more and more intense. Immediately after, he sprinted to the Minotaur's body, lifted both his knees and heavily pushed them against the Minotaur's abdomen, using the momentum to fall back. Bang! The Minotaur's stomach was like being hit by a cannonball, and its entire huge body actually lay straight on the ground. And at this time, Suyu's eyes had already returned to their normal state. So strong! The surrounding few people could not help but marvel. The Minotaur's defense was horrifying. Although it was only an ordinary secret realm monster, there were still very few people who were able to single-handedly defeat it. What's more, this Minotaur was artificially created, with both offensive and defensive strength. Suyu's one move to defeat the enemy shook the crowd. This guy. Lewin narrowed his eyes and secretly regretted offending Suyu somewhat. This kind of person, indeed, has the capital to be proud. Examination end. Wait. Lewin just wanted to go up and announce the end of the examination, but was interrupted by Suyu. He could only swallow his words into his stomach and stood quietly in place waiting. Suyu put away the green and gold boxing gloves, quickly stepped to the Minotaur monster and put his hand on its body. He wanted to try if this seemingly unreal artificial monster could be used to create the Lotus Trick Lightning. In the next moment, 10,000 dumps was unleashed. Boom! However, only a crunching sound was heard, and the moment the threads of fate entered, this minotaur monster directly exploded into pieces.
You. Luan's pupils suddenly shrunk. What kind of means is this? How could it directly exterminate a level 35 minotaur?
His heart was extremely unsettled. Being able to defeat the minotaur indicated that Suyu's strength was not bad, but being able to instantly kill the opponent meant that Suyu's strength was much more than level 35. How old was he? To have such strength at such a young age, I'm afraid that his future in the future is unlimited.
Alright, let's announce the end of the examination now.
Suyu's voice rang in Luan's ears, startling him.
Don't be afraid, you are not a monster, I won't kill you. Suyu patted his shoulder, an inexplicable smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Well, I will upload the assessment results here.
Luan pulled out a smile worse than a cry on his face. Rolling and crawling, he ran to upload the task. At this time, Suyu turned around and his gaze landed on Lu Birdsin.
Is there anything else that needs to be explained?
Suyu smiled and said, if there is none, I can leave. Willow Sparrow Fairy said after thinking about it. Right, you have just graduated from high school. Have you ever wanted to go to the 4 grade academies to further your studies?
The 4 grade academies?
Suyu slightly froze, then asked, I don't know much about this, can you tell me about it?
Of course. Willow Sparrow Immortal smiled lightly and pulled Suyu to leave the assessment place.
Looking at the back of the two leaving, those 4 newcomers were filled with shock. This kind of level of big brother, surprisingly a freshman of this class? Only obtaining a profession for a few days and you have this kind of strength, roll me to death. On the other side, Willow Sparrow Fairy found a cubicle within the mission hall and sat down, and ordered 2 cups of coffee. She picked up her coffee cup and took a sip as she slowly opened her mouth and said, the 4 major academies are, the Holy Spirit Academy, the Civilization Academy, the War Academy, and the Purgatory Academy. The School of the Holy Spirit mainly cultivates mages and other professionals. Within the school there have been many gods of law, or can open a wide range of teleportation of the Boundary Master and so on. The School of Civilization aims to train leaders, and many famous commanders and politicians have come out of this school. The School of War, as the name suggests, is for war, and there is no shortage of soldiers and generals here, making it a paradise for melee professionals. Speaking here, Willow Bird Fairy paused.
What about the Purgatory Academy?
Suyu cooperated to pick up the conversation. The Purgatory Academy is a true purgatory, and the people who come out from there are known as the Underworlders, or the King of Hell. There is a saying that the King of Hell tells you to die on the 3rd night, who dares to keep you until the 5th night? A flash of scorn flashed across the bottom of Willow Sparrow Immortal's eyes, and her voice trembled slightly. The Purgatory Academy cultivates absolute individual strength. They are lone wolves on the battlefield, each one of them is a hexagonal warrior with no shortcomings. That is the burial ground of geniuses, the place where the demons among the demons stay. Unlike the other 3 academies, ordinary geniuses just reach the threshold for enrollment in the Purgatory Academy.
Suyu nodded his head.
The Purgatory Academy was indeed suitable for himself from all aspects. It looked like Willow Sparrow Fairy was hoping that he would join the Purgatory Academy. I have a letter of introduction for the Purgatory School here. If you want to go, just fill in your name on it. As expected, after explaining for Suyu, Willow Sparrow Fairy took out a blood-colored envelope from her bag. A heavy scent of blood drilled into his nostrils.
Suyu reached out and accepted it.
And then, without hesitation, he filled in his name.
After Suyu wrote down his name, the letter burned without fire.
The Willow Bird Immortal was slightly relieved, so he was able to retain this talent. After the introduction letter is submitted, the Purgatory Academy side will send people to conduct an entrance examination on you. However, this kind of assessment is not the same as the college entrance examination kind of unified examination. It is a one-on-one observation. They will secretly set up assessment items for you, but will not inform you. It is possible that in the end, you will receive the admission notice in confusion. After saying that, Lu Bird Fairy stood up and reached out her hand. Then, Student Suyu, I hope that the next time I see you again will be at the freshman exchange meeting of the 4 major academies.
Suyu, thank you.
Suyu also followed suit and stood up, shook her hand and seriously thanked her. The Purgatory School was so powerful, then this introduction letter was estimated to be of extremely high value, and he was considered to have taken the other party's favor. Suyu has always been to repay kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge. This favor he has remembered. There is no need to thank me. This letter of introduction will be taken as your reward for helping me take down the Hanhai Guild. Willow Sparrow Fairy smiled lightly. The two nodded to each other and Suyu headed out.
This time, the trial tower record has been swiped again? Which ruthless person is so bullish?
It's a pity, I only managed to rake in some experience and go up a level with my entrance this month. Just after walking out of the mission hall, Suyu heard a burst of noisy voices coming from behind him. Suyu's footsteps slightly halted, and his gaze looked towards a room on the opposite side of the corridor. Seeing Suyu stop, Willow Sparrow Fairy stepped forward and explained for him. A first-level traveling soul can challenge the trial tower once a month. Each floor of the tower is guarded by various monsters, and after successfully clearing it, you can obtain a large amount of experience value, which is one of the benefits of the Vigilante Guild.
After saying that, she spread her face and smiled. Want to go and try? A large amount of experience value? Suyu's eyes lit up.
Now that he had just completed his occupational awakening, he had originally planned to go to the secret realm to brush monsters and upgrade. But now, with a better option, it certainly couldn't be better. Moreover, if the monsters within the trial tower were all like the kind of minotaur monsters from before, wouldn't they break at his own touch? Chapter 28, Climbing the Trial Tower, Crazy Upgrade. Good. So Suyu nodded his head without hesitation. As the two of them stepped into the room, the surrounding watchmen gradually increased. This room looked small from the outside, but after walking in, it was a different world. At a cursory glance, at the very least, it covered dozens of square kilometers, and it definitely used techniques like folding space when it was constructed. A 1,000-meter-high tower stood in the center, and below it were hundreds of displays, on which the images of climbers were projected in real time. From time to time, there were cheers or laughter and curses from the crowd. The night watchmen did not have many interactions with each other, but they had quite a lot of common language for the trial tower. Because, this thing was just too difficult. Most of the professionals were used to teaming up, and each had their own division of labor in the secret realm. But after entering the trial tower, it was a person who came to be surrounded by a group of monsters, and their usual combat experience didn't matter. However, after seeing the real situation of the trial tower, Suyu revealed a smile.
Surrounded? I have experience with this. Can I just go in directly? Suyu looked around and asked.
Willow Sparrow Immortal softly said, "That's right, just choose any entrance to go in. Even if two people walk into the tower at the same time, they will still be teleported to different places." Suyu nodded and walked straight towards the trial tower. Casually finding a door to open, he walked in without any hesitation. At the same time, a screen under the trial tower lit up. Seeing this, Willow Sparrow Fairy directly walked to that screen and stood in front of it. When Suyu killed the Minotaur just now, she couldn't see what means the other party used to do it, so now she would have to observe it properly.
Is there another newcomer here?
Surprisingly, he started challenging from the first floor. TSK, I hope he can hold out for more. At the very least, he should get the reward for the first floor, right? Seeing the arrival of Suyu, an unfamiliar face, many of the old men around him were a bit disillusioned.
This little handsome boy's thin skin and tender flesh did not look like a melee professional at a glance.
The long-range professional's early stage of climbing the trial tower is too disadvantageous. Only after the third turn will the advantage slowly manifest itself.
Ha! It's not right, I just didn't look for a while, and this kid rushed up to the third floor?
However, soon there were cries of alarm from the crowd.
What? You didn't see it wrong, did you? This guy came up in less than 10 seconds and rushed up to the third floor? How can this be false?
The monsters he encountered on the first level were venom slimes, which he directly killed in one shot. The second level was 5 elite goblins, which he also punched in one, and now the third level?
Another one punch? This is a deep hide, right? Oh my god, how the hell can other people play?
Willow Sparrow Fairy's eyebrows couldn't help but raise, and she sighed in her heart. What kind of tactics is this guy using? Why can't she see it? Hey, you guys, which floor will this little handsome guy stop at?
He looks like he has a strong momentum right now,
but it's just that he rushes too hard in the early stages and can't top it at the back. I estimate that it will be at most 10 floors. I think it's about the same. He's only a first-level traveling soul. I guess he hasn't made the second turn yet. He can reach the 11th floor as the top. Meanwhile, inside the 5th floor of the trial tower, you have gained 2,345 experience points. You have gained 10086 experience. You have gained 114514 experience. You have gained experience. Your level has increased. Current level LV21. Your level has increased. Current level LV22. So you looked at the prompts that kept popping up in front of his eyes and couldn't stop smiling. Upgrading after the professional awakening was not as easy as before, but Suyu had risen 2 levels in just a few minutes. This trial tower was simply tailor-made for him. Not only could he gain a large amount of experience value, but he could also add some experience in fighting one against many. After all, even though those monsters directly shattered into crumbs at the touch of a thread of fate, he still had to resist the onslaught of the monster horde to avoid taking excessive damage to himself. One had to realize that his fate stocks could not be triggered at all here. These monsters were not beings, and were not truly life-threatening themselves. Boom! Another punch was thrown, and several threads of fate drilled into the monster in front of him along with Suyu's fist. However, just as an attempt was made to craft it into a lotus-style thunder, the entire monster suddenly collapsed and directly disappeared. You have gained an experience value of 135468. In the next moment, with a flash of white light, Suyu went to another level. Several huge bears of huge size suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Berserk Giant Bear LV28 Elite Level. Berserk Bear LV29 Elite Grade. Berserk Bear LV29 Elite Grade. Roar! Several 4-meter-tall brown bears roared as they rushed towards Suyu. Seeing this, the corner of Suyu's mouth rose without the slightest thought of retreating. If it was in the secret realm, Suyu might still be cautious, but since it was within the trial tower that would not die, there was no need to be polite. Boom! His movements were as fast as lightning, and in an instant, he had already arrived in front of one of the berserk giant bears. Boom! A fist was swung out, and a terrifying force erupted out, accompanied by the sound of a dull impact. One of the giant bears was viciously smashed away. Before it even landed, under the effect of the threads of fate, this berserk giant bear had already crumbled into nothingness. However, the other two berserk giant bears took the opportunity to pounce on Suyu, their sharp claws clawing at every part of his body. If it was a normal person, they would definitely have been torn apart. Plop! Suyu's toes stomped continuously on the ground, his figure floated like the wind, spinning around in mid-air, dodging the attacks of the two giant bears, followed by his legs bending and violently catapulting out. Boom! Boom! The two giant bears fell straight to the ground, a huge crack showing from their bodies. Immediately after, Suyu's target once again locked onto a giant bear, and in the swaying of his body, he had already arrived at its side. Ka-ching! His arm stretched out and pinched the neck of the giant bear, and between the slight force, the head of this giant bear immediately hung down limply. You have gained experience value of 165849. Your level has increased. Current level LV23. In less than a minute, another level up. Suyu's eyes were frighteningly bright. After standing in place and waiting for a minute, he was teleported to the 7th level of the trial tower again. What appeared on this level were 10 frost skeletons. These skeletons came with ice attribute attacks and would reduce their movement speed after touching them, making them extremely difficult to deal with. However, under Suyu's full firepower, they did not last more than a minute. Experience value 1888888. This leveling up speed was simply awesome. Worthy of the benefits of a 9th level guild. Chapter 29, 10 levels in a row, leave your name on the monument. Suyu chopped and sliced his way up, quickly going up 2 more levels to the 10th level of the trial tower. And at this time, the abnormalities around the trial tower also attracted more vigilantes to gather around. Surprisingly, they drew a monster like the Meyer Geoduck. Looking at the giant monster that was gradually taking shape on the screen, some people involuntarily exclaimed, "Mud Swamp Dilophosaurus?" This was a melee professional killer, so it was probably difficult. An imposing third-turn mage also cast his gaze over. The 10th level was a watershed, he needed to face a level 30 boss alone. I'm afraid it would be a vicious battle. He said in a deep voice, "Watch." He would most likely fail, but he already had the courage to take on the challenge, at least proving that he wasn't afraid of powerful enemies. The rest of the vigilantes nodded. That's right, this teenager is still young. Even if he loses this time, he is perfectly capable of waiting for another month to settle down and continue to break through. Inside the trial tower, Suyu did not know that he had already attracted widespread attention. But even if he knew, he did not care. Mud Swamp Earth Dragon LV30 Lord level. In front of Suyu, a big guy that looked like a lizard with sludge dripping from its body was slowly raising its head. Roar! It opened its mouth and let out a hoarse low roar. Bringing up a fishy wind, it lunged and bit over towards Suyu. Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly, his feet moved, dodged sideways and casually blasted out a punch to hit the Mud Swamp Earth Dragon's abdomen. Boom! Suyu's punch hit that Mud Swamp Earth Dragon, splattering countless mud spots, but failed to break the defense. Has it reached the upper limit of the green gold fist gloves? Suyu frowned. The green gold fist gloves were only gold level equipment, and it still showed its drawbacks when facing this level 30 boss. So, Suyu directly took off his gloves and moved his neck, making a crisp crunching sound. Rage Tier 1, current Rage Tier reaches 5, pain sensation disappears, nerve reflex speed increases by 100. In an instant, the world in Suyu's eyes slowed down. Hiss howl. Being hit by this punch, that Mud Swamp Earth Dragon only stalled for a split second before snapping sideways again and slapping a claw at Suyu. It was too slow. Suyu reacted swiftly, while retreating. At the same time, his right leg swept out horizontally, ruthlessly impacting on the Mud Marsh Earth Dragon's stomach. Bang! Accompanied by a dull ringing sound, the huge body of that Mud Swamp Earth Dragon flew out several meters backwards, only to climb up with difficulty after landing. This caused the hearts of the many night watchmen around to flinch. The power of this leg was too terrifying, even reaching the strength of a second-turn boxer. Not good, the Meyer Earth Dragon was changing terrain. That third-turn mage narrowed his eyes and said, "It has to be a quick battle. If he let the Meyer Earth Dragon completely transform the terrain into a swamp, then it would be hard for him to have a chance of winning." The crowd could not help but sweat for Suyu. However, they were quickly stunned by Suyu's maneuver again. Boom! 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 Suyu kept on pulling the trigger as the dragon breath bombs bombarded the Mud Marsh Earth Dragon, exploding into countless fireballs. The intense heat directly baked the shell of the Meyer Dragon to a crisp, as if it was going to be baked into a sculpture. The Mud Swamp Earth Dragon's movement was hindered, and it did not have the same kind of vigor it had at the beginning. Seeing this, Suyu quickly pushed forward, and the thread of destiny poked out from her hand. The Mud Marsh Earth Dragon wanted to dodge, but it was too slow in terms of speed and was simply being teased. Wow! In the next moment, the Mud Marsh Earth Dragon, who had just been alive and well, was reduced to a patch of debris. It was this move again. His occupation was definitely different from the previous juggler. What secret was this occupation hiding? Willow Sparrow Fairy's mind was filled with thoughts. After standing in place for a while longer, she turned around and left. No matter what, as long as Suyu did not do anything out of the ordinary, then she did not need to pay attention to it. After resolving this Mud Marsh Earth Dragon, Suyu completely let go of his hands. With the 5 tiers of combat fury, any monster below level 40 was easily approached by him and later utilized the 10,000 dumps to shatter it. Even when monsters above level 40, equivalent to a second turn professional, appeared later, they only slightly slowed down Suyu's speed through the level. Your level has increased. Current level LV 25. Your level has increased. Current level LV 26. Your level has increased. Your current level is LV 27. You have leveled up. Your current level is LV 28. You have leveled up. Your current level is LV 29. You have leveled up. Your current level is LV 30. As the number of levels of the trial tower rose, the large amount of experience gained also caused Suyu's level to rise rapidly. Finally, after arriving at the 20th floor of the trial tower, Suyu finally stopped moving. He silently gazed at a hell's 3-headed dog in front of him, and then exited the rage state. This fella's level had already come to level 60, which was even stronger than a normal third-turn professional. Although Suyu was certain that he could take down the opponent, the amount of time and energy he would have to spend would be enormous. The continuous combat had already left him in a much worse state, thus Suyu already had the intention to withdraw. Wang Wang. At the same time that the hellish 3-headed dog pounced over, Suyu directly chose to withdraw. Congratulations on creating the highest record of 19 floors cleared by a first-turn professional's trial tower. You have obtained a guild contribution value of 5,000. Your guild contribution value exceeds 2,000. Congratulations on unlocking your privileges and obtaining the title of Level 2 Traveling Soul. Please leave your name on the monument. Leave your name? Suyu's figure flashed and appeared outside the trial tower. A stream of light flashed by, causing his exhaustion to disappear. Not only that, the increase in guild privileges also caused his full attribute bonus to reach 15 from 5. Suyu clenched his fist and felt that his battle power had increased by at least 30%. It seems like there is still time to raise the guild privilege. Suyu muttered. However, he was not in a hurry to do the quest. Willow Sparrow Immortal's side had said that after the case was completely closed on the side of Lishan Mountain, he would be given half of the guild contribution value. Countless pairs of eyes around him were staring at him, but Suyu did not care. He stroked his chin and spaced out and wrote 2 random words on the monument. Buzz. In the next moment, the trial tower produced a violent tremor. In the middle of the forest of stone monuments outside the trial tower, a brand new stone monument slowly rose. Guild announcement. Congratulations to Dad for challenging the trial tower for the first time and successfully passing the 19th floor. Guild announcement. Congratulations to Dad for successfully unlocking his level 2 authority and becoming a level 2 traveling soul. Ha! What's wrong with this guy? What did he tell you to leave a name for? Everyone in the surroundings were filled with tears and laughter as they listened to that serious and domineering broadcast voice shout out those 2 words. This was the first time someone dared to take advantage of the guild. Ahem. Suyu lightly coughed and walked towards the door without moving. He also did not know that the guild would actually roar out in such a high profile. Alas, if he had known this, he would have raised his seniority a bit higher. While walking outside, he opened the attribute panel to take a look. Occupation, Juggler. Level, 30. Strength, 185. Physical strength, 297. Intelligence, 193. Agility, 165. Awakening, first turn. Skills, Sense of Fate, Rhythm of Life, All Fall Down LV4, Weapon Master LV1, Battle Rage LV1. Talent, Fate Modification. Fate Points, 1780. Not bad. Looking at the luxurious attribute panel, Suyu nodded with satisfaction. One of the physical strength items had even approached 300, which was an attribute that only a normal third-turn shield mountain could have. The next 2 days of cultivation, and then go to the secret realm to practice leveling, and strive to rise a few more levels before the Purgatory Academy assessment comes. The best is to reach level 40 to complete the second professional awakening. Suyu silently planned. Some people in the surroundings came up to talk to him, but Suyu had no idea of making small talk and just casually perfunctorily said a few sentences. In the crowd, Luan nodded his head towards Suyu with a smile from afar, but that look made Suyu's perception of him even worse. If you don't like what you see, then come and touch it. The big deal is to be beaten up. This kind of smiley face is what he hates the most. What is your name? When Suyu was about to walk out of the crowd's line of sight, that third-turn mage suddenly asked. However, Suyu acted as if he did not hear it and walked straight out of the vigilante branch. In his opinion, useless socializing was avoided if he could, and with that effort, he might as well find some wrongdoers to brush his fate points.
Chapter 30 Open Treasure Chest Time, Platinum Special Equipment. It was already late at night after walking out of the vigilante branch.
Suyu strolled down the street. It seemed like it had rained earlier, and the surroundings were filled with the fresh scent of grass mixed with the smell of earth.
After the intelligence attribute was raised, the effective rhythm of life seemed to have been enhanced as well.
Suyu squinted his eyes and carefully perceived. Flutter, flutter, flutter. The sound of heartbeats within a radius of 5 kilometers were all included in his ears, like a different kind of symphony. That fortune teller senior seemed to have given him a great gift. Not only that, his perception ability had also been qualitatively improved. Suyu slightly tilted his head, his gaze instantly locking onto the 2 white flowery bodies hidden at the roof of the building, who were currently undergoing a great life extension process.
Damn, can't you honestly stay at home?
The enhancement of the basic attributes brings about a more comprehensive increase in physical quality and other abilities, not just cold and icy data. Suyu silently accelerated his footsteps. The city at night is too exciting. If he stays any longer, he is afraid that he can't help but rescue 1 or 2 lost girls. After returning home, Suyu emptied the stock in the refrigerator in one breath and directly made a pot of big messy stew. After having a full meal, he collapsed and went to sleep.
The next day,
at 5 in the morning before dawn, Suyu had already sat up from his bed with a cart. He sat on the chair and his eyes went to the 3 boxes placed on the coffee table. As far as Suyu knew, generally guilds would deliberately take out the valuable things in their warehouses when conducting guild wars and stuff some trash equipment in to avoid heavy losses when the time came. However, Suyu opening the guild war was an unexpected event. This also meant that it was highly likely that he would open something good. With a few moments of anticipation, Suyu reached out and opened the first box. A blinding golden light appeared at first. A dagger glowing with a cold light appeared in front of Suyu. Scarlet Rose Gold Grade. Grade, 25. Type, Dagger. Attribute, Agility 40. Durability, 150,150. Talent. Dexterity LV2. When worn, your movement speed is increased by 30 and your attack speed is increased by 30. Skills. Thorn's Thorn. Each of your strikes will be accompanied by a bleeding effect that lasts for 3 minutes and can be stacked for up to 5 layers. Good stuff. Suyu held the thorn rose in his hands and played with it. With the weapon master's bonus, he had mastered the use of the dagger after just a few minutes. As he casually danced a blade flower in the air, a sharp wind-breaking sound faintly emanated from the dagger. Attack with bleeding effect? Suyu gazed at the dagger and after pondering for a moment, he gently made a cut on his palm. Although there was only a small wound, the blood simply could not stop flowing out. Fate Minor Event, you gain a negative effect, bleeding, you will lose 1 milliliter of blood every second for 3 minutes. The blood dripped and fell on the floor, but Suyu's eyes suddenly lit up. As expected, this kind of negative effect was 100% capable of triggering a fate stock. Suyu pondered briefly before launching a fate modification. Fate Minor Event, you gain a negative effect, bleeding, you will lose 1 milliliter of blood every second for 3 minutes. Ding! Fate Minor Event, you gain a negative effect, bleeding, you will lose 0 milliliters of blood every second for 3 minutes. Fate Point 5. In the next moment, although the wound on Suyu's palm was still there, not a single drop of blood had flowed out. Doesn't this mean that every 3 minutes I will be able to gain 5 fate points without injury? 5 points in 3 minutes, an hour is 100 points, a day is 240 points, a month is 7,200 points? Although it seems a bit strange to give myself a slash from time to time, this is fate points for nothing. The more Suyu thought about it, the more excited he felt. This time he really picked up a treasure. He was worried about not having any fate points to upgrade his skills, but this is not a sleepy pillow? 3 minutes later, Suyu repeated his trick and made another small cut on his palm. However, this time, he didn't wait for the blood to flow out before completing the fate modification. Destiny Point 1. It's done. Seeing the increase in fate points, he completely put down his heart. Brushing fate points like this was definitely a sustainable project. Taking a deep breath, Suyu looked at the other 2 boxes. Snap. With a sound, one of them was opened by Suyu. Unfortunately, it only contained an ordinary bronze equipment. Suyu picked it up and glanced at it, and threw it behind him without even being interested in checking the specific attributes. Last one, hopefully it's a useful item. Suyu murmured. Opening the other box. When the lid was lifted, Suyu was first stunned, and then his face was overjoyed. A box that emitted a soft white light lay quietly within it. The white light was more condensed than the light emitted by silver equipment. It was a solid platinum equipment. Moreover, it was the most special type of equipment. Qiankuan Swordbox Platinum Grade. Grade, 0. Type, Mysterious. Attribute, 0. Endurance, 100010000. Talent. Sturdy LV5. The sword case is made of special materials, extremely sturdy and difficult to destroy. Skill. Qiankuan Wuji, after every hour, a sword chi will coalesce inside the sword case, and the sword chi attack power is equivalent to the full power strike of a third-turn swordsman. After opening the sword box, it will release all the sword chi at once, causing a devastating blow to the enemy. The maximum storage within the sword box is 100 sword chi. Hiss. After taking a clear look at the attributes of the Qiankuan sword box, Suyu could not help but pinch a sweat in his heart for Lu Bird Fairy. If it wasn't for the suddenness of his opening of the Guild War, I'm afraid that just with this piece of equipment, he would have been able to make Willow Bird Immortal drink a pot of water. A single sword chi could unleash the full force of a third-turn swordsman, and there were 100 sword chi stored inside this sword box. If 100 swords were unleashed, not to mention the third turn, the fourth turn wouldn't even be enough to die. It was fortunate that he had started the Guild War in time. If you let Li Hanshan have enough preparation, this Qiankuan sword box will definitely be used by him to deal with Lu Qixuan, and then she probably won't even be able to find a place to cry. Ha, cool ah. Suyu laughed out loud. Such a powerful equipment. As a result, it now fell into his hands. This kind of killer-level equipment, if used well, could completely play a role in reversing the big picture. It was estimated that Hanhai Guild was also treating it as a bottom card. However, it is a pity that it can only store 100 sword chi. If it can store unlimited sword chi, then wouldn't it be great to have 10,000 swords at the same time? Suyu had a thought. His hands were coiling the Qiankuan sword box over and over again. Soon, an aura flashed in his mind. If I link this equipment with the thread of destiny so that its destiny is connected to me, can I trigger a special destiny stock? Suyu's thoughts raced, constantly pondering over this possibility. If a fate summary that elaborated on the specific attributes of this equipment could appear, then he could forcefully alter the attributes or skills of the equipment by virtue of fate modification. If he could really succeed, even an ordinary silver equipment would be able to exert an extremely terrifying effect in his hands. As soon as he thought of it, he did it. 5 invisible threads surged out between Suyu's 5 fingers and attempted to connect with the Qiankuan sword box. Buzz. Soon, a marvelous tingling sensation came from the Qiankuan sword box, as if Suyu was in a hot spring. Immediately after, the original plain and ordinary Qiankuan sword box actually bloomed a soft and bright light, the entire box as if it were a living thing jumping around. This scene watched Suyu's eyes blinking. He could feel that the Qiankuan sword box seemed to have some sort of connection with himself. Fate minor event, you are connected to the fate of the Qiankuan sword box, significantly increasing the proficiency of this weapon. Suyu frowned more and more. It succeeded, but not completely. This way did work and seemed to be the means by which the cocoon breaker pathway manipulated the weapon. Only, the fate stock generated was not what Suyu wanted. Alas! Suyu let out a light sigh. Kryptonite when things don't work out. In the next instant, the fate points plummeted. The massive amount of destiny points transformed into a pair of large hands, forcibly salvaging the one destiny synopsis that Suyu needed from amongst the countless possibilities. Chapter 31, Re-entering the Secret Realm, 82 Lotus Guile Thunderbolts. Destiny Point 1500. Fate minor event, you are connected to the fate of the Qiankuan sword box. You can consume your spiritual energy to actively condense sword chi, and a maximum of 100 sword chi can be stored in the box. There! After seeing this fate summary, Suyu's eyes suddenly lit up. For the sake of this fate stem, his fate points were almost consumed. But Suyu did not regret it, it was all worth it. Fate modification was unleashed. Ding! Fate minor event, you are connected to the fate of the Qiankuan sword box. You can consume your spiritual energy to actively condense sword chi, and the maximum number of sword chi stored within the sword box is 100 million. Fate point 10. Buzz. In an instant, the Qiankuan sword box in Suyu's hand erupted with a bright light, and a seemingly absent sword chirping sound came from within the Qiankuan sword box, shaking one's heart. The highest accumulation of 100 million sword chi. Even if each sword chi only has the attack power of a third-turn swordsman, it is still extremely terrifying. To know, more ants bite the elephant off. Suyu could not imagine what kind of terrifying scene would be created when that 100 million sword chi was released. However, it must be spectacular. Generating 1 sword chi an hour, there will only be 24 in a day, but after the thread of fate is implicated, I can also consume spiritual energy to actively generate sword chi. Suyu exhaled a long breath and tried to pour his spiritual energy into the Qiankuan sword box. After 5 minutes, he pressed his temples with a face full of fatigue and an expression of kidney loss. Forget it, before the intelligence attribute is raised up, it is better to wait for it to produce its own sword chi. Suyu slightly shook his head. He had only managed to make 1 more sword chi within the sword box after wasting all his efforts. This thing was not meant to be used that way. For the time being, it was only suitable for accumulating damage with time. After resting at home until midday, Suyu finally replenished his consumed spiritual energy. Taking this time, he incidentally checked the other 2 secret realms within Xinchun. These 2 secret realms belong to large intermediate secret realms, suitable for first turn to fourth turn professionals to travel to. Compared to the Goblin Forest, both the resources and dangers were much more. This time, Suyu was prepared to head to one of the secret realms called Storm Bear Plains. Coming downstairs, he called a cab and went straight to the entrance of the secret realm. This time, Suyu did not see any people stopping the toll at the entrance or exit. It was estimated that the strength of those who could come to the intermediate secret realm were not bad and could not be taken like the novice secret realm.
Stepping into the entrance of the secret realm.
To the eyes, there was a vast plain shrouded in gray mist. Here was a gray mist, visibility was extremely low, and only some silhouettes could be vaguely seen through the gray mist. Suyu's eyes narrowed, he had seen a few videos of the Storm Bear Plains when he arrived. Unlike those cute little bears in Black Bear Ridge, the storm bears here were not only stronger in battle, but their intelligence was also far superior to their predecessors. They would pretend to be professionals waving their hands in the fog, and once a prey approached, the storm bear would immediately rush up and tear the target apart. Moreover, this guy likes to eat alive, gnawing on each other bite by bite while the prey is conscious. However, to Suyu, who possessed the rhythm of life, these beckoning to him hidden in the grey mist were not tyrannical bears, but rather experience values, equipment and fate points. Suyu violently charged forward and punched towards a black shadow in the mist. An extremely solid feedback came. Rage Tier 1. Hiss roar. This tyrannical bear roared in pain, revealing its ferocious fangs as it lunged with its teeth and claws open. Boom! Suyu did not dodge and collided with the bear's paw. Rage Tier 1. Ka-ching! With a muffled sound, the bear's paw cracked, dripping with blood. The bear saw that the situation was not good and wanted to escape. Suyu's rage tier had not yet been stacked up, where would he let him escape from his grasp? He jumped up and directly jumped onto the tyrant bear, wrestling with it. Rage level 111. Combat rage reaches the 5th tier, pain sensation disappears, and your nerve reflex speed increases by 100. Boom! After the rage stacked up, Suyu immediately pulled away and raised his hand to blast out a dragon breath bomb. Fate minor event, you used a shotgun to attack the storm bear, and your opponent suffered light burns. Ding! Fate minor event, you used a shotgun to attack the storm bear, and your opponent suffered severe burns. Fate point 20. Roar! The storm bear was engulfed by the fireball, his body was scorched black and he was severely burned. Seeing this, Suyu pulled out the thorn rose and rushed over to clear the blood bar with a slash. You killed the tyrannical bear LV36 and gained experience value of 6540. Easily killing a tyrant bear, Suyu stopped where he was and did not rush to continue hunting. He looked at the bones of the storm bear underneath him, and his eyes showed contemplation. When he killed the monsters in the goblin forest before, those monsters were all directly turned into ashes, unlike the tyrannical bear that still left behind its bones. Moreover, Suyu was not unable to obtain fate points after modifying the fate stocks like in the goblin forest. He guessed that this might be related to the level of the monster. The more powerful the monster, the more powerful its destiny was, and the more destiny points it gained after modifying it. Killing them head to head like this was too inefficient. I've only just come out of the trial tower, and I've forgotten my best skill. Suyu casually gave himself a slash, brushing fate points while also renewing his rage status by getting injured. Fate points 10. The corners of his mouth gradually rose as he charged towards another storm bear not far away. The dragon breath bullet critically injured it with one shot and put it down directly with one punch. However, Suyu was not in a hurry to kill this tyrannical bear, but instead sent the thread of fate into the other party. Ka ka ka. As the sound of bones crumbling continuously resounded, a lotus guile thunder was produced. Jia. Looking at his masterpiece, Suyu smiled sorrowfully. After he turned around, he purposely buried the lotus rogue mine at the bottom of a small dirt slope. And it was specially set to detonate manually, so as to avoid some ungrateful occupiers coming over to seek death. After doing all this, Suyu carried his dagger and entered the mist again. Ow! Just after taking a few steps, he sensed a group of moon shadow wolves howling in the mist. The highest level of the Wolf King in the Lunar Shadow Wolf Pack was only around level 30, much weaker than him, but it couldn't help but be numerous. At every turn, there were 70 to 80 of them to start with. If it was someone else who encountered this situation would definitely choose to go around the road. But Suyu didn't have that much to worry about. This wolf pack is the best lotus guile material. Suyu's eyes completely turned into a dark red color, with an evil smile on the corner of his mouth. He rushed into the wolves and started killing them. Here, Suyu was as if he was the master, slaughtering the wolves wantonly. Ow! The moon shadow wolves gathered together to charge at him, but were easily dodged by Suyu. Even though the moon shadow wolves used their skills and launched a crescent-like energy ball, they still could not help Suyu in the slightest. He danced amongst the wolves, and the thorn rose was completely dyed red. One by one, the heads of the wolves were cut off, and scarlet blood spilled all over the ground, quickly coloring a large area of soil red. There were quite a few occupiers in the distance who saw this scene and were stunned by Suyu's actions. The Moonshadow Wolf Pack was one of the taboos of the Storm Bear Plains. This thing's individual strength was not as good as the Storm Bear, but it could not afford to be numerous. 80 Moonshadow Wolves launching a crescent moon energy wave together was enough to easily kill a third-turn professional. However, Suyu in front of him looked like he was brushing small monsters in the goblin forest, revealing a relaxed demeanor. This big brother must be an assassin of turn 3 or above. This stance is simply unbeatable. I think it could also be a thief. After all, there is also a pathway for thieves called lifestealers.
The surrounding people whispered.
However, no one realized that a bizarre scene was quietly happening. The corpses of those moonshadow wolves looked like they had come to life, constantly fusing and piecing together into a stunning lotus flower. Finally, after making the last lunar shadow wolf into a lotus guile ray, Suyu left this place carrying a full 80 lotus guile rays. Covered by the gray mist, those professionals did not see this horrifying scene and only thought that the big brother had finished brushing the monsters and left. Suyu returned to the small dirt slope and buried these lotus guile thunderbolts one by one. A total of 82 pieces. It should be enough, right?
Suyu nodded slightly.
Patting the sticky blood on his body, he casually found a direction to move forward at full speed. The traps had already been made. How much he could gain next depended on his hate-pulling skills.
Chapter 32. What kind of operation are you doing? I can't read it. Sub la.
Thorn Rose brought up a cracking sound and viciously stabbed a berserk giant bear in the butt.
Ouch.
The berserk bear roared in pain and jumped up, his hands subconsciously slapped back, but he missed. Fate minor event, you use Thorn Rose to attack Berserker Bear, causing a bleeding effect that lasts for 180 seconds.
Bang!
The bear's paw smashed into the ground, splattering debris and dust.
Ding!
Fate minor event, you attacked Berserk Bear with Thorny Rose, causing a bleeding effect that lasts for 180 years.
Fate point 10. Suyu glanced at the Fate Terrier and quickly completed the modification.
He then reversed his direction and charged towards his next target.
As long as the bleeding effect existed, then these berserk giant bears would not transfer their hatred. Rumble.
Behind him, followed by a dozen berserk giant bears that were more than 10 meters tall. Each one of them was as strong as a small mountain, with strong and powerful limbs, and between running, they drove an earthquake like violent shaking, as if they were able to trample everything into mincemeat, making people shudder.
Huffing and puffing. A head of behemoths panted and followed his pace, itching to tear him alive.
Each one of them had an opening cut into their body in one way or another, and blood spurted out of the wound like it was no money.
That wound could not be healed even with the terrifying physical strength attribute of the berserk giant bear.
And the more they bled, the more they hated that figure in front of them.
What is happening here? Could it be that the berserk bears had rioted and triggered a beast tide?
The commotion caused by Suyu scared the occupiers in the secret realm. If it wasn't for the vague discovery of a human figure in front of the berserk bear, most of them would have run out. Usually, everyone is quietly hunting some single bear. This guy is good.
Directly make such a big battle. Want to die, do not drag everyone.
In the gray fog, a high-level professional with an extraordinary temperament rubbed his eyes.
Is that Suyu? Is he crazy? How could he provoke so many berserk bears? Seeing Suyu's back, Chen Wanxian was shocked.
He was a tutor of the Purgatory School and had come here specifically for that introduction letter. After following Suyu into the Berserker Bear Plain, he had thought to lure a few Berserker Bears over to give him some tests, but he did not expect that this fellow would be even more ruthless than himself. The dozen or so Berserk Bears were afraid that a third-turn professional would have to avoid them.
It's a bit interesting.
Qian Wanxian narrowed his eyes and looked at Suyu with a few moments of appreciation.
This kind of crazy energy, he liked it.
He licked his lips and a flash of evil thought suddenly rose in his heart. Since you want to attract monsters, then I will help you out.
Ding!
Fate minor event, you use Thorn Rose to attack the Berserker Bear, causing a bleeding effect that lasts for 180 years.
Fate point 10.
After attracting a berserk giant bear with another stunt, Suyu quickly drew back. However, this time, he did not run for long before his high-speed moving figure suddenly stalled.
I remember that the monsters here don't seem to be this dense. Ow. In front, a wolf howl was faintly heard. It was a large Moonshadow wolf pack, in which there were at least hundreds of Moonshadow wolves. Moreover, Suyu also discovered a Lunar Shadow Wolf King. Moonshadow Wolf King LV 45 Lord level. No matter what, this time it's going to be a fortune.
Suyu secretly said. Behind him were more than 20 berserk bears, plus the more than 100 lunar shadow wolves in front of him. If he could take them all down, I'm afraid that the profit would be heaven-defying. Thinking of this, Suyu tiptoed on his toes and his figure instantly disappeared in place. In the next moment, he had already appeared next to the nearest moon shadow wolf. Swish! The Thorn Rose flew out once again. That lunar shadow wolf was obviously also awakened. Seeing a human intruding into the nest, he immediately let out a furious roar and pounced with open fangs. Suyu coldly laughed, his figure violently leapt up. At the same time, between the flips of his wrist, the dagger was accurately stabbed on the moon shadow wolf's body. Fate minor event, you use Thorn Rose to attack moon shadow wolf, causing a bleeding effect that lasts for 180 seconds. Ding! Fate minor event, you attack the moon shadow wolf with the Thorn Rose, causing a bleeding effect that lasts for 180 years. Fate point 10. After easily tagging a moonshadow wolf, Suyu did not stop and continued to rush towards the depths of the wolf nest. The wolf was a very vindictive creature, and its sense of territory was even stronger. Suyu had just taken a few steps when dozens of lunar crescents chopped towards him. These crescents were not like those level 20+ lunar shadow wolves that Suyu had encountered before. Each one of them was not bad in terms of power, and gold equipment would be cut into pieces. Was he sick? Seeing Suyu's crazy actions, even Shen Wanxian, who had seen the insights of many geniuses and demons, felt a knowledge blindness of doubt. Daring to charge a large moonshadow wolf pack at level 30, no, what are his credentials? He can't be knowing that I'm in, right? Looking at the dozens of lunar shadows, Shen Wanxian's fists were clenched, ready to rush over to save the day. Suyu's face did not change, even though those crescent moons had blocked off the space, leaving him without the slightest chance to dodge. The image of the next 3 seconds surfaced. The entire 56 crescent moons whistled and rushed, drowning Suyu directly. Fate minor event, you were attacked by 56 crescent moons with no way to escape and were hit head-on. After seeing the fateful terrain, Suyu's brain ran at high speed. The first option, you can change the number, 56 to 06. Or changing no way to escape to a way to escape would also be good. In the blink of an eye, Suyu thought of 2 options to defuse the situation in front of him. Only, he was not very satisfied. Fate minor event, you were attacked by 56 crescents with no way to escape and were hit head-on. Ding! Fate minor event, you were attacked by 56 crescents, with no way to escape, and were hit head-on. Just as those crescent moons rotated and came in front of Suyu, without any sign, the 56 crescent moons instantly transformed into 56 mooncakes. The corner of Suyu's mouth rose as he let the mooncakes hit his body and charged straight towards the Wolf King at the center of the wolf pack. Shen Wanxian's hand that had just been raised stopped in mid-air. How did this guy do it? Physical transformation? Or reality manipulation? Just as the words left his mouth, Shen Wanxian slapped himself violently again. What the hell did these post-turn 6 skills have to do with him? He's only level 30 and has just turned 1. At this time, Shen Wanxian had completely withdrawn his contempt for Suyu. He didn't expect that this kind of character could even appear in this small place. Not only is he calm and collected when things go wrong, but he also dares to challenge himself, and some of his maneuvers are unintelligible even to him as a 5th-turn professional. I'd like to see what other operations you can make that I can't understand. Shen Wanxian sat down in place, carefully watching Suyu's every move. What are you doing? However, it wasn't long before another alarming cry came from his mouth. Chapter 33. At this moment, the curtain was rising. Suyu passed through the blockade of the mooncakes and directly rushed into the wolves. The moonshadow wolves were obviously stunned by this sudden transformation. How did the attack that had been condensed with most of their mental energy turn into food? Roar! The lunar shadow wolf king, on the other hand, was staring at the silhouette that was charging towards it with a low and angry growl coming out of its mouth, and its body was slightly bowed, as if it would pounce and bite off Suyu's neck at any time. Suyu did not care about the moon shadow wolf king's warning and pounced on it to tangle with it. Seeing this, the rest of the lunar shadow wolves just wanted to go forward to help, but they were attracted by the commotion behind Suyu. The group of berserk bears caused their eyes to instantly freeze up. Although they did not know why these berserk bears were attacking them en masse, the moonshadow wolves did not hesitate for a moment. Leaving behind the wolf king and Suyu, they took large strides to face the berserk bears. It seems that a quick battle is needed. Suyu made a downward movement, deftly avoiding the moonshadow wolf king's pouncing attack, and took the time to look at the battle of the moonshadow wolves. In just one exchange, several lunar shadow wolves were killed and gnawed by the berserk giant bear. If the movements on his side did not follow closely, the final harvest would definitely be much less. Suyu tightly gripped the thorn rose in his right hand, trying to look for an opportunity to give the moonshadow wolf king a blow. But this fellow was simply too nimble. The attributes of lord-level monsters were already high, and the skills of the moonshadow wolf king were skewed towards speed. Even if Suyu had stacked up rage, it was still difficult to spell over the opponent in terms of speed. Ow! The lunar shadow wolf king once again let out an earth-shattering roar, its entire body erupted with intense light, and a round moon appeared above its head. Under the shroud of moonlight, the speed of the lunar shadow wolf king suddenly skyrocketed by a factor of 2. Even Suyu could only see a piece of residual shadow pulling through. His destiny perception activated on its own. His eyes could not help but look at his right leg. In the future image, the moonshadow wolves made a charge and directly tore off a piece of flesh and blood from his leg. If it wasn't for Suyu's too high stamina value, this bite might have directly taken his entire right leg. Fate medium event, you have been seriously injured after being gnawed off a piece of blood and flesh by the moonshadow wolf king. The moment he saw the fateful terrain, the red color under Suyu's eyes intensified. Since this is the case, then you shouldn't blame me. Fate modification was launched. Ding! Fate medium event, you gnawed off a piece of flesh and blood from the lunar shadow wolf king and were seriously injured. In the next second, the lunar shadow wolf king's figure instantaneously arrived in front of Suyu. That bloody mouth opened and its sharp fangs approached Suyu's right leg. However, just as it viciously bit down, it realized that it had actually pounced in vain. How did this abominable human disappear?
The Moon Shadow Wolf King looked around.
At this time, a sharp pain suddenly came from underneath his body.
Ouch! Ow! Ow! It hurriedly turned its head and looked at its wolf leg.
With red eyes, Suyu bit down on its thigh with a death grip, before violently tearing off a large portion of flesh and blood. Blood flowed down the corners of his mouth. At this moment, Suyu was like a Morrow evil ghost. This bizarre scene caused the Moon Shadow Wolf King's heart to tremble. It hastily twisted its body, wanting to get rid of Suyu. However, just at the moment it was about to pull away, a short dagger slashed along its wound, cutting a 1-meter-long gash. Blood immediately gushed out from the wound. The Moon Shadow Wolf King bared its teeth and glanced back at Suyu, wanting to turn back and attack this abominable fellow, but it forcefully resisted the urge. Fate Minor Event: you use Thorn Rose to attach a bleeding effect to the Moon Shadow Wolf King, and the Moon Shadow Wolf King's hate value towards you has increased slightly.
Suyu smiled slightly. Fate modification was launched. Ding!
Fate Minor Event: you use Thorn Rose to attach a bleeding effect to the Moon Shadow Wolf King, and the Moon Shadow Wolf King's hate value towards you increases significantly.
Ouch! The Moon Shadow Wolf King's eyes completely turned red.
A frenzy of rage instantly washed away all of its reasoning and howled as it charged towards Suyu. All the surrounding Lunar Shadow Wolves were also attracted by this wolf howl and stopped their attacks on the Berserk Giant Bear and rushed towards Suyu. Seeing that his purpose had been achieved, Suyu hurriedly moved and began to run wildly. Hundreds of Moon Shadow Wolves and more than 20 Berserk Giant Bears launched their pursuit towards him. The scene was incomparably spectacular, as vast as a magnitude 10 earthquake. The occupier squads passing by were all stunned and froze in place. In this situation, no one dared to approach at all. What the hell had this man done to hurt the heavens and cause so many monsters to chase after him? Could it be that he had robbed the treasures guarded by these monsters? Everyone was wondering. But there were still those who weren't afraid to die, hanging far behind the chasing team, wanting to see if there was any oil and water to be salvaged. What exactly did this guy want to do? Xian Wanxian rubbed his chin, very puzzled by Suyu's behavior. After he entered the secret realm, Suyu was already starting to deliberately attract the hatred of monsters. Until now, the monsters he was pulling had already reached a scale that would require a small team of third-turn professionals to deal with. Xian Wanxian was very curious, how exactly did this guy want to deal with this group of monsters? Swish! In a flash, several lunar spins whistled past Suyu's side. And Suyu just slightly shook his body and easily dodged through. The Lunar Shadow Wolf King sneak attacked from behind, but ended up directly hitting on top of a tree trunk without even touching Suyu's sleeve, falling back several steps. The Moon Shadow Wolf King's eyes glared, and its ferocity increased. But no matter how it attacked, it just could not touch Suyu in the slightest. His speed was so fast that it surpassed the limit, and it was not at all as strenuous as it was just now. However, such a handsome maneuver came with a price. Destiny point 50. Fate points 50. Looking at the reduced destiny points, Suyu had a heartache. If he didn't hurry to that small dirt slope quickly, I'm afraid that the fate points that he had only accumulated would be emptied. Soon, after tangling with the Lunar Shadow Wolf King for half a minute, Suyu finally saw the small slope where he had buried the Lotus Guile mine in his vision. However, just as he was about to approach, a fireball suddenly flew towards him. This is where our iceberg squad is stationed, those who come stop. More than 10 silhouettes suddenly appeared in front of Suyu, and the person who spoke was a mage who nonchalantly threw a fireball spell at Suyu. Roll! Suyu coldly grimaced, and without the slightest pause, he directly used his body to harden against this fireball spell. Boo! After the fireball touched Suyu, the expected explosion did not happen, instead it burst like a soap bubble. You are a second-turn shield mountain? The mage's face changed drastically. The situation just now was obviously that this person's stamina value was too high, causing the spell to be forcefully suppressed. I repeat, hurry up and get out of the way or you will regret it. Suyu's speed did not decrease as he rushed towards the iceberg squad in front. Big talk. Even if you are a second-turn shield mountain, so what? Let me tell you, even if you are the Heavenly King, don't even think about it. A swordsman crossed his arms and spoke in an unkind tone, but before he could finish his words, he felt unsteady on his feet. Immediately afterward, the sensation of the ground shaking came. A monster as large as a small mountain rushed towards this place. The people in the small team looked up and immediately their souls were in danger. It was over. Everyone was instantly enveloped by the shadow of death. Their squad would normally have to prepare for half a month if they wanted to hunt a berserk giant bear. Now, there were at least 20 berserkers at a glance. What's more, the berserk bears were accompanied by a large number of Moon Shadow wolves. The threat of the Moon Shadow wolves was far greater than the berserk bears. But now, these two overlords of the berserker plains had actually put aside their fight with each other and chased after a single person at the same time? Did this guy end the monster's old home? Why else would so many monsters want to kill him? Chapter 34 A net, 7 levels in a row, platinum equipment. Rumble. The beasts ran wildly past, bringing up a sky full of wind and sand. No, not dead? The crowd of the iceberg squad glanced at each other, their eyes full of the ecstasy of surviving a robbery. With tears in their eyes, the crowd could not help but look towards the direction where the beasts were running. There, Suyu has stopped his steps, his body is as straight as a pine, and there is a feeling that the face does not change its color when a mountain crumbles in front of it. What kind of ruthless person is this? The crowd of the iceberg squad was dumbstruck. The rest of the professionals who had followed all the way also looked puzzled. Why did this guy suddenly stop? Can't run anymore? It's a pity that this handsome embryo, I'm afraid that it won't take long for the monster to partake in it. Countless invisible threads emerged between Suyu's 5 fingers, and 82 lotus-style thunderbolts were activated by him one by one. The Moon Shadow Wolf King running at the very front seemed to have sensed something, and a trace of clarity flashed in its scarlet eyes. However, it had just slowed down its pace when it was forcefully pushed up by the berserk giant bear in the rear. No, this abominable human is definitely calculating something, it needs to run in a hurry. It panicked, but the monsters behind it were huddled together one by one, not giving it a chance to run at all. Looking at the scene in front of him, Suyu's hands trembled slightly. It was not that he was scared or nervous, but he was overly excited and thrilled. After all, this was the first drama that he had single-handedly directed out. Each in position, let us begin. He let out a low shout and his palms clenched violently. Boom! In a flash, a violent ringing sounded within a 100-meter radius with him at the center, dust flew and the earth trembled, as if the end of the world had come. Roar! Ow! Accompanied by the mournful and extreme screams, a dazzling and bright lotus pattern bloomed. Each lotus flower contained the life of a monster, and even the soul was extremely sublimated. At this moment, Suyu brought them to their respective peaks. The scorching green lotus bloomed from the silt, and the flames and thunderbolts intermingled with each other in a brilliant and eye-catching manner, illuminating the night sky. The Lunar Shadow Wolf King, his body tattered by the blast, struggled and rushed towards Suyu, wanting to take away this abominable human before he died. Boom! Suyu's face did not change, a blood-colored lotus flower bloomed from underneath the Moon Shadow Wolf King's feet, completely turning it into ashes. You killed Moon Shadow Wolf King LV45, experience value 26806. You killed Berserk Bear LV31, experience value 6548. You killed the Moon Shadow Wolf LV30, experience value 4560. Your level has increased. Current level is LV31. You have killed the Moon Shadow Wolf. The power of each lotus-style thunder was approaching that of the level 40 Fierce Fireball spell, and under Suyu's control, it was detonated one after another, and its power was once again stacked exponentially. One mournful wail after another spread throughout the 4 fields, shaking the hearts of every professional. They only felt their bodies chilled and their souls trembling. The audiovisual impact from this scene was too massive, causing everyone to freeze in place. So it was like this. Xian Wanxian had a complicated expression. He finally realized Suyu's plan. That introduction letter did not fill in Suyu's occupation, but now, the moment he saw the lotus blossom, he knew it all. However, he was not deterred by the fact that Suyu was a fortune-teller. Instead, his interest became even stronger. This kid must be pulled into the purgatory school. The smoke dissipated, and when the light dispersed, what met everyone's eyes was clearly a charred and bloodied ruin. Damn, what kind of skill is this? It's simply more powerful than a 4th-turn mage. This guy is so handsome, so cool, I want to marry him, oh. All the professionals were in awe, their eyes staring at the smoke in the distance without blinking. Suyu bowed slightly as if he was doing a curtain call. At this moment, he finally understood why the name of the skill was called 10,000 Pores. Your level has increased. Current level LV37. Profession, Theater Master. Level, 37. Strength, 256. Physical strength, 367. Intelligence, 253. Agility, 237. Awakening, first turn. Skills, Sense of Fate, Rhythm of Life, All Fall Down LV4, Weapon Master LV1, Battle Rage LV1. Talent, Fate Modification. Fate points, 780. A brilliant performance allowed him to directly rise 7 levels in a row. This was an effect that an ordinary professional would not necessarily be able to achieve even after a whole year of hard work. Suyu's eyes were fixed on the last alert message, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. The surge in level brought about a significant increase in his basic attributes, causing his mood to become more and more pleasurable. This feeling of greatness being attributed to oneself was so good. However, his gains went far beyond that. With a slight sway of his figure, he arrived near the corpse of the Moon Shadow Wolf King. A platinum equipment was lying quietly there. Moon Shadow Cloak Platinum Grade. Grade, 40. Type, Tunic. Attribute, Defense increased by 50. Durability, 300,300. Talent. Moonlight, when worn, you will be enveloped in moonlight, spell resistance increased by 30, movement speed increased by 30. Skill. Twilight Barrier LV4, summons a barrier after use, disappears after resisting one deadly attack, cooldown 5 minutes. Suyu's eyes lit up. The attributes of this Moonshadow cloak were very good, providing a great defense bonus. However, the beauty of it was that his current level was not able to use this equipment. Suyu was not in a hurry and temporarily put away the Moonshadow cloak, waiting until level 40 to wear it again. And then, he looked at the place where the rest of the monsters had fallen. Golden and white light flashed, together with the monsters that were made into Lotus Guile Thunder. He had harvested more than 200 monsters in one go, and the equipment that was popped out was less than 20 pieces. Among them, most of them were gold equipment, while the rest were some silver equipment and rare materials and things like that. Suyu also found a skill book among them. He picked up the skill book to check it out. Storm Art Gold Level. Grade, 35. Profession, Mage Spellcaster Boundary Master. Introduction: summon a storm to destroy the enemy. The storm power is related to the chanting time, up to 60 seconds, cooldown 10 minutes. It is a large range killing skill. Suyu slightly shook his head. This thing looked good, but he had no way to learn it. The fortune teller belonged to the mystic department and could only obtain skills from the pathway after the profession was awakened. Then, big brother, can we make a deal? Right at this moment, a middle-aged man carrying a basket walked up to Suyu. Suyu raised his eyebrows, sized up the other party for a moment and asked, what kind of deal? The merchant licked his dry and cracked lips and heatedly smiled. Next to him, there were a few similarly attired professionals. Seeing that they were preempted by their peers, they raised their middle fingers and secretly cursed. I am a parade merchant of the Shunfeng Merchant Guild. You can trade whatever you want. After saying that, the merchant put the basket down and handed Suyu a tablet computer. You can pick whatever you want on it. Good. Suyu took the tablet and carefully viewed it. He had learned about this type of professional in school. They would haunt the major secret realms. They did not hunt monsters themselves, but rather came forward to make deals after the strongest people killed the secret realm monsters. Suyu did not rush to pick up the equipment that popped out, and no one dared to mess around under his nose at this time. This tablet was obviously specialized in exchanging currency and various items. Suyu searched for a while and soon found his target. Wisdom Source Stone Platinum Grade. Grade, 0. Attribute, 0. Durability? Talent. Light of Wisdom. After wearing the Light of Wisdom, you will permanently gain 1 point of mental energy every 10 days. Price: 100,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000. Chapter 35 Secret Realm Riot. Suyu's gaze stopped on the introduction of the Wisdom Source Stone and did not move for a long time. Big brother is fancying this item? The merchant came up at the right time and said after glancing at the tablet, although spiritual power is not directly reflected in the profession, it is nevertheless required for any profession. Its importance is self-evident to long-distance professionals, not to mention a professional as powerful as you. I believe that after you possess it, your strength will surely go to the next level. He skillfully kissed his ass, but Suyu remained unmoved. Too expensive. Suyu slightly shook his head. Although this thing can permanently increase mental strength, but it takes too long. With this money I will go buy some potions to drink. Is not it come faster? Hearing Suyu's words, the merchant was somewhat dumbfounded for a moment. This Wisdom Source Stone was not meant for ordinary professionals. It was generally bought by certain bigwigs to train their offspring. After all, as Suyu said, 10 days to raise a little bit of spiritual power. This efficiency was simply not as much as spending millions to buy a potion to raise more. The merchant's eyes rolled before revealing a bitter smile. This way, if you really want it, I'll make you a friend at a loss. Only need to use these equipment on the ground and that skill book exchange on the line. This way. Suyu nodded after a moment of contemplation. Deal, but there is a piece of equipment I need. He walked to the side and took off the silver wolf combat boots under his feet and replaced them with a pair of gray and black leather boots. He could have done without that pile of equipment, but this pair of gold-grade battle boots would not be a small boost to him, and was something that had to be left behind. Earth Battle Boots Gold Grade. Grade, 32. Type, Boots. Attribute, Agility 40. Durability, 160,160. Talent. Sprint LV3, when worn, your movement speed increases by 35. Skill. Charge LV3, your movement speed increases by 100 for 10 seconds with a cooldown of 5 minutes. As soon as the Earth Battle Boots were put on, a sense of lightness spread throughout his body, and Suyu only felt a sense of kindness coming from the earth beneath his feet. Running casually for a few steps set off a gale. After opening the skill, even if the Lunar Shadow Wolf King started to use its full strength, it could only be left behind by him. No problem, it's just a golden combat boot, just as a friend. The merchant wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded repeatedly. He turned around, the corners of his mouth could not stop rising. Fearing that Suyu would regret it, he hurriedly reached out and fumbled in the back basket. Subsequently, a Wisdom Source Stone that shimmered with icy blue light was handed over to Suyu. Suyu also handed the skill book to the merchant. He hadn't counted how much equipment he had exploded this time, but looking at the merchant's expression, he definitely didn't lose out on this deal.
Of course, Suyu definitely did not lose either is all. The Wisdom Source Stone, as a platinum equipment, would definitely be able to induce the Fate Stalk to appear.
At that time, I'm afraid that his spiritual power would increase by more than just 1 point.
Suyu smiled brightly and parted with the merchant. Both of them had gotten what they wanted from this transaction and were satisfied. There are still 3 levels left before the second career awakening. It's coming soon. Suyu wore the Wisdom Source Stone close to his body and disappeared from everyone's sight in a flash. The onlooker professions gazed at the traces he left behind with a few moments of reminiscence on their faces. Scarlet Lotus, this guy's occupation wouldn't be a fortune teller, would it? At this time, someone in the crowd spoke out in doubt. Fate Play Master? Hearing his words, most of the professionals immediately froze. And then, everyone's breath hitched and chills ran down their spines. Yes, that iconic lotus pattern was clearly the Fate player who had once created one shocking bloodshed after another. How come this kind of high-risk professional wasn't under control? Shouldn't they be locked up and brainwashed? That's right, if he suddenly has an attack, won't Ching Ching be in danger? I don't know what the Night Watchman is doing, awakening this kind of profession and not properly controlling it, letting him come to the secret realm too when The crowd had launched a denunciation of Suyu. As if this could dispel the fear in their hearts. And at this moment, a few people in the crowd clad in black cloaks quietly backed away with a few meaningful glances in their eyes. After leaving the merchant, Suyu continued to travel through the secret realm, knocking down 1 or 2 berserk giant bears from time to time and crafting them into Lotus Guile Thunder. However, as he went deeper into the secret realm, Suyu gradually detected a hint of something wrong. Deep within the berserker plains, the figures of the berserker bears gradually became scarce, and the level of each berserker bear was also gradually increasing. However, judging from the feedback of the life rhythms, the life fire that symbolized the berserkers was burning violently and constantly releasing an emotion called fear. What on earth would make these level 40 berserk giant bears afraid? Suyu stopped his steps and did not continue deeper. There must be a demon when things go wrong. The berserk bear plain was infested with level 80 monsters at the highest level. The current self was afraid that he would not be able to deal with this kind of existence. However, just as Suyu turned his head and prepared to continue to the periphery to put on a grand show. Rumble. The entire heaven and earth trembled. Immediately afterward, countless giant black shadows came running from the distance. Suyu struggled to stabilize his stance and looked up. Berserk Bear LV-45 Elite Level. Berserk Bear LV-47 Elite Grade. In front of his eyes, there were berserk bears as tall as a 10-story building. They were black in color and swept towards the side like a tidal wave. Their sound was horrifying. Wherever they passed, the earth crumbled and nothing survived. Hiss. Sparing Suyu, at this moment, he could not help but draw in a breath of cold air, his scalp tingling. He couldn't figure out why these stormy bears that usually only moved around the inner perimeter would collectively kill towards the outer perimeter of the secret world? Could it be that this is the Purgatory School's examination? Suyu pondered for a moment and quickly associated it with the introduction letter that he had submitted earlier. When chatting with Willow Sparrow Immortal, she had once said that the Purgatory Academy liked to adopt the method of attracting monsters to besiege each other after the other party had entered the secret realm to conduct the assessment. This kind of unexpected event could indeed quickly show the comprehensive quality of a professional. That's right, these tyrannical bears in fear should have been forced over by the Purgatory School's high-level professionals. After Suyu observed for a moment, he became more and more certain of his guess. What? However, at this time, Shen Wanxian stared at his eyes, full of doubts and issued a question. When did I go and forcefully drive the monsters? Also, even if the Purgatory School's examination was harder, it was impossible to arrange this kind of hellishly difficult examination for the candidates, right? He fiercely stood up, his gaze piercing through the layers of gray mist and looking towards the depths of the secret realm. Not good. The riotous bears collectively rioted. This was the sign of a beast tide. In his eyes, it was not just Suyu's location that was impacted by the bears, but the entire secret realm surrounded by riotous bears were running wildly outwards. Damn, it's a good thing I followed this kid, or else things would have gone terribly wrong. Shen Wanxian hurriedly moved towards the depths of the secret realm. As for Suyu, he had no time to care now. Once these bears broke through the secret realm blockade and came to the city, the damage caused would be incalculable. At the same time, Suyu gave up on escaping and opened his life rhythm in one sweep. A total of more than 100 elite-level berserk bears? It was indeed a tough test. He could not help but raise an eyebrow. Without preparation, even he had no way to deal with so many berserk giant bears at the same time. This battle, it was difficult. However, Suyu had never been afraid of challenges. His talent was used to create miracles. Chapter 36 Bears are out, people are in trouble. Right at this time, the professionals on the entire Storm Bear Plain also noticed the abnormality. Whether it was the tyrannical bears or the Moonshadow wolves as well as the other monsters, they were all running wildly towards the exit of the secret realm as if they were crazy at this moment. Their behavior seemed very frightened, and they didn't even pay attention to the professionals chasing after them. What are these damn guys mad about? Someone in the secret realm couldn't help but curse loudly. Just as his words fell, a deafening explosion and roar came from the front. A ball of fire shot up into the sky, slightly dispersing the gray mist that filled the surroundings. It was only then that all of them could see clearly the thousands and thousands of stormy bears that they couldn't see the end of at a glance. It was a wave of beasts. Run! A chaotic roar rang out from every corner, and immediately afterward, the professionals in the secret realm turned around to run for their lives, looking as if they hated the fact that their parents had 2 less legs. At this time, it was a race against time. Once they ran slower, they wouldn't want to leave a single bone behind by then. Quickly run! A beast tide has occurred in the Storm Bear Plains. The first professional to arrive at the exit of the secret realm was a thief with first-class running ability. The moment before he walked out of the secret realm, he informed the guards of the situation here. Unlike low-level secret realms like Goblin Forest, Storm Bear Plains was not managed by the guild, but was directly under the control of the vigilante branch. Upon hearing this horrifying news, the night watchman on duty immediately reported the news. Ear-piercing alarms sounded in all parts of the secret realm. All professionals immediately evacuate the Storm Bear Plains. All professionals immediately evacuate the Storm Bear Plains. Wartime special recruitment. Combat class professions above the second turn, please join the guards immediately. In an instant, the emergency plan had been activated at the exit of the secret realm, and a team of 1,000 people had been pulled up. Not only that, the Qingqing Vigilantes branch outside the secret realm was also rapidly functioning. Inside the mission hall, dozens and hundreds of red and bolded missions appeared. Countless vigilantes were picking up quests to head to the Storm Bear Plains. The City Lord's mansion was also startled, and the Vice City Lord personally led a group of elite soldiers to the secret realm. For a time, the interior of Green City became much emptier. Creatures like the Berserk Bear rarely left their territory. What was the reason for this riot? The City Lord frowned, his face gloomy. What reason? What other reason could there be for a secret realm riot? Willow Sparrow Fairy nonchalantly choked out. My lady had said long ago, let you take down that guy Lixianshan first and interrogate him slowly. You insisted on following the procedure, now it's good? The City Lord was dumbfounded by the dislike. Indeed, there is almost always the shadow of the Advent Society behind every secret realm riot, and I'm afraid this time is no exception. Alas, the words are like this, but what if Lixianshan isn't the Advent Society? When the time comes, won't we wrongly accuse a good person? The City Lord slowly said with a bitter face. Evidence is thrown in your face, wrongly accused the cow devil ah? Willow Sparrow Immortal slammed the table, living like a furious vermilion bird. The City Lord instantly fell silent. Forget it, since things have already happened, there's no point in horseplay. He shook his head and sighed, looking to the staff officer. How far have things progressed? Below, the staff officer quickly said. The Berserk Bears and other monsters on the entire Berserk Bear Plain are all running towards the exit of the secret realm, and have now broken through the defense line surrounding the secret realm, and are about to approach the final defense line of the secret realm's exit. So fast? And you said all of them? The City Lord's heart jerked violently. This wave of attack was too ferocious, it was simply more terrifying than the beast tide he had encountered last time. After all, the monster riot he encountered a few years ago was only hundreds. This time, it was tens of thousands. Moreover, there were 2 level 80 storm bears sandwiched in here. This kind of monster, which was equivalent to a 4th turn professional, would be a devastating disaster once it entered the city. Aha! The counselor nodded. According to the guards we're pulling together now, it's estimated that we can only hold off the storm bears for 30 minutes. 30 minutes? The City Lord frowned before looking at Willow Sparrow Fairy, the meaning in his eyes self-evident. Only he and Willow Sparrow Fairy could deal with the 2 level 80 bears, and the other 2 level 4 guild masters were all support professions, so they couldn't help much at all. The monsters had to be kept out of the secret realm at any cost. Let's go, what are you waiting for? Willow Sparrow Fairy raised her eyebrows and grabbed the lead and left the City Lord's mansion. Her steps were somewhat eager. Because, she had just checked the entry list of today's secret realm and there was Suyu's name in it. The duo was extremely fast, and in less than a few tens of seconds, they had already rushed into the secret realm. At this moment, in front of a line of defense, it was full of monsters whose appearance could not be seen in black. Willow Sparrow Fairy's eyes quickly swept through the crowd. However, there was no trace of Suyu. Had all the professionals in the secret realm arrived? She looked towards the Night Vigilante in charge of managing the secret realm. It was a grade 3 Night Vigilante. Facing Willow Bird Fairy's question, he quickly replied back, all are here, those who are not are those who did not run out. At those words, Willow Bird Fairy bit her lip, her heart trembling slightly. Didn't run out. Suyu was only level 30 when he parted ways with her. It was impossible for him to survive the tens of thousands of storm bears. She murmured, looking a little lost in thought. Your friend is not here? The Night Wanderer suddenly said. Willow Bird Fairy didn't respond, instead focusing her attention on the front line. The tens of millions of people in Qingqing needed a strong person like her to guard them.
There was no time for personal emotions in the midst of a great calamity. We've just discovered that the northeast corner didn't show any high-level storm bears. Seeing that Willow Sparrow Fairy didn't reply, the Night Wanderer said to himself. Through the surveillance device, it was discovered that there seems to be a professional there holding off the front line, holding off all the level 40 and above storm bears. That person's strength is not bad, and has relieved a lot of pressure for us. At those words, Willow Sparrow Fairy turned her head violently, project the image.
Good. That Nightwalker nodded.
After a flurry of operations, a picture looking down from a high altitude appeared in front of everyone's eyes.
Zoom in, I want to see his face. Willow Bird Immortal urged again.
The Night Prowler continued to do as he was told, and soon, Suyu's appearance was displayed on the screen.
It is Suyu.
Seeing Suyu in the screen, Willow Bird Immortal's pupils suddenly shrunk, and the hand pinching the corner of her coat could not help but loosen. Although Suyu's aura had changed a bit and his strength was far greater than before, that look in his eyes had not changed. His expression was indifferent, as if he was only facing a bunch of ordinary monsters. However, the professionals who often dealt with monsters knew that every berserk giant bear in front of Suyu was over level 40. Those were existences that required a second-turn professional to form a squad in order to deal with them. And now, he had actually dragged down a whole 100 of them by himself.
Wasn't he only a first turn? To actually be able to deal with so many level 40 storm bears?
The city lord was also shocked. It was only a few days ago that he realized that there was a person in the city who had awakened the profession of the fortune teller, and he didn't expect that he had grown to such a level after not seeing him for a few days. On the screen, Suyu wandered in the midst of the group of tyrannical bears, holding a blood-red short dagger. From time to time, he cut a slit in the tyrannical bear's body, from which blood continuously gushed out. Strangely enough, the bear that was slashed by the dagger even gave up running towards the exit of the secret realm, and directly turned around and attacked Suyu.
This kind of hate-pulling tactic? The city lord's eyes lit up.
The most terrifying thing about a beast tide was the number. If the beasts could be dispersed and broken one by one, these tens of thousands of monsters were nothing.
Roar!
Suyu kept dodging and moving, narrowly avoiding the bear paw slaps and the stormy bears tearing and biting. Watching everyone was in a state of shock.
Boom!
After confirming that all the violent bears had no thoughts of leaving, Suyu violently pulled back and fired the first shot. The dragon breath bomb roared out, and in everyone's line of sight, it pierced straight through the tough leather armor of the tyrannical bear, shattering the heart. This shot caused the hearts of all the professionals present to leak a few beats. A flame called Hope quietly blossomed along with the fireball transformed by the dragon breath bullet.
Chapter 37, A Sea of Destiny Points.
You killed the berserk bear LV41 and gained experience value of 13580.
Destiny points 20.
A berserk bear was instantly killed by Suyu using his fate modification. However, the fall of this berserk bear did not have any effect on Suyu's situation.
Hundreds of bears were still frantically attacking him. Boom!
After dodging a palm sideways, Suyu fired a shot without looking back.
Fate minor event, you have used a shotgun to hit a berserk bear. Ding! Fate minor event, you used your shotgun to kill a berserk bear. Destiny point 20.
Along with the dragon breath bomb roaring and engulfing a berserk bear, Suyu once again powered through the attacks of countless berserk bears. However, there was no such thing as not wetting one's shoes when one was always walking by the river. A future image flashed before Suyu's eyes. It was a huge bear's paw that glowed with a metallic luster.
Fate minor event, you were slapped by the raging giant bear and received minor injuries.
After seeing the Destiny synopsis, Suyu immediately began to modify it.
Ding! Fate minor event, you slapped the berserk giant bear away and received light injuries.
In the next moment, the berserk giant bear's palm whistled and slapped. However, Suyu went against the norm and swung his palm back towards it without dodging.
Boom! The two palms collided, but the result was out of everyone's expectation.
That tyrannical bear was directly slapped away by Suyu's palm. The power of this palm was so great that it directly slapped it to the point that its body was soaked in blood.
The number was still too much.
Suyu frowned tightly. There was no way to produce the Lotus Guile Thunder in the current situation. The attacks of the violent bears were too intensive. He hesitated whether to pull out the Qian Kuan sword box. But once the sword box was opened, the sword chi contained inside would all be emptied. More than 100 Third Revolutions level sword chi used here seemed to be a bit too big.
Suyu, can you hear me?
Just as Suyu was hesitating, a familiar voice came from the sky.
Is it that vacuum female teacher? Suyu subconsciously blurted out.
Lu Bird Fairy was stunned, but quickly understood the meaning of Suyu's words. She looked down and a blush spread from her neck to the roots of her ears.
What is the brat talking nonsense? Ahem.
She cleared her throat and said with a straight face.
There's no time to talk nonsense with you right now. What method did you use to pull the storm bear's hatred? Why didn't we manage to attract the attention of these guys?
This time it was Suyu who froze. He repeatedly savored Willow Sparrow Fairy's words and finally came to a conclusion.
I'm not the only one who has a storm bear here? Suyu tried to ask. Willow Sparrow Fairy, nonsense. What did you think?
Suyu thought as he flashed through the bites of several storm bears.
In that case, it's the entire tyrannical bear plane that has gone wrong?
That's right, it's a beast tide, although it's not clear why, but right now the monsters on the entire storm bear planes are running out, the pressure on our defense is just too great, we must divert them first. At this time, a strange man's voice came. Suyu felt that the voice was somewhat familiar, like he had heard it on TV.
That man went out of his way to make the monsters of the entire storm bear planes go berserk in order to give me a test? Suyu pondered. It's impossible, right? Unless that person is even more epileptic than me. Using the method of elimination, perhaps it was just coincidentally after he entered that the storm bear planes underwent some sort of mutation that triggered the beast tide?
Classmate, the situation is urgent. Once we let the monsters break through the defense, the millions of people behind us will be in danger. Please help us. The city lord said with an incomparably sincere attitude. Is it a way to pull hatred? Maybe it can be like this?
Suyu frowned in thought.
He was utilizing fate modification to change the level of hatred that the storm bear had towards him. This method definitely did not have universality. However, it seemed that it was not without room for maneuver.
A flash of madness gradually flashed under Suyu's eyes. If you want to play, you should play a big one. How about it? Is there a way? The city lord's urgent voice sounded again.
I will try, but there is no guarantee of success.
Suyu nodded and said. Do you need us to assist you? No need, cast my image and voice here to the storm bear's side, it can be done, right? No problem. Soon, Suyu's figure appeared in the entire secret realm. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Holding a large caliber shotgun, he fired a few shots in a row, knocking back the violent bears in front of him temporarily. At the same time, the sound of the gunshots attracted the attention of all the tyrannical bears in the secret realm. Watching this scene, everyone felt doubtful.
Could this way really help them? What exactly was Suyu planning to do?
Fate minor event, you shot to attract the attention of all the storm bears, and all the storm bears became annoyed with you.
Ding!
Fate minor event, you shoot to attract the attention of all the tyrant bears, and all the tyrant bears become irritated with you.
Fate point 20. Roar!
The moment the fate modification was completed, all the tyrannical bears stood up through and hissed at Suyu's projection. It was as if they were stimulated by something, and some of them even directly attacked the projection. It took effect. The crowd watched the scene, although they did not know how Suyu did it, but at the very least, it had already shown some effect. The storm bears in the front line were attracted by the projection and the pressure was greatly relieved. The professionals who had previously spoken out against Suyu because of their profession also silently lowered their heads. A strong sense of guilt rose from their hearts. It seems that it was us who misunderstood him. This fortune teller is different from the one who was once there, we shouldn't have confused him with that madman.
It's my mistake. Can we pay for it with meat? You're so thoughtful.
Sage on signs regardless of the heart, no matter what Suyu's reasons are for fighting against this group of stormy bears, he has actually helped everyone. If it continued at this pace, the number of people who ended up dying because of the beast tide should definitely be reduced by more than 50%. However, just as everyone was breathing a sigh of relief, Suyu once again made everyone dumbfounded.
All the storm bears watch out for me.
Only to see that he suddenly swept towards a tyrannical bear and shot its head off after a leap.
This ferocious scene instantly attracted everyone's attention. Roar-oh!
Seeing the tragic death of their own kind, the rage that had already risen in all the bears became even more intense. Some of the lower-ranked tyrant bears even abandoned their original target and turned back to look for Suyu.
Enough!
Suyu, don't provoke the tyrannical bears any further. Willow Sparrow Fairy hurriedly shouted. However, Suyu acted as if he couldn't hear it as he nimbly made a jump and walked along the bear's palm that was slapped at him to the shoulder of a tyrannical bear. Boom! With that, without any hesitation, he blasted the head of this tyrannical bear with a single shot. Roar! In this instant, the bear roar shook the entire secret realm.
Fate minor event, all the tyrannical bears have developed moderate hatred towards you.
Seeing the fateful terrier appear, Suyu added another fire without haste.
Ding! Fate minor event, all storm bears have developed a heavy hatred towards you. Teasing fate, 10,000 fate points.
This fire ignited all the berserk bears in an instant. The anger in their hearts completely overshadowed their fear, and one by one, they roared and folded back, wanting to tear Suyu apart before giving up.
How did this modification gain so many fate points?
Suyu was also taken aback, but only because of this sudden large amount of fate points.
A whole 10,000 points.
It was more than all the fate points he had obtained in total. Seeing this, Suyu did not hesitate and directly invested all of this fortune into the battle rage. What he had to face next was a vicious battle. If he wanted to survive the monsters of the entire Storm Bear Plains, he not only needed a tight plan, but also needed to be strong enough. Suyu did not dare to make the slightest stop and charged straight towards the depths of the secret realm.
Chapter 38 Titan Bear, Mythical Creature. Fate points 8000, Battle Rage LV1 upgraded to Battle Rage LV7.
Combat Rage LV7 passive skill. When you fight or receive damage, you can accumulate rage, with a total of 10 rage tiers.
Each tier of rage will increase your attributes by 20.
When you reach the 10th level of rage, your pain sensation disappears, your self-healing ability increases by 300, and your nerve reflex speed increases by 500. Roar! Suyu's eyes, which were already a dark red color, became more and more scarlet as he unconsciously let out a low roar. Infinite rage burned in his heart, like it was going to burn everything. Boom! He casually threw out a punch that erupted into an infinite wave of air. This terrifying punch clashed with the incoming bear claw and even directly sent it flying out. Rumble! The ground trembled, debris splashed, and sand and dust filled the air. 10 layers of rage, terrifying as hell. His grandmother, battle rage point high fierce, is easy to lose their minds off. Suyu panted heavily and tried his best to maintain his sanity. His right fist was scarred from the collision just now, but it quickly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hiss! The eyes of the crowd watching from afar widened as a horrified expression appeared on their faces.
Crushing the tyrannical bear with strength alone? Was this still a theater fate master? This wasn't right, was it? The city lord was also a bit confused. In his impression, the main attribute of a theater fate master seemed to be intelligence. The current Suyu, he would believe him if he said he was some hidden melee professional. As far as I know, as the best in the mystic department, a theater fate master should possess multiple routes on his own. I'm afraid that Suyu has gained the abilities of other routes in his body, in addition to the skills of that madman you. Willow Sparrow Fairy thought a lot and couldn't help but somewhat regret sending him to the Purgatory School. This kind of talent, even if the occupation was not suitable for the Holy Spirit School, he would still dump his family's money to cultivate it, right? Alas! Willow Sparrow Immortal let out a light sigh. Now that the wood has been turned into a boat, it is too late to regret. She casually closed Suyu's projection, and then unfolded her vermilion bird-feathered wings and rushed towards the Storm Bear group. Teacher Lu, what are you doing? The city lord subconsciously asked. What are you doing? You said why, saving people. Willow Bird Immortal turned around and cursed. Do you really think that he can deal with tens of thousands of riot bears? The city lord stared blankly, then smiled bitterly. I have to sit at the last line of defense, I can't help it. I know, I will bring that kid out. Willow Sparrow Fairy waved her hand, her eyes deep. Brat, Desya professionals never die from high to low, it is not your turn to play hero. Looking at the figure that was leading tens of thousands of monsters alone, all the professionals were silent. Suyu? We will remember you. Deep within the Storm Bear Plains, Suyu was covered in steam, his skin was red and purple, and his entire body was like a bomb about to explode. He was holding an ink-colored box, and his spiritual energy was surging madly into it. Suyu immensely wanted to stop and then personally beat the stormy bears in the back into mincemeat one by one. The gatekeeper pathway was simply a berserker warrior, causing him to become incomparably belligerent as well. However, Suyu knew that he could not stop. Once he was surrounded by tens of thousands of violent bears, even if his talent was heaven-defying, he would have to be consumed. 128 sword chi, it is still not quite enough Suyu murmured. The level 7 combat rage stacked full granted a large amount of mental energy, but even so, there was no way for him to increase the sword chi within the Qian Kuan sword box in a short period of time. Again, he ran away desperately for some distance. Seeing the stormy bear behind him getting closer and closer, Suyu's heart was about to open the sword box. Ha! Why are you here? Right at this moment, a low voice suddenly rang out. Immediately after, a middle-aged man with a big belly landed in front of Suyu. The man was wearing a blood-stained pink dress, which was extremely hot to the eyes in conjunction with a face full of stubble. Suyu, what are you doing here? Hurry up and go. Xian Wanxian's face was unnatural as he grabbed his arm and was about to forcefully take him away. Wait, who are you? Suyu frowned as he looked at this suspicious fellow. Me? I am a tutor of the Purgatory School, but this is not important, right now we have to run away. This secret realm, no, the entire Qingcheng cannot be saved. So this place is still really something you made for the examination? Suyu looked at Qian Wanxian incredulously. It was said that there were quite a few perverts in the Purgatory School, this time Suyu really believed it. Not only do you like women's clothing, but you want to destroy the city for a random test? You're the one with a big face? Why would I make such a commotion for a small character like you? Qian Wanxian's face darkened, not caring whether Suyu agreed or not, pulling him to rush outside. The secret realm has changed, the specific reason is difficult for me to explain to you, but you only need to know that it is related to the Advent Society. I'll wait until we get out. Rumble. Right at this moment, the entire Storm Bear Plain suddenly shook, and the earth crumbled and shook. What? Didn't all these monsters get scared and run out? How did they come back again? Qian Wanxian was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. If he was in his prime, these monsters could be swept away by any of his skills. But now, he was seriously injured, and it would be good for him to be able to utilize the strength of a first turn. Suyu shrugged his shoulders and did not talk.
His hand pressed on the sword case, once again preparing to lift it off.
My toy, where do you want to run to? However, he was interrupted again this time.
A soft girl's voice echoed in the ears of the two. He. Hearing this voice, Chen Wanxian was as if he had lost his life and collapsed on his butt, the corners of his mouth twitching as his eyes became lifeless. Su Yu, on the other hand, his pupils contracted dramatically, sensing a strong sense of danger. He raised his head abruptly, his eyelids jumping. The sky was covered with dark clouds, obscuring the sky. A huge bear head that was 100 feet in size slowly emerged. It was pitch black, with a lightning-like white pattern imprinted on its chest, and a thunder snake roamed around its body, emitting a monstrous fury. That hideous bear face carried a cruel, bloodthirsty, killing expression that was chilling. And on the shoulders of this mountain-like bear was sitting a cub, and the words just now came out of her mouth. What the hell is this? Su Yu's head buzzed. He had never encountered such a huge monster at all. Even the textbooks had not written about it. The sense of oppression brought about by that vision was suffocating.
What level is this thing, level 200 or 300? I told you to leave quickly.
Chen Wanxian sat paralyzed on the ground and laughed bitterly. He had directly seen the core of the problem when the beast tide broke out and had rushed straight to the deepest part of the secret realm, ready to solve the problem from the root. How could he have ever imagined that a level 200 mythological creature would appear in an intermediate secret realm? There, he saw the trail of the Advent Society and forcefully killed those people. However, in the end, they succeeded and awakened this mythical creature from the ancient times. Titan Bear. Chen Wanxian was slapped to death without any resistance, and then was thrown by this Titan giant bear to that little bear as a toy. Then after that, he took advantage of that big bear's inattention and escaped, not realizing that he was caught up again after being delayed for a while by Su Yu. Of course, even without Su Yu, his chances of escape were close to zero. That bear was probably just trying to enjoy the thrill of chasing his prey.
Was this thing a monster that should appear in the Storm Bear Plains? Su Yu swallowed his saliva and looked at Chen Wanxian next to him.
In this world, such a monster could actually exist.
Who knows about this? Every secret realm hides secrets. Chen Wanxian sighed, not caring. Su Yu continued to pursue. How did the people from the Advent Society find the Titan Bear and awaken it?
I'm not sure, but the odds are that we don't need to figure this out. Chen Wanxian laid flat on the ground like a pendulum and casually threw a small blue pill over. Bear, this thing likes to eat living things. We directly take poison may go a little easier.
I do not eat, you love to eat your own.
Su Yu thanked him for his goodwill, and raised his head to stare at the two titanic bears. It has teeth, I also have teeth, why not ask the giant bear fear me?
Chapter 39, Recognizing a Thief as a Mother. The majestic pressure filled the four directions.
The red light under the eyes of the upper berserk bears disappeared in an instant.
At this moment, the fear that originated from their bloodline overcame the anger in their hearts.
One head of the berserk bears were scared less and could no longer care about attacking Su Yu, fleeing in all directions. Compared to that Titan giant bear, these former overlords of the Storm Bear Plains looked especially ridiculous. Willow Sparrow Immortal waved her flame-feathered wings and quickly arrived at the depths of the plain of tyrannical bears, just in time to see the scene of those tyrannical bears desperately fleeing.
What exactly happened in the depths of the secret realm? Is that one a mountain?
No, where would a mountain come from in the plain of storm bears? Her eyes widened and her pupils shrunk slightly. At the end of her line of sight, a behemoth was slowly emerging from the gray mist, like a heavenly god approaching the world, giving people an unspeakable sense of shock. Mythical creature. This secret realm was actually hiding something so dangerous. Willow Sparrow Immortal's beautiful eyes rounded and her face changed. And then, she suddenly saw that underneath the Titan giant bear, there were two silhouettes standing. Not good. Su Yu was in danger. She hurriedly sped forward. However, she saw that Titan giant bear waving its claws towards the bottom. At this moment, it was like the heavens tilting. No! Willow Bird Immortal hissed in despair, dumbfounded as she watched that destructive attack fall, and the entire space seemed to be collapsing. Then, in the midst of her eyeballs, the earth where Su Yu was completely exploded and shattered, annihilating along with the surroundings. It's over, he's dead. Willow Bird Immortal muttered, her face full of bitterness. He is probably hopeless, but I should still be able to salvage him. Suddenly, a voice came. Willow Bird Fairy looked up sharply, only to see that on the shoulders of that titanic giant bear was sitting a cub. The white stripe on her chest looked like a strawberry pattern, and her body was covered in fluffy fur, making her quite a bit cuter than that big guy. Of course, it was a living hell when compared to an ordinary tyrannical bear. At the moment, Chen Wanxian was being played with by it recklessly like a Barbie doll, and was also wearing a wig made of bear hair. However, Chen Wanxian's face was gradually turning black, and his life breath was gradually dissipating.
Chen Wanxian? You actually also.
A touch of bitterness spread across the corners of Willow Sparrow Immortal's mouth.
Surprisingly, even he had no choice but to take poison to end his life?
Without waiting for Willow Bird Fairy to think for long, a pair of eyes like a brilliant sun slowly moved towards her.
Another toy delivered to the door, it really makes this baby happy.
It kicked away Qian Wanxian, who had grown corpse spots, with some disdain, and looked at Lu Birdsian with glowing eyes.
This toy looks fragrant and soft, this baby likes it. The little bear said in a milky voice, then reached out his paw and pointed at Lu Birdsian. Mom, I want that toy.
In an instant, a breath of death climbed to the heart. Lu Bird Fairy whole body hairs stand up, do not think to turn around and run wildly. However, before she could even take a step, she only felt a terrifying heaviness descending upon her. The flame feather wings instantly broke, and she was directly suppressed by that and could not move on the ground.
At the same time, inside the Titan bear still underestimated this guy's speed, to the extent that he couldn't even react to fate perception.
Suyu was lying in a lake of stomach acid with a face of egg pain. He originally intended to utilize the fate modification to wrestle for a while, but he did not expect that the difference in strength was too great. The speed of the fate perception was far lower than the speed of the Titan giant bear's strikes. So much so that the Destiny Terrier was only triggered out after he was swallowed into his stomach. Suyu had his hands resting on his head, and his body was constantly being corroded and decomposed by the stomach acid. However, due to the fact that his battle rage tier was already stacked up, his powerful self-healing ability was actually equal to the speed of the corrosion, and in a short period of time, the Titan bear really had no way to digest him. At this moment, Suyu was incomparably entangled looking at this fateful synopsis. Destiny event, you were attacked by a Titan bear and were eaten alive after struggling hard.
The outcome of the fate stock was already predetermined.
This meant that Suyu's scope of operation was extremely small and could only center around the outcome. He had also thought of replacing the word being with other words as a way to reverse the outcome. However, he soon realized the problem. Even if the result could be reversed, so what? He would be directly propped up even if he ate the Titanic bear raw, right? Alas! After a sigh, Suyu made a decision that went against his ancestors. Great event of fate, you encountered a Titan bear attack and were eaten alive after struggling hard.
Ding!
Great destiny event, you encountered a Titan giant bear attack and were born alive after struggling hard. The moment the fate modification was completed, 2 lines of hot tears slid down from the corner of Suyu's eyes. His figure instantly merged into the Titan giant bear's body, moving rapidly towards a certain organ in his small abdomen. The Titan giant bear's belly instantly bulged, and a strange sensation spread throughout his body. Immediately afterward, a familiar pain struck.
What's going on? No male Titan bear had come here in all these years. It had a few moments of doubt on its face. Could it be that it wasn't what it thought it was, just diarrhea?
At this moment, just as Lu Bird Immortal was also about to follow Qian Wanxian's example and take out the poison from his pocket.
Pain. It hurt too much. A low, hoarse female voice emanated from the Titan bear's throat.
Willow Bird Fairy was so relieved that she hurriedly looked up. This look immediately shocked her. Only to see the Titan giant bear covering its belly with a face full of pain. Liquid was continuously flowing out from underneath it.
The amniotic fluid had broken? This Titan giant bear was about to give birth?
Such a sentence surfaced in Willow Bird Fairy's mind. Although she had never given birth to a child, she still knew about mammalian creatures, and at this moment, the Titan giant bear's behavior was clearly giving birth to a cub. This was a large mythical creature.
This creature was actually giving birth to cubs? What did this mean?
It meant that there was a strong possibility that another male Titan bear existed here. She couldn't even dare to imagine, a mythical creature was already terrifying enough, adding another male Titan bear, she couldn't even dare to imagine what the Great Summer would be plagued into.
Mom! What's wrong with you?
At this moment, the little bear's milky cry rang out once again, filled with a strong sense of doubt. Willow Sparrow Fairy took a deep breath and tried her best to keep herself calm, then she hurriedly and quietly slipped away while the two had no time to pay attention to her. She couldn't die, she had to get this heavy news out.
Ouch!
At this moment, the she-bear once again howled in agony, the sound shaking the entire secret realm. In the end, it even directly collapsed.
Baby, you're going to have a brother or sister soon.
The Titan bear looked at the cub with a loving face and a doting look in his eyes.
Brother or sister?
The little bear blinked his eyes twice, seemingly a little confused. At this time, only a muffled sound came from Boo. A black shadow holding the placenta fell out from under the mother bear.
Chapter 40 Titan Bloodline, Bad, I Become a Mangaka. Is this my brother?
The little bear was a little confused and scratched his head with his paw.
Took a look at the naked, white and naked Suyu, and then looked at his own furry hair, and thought in his heart, it seems that there is something wrong. It should be.
Titan bear will head over, carefully surveyed Suyu for a while, slowly said, no problem, this is the cub I gave birth to.
Perhaps it is because it has been sleeping for too long, resulting in some malnutrition?
Hearing the Titan bear's words, Suyu painstakingly tore open the fetal membrane wrapped around himself, stood up and shouted,
Mom! After hearing these words, the doubts in the Titan bear's heart instantly dissipated. Good boy, worthy of being the bloodline of my Titan bear, just born will shout Mom.
Its eyes were filled with strong motherly love and heartache.
Look at how hungry the child is. It's not big, it's hairless, it can't be a premature baby, can it? Yes, it's very possible.
I must have woken up from my nap and moved the fetus, which led to premature labor.
Alas, the baby is suffering.
The Titan bear carefully swept Suyu over and held him in its arms, fearing that it would crush him if it was not careful. Afterward, it stroked its chest and thought about it. Suyu was so little that it was probably a problem to drink milk. Afterwards, it directly squeezed out some milk and cupped it in the palm of its hand, and threw Suyu into it.
Goo goo.
Suyu's whole person was engulfed by the bear's milk, choked a big mouthful, and did not go back to the air.
Phew.
He exhaled a long breath and finally eased his strength.
The gaze that looked at the Titan giant bear was filled with complexity.
When the two were in a hostile relationship, this Titan giant bear was simply about to scare people to death. The sense of oppression was unrivaled.
However, after it treated Suyu as its son, the sense of security was equally overwhelming. Really, mother's love is like a mountain.
Suyu also stopped being polite and swallowed the bear's milk. He could feel the terrifying energy contained in the bear's milk. After this energy entered his body, it immediately surged into his limbs and bones, crazily strengthening his body.
You activate the Titan bloodline and obtain the skill, Savage Growth. Savage Growth passive skill, your digestive ability is strengthened at an epic level, allowing you to digest and decompose anything. Brr.
Touching his bulging belly, Suyu squinted his eyes in comfort and only felt warmth all over his body.
It seemed like he wasn't just simply born by a titanic giant bear.
When he was in Mama Bear's belly, there seemed to be a marvelous energy that transformed his body. After drinking the bear's milk at this moment, that energy was completely activated.
Ka!
A crunching sound like fried beans came from Suyu's body. And then, his body began to produce a metamorphosis. His height directly sprang from 175 to 195, and his limbs became athletic with bulging muscles. However, these muscles did not make him look bloated, but instead had a coordinated sense of strength. The power flowing within his body caused Suyu to be in high spirits.
You have successfully activated the Titan bloodline.
Looking at the prompt that appeared in front of him, Suyu's eyes lit up and unfolded it. Titan bloodline, the blood of a mythical creature from ancient times, the power of the Titans flows within your body.
Bloodline level, S activated. Bloodline quality, SSS pure bloodline. Bloodline source, Titan bear. Bloodline talents.
1. Beyond limits, you can gain life energy in battle or after devouring flesh and blood. 2. You will gain a life level metamorphosis for every year of growth. The degree of metamorphosis is determined by life energy reserves.
2. After possessing the Titan bloodline, you will obtain a strong defense and recovery ability.
Suyu glanced at the introduction of the Titan bloodline, and then glanced at his as high as level 7 battle rage, and his heart thumped. He fiercely tapped the attribute panel.
Occupation, juggler. Level, 37. Strength, 856. Physical strength, 767. Intelligence, 273. Agility, 567. Awakening, first turn. Skills, Fate Sense Savage Growth Rhythm of Life All Fall Down LV4 Weapon Master LV1 Battle Rage LV7. Talent, Fate Modification. Fate Points, 2780. 856 Power? Bad, I'd become a mangaka. Why do I have either excessive physical strength or strength when I'm an intelligence master?
The Titan bloodline was a complete addition to the physical ability, and then stacked with the significant increase in battle rage. Suyu's current melee ability was even approaching the third turn melee professional.
That high strength value of 857 was simply a nightmare for any mage.
Right now, Suyu only needed one finger to make all the mage girls scream.
Not only that, the Titan bloodline also undergoes a metamorphosis every year.
After the metamorphosis, his size and strength, defense and so on would rise again.
Suyu dared to say that his current attack power could definitely easily kill an ordinary second-turn professional.
This was only a basic addition brought about by a bloodline, yet it had already allowed his strength to skyrocket several times. This made the cry of mom in Suyu's mouth more and more smooth. The Titan bear also gradually lost himself in Suyu's cry, immersing himself in the joy of receiving his son.
Mom!
Suddenly, the little bear on the shoulder of the mother bear called out.
What's wrong?
Mother bear froze and looked sideways at the little bear.
Don't you think that this brother looks a lot like the human you ate earlier?
The little bear furrowed his eyebrows and scrutinized Suyu for a moment and said. At these words, Suyu's heart jerked. Why, this little bear does not look too big. How come its heart is so vicious?
This is to put me to death. Is there? I've forgotten what that human looks like.
The mother bear scratched her butt in some confusion. Like humans who couldn't tell the difference between each bear, Mama Bear was also a bit face-blind to humans, thinking that every human looked the same. The only distinguishing criteria was the difference in clothing and such. However, Suyu had nothing on his body right now, except for his face shape, which was a bit strange, unlike a bear. Other than that, there was no difference from a small bear cub.
Not right.
Mother Bear suddenly changed her face and looked at Suyu's face unusually carefully. Suyu was stared at so much that his body was hairy and goosebumps rose. A powerful sense of oppression struck him, and he could not even utter a single word. After a few moments, Mother Bear said to Little Bear with a sideways glance, "He does have very obvious human features." See? Bear was just excited to open his mouth when he was interrupted by Mama Bear again.
But that should be normal. Mama Bear stammered, and Suyu was appalled to realize that he actually saw a touch of petulance on its face.
Immediately after, Mama Bear patted Suyu's head with a face full of love. "Your father should be a human race. That seems to be 1,000 years ago. At that time there was a human race that came here. He looked a lot like you." This. Suyu was filled with horror. Looking at the titanic giant bear that was nearly 3,000 meters and stood up to more than 5,000 meters, his heart galloped past 10,000 grass mud horses. Which warrior was it 1,000 years ago that was able to capture the heart of the titan bear? His hardware would have to be hundreds of meters long to complete the docking, right? Chapter 41 Baby Bear, let's go. After Mama Bear finished speaking, the entire scene fell into an eerie silence. Baby Bear also no longer voiced its questioning, but instead looked at this younger brother of its own with a sympathetic face. It was originally still a little jealous of Suyu sharing away the care that Mama Bear had for itself. But now, it had some pity for Suyu itself. Not only was he a premature baby, he was also a human hybrid, far inferior to himself, a pure titan bear bloodline. Alas, let the old memories go with the wind. Mother Bear sighed. Then, it shook its body and a jade pendant fell from it. This is something that person once left behind. You can use this to find him, if he is still alive. Listening to Mama Bear's words, Suyu hesitated for a moment or picked up the jade pendant. If he had the chance, he would also like to recognize this fierce man. Mama Bear's eyelids drooped and a touch of fatigue flashed under her eyes. It scratched its fingertips and used a drop of blood to outline a contract spell. "I don't have much time left to awaken, child. It just so happens that you possess the characteristics of a human being, and I am relieved to leave Baby Bear in your hands. You must be careful when you move within the secret territory, beware of those humans." Mother Bear's voice grew weaker and weaker. It placed the bear baby beside Suyu, and that contract spell formation gradually disappeared into the two. Afterward, it then walked alone step by step towards the depths of the secret realm. This awakening was originally an accident. It was equivalent to being forcibly awakened from hibernation, and now it was going to go back to continue its slumber. However, due to the accidental birth of Suyu, Mama Bear also happened to let Baby Bear, a bear child, make a companion with Suyu. There is an ally contract constraint. The contractors cannot harm each other, so there is no fear of the only born Suyu accidentally being harmed by the bear baby. At the same time, Suyu, this child looks smart. Baby Bear will definitely not suffer any losses by following him. After doing all this, Mama Bear's figure gradually disappeared in Suyu and Baby Bear's line of sight. "Don't worry, Mom, I will take good care of my brother." Baby Bear slapped Suyu on the head, causing him to lose his center of gravity and almost didn't plant his head into the dirt. Fate minor event, you sign an ally contract with Baby Bear. Glancing at the summary of fate that popped up and looking at the lawless Baby Bear, Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly. "Ally? My name is Baby Bear, you were so white, let's call you Bear bye-bye." "Brother bye-bye, where are we going to play now? Or are we hunting in the secret realm? I'm a bit hungry, are you hungry?" Baby Bear came to Suyu's front and rubbed Suyu's cheeks with those pairs of furry bear paws, smiling brightly. "Alas, every time Mom slumbers for a long time, can't wake up, I'm bored to death. Fortunately this time there is you." Suyu reached out and touched its big head, shook his head and gently smiled. "Not in a hurry first, you said that Mom cannot wake up after slumbering, right? Of course, otherwise she wouldn't bring me out every time, only when she wakes up." Baby Bear rightfully said. The corner of Suyu's mouth lifted. Good. In the next moment, Destiny modification was launched. Ding! Fate minor event, you sign an alliance pet contract with Baby Bear. Fate points 100. You obtain an alliance pet, Titan Bear Juvenile. What have you done to me? Baby Bear's eyes widened and its fur exploded into a ball of fur. It only felt that the ally contract left behind by Mother Bear was being forcibly modified by an irresistible force. Its throat vibrated as it looked into the depths of the secret realm, wanting to call out to its mom, but it couldn't produce half a syllable. Gradually, the eyes it looked at Suyu became gradually softer. Although its mouth was unwilling, it still shouted obediently. "Bye-bye, master. Can you change your name?" Suyu's face darkened. However, looking at this bear child finally behaving down, his heart was still incomparably happy. Baby Bear crossed his waist and pouted, "Bye-bye, master. The contract is written like this, I have no way." "All right." Upon hearing this, Suyu's corner of his eye twitched and reluctantly accepted this name. The alliance pet contract is different from a simple pet contract. Although the baby bear has become his pet, he is also unable to subjectively generate malice towards it. In other words, the idea of slaughtering and eating the bear's paw would not work. Suyu opened Baby Bear's panel. Baby Bear. Race, Titan Giant Bear. Level, 84. Natural skill. Earth power. Titan Giant Bear is the darling of the earth. Fighting on the earth can significantly increase defense, attack power, and quickly recover physical energy.
Titan's Wrath. Titan Bear's basic attributes will gradually increase in battle, up to 300.
Heavenly Collapse. The Titan Bear releases all of its life energy to strike a destructive blow.
Hiss. This little thing looked cute, but it actually had a level 84? Suyu's eyes slightly condensed, and many thoughts immediately rose in his heart. This was equivalent to the level of the human 4th-turn professional. Moreover, the Titan Bear had a mythical creature panel, so he was afraid that an ordinary 5th-turn professional would not be able to defeat it, right? In other words, one now possessed a 5th-turn fighter? Wouldn't he be able to walk sideways in the future?
The corners of Suyu's mouth rose, his mood was very good. Although he was forced to recognize a mother this time, it was also a blessing in disguise. Not only did his strength improve on all fronts, but he also obtained a mythical pet. Suyu thought for a moment, then brought Baby Bear and walked to the side of a corpse. "Hey, wake up!" He kicked Chen Wanxian's feet and urged. Seeing that Chen Wanxian didn't respond, Suyu came to his ear and whispered like a demon, "Bears are carrion eaters. If you don't wake up, I'll let Baby Bear eat you." "Yelp, this guy stinks, I'm not going to eat it." Baby Bear had a look of contempt. However, perhaps Suyu's words worked. Chen Wanxian, who had originally all produced necrotic stiffness and had corpse spots all over his body, sat up violently. "A great favor, classmate Su, you are really a heifer eating firecrackers," Bull X exploded. Chen Wanxian turned around and made a bow. "In the future, we will discuss each other. You call me teacher, I call you righteous father." His eyes were full of tears and his words were full of sincerity. After falling into false death, his 5 senses did not disappear. Thus, incomparably clearly perceived everything that was happening around him. In his opinion, Suyu was simply a god. Even after being swallowed by the Titan Bear, he was able to reverse his death and also turned his enemy into a friend, recognizing a level 200 mom. Even in the end, but also forcibly modified the alliance contract, the bear baby are collected into a pet. Is this something a human being can do? It is the great summer god of war that can't even come. Suyu rolled his eyes. "Don't bull, tell me what you know, what exactly happened in this secret realm?" Qian Wanxian looked at Baby Bear with a touch of hesitation in his eyes. "Don't worry, there are contractual restrictions, it can't hear what it shouldn't hear." "Well, in that case, I was." Suyu listened carefully as Qian Wanxian recounted his experience after entering the secret realm. A moment later, his eyes chilled slightly. Another handiwork of the Advent Society. This group of softballs knew quite a few tricks, but they were all used on their own people. If it wasn't for him utilizing fate modification to break the game, I'm afraid that this time, Great Xiao would have hemorrhaged money, right? Although the Titan Bears didn't have the intention to come out of the secret realm, those monsters would definitely rush into the city and wreak havoc. Right. Suyu had a flash of light in his mind. And then, he gazed at the baby bear and the corner of his mouth slowly rose. "I almost forgot that there are tens of thousands of monsters in the secret realm. These can all be the wealth left behind by that cheap mother of mine." Thinking of this, Suyu decisively turned around. "Baby bear, let's go." Chapter 42. It's full, it's overflowing. Your allied pet, Baby Bear LV84, killed Berserk Giant Bear LV45, you gained experience value 9640. Your allied pet Baby Bear LV84, killed Berserk Bear LV72, you gained experience value 35440. Your level has increased. Your level has increased. Current level LV38. On the Berserk Bear plains, Suyu brought along Baby Bear and started killing big. Under the pressure of Baby Bear and Suyu's Titan bloodline, those Berserk Bears were like toothless tigers, trembling as soon as they approached, not daring to resist at all. Ola! Baby Bear swung his claws, and with a casual slap, he could slap a Berserk Giant Bear into a meat cake, simply ferocious to the extreme. Ola! 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 Baby Bear was incredibly excited and continuously roared out. Every time it struck out, a Berserk Giant Bear was slapped to death by it. Suyu, on the other hand, after striking out a few times and realizing that his efficiency was far less than that of Baby Bear, he gave up on doing it himself and chose to sit on the sidelines and enjoy his success. His experience bar was rising crazily, and he soon rose another level. Your level has increased. Current level LV39. Only one level short, Suyu would be able to fulfill the conditions for a second career awakening. Teacher Qian, why are you still wearing this skirt? Suyu glimpsed Qian Wanxian following him up, but his current image made Suyu feel very spicy. He was clearly a bearded uncle, yet he was still wearing a bear hair wig and a long pink skirt. Isn't this a pure pervert? He. Shen Wanxian seemed to not care and said quietly after approaching Suyu. Don't look at this skirt as inconspicuous, this thing is a diamond level equipment, and these bear hair, that is the hair of the Titan bear take to sell at least worth this number. He opened his 5 fingers, a face of wealth. He took off the long skirt and scrutinized it for a while before putting it away. Suyu was contemptuous, and then said expressionlessly, "Share half of me, or I'll let Baby Bear wear it again for you in front of everyone." You! Qian Wanxian's mouthful of old blood rushed up to his throat. But after weighing it again and again, he reluctantly agreed to Suyu's request. With a bitter face, he took a bank card from his bosom and handed it over to Suyu. Immediately afterward, he watched the ferocious baby bear from afar, and could not help but fight a cold war. And then, with a slap of his head, he took out a crumpled piece of paper from his bosom, wrote and drew and then stuffed it to Suyu. This is your acceptance letter. Remember to report to the academy after half a month. I still have to report the situation here, so I will leave first. As the words fell, he hurriedly launched his skills, fearing that he would run late and be blackmailed by Suyu again. Suyu received the notice, casually scanned it and tucked it away, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. He just wanted to bring Baby Bear to a different place to continue brushing monsters, when suddenly his mind shook and he violently turned his head towards Baby Bear. Roar! At this moment, Baby Bear's ferocious appearance was revealed, and his fur was dyed red with blood. It was clearly killing its head. As its hiss resounded through the storm bear plains, the monsters on the entire plain of bears madly rushed towards this place. Their faces were filled with fear and despair, and they were completely forcefully pushed over. Suyu narrowed his eyes and looked towards the feet of all those monsters, muttering under his breath, "Is this the Earth's favorite?" In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of monsters in the entire secret realm were forcefully dragged over by the baby bear. And then, its size rapidly expanded. 10 meters, 20 meters, 40 meters. It didn't stop changing until it stood up to a height of 200 meters, its huge body emitting an appalling aura. Roar! It roared at those monsters in front of it, and immediately, countless monsters fell to the ground and wailed in pain. Their bodies were unable to withstand the massive pressure, and their skin cracked and their 7 orifices bled. Destruction! Baby Bear bared his teeth and slammed the ground with a full force strike. Rumble! In an instant, the entire sky instantly darkened, black clouds rolled over, and a huge claw surfaced in the sky, obscuring the sunlight. Under the gaze of many eyes, it ruthlessly crashed down on top of the plane. In an instant, the planes collapsed, and smoke and dust rose in all directions, as if the end of the world had come. Within that abyss-like pit, there were tens of thousands of monster corpses lying densely packed. Your allied pet, Baby Bear, LV-84, killed Storm Bear King LV-80. You gained experience value of 99,640. Your allied pet, Baby Bear, LV-84, killed the Bear King LV-80. You have gained 95,440 experience. Your allied pet, Baby Bear, LV-84, killed Moonshadow Wolf King LV-65. You gain 49,640 experience points. Your allied pet, Baby Bear, LV-84, killed Berserker Bear LV-72. You gain 35440 experience. Fogweed? Baby Bear is so ruthless? In an instant, Suyu's eyes were directly screened by a dense number of message prompts. Your allied pet, Baby Bear, has leveled up. Current level LV-86. Your level has increased. Current level LV-40. Compared to this, the 2 leveling prompts that appeared amongst them seemed so insignificant. It's full. It's overflowing. Suyu could not stop smiling. Although the level was temporarily stuck at level 40 due to the lack of occupational awakening, he only needed to complete the occupational awakening within 3 days, then not a single point of these experience values would be wasted, and would instantly allow his level to insanely rise after the awakening was completed. Master bye-bye, Baby Bear is sleepy. Not long after, Baby Bear's voice came from the middle of that deep pit. Suyu walked over and caught the fluttering baby bear. At this moment, its figure had shrunk a lot, and its sleepy eyes looked like a small bear doll. Looking at that deep pit again. The tens of thousands of monster corpses in it had all disappeared, leaving only white bones. You ate them all? Suyu's pupils shrunk slightly. Baby Bear sleepy. Baby Bear closed its eyes and quickly fell asleep in Suyu's arms. Although it did not answer, the bloody odor emanating from its body said it all. At this moment, Suyu's understanding of the 4 words mythical creature deepened a lot. Baby Bear's character was that of a naughty bear child, and usually looked harmless, but once it fought, it was a complete tyrant. Suyu slightly shook his head and found a piece of cloth to tie Baby Bear to his back. And then, he walked to the edge of that deep pit and slid all the way down the slope. Baby Bear's strike was neither light nor heavy. Tens of thousands of monsters had at least exploded a few thousand pieces of equipment, and as a result, almost all of them were buried in that claw. However, the equipment that can survive from it, that is a top quality. Suyu's eyes were glowing, and he rushed straight towards one of them. The glittering green light clearly showed that this was an emerald-grade equipment. At the same time when Suyu was happily picking up the equipment, several thousand pairs of eyes also watched this scene through the projection of the monitoring device. How in the world did this guy do it? The city lord was puzzled. Suyu was actually able to command that titan giant bear to attack the other monsters in the secret realm? Could it be that he still has the ability to control beasts in that pathway? Being young is different. He shook his head slightly and sighed a little. Indeed, sister-in-law said the same thing. The staff officer subconsciously picked up the conversation. What did you say? Nothing, you heard wrong. The city lord looked deeply at the staff officer and then had people prepare medals as well as banners, preparing to receive Suyu at the exit of the secret realm. Chapter 43 Promotion to Night Wanderer, Second Turn Quest. Storm Bear set Emerald Grade. Grade 55. Type Top and Bottom.
Attributes: defense, 300, movement speed, 80, stamina, 40. Endurance, 500,500. Talent. Sturdy LV6, when worn, physical damage taken is reduced by 50. Resistance LV6, when worn, magic damage taken is reduced by 50. Skills. Tyrannical Bear Roar, use Tyrannical Bear Roar to attack all surrounding enemies, causing a fear effect with a 3-minute cooldown. Bear Trample, trample the earth, inflicting ranged damage, with stun effect. The higher the user's strength, the higher the bear trample damage, cooldown 3 minutes. There is actually a set of such equipment? Suyu looked at the holster like Storm Bear set in his hands and sked in praise. This thing was a furry doll from the looks of it, but it actually had perverted attributes and belonged to a warrior or Shield Mountain's artifact. Suyu put it away and put it in the middle of a gold-level storage bag that he got from touching the corpse. Maybe afterward, he can wear the Storm Bear set and Baby Bear to stage a double bear battle together? Not long after, Suyu found another superb emerald grade equipment. Wings of the Sky Emerald Grade. Grade 58. Type boots. Attribute agility 30. Durability 200,200. Talent. Sentry Air LV5. After wearing them, your movement speed increases by 10 and you gain the ability to fly. Suyu walked down in a circle, and his gold grade storage bag was stuffed to the brim. There were a total of 7 pieces of emerald grade equipment, and 5 pieces of platinum grade equipment had survived. In addition to this, he also picked up 2 platinum grade skill books. Suyu briefly estimated that if these things were converted into money, there were tens of billions. Of course, these good things were generally bartered in the market. No one would be foolish enough to take huge sums of money. They were all spending all the resources possible to enhance their strength. After turning around 2 more times to make sure that there were no fish that had missed the net, Suyu took out the level 40 Moonshadow cloak from his bag and draped it over his body. Then he turned into a residual shadow and ran towards the exit of the secret realm. What was on his mind at the moment was the second professional awakening. Those accumulated experience values, he was afraid that he would be able to push himself to level 60 the moment he succeeded in his awakening. In that case, these powerful equipments were not something he could only look at. Was it Suyu who diffused this disaster? At the exit of the secret realm, Willow Sparrow Fairy had an unbelievable face. Behind her was a group of vigilant boundary masters with a disposable diamond board prop, all intending to die to permanently close the secret realm of the Storm Bear Plains. As a result, when she stepped into the secret realm with a face of death, she saw the city lord organizing people to pull banners. Even on both sides of the realm, there were 2 rows of beautiful women in black silk standing, each woman holding a flower basket filled with flowers and champagne. Willow Bird Fairy was instantly confused. Moreover, what shocked Willow Bird Fairy the most was not the fact that the other monsters in the Storm Bear Plains were resolved, but how on earth did Suyu survive from those 2 titanic bears? In the city lord's description, the cub of that titan giant bear was even driven by Suyu and was suspected to have been adopted as a battle pet? What kind of situation is this? Did Suyu sell his beauty to become the cub's stepfather? The rest of the professionals could not figure out why the battle situation changed so quickly. It was obviously a disaster that wiped out the city, but it was resolved by a first-turn professional. However, the result was always good. Regardless of whether it was a black cat or a white cat, catching a mouse was a good cat. Even though Suyu's profession had triggered panic, now, he was a hero who had saved his city. Soon, a figure came to the front of the crowd in the midst of all the attention. This figure was tall, with a silver-white cloak flooded with moonlight, giving off a mysterious aura. Suyu's expression was a little wary and did not step forward at first. "What are you guys doing?" "Of course it is to welcome you, big hero," Willow Sparrow Fairy somewhat teased. Subsequently, the group of female professionals wearing black silk went forward to surround him. "Hey, that's too close. Is it okay to commit a foul by bumping into someone with a ball?" Suyu frowned, very uncomfortable with this kind of scene. "Classmate Su, you're back." The city lord warmly greeted, and at the same time, arched his hand towards Suyu. "Thank you for your contribution to Qingcheng. Without you, I'm afraid that Qingcheng would have been in danger today. In this regard, the city lord's office intends to award you a first-class medal." Saying so, the city lord smiled and pinned a medal on Suyu's shoulder. Willow Bird Immortal also walked over and whispered, "I've helped you receive a mission on the Vigilante's side, a total of 50,000 merit honors. You can take the time to exchange it for some resources. By the way, you are now a first-level Night Vigilante, but you can only update your privileges after entering the guild," Willow Sparrow Fairy said with some envy. Even she, who had been hanging out in the Night Watchman Guild for more than a decade, was only a level 2 Nightwalker. "This guy, Suyu, is really good at creating miracles." Suyu had a puzzled look on his face. "How do you guys know that I did it?" Everywhere in the secret realm is equipped with monitoring equipment, except for the core area, which is not. Almost all of the rest of the place can be probed. Upon hearing this, Suyu tightened the bag behind him. These people would not have seen the image of themselves recognizing a bear mother, right? However, Suyu was quickly relieved. It looks like the city lord and these people just know that they can drive a baby bear?
But you don't have to worry, as long as you can control that Titan bear and not allow it to be a threat to Dacia, no one will have any objections. The city lord smiled. By the way, this time, your credit is huge, you can make a request to the city lord's office. Upon hearing this, the surrounding professionals cast envious gazes at Suyu. Vigilant Guild is more like a state enterprise, while the city lord's mansion is the real official power. If Suyu wants to take the career path, this great credit is enough to let him jump a few levels. Requirements. Suyu thought for a moment, then said, then give me 1 or 2 pieces of mythic equipment. Can you change it? The city lord's smile stiffened on his face. Mythical equipment? This guy was also really daring to think. It was a toss-up whether the entire Dacia could come up with 2 pieces of that thing. It was a true national defense weapon. Epic equipment? No way. Legendary equipment? The city lord took a deep breath and interrupted the words Suyu was still trying to say. At most, I will apply for a diamond equipment for you, but only when your level is up. I'll do it. Suyu nodded his head. A diamond equipment is not bad, it is better than nothing. I'm kinda in a hurry, if there's nothing else, I'll leave? Suyu said and prepared to leave. Willow Sparrow Fairy hurriedly called out to Suyu, hesitated for a moment and suddenly asked, Suyu, can I ask what happened after you encountered those 2 Titan bears at that time? And where is that other one? Well, you can ask Xian Wanxian about the first question, he knows all about it. The second question. Suyu pointed to the depths of the secret realm. Hiss. You mean? Suyu smiled and nodded. Immediately, the Lu Bird Immortal and the city lord's faces changed. They had thought that the adult Titan giant bear should have left, but they did not expect that it was actually still in the storm bear plane? A guy of that level could destroy the city with a casual flip, right? But you guys don't have to worry about that. Mom immediately closed the storm bear planes to keep people out and it's fine. It has problems with its own state and is still sleeping, only to be temporarily awakened by the descent. Hearing Suyu's words, the 2 of them were slightly relieved. Immediately, under the arrangement of the city lord, the professionals evacuated out of the secret realm in an orderly manner. Afterwards, Willow Sparrow Fairy took out the disposable diamond equipment and completely blocked the entrance to the storm bear plains. Willow Bird Immortal chatted with Suyu for a few moments before rushing back to interrogate Li Xinshan by grabbing the city lord. They thought that the Advent Club must not have stopped so simply, and they were afraid that this time was just an appetizer. Suyu, on the other hand, came to the Awakening Divine Hall without stopping. However, before he could enter the Hall of Awakening, a man with a large back erected blocked in front of him. Suyu, right? Is there any interest in having a chat? Chapter 44, Rushing to Give Life Expectancy? I don't have time right now, some other time. Suyu didn't even think about it, and after a perfunctory sentence, he intended to bypass the other party to enter the Awakening Divine Hall. But that person obviously did not want to give up the intention. Do you really think you can subdue the Titan bear with some tricks? That's a mythical creature, aren't you afraid of death? What kind of person are you? Suyu frowned. Oh, haven't you already guessed? That person sneered. Adventist? The guts are quite big. Suyu narrowed his eyes and coldly looked at the back-headed man. This guy's guts were not ordinary, and he dared to appear at the entrance of the Awakening God's temple in a bright and honorable manner. Why do you think the Advent Society is an 8th-level guild? The back-headed man smiled, then took out a crystal ball from his bosom. I'll give you a chance, join the Advent Guild or die. After saying that, he pressed his palm on top of the crystal ball. Only hearing a bang, Suyu's eyes suddenly blurred. Fate Medium Event, you are locked by a high-level curse. Curse? Suyu did not rush to make a fate modification, but instead. Boom! Suyu fiercely blasted out his fist, but the blow went straight through the back-head man's body, shattering the huge stone pillar behind him. Oh, young man's fire is quite big, it seems that you have decided to go against us? The back-headed man sneered, glanced sideways at the destruction that Suyu had struck, and the corner of his eye twitched. Is this guy really a playmaker like you? It's not the melee pathway like Nantian, is it? But it doesn't matter, since you've already made your choice, then go to hell. I thought that you were close to the Titan bear and would be on our side, but I didn't think that you would be on our side. As the words fell, the back-headed man pressed his hands violently on the crystal ball, and a ray of ghostly light immediately rose up into the sky, coming towards Suyu. Suyu's face did not change, carefully observing the back-headed man. Not a solid entity, is this some sort of projection remote attack means? No wonder you dare to appear in front of me. Very clever, however, it's too late. In the next instant, the ghostly light completely wrapped Suyu. Fate Medium Event, Lin Tai has used the High Curse Lifespan Replacement on you, your lifespan will be decreasing by 10 years per second, lasting until death. Glancing at the Destiny synopsis, Suyu completed the Destiny modification without even thinking about it. Ding! Fate Medium Event, Lin Tai used the High Curse Lifespan Replacement on you, your lifespan will be increment by 10 years per second, lasting until death. Good lord, there's someone else rushing up to give their life away? After the modification was completed, Suyu wrapped his arms around himself and stared at Lin Tai with the look of a nobleman. Let's hope this guy can maintain the curse for a little longer.
What, accepted your fate?
Looking at the motionless Suyu, Lin Tai sneered and laughed. The thought that a supreme genius like Suyu would be strangled by himself made his body tremble with excitement. This was a demon that could grow into a top powerhouse or even a sealed king if he was allowed to live, who knew how far he would develop in the future. Not to mention the fact that he was suspected to have subdued a titan giant bear. To be able to personally snuff out this kind of existence with unlimited potential, one's status in the Advent Society would also be elevated, right? However, the next moment, Lin Tai's face changed wildly. Because, he realized that although Suyu was locked by the curse and the curse was proceeding normally. However, why did no changes appear on his body? Even, the state was getting better and better? It couldn't be that there was a problem with the curse, right? This is a high-level curse. Every second will cost 1 year of one's own life and replace 10 years of the other party's life. Could it be that this kid's lifespan is thousands of years? 10 seconds. 30 seconds. Why do you have such a long life? After 60 seconds had passed, Lin Tai was finally unable to hold back. His hair had turned pale and old age spots surfaced on his face. His hand desperately pressed on the crystal ball, wanting to terminate the life replacement. However, just like he said, this was a high-level curse. How could it be terminated so easily? Finally, after another 10 seconds, Lin Tai completely turned into a dry corpse. And his projection disappeared with him. Why is it that the Advent Society that willingly gave the secret realm monster as a son didn't directly kneel down and kowtow when they saw you? Suyu spat out a sentence as he looked sideways at Baby Bear. And then, he edited his encounter into a message and sent it to Willow Sparrow Fairy. Alas, 900 years of extra life expectancy just by standing still, where to find this kind of good thing? Suyu simply laughed his ass off. With that, he quickly stepped inside the Awakening Divine Hall. After walking into the depths of the Awakening Hall without any obstacles, Suyu routinely stroked his hands on the goddess statue's peaks, preparing to receive the second turn task. In the next moment, the goddess statue flashed with a flash of arcane light. Without waiting for the second turn quest to appear, a fateful synopsis was brushed on Suyu's face. Fate minor event, you have been noticed by the goddess and received the goddess blessing, lucky value 1. Suyu's heartbeat accelerated slightly. Goddess blessing? Chapter 45 Entering Strange Talk Town. In that instant just now, he clearly perceived a gaze sweeping over his body, lingering on Baby Bear for a moment before disappearing again. Immediately after, a ray of golden light merged into his body. Suyu silently took his hand off the goddess statue. Previously, he thought that this kind of statue was just some kind of prop, but he did not expect that there was really such a thing as a goddess in the world. However, Suyu thought for a second. Even if it's a goddess, the wool that should be gripped must still be gripped. Can numbers only be replaced with digits? Can't they be changed into Chinese characters or symbols? Suyu skimmed his mouth. He still wanted to try to see if he could change it to, or 1 billion lucky points. However, if it really succeeded, perhaps the goddess would just come over and hack herself to death? In the next moment, the fate modification was launched. Ding! Fate minor event, you have been noticed by the goddess, obtaining goddess blessing, lucky value 9. Instantly, the golden aura that wrapped around Suyu's body instantly added 8 more. Luck was something that could not be seen normally, but it could often play an unexpected role at critical moments. After reaping the blessings of the goddess, the light that bloomed on the goddess statue changed to another color. Detected that the professional meets the conditions for the second awakening, starting to extract the awakening task. Awakening task in progress. Awakening task, Death Lotus. Task difficulty, 5 stars. Introduction, the whispers of the dead are guiding your path, and the fallen leaves of corruption will become the nourishment for new life. Please go to Strange Talk Town and kill the skeletal dead to obtain the death crystals. Requirements for awakening, Death Crystal 01, Destiny Points 10001000. Time limit for the quest, 48 hours. After the time limit is exceeded, the mission will fail and you will be permanently disqualified for a second career awakening. Only 5 stars? Suyu frowned. Compared to the first awakening mission, this was a little too simple, right? The secret realm of Strange Talk Town he knew was amongst a mass grave not far outside of Qingcheng. It was a mid-level secret realm that was slightly higher in rank than the Storm Bear Plains, and most of the monsters in it were from various horrifying urban legends. Most of the monsters in the secret realm were things like the Split Woman, the Pen Fairy, the Flower Child in the Toilet, the 8-foot Lady, and so on. It wasn't easy, but it wasn't hard either. After walking out of the Awakening God's temple, Suyu turned a few corners to arrive at the Night's Watch branch. Just as soon as he stepped into the guild hall, he felt a lightness in his body, and his already extremely high basic attributes were once again increased. Profession, Fortune Teller. Level, 40. Strength, 1008. Physical strength, 952. Intelligence, 436. Agility, 785. Awakening, first turn. Skills, Fate Sense Savage Growth, Rhythm of Life All Fall Down LV4 Weapon Master LV1 Battle Rage LV7. Talent, Fate Modification.
Fate points 4650. Strength broke 1000?
Suyu clenched his fists and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. The next moment, a deafening guild announcement resounded throughout the guild building.
Guild announcement: congratulations to Dad for successfully unlocking his level 4 authority and becoming a level 1 Nightwalker.
Hearing this sound, all the night vigilantes in the hall stopped their movements and looked towards the door. Sure enough, it was this guy Suyu who had returned. It was also him. No one else would have had the courage to start this kind of codename. However, everyone present looked at Suyu with somewhat complicated eyes. Obviously, he had only joined the club not long ago, but as a result, his authority had risen again and again, and in just a few days, he had accomplished achievements that others might not be able to accomplish in a decade or so. This was a demon. God knows what other achievements he could obtain in the future. The minister of the Vigilante Division also cast an appreciative glance at Suyu. However, hearing that Suyu did not like socializing, he did not go up to climb into the conversation. He just silently put a fork in his heart for the guy who had provoked Suyu before. After Suyu entered the guild hall, he followed the road signs and arrived at the contribution exchange office. He had a huge amount of money in his hand right now, so it was not worth spending. "Hello, what do you need to exchange?" An imperial lady in a white silk uniform greeted sweetly. "I heard that it is possible to use guild contributions to customize equipment?" Suyu asked. The uniformed imperial sister handed a form to Suyu. There are various weapon types on the top of the form, and you can fill in the requirements in the blanks below. Suyu took it and began to write and draw on it. As he leveled up, his silver-grade shotgun and bronze sandhawk were already somewhat inadequate. If the power was too small to cause even a superficial wound, then it would be extremely difficult for his Destiny Stalker to be triggered out. Although his own melee combat ability was already extremely powerful, Suyu still decided to customize a set of firearms just in case. The set of emerald-grade firearms you require contains a pistol, shotgun, and sniper rifle, requiring a total of 30,000 guild contributions. Customized weapons need 3 days' time. Leave a phone number. After 3 days I will contact you. The uniformed imperial sister said thoughtfully. Well, there are 10,000 guild contribution to help me exchange into elemental bullets. It, with special effects of the bullets are to come on some. Suyu said after thinking about it. With that, he left his number and walked out of the vigilante branch. Goo goo. Coming outside, Suyu touched his stomach. Just now he did not feel it. After leaving the secret realm, that hunger became more and more obvious. After obtaining the Titan bloodline, his body was a lot stronger, but the consumption was also exceptionally terrifying. The soldier's food pills in his pocket had also been consumed long ago. Without much thought, Suyu quickly walked to a high-end restaurant. After entering, he directly slapped the bank card given by Qian Wanxian on the table. 3 hours later, in the midst of 20 cooks with expressions full of kidney loss, he walked out with a satisfied heart. Consuming a large amount of monster meat seemed to have quite a few benefits for the growth of the Titan bloodline. Bang! Suyu's powerful heartbeat was like a big drum, shaking the girls in Chunman Lu on the side. "I can't, I've got gunk. No, I'm allergic to glue. I'm allergic to ginkgo." Originally, leaving the city required some cumbersome formalities, and then had to wait a week for review. But when Suyu casually took out the medal given by the city lord from his clothes pocket, the guard officer immediately chose to release it. Looking at Suyu's distant back, the officer silently saluted. It was the first time he had seen a living person receive a first-level merit badge. After walking out of the city gates, the eyes were filled with a desolate and dilapidated feeling. The smell of rotting meat and the faint odor of blood hit his face, causing Suyu to fight his way out. The dangers outside the city were no less than those in the secret realm, and if one was unlucky, one could even run into some 100-level monsters. However, Suyu felt that with his lucky value he was afraid that he would not be that unlucky. Snap! Baby Bear was dropped on the ground by Suyu. "Quickly get up, haven't you slept enough?" Suyu patted its bare face. Although he had eaten and drank enough, this guy was still lying on the ground, unwilling to climb up. Ow! The baby bear screamed twice in aggravation, then continued to lie on the ground pretending to be dead. The corner of Suyu's mouth twitched. He has carried this guy all the way. In the end, who is whose pet? If you don't get up again, I will send you back to sleep with your mom. Hearing this, Baby Bear hit a jolt and sat up violently. Bye-bye, master. Are you really cruel to abandon Baby Bear? Baby Bear's heart hurts. Don't bull. Suyu rolled his eyes and slapped it on its butt in a hurry. Ow. Baby Bear wagged its tail and its figure gradually became huge. Suyu climbed onto its back and pointed in a direction. Baby Bear nodded and breathed heavily. Is this the air of the outside world? Full of the flavor of freedom, much better than that tiny secret realm. It then unfolded its extreme speed and sped through the wilderness as if it was flying. Ola! Baby Bear struck. In an instant, the howling wind blew Suyu's hair upside down. On the wilderness, some monsters and scavengers were originally interested in Suyu, but the moment they saw the baby bear, they lost all thoughts. Half an hour later, the Dusty Man and Bear finally arrived at the entrance of the secret realm.
Suyu got down from the baby bear. Looking at the entrance of the secret realm that was like a ghostly face, he did not hesitate to step forward. However, the normally lawless baby bear, at this moment, stood in place with his legs trembling a little. Eh? Suyu turned back his head. I am afraid. Baby bear's fur exploded. Don't bull. You're a 20-ton titan bear and you're still afraid of ghosts? There won't be zombies here, right? Baby bear looked grave. It had once picked up a projector on the Storm Bear Plains, along with a whole 300 zombie movies. Therefore, it was extremely scrupulous about this kind of place with deep chi. After taking 2 deep breaths, it slightly gathered courage and followed behind Suyu. Only, its pace is a little strange, and the back of the neck is also inserted with 3 incense sticks. Where did you learn this Big Dipper step? Also, where did this incense come from? Suyu said with a black face, this guy is simply strange. It's my self-taught what's wrong? Baby bear was puzzled, isn't this for warding off evil spirits? Suyu was speechless for a while, forget it, anyway, no matter how, this bear thing is also a slap in the face of a ghost, love it. The two walked into the secret realm, and what greeted them were endless dead bones, as if hundreds of millions of living beings had once been buried here. Strange Talk Town was said to be a small town, but the area was incomparably huge, not inferior to the Storm Bear Plains. However, Suyu soon discovered a strange point. There were quite a number of professionals here, but most of them were first or second turn, rarely seeing higher-level existences. Moreover, they were all gathered around the exit of the secret realm, with a sign hanging from their chests. Little brother, do you need a guide? It's cheap and comes with a lot of monster information. Seeing Suyu's arrival, a group of people gathered around. Suyu was not surprised. He had checked the information of the Strange Talk Town and the Vigilante branch in passing. The monsters here were different from other secret realms, carrying some weird attack patterns of their own, extremely difficult to deal with, and needed to follow a specific attack method in order to deal with them. I want to go to the core deadlands to hunt the skeleton undead, who of you can lead the way? Suyu inquired. His goal was the second awakening, he didn't have the time to take care of other small monsters, so he came up and went straight to the point. Skeleton dead man? Why do you want to kill it? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Suyu with a puzzled expression. Although that big guy was strong, it was extremely special, and had not killed a single human professional in the decades since the beginning. The biggest problem in finding the skeleton undead was not killing the other party, but the core area where that monster was located was too dangerous. The crowd just thought that this was a rash person and persuaded them that the core area was too risky and they might lose their lives. Yes, the core area of the bazaar restrictions are too many, even the third-turn professional squad is difficult to break through into, you just one person and an epileptic bear. The excessively young Suyu in front of him, and the baby bear with the top of the sun incense and a strange pace, these guides are how to look at how to feel unreliable. Double the commission, no one to take it even if. Suyu ignored the skepticism and repeated what he had just said. Looking at Suyu's resolute attitude plus the 5 stars above his head, everyone present also understood his purpose. It seems to be the awakening quest requirement? Ahem, I'm only afraid that I have money but no life to spend it. A man smiled sarcastically. Good. Suyu arched his hand. Since this was the case, there was no need to force it, he was prepared to find the skeleton undead on his own. Little brother, wait a minute, did you just say that you added money? A ragged old man hurriedly called out to him, revealing joy, I'll take it. Old Lee too, I think you've really lived long enough. Seeing this, the guides on the side retreated a few steps back and looked at him with the eyes of a dead man. Suyu looked back at Old Lee too and casually threw away a gold wrist guard. Is it enough? I am in a hurry. Old Lee's head lit up with excitement, enough is enough, I have been working as a guide in this secret realm for 30 years, I guarantee to satisfy you. Hearing this, Suyu's eyes carried a few moments of nostalgia, in his last life he had also done some guides. Chapter 46 Split Woman Stopping the Road, an everlasting scene. Strange Talk Town was divided into the outer perimeter, inner perimeter, and the core area. However, the monsters here weren't like other secret realms, regardless of the inner and outer perimeter, the strength of the monsters was randomized. It was because of this that this secret realm gave birth to our type of profession. Old Lee too walked beside Suyu and explained the situation in the secret realm to him. The monsters in Strange Talk Town were few and far between, and they were all the best of their level, so very few professionals chose to come here to practice leveling, and most of them were looking for materials or awakening quests, etc. At the moment, they were walking along a broken path, and they had to go to the next level. At this moment, they were traveling forward along a broken concrete road. The surroundings were full of dilapidated short buildings, extremely eerie. This brother Xiong? Old Lee too looked at Bao Bao Xiong with some hesitation, wanting to speak. These props of yours won't work here. He pointed to the cross hanging on the chest of Bear Bao Bao, as well as the talisman affixed to his forehead, the peachwood sword hanging on his waist, the 5 emperors' money, the Bible and other strange items and said, I know. Baby Bear doesn't mind, but they give me peace of mind. Don't they say that if you believe, you can have it, but if you don't, you can't have it? Oldly too choked, looked at Suyu and smiled somewhat awkwardly. Your pets are really special. Suyu nodded. Oldly too is right, baby bear is indeed the most special category amongst all the secret realm monsters. LOL. Right at this moment, a cloudy wind blew. Do you guys think I am beautiful? Accompanied by the sound of bone knuckles crisscrossing, a slender figure wearing a mask appeared in front of several people. Seeing this monster, Oldly two's pupils shrank and he quickly said under his breath. Split mouth woman, 60 level 75 monster. Special law is to ask questions to people. When the question is asked, it will be immune to any attack. You must attack it before the question is asked in order to do so. He hurriedly closed his eyes and pulled Suyu's coat. Now it has asked questions and locked us in, but the solution is also very simple. We just need to close our eyes and go around it. Oldly too wanted to pull Suyu away when he finished, however, when he pulled, Suyu did not move. Perhaps there is a better way. Suyu squinted his eyes and looked at the synopsis of fate that appeared before his eyes. Fate minor event, you encountered the slit woman blocking your way. After thinking for a moment, Suyu had a decision. Ding! Fate minor event, you encountered a cleft female fixing the road. Fate point 20. Oldly too immediately became anxious when he saw Suyu not moving. Hurry up and go. It's too late if you don't go. He was a bit panicked. The rift lady blocking the road must quickly utilize that method to bypass it, or else it won't work even if he closes his eyes. The rest of the guides watched this scene from afar and shook their heads. What they hate the most is the guy who hires a guide and still likes to make a fool of himself. Oh, Oldly too is afraid that he'll have a hard time. Ha! Something's not right. How did the cleft woman leave on her own? Suddenly, someone exclaimed. What? When the crowd heard this, they all raised their heads to look at Slit Woman's departing back with a stunned expression. She actually left on her own. This was illogical. Ha! Die! Die! Not only that, the cleft woman also carried a bag of cement, and while laughing maniacally, she mixed the concrete according to the proportions and filled in the place where the road was broken. What? What is it doing? Repairing the road? The several guides looked at each other with expressions of having seen a ghost. Oldly two's jaw was wide open as he looked at the cracked woman and then Suyu, and a thought surfaced in his mind. Could this be his handiwork? Such bizarre means, what exactly is his profession? A mystic department ghost manipulator? Without explaining anything, Suyu casually pulled out the thorn rose and gave himself a slash. Fate modification was launched. Fate point 15. Rage level 1. A demonic red color flashed from the bottom of his eyes. After his strength has increased, are all the fate points going to be more? Suyu muttered. Although there were only 5 more destiny points, in the long run, it would be a considerable amount of wealth. With that, he continued to move forward along this concrete road. Along the way, from time to time, there were crack women who came out to block the road. However, they were all transformed into road repair armies under Suyu's operation. By the time they reached the end of the road, the entire 30-odd Slit Woman had become an engineering squad, repairing this originally dilapidated concrete road into a new one, and even widening it a bit to make it more spacious and smooth. Get on, baby bear. Suyu nudged at baby bear and said, now is the time for you to play. Good. Baby bear was full of gravity. And then, it picked up an air-dried gecko from somewhere, and while jumping in a weird pace, it said like chanting a mantra, demons and devils leave, demons and devils leave. I-ing let you out to fight monsters, what are you doing? Suyu blackface, walked up and slapped it on the butt, you even roar twice than this works ah. Oldly had twisted his thighs and forced himself not to laugh out loud. But it was obviously too hard, he thought about all the sad things in his life, but he still couldn't suppress the upturned corners of his mouth. Really? That's how I see ghosts exorcised on the movies, huh? Baby bear had a resigned look on his face. With that, it removed the talisman stuck to its forehead, and with a bit of tenderness, it opened its mouth towards the street. Ola! In an instant, a majestic pressure descended. Plop! Poof! Poof! In an instant, apart from a few people, almost everyone fell to their knees. Ah! Oldly too screamed miserably as his knees slammed into the ground, the suffocating sensation causing him to almost faint. This kind of might was too powerful. It was as if heavenly might had descended, causing him to be unable to muster the slightest bit of resistance. This is the pressure of the pressure of a legendary creature? No. Mythical? He looked at baby bear with incomparable horror. This somewhat comical-looking bear was actually a mythological creature? Chapter 47 Doomstalking? Your allied pet kills Rift Mistress LV62, you gain experience value 43960. Your ally's pet killed Riftwoman LV71, you gain 65,907 experience points. Your allied pet has killed Riftwoman LV61, you have gained 42907 experience. Okay, that's fine. Suyu patted baby bear and nodded in satisfaction. So these ghosts aren't as scary as they look? Baby bear seems to have found its confidence, directly pulling off those strange exorcism props on its body. After that, it rushed to the place where those cracked women died with light in both eyes, and picked up all those things that popped out.
With this battle cry, Baby Bear filled Suyu's experience pool to the brim again. This time, Suyu could be certain that as long as he completed his second turn, his level would definitely soar straight to the sky. Master bye-bye, look what I found. Baby Bear's paws were holding a few round, blackish orbs and was happily walking towards Suyu. Deadly Chi Bead Platinum Grade. Introduction: beads containing dead chi can be used to create equipment. Oldly 2 gave Baby Bear a glance full of scorn and then explained to Suyu. This is the specialty of Weird Tales Town. A platinum grade death chi bead is worth around 300 million. This thing can attach dark attributes to equipment and is of very high value. Upon hearing this, Suyu's heart slightly moved. This deadly chi bead is not bad. Perhaps it can attach dark attributes to all of his customized set of firearms? Bye-bye master, here. As he spoke, Baby Bear had already stuffed the 4 deadly chi beads that had exploded into the air to Suyu, and even rubbed Suyu's face affectionately. Well done. Suyu smiled and reached out to stroke Baby Bear's fur. Subsequently, the group continued to walk towards the depths of Strange Talk Town. This is a ing Big Brother ah. The previous group of guides regretted their intestines. If they had known that this person was carrying a mythical creature with him, they wouldn't have even asked for money. Getting to know this kind of character was simply an unattainable opportunity, however, they had actively missed it. Perhaps because of Baby Bear's roar, after coming to the inner circle, Suyu and his party did not encounter any more monsters actively attacking. Baby Bear looked around curiously, with an eagerness to try in its eyes. It still wanted to try its exorcism ability again. Just at this time, Suyu suddenly felt the land under his feet tremble slightly. Suyu frowned slightly, only to feel some discomfort in his body. Only to see countless black mists suddenly emerge from the surroundings. The mists covered the sunlight and it was gloomy. From time to time, terrifying low roars came from the black fog, like the hissing of wild beasts, and like the whispering of the devil. Black fog more and more gathered, soon filled the entire street, dense, suffocating. Oldly 2 tensed up, his face as colorful as earth. This is the characteristic of a lord-level monster descending in the town. If I'm not wrong, this monster should be a doom demon, he said with an anxious look. We have been surrounded by the domain of doom. We must escape the domain range in order to deal with it, otherwise it is invincible here. We will be entangled in doom, and all attacks will produce no effect. After saying that, fearing that Suyu does not believe, Oldly 2 also rubbed a fireball spell out with his own hands. And then, as he said, he first inexplicably failed twice in the chanting phase. In the end, after barely sending out the fireball spell also happened to be blown by a gust of wind that shifted the route, turned a corner like a boomerang and flew back towards him. Even in the process of flying, the fireball also became bigger and bigger. If it wasn't for Bao Bao's slap to extinguish the fireball, I'm afraid that Oldly 2 would have somehow died under his own fireball spell. Bad luck? Fate minor event, you have encountered bad luck. Suyu glanced at the summary of fate and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Ding! Fate minor event, you have encountered good luck. Fate point 20. Ola! Cough! Baby Bear looked at the black fog and opened his mouth, ready to let out another roar. However, just as his breath reached his throat, he choked on a mouthful of saliva and coughed. Let me do it. Looking at even Baby Bear being affected by the doom, Suyu slightly shook his head and walked up to the 2. Boss, let's go around, this thing is evil. Seeing Suyu still wanting to force his hand, Oldly 2 hurriedly discouraged. Not in the way, I have my own measure. As he spoke, Suyu's gaze fell on the black mist in the distance, and the corner of his mouth drew a playful arc. You guys retreat to 10 meters away from me. Suyu commanded a sentence and then took out the silver sword that he had not used for a long time. And then, without even looking, his muscles bulged out and he ruthlessly threw the silver sword towards the black mist. Rumble! That speed was so fast that a sonic boom even occurred. Can this work? Oldly 2 hurriedly retreated a few more steps, fearing that the sword would bounce back like the fireball spell just now. Plop! The next moment, the sound of a sharp blade entering flesh rang out. Fate minor event, you use your silver sword to hit the doom demon, attaching a light wound effect to your opponent. Suyu's face moved slightly. Ding! Fate minor event, you used your silver sword to hit the doom demon, adding a heavy wound effect to your opponent. Fate point 20. Roar! Immediately afterward, an agonizing roar came from the black mist. Is this even possible? Miracles come out of great power? Oldly 2 muttered with glaring eyes. He had thought that Suyu would hit the same wall as himself, but he did not expect him to actually hit the doom, and listening to that sound, it seemed that the damage caused was not small. Bye-bye master is really powerful. Baby Bear also opened his mouth wide in surprise. Suyu smiled faintly, how powerful the doom was, how strong the reversed good luck was. He didn't even need to aim, the good luck would force that sword to fly to the body of the doom. Human, you've successfully angered me. A demon with wings on its back and pitch black skin emerged from the black fog. It held a staff and had a silver sword stuck in its chest, pitch black blood continuously gushing out from the wound. Suyu narrowed his eyes as he gazed at the demon. Looks like it is doomed? Prepare to receive your death. The Doom Demon was incomparably furious. This was the first time someone had injured it in the Doom domain. In the next moment, infinite black auras condensed at the top of the staff. A pitch-black energy ball quickly took shape. Watching the scene, Suyu pulled out the thorn rose without haste and continued to slash at his palm. After entering the secret realm until now, he had already stacked 9 layers of rage.
Fate points 15.
Rage tier 1, current tier reaches 10, your pain sensation disappears, your self-healing ability increases by 300, and your nerve reflex speed increases by 500. In an instant, it was as if the screen in front of Suyu's eyes was pressed with the 02x speed button. He violently rushed forward and with a dive, easily dodged that dark energy ball. Immediately afterward, under the Doom Demon's unbelievable gaze, he did a turning side kick, heavily kicking it in the abdomen.
Ka-ching! The Doom Demon's ribs directly broke, and its entire body flew out horizontally. Ow!
At the same time, the Doom Demon let out a miserable scream deep in its throat, the mournful sound literally piercing its eardrums and causing palpitations.
It forcefully unleashed its black magic to stabilize its figure and avoid being knocked out of the Doom domain. Just kidding, this guy was so terrifying even after being entangled in Doom, how could it be after being out of the domain? Not only that, the Doom Demon also took the initiative to let the Doom attach itself to Suyu. Kill! Suyu did not hesitate to take advantage of the victory and bullied his way up. His body was entangled with Black Doom, he was even more like a demon than a Doom Demon. Chapter 48 Amulet of Doom? Strong Luck Talisman. Boss, go for it.
Oldly 2 and the others watched as their blood boiled, only to see Suyu launching a straight sprint. The Doom Demon, on the other hand, was continuously condensing black magic missiles. However, it was clear that Suyu did not perform any dodging, but those black magic missiles all smashed into the air, completely failing to get close, as if there was something blocking them. How could this be? The Doom Demon's eyes flickered with disbelief on his face.
Heh, your Doom is awesome.
Suyu coldly laughed indifferently, his right foot stomped on the ground, his body suddenly took off into the air, leaping 100 feet high, heading straight for the Doom Demon. This palm strike from the sky, I wonder if you can catch it. Accompanying the fall of his words, Suyu's descending speed steeply accelerated. That invisible sense of oppression caused the Doom Demon's heart to jump. If one was hit by this strike, one would die.
Damn it!
The Doom Demon's pupils drastically shrunk as he frantically moved in all directions in a vain attempt to avoid this strike. However, no matter how he moved side to side, the threat of death did not diminish in the slightest, as if that palm had the attribute of a sure hit attached to it.
The successive encounters made the Doom Demon's mind explode. Am I a Doom Demon or is he a Doom Demon?
After letting out the last question, its head was directly smashed by Suyu's palm. You killed Doom Demon LV72 Lord level and gained experience value of 296,480. The black mist dispersed, and a pure black 4-leaf clover amulet appeared underneath the corpse of the Doom Demon.
Suyu's complexion lifted as he picked it up. Amulet of Bad Luck Diamond Grade. Grade, 0. Type, Special. Attribute, Luck Value 5. Endurance, 3030. Skill.
Doom Entanglement activates Doom Entanglement on any unit within 500 meters around it and makes it lucky 100 for 1 minute, cooldown 24 hours.
This attribute? Suyu fell into deep thought.
For an ordinary person, this was a powerful curse equipment with a strong effect, but the effect of a long-term luck value of 5 would undoubtedly cause trouble for him.
But for Suyu, it seemed to be not bad?
His luck value was at the very least 9 points, and he wasn't afraid of reducing these 5 points.
The key was, the effect of this thing could be used for himself. In Suyu's hands, wasn't this thing giving himself 100 points of luck value at 24-hour intervals?
No.
I'm afraid it's more than 100.
Suyu pinched the amulet of bad luck and directly chose to give himself a shot of bad luck.
Fate Minor Event, you are affected by the effect of bad luck stalking, lucky value 100. The symbols could be more than just plus and minus, what if it was modified into a multiplication sign?
Suyu's heart thumped wildly as his intention focused on that minus sign.
Ding! Fate Minor Event, you are affected by the effect of doomstalking, lucky value 100. Surprisingly, it really works.
Suyu was incomparably excited.
Do you guys see any changes in me?
He inquired towards Oldly 2 and Baby Bear.
Seems like there doesn't seem to be any changes.
The two froze and scratched their heads.
Boss, I feel that you are getting more and more handsome. Oldly 2 fawned.
Baby Bear also hurriedly expressed his loyalty.
Aha, I also feel that Bye Bye Master is getting more and more handsome.
Suyu's smile disappeared.
Lucky value is a hidden attribute, the effect brought about should have to find something to test.
Doing as he thought, Suyu accelerated his speed and ran towards the front. Although Baby Bear and Oldly 2 did not understand what was happening, they also quickly followed. The inner buildings of Strange Talk Town gradually became brand new, not as dilapidated as the outer ones. However, the eerie and spooky atmosphere was even more exuberant.
Death looms over you.
A monster with a human face and goat horns, with bat wings on its back suddenly rushed towards Suyu from the shadows. Black flames coalesced in the palms of its hands, and the terrifying heat distorted the surrounding light. Death. However, before it could get close, it suddenly tripped over itself. Death. It was just about to stand up when the black flames in its hand happened to detonate by itself. Boom! The flames rolled over, and the monster was instantly blown to ashes. You have killed the Black Flame Demon LV52 and gained experience value of 11648. Ha! Suyu glanced back in surprise. Is this the benefit of having a high luck value? The existences that hold malicious intent towards me will all meet with misfortune? Suyu muttered. Afterwards, he continued to walk forward. In less than half a minute, the area he walked through was like a dead zone. Countless monsters rushed out to attack Suyu, but failed to do so for various reasons, and in turn, they got themselves involved. Moreover, Suyu walked and often accidentally tripped over various platinum emerald equipment, unexpectedly harvesting more than 10 pieces of equipment in just a few dozen seconds. This is also too good, right? This is not even God's own son, this is God's own father. After the 1-minute effect ended, Suyu was somewhat unfulfilled. This kind of strong luck is simply invincible. Rushing monsters and equipment do not need their own power, just need to stand there and wait. Unfortunately, the bad luck talisman needs to be cooled down for a day when it is activated once, or else Suyu would definitely want to clear the entire town before slowly going to brush the bosses. Master, bye, look what I picked up. At this time, Baby Bear also ran over holding a bunch of equipment, as well as a few emerald-grade death chi beads. It seems that my lucky value can be shared by Baby Bear? Suyu pondered. Looking at Oldly 2 again, he was empty-handed and dumbfounded at the moment, so he thought that he had not been shared in luck. Suyu thought for a moment that this might be the effect brought about by the Allied Favor contract. Boss, in front of you is the core area of Strange Talk Town. The skeleton undead you are looking for is inside. At this time, Oldly 2 pointed to an ancient castle not far ahead and said. A flash of scorn flashed across the bottom of his eyes. This ancient fortress had a concentration of the most powerful monsters in Strange Talk Town, and some of the monsters even possessed many unsolvable rules, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Good. Suyu nodded and called on Baby Bear. Then, he turned his head and said, if you don't want to, you cannot go in. Oldly 2 froze, stood in place and pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and chased after him. Boss, what are you talking about, receiving money to do a job? This is my professional conduct. Suyu smiled faintly and did not say anything. With light steps, he had already walked into the ancient castle. The area of this ancient castle was huge, just like a palace. The three of them, Suyu, passed through the heavy corridors and finally arrived at the main hall of the ancient castle. In the middle of the main hall, a man wearing a straight suit, with a slender figure, as tall as 5 meters slowly turned around and gazed at Suyu. Oldly 2 breathed heavily and hurriedly roared. Boss, this thing is called Slender Ghost Shadow, must not look at him. This thing is extremely good at torturing people, especially melee professionals, will be pulled to death. Can't look at him? Pulled to death? Suyu raised his eyebrows. He had locked eyes with that long and thin ghostly figure as early as when he turned around. It even conveyed 3 words with its eyes. What are you looking at? Chapter 49, The Long Skinny Ghostly Shadow. Gentlemen? Pull it in your pants pocket. Buzz. In the next second, the long thin ghost shadow was like a flash, directly face to face with Suyu. Fate minor event, you have been attacked by the long, thin ghostly shadow and have received a superficial wound. Before Suyu had time to ponder on how to modify the fateful terrain, he saw a flash of bright light on the hand of the long thin ghostly shadow. In the next moment, a cut was made on Suyu's shoulder. The moon shadow cloak was also cut open by this slash. Boom! Suyu subconsciously blasted out a fist. However, before this punch could touch the other party, the long and thin ghostly shadow had already appeared dozens of meters away from him. A few drops of blood were stained on the suit of the long and thin ghostly shadow. He placed the scarlet sharp knife on his mouth, stuck out his tongue to lick it, and revealed a cruel smile towards Suyu. That look, it was like he was teasing his prey. Fast, too fast. The opponent's speed that was simply like an instantaneous movement directly crushed Suyu. Even if he was maintaining the 10 layers of rage at this moment, he still could not react to that speed that was like light. Suyu frowned. This enemy was somewhat difficult to deal with. However, it was only difficult. In an instant, Suyu's skin that had been cut open had already healed itself. The corner of his mouth grinned out, stopping Baby Bear's movement of trying to strike. This enemy, he wanted to take down with his own hands. Then, let's have a head-to-head duel. With those words, Suyu fiercely took a step forward, his figure transforming into a residual shadow. His speed was more than doubled from before, surprisingly appearing in front of the long and thin ghostly shadow in the blink of an eye. His arms were like giant pincers of steel, wanting to grab the other party's neck. However, the long and thin ghost shadow once again displayed that instantaneous movement-like means, directly flashing behind Suyu. Swish! The sharp knife slashed through the moonshadow cloak, but was blocked by a layer of hazy moonlight. Twilight barrier. Taking advantage of the moment when the lunar shadow cloak skill blocked the long and thin ghost shadow, Suyu fiercely struck a turning elbow strike, ruthlessly elbowing the long and thin ghost shadow in the waist. Bang! The long and thin ghost shadow's body directly flew out horizontally, smashed the wall and disappeared.
Actually still able to instantly move?
Suyu was secretly shocked. This guy is really bizarre, so fast that even his nerve reflexes that have been increased by 5 times are difficult to capture, really perverted. Suyu immediately chased after him. However, right at this moment, a sense of danger surged through his body. Fate minor event, you were attacked by a long and thin ghostly figure, and were stabbed in the abdomen by the other party holding a sharp knife. The moment he saw this fateful terrain, Suyu had already noticed a stabbing pain coming from his abdomen. However, at this moment, a joyful color showed on his face.
Ding!
Fate minor event, you were attacked by a long and thin ghostly shadow, and were stabbed in the abdomen by the other party holding a scream. In the next moment, the smile on the long, thin ghostly shadow's face instantly froze. It only felt that the sharp and incomparable sharp knife in the past, why did it suddenly feel wrong in its hand?
After picking it up and looking at it, its expression instantly became brilliant. That a cold sharp knife, actually do not know when turned into $5 a bottle of screaming drink?
The long and thin ghostly shadow incredulously pinched the plastic bottle. The next moment, a stream of transparent liquid jetted out from the mouth of the bottle. Baby Bear's eyes lit up and rushed over to catch it in his mouth.
It's so sweet. Can I have a bottle of all of them?
It smashed its mouth. At this moment, the long and thin ghostly shadow that had been maintaining its elegance finally had a look of anger on its face. The weapon that it had been relying on was somehow lost by Suyu, which made it very angry.
Oh, are you finally angry?
Suyu sneered. If the long and thin ghost shadow was willing to go head-on, it was definitely good news for him.
Intruder, you are dead.
The long thin ghost shadow's sorrowful voice rang out from all around. As his words fell, his entire body steeply dispersed and actually transformed into hundreds of long thin ghost shadows. These long thin ghost shadows did not carry swords, however, they revealed sharp nails. Suyu was not polite, he directly mangled over and fought with hundreds of long and thin ghost shadows. Just as soon as they engaged in battle, Suyu felt a hard time. These long and thin ghosts and shadows were all entities, and each one of them also possessed that kind of instantaneous movement skill, slippery. After scoring a hit, without waiting for Suyu to get closer, they all instantly moved away again.
Humph, intruder, you don't know how to be a gentleman at all. Suyu was simply numbed by the pull.
At the end of the day, he even pulled out his shotgun and began to bombard them indiscriminately. However, the silver-ranked shotgun couldn't even scratch an itch when it hit this level 73 Lord-ranked monster.
You forced me to do this.
There was simply fire burning in Suyu's eyes. Under the influence of the full-tier rage effect, he would have been a little bit off, not to mention that the long and thin ghostly figure was deliberately teasing him.
Point how many levels of weapon master?
Suyu thought about it, but still didn't choose this option. The speed of this thing could be much faster than a bullet, and being hit just now was probably intentional. With that, Suyu threw the shotgun away as soon as he did so, and once again rushed towards the long and thin ghostly shadow. However, at this moment, he closed his eyes and fully launched his destiny perception.
Oh, human, do you really think that I can't help you?
Hundreds of long, thin ghost shadows spoke at the same time. They maintained their elegant stance, and a bright red pattern appeared underneath each long and thin ghost shadow. These were symbols carved out by Suyu's blood. There were a total of 444 long thin ghost shadows, and at this moment, 380 heads had already carved out symbols. Oldly Two in the distance discovered the end and shouted towards Suyu, "This is a death spell ritual. It is using your blood to make a high curse ritual. Once it is allowed to complete the death curse ceremony, then even a 5th-turn professional would not be able to carry it and would die directly." However, Suyu acted as if he did not hear it, still allowing the long and thin ghostly shadow to cut on his body, taking away a piece of blood. Oldly Two looked anxious and wanted to rush over to help. However, it was pressed down by Baby Bear's slap.
Don't worry, Master Bye-Bye isn't that stupid.
Baby Bear sipped from a screaming bottle and blandly said. Oldly Two froze, and then he also stopped in his tracks. Until the 440th symbol appeared, Suyu's expression finally changed.
Caught you.
He snapped his eyes open and looked at a fate stock in front of him. Fate medium event, the long, thin ghostly figure pulls while unleashing a death spell ritual on you. A stupid human, since you dared to step into the castle of the dead, today you will surely be buried here. The long, thin ghost laughed madly and began to gather the 441st symbol. Right at this moment, Suyu completed his fate modification.
Ding! Fate medium event, the long and slender ghost shadow is unleashing a death curse ritual on you while dilapidating.
Fate.66.
Ha! What's going on?
The long, skinny ghostly shadow had just coalesced the 441st symbol when a sharp pain suddenly came from within his body.
What have you done to me?
A total of 444 long and thin ghost shadows covered their abdomens at the same time. Their faces were filled with terror, and they no longer had that elegant and agile look.
Poof!
At this moment, they simultaneously transformed into jet fighters, and the entire hall of the ancient castle was dyed a pale yellow color.
Chapter 50 Scampering to Death?
The 8-foot lady who sucks people's yang qi. Looking at the scene in the hall, Baby Bear silently threw away the bottle of screaming that was still unfinished. Although there was no flavor, the sight was truly appetizing. The entire 444 long, skinny ghostly figures were scurrying and thinning while trying to carve out death spell runes. As a monster, he himself did not have the function of scurrying. Therefore, as they scurried, the yellowish liquid changed to a deep red color.
Intruder, you are shameless.
All the long and thin ghostly shadows were going crazy. This was the first time it had suffered such a strange humiliation.
Even it, which usually followed a strict gentleman's code in every move, was actually pulling its pants under Suyu's bizarre ability at this moment? Human death will not spare you.
Perhaps scuttling out of weakness, the voices of the long and thin ghostly shadows all became incomparably weak. Gradually, all the long and thin ghostly shadows became illusory. After burning the 443rd death spell rune to completion, the long thin ghostly shadows completely turned into flying dust with unwillingness and shame.
It even scuttled to death on its own before Suyu could even make a move.
According to the revised Fate synopsis, if it had terminated its continued unleashing of the death curse ritual on Suyu, it might have been able to pop up a few more times, and it wouldn't have been able to pull itself to death alive. You have killed the long and thin ghostly shadow LV73 Lord level and gained experience value of 336,458. TSK. Suyu glanced at the emerald equipment lying in those yellow and red intermingled liquids, and really couldn't bear to pick it up. Oldly, it was quite hard for you to lead the way, that piece of equipment will be yours.
Thank you, boss, for the reward.
Oldly immediately thanked. This thing looks disgusting, but it's a real emerald level equipment. If the attributes weren't bad, it would be $1 billion. However, Oldly had still overestimated his ability to withstand it.
Vomit.
After picking up that piece of emerald equipment, he retched and started to dry heave while holding onto the wall. Seeing this, Suyu shook his head. Emerald level equipment he has plenty of, this money should be earned by Oldly head.
LOL. Little fellow, I didn't expect you to be quite capable.
At this time, under the long staircase in the hall of the ancient castle slowly walked down a slender figure.
It was a beautiful woman who was 8 feet tall.
She was wearing an evening gown, and the gully in front of her chest was hidden. Her chestnut brown curly hair was draped over her shoulders, and a seductive smile hung on her exquisite and incomparable face.
Lord 8 feet.
Seeing this woman, Oldly too did not care about throwing up and rushed to Suyu, shielding him behind him. Boss, this monster is crushingly invincible against male professionals whose level is lower than hers. Especially virgins, there was no chance of winning against her.
Oldly too looked at Baby Bear and then at Suyu. Let your pet go on, boss, really listen to me on this matter.
Suyu paused, then slowly nodded his head. He had already taken the initiative to retreat from his frenzied state at this moment, and was much more rational than just a moment ago. Since Oldly too had said so, letting Baby Bear kill the monsters himself would not be a disadvantage. Well, Suyu would never admit that he was still a virgin in his life. Thus, Suyu made a wink towards Baby Bear. Go Baby Bear.
Slap this monster to death. Gaga.
Baby Bear responded excitedly, and then pounced up, waving his bare paw, directly slapping at the 8-foot adult.
Little thing, just you can't hurt me yet.
The 8 feet lord lightly grunted, a look of gravity appeared between his brows, and he stretched out his right hand and grabbed forward. Click 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 click. The space around Baby Bear seemed to be imprisoned. Although it was only instantly broken free by Baby Bear, but taking advantage of this momentary gap, she also unfolded her near instantaneous speed and arrived behind Suyu, and with a grip on his neck, she lifted him up.
Suyu was suppressed in an instant.
At this time, he finally realized what Oldly too meant by invincible. He only felt that his body became weak and feeble, and that all the blood in his body was rushing towards a certain location.
Lord 8 feet's face closed in towards Suyu and directly imprinted on his neck. Fate medium event, you have triggered Lord 8 feet's boy suppression, and your yang qi is being sucked away. Sucking my yang qi?
Suyu's heart was slightly flabbergasted.
Little thing, you seem to be a little nervous.
Sensing Suyu's change in mood, 8 feet lord seemed to be even more excited as she licked her scarlet lips. Your yang qi is too pure, if I suck you dry, my energy will surely be boosted a lot.
Scratch that, whatever.
Feeling his body go cold, Suyu hurriedly launched Destiny Modification.
Ding.
Destiny Moderate Event, you have triggered the boyish suppression of an 8-foot adult, and your balcony is being sucked away.
In
this instant, a trace of doubt surfaced in Lord 8-foot's eyes. She suddenly couldn't feel the yang qi inside Suyu's body. Little bear, trying to sneak up on me? In the next instant, she only felt a strong wind coming from behind her. She turned around violently, but the expression on her face abruptly stiffened. Originally, she thought it was Baby Bear attacking again. Unexpectedly, what came face to face was the balcony of Suyu's house. The 8-foot lord was a little puzzled, not understanding how this building that was clearly not in the secret realm appeared here. She hurriedly grabbed Suyu and stepped back.
However, the balcony of Su Yu's house was in hot pursuit. In the face of this bizarre scene, the 8-foot lord could not think of anything else, and directly threw Su Yu out of the way as she herself flew towards the back to escape. Her original body was extremely weak and only had a sure kill attribute against young virgins. Right now, it was imperative to hurry up and get rid of this balcony with tracking ability. Baby Bear, stop her! Su Yu shouted in a hurry. Ola! Baby Bear bared his teeth and looked extremely angry. This woman even dared to suck Bye Master's Yang Chi in front of her? Humph! Baby Bear was angry and the consequences were serious. In the next moment, a bear claw viciously slapped on the 8-foot adult's back. Immediately after that, the balcony of Su Yu's house followed suit and took over, smashing on Lady 8-feet's head. Your allied pet killed 8-foot Lord LV73, you gained experience value of 365080. Your allied pet, Baby Bear, has leveled up. Current level LV87. 2 messages rang out. Phew! Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Lord 8 Feet is indeed not to be messed with. One still cannot underestimate any secret realm. After all, who knew that there were virgin killers in this thing before coming? Boss, are you alright? Old Lee had rushed over and asked with concern. It is fine. Su Yu shook his head. Rumble. Right at this moment, the entire ancient castle began to tremble. Countless skeletons poked out from underneath the ancient castle. In an instant, it was as if this place had arrived in the underworld hell. Countless white bones intertwined together, forming a white bone throne that was 100 meters tall. A huge skeleton that was also 100 meters tall sat on top of the throne, with ghostly blue flames bursting out from its eye sockets as it looked condescendingly at Su Yu. Human, what is the purpose of your coming here? The skeleton on the white bone throne said in a hoarse and eerie voice. Its tone was cold and mechanical, revealing a strong sense of intimidation and oppression. Su Yu raised his head to lock eyes with it, and the aura belonging to a mythical creature suddenly spread on his body. The two auras collided in mid-air. Su Yu's aura was not even the slightest bit inferior to the skeleton undead. He indifferently said, kill you. Ha! Foolish fellow, I am originally the dead, how are you going to kill a dead person? Dead man? Su Yu thought for a moment and jumped onto the skeleton undead in 3 or 2 steps. The opponent did not make any movements, only the soul flames burning in his eyes flickered. The skeleton dead man gave him a strange feeling. The other party didn't look like a monster, instead it looked like a person. Chapter 51 White Bone Lotus Flower, 10,000 people fall down. Watching Su Yu's bold maneuver, Old Li Tu's heart jumped into his throat. The skeleton undead was the strongest lord-level monster in Strange Tales Town. Not only was its level as high as level 90, it also possessed the ancient fortress of White Bones as its heaven-defying home base. It was claimed that White Bones would not die and the undead would not be destroyed. As long as there were still White Bones present in the ancient castle, then the skeleton undead would not be completely killed. This fellow, very strong. Even Baby Bear showed a rare look of gravity. It might be able to beat the other party if it let go of everything, but I'm afraid it would be a disastrous victory. This was someone else's home turf after all, and Baby Bear was able to sense that the skeleton undead had a hint of mythical creature scent on it as well. You were once human? Compared to the gravity of the two, so you appeared to be somewhat reckless. He stood on the skeleton deadman's thigh bone and tilted his head as if he was chatting with his neighbor and said, You are very perceptive. The skeleton undead did not retort, but said something like this. Then why did you become a skeleton frame? Su Yu asked again. He had now figured out his opponent's temperament. Although this bastard looked ferocious, he did not have any malicious intent towards himself, and even provided himself with information. Of course, more often than not, it was silent in response. Su Yu was also used to its attitude. My power comes from death. After it was silent for a long time, it slowly said, everything has a price, but some are heavier. Su Yu pondered. Do you want to take my life? There is no harm in trying. The skeletal dead continued to speak, his voice was hoarse, revealing an inexplicable flavor. Good. Su Yu nodded his head, he came here for this. Since the other party agreed, he naturally did not hesitate. His left hand pressed down, pressing on the skeleton undead's leg bone. 10,000 pouring, unleashed. In the next moment, countless threads of fate surged into the skeleton undead's body. However, due to the opponent's level being too high, the threads of fate only entered halfway and were a bit short in length. Little fellow, you're a bit short. The skeleton deadman teased. It doesn't matter, it won't be short after entering the state. Su Yu frowned and directly used the Fate Points reinforcement skill. Destiny Points 2000. 10,000 pouring LV4 raised to LV5. Fate Point 4000. All fall down LV5 to LV6. 6,000 destiny points disappeared, and Su Yu's destiny points that were about to break the 10,000 mark fell back. However, he did not feel any heartache. The original somewhat weak threads of fate instantly swelled up and began to swim around in the body of the skeleton dead. That's more like it. The skeleton undead let out a light laugh. Su Yu raised his head and looked into its eyes.
For some reason, he seemed to see a touch of relief in those two clusters of ghostly blue flames.
You've wanted to die for a long time, right?
Suyu lowered his head as he manipulated the threads of fate.
Were you able to see that?
The skeleton undead was a little surprised in its tone, then it sighed. Yes, everyone wants to live, I am the same, but... Speaking here, it suddenly stopped talking.
Forget it. It shook its head, once again resuming its indifference.
The ability of a fortune teller is indeed good, even death can't stop fate. However, you are still inferior to that guy Yu-chan. It is a pity that he does not recognize my soul, otherwise it would not have been your turn.
Suyu nodded slightly. I've heard many people mention Yu-chan. What kind of person is he? Skeleton Deadman thought about it. Him?
A madman, I guess, a madman obsessed with art.
So where is he now? I kinda want to meet him.
As Suyu's words fell, the skeleton Deadman's bones began to crumble, gradually reorganizing towards the lotus pattern. However, it didn't seem to feel any pain, and the light blue flame that symbolized the soul instead became brighter and brighter. After Ashes slaughtered 3 cities totaling 45,680,000 people 30 years ago, he crafted them into a lotus flower and threw them into the Frost Giant clan. Well, as I recall, his lover died at the hands of the Frost Giant clan.
After slaughtering most of the Frost Giant clan, he completely disappeared from everyone's sight, perhaps dead?
The skeleton Deadman's voice came slowly.
Upon hearing this, Suyu was silent. It's hard to evaluate, right?
The skeleton Deadman smiled. He was helping the human race to fight against the invasion of foreign races, but at the same time, he was personally doing things like slaughtering the city, which was simply even more cruel than the foreign races.
Indeed. Suyu nodded slightly. He was indeed insane.
He quite appreciated Yu-chan's art, but that kind of move of slaughtering the city was indeed too crazy.
In Suyu's own words, he would have chosen to travel alone to the Frost Giant clan for a massacre, right?
He would be 10 times more evil than the evil one, but there is a debt for the wrongdoer, and it is not Suyu's style to involve the innocent.
The two of them had a chat.
Countless white bones came out of the ground and merged into the body of the skeleton dead. Soon, the skeleton Deadman completely became a white bone lotus flower. It was as white and flawless as a pure white lotus, causing Suyu to be somewhat mesmerized by it.
Where will you choose to bloom me?
The skeleton undead's voice came from it.
I don't know, I'll think about it again.
Suyu took a deep breath before shaking his head slightly. He was really a little reluctant to use this white bone lotus flower at will. However, his second awakening quest also required that he had to kill the skeleton undead and obtain the death crystals.
For a while, Suyu was caught in a tangle. This is too damn magical, isn't it? Reality is simply more outrageous than fiction.
Behind the duo, Old Li too was filled with horror. It was the first time he had seen someone being able to make small talk with something as horrifying as the skeleton undead.
And even Suyu had made the skeleton dead into some sort of prop? What exactly was this big brother's origin? He also seemed to have mentioned the remnant? Could it be that there was that madman's handiwork in this?
Baby Bear was also blinking its big eyes, looking at the white bone lotus with an astonished expression. Among the things it had seen, this white bone lotus was definitely the most beautiful.
Rumble.
Right at this moment, the entire ancient fortress began to collapse and the ground shook violently. Immediately after, Suyu felt a wave of extreme coldness sweeping over him, his entire body's blood instantly solidified, nearly freezing.
Suyu's eyes flickered as he violently took a step backward, avoiding the impact of the earthquake.
Click, 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 click. A stone pillar fell and the ground cracked. A crack that ran through the entire Weird Talk town slowly spread out. Suyu's expression was gloomy, his feet stepped into the air, his figure suddenly drew up, bringing Old Li 2 and Baby Bear to dodge the crack's attack.
At the same time, a blinding red aura erupted within the crack. Boom! With a muffled sound, the entire ancient fortress completely collapsed.
Suyu stabilized his stance and looked towards the distance, his pupils shrinking slightly. Under the crack, an eye had slowly emerged. Chapter 52, thousands of white bones come from the middle, lotus flower falls and blooms on the other shore.
What's going on?
The entire Weird Tales town began to change drastically, and countless professionals watched in horror as all of this happened. That one white bone lotus flower was hanging high in the air, and underneath it was a bottomless abyss, and the two seemed to be communicating something.
You're too late.
The voice of the skeleton undead came out from the white bone lotus, and there was a bit of mockery in that voice.
Why did you break the contract?
A low, angry response came from the abyss, and a piece of dense darkness runes surged out from the abyss. However, the skeleton undead did not pay any attention to the other party. It turned towards Suyu. It is now, burn me to ashes, that is the Eye of Death, there is no way for you to deal with it. At this instant, that Eye of Death also looked towards Suyu. The moment it saw Suyu, the Eye of Death was instantly enraged.
Blasphemer! You blasphemers, deserve to die.
Great event of fate, you have been gazed upon by the Eye of Death and have obtained the mark of the goddess of death. A ray of pure darkness flew from the abyss and straight into Suyu. Suyu gazed at the eye in the abyss and nodded after a moment of contemplation. The sense of oppression that the Eye of Death brought to him was simply too strong. It was not something that he could deal with right now. Suyu took the initiative to snuff out the thread of fate linked to the skeleton undead, handing over this fuse that ignited him to itself. Following that, he immediately allowed Baby Bear to lead himself and Old Lee 2 out of the core area. The wonderful scene that followed was sure to be a stunning beauty that would be hard to see in this life, but if one were to view it from a close distance, one would only be afraid that the lives of several of their own people would be set ablaze together, wouldn't they? Sitting on Baby Bear's back, Suyu's eyes moved slightly, and he completed the fate modification in passing. Ding! Destiny event, you are being watched by the Goddess of Death, obtaining the Goddess of Death's diary. Destiny points 600. In an instant, the mark in Suyu's body transformed into a black book. He did not rush to check it out, but instead put it away and looked towards the back. Just a short while after they had left, a monstrous wave suddenly rose from the abyss that was originally quite calm. It was a pure black ocean composed of countless black runes, carrying an endless aura of death. Rumble! The thunderous explosion was deafening, as if it was going to tear apart the entire secret realm. Immediately afterward, a pitch-black palm was seen breaking through the water and grabbing towards that white bone lotus. Without my permission, you cannot die. Cold and indifferent words echoed in the secret realm, but with a trembling might. I said, you are too late. The pitch-black fingers fiercely clenched together as if to crush it. Unfortunately, just as that pitch-black palm was about to fall, the white bone lotus bloomed. The bright and holy light illuminated the void, like the dawn rising, dispelling the cloudy night, causing the sky to reveal a fish belly white color. Even the darkness of death couldn't hide that radiant light. In the secret realm, everyone was stunned. They even forgot to run away and turned to gaze at the white lotus. A lotus leaf fell off, and in an instant, it was ablaze with 7-colored fire. Everyone was mesmerized in this dreamlike scene, forgetting about it. In the haze, a picture unfolded before everyone's eyes. Mr. Lee, do you know what the flower language of sunflowers is? A 22 or 23-year-old woman stood by the window with a smile on her face. Of course I know, it stands for sunshine, splendor, hope. Mr. Lee was talking nonsense in a serious manner. He, Mr. Lee is really knowledgeable. The woman smiled like a flower. Hey, just in general. Mr. Lee scratched his head and giggled. How about our daughter is called Lee Kwai? The woman looked back at the baby in the swaddling clothes, her eyes full of happiness and doting. Ha, I lied to you, let's call her Lee Pingin? Pinginen. Suyu raised his eyebrows. This is the memory of the skeleton dead? The dazzling firelight not only had her soul and white bones, but also reflected that deepest memory. Immediately afterward, the image turned. Lee Pingon, I'm sorry that your father sacrificed himself. He died on the battlefield, heroically martyred. An old man stood in front of the young Lee Pingon with a serious expression. Mom, will Dad come back? Lee Pingon's little face is full of doubts. Young her at this time does not understand what is death. The old man slowly opened the mouth of war. Always need someone blood sacrifice. This world, always filled with killing. We cannot stop, only to make themselves strong. Truth, only in the hands of the strong. Well, understand. Lee Pingon nodded his head vigorously. As long as you study hard and try to become strong, Dad will come back, right? The woman held Pingon Lee in her arms as 2 lines of tears slowly fell. Then, that image turned around and turned back into a valley with sunflowers growing around it. Mom, I have listened to you and worked hard to become stronger. Now, I am a 4th turn contract master. Pingon Lee looked at the 4 graves in front of him and smiled ruefully. An attack by an alien squad had caused half of the city to fall, and the human race had suffered heavy deaths and injuries, among which were her grandparents and mom. The scene switched again. This time it was seemingly on a battlefield. Shouting and killing sounds shook the sky, and blood dyed the earth red. Pingin, you go first. I'm afraid I can't go. A man with only half of his head left smiled miserably and wiped her tears, telling her to leave the battlefield, but Pingon Lee shook her head and refused. She stood up and looked around, full of broken limbs and corpses. The route of the logistics squad they were in had been learned by the foreigners, and almost all of them were annihilated in the Great Green Mountain battlefield. The foreign races could not be allowed to enter Grand Xia from here. A touch of determination surfaced on Pingon Lee's face. Death, I will contract with you. The price is everything I have. In the next moment, Pingon Lee's flesh and blood withered away, and in its place was a 100-meter giant skeletal dead man. Those dead human soldiers crawled out of hell and stood behind the skeletal dead man. The white bones would not die, and the dead would not be destroyed. Just like that, she hardened herself against the hundreds of thousands of alien hordes at the Great Green Mountain Pass, not letting the other side advance half a step. Pingon Lee, you were the one who chose to embrace death in the first place, only to go back on your words now? Watching this scene, the eye of death's rage intensified. Rumble. However, the pieces of white bone lotus continued to fall off, blowing it up so that it was unable to get even the slightest bit closer. Gradually, the white bones faded away, leaving only an azure-colored soul flame still suspended in the sky above. Pingon Lee's gaze seemed to penetrate the secret realm, fixing itself on the small hill filled with sunflowers. There were 6 members in her family, yet 5 graves stood there.
Li Pinggan's eye of death let out an angry hiss.
Although it was a great general under the goddess of death, it could not pass through the fire that burned everything. Pinganli would rather give up his life than give them a chance to manipulate her. Pinganli had his eyes closed and a faint smile on his lips. This time, I'll go to the spring platform to recruit my old troops, and my flag will cut down Yen Luo with 100,000 flags.
Old fellows, follow me and kill the enemy.
She slowly stepped out of the soul fire and walked towards the abyss. Behind her, a figure emerged from the blue flames and followed her. They were either clad in armor or carrying long spears.
It was a general, a soldier.
They were all once elite troops who had followed Li Pinggan for countless years and had long since fused into one. Kill! They shouted in unison, shattering the mountains and rivers and stepping on the earth. The eyes of the Eye of Death flashed with a cold light, but even it could not underestimate these souls who had their control taken away by fate. In an instant, black and white violently collided, creating a violent storm.
Endless black flames rushed into the sky, transforming into a black dragon that roared into the heavens. Roar! Bang!
The black dragon intersected with the sea of fire, and darkness and light disappeared at the same time. A soft sound came from a transparent crystal that fell onto the cliff wall of the abyss.
Mom, I know what the language of the sunflower is. Chapter 53, Second Awakening successful, 20 levels in a row.
On Baby Bear's back, old Li Tu had long been in tears. Even Baby Bear had tears in his eyes. However, Suyu was expressionless at this time, not knowing what he was thinking. He flew down into the abyss with a few jumps and grabbed that death crystal in his hands. The previous scene flashed in his mind and eventually turned into a sigh. He sort of knew why Yu Xiang was unwilling to help Pinganli free himself. Pinganli had a similar experience as him, but the choices of the two were very different.
For you, this white lotus in full bloom would cause his mind to be greatly impacted, right?
Suyu shook his head slightly and thought no more.
Destiny point 1000.
Along with the disappearance of the fate points, that one death crystal was also integrated into Suyu's body.
Second occupation awakening, complete.
The small star hovering above Suyu's head also disappeared.
Immediately after, a deathly aura that was dense to the extreme erupted from his body.
The surrounding area of thousands of meters became gloomy, and the air seemed to be instantly frozen.
Ah!
Suyu raised his head violently, and his eyes became dark and gloomy.
This feeling was like walking on the bridge of Naiha, witnessing the alternation between death and new life. Second occupation awakening is successful. Your level has increased. Current level LV 60.
The instant the level restriction was lifted, the massive amount of experience value directly pushed Suyu from level 40 to level 60. Suyu only felt permeable and filled with power in an instant.
You have obtained the Heavenly Destiny Pathway skill, Deadly Weapon. You have acquired the Destiny Pathway skill, Living Weapon. You have acquired the Destiny Pathway skill, Lawbreaker. 3 more skills?
Suyu's eyes moved slightly and he was about to check the skill introduction when another prompt popped up in front of him. Your skill Deadly Weapon has fused with Living Weapon to become Fateful Weapon. Seeing this, Suyu directly tapped on the introduction of the skill Fate Weapon. Destiny Weapon. You have the ability to cast a Destiny Weapon. The Destiny Weapon will grow along with you and can gain abilities by devouring materials.
Fate Weapon?
Suyu raised his eyebrows, and in an instant, he thought of the White Bone Great Sniper of Yuashes, as well as the short sword of the Cocoon Breaker's Pathway.
In that case, Yuashin's White Bone Great Sniper was a deadly weapon and the Cocoon Breaker's weapon was a living weapon? What about the Gatekeeper?
Did he have the ability to create exclusive weapons?
Countless thoughts surfaced in Suyu's mind.
Immediately afterward, he closed his eyes and felt the life weapon skill in detail. Soon, Suyu realized that his fatal weapon seemed to contain the characteristics of these 3 and was more blue than blue. His fatal weapon contained the powerful destructive power of the dead weapon, as well as the infinite growth ability of the living weapon, and also possessed the characteristics of the Gatekeeper, indestructible. Suyu slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath and slowly spread his palm out. In the center of his palm, a transparent orb emitted a faint light, which seemed to contain endless energy, filled with a mysterious and dangerous flavor. This was the prototype of his life weapon. Suyu immediately picked a few emerald-grade weapons from amongst his storage bag and threw them in.
In an instant, these emerald-grade weapons were devoured by the life weapon.
Perhaps it was because of the swallowed emerald weapons that transparent orb also began to glow with an emerald color.
Fate Weapon Grade 30. Fate Weapon Grade, Emerald. Weapon Type, Blade, Sword, Axe, Spear. Weapon Characteristics, Indestructible, Sharp, Bleed, Strike, Stun. Weapon Skill, Unfixed. Devouring whatever weapon possesses the form and characteristics of that weapon?
Suyu curiously played with his fated weapon. As his thoughts flowed, the weapon kept switching between the 4 forms of blade, sword, axe, and spear.
This life weapon was truly domineering. As long as it was infinitely devoured, the life weapon possessed the possibility of infinite growth.
Moreover, as the grade increased, Suyu could also fix the skills of the weapon he devoured on the weapon. Emerald grade could fix 2 skills, and after fixing them, they could be unfixed with fate points. However, the weapon he currently devoured came with an average skill, so there was no need for skill fixation for the time being. After playing with it for a few more moments, the fate weapon transformed into the form of an orb and was put inside Suyu's body. With that, he tapped the introduction of the skill Breaking the Law. Breaking the Law LV1. You are an outlaw who walks outside the rules, and all attempts to constrain you will be cut off by you. Your attacks come with an armor-breaking attribute and add 10 true damage. You deal double damage to spells, incantations, curses, boundaries, etc. This seems to be the ability of the Cocoon Breaker pathway? Suyu's eyes lit up and he was extremely satisfied with this skill. Being able to cut through spells, curses with normal attacks, this could prevent one from encountering certain attacks that were difficult to maneuver with fate modification. Moreover, right now, with just a level 1 lawbreaking, it could deal double damage to the boundary. Then, if the level of lawbreaking was up, any boundary would not be able to block one slash, right? Suyu smiled slightly and opened the attribute panel. Occupation, Fortune Teller. Level, 60. Strength, 2908. Physical Strength, 2152. Intelligence, 1036. Agility, 2185. Awakening, second turn. Skills, Fate Perception, Savage Growth, Rhythm of Life, Fate Weapon, Wall Fall Down LV6, Battle Rage LV7, Weapon Master LV1, Lawbreaker LV1. Talent, Fate Modification. Fate Points, 40-50. The 20 consecutive level ups plus the second occupational awakening had almost tripled his attribute panel. Those experience points were consumed after raising Suyu to level 60. However, in this way, he did not have to be in such a hurry for his third awakening. A trace of exhaustion flashed in Suyu's eyes. His body was incomparably mental, but such a high intensity of brushing monsters and doing quests had caused his mental state to become extremely poor. Thus, after Suyu adjusted for a moment, he took 3 or 2 steps out of the abyss and called on Baby Bear to prepare to leave the secret realm. However, before Suyu could take 2 steps, a burst of hurried footsteps in the distance approached towards this place. There is a situation. Old Li Tu's eyebrows instantly furrowed. His experience of having been in the secret realm for a long time was warning him. Soon, hundreds of professionals surrounded Suyu and the others. Kid, where is that treasure? I saw it fall here with my own eyes, don't try to muddle through. One of the puppet masters stood out and said. The rest of the occupiers also threw threatening gazes at Suyu. The skeleton undead had been sitting in Strange Talk Town for hundreds of years, and no occupier had ever been able to kill it. And now, that monster had suddenly died with another monster. This kind of powerful lord-level monster would definitely burst out good things. However, right now, they hadn't seen a single hair. There was no reason not to suspect the closest Suyu. I clearly saw something fall out just now. You must have picked it up, right? A third-turn warrior took a few steps forward and said. Take advantage of the fact that I don't want to kill anyone right now. You have other options. Suyu shrugged his shoulders, not putting these hundreds of professionals in his eyes in the slightest. Hand over the treasure and spare your life. That puppet master coldly snorted, his body steeply rose up from the ground, condescendingly staring at Suyu. Suyu snorted and looked down into the abyss. Is this the person you put your life on the line to try and protect? In this instant, Suyu's mind was enlightened. He would not be as crazy as Yu Xiang, nor would he be as great as Li Pingan. His mind was simple. Repaying kindness with kindness, and repaying grudges with righteousness. Suyu bowed violently and made a grasping gesture with his right hand. Immediately afterward, the life weapon transformed into a spear, which was viciously thrown out by him. Boom! Sonic booms sounded, and the spear carried an unrivaled huge force, instantly penetrating through the 5 people. Chapter 54 Murder and Arson Golden Belt. You dare! Suyu's sudden outburst caused all the professionals to be startled. They did not expect that with a pair of hundreds, Suyu would dare to take the initiative? In this situation, shouldn't they all be commiserating and handing over their treasures to save their lives? Everyone, let's go together. This kid seems to be a second turn, but his strength is not weak. Kill him first before equally dividing the treasures. A shield mountain set up a huge shield and sneered as he topped the front. The others also revealed a teasing look and each took out their weapons. In their view, Suyu's approach was tantamount to seeking death. Ola! Seeing this group of people approaching, Baby Bear immediately blocked in front of Suyu, and the titans might suddenly spread. This. Everyone was startled by Baby Bear's might and hesitated for a moment. Let me do it. Suyu patted Baby Bear's shoulder, stepped forward, and hooked his finger towards the professional in front of him. After all, Baby Bear could share his experience value for killing monsters, but there was no way to share fate points for killing people. Hubris! Seeing that Suyu intended to pick them all by himself, the group of professionals immediately regained their confidence. Letting your pat on might be tricky, but aren't you sending yourself to death? Can everyone give me face? Old Li Tu hesitated for a moment before stepping out from the back. However, the next moment he was knocked out by a brick that flew out of nowhere. Sorry, what I am best at is fighting one against many. Suyu said indifferently, reaching out to catch the spear that came back steadily. The thorn rose in his hand, viciously stabbed down towards his abdomen.
Fate point 20. Rage level 1.
The pain from his abdomen caused a red light to flash in Suyu's eyes. With his current physical strength, if the thorn rose wanted to break through the defense, he could only attack the most vulnerable part of his abdomen with all his strength.
Immediately after, he leapt up. The spear in his hand instantly transformed into a long sword. Immediately, he gripped the longsword and fiercely slashed down towards the Shield Mountain. Sculptor's little skill. Shield Mountain snorted, "You think this trick can hurt me?"
Before the words fell, his eyes were filled with gravity.
Swish! 3 white lights flashed.
Afterwards, Shield Mountain only felt intense pain coming from his chest. At the same time, stun, bleeding, armor breakage, and all sorts of negative effects were attached to his body. Looking down, that platinum-level shield was as fragile as paper maché in front of Suyu. And his entire equipment was also directly shattered. His body was naked and extremely miserable.
You!
Shield Mountain opened his mouth wide and was just about to open his mouth, but blood was sprayed out from his throat, his eyes rounded, and he died of gas.
Ding dong! Destiny point 200.
Seeing Suyu hacking that Shield Mountain to death so easily, the footsteps of the rest of the melee professionals instantly stopped. That was a second-turn Shield Mountain, the existence with the strongest defense amongst all the professionals, and it was even hacked to death by 2 swords just like that? How is this guy so perverted? The faces of the crowd of professionals changed slightly, but they quickly reacted and raised their staffs or guns to fire attacks at Suyu.
Rumble!
A dozen of fireballs, ice arrows, and enchanted bullets whistled, with sharp wind and air-breaking sounds cutting through the void, heading straight for Suyu's vitals.
Bang!
Fate minor event, you have been attacked by a large number of flying spells. Suyu's face did not change.
Ding! Fate minor event, you are attacked by a trace amount of flying spells. In the next moment, under the expectant gazes of all the professionals, those flying spells instantly shrunk.
By the time they came in front of Suyu, they had turned from a dozen meters in size to a fireball of less than a meter. Suyu held his longsword and casually swung it a few times, but he directly chopped those fireballs and ice arrows into several petals and shattered them on the spot.
What?
Everyone's pupils shrunk.
This is too outrageous, right? Even if the spell somehow decayed, he could even use his weapon to directly shatter the fireball spells?
A group of mages looked at each other in disbelief. Suyu had not only shattered the fireball, but the moment the fireball spell was struck by the sword, the spell circuits in it were also destroyed. This sword, I am afraid that it comes with a powerful spell-breaking attribute. Suyu did not pay attention to the shocked expressions of the others, his body swayed and rushed upwards with a long sword in hand. With every step he took, a piece of flying spells disappeared. It was as if he was a mobile forbidden magic weapon. Wherever he went, the flying spells were all chopped to pieces. Quick, stop him, don't let him get close. A mage shouted and at the same time cast the sprint skill to run wildly towards the back. This kind of warrior that came with a spell-breaking skill was a complete mage nemesis, and there wasn't a single mage that wasn't panicked. Shoo! A thief charged out first, the dagger in his hand glowing with a cold aura, ruthlessly stabbing at Suyu's neck. At the same time, a large knife chopped at Suyu's waist and abdomen from a diagonal, and several other assassins even surrounded him from all sides. Suyu's face did not change, and he hardened himself to carry the countless attacks forward. The hazy moonlight spread from the moon shadow cloak, blocking the countless attacks for a split second.
However, the skills of the moon shadow cloak could only go so far.
In the next instant, more than a dozen attacks bombarded Suyu's body. However, under the 10 layers of rage effect, Suyu's stamina value had already exploded. These attacks did not even hit even the destiny stalks. Immediately afterward, Suyu stomped his toes on the ground and his figure rose up in the air. His left arm was raised and his long sword swept out horizontally. Bang! A strong aura erupted, the surrounding air was instantly repelled, and everyone only felt their bodies sink. They were actually unable to control their forms. The dagger and the large sword were directly chopped off, and the assassin was even chopped into 2 pieces without even being able to let out a scream. One move kills in seconds. Suyu's feet did not stop and continued to step. One by one, the heads of the melee professionals were chopped off, and in just a few seconds, 17 or 18 people fell. The remaining people looked terrified and desperately tried to escape, but Suyu's speed was too fast to escape. Suyu was like an evil spirit coming out of the Morrow Hell, constantly harvesting the lives of these professionals. Whether it was a Shield Mountain or an assassin, all of them were killed in one hit. There were assassins who wanted to sneak attack, but under the rhythm of life, there was nothing to hide from, and the moment they struck was the moment they were killed. Fate 200. Fate 150. Fate points 300. The corpses of each professional piled up. Among them, there were even some level 70 warriors who had turned 3. Of course, it was also that warrior who was overconfident and wanted to go head-to-head with Suyu. He did not expect that Suyu's power after stacking 10 layers of rage was not weaker than him at all. A sword to break armor, a sword to penetrate the heart, coupled with that horrific real damage addition, made him not have any resistance at all. In a short 10 seconds or so, the melee professionals that originally surrounded Suyu were cleared out.
It was still killing people to come to the destiny point fast.
Suyu retrieved his long sword and looked at the corpses scattered around him, only to feel much more relaxed.
After killing so many professionals, Suyu's body had many more wounds. However, under that powerful self-healing ability, soon all the wounds quickly healed.
It was that moon shadow cloak that had become tattered and torn, and was finally ripped off by Suyu and thrown into the storage bag.
What exactly are you?
Looking at the demonic Suyu, the remaining 80 or so survivors were scared to death and did not dare to approach. They all gathered on a white cloud condensed by a few mages and fled towards the exit of the secret realm with panicked faces.
Me?
Suyu coldly smiled and slowly said, "I am the fate of heaven." With that, he took out the sky wings from his storage bag.
Sky Wing Emerald Grade. Grade 58. Type, Battle Boots. Attribute, Agility 30. Durability, 200,200. Talent. Sentinel Air LV5, when worn, your movement speed increases by 10 and you gain the ability to fly.
The attribute bonus of this pair of combat boots was not high, but they possessed the ability of air control. Suyu looked at Baby Bear and signaled for it to throw itself towards the group of professionals. Baby Bear nodded and its figure instantly rose dozens of meters, holding Suyu in its hands.
Not good. Quickly dodge.
Seeing this scene, the group of people's faces suddenly changed and hurriedly dodged.
Whoosh!
Suyu transformed into a stream of light and directly swept past them, arriving in front of them in the blink of an eye.
Chapter 55 A Wave of Fat, nearly 100,000 destiny points. Don't kill me.
The two seductive masters immediately ripped off their collars and said with hot tears in their eyes, "As long as you spare us, whatever you want to do is fine."
Is that so?
Suyu raised his eyebrows and asked. The charmed masters nodded their heads in a hurry, one after another stating that they were willing to serve him and said all sorts of fleshy and disgusting words of love.
Pink energy floated out from the duo and entwined Suyu.
Seeing this, the rest of the professionals rushed towards Suyu.
The mages at the back also hurriedly started chanting, vowing to seize this opportunity.
However, those pink energies were maintained in front of Suyu for a long time, but there was no way to drill into his body to cause a charm effect.
Can't even pass my lowest intelligence attribute judgment?
Suyu shook his head in disappointment. He still wanted to see what kind of fate would occur after being charmed.
Since you can't even utilize this usefulness, it's useless to keep you. No, I don't want it.
The two charmed masters' faces changed drastically as they screamed in horror. However, it was already too late. As a burst of intense pain hit them, the two heads directly fell to the ground, and countless pink rays exploded like fireworks, brilliant and eye-catching.
All the professionals' heartbeats violently missed a beat.
This guy was not only invincible in melee combat and surprisingly powerful, even his defense and long-range means were not weak, even assassins had no way to sneak attack him. It was simply a boss with no shortcomings. The dozen or so mages didn't dare to build up their power anymore and hurriedly sped up their chanting speed.
Shut up!
However, Suyu let out a low roar and suddenly released a terrifying pressure all over his body, actually directly interrupting their chanting. Not only the mages, the remaining professionals all had blood spilling from their mouths and noses, their faces filled with shock. High creature pressure. Could this guy really be a secret realm boss? How could it possess the abilities of those high-level monsters? Suyu was too lazy to continue spending time. With a movement of his feet, he was unusually nimble and transformed into a silver light in the air. Destiny points 150. Fate point 250. Destiny point 100. In less than a minute, all of these professionals were turned into a field of equipment, as well as a large amount of destiny points. Suyu greeted Baby Bear and collected the equipment on the ground. Apart from weapons like the staff and boundary book which were useless to him, all the equipment above emerald level were fed to the fate weapons by him. Suyu thought about it and then threw in another wave of those death chi beads as well. It was time to fix the first skill. Suyu waited for the fate weapon to digest while checking the attributes of all the weapons. Wanting to replace a fatal weapon after fixing the skill required a large amount of fate points, so one had to be careful. Soon, amongst these weapons, he looked at the skill of an emerald grade dagger. Shadow Kill Emerald Grade. Grade 58. Type Dagger. Attribute Agility 50, Strength 10. Durability 130,300. Talent Disguise. When worn, your presence is reduced by 30. Skills: Instantaneous Prison Shadow Kill. Instantly move behind an enemy within 1,000 meters and deal a fatal blow to the opponent. Cooldown 10 minutes. Instantaneous movement behind within 1,000 meters, plus a spell-breaking effect. Now I'm really a mage nemesis. Suyu faintly smiled. The first skill of the fate weapon was finally available. Artifact level 43. Weapon grade Emerald. Weapon type: knife, sword, axe, spear, bow, shield, halberd, pistol, short sword, dagger. Weapon characteristics: indestructible, death, sharpness, bleeding, bludgeoning, stunning, penetrating, defense breaking, magic breaking, disguise. Weapon skill: instant hell shadow kill. After devouring hundreds of weapons, the weapon types of the fate weapon were finally enriched. Moreover, the characteristics carried by the weapons were also up to dozens. So you could even imagine how sour the effect of a slash would be. Even a level 80 shield mountain would not be able to take a hit, right? The only shortcoming of the fatal weapon was that it didn't add anything to the basic attributes, but Suyu didn't need it at the moment. After the rage tier is stacked, his basic attributes are already close to the 4th turn professional. The equipment brought that little bonus is already dispensable.
With a bit of anticipation, Suyu opened the attribute panel. Profession, Fortune Teller. Level, 60. Strength, 2908. Physical strength, 2152. Intelligence, 1036. Agility, 2185. Awakening, 2nd turn. Skills, Fate Perception, Savage Growth, Rhythm of Life, Fate Weapon, Wall Fall Down, LV6, Battle Rage, LV7, Weapon Master, LV1, Lawbreaker, LV1. Talent, Fate Modification. Fate Points, 96050. Hiss. Even though he had already prepared himself mentally, he was still shocked by the nearly 100,000 fate points. As expected, killing people is the main way to accumulate fate points. Suyu sort of understood why his profession was ranked as one of the top 10 dangerous professions. This way of growth doomed him to kill monsters far less than killing professions for a big boost. Especially if a fortune teller such as Ashes didn't have the skill of fate modification, wouldn't he have to kill professionals all the time to earn fate points? The red light in Suyu's eyes flickered, and he was not overwhelmed by this huge sum of money. He was not a remnant and would not take the initiative to slaughter innocent occupiers. However, if someone took the initiative to provoke him, then he did not mind accepting this windfall. Suyu exited from his frenzied state, mounted Baby Bear, and quickly arrived at the exit of the secret realm. This place was still surrounded by a large number of guides, who originally wanted to escape, but were attracted by that white bone lotus flower, and when they came back to their senses, the mutation had all ended. After that, there was the image of Suyu's massacre. Some of the guides gave a thumbs up towards Old Lee too, as if they were admiring him for even coming out alive. However, when looking at Suyu, these people's gazes became incomparably scornful. The eyes did not look like they were looking at a professional, but instead looked like they were looking at a terrifying secret realm boss. However, Suyu did not care how the onlookers looked at him. After parting ways with Old Lee too, he took Baby Bear and quickly left Strange Talk Town. After speeding all the way back to Qingcheng, Suyu returned home and froze as he looked at the missing balcony. Together with the floor-to-ceiling windows, this balcony looked like it had been bombarded by a cannonball, and the breeze mixed with fine rain blew in from that gap. Forget it, it's better to stay in a hotel. Suyu slightly shook his head and opened a room in the hotel next to him to stay. After checking in, he first took a shower, then took out that black card of Qian Wanxian and gave the hotel kitchen a wave of intensity. This time, not only him, Baby Bear also hadn't eaten for a long time, and both of them were starving. The truth was that there weren't many tasty monsters in Strange Talk Town, and they couldn't eat those cracked women or skinny long ghosts and shadows. A meal was eaten for a whole day and night. Titan Bear's meal is also one of the best among the mythological creatures. Until the chef was already tired of foaming at the mouth and rolled his eyes, the two eaters only then stopped. After sleeping in the hotel until midday, Suyu finally adjusted his state back. The corner of his mouth slightly hooked as he took out a black leather book from his storage bag. Chapter 56, Diary of the Goddess of Death, 2-meter Sniper, Call of Death. As soon as the diary was opened, a strong aura of death hit him. Fate minor event, you are enveloped by the aura of death, and your life force will rapidly diminish. This dark and erosive power made it difficult for Suyu to resist, and his skin instantly became much darker. Ding! Fate minor event, you are enveloped by the aura of death, and your life force will rapidly increment. However, after the completion of the fate modification, this massive death aura was directly reversed, providing Suyu with a large amount of life force every moment, simply becoming even more terrifying than a high-grade life potion. This thing could even be used as a blood pack at the moment of necessity? Suyu raised an eyebrow. With the Death Goddess Diary coupled with the self-healing ability brought about by the stacking of rage, he was afraid that the speed of his blood return would be somewhat heaven-defying. Right now, even if Suyu stood still and let the previous group of professionals fight for 3 days and 3 nights, it was estimated that they would not be able to help him. Suyu stretched out his hand and waved it, dispersing the aura of death on the surface of the diary, and then began to read it with interest. April 10, weather in God's kingdom, sunny. Originally wanted to go collect some naughty souls and develop a few believers along the way, but ended up being stopped by the goddess of luck at the entrance of the divine kingdom. So I gathered the berserkers and had a big orgy. Young souls, what a great taste. April 15, weather in the God Kingdom, cloudy. The god of war came and made me look like the 3-headed dog of hell. It was a very painful process, but it was quite exciting. May 1st. Weather in the Kingdom of God. Rain. Deep discussion with the sun god. May 2nd. Weather in the Kingdom of God. Heavy rain. May 2nd, weather in the Kingdom of God, heavy rain, in-depth discussion with the god of the sea. May 20th, weather in the Kingdom of God. Sunny. We had a deep discussion with the goddess of fertility. June 6th, with the beast god. Are you the goddess of death or the goddess of love? Is that so outrageous? Master bye bye, what are you looking at? You look much better now than before. Baby Bear's head came over, but was pressed back by Suyu again. Nothing, underage bears can't look. Suyu turned the pages faster and faster, and finally with a long sigh, he closed this diary. Originally, he also wanted to see what rare and bizarre secrets would be recorded by a god-level existence. Unexpectedly, this secret was indeed rare, but it was all a ing mess, without the slightest value. Goddesses are indeed goddesses, and they do play with flowers more than the average person. Suyu weighed this diary. I'm afraid that the most valuable part of this thing is itself, right? Melting it down might be able to create a legendary equipment. After thinking about it, Suyu still put the diary away first and used the thread of fate to wrap it around to avoid being found by the goddess of death and killed. Maybe afterward, he could use this thing to threaten some existences? After all, the worst recorded here are legendary level creatures. With that, Suyu looked at his skills, intending to squander some fate points. After pondering for a moment, Suyu decided to strengthen Weapon Master to level 10 first. With the diverse weapon choices brought about by fate weapons, this skill was prioritized by Suyu. A level 1 Weapon Master clearly could not satisfy Suyu's need to maneuver multiple weapons at the same time. In the next moment, the fate points began to rapidly deplete. Destiny points 64,000. Weapon Master LV1 has been successfully upgraded to LV10. Weapon Master LV10 passive skill. You are a natural weapon master. Any weapon will turn into a terrifyingly ferocious weapon in your hands. Attack power increases by 100 when wearing any weapon. When you use a sword type weapon, it adds a sharpness effect. Stun effect is added when you use a club weapon. Add focus when you use a gun weapon. Looking at the brand new skill introduction, Suyu could not help but be delighted. The enhancement after the 10th level of the weapon was simply huge. Not only did it allow Suyu to double the effect of every attack, it also brought special additions when maneuvering different types of weapons. This skill was completely something that any professional could only dream of. Suyu willed his destiny to manifest each weapon type. After casually pulling a blade flower, a sense of maneuvering in a flowing stream made him incomparably happy. Whether it was a sword, a spear, a sword or a halberd, or any other weapon, as long as it appeared in his hands, it would create an unspeakable sense of oppression. Compared to now, he was simply taking a flurry of weapons before. After playing enough, Suyu stood up and brought Baby Bear to the hotel lobby. Hello, this consumption totaled $560 million, your balance is still $3 million. The receptionist handed over the black card with a trembling hand. She suspected that the Suyu in front of her was not a human being at all. She was afraid that he was a monster in human skin, otherwise how could he eat hundreds of tons of food in a day? There are still 3 million left? It seems that Chen Wanxiangai's sincerity is not very sufficient. Suyu smacked his lips and took the bank card. With that, he took Baby Bear all the way towards the vigilante branch. The set of firearms he had reserved 4 days ago had already been made. Not only that, after unlocking the level 4 authority, he no longer needed to wait for a month to climb the trial tower and could enter at any time. This time, Suyu intended to try his limits. No, perhaps it was the limit of the trial tower. Arriving at the vigilante branch, Suyu found that there were a lot more people here than before, and some unfamiliar faces appeared. However, he did not care and went straight to the contribution exchange office on the 2nd floor. Dad Lord Nightwatchman, your customized weapon is here. That uniformed Imperial sister just wanted to read out Suyu's code name, but in the end, she did not say it. Her pretty face slightly reddened as she handed over the 2 large alloy boxes. After seeing Baby Bear, she ruffled her hair and a touch of admiration flashed in her eyes. The matter of Suyu resolving the crisis in the Storm Bear Plains had already spread amongst the vigilantes. Moreover, he had also unlocked his level 4 permission with an extremely terrifying speed, becoming the youngest night vigilante in the history of the Night Vigil Guild. These various deeds had caused many people to become interested in Suyu and even fall in love with him. This look, I like it. Suyu opened one of the boxes and his eyes lit up. This large sniper was about 2 meters long, and the 80mm muzzle was a dark purple color, as if it had been soaked in blood for countless years, and it was flooded with a cold light. Instead of a sniper rifle, it was more aptly described as a sniper cannon. Hell Calling Emerald Grade. Grade 58. Attribute Physical Strength 1. Endurance 500,500. Talent. Solace LV6, bullet penetration effect is increased by 100. Skill. Weakness Strike, your next shot has a 100% bludgeoning effect attached to it, and has a 0.0001 chance of triggering an instant death effect with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Instant death effect? Without even thinking about it, Suyu directly took out his life weapon and melted this big sniper into it. No matter how low his chances were, Suyu was able to forcefully trigger it by consuming fate points. This skill was undoubtedly a divine skill for Suyu. Soon, Weakness Strike became the second fixed skill of the Fate Weapon. Fate Weapon Grade, 44. Fate Weapon Grade, Emerald.
Weapon type: knife, sword, axe, spear, bow, shield, halberd, gun, short sword, dagger, sniper rifle. Weapon characteristics: indestructible, sharp, bleeding, bludgeoning, stunning, penetrating, defense breaking, magic breaking, camouflage.
Weapon skills: instant prison shadow kill, weakness strike. Looking at the life weapon panel, Suyu nodded in satisfaction, then his gaze swept over the second chest.
There was a pistol and a shotgun contained there. These two guns were of the same emerald grade, but their attributes were much worse than the hell calling, and Suyu directly cursorily swept through them before sticking them on his waist. These two guns were only used to trigger the Destiny Stalker, and usually he did not intend to use them often, so he did not let the Destiny weapon devour them. After all, he still had to manually fill in the bullets after the Fate weapon was transformed into a firearm. It was not as efficient as using them separately. After doing this, Suyu incidentally exchanged all of the things that those 500 plus professions popped out last time into union contributions.
Lord Nightwalker, these things of yours have increased a total of 23,600 guild contributions. This is the list.
The uniformed Imperial sister handed a list to Suyu.
Suyu took it and scanned it.
This kind of kryptonite added contribution value was not cost effective, only half of the market value. However, Suyu felt that it was not a loss. The Vigilant Guild's high-level resources were much more than the Chamber of Commerce. Like that hell calling in the outside world, it was just hard to buy with money. To him, that pile of trash together was not as good as the weakness strike skill. After determining that there was no problem, Suyu walked out of the door and threw that list with the phone number clipped to the back into the trash can. The uniformed Imperial sister looked at this scene, her eyes slightly dimmed, a little lost. It seems that there is no the chance to taste the taste of the youngest night wanderer.
Chapter 57: Breaking records in a row, sprinting to the limit. Where is Suyu? He laughed.
Shortly after Suyu left, a man with silver-rimmed glasses appeared at the contribution redemption office.
Suyu? Who is Suyu?
The uniformed Imperial sister asked rhetorically. Within the Night's Watch, they almost always called each other by their code names, and only those with particularly good relationships would call each other by their names.
That is.
The man was momentarily speechless, and really didn't want to say that code name.
Speak out.
The uniformed Imperial sister had a straight face.
Ahem, it's the dad code name is Dad's Night Wanderer. The man's toes buckled. Oh he-ah.
Uniformed Imperial sister suddenly realized, smilingly said, he just finished collecting the custom-made weapons, towards the downstairs.
The man nodded his head and immediately walked towards the downstairs with quick steps. Looking at his back, the uniformed Imperial sister stretched a lazy waist, eyes slightly narrowed. Recently headquarters, how come so many people, even the third level of the Night Prowler god have come to one? In the lobby of the Night Watchman branch. The man pushed the silver-rimmed mirror frame, his eyes looked around, searching for Suyu's figure. Guild announcement: congratulations to Dad for successfully passing the 20th floor of the Challenge Trial Tower. Come on, there's no need to look for it. Hearing this announcement, the man's teeth ached for a while and directly walked towards where the trial tower was located. As soon as he entered, a commotion appeared around the trial tower. Holy, this guy is here again. How did he kill monsters so fast? After not seeing him for a few days, his strength has increased so much?
It's true that it's fast, 3 seconds for a floor of the tower, but let's hope he's not fast elsewhere. Listening to the murmurs around him, the man's eyes narrowed slightly as he pushed his way straight through the crowd and came to the front of the crowd. Some people wanted to turn around and curse, but once they looked at the 3 black rings lingering around the man, they were instantly dumbfounded.
A third-grade Nightwalker? How could an existence of this level appear in the branch? Even the minister was only a rank 2 Nightwalker. For a while, the fire outside the trial tower faded with the man's arrival. Are you ready to go up to the 30th floor? The man looked at Suyu in the screen and his eyes moved slightly. The 20 giant scythe mantises on the 29th floor were easily resolved by Suyu with a single punch. However, the 30th floor represented a level 60 Lord-level monster that was not that easy to deal with. However, he was not allowed to wait for long. The level 60 skeleton warlock in the 30th floor was still taken away by Suyu with a close punch. Guild announcement: congratulations to Papa for successfully passing the 30th floor of the Challenge Trial Tower. Yo wow brothers.
At this instant, the surrounding professionals did not care that there was a leader present and once again erupted in cheers.
Something was wrong. Seeing this, the man's brows furrowed as he thought of a possibility. This guy, he wouldn't possess the exact same skills as the then remnant, would he?
This guess made his heart thump. Uashes was the strongest newcomer in the Night's Watch Guild back then, and he achieved a good result of 18 floors on his first climb of the Tower of Trials, just 1 floor behind Suyu. At that time, Uashes was the one who abandoned his firearms and took the initiative to get close to the monsters. Strangely enough, as soon as those monsters got close to him, they turned into ashes. At that time, Uashes became the newcomer king with this move. His level skyrocketed, and he has been famous ever since. Now, Suyu seemed to be much stronger than the Yu of old. After all, although he had a gun in his waist, his every move was characterized by the aura of a berserker. The man shook his head slightly, took out a tablet and wrote a comment on top of a form.
Danger level, high. Mental state, unstable. Commitment, no.
Evaluation: investigators believe that this person is unsuitable for politics. The probability is that they will be selected by the Purgatory Academy's Hooker Envoy training program, and it is recommended that they invest in advance. After completing the form, the man sighed slightly, put the tablet away, and prepared to leave. He did not come to Qingqing specifically for Suyu, this was just an additional task. However, just as he was about to walk out of the gate, a commotion once again came from behind.
It wasn't, was it? This guy is preparing to go up to the 40th floor? Against the heavens, truly against the heavens. You're going to a level 80 Lord Monster the second time you climb the tower? Dad, go for it.
Hearing that last cry, the corner of the man's mouth could not help but twitch, but he still turned around and returned to that screen. Suyu's hands were naturally hanging down, his eyes were calm, not at all like he was about to challenge a level 80 Lord Monster.
That look was as if he was the Lord, looking down on the upcoming challenger.
You have cleared the 39th level of the trial tower, gaining experience value of 389,764. A prompt flashed before Suyu's eyes. After consecutively clearing the 10th floor of the trial tower, the experience value he had gained was almost close to 3 million. However, the higher the level of the professional, the more experience value was required to upgrade. These experience values Suyu estimated that they would only be enough for one level up. Therefore, he planned to try his limit and glean some more before proceeding to the third awakening. Newt! A shrill whistle resounded throughout the entire layer of space. Only to see a giant cockroach slowly emerge from the bottom of the trial tower, its body burning with pitch-black colored flames, its aura overwhelming. Hell cockroach LV80 Lord level. Suyu's gaze condensed as he stared at this cockroach. The cockroach was 2 meters tall, its body was ellipsoidal, 8 legs were borne on its back, while 6 legs grew under its belly. Each of its legs was burning with pitch-black colored flames, emitting a blazing temperature as if it was cast in steel. It's actually this boss. This thing doesn't have a strong attack power, but its self-healing ability is very disgusting, and I don't know if that move of his will work anymore. The man pushed up his glasses, his eyes became a lot more serious. However, before he could lower his hands, the deafening sound of an announcement broadcast came to his ears. Guild announcement: congratulations to Dad for successfully passing the 40th floor of the challenge trial tower. On the screen, Suyu was still rapidly approaching. Then, with a single strike, he was killed in seconds. Off beat. I want to see how many floors he can charge up. You guys, he wouldn't have turned 4 already, right? Otherwise, how could he kill a hell cockroach in one hit? That's unrealistic. How old is he? It's probably some kind of special ability that just restrains the monsters generated by the trial tower. After all, although the monsters generated by the trial tower are realistic, there is always a difference between the monsters in the secret realm and the monsters in the secret realm. Well, it's really realistic, I've tried it. Gradually, more and more people gathered around the trial tower. They were all attracted by the guild announcements that rang out one after another. When they heard that Suyu had cleared the 30th floor, perhaps most of them just sighed. But after he passed the 40th floor at a fiery speed, everyone was no longer calm. That was a level 80 lord. Translated into a professional, it was a 4th turn level, and a monster of this level so you could kill it in seconds? How old is he and he has this kind of strength? I'm afraid he's not hung up. Not long after, almost the entire branch crowded around the trial tower, staring intently at Suyu on the screen. After the 40th floor, Suyu's climbing speed obviously slowed down. The monsters he faced were all level 80 or above, and the monsters after the 46th floor even reached level 92. The attack power of monsters of this level was simply terrifying, even Suyu could not ignore it. Until Suyu climbed up to the 49th floor, his body had long been covered with large and small wounds, not as easy as before. However, relying on the recovery from the 10 layers of rage and the Death Goddess Diary, his overall state was still maintained at its peak. Soon, after a few minutes of rest and recuperation, Suyu resolutely stepped onto the 50th floor. Here, the monsters he had to face were an unprecedented level 100. Oh, it's not bad to be able to get here at level 60, kid. Right at this moment, a low voice suddenly came from the 50th floor of the trial tower. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Suyu's eyes slightly condensed as he looked forward. In his line of sight, a 30-meter-tall giant creature slowly turned around and stared at him. Storm Bear King LV 100 Lord level. After seeing the true face of this lord, the corners of Suyu's mouth slowly rose. Isn't this an old friend? Chapter 58 20 Stars of the Third Turn Quest? The level 100 Lord level monsters within the trial tower are already comparable to the combat power of the secret realm creatures, and the existence of this level of the Storm Bear King is even thicker skin. Even if the mage is fully stored, it is difficult to break through the defense. This time he should have to fight a bitter battle, right? Outside the trial tower, a group of people looked at this scene with gloomy faces. I think, dealing with this tyrannical Bear King, he will probably have an easier time than the first few levels. However, a few professionals who had participated in the Secret Realm Exit Guard battle in the Storm Bear Plains thought otherwise. How could it be? The Storm Bear King was already the strongest amongst level 100. You mean he could still kill the Storm Bear King in seconds? I don't know, but we'll find out later. At the same time that the professionals were talking in low voices, Suyu, who was standing on the 50th floor of the trial tower, finally moved.
Kneeling down.
In an uncharacteristic move, he did not take the initiative but instead walked slowly towards the huge brown beast. With every step he took, it was as if his body was energized by some kind of inexplicable power, and his aura became more and more terrifying, and if the Suyu from before seemed ordinary, now he gave off an unfathomable feeling, causing a sense of awe to rise up involuntarily. As the distance approached, the face of the Storm Bear King actually surged with humanized fear.
Titan.
It was not until Suyu arrived in front of the Tyrant Bear King that it had already fallen to its knees, its body covered in cold sweat flowing furiously. This was the suppressive power of higher-level creatures over lower-level creatures. Even if Suyu's rank was inferior to the Tyrant Bear King, relying on the Titan Giant Bear's bloodline pressure was enough to make it lose any ability to resist. With that, Suyu placed his hand on the Tyrant Bear King. The threads of fate surged into its body. Boom! In the next second, the tyrannical Bear King was just like those monsters before it, and it directly shattered into a field of ashes. In the midst of those ashes, an illusory shrunken version of the Tyrant Bear King looked at Suyu with a face full of fear.
Oh? Is it no longer a monster completely generated by the trial tower?
Suyu narrowed his eyes and looked at the soul of that Tyrant Bear King. Just as he wanted to continue to challenge it, he was directly forcefully kicked out of the trial tower by a repulsive force. Guild announcement: congratulations to Papa for successfully passing the 50th floor of the challenge trial tower. In this instant, the entire vigilante branch boiled over. Suyu was directly setting a new record for the entire branch. In the forest of monuments on the side, Suyu's one stood out. Starting from the 10th floor, the record for the fastest speed on every floor was broken by him. Listening to the guild announcement that came through, Suyu, however, skimmed his mouth. Isn't this not playful? Why don't you let me continue? Why? Isn't it obvious? The man pushed the silver-rimmed mirror frame, walked forward, stretched out his right hand, and introduced himself, Shintianjia, level 3 Night Prowler. Suyu turned his head, and his pupils shrunk slightly. The life rhythm was unexpectedly unable to sweep out his specific rank. This fellow's strength, very strong. Suyu, level 1 Nightwalker God. After thinking about it, Suyu stretched out his hand and shook his hand. Shin Tianjie gave a slight lurch, and his lips opened falsely a few times, as if he was conversing with someone. A few moments later, he brought Suyu to the cafe within the guild. After ordering a cup for both of them, he looked at Suyu's dark face and said with a smile, "I'm sure you've also found out, right? The 50th floor and above of the trial tower are all virtual monsters made by the trial tower combined with the souls of monsters. However, your kind of attack can break through the surface layer of the monster and directly injure the core. In this way, the monsters killed by you can't be reused." Hearing this, Suyu frowned. "So the guild intends to deprive me of the right to go to the trial tower? Of course not." Shin Tianjia shook his head. "You only need to use other skills to pass the level." Suyu's gaze swept over Shin Tianjia. "What if I don't agree? The guild can give you compensation." "What compensation? A mythical grade weapon?" Suyu snorted. That side means that it can provide help for your third awakening." Shin Tianjia almost choked on the words mythical weapon and awkwardly explained. "Another 50,000 contribution value. 5,000 at most." "Deal." Suyu's words changed. "How much help can be provided?" "That." Shin Tianjia spoke to the empty space for a while more in a godly manner, then shook his head helplessly and looked at Suyu. "I, a level 117 professional, can escort you throughout the entire process. Satisfied now? 117 leveled fighter? It's fine." Hearing this, Suyu nodded. He had a premonition after reaching level 60 that this awakening quest was afraid that it would not be easy, so he was not in a hurry to go directly to the awakening shrine to receive it. Now, if there was a 5th turn high-level fighter to help, he had a bottom in his heart. "It's not a fighter, it's at most a protector of the way," Shun Tianjie corrected. "It is a high-level fighter." Suyu shrugged, nonchalantly picked up the coffee and took a sip. Shin Tianjie, speechless, no longer argue. "Well, let's hurry to get your 3-turn task. I still have a lot of urgent things to do." Saying that, Suyu stood up and walked out from the vigilante branch. The two of them quickly walked to the awakening divine hall. Shin Tianjie stood outside waiting in boredom. But right after Suyu walked out of the awakening god's temple with 20 little stars on his head, he suddenly regretted somewhat agreeing to the conditions just now. Chapter 59 Brother Kidney's arrival. A good opportunity to brush up on stamina has arrived. What the hell is going on with you? Did something go wrong with the awakening shrine? How is it possible for a 20-star awakening quest to appear? Could it be that you have offended the goddess of fortune? Shun Tianjie bombarded in succession. Before seeing those 20 stars, he had never thought that the highest awakening mission was only 10 stars. But now, the emotional awakening mission is a 100-star system? Alas! Suyu was also helpless at this moment.
His premonition had come true. He realized that something was wrong after walking into the awakening goddess temple. At first, the goddess statue was still extracting tasks for him as usual. However, the moment the task extraction was completed, a terrifying aura of death appeared at first, causing the goddess statue to actually crack open. In order to prevent the staff of the goddess temple from approaching him to claim compensation, Suyu also rushed out. "I don't care, you promised anyway, ah." Suyu immediately waved his hand and shared the details of his third-turn quest to Shin Tianjie. Awakening Task, Song of the Undead. Mission difficulty, 20 stars. Introduction, an undead overture is played, followed by the withering of life. Is it withering or new life? The stage has been set up and the curtain is about to lift. As the player, are you ready for everything? Awakening condition, hold a grand performance in front of millions of spectators and change everyone's fate at the same time. 0100000000. Time limit for the mission, 10 days. Failure of the mission after exceeding the time limit and permanent inability to qualify for professional awakening. Shin Tianjie's jaw slightly open, unable to say a word for a long time. What kind of mission was this? Changing the fate of 10 million people? What does changing destiny mean? Do you have a clue about this mission? After deliberating for a moment, he asked Suyu. You are helping you ask me? Suyu skimmed his mouth. Changing fate, if I am not wrong, the probability is to make the direction of the other party's life to produce a huge change, right? Afraid that Shin Tianjie did not understand, Suyu thought about it and added, didn't the remaining ashes slaughter a few cities before? That kind of way is also considered a change in destiny. After all, the matter of being killed is really quite serious. At these words, Shin Tianjie's face suddenly stiffened, and his gaze towards Suyu gradually became dangerous. Are you saying that this mission is for you to slaughter 10 million people? Suyu waved his hand, unconcerned. Killing is of course the simplest method, but it does not have to be killed, the choice is yours. After all, you picked it, idle. According to past experience, Suyu feels that this task is estimated to let himself in front of millions of people, so that everyone's fate of the big event is triggered out. Sounds difficult, really do it is estimated that it is not simple, but now the person who should worry about it is not himself. Shin Tianjie was silent. He looked at Suyu's mission details over and over again, hating to awaken the time talent on the spot and go back to the time when he didn't promise to help him complete the awakening mission. Alas! After a long time, he let out a long sigh, walked forward with an unnatural face and said, this mission of yours is simply unheard of, and I don't have any clues now. Can you tell me what you think? Shin Tianjie's attitude was humble, and his level 90 combat boots were snapped out of their holes. He would rather Suyu's quest was to kill a level 120 lord, that way even if it was tough, at the very least there was hope. But now, changing the fate of millions of people? This thing is not good enough to repeat the same mistake as the remaining ashes, and he, the accomplice, is not happy to mention the 9 clans of elimination. Taking the lives of millions of people to gamble? He cannot do. Shin Tianjie dead look at Suyu. Once from his mouth out of the plan is too dangerous, then he is the reputation of the body will not agree. Clues? Before there was none, but now there seems to be a little bit. Suyu's eyes moved slightly. In Life Rhythm's perception, a large area of red light ahead was rapidly disappearing. This meant that something was rapidly harvesting life in the city. Shin Tianjie also realized that something was wrong. He stepped on his feet and an 8 trigrams formation appeared. The patterns of yin and yang flowed in his eyes. After the third turn of the boxer, he stepped onto the Taiji boxer pathway, and now that he was about to turn 6, his aura of a grandmaster was revealed. Shin Tianjie, your hands have stretched too far. Just then, a figure stepped out from the shadows. His figure was slender, his face was gray, and his cheekbones were raised on both sides. It looked as if he had stayed up for 10 consecutive nights and then rewarded himself 180 times a day. It seems that this awakening mission is estimated to be fulfilled on this kidney deficiency brother. Suyu narrowed his eyes and focused his gaze on the withered bone staff in Brother Kidney's hand. An undead overture was played, followed by the withering of life. This guy was clearly a necromancer, just as the saying goes. Is that young theater necromancer? You'll regret refusing to join us before. I will craft you into an undead creature and make your soul fall forever. After Brother Kidney Hollow heard Suyu's address, his face sank, then he waved his staff in his hand. In the next moment, countless undead armies jumped down from the office building with a shrill cry and swarmed out from the subway entrances and plazas. Damn it! What the hell was the city lord's office doing? Surprisingly, it allowed a 5th-turn necromancer to blend into the city. Shin Tianjie's face was extremely ugly. The appearance of every skeleton minion meant the fall of a life. As the second most dangerous profession in the top 10, necromancers had always been a headache for all cities and forces, and he didn't expect that they had appeared in Qingqing today. Boom! 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 Shin Tianjie struck a Taiji starting stance and swung out 3 palms in succession, forming a wall of qi that directly blocked the undead army in front of him for an instant. However, as Brother Kidney Void waved his staff again, a skeleton dragon with the aura of the dead roared and crawled out from the ground. I triple X City Lord's Office XXXX, UXX or triple X, right? Letting something like this lurk underground? The moment he saw this necropolis dragon, Shintenjia's Taiji Grandmaster's aura completely tensed up. MMP. Is the City Lord's mansion a eater? Roar. The skeletal dragon roared towards the sky with its teeth and claws open, and ghostly green spit was spat out. The intense pressure caused the air to hiss, and the fishy air caused Suyu to pinch his nose. Fate minor event, you are corrupted by the breath of the undead, and your stamina value has begun to permanently and slowly diminish. However, at the sight of this fateful terrain, he silently put his hand down and took a deep breath. Well, the nobleman has come. Suyu did not rush forward and squinted his eyes and thought. I'm afraid that the appearance of this necromancer is not a coincidence. I'm afraid that it's not Willow Sparrow Immortal who was asked something over at Riken Mountain? You go first, leave these guys to me. Suyu walked forward and said. Shintenjia froze at the words. Shouldn't this sentence be for me to say? There is no time to explain, hurry to shake people, this guy cannot come alone to attack the city, the big estimate is still in the back. Suyu waved his hand, stepped forward and kicked Shintenjia in the buttocks, sending him flying out. Shintenjia covered his buttocks in mid-air with an unbelievable face. I'm a ING 5th turn Taiji master. How did I let this kid fly away with a single kick? Chapter 60 Necrotic Spit? Yeah, right here. Ding. Fate mini event, you've been corrupted by the breath of the undead, and your stamina has begun to increase slowly and permanently. Fate points 50. Stamina 5. Stamina 7. Stamina 6. Every few seconds, a prompt of rising stamina value flashed in front of Suyu's eyes, which put him in a very good mood. Should I say you're stupid or? A sickly smile appeared on Brother Kidney's face as he waved his staff, and a constant army of dead spirits emerged behind him. That skeleton dragon continuously spewed out undead spit, turning this area into a deadland. Seeing this, Suyu became more and more satisfied, humming and puffing as he inhaled these corrosive gases in large gulps. Suyu, don't be brave. Shintenjia violently turned around, the Taiji pattern flashed behind him, dissolving this vigorous force. After standing still, without the slightest hesitation, he charged towards Suyu there. Didn't I tell you to shake people? What are you doing? Suyu panted heavily and was surprised. He didn't want this guy to come and steal the monsters. However, his appearance was misunderstood by Shintenjia to be unable to carry those necrotic spit. There was no one left. HQ has no way to send more people over in a short period of time, so I'm the last reinforcement. Regardless of whether there are still people behind this guy, I can't let you die in front of me. Shintenjia yelled as he rushed forward. Suyu was speechless for a while and made a wink towards Baby Bear. Boom! Baby Bear understood and slapped Shintenjia again and sent him flying. Then go save the civilians, I will be fine here. Suyu said without looking back. In mid-air, Shintenjia was filled with dismay. It was even if Suyu sent him flying, after all, this guy was evil, he could barely accept it. But now, Suyu raised this little bear that he himself could not defeat? Shintenjia was a little depressed, but he also recalled that no matter if it was Suyu or the baby bear, their strength was not much worse than his own. Thus, he obeyed Suyu's words, turned around violently, and began to quickly eliminate those undead creatures that were wreaking havoc within the city. Phew! Seeing that there was finally no one to disturb him from brushing his stamina, Suyu took a deep breath and the corners of his mouth rose up. Brother Kidney Hollow, we are the only ones left now, so hurry up and take out any good stuff you have. Don't address me like that anymore, you have to call me the Honorable Necromancer. Okay, Brother Kidney Void. Brother Kidney Void's face shifted, and he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. This guy had been corrupted by the Necromancer's spit for so long, how come he was still keening without a hint of weakness? One must know that even if one was a necromancer, one's body was still not as strong as a second-turn mage due to long-term exposure to the necromantic breath, resulting in stamina that was not as good as a second-turn mage. Stamina 4. Stamina 3. What's wrong? I haven't gotten over it yet. Looking at the stamina increase that popped up in front of his eyes, Suyu was a bit dissatisfied. It seems that he has to put pressure on you. Saying so, Suyu took out his fate weapon. In an instant, the type of life weapon changed into a 6-barrel machine gun mold. Suyu stuffed a bullet engraved with a Buddhist scripture into it. And then, he picked up the Gatling machine gun and began to strafe the undead army. Ta-da! The sound of the machine gun resounded throughout the city as flames burned crazily in the undead army. Buddha's light shone brightly, and one by one, the bullets that had been empowered by the Buddhist scriptures exploded, dealing a devastating blow to these undead creatures. The city guards and night watchmen in the city were dumbfounded. They had reacted quickly when the undead erupted and began to resist. However, the undead creature's ordinary holy light bullets were not yet able to deal with them, and it had to be a high-level exorcism, a tribute weapon. Who knew that Suyu had stocked up on so many scripture bullets in advance, and that he was also firing them fiercely without the slightest regard for attrition? In less than a few short minutes, the killing power caused by Suyu unexpectedly exceeded that of the city guards.
The Vigilante Division Minister looked at this scene with an extremely complicated expression. Looking at Suyu, who was enveloped by the Buddha's gunfire and the smell of smoke, his eyes seemed to blur for a moment as he muttered under his breath.
Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, 6 roots of purity depleted uranium ammunition.
1 breath of 3,600 revolutions, great mercy to ferry the world. A golden bullet shot out from the organ, taking away a skeleton and a ghost, and even hitting the skeleton dragon screaming miserably, continuously spewing out undead spit towards Suyu. However, Suyu simply did not choose to dodge, and just bathed in the undead spit with his gun. The appearance of that maniacal smile as he shot and reaped was simply like a war maniac. Seeing this scene, Brother Kidney Void immediately froze. What kind of person was this? It was almost like a killing machine, okay? The army of undead that he had managed to create was 1/3 killed by him in less than a moment? However, the good times didn't last long, so you didn't have many reserves of open bullets in his body, and it didn't take long for the barrel of the gun to mute. Good chance. Seeing this, Brother Kidney Void hurriedly waved his staff, and countless black silk threads suddenly surged out behind him. These threads quickly wrapped around Suyu, firmly confining him in place and wrapping him into a dumpling.
Fate minor event, you are bound by undead silk threads.
Brother Nephrite let out a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat that emerged on his forehead. Finally he had caught this guy. And then, the skeleton giant dragon went directly face to face and gave Suyu a wave of immersive undead spit. Suyu's face was calm and he did not struggle at all. Instead, he actively breathed in with a mesmerized face.
Stamina value 15. Stamina 18. Stamina value 27.
Yes, that's it, squirt it all out to me. Suyu grinned widely. In just less than 10 minutes, his stamina value had already increased by 300 points.
This guy is sick, right? Brother Kidney Void was also not calm anymore.
Originally, he thought that Suyu would be corrupted by the undead spit and die. But now, not only did this guy not show the slightest sign of weakness, instead he was getting more and more hyper.
Could it be that he was absorbing these undead spit? Is he not afraid to die? Damn it! Why is this guy so evil?
Brother Kidney Void's face was ugly as he gritted his teeth and waved his staff to make the skeleton dragon stop spitting. With that, the skeleton dragon swung its sharp claws and slapped down hard at Suyu.
Since magic damage is immune to you, now I'll use physical damage, right? Rumble!
Accompanied by the skeleton dragon's falling claws, the entire earth seemed to shake for a few moments.
Don't! Is this not good enough?
Suyu had a face that was not yet finished. However, he finally made a move when the giant claw that glowed with green light was about to approach.
Ding! Fate minor event, you are bound by the death stockings. Fate point 50. With the completion of the fate modification, the silk threads binding him around him instantly transformed into a strip of black silk.
Suyu gently moved, and the thousands of black silks shattered. And then, a red light flashed in his eyes.
Rage tier 1, current tier 10s of tears. Boom! Chapter 61 Breaking the Death Divine Art.
A shocking roar came from the sky. The entire Qingcheng was shaken to the point that they sat on their asses on the ground, their faces filled with horror.
Shen Tianjie, who hadn't gone far yet, violently looked back and his pupils abruptly shrunk.
Only to see that Suyu, who was wearing the tyrannical bear suit, had actually grabbed the skeleton giant dragon, which was several hundred times larger than himself, and then slammed it to the ground with a fierce over-the-shoulder slam.
This guy was really a monster, right? Rumble!
The huge body of the giant dragon smashed many houses and raised dust in the sky. Suyu, however, was not the least bit moved. The surrounding buildings had long since lost their living people. He once again swung the skeleton giant dragon and slammed it down heavily once again.
Too handsome. Master bye-bye.
Baby Bear's eyes were starry-eyed as he watched. At this moment, Suyu showed what is called the aesthetics of violence to the fullest. In full view of everyone, the skeleton dragon was like a sandbag and was powerless to resist. Not only that, in the end, Suyu even pressed it to the ground and pounded its chest until he had squeezed out the last drop of undead spit before giving up.
Voodoo. The entire city froze.
Especially those who used to be in the same school as Suyu. The class president slapped his head and suspected that he was having mental problems. I was just gloating over getting the Night's Watch internship qualification, but it turns out that this guy has already started slaying dragons? Seeing that the skeleton dragon could not hold on to Suyu's destruction, Brother Kidney Void hurriedly commanded all the undead creatures to charge towards Suyu. For a while, the undead creatures within the entire city stopped scurrying around and locked Suyu in place. This also relieved a great deal of pressure on the defenders and night watchmen within the city. Useless thing. Seeing that the skeleton giant dragon had been completely drained, Suyu simply transformed his life weapon into a long knife and beheaded it with a single slash. You have killed the skeleton giant dragon LV-119 and gained experience value of 625899. The experience value prompt appeared, but Suyu did not care and instead opened the attribute panel. Profession, Theater Master. Level, 60. Strength, 2908. Physical strength, 2882.
Intelligence, 1036. Agility, 2185. Awakening, second turn.
Skills: Fate Sense, Savage Growth, Rhythm of Life, Fate Weapon, While Fall Down LV6, Battle Rage LV7, Weapon Master LV10, Lawbreaker LV1.
Talent, Fate Modification.
Fate Points, 35050.
Has it gone up by more than 700 stamina? It's not bad. Suyu's eyes focused on the stamina column and nodded slightly. Fate Minor Event, you are surrounded by a large number of undead creatures.
He did not put the incoming undead creatures in his eyes in the slightest. After the 10 layers of rage stacked up, his stamina value was already approaching 6,000. Even if he stood still, these undead creatures would not be able to break his defense. Suyu swept his destiny stalker with a touch of mischief in his eyes.
Ding! Fate Minor Event, you are surrounded by large-breasted undead creatures. Fate Point 300. Duong.
In the next moment, all the undead creatures rushing towards him stuttered. After that, the chest of the necromancer who was at the front bulged out, and his G-cup peak broke through his armor, exposing himself to everyone's eyes.
This hot scene made everyone's mouth twitch.
Immediately after, something even more bizarre happened, only to hear two muffled thumps. The necromancer who was whistling shrilly suddenly stalled, and her chest swelled violently. Skeleton minions and ghouls, these creatures were the same, and they all produced unspeakable changes. Even Brother Kidney Void himself looked at his chest with a face full of horror.
What kind of heaven-defying ability is this? Can you give me one as well? No, can other places get bigger? I'm in a hurry.
Gee, I see that this necromancer banshee has a lot of style too. Suyu looked at it and also got a chill. After 300 fate points were credited to his account, he directly transformed his fate weapon into a square halberd, rushed into it and started to harvest it in a big way. Fate weapon comes with a number of characteristics such as holy light, exorcism, purification and other abilities. Cutting on these undead creatures is simply the same as cutting tofu, completely as a second kill. Suyu was wide open, holding the handle of the halberd, and with a casual sweep, thousands of white bones were flying. In a short while, thousands of undead creatures were chopped into pieces.
Damn, this is a human being? Brother Kidney's face became increasingly miserable.
He had already seen many people encircling towards this place.
Among them were Shintianjie as well as Willow Bird Fairy and the others.
Although Willow Sparrow Immortal only had 4 turns, the Vermilion Bird Mage pathway was very much a restraint for him. For this reason, he had prepared quite a few means to deal with the Willow Bird Immortal before this. However, never would he have expected that a single Suyu would make his plans directly bankrupt. The necromancer was most adept at one-to-many, and what he feared the most was a pervert with strong individual strength like Suyu. His heart sank and he made a certain decision. Suyu, you forced me to do this. I'm going to strangle you here even if I go out of my way today. As the words fell, without waiting for Suyu to react, he sprayed a mouthful of black blood onto the staff. Immediately afterward, the undead army that still had 100,000 left actually began to disintegrate on its own. These undead creatures instantly fell to the ground, and endless white bones rose into the air, and then turned into sharp bone spikes that fell towards Suyu. The power of these white bone spikes was not small, and the number was horrifying. Each one was at least comparable to a third-ranked swordsman's full-strength strike. Even if an ordinary peak 5th turn encountered them, they would surely die. Suyu, be careful. Shintenjie and Lu Bird Fairy and the others warned at the same time. Medium Event of Fate, you have been targeted by a high-level undead spell and have been attacked continuously by white bone spikes. Suyu's face moved slightly. The white bone thorns fell like a torrential rain, and even he was unable to move. After standing in the white bone rain and pondering for a moment, Suyu's eyes moved slightly as he began to make fate modifications.
Ding! Fate Medium Event, you have been locked by the high undead spell and have been continuously attacked by the white bone soup. In an instant, the tingling sensation coming from Suyu's body surface disappeared. In its place was a rich aroma of big bone soup. The flavor was good. Suyu licked his lips and revealed a bright smile towards the necromancer. Seeing this, the footsteps of Shintianji's several people were lurched and their faces looked at Suyu with a somewhat odd expression. White bone thorn turned into a big bone soup. How on earth did he do that? Blanche. Brother Kidney Void gritted his teeth, and the hand clutching his staff turned a few shades of white. His heart was filled with shock and anger, not understanding what ability Suyu had used. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Why would my high spell become like this? Brother Kidney was full of doubts, but it quickly turned into a heart full of killing intent. No matter how you did it, it doesn't matter now. With this strike, you will surely die. His face calmed down, and his body, which was already skin and bones, was now wrapped in the aura of death, completely transforming into white bones. The death aura that had been separated from the white bones before converged towards him crazily. At this time, perhaps he could no longer be called Brother Kidney Deficiency. After all, he even lost his kidneys now. At this time, the necromancer began to chant. O noble and holy goddess of death, please listen to my praises. You are the god who masters life and death. You are a great and invincible existence. I would like to dedicate my life to serve you. Please grant me the power.
The necromancer's speech was extremely fast, as if he was chanting an aria, but it was indescribably eerie. As his voice fell, a drop of black water slowly emerged from the void. The black water was pitch black in color, like ink, and emitted a suffocating coldness.
Ha! How come the divine art worked in one go this time?
He was a bit puzzled, but the probability of success in launching a divine art in the past was only about 10%.
Could it be because of the life sacrifice?
Forget it, whatever. The necromancer tilted his head and swallowed the black water. In an instant, the blue fire dancing in his eyes turned into black flames.
Death Divine Art Life Stripping. Chapter 62, 3 major events coming, certain death. Long live the goddess of death.
The necromancer's face showed fervor. He wasn't afraid of death, he was just afraid that he wouldn't be able to return to the embrace of the goddess of death after death.
Boom! In the next moment, he himself instantly exploded, transforming into 3 death chains with everything he had.
The 3 chains surrounded Suyu in a triangular position right in the center.
Willow Sparrow immortal and the others' faces were grave.
Every time a divine art was unleashed, it required a great price to be paid, but the relative might was also extremely terrifying. This necromancer had actually managed to communicate with the goddess of death under their noses.
Buzz.
Vaguely, Suyu seemed to see a magnificent figure. He was 10,000 meters tall and was shrouded within a dark cloak, only revealing 2 eyes with a dim light that flickered erratically.
This is. Suyu's pupils contracted violently.
This was clearly the image of the goddess of death.
This existence had personally descended? No, it should just be a projection. Hand over the item and then become my believer.
At this instant, there seemed to be countless wailing and hissing sounds exploding beside Suyu's ears.
Suyu's face showed a pained expression, obviously tortured by this voice.
He took out the death goddess's diary and held it in his hand and shook it.
Want this?
The goddess of death did not say anything, but those eyes stared at Suyu as if she wanted to completely devour him.
His meaning was simple: hand it over to me and I will grant you great power and authority. It's fine if you want it, call me father and I'll give it to you. Didn't you always call it that in your diary?
Suyu played with the diary and laughed coldly, without the slightest respect for the gods in his eyes.
Boom! Mortal, you have successfully angered me. Consequences, very serious.
The goddess of death narrowed her eyes and gently closed her 5 fingers. In an instant, the rapid tightening of those 3 chains. An aura of extermination erupted from them, drawing everyone into horror. That was the extinction death spell technique: extinction of life, extinction of longevity, extinction of soul. Once it was successfully activated, it was the end of the form and the spirit. Even if it was a mythic grade prop rebirth cross, there was no way to resurrect it. Shin Tianjia's mind suddenly recalled the records about this divine art and his face was very ugly.
Then what should we do now? Is there any use in communicating with the goddess of luck?
Willow Bird Fairy hurriedly asked. I'm trying, but I'm afraid it's already too late.
Shin Tianjia shook his head and sighed.
Willowbird Fairy's eyes flashed with a touch of guilt, not expecting that in the morning they had just gained something from their interrogation of Li Xianshan, and that descendant would launch an attack in the afternoon. However, there was no use regretting it now. They could only watch this scene and expect a miracle to happen.
Ola!
Baby Bear's figure grew larger and hissed towards the goddess of death's projection in the sky.
A titanic bear?
Oh, I didn't expect that there would still be bloodline left, but you're too small. It's okay to let that old bear come over. Goddess of Death hooked the corner of her mouth and casually flicked out a dead chi to make the baby bear fall asleep. Destiny event: you have been attacked by the Goddess of Death, you have been subjected to the effects of the extinction death spell, and your life value has disappeared. Looking at the fateful synopsis that surfaced before his eyes, Suyu's eyes slightly condensed.
Wasn't it just reading the diary? As for screwing me like this?
Suyu's mind turned rapidly as he pondered over the solution. The result of this fate summary has already been fixed, which means that the only thing that can be modified is the disappearance of life value.
These few words.
The difficulty was high, but it was not without room for maneuver.
Ding!
Great fate, you have been attacked by the Goddess of Death, and have been subjected to the effects of the extinction death spell, and your lifeline has disappeared.
Fate point 800.
In the next moment, as the extinction death spell completely descended, a terrifying force of death entangled Suyu. It felt as if he was being clutched by a big cold hand in his heart, and then something most important would be hardened and extracted. Soon, in the midst of everyone's gazes of either despair or sadness, the power of death blasted the lifeline on Suyu's palm and erased it.
The power of fate?
Seeing this, the Goddess of Death's face moved slightly and looked at Suyu in a somewhat odd manner. A person of heavenly destiny, but a person who teases fate, interesting. Willow Sparrow Fairy wiped her tears, and it took a long time before she came back to her senses.
Extinction death spell technique, just this? Didn't it say it erases life? Combined, it erased a lifeline? Shin Tianjia's eyes widened and his pupils constricted. Could it be that the result was again reversed by his miraculous ability?
Suyu looked at his palm and realized that other than the lifeline being gone, everything else was normal. However, not waiting for him to be happy for long, the second strand of death force descended. This force of death targeted his lifespan. However, perhaps it was due to the additional 900 plus years of lifespan he had gained before, this force of death was not as devastating as the one just now. Soon, another fateful terrain appeared in front of Suyu's eyes. Great destiny event, you have encountered an attack by the goddess of death, and have been subjected to the effects of the extinction death spell technique, and your lifespan has been greatly reduced. Suyu swept a glance and the corner of his mouth rose. A bonus question? Ding! Great event of fate, you have encountered the goddess of death, received the effect of the extinction death spell technique, and your lifespan has increased greatly. Fate. 800. Hiss. Yes. Suyu only felt a long stream of vitality surging into his body, nourishing his flesh and moisturizing his soul, causing his lifespan to increase dramatically. Interesting. While watching this scene, a smile appeared in the eyes of the goddess of death. She did not interrupt the divine art, but allowed the power of death to add to Suyu's lifespan. This kid seems to have solved the second round of death spell art? Shen Tianjie swallowed his saliva, his eyes filled with astonishment. If it was some other skill that was circumvented, he would not have felt anything. However, this was a divine art unleashed by the goddess of death's projection herself, and even a seventh-turn professional would not be able to resist it in the slightest. The only reasonable guess was that the priority of that ability of Suyu was even higher than the divine art. Is he still human? Shun Tianjie muttered. Although he did not know exactly how Suyu's bizarre ability was unleashed, but looking at the effect produced now, it could simply be described with the word heaven-defying. Willow Bird Immortal and the City Lord were also astonished. Suyu seemed to be very good at creating miracles. Once in the Storm Bear Plains that was the case. She had thought that there was no hope left in facing that mythic rank Titan giant bear, but Suyu was just able to hit her in the face with the truth. Time passed slowly, Suyu who was enveloped by the power of death, but it was like he was soaking in the ocean of life, the vitality and vigor was almost overflowing. Suyu estimated that this wave had increased his lifespan by at least 5,000 years. If it came a few more times, he was afraid that he would be able to live forever. The last round, the goddess of death's projection can only release this divine art at most, as long as it survives the absolute soul, Suyu will be secure. Shen Tianjie narrowed his eyes and excitedly said. Soon, in everyone's gaze, the power of death that enveloped Suyu instantly withdrew, and then transformed its form to once again rush into Suyu's brow. This time, the target was his soul. Great event of fate, you have been attacked by the goddess of death, and your soul has fallen. Is it a fixed result again? Suyu's brows instantly furrowed. Soul fall. Fallen? Fallen? Or abortion? Hiss. This one is not good to change. For a while, Suyu was caught in a dilemma. This fate stock was too difficult to modify, no matter how it was changed, it would almost always produce the same ending. The gap in strength was too great, so there was no way to even modify the destiny? No, there must be a way to resolve this fate summary. Suyu gritted his teeth for a while. Time passed quickly, that power of death invaded Suyu's soul inexorably, about to pull him completely into the abyss. How come there was no reversal after so long? Could it be that his ability could not be activated continuously? Not far away, Shen Tianjie and the others secretly pinched a sweat for Suyu. Just as Suyu's soul felt that sharp pull. No matter what, change it first. Suyu gritted his teeth and instead of choosing to fix the second half of the result, he chose to modify the first half of the phrase. Ding! Great event of fate, you flamboyantly encountered the goddess of death's attack and your soul fell. Fate. 800. The moment the fate modification was completed, that power of death stagnated. In this instant, the goddess of death looked at Suyu with hazy eyes for a moment. Little fellow, why are you getting more and more handsome? Chapter 63 Soul Fall, Intelligence Skyrockets. The goddess of death slowly lifted her cloak down, revealing that breathtakingly beautiful face, while her deep purple eyes were as dazzling as two precious stones. She slowly approached Suyu, extended her palm and lifted Suyu to her eyes for a closer look. Those stunningly beautiful features did not deserve the title of goddess in the slightest. This was a beauty that did not belong to the earth, so beautiful that it was suffocating. Another one without a mask. Suyu lowered his head and looked at those two mountain-like gullies, slurping and sighing. From his perspective, he could clearly see that the goddess of death was wearing nothing underneath her cloak. Are you sure you want to refuse the chance to become my believer? The voice of the goddess of death was soft and pleasant, like the tinkling of spring water in the mountains, but it was cold to the bone marrow. I refuse. Suyu frowned. He had only changed the first half of the fateful synopsis. His soul's depravity was a foregone conclusion, so it made no difference whether he answered or not. Just while the power of death was not wrapping around his soul, Suyu quickly took out the amulet of doom and gave himself a shot. I also wonder if the luck value can play a role? Ding! Fate minor event, you are affected by the effect of the doom amulet and have a luck value of 100. For a moment, Suyu seemed to feel a slight connection with a certain location in the city. What an annoying little guy then. Suyu's reply caused the goddess of death to narrow her eyes, the corners of her mouth sketching out a dangerous arc. But I kinda like this tone. Her eyes flooded with a hint of watery mist, and she suddenly had a sticky feeling like she had hooked the gravy. Hee hee, don't try to seduce me, even if you give me 100 pieces of mythological equipment I will not yield.
Suyu did not have the slightest intention of giving in.
Anyway, no matter whether it was the effect of the fate modification or the lucky value, there would be no change due to his subjective behavior, so it would be better to have a good time now.
Even if you die, you are not willing to become my believer? Don't ing bull, do it if you can. Interesting, I'm a bit reluctant to kill you.
The goddess of death's eyes glowed with a strange color, as if she had found some fun toy. Looking at the two suddenly ambiguous atmosphere, Shin Tianjie and others were a little confused for a moment. How is it that these two were fighting and killing each other just a moment ago, but now it is like a couple flirting? Is it possible that there is some kind of adultery or love in this?
Your name is Suyu, right?
The goddess of death continued to ask, her tone became gentle and could even be called doting.
Suyu was silent.
The goddess of death held Suyu slowly close to herself, smiling like a flower. Come to the god's kingdom to serve me, how about it?
No, I am afraid of getting sick.
Suyu did not hide his disgusted eyes at all. Since reading the diary, he had an extremely bad impression of this goddess of death.
Oh, it is not up to you.
Upon hearing this, the goddess of death's eyes turned cold, her 5 fingers closed and grabbed Suyu and sent him towards her mouth. Suyu's heart went cold, only to realize that this scene was somewhat familiar.
Damn, it won't be born again, right?
However, the fateful stalk that Suyu imagined did not appear. A strand of high-grade death power surged into his body. However, these death powers did not harm him, but rather transformed his soul. You have received the blessing of death, and your soul has degenerated into the undead. Sure enough, did the Destiny Terrier still happen?
Suyu was silent. This one was just an ordinary prompt and not a fate stalk, so he couldn't modify it. Death, you have crossed the line. Just as the goddess of death projection was preparing to take Suyu away, a pleasant whispering voice came from within the city. Shen Tianjie was sweating anxiously.
Finally, he had successfully communicated with the goddess through the disposable props, and he did not know if it was too late. Suyu looked through the projection. The goddess statue within the city was flashing with 7-colored light. The white robe of the goddess of luck fell off, revealing the lean physique within it, which was as beautiful as the golden division of power.
Goddess, save me. Suyu stood within the goddess of death projection and cried out. Boom!
A loud bang came, only to see the goddess statue suddenly come to life, rushing forward to punch the death goddess projection. The punch was so powerful that it distorted space. The fierce shockwave scraped a layer of skin off the city wall. In an instant, the goddess of death projection was directly smashed. Gulp! The sounds of gulping within the city were endless. This was the first time everyone had seen the goddess statue display its power. Unexpectedly, the seemingly soft and weak goddess of luck was so fierce in a fight. Lucky, you came at a bad time. The goddess of death's projection was shattered, and a wisp of her divine soul was about to leave. Her eyes were full of scorn, and she glanced at Suyu rather fondly. Little fellow, wait for me to slowly pamper you afterwards. In the next moment, Suyu climbed up from the ground and looked at the goddess of luck statue. His eyes widened violently.
This is the goddess of fortune? So the goddess of luck of our Grand Xia is so fierce? Isn't she the goddess of luck? Why is she as strong as a Barbie? Underneath that pure white robe, all the muscles are there. Rumble! The goddess statue directly shattered after throwing a punch and disappeared into a sky full of light spots. Seeing this, Shen Tianjie and the others rushed forward to check. Fortunately, Suyu only suffered some superficial injuries and his life was temporarily safe. However, the matter of his soul being forcibly corrupted by the goddess of death still harbored many hidden dangers. As a deceased person, he was innately governed by the death god system, not to mention the goddess of death. Even an ordinary eye of death could forcefully manipulate Suyu, making his life worse than death. Even the former Pingonli, also has the help of Kyoto Big Shot, can use the secret realm to let themselves not be manipulated by the eye of death. However, there was nothing for Suyu to worry about. As long as it wasn't an existence like the goddess of death that was too outrageous to make a move, he would be able to circumvent or even counter-kill through fate modification. Unless the eye of death's strength reached a heaven-defying level, it was just giving him experience and materials. As the death goddess projection disappeared, Xinchen quickly completed the aftermath with the help of the night watch. But everyone in the city wouldn't be short of things to talk about for a long time. Whether it was the raw goddess of luck or Suyu, who had strange abilities and was still hardened in the face of the goddess of death, they were all objects of admiration and worship. Suyu, on the other hand, carried the still sleeping baby bear on his back and came to the city lord's mansion with Shin Tianjie. Suyu, are you alright? Inside the city lord's mansion, Lu Bird Fairy looked at Suyu with a worried face. Suyu slightly shook his head and looked at the attribute panel. Occupation, fortune teller. Level, 60. Strength, 2908. Physical strength, 2752. Intelligence, 1636. Agility, 2185. Awakening, second turn. Skills, Fate Sense Savage Growth Rhythm of Life Fate Weapon While Fall Down LV6 Battle Rage LV7 Weapon Master LV10 Lawbreaker LV1. Talent, Fate Modification. Fate Points, 36550. Not only was he fine now, but he was also blessed by the disaster. Not only did he have over 3,000 more fate points, but his intelligence attribute, which had been dragging him down, also skyrocketed by over 600. Suyu, did you offend the goddess of death somewhere? Shen Tianjie frowned. With years of experience, today's events were not right by any stretch of the imagination for him. God-level existences were too far away from them, especially gods of the goddess of death and goddess of luck's level. To this day, he still couldn't figure out how the goddess of death would respond to the call of a fifth-turn necromancer. I didn't. Suyu raised an eyebrow and did not intend to say anything about the diary. After the soul degenerated into an undead, the death goddess's diary could not only act as a strong blood recovery prop, but it could also strengthen one's soul by absorbing the death aura from it. Although he did not know what benefits there were after his soul was strengthened, Suyu always felt that his soul was extremely important to him, and perhaps after a few more occupational awakenings it would be able to reflect this. Seeing that Suyu did not admit it, Shen Tianjie also shook his head helplessly, and could only remind Suyu to pay good attention not to be attracting the attention of the death god system side. Suyu nodded his head and responded, then curiously looked at Lu Bird Fairy and asked, "So, what is it that you guys have discovered that would make the Descendant Society unable to resist making an early move?" Chapter 64 Harvest Moment, Wisdom Source Stone. Willow Sparrow Immortal pondered for a moment, then quickly recounted to Suyu the information that he had obtained from Riken Mountain. Li Xian Hanshan had indeed been corrupted by the Advent Society and had become a core member. Not only did he suppress the young geniuses in the city and even plotted to kill them, he was also involved in a big event that the Advent Society was plotting. The intelligence indicated that the Advent Society was about to make a big move, and its scope encompassed 8 entire cities, including Xinjiang. However, their purpose was clear, but they did not get much information on the details. After all, Lixianshan was only one of the pawns and did not know much. Suyu pondered for a moment before opening his mouth, that is to say, the previous one was just an appetizer, the real attack is still in the back? Willow Sparrow Immortal nodded and quickly analyzed, but since we know their intentions, we can make preparations in advance. However, since the Advent Society chose to beat the bushes and scare the snakes, it is highly likely that they will give up Xinjiang, and it is not impossible that they will turn to attack other cities. Suyu tapped his fingers on the table, making a rhythmic thud sound, his eyes narrowed, flashing with a refined light. The Advent Society will definitely not let Xinjiang go, the stage is already set, there is no reason for them not to come. After saying that, Suyu stood up and walked out. After reaching the door, he looked at Shen Tianjie and said meaningfully, "Prepare in advance, the undead overture has been played, the next is the moment to change fate." Said, he quickly stepped out of the city lord's mansion. Shen Tianjie will understand, no, Suyu said, is the content of the awakening task. That prophecy-like mission introduction has been fulfilled, and there must be a big show next. Shen Tianjie clenched his fists and made a bone joint interlocking sound. He looked at the city lord and said, "Tell me, how was that fifth-turn necromancer let in?" Upon hearing this, the city lord's head immediately motions into a rattle. "I don't know." He looked at the scrutinizing gazes of Lu Qixin and Shen Tianjie and hurriedly explained, "I know what you guys suspect, but I'm not a traitor. Xinjiang is currently in such a situation, the boundary master in the city is only at the 3rd turn, how can he hold back a 5th-turn necromancer?" Upon hearing this, the two looked at each other and did not pursue this matter any further. Leaving the city lord's mansion, Suyu brought Baby Bear and found another hotel to stay in. Baby Bear was still sleeping after being messed with by the goddess of death, and did not know when it would wake up. Suyu simply threw it to the side and took out the diary. Soon, a dense aura of death enveloped him. 2 fateful synopses popped up at the same time. Fate Minor Event, your body is corroded by the death aura, and your life force is gradually diminishing. Fate Minor Event, your soul is nourished by the death aura, and your intelligence and spiritual power gradually increase. After thinking about it, Suyu still decided to modify the first fateful terrain. The main reason was that if he didn't change it, he was afraid that he wouldn't be corroded into white bones by the death breath for a long time. At that time, I am afraid that he would really follow in the footsteps of Li Pingan. Ding! Fate Minor Event, your body is corroded by the breath of death, and your life force is gradually incrementing. Destiny. Point 20. Soon, the traces of Suyu's body being corroded by the death breath disappeared, and was replaced by a vigorous life force. The diary was a personal item of the goddess of death, and the power of death that was stained on it was extremely pure. Therefore, the strengthening effect that it brought to Suyu's soul and spiritual power was also extremely obvious. Almost every hour, it brought about a dozen points of intelligence bonus. The hidden attribute of mental strength was also rising at an extremely high speed. Suyu only felt that his mind was becoming more and more empty, and gradually, he had even been able to interfere with reality through his thoughts. For 3 days in a row, Suyu stayed at the hotel without leaving his home. Eating, drinking, pooping, and sleeping were all resolved in the room. In 3 days' time, his intelligence attribute finally took on the appearance of a main attribute, riding high and leaving the rest of the attributes far behind. At the same time, Suyu also insisted on stabbing himself every 3 minutes, utilizing the bleeding effect to brush up his fate points. Occupation, Fate Juggler. Level, 60. Strength, 2908. Physical strength, 2752. Intelligence, 3636. Agility, 2185. Awakening, second turn. Skills, Fate Sense Savage Growth Rhythm of Life Fate Weapon While Fall Down LV6 Battle Rage LV7 Weapon Master LV10 Lawbreaker LV1. Talent, Fate Modification. Fate Points, 41550. Suyu looked at his hands and countless threads of fate instantly surged out from them. Both the strength and length of these threads of fate were far greater than before. The fate modifier was indeed an intellectual profession. Suyu slightly sighed. With that, he removed the Wisdom Source Stone that he had been wearing close to his body. Wisdom Source Stone Platinum Grade. Grade, 0. Attribute, 0. Durability? Talent. Light of Wisdom. After wearing it, every 10 days, you will permanently gain 1 point of mental energy. Suyu took a deep breath. The 10 days had come and gone, and next was the moment of harvest. Chapter 65 Qian Koan Sword Box, 10,000 Sword Chi. Fate Minor Event, you have obtained the Wisdom Source Stone Enhancement, 1 point of spiritual power. As the light of the Wisdom Source Stone merged into Suyu's body, a fateful terrain appeared before his eyes. Suyu's eyes were thoughtful. There are quite a few places to modify this fate summary, just the 3 spiritual power alone can be tried to be replaced with other divine powers. What would be the effect if I changed it to spiritual power 100 million? Suyu frowned as he pondered. But when he gave birth to this thought, destiny perception gave birth to a warning sign. Spiritual power is something similar to will that is produced by the combination of the physical body and the soul. If this thing exceeds the carrying limit of the soul and the physical body, it is highly likely that a big problem will occur. 10,000 is always okay, right? Suyu muttered. However, when he used his destiny perception, the warning sign still did not disappear. 1,000? He tried to change it to 1,000, and this time, there was no sense of abnormality coming from it. However, Suyu was somewhat unwilling. He took out the Qian Koan sword box. During this period of time, Suyu had been converting the excess spiritual energy into sword chi, and now thousands of sword chi had been accumulated in the sword box. However, he still felt that it was not enough. Not only did he have to face the attacks that might come from the Advent Society, he also had to keep an eye out for the sneak attack from the Goddess of Death. Suyu didn't want to be caught in the Divine Kingdom to serve that what's-her-name Goddess of Death every day. Ding! Destiny Minor Event, you have obtained the Wisdom Source Stone Reinforcement, and your spiritual power is 1x. Finally, Suyu had an idea and quickly completed the fate modification. As the light of wisdom was absorbed, his spiritual power began to storm, and things in front of him were suddenly fast and slow. His head also became incomparably drowsy, as if there was a brute bull madly charging inside. Gradually, Suyu even had the illusion that his spirit and flesh were separating and his consciousness was about to detach from his body. Crap, a doubling increase is still too much? Suyu hurriedly sat on his knees, stabilized his mind, and quickly injected the storming spiritual energy into the Qian Koan sword box. Only after about half an hour did Suyu's eyes regain clarity. However, he did not dare to put the Qian Koan sword box down at all now. The skyrocketing spiritual energy was out of his control, and if he did not keep on consuming it, it would most likely cause him to hallucinate or even fall into a state of insanity. It seems that there was still some haste. Next time, he cannot be too greedy. Suyu muttered as his gaze fell on the baby bear in the corner. Baby Bear was leisurely watching the TV, suddenly realizing that the TV was getting farther and farther away, raising his head and realizing that he was actually flying in mid-air. Bye-bye, master, am I still dreaming? It rubbed the circles of its eyes with a surprised face. And then, the moment Suyu withdrew his spiritual power, it directly fell down, smashing several tables and counters. Fortunately, as a Titan giant bear, it had thick skin and flesh, but it was not injured. Lifting the 20+ tons of baby bears was not the slightest bit of effort. It seems that the doubling of spiritual power is not a small improvement. Suyu smiled and shook his head. He kept injecting his spiritual power into the Qian Koan sword box, until the sun set in the west. The Qian Koan sword box had nearly 10,000 more sword chi. Once opened, it would be a magnificent scene of 10,000 swords firing together. Few finally got over the strength. Suyu took a long breath. Fortunately, he did not choose the head iron to directly increase 100 million spiritual power. That way, I am afraid that his will be directly lost, transformed into a ball of only instinctive unnameable things. In that case, this thing can also be used as an offense? Suyu held the Wisdom Source Stone in his hand and coiled it, his eyes moving slightly. If he faced some unbeatable guys, he could completely choose to give the other party a light of wisdom, and then directly burst the other party with his skyrocketing spiritual power. Hey, Goddess of Death! The corner of Suyu's mouth hooked up into a playful smile as a wisp of the aura of the dead spilled out from his soul, causing his entire aura to appear eerie and secretive. That? Suddenly, Suyu's gaze glanced out of the window and his eyebrows raised. There were 2 silhouettes standing furtively on the street outside the hotel.
Both of them were covered in black robes with cloaks, and their bodies were filled with a murderous aura. They had just walked up to the entrance of the hotel, but there were maniacal smiles on their faces. The two men chanted some inexplicable words as they took out flyers from their pockets and handed them out. Descent! Descent! The world is filthy and needs the true God to come down and clean it up. The end of days is coming. The two men shouted loudly, their voices sharp and piercing, penetrating extremely well, resonating throughout the city at night. What's the situation? Cultists are so bold now? Couldn't be psychopaths, right? Who cares, it's not like it has anything to do with us anyway, just go. Listening to the surrounding crowds talking, the two black-robed men paid no attention to them, but just kept throwing out a large number of flyers from their pockets. Ha! Rushing towards me? Suyu held up the phone, originally wanting to notify the city guards to deal with it. However, those two men's gazes locked the 6th floor of the hotel he was in dead center. Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly as he pulled off 2 strips of cloth to tie the Chen Kuan sword box to his back. After holding back for so long, are you finally ready to make a move? He threw the bank card on the table, kicked open the floor-to-ceiling window, and jumped directly from the 6th floor. Bang! Suyu crashed to the ground with a dull thud. Without even looking, he went straight to where those two people were. Blasphemer, you will surely fall into the underworld forever. Looking at Suyu's lively appearance, the two men's faces changed slightly and hurriedly took out their weapons from their arms. What's going on? This guy has been hiding for so long, isn't he injured? The two of them had a sword and a knife crossed in front of them, their faces full of vigilance. Don't come over. One of them was full of color, while the other set those flyers on fire. Damn it, let's hope that the incense boundary can be delayed for a while. The two of them glanced at each other, and a trace of regret flooded their hearts. If they had known, they would not have coveted that high bounty to face Suyu alone. Soon, a wisp of green smoke spread out and enveloped the duo. Boundary? Suyu raised his eyebrows, his right hand was held in a false grip, and the translucent life weapon flowed, transforming into a crystal longsword. Immediately afterward, it was a plain and unadorned chop that came out. White light flashed on the blade of the sword, and the incense boundary was torn apart like paper. Swish! The brilliant white light cut through the night sky. Poof! Plop! Blood splattered as 2 hideous heads were thrown out. Immediately afterward, the 2 corpses fell straight down. Fate.300. Fate.300. Suyu expressionlessly shook off the bloodstains on his sword and looked up to the distance. His guess was right, the Advent Society had no intention of letting go of Qingcheng and had indeed made a comeback. There was a rumbling sound. A black shadow fell from the sky, smashing out a huge crater. Ola, the thieves will not hurt my lord. Baby Bear climbed out of the pit and quickly ran to Suyu to alert him. This guy has recently become obsessed with the 3 kingdoms again, learning the actions of the TV and still have the same style. Suyu patted its head and rode Baby Bear quickly towards the city center. Smelling the aroma of incense coming from the surroundings, Suyu's face moved slightly. It seemed that the stage he needed had already been set up. Boom! Just as Suyu fell into contemplation, a violent explosion suddenly rang in his ears. Chapter 66 Severed Threads of Fate. Rumble. On the building on the side of the street, 2 people were standing. An old man in white. A woman in black tights. It seems like it should be dead? The woman in black looked down at the continuously exploding street below and said coldly. The old man in white closed his eyes tightly and shook his head after a moment of perception. It's not that simple, his defense is comparable to a 5th turn professional, don't take it lightly. 5th turn? Isn't he a fate master? How can his defense be so strong? The woman in black was surprised. As far as she knew, there hadn't been a shield mountain-like pathway for a theater fate master in history. If it doesn't work once then come back a few times, I don't believe that he's so hard to kill for a 2nd turn theater fate master. The black-clothed woman's eyes completely turned black, like the pupils of a demon, flickering with a dark light. In an instant, dozens of black orbs appeared out of thin air on the street below. Rumble! These black orbs exploded one after another, producing a deafeningly loud sound that shook the ground. And at the center of the explosions, there was also a thick smoke rising up. After a long time, the smoke and dust gradually dispersed. A smile appeared on the black-clothed woman's face, now she could finally kill him, right? But when she looked closely, she realized that there was a black shadow rushing out of that thick smoke. Oola! Baby Bear roared angrily and hardened itself to carry the explosion out of the black flames. Its entire body fur had been somewhat scorched by the explosion, but that was all. Seeing this, the black-clothed woman's pupils shrunk. Sure enough, this bear was the mythical creature, the Titan Bear. She screamed, and hundreds of black balls once again appeared in front of her. Immediately afterward, she pulled up the white-clothed old man and violently retreated towards the back. In an instant, deafening explosions resounded once again. Although it might not be impossible to take down Baby Bear with the combined strength of the two of them casting out forbidden arts, they did not forget that there was still a Suyu watching. Boom! Just after the sound of the explosion came, Baby Bear chased her close, and her sharp claws slapped on her legs, tearing off pieces of flesh and blood.
Ah! The woman in black stifled a grunt and fell down from mid-air. Roar-oh!
Baby Bear rode the wave of victory, wanting to end the two with a single claw. Right at this moment, the white-clothed old man violently opened his eyes. Those eyes were glowing with a greenish-black aura, blocking Baby Bear's attack in just an instant, and also causing his body to stiffen, unable to move.
The green underworld pupil technique flesh interference. Go!
With a successful strike, the white-clothed old man didn't hesitate at all, and quickly darted backward by tugging on the black-clothed woman's wrist.
Want to go?
At this time, Suyu suddenly killed out from the side, raising his shotgun and stepping on his sky wings to bombard the sky. However, the bullets he shot were attacked by a strange force in mid-air and disappeared halfway. Fate minor event, your attack with the shotgun was dissolved by the power of the pupil art of the green underworld eyes. Suyu's eyes moved slightly, but there was no rush to use fate modification. He just kept a good distance and kept attacking the other party using his firearm. These two professionals were both at the 4th turn level, and that white-clothed old man was even at the peak of the 4th turn. Although he looked senile, in Suyu's eyes, his vitality was almost as high as that of a baby bear.
These two people are deliberately showing weakness. It is certain that they are brewing some kind of scheme.
However, Suyu was not afraid in the slightest. Seeing that the bullets were useless against the two, he took the initiative to withdraw his gun, lifted up his life weapon, the long sword, and rushed over. Seeing this, the white-clothed old man is not surprised but happy. Oh, young people are just indolent. The corner of his mouth could not help but rise. If Suyu had been hanging on and fighting a tug-of-war with him, then he would really have a bit of a headache. But now, Suyu even took the initiative to give up his advantage and rushed over. Wasn't this rushing up to send him to his death? The black-clothed woman's miserable white face also flushed red, as if she saw the end of Suyu. Suyu rushed to the front of the two, and was about to do away with the two with a sword, when a warning sign suddenly rose in his heart.
Pupil technique?
His eyes locked with the white-clothed old man, and a strand of bizarre power came from all directions, seeming to tear him into pieces.
Fate minor event, you were gazed upon by the green underworld eyes, and were strangled by the power of the pupil technique. Green underworld eyes? Sure enough, is it a pupil artist?
Suyu pondered slightly and quickly completed the revision of the fateful terrain.
Ding!
Fate minor event, you were gazed upon by the cyanide eyes and were strangled by pupil power.
Fate point 50.
In the next moment, the white-clothed old man's eyes blinked and he felt bad.
What's going on? Why can't I see anymore?
As a pupil artist, not only did he possess all sorts of bizarre skills, but his eyesight was also superior to all professions. But right now, not only was his vision blurry, it was even accompanied by pain as well as tears against the wind.
What have you done to me?
The white-clothed old man was completely flustered. The woman in black was also filled with fear.
Her pupil technique could not help either of Suyu and Baby Bear.
Now that the white-clothed old man's means had also been cracked, she no longer had the arrogance and haughtiness she had at the beginning and began to frantically flee. As for the white-clothed old man, because of the blindness as well as the pain, his fighting strength was greatly reduced, and he was soon cut down by Suyu with 2 swords.
Destiny point 400.
And the woman in black is also hard to escape the fate. Injured, she simply can't run fast, not 2 moments to catch up with the baby bear pounced on the ground.
Ouch!
Baby Bear was about to smash her head with a slap, when he was robbed of his head by a spear thrown by Suyu.
Fate points 400.
After collecting these 2 heads, Suyu stepped on the air and quickly climbed up to the building to look around. At this moment, all parts of Qingcheng were in chaos. The smell of blood and the burning incense breath of that special flyer mixed together and filled the entire city, making the originally calm and peaceful atmosphere become treacherous and terrifying, causing one to shudder. Suddenly, Suyu's gaze condensed. He felt a familiar fluctuation coming from him and immediately looked in that direction. That was the direction of the city lord's mansion, which was located in the center of Qingcheng. To his eyes, the city lord's mansion had been razed to the ground at the moment, with corpses lying all over it and blood staining the ground red. Shen Tenjie and the others had been colorfully hung, and were gathered together, confronting a figure in mid-air.
The lotus-style thunder that was crafted with Lishan Mountain was grasped by the mysterious person and was hovering in mid-air.
Seemingly sensing Suyu's gaze, the person turned his head and smiled towards Suyu. Do you like it? This stage built for you. He was handsome, with a slender figure and a touch of evil between his eyebrows. However, his left arm was empty, and he was clearly missing an arm. While looking at Suyu, his finger tapped on the lotus-style thunder.
At this instant, Suyu's brows instantly tightened.
He realized that the connection between himself and the lotus-style thunder was severed.
Was it even possible to cut off the threads of destiny?
Suyu's face slightly condensed as he jumped down from the building and headed straight for the city lord's mansion. Baby Bear, on the other hand, was directed by him to rescue people within the city. However, Suyu's face did not ease at all. He looked at the mission details. 0100000000.
In theory, saving someone who was bound to die should be considered as changing the course of destiny. However, no matter how many people Baby Bear saved, the number of people required in the mission still did not increase by a single one. Chapter 67, Weird Historian, That One Deal. Rumble.
In mid-air, the man casually threw the Lotus Guile Thunder in front of Shintianjie.
In an instant, the Lotus Guile Thunder was actually detonated directly.
Everything in Riken Mountain exploded, erupting into a monstrous fire. Shintianjie spread his legs apart and set up a taiji starting stance, continuously blasting out several palms. Willow Bird Immortal also pulled a fiery red staff out of her crotch and cast Vermilion Bird Flame in response. The City Lord, on the other hand, did not know where he had run to at this time and did not join the two to meet the enemy. The major guilds within the city were also entangled and unable to rush to support them. Fortunately, although this mysterious person was able to detonate the Lotus Guile Thunder, the power was not as terrifying as Suyu himself. The two of them quickly suppressed the explosion without any danger. However, in the next moment, the surrounding scenery became blurred, as if they were overlapping. Rumble. That explosion that should have disappeared actually came back with a vengeance and seemed to have been superimposed several times, engulfing the two in an instant. When Suyu arrived, the two of them, Shintianjie, were already lying on the ground dying. How did you do it? Suyu carried his sword and walked slowly. The long sword left a straight sword mark on the ground, and the blade was slowly raised and pointed at the mysterious man. The mysterious man smiled faintly and did not answer. Smoke and fire constantly filled the air around him, like a deity stepping out from a temple. Suyu, you must be careful. He is a historian of the mystic department, and his abilities are very bizarre. Shen Tianjie raised a breath of caution. He can take out fragments from history and project them into reality. He can also copy the skills of other professions from history. Just now we just didn't block his triple explosion stacked bombardment. Historian? A bizarre profession indeed. Suyu nodded slightly and continued without looking back. Haven't I reminded you guys? Why didn't you call for reinforcements? Upon hearing this, Shen Tianjie could not help but smile bitterly. There is not enough manpower at the top. The Advent Society has locked down too many cities at the same time, and it is already not easy for each city to be able to share a fifth-turn professional. Who knew that the descendants would attack Qingcheng with blood money? And even sent out one of the Gemini's historians? Suyu was silent and looked at Shen Tianjie and then at the historian. As the same fifth-turn professional, the gap between the two was simply like a glowing fire and a white moon, which was extremely abnormal. Enough said? Now, can I taste the flavor of your blood? The historian flung his right hand, his white gloves coming off, revealing the right hand that was covered in scars. His 5 fingers were open, and the expression on his face carried a bit of playfulness. Curious? This is a souvenir left over from the fight with Aftermath. At the mention of the word Aftermath, his face twisted for a moment. Immediately afterward, the smoke and fire around him suddenly emptied. I hope you will also enjoy the gift I have bestowed upon you. The corner of the historian's mouth curled slightly as he raised his right hand. In a split second, the scenery around Suyu changed drastically, as countless gunfire as well as terrifying explosions came at the same time. Join the Advent Society. After today, even if you don't want to join, you won't be able to. The historian's shoulders opened and said with a maniacal smile. I will make a city of people into Lotus Guile. What do you think will happen to you, the fortune teller, when the Dixia High Command sees this scene? You actually managed to replicate my skill? No, it's the skill of the remaining ashes? Suyu's eyes flashed as he violently retreated while turning his fate weapon into a shield in front of him. Bang! Only several loud bangs were heard as Suyu was instantly flooded by countless attacks. Fate minor event, you have been attacked by the history replication technique and have received minor injuries. Suyu held up his shield and retreated while stacking battle rage. He didn't rush to make a fate modification, but instead quickly analyzed the intelligence in his mind. This guy had to be stopped. If he was allowed to succeed, then this black pot would definitely be impossible to get rid of. Suyu frowned. The historian's ability to replicate history was tricky even for him. Although the profession of historian was strong, it should not be as strong as it is now. Suyu took the time to look and found that every time he used historian replica, a large portion of the pyrotechnics around that person would disappear. Obviously, it was not without a price that he unleashed this powerful skill. But those flyers were now burning everywhere in the city, and there was no way for Suyu to stop the other party. Qingcheng hadn't gotten rid of its set fate by now. Where exactly was the problem? After pondering for a moment, Suyu planned to take down the historian first before saying anything else. Ding! Destiny modification launched. Fate minor event, you have been attacked by the historical reproduction technique and have been slighted. Fate point 50. Rumble. Soon, the attack from history replica faded away, and Suyu walked out of the ruins unharmed. Wearing the Stormbear suit, he transformed his fate weapon into a spear and viciously hurled a strike stacked with 10 layers of rage. Boom! The spear broke through 10 times the speed of sound the moment it came out of his hand and created a violent friction in the air, producing an ear-piercing shrill as if it had torn through the void.
With this kind of terrifying speed, it was extremely difficult for even a pupil magician to react. The historian had originally not bothered to pursue the attack, standing in place and coldly saying some sarcastic words. However, the moment he saw the spear coming, his pupils shrunk violently, and his figure instantly retreated violently to avoid it. At the same time, utilizing history replication, he summoned a large area of buildings to block in front of him. His smoldering aura once again disappeared by half, his figure was like a ghost, his feet stepping on top of the building ruins, his body as slippery as a loach. The life weapon spear penetrated through the many obstacles, but in the end, it still had no strength and got stuck inside a layer of tin building. Suyu secretly said that it was a pity and reached out to recall the life weapon. Gulp! The historian's throat knots rolled as he looked at the thousands of layers of copper walls that had been pierced in front of him, and a trace of fear surfaced on his face. How dare you disobey my will? The historian stared at Suyu with a deadly stare and gritted his teeth. The game of the cat playing with the mouse is over. Next, meet your fate properly. Descent! Descent! With the historian's roar, the entire Qingqing suddenly trembled madly. Boom! Immediately afterward, one after another of the reinforced concrete buildings collapsed, and countless pieces of rubble shot out in all directions. Under everyone's horrified gazes, portal after portal emerged from beneath the city. Oh no! Why were so many secret realm teleportation portals underneath Qingqing? Shen Tianjie and Lu Bird Fairy exclaimed in shock. An entire 10 secret realm teleportation gates appeared within the city, and countless monsters were dumbfounded at the gates. These monsters were of different levels, but the lowest was level 40. Wang Hailong. So many teleportation portals have been shoved in under the ground, don't say you don't know. Willow Sparrow Fairy stormed out, wanting to find a trace of the city lord. However, at this moment, she didn't even see a single shadow. A piece of white paper floated into her hand at some point. I'm really not a traitor, but I just made a deal with the Advent Society. The human race is already weak, and the borders of the Great Summer have been broken in succession, so I have no choice but to choose to save my own skin in times of crisis. Teacher Lu, I have always admired you. If you want to live, you can escape from the tunnels within the city lord's mansion. Wang Hailong stays. Lu Bird Fairy violently tore the note to shreds. It was really that goon. Dog, don't let my mother find you. Chapter 68, Courage is the 7th piece of equipment for professionals. The entire 10 secret realms stood in the city. Countless secret realm monsters were roaring and rushing towards those secret realm exits with hungry faces. They wanted to leave here as soon as possible and go for a full meal. Demon Ghost Canyon, Soul Swinging Mountain Range, Scarlet Monastery. Surprisingly, they were all intermediate and advanced secret realms. Within Green City, countless people looked at this scene in despair. Of those 10 secret realm teleportation portals, except for one that seemed to be out of order and didn't have any monsters running out of it, all of the remaining 9 channels had high-level monsters pouring out. And the most terrifying thing was not only that, because in the sky above their heads, there were also densely packed black silk threads descending down. As long as they were entangled in the threads, they would immediately become puppets on strings and eventually transform into a lotus lightning. What to do? Someone couldn't help but scream. What else can we do? Fight! The big deal was to become a Daxia soul in the next life. An emotion called despair spread through the crowd. 10 giant gates crossed the sky, and there was a powerful historian at the back eyeing the situation. There was no hope. Qingcheng would fall completely today, just like the rest of the cities in Grand Xia. The night watchman had managed to gather the city guards together, but at the moment, morale was still low. The crowd was scattered and fleeing in all directions, not forming a fighting force at all. Many were torn apart and eaten by the monsters before they got very far. Some people chose to escape home, but the alloy security door was no different from tofu under the monster's sharp claws and teeth. It was casually scratched through, and the 3 members of the family who hid in the house also entered the monster's belly. Children's screams came, men's muffled grunts sounded, women's screams were endless. Tonight, the color of blood was the main theme. Buzz! Right at this moment, a silver-white figure flashed in front of everyone's eyes. Suyu was expressionless. One person, one sword, killed into the group of monsters alone without the slightest hesitation. His sword was glowing with silver light. No matter what level the monster was, it was all killed with one sword. He traveled through the monsters, and wherever he went, corpses littered the landscape. Monster after monster died in his hands, blood splattering out and staining the ground. All the way forward, he actually killed a bloody passageway hard. And at the end of this passage, the only remaining right hand of the historian involuntarily trembled, as if recalling some familiar memory, and even took the initiative to avert his gaze, not daring to meet Suyu's eyes. This scene was undoubtedly a shot in the arm for everyone in the city. Kill! In the Vigilant Guild, a bald old man led the charge. His rank was not high and his physique was a bit bloated, but his face was red with tears. Suyu, I didn't expect it to be your turn to teach me a lesson today. The old principal looked at Suyu's back and a flash of guilt flashed through his heart. On that day when Suyu awakened, he did have a loathing for Suyu's profession rising in his heart.
But now, that figure caused him to feel incomparable admiration. That was the vigor that although there were millions of people, I would also go forward.
Shen Tianjie and Lu Bird Fairy glanced at each other and nodded.
Even though they were not lightly injured, the two of them quickly followed behind Suyu. In an instant, the battle intent of everyone in the city was mobilized. Everyone's eyes were red, and even the life profession professionals picked up their weapons. The human race never lacked the spirit of resistance. Courage, the seventh piece of equipment for a professional. Rumble. With the rhythm brought up by Suyu, the 10 million people in the city were screwed together and miraculously resisted the beast tide. Even, the monsters were pushed back a bit. However, the good times didn't last long. As time passed, the 9 secret realm gates all let out violent rattles. The level of those monsters that came out of the secret realm became higher and higher, and in the end, they had even generally reached level 60. This was already the equivalent of a third-turn professional. Monsters of this level could no longer be dealt with by relying on one's blood. Suyu. The willow sparrow immortal was dyed in blood, the vermilion bird flame was bright and flickering, and was clearly nearing its limit. Said. Suyu sank his face, his life weapon transformed into a square heavenly painted halberd, opening peerless like to clean up the monstrous force demonic ghosts and ghostly nuns that were pouring in from all around. However, the number of monsters was simply too many. Even if he killed them in seconds every time, the speed of advancement was still slow. It was too difficult to implement the plan of capturing the thief first. Willow Sparrow Fairy rushed to Suyu's side with difficulty, and her lips mumbled for a moment before saying, "You go Suyu, there is a road under the city lord's mansion, and you can get out of the city." Shen Tianjie's eyes moved slightly, and finally sighed and agreed. Xingcheng is located in the borderlands, although the upper side did not say, but it is also the attitude that it is best to be able to hold on to it, and if you cannot hold on to it, you will give up. To be honest, I am afraid that your importance, to some extent, is greater than a city. Don't bull. Suyu coldly drank a sentence, his footsteps became more determined, and he continued to move forward, the square sky painting halberd in his hand waved, and all the monsters in front of him were sent flying. If you want to run, you guys run by yourselves. He roared angrily, a look of determination appeared in his eyes, his vital weapon transformed into a guan blade, fiercely slashing the several ghost nuns blocking the way. Immediately afterward, his body leapt up in the air. Roar! A ghost nun hissed and lunged over, extending its sharp nails. Suyu clenched his left hand and met it with a blatant punch. Bang! This fist seemed to carry a huge force of 10,000 pounds, and even directly whacked the ghost nun. Roar! On the other side, hundreds of demons swarmed over Suyu, his arms crossed, his destiny weapon turned into a shield, and he hardened himself against the countless attacks. The battlefield was changing rapidly, the Fate Stalker simply popped up on the screen, many times he could not even use his fate modification. Suyu did not say a word, his entire face was filled with madness, his body constantly prancing around, his means coming out frequently. Seeing this scene, the Lu Bird Immortal duo also gave up persuasion and followed Suyu, handling the monsters on both sides for him. However, the deeper they reached the beast tide, the slower the speed of the trio's advancement became. In the 9 secret gates, there were already level 80 or above monsters appearing. Suyu took a deep breath, forcibly pressing down the negative effects brought about by battle rage, causing himself to stay awake as much as possible. His gaze looked towards that only portal where no monsters appeared. Where does that secret realm portal lead to? Suyu said without looking back. Upon hearing this, Willow Bird Immortal narrowed her eyes and gazed for a moment, then said with a hint of complexity. 90% probability is the Storm Bear Plain, because you emptied the monsters in there before, so there are no monsters coming out of it now? What? You said that it was the Storm Bear Plains? Suyu's heavy expression instantly disappeared. Rub, why didn't you say so earlier? He reached out and rubbed his face. Thanks to me acting for so long. Suyu shook his head slightly and took back the bad luck amulet, while removing the Qian Kuan sword box on his back and cradling it in his arms. He originally wanted to put on a show and wait for the historian to approach and then directly lift all his cards to seal the deal. But now, it seems that there is no need to act? No more pretending, I'll show my cards. The moment Suyu relaxed, the body position that the three of them had managed to push up was directly rushed back by the monster swarm. Seeing this scene, the gazes of everyone in the city darkened. Could it still not work? However, Suyu did not feel the slightest bit of pity. Without hesitation, he lifted the Qian Kuan sword box. Buzz! 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 In an instant, 11,000 sword chi broke through the air. 10,000 swords were fired in unison, and the light of the swords was bright and dazzling, like fireworks in full bloom, splendid to the extreme. The power of these sword chi wasn't very stunning, but it was superior because of the large number of them. A full 10,000 sword lights were enough to strangle a level 100 monster. Damn, this guy still has such a strong backhand? A trace of panic surfaced in the historian's eyes as his body hastily dodged in an attempt to escape. However, Suyu's target was not him. Baby Bear! Suyu roared, his voice shaking the 4 directions. Ola! Baby Bear killed a bloody path with a claw and roared in response to Suyu. Its size at this time was as high as 100 meters, and its level was directly piled up to level 90 by the experience value shared by Suyu's monsters, and it was like a crane among all the monsters. The Titan's might was suddenly released, and within a radius of 10 kilometers was instantly empty, without any monsters daring to come close at all.
Follow me.
Right at this moment, Suyu harnessed 10,000 sword chi and flew towards it. The surrounding monsters hissed and grabbed towards Suyu, but they were torn apart by the sword light before they could get close.
At this moment, he was like an absolute sword immortal, nothing could stand in front of him. In the midst of the infinite sea of monsters, Suyu was as easy as walking on the ground. The moment he was close to the baby bear, Suyu single-handedly held it by the neck, and then brought it to violently charge towards the only secret realm portal that was free of monsters, stopping him.
Seeing this, the historian's eyelids jumped straight up, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. It seemed that after letting Suyu and that bear get close to the secret realm portal, something extremely terrifying would happen.
Chapter 69 Mom.
History Retrospective.
History Repeat. The flow descended.
The smoke and fire around the historian instantly disappeared. At the same time, thousands of soldiers manifested behind him, forming a huge army with various powerful monsters that had appeared in history. The aura of age came overwhelmingly, and these alien soldiers whose battle armor was stained with blood felt as if they had been washed away for countless centuries under the torrent of history, and as if they had just awakened from their slumber.
Kill! Deafening roars resounded throughout the four directions.
The torrent of history combined with the monsters surging out of the 9 secret realm gates, vowing to stop Suyu in his tracks.
Anxious? However, the current Suyu no longer had any scruples.
He held Baby Bear firmly in his grasp, and with 10,000 sword chi, he righteously met up with the group of monsters without any hesitation.
Rumble! A shocking collision erupted.
Terrifying energies raged in all directions.
Everyone couldn't help but close their eyes.
However, just a few seconds later, the crowd felt something more on their faces. When they opened their eyes, what they saw was red blood mist flying all over the sky. Suyu's eyes were scarlet, the corners of his mouth were tinged with an evil smile, and 10,000 sword lights converged into a sharp sword that was unrivaled and unstoppable.
Ola!
The baby bear beside him was also incredibly excited, his 2 claws waving madly. One monster after another fell, their corpses strewn everywhere. The short encounter caused the minds of those foreign races to be greatly affected. For a moment, they actually froze in place, their eyes filled with fear.
Damn it, stop him! Stop him! Ah!
The historian was in a rage. The history book of the ages that glowed with an orange luster was turned over by him, and a head of monsters that had left a deep mark in history was summoned out, heading towards Suyu in a forward and backward motion. However, under that radiant sword light, everything was going to be churned to pieces. As he neared, dozens of 100-level monsters appeared in front of Suyu, and his Qiankuan sword chi had also been exhausted. Facing the eyeing high-level monsters, Suyu remained calm. He only saw him lightly use his life weapon to aim at the evil soul that was closest to the secret realm portal. In the next moment, instantaneous prison shadow kill was unleashed. Suyu and Baby Bear's figures instantly disappeared before appearing behind that evil soul. Suyu smoothly struck a blow to the ass, poking that evil soul on the spot and scattering its soul.
And then, the amulet of bad luck activated. Fate minor event, you are haunted by bad luck, luck value 100. Fate points 50.
In an instant, the monsters that tried to attack back suffered from bad luck, and their attacks on each other inexplicably landed on the friendlies. A curse from the ghost sister landed on the frost dragon's head, cursing it into a cutie. The frost dragon backhanded an ice flame spit trying to free Suyu, but it happened to be deflected by the curse, freezing the hell's 3-headed dog that had already rushed in front of Suyu into an ice sculpture. Within a few moments, the monsters fought amongst themselves, killing and wounding most of them. Some of the remaining remnants of the blood were also set up by Suyu to call out to hell, blowing out their heads one by one with a single shot. One of the unlucky eggs also triggered an instant death effect, and was directly hit by a shot that left no dregs. After the last monster fell, Suyu also slowly stopped his hand movements and gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. He lowered his head and looked down at the alien race underneath, his eyes looking out of the corner of his eye. It was over. His voice was like thunder, a vast wave of sound was transmitted, causing those foreign races to tremble. The people in the city also trembled and their scalps went numb. Although they did not know what Suyu was going to do, from the expression of that historian, perhaps what Suyu did next would really have the effect of turning the tide. Suyu slightly raised his head and looked at the secret realm teleportation gate suspended in the firmament. The corner of his mouth drew a treacherous arc. He stretched out his right hand and transformed his life weapon into a large horn. Immediately afterward, Suyu pondered slightly and cupped his fist to deliver a vicious blow on Baby Bear's head. Thud! Hiss! So painful! Baby Bear's eyes were full of tears, covering his head with an aggrieved expression.
This kind of expression is only right.
Seeing this, Suyu nodded with satisfaction and placed the horn in front of it. Baby Bear blinked its eyes, froze, then suddenly understood, and used a battle cry towards the horn. Mom! In an instant, the entire space violently trembled, as if even time was frozen. The horrifying sound wave was amplified several times by the life weapon horn, and it was unreservedly transmitted to the depths of the Storm Bear Plains. It's over. The historian covered his face, a look of despair filling his eyes. Damn it, how could I forget about this Titan bear cub? Now that old bear was awakened, everything was over. He looked at Suyu, his eyes ruthless. You are seeking your own death. That old bear is not an ally of the human race. If you awaken it, the entire city will be buried by you. This is not for you to worry about. Suyu shrugged, the corners of his mouth tinged with playfulness. Humph. Stupidity. The historian snorted coldly and waited. But I don't want to die with you. Resurrection. The historian unfurled a pair of feathered wings behind his back and jerked back. Boom. However, he had only taken a step out when an armor-piercing bullet as thick as a cannonball grazed his cheek, bringing out a few drops of blood. Are you crazy? The historian was furious, but he no longer dared to take a step forward when he was pointed at by Suyu's gun. His senses were frantically warning that he could not catch Suyu's next shot. This madman. Does he really want to drag everyone to die with him? Suyu ignored him and instead looked towards the secret realm teleportation gate in the distance and muttered, "It should be about time." As his words fell, he violently raised his life weapon horn and, "Mom! Come quickly, someone is bullying me and Baby Bear." Chapter 70 is not, your mom is a titanic bear, huh? Ha! Hearing Suyu's voice, even Lu Bird Fairy and the others froze. What did he call that bear? Mom? Shin Tianxia's face was filled with dismay. He originally thought that Suyu had made some kind of deal with that Titan giant bear, allowing it to bring its offspring and heirs out of the secret realm. Willow Sparrow Immortal at that time also just thought that Suyu had used some rare prop to escape and was also lucky enough to gain the goodwill of the Titan giant bear. After the intelligence was passed on, the Night's Watch executives also thought that this was a signal of goodwill released by the Titan bear, and even set up a special group that was preparing to find an opportunity to approach the Titan bear to seek cooperation. However, Suyu's current sentence directly overturned all their speculations. Could it be that this guy had recognized that Titan bear as his godmother? That's not right. Titan creatures especially valued bloodlines. How could he recognize a human as his son for no reason? Without a doubt, what was happening now was simply beyond everyone's expectations. Even the historians had their brains down for a few seconds. What did you call that old bear? He spoke with difficulty, that is an existence that had once attempted to ignite divine fire and ascended to the divine throne of the earth goddess. Don't mess around. There is no messing around. Suyu blinked his eyes and looked at him with great sincerity and opened his mouth and said, "If you don't believe me, ask Baby Bear." Baby Bear scratched his head, with a puzzled face. How come our mom hasn't woken up yet? Boom. Everyone present felt as if they had heard a bolt from the blue. Surprisingly, it is really his own son? This sudden change in style was too subversive, causing everyone to be completely unable to react for a moment. You really have a Titan bear bloodline inheritance? Hearing Baby Bear's admission, the historian froze for 2 to 3 seconds before coming back to his senses, and couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder you have such a heavy Titan bear aura on you. After marveling, a hint of greed flared up in his eyes? Is it a change art or a transmutation art? Undeniably, the miracle you created is tantalizing, and it's even more irresistible to us at Advent. If you're willing to share it, I think the president will agree even if you make any conditions. The historian had no intention of retreating at this moment. Instead, he was gazing at Suyu with a fervent face. Who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru? Suyu raised his eyebrows, not expecting that this guy would still think of curtailing him when he was dying. You. Just about to say something, suddenly, Suyu's face changed and his eyes instantly reddened. He squatted next to Baby Bear without saying a word, portraying the word aggrieved to the fullest. Baby Bear also followed suit, and with the fur that was roasted by the fire, as well as the large bag bulging on his head, he simply looked like an aggrieved little daughter-in-law. Boom! A giant claw that covered the sky stretched out from the secret realm portal. In an instant, the entire secret realm teleportation portal was propped up and burst open. Stormy winds rolled steeply across the sky and the earth trembled. All the secret realm monsters stiffened in place at the same time, and even escaping was a luxury. All the people in the city also stopped breathing, only feeling a mountain pressing down on their hearts. The might of the Titan was as terrifying as this. Suyu tearfully raised his head and locked eyes with the pair of eyes in the firmament. Woo! Baby Bear hugged Mama Bear's mountain-like thighs and cried, "Mom, don't abandon me, okay? I'm so scared, oh." Hiss. Suyu unexpectedly looked at Baby Bear, not realizing that this guy usually looks naive and silly, but turned out to be an actor? Sure enough, when Baby Bear's words fell, Mama Bear's anger value was instantly pulled full. Suyu hurriedly added fuel to the fire, pointing at the historian in mid-air and shouting loudly, "Mom, it's that person. He brought those secret realm monsters to besiege me and Baby Bear. If it wasn't for the help of the humans in this city, we wouldn't have been able to hold out long ago." At those words, Mama Bear's eyes went completely cold. No, it's not like that. Listen to my explanation. Historian panicked and waved his hand, wanting to weasel out of it, but Mama Bear was clearly not in the mood to listen. Dare to bully my child, die. It slapped down with a claw with anger, and even space could not withstand it, ripping out a dark and incomparable space crack. Rumble. The earth collapsed, the sky cracked, and everything seemed so small and weak. No. History reset. Reset. Reset it. The historian hissed desperately, but the gap between the two was too great, and those pyrotechnics could not resist the slightest bit even when they were consumed and dried up. Willow Sparrow Fairy and others only feel a darkness in front of their eyes, and then there is a burst of tinnitus and blurred eyes, can't open their eyes at all. When they regained their eyesight again, they only saw that everything around them had disappeared, replaced by a vast open plain. Under that Titan Bear's claw, not only had all the enemies disappeared, even the entire Qingcheng was gone. Fortunately, with Suyu's previous words as a gold medal of immunity, the people within the city were actually unharmed by this attack. Everyone's faces were overflowing with joy after the robbery. What exactly is Suyu's situation? However, Shen Tianjie looked at Mama Xion not far away with a complicated expression. He suddenly had some confusion about how to treat Suyu, who possessed a foreign bloodline. Was he originally of mixed blood? Or? Shaking his head, Shen Tianjie intended to throw this question up and let those old men have their own headaches. At this moment, Mama Bear was looking at her palm with a loving face. A sea of blood was quietly flowing in the center of its hand. That was the life essence condensed from the monster's blood and flesh after Mama Bear slapped all the monsters in the 9 secret realms with one claw. Suyu, on the other hand, was happily soaking in the sea of blood together with Baby Bear. Nourished by this blood and flesh essence, his Titan bloodline produced a metamorphosis in advance, and there was no need to wait for the time point of 1 year. Terrifying vitality rippled out, even the crowd in the distance had a feeling of refreshed spirit, unable to imagine what kind of benefits Suyu, who was at the center of it all, had received. Chapter 71 Wealthy, Crazy Enhancement. Ka. Explosive sounds continuously came from within Suyu's body, the sounds of bones breaking and reorganizing. A strong light emanated from his body, which was as thick as the earth, and the surface of his skin was even covered with lines, as if they were divine lines. These lines appeared soon after and then quickly hid, but Suyu could clearly see them. This was his true name that he had awakened after becoming a Titan creature, Prometheus Gaia. Prometheus was the prefix of all Titan creatures, Gaia represented the earth, and the final U represented Suyu. The true name was a symbol of the glory of the Titan creatures and the foundation for igniting the divine fire, which was extremely important. Therefore, before becoming a god, the true name had to be kept strictly confidential. Soon, within just a few breaths of time, Suyu's basic attributes received another qualitative improvement. Not only that, his body even changed drastically. His height jumped up to 2 meters, his muscles were gnarled and coiled, his body's sinews were tough and filled with explosive power, as if he was steel. His strength was even more terrifying, and his hands and feet contained a suffocating greatness. This power did not originate from the bloodline, but was due to the evolution of the body's instincts. The Titan Bear's body was already a perversion, and Suyu even used a large amount of life essence to forcefully reach the metamorphosis. Among the 1-year-old Titan Bears, his physique was absolutely unrivaled at the same age. Not only that, under Mama Bear's amazing claw, Suyu's third transformation task was also completed. Under the witness of millions of people, this scene of drama was wonderful, and everyone's destiny of certain death was also reversed. Reversal of Heaven's Fate, Fate points 888888. In this way, the fate points harvested by Suyu is horrifying, amounting to nearly 1 million. Your second career awakening is successful. Your level has increased. Current level LV 65. The level restriction was lifted, and the experience value accumulated from killing monsters before was instantly absorbed. Suyu squinted his eyes and felt the thrill of increased power. You obtain the Heavenly Destiny Pathway skill, Perfect Appreciation. You obtain the Heavenly Destiny Pathway skill, Order Destruction. You obtain the Heavenly Destiny Pathway skill, Guardian God. 3 tips appeared in front of Suyu. Unsurprisingly, he had obtained 3 more skills after his third awakening. Suyu tapped the skill introduction away. Perfect Thanksgiving LV1 passive skill. When you use Sniper, the 4th bullet will randomly trigger the Blast, Decimate, and instant death effects. Destruction of Order LV1 passive skill. Your attacks will have a disintegration trait attached to them, allowing you to disintegrate any energy body or special energy. Guardian LV1 passive skill. When you are fighting in a territory, you will constantly receive a full attribute bonus, currently increasing your full attribute by 1 per second, up to a maximum of 40. Hint, your skills Perfect Thanks LV1 Order Destruction LV1 Demon LV1 Lawbreaking LV1 can be fused. Do you want to spend 444,444 destiny points to fuse them? Tip, the initial level of the new skill after fusion is max. Before Suyu could finish reading the skill introduction, a prompt appeared in front of his eyes. Fusion? Suyu's face was torn, a little reluctant to part with his fate points, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and nodded his head. Fusion. After all, the skills in the essence is not in the more. Moreover, after the fusion of the skill level is directly maxed out, without him having to spend another fate point to raise the level.
If you really want to do the math, this price is actually not too expensive.
Right now, although Suyu's sustained combat ability was strong, he lacked a one-shot move. The Chen Kuan sword box, which could be used as a base card at the moment, needed a long time to accumulate sword chi, so if he could fuse a great move, it would undoubtedly make up for his shortcomings. Your skills Perfect Curtain Call LV1, Order Destruction LV1, Guardian God LV1, and Lawbreaker LV1 have been fused into Final Prologue Max.
Final Prologue Max passive skill.
Your fourth attack will simultaneously trigger 4x Blast, 40 Blood Decimation, 40 True Damage Addition, and 04444 Instant Death Determination.
When you are located in territory fighting enemies, you gain 4 full attribute bonuses every 4 seconds, stacking up to 44 times. Note, only sniper rifles can trigger the 44,444 effect for firearms type weapons. Hiss. Looking at the skill introduction of the final prologue, even Suyu could not help but be shaken to the core. Strong, too strong. Worthy of being a max level skill that came out of the fusion of 4 skills, this fourth attack shall not be heaven defying?
Quadruple strike plus 40 real damage attachment, and then after the blood level drops to 40, it will still be directly decapitated.
Even if you can't be killed, there's still the instant death effect. Once the instant death effect is triggered, monsters below god level won't be able to withstand it, right? Earned, definitely earned. Suyu licked his lips and then opened his attribute panel. Occupation, Fortune Teller. Level, 65. Strength, 4,618. Physical strength, 4,252. Intelligence, 3,636. Agility, 3,185. Awakening, third turn. Skills, Fate Sense Savage Growth, Rhythm of Life, Fate Weapon, All Fall Down LV6, Battle Rage LV7, Weapon Master LV10, Final Prologue Max. Talent, Fate Modification. Fate Points, 461550.
Looking at this attribute of his that could be considered terrifying, Suyu nodded in satisfaction. The completion of the 3 revolutions, plus the first metamorphosis of the Titan bloodline, directly caused his strength and stamina to skyrocket by nearly 2,000. Moreover, there were still 460,000 destiny points left after using 440,000, which was definitely a huge sum of money. Suyu leisurely lay on the sea of blood and thought about it, then with a wave of his hand, he directly used fate points to dislike all the skills that could be upgraded. Destiny points 348,000. Your skill 10,000 dumps LV6 is upgraded to max level. Your skill Weapon Master LV10 is upgraded to max level. Your skill Battle Rage has been upgraded to max level. All fall down max active skill, you are a paranoid artist, a painter who records the splendor of life, and a dancer who walks between deaths. When you cast dump of the 10,000, you can piece together any surviving or dead corpses into a single lotus style, the power of which depends on the materials used to make it. Max effect, your art has reached its peak and will increase the power of lotus style by an additional 100. Weapon Master Max passive skill, you are a born weapon master, any weapon in your hands will turn into a terrifying weapon. Attack power is increased by 140 when wearing any weapon. When you use a sword. When you use a sword, the duration of the special effect caused by the weapon is increased by 100, and the judgment level is increased by 20. Battle Rage Max passive skill, when you fight or receive damage, you can accumulate rage, with a total of 12 levels of rage. Each level of rage increases your attributes by 30. When you reach the 12th level of rage, your pain sensation disappears, your self-healing ability increases by 500, your nerve reflexes increase by 800, you enter a berserk state, and your sanity increases by 300. The first 2 skill enhancements Suyu was extremely satisfied with. However, this last skill caused him to have a slight regret. Sanity 300 after entering a berserk state, this ing. For Suyu, who needed to perform fate modification under special circumstances, the impact caused by this negative effect was too great. I also wonder if it can be circumvented through fate modification? Suyu muttered. However, there was no way for him to try it now. If he suddenly lost his mind and attacked Mama Bear, it would really be difficult for the gods to save him. Chapter 72 Riding the Legendary Train, Targeting Kyoto. Soon, after about another hour or so, this sea of blood was completely sucked dry by Suyu and Baby Bear. Although Baby Bear's bloodline purity was high, Suyu who possessed savage growth was no less. Even after completing the bloodline metamorphosis, Suyu still absorbed and hoarded a huge amount of life energy in his body. These life energies could not only be used for the next bloodline metamorphosis, but could also be used as a backup energy to recover from injuries and so on. Ola! Baby Bear excitedly roared up to the sky, slapping its chest in great joy. It had also completed a bloodline metamorphosis at this moment, and its size had increased by a head, standing up to almost 60 meters, and its strength had increased greatly. Baby Bear. Race, Titan Bear. Level, 95. Natural skill. Earth power, Titan Bear is the darling of the earth. Fighting on the earth can greatly increase defense, attack power, and quickly recover physical energy.
Titan's Wrath. Titan Bear's basic attributes will gradually increase in battle, up to 300.
Titan Might. The Titan Bear releases its high-level creature might, which will have a huge suppressive force on lower-level creatures. Heavenly Collapse. The Titan Bear releases all of its life energy to strike a destructive blow. Suyu casually glanced at its attribute panel and nodded slightly. Baby Bear as his allied pet was naturally the stronger the better.
Children, it's Mom's fault for letting you suffer.
With an apologetic face, Mama Bear held Suyu and Baby Bear in her arms as tears could not stop flowing down her face. Her body was over 2,000 meters tall, but she cried like a child, causing a warm current to well up in Suyu's heart. This was a mother's love that he had never experienced before, and although the race was different, the love was even purer. Baby Bear rubbed his head against Mama Bear and said somewhat heartily, "Mom, don't cry, in fact, we haven't suffered much."
Why not?
Mother Bear gazed at Suyu, her eyes penetrated through his body and went straight to her soul. Looking at Suyu's soul that was full of the smell of death, Mama Bear trembled, obviously angry. "Alas, taking advantage of my current low state, that Lilith dared to transform you into a..." Mama Bear gritted her teeth in hatred. "Now that your soul is depraved, you must not come into contact with the higher necropolis, or else you will be completely reduced to a puppet." Saying that, Mama Bear reached out and stroked Suyu's head, and said in a serious tone, "I still need to sleep for 30 years to make up for the damage caused by the divine fire, and during this time..." Mother Bear slowly turned her head and looked at Shintianjia, saying in a single word, "If the human race can provide shelter for my heir, one day if I rekindle the divine fire and ascend to the divine throne, I can consider staying in Dacia."
Upon hearing this, Shintianjia was first stunned, and then he was ecstatic.
Such a heavyweight existence was willing to get close to Grand Xia. This was simply something that fell from the sky. Shintianjie was so excited that he hurriedly assured, "Senior, don't worry, Suyu's safety will be left to us, as long as I'm still alive for a day, no one will dare to mess with them."
Aha!
Mama Xiong nodded her head. Immediately, her eyes moved to Suyu again, softly said,
You also don't blame Mom for being cruel. My awakening this time is already the limit. Even if I keep you by my side, it will be difficult to stop Lilith from laying her hands on you." Suyu hurriedly nodded his head. "You can rest assured, I will be fine." Mother Bear's decision was just what he wanted.
He was really afraid that Mama Bear would worry about his safety and forcefully bring himself around for 30 years.
Mama Xiong's eyelids were lowered and exhaustion was written all over her face.
After handing over a few more words to Suyu and Baby Bear, it forcefully ripped open a spatial crack and stepped in. Everyone's hearts jumped as they watched the scene. It tore apart space with just its fleshly body?
This one's state didn't seem to be as bad as it looked, did it? Shintianjia's eyes twitched slightly, but he soon smiled unconcernedly.
As an ally, he certainly hoped that the stronger Mama Bear was, the better.
After Mama Bear left, under Shintianjia's leadership, the crowd began the post-disaster reconstruction work in a tight schedule.
Fortunately, in today's entire environment, the professionals were quite knowledgeable about infrastructure, coupled with the powerful productivity of the professionals. After just one night, the entire city was already built. The materials for building the city wall were also delivered one after another under Shintianjia's urging, and the Vigilant Guild enabled the air transportation channel, which was no trouble. Under the concerted efforts of all the people, in 3 days, the city finally slowly stabilized.
Due to the special circumstances, the position of the city lord was temporarily held by Shintianjia until the new city lord was parachuted in.
Suyu had wanted to continue to go to the secret realm in the wild to brush his experience, but the Purgatory Academy's opening time was approaching, so he also subsided. During this period, there were quite a few media reporters who wanted to interview him, and Shintianjia also asked him to collect a batch of medals and honorary souvenirs, but they were all rejected by Suyu. On this day, within the newly established City Lord's mansion, the three of them, Suyu, Shintianjie and Lu Bird Fairy, sat together.
Are you saying that the previous City Lord, Wan Hailong, not only didn't die, but was also promoted?
Suyu was cold and his tone was icy cold. Shintianjie sighed and said, "It's not that, he actually abandoned everything he had originally and changed his face to serve in a certain department in Kyoto."
Isn't it the same as what I said? This kind of guy who betrayed his compatriots actually got promoted?
I am very skeptical that something has gone terribly wrong within Dacia.
Suyu skimmed his mouth and snorted. Suyu is right, I need an explanation.
Willow Bird Fairy raised her eyebrows slightly and gazed at Shintianjie seriously.
Shintianjie was looked at by the two people and his scalp went numb. He pressed a mouthful of tea and slowly opened his mouth.
There is indeed a problem within the Great Summer, but I can guarantee that it is definitely not what you think. He paused, then quickly said, "The Great Xia is currently divided into 3 factions within it. One is the radical faction dominated by the 4 major academies, who advocate fighting violence with violence and taking the initiative in the face of foreign invasion. The second is the conservative faction dominated by the Supreme Council. This faction is almost exclusively composed of political officials, aiming for a smooth development and to secure the interior before the exterior. Lastly, there is the neutral faction represented by the Vigilant Guild, which can be seen from the fact that anyone can join the vigilantes and participate in receiving and sending out missions.
Suyu's eyes moved slightly. In that case, the conservative faction and the Adventist Guild had collusion? Collusion is too hard to hear, they mean edict.
Shintenjia smiled bitterly. The situation in Dacia is deteriorating, and there are quite a few experts in the Advent Society, so. Okay. Suyu waved his hand and interrupted Shintenjia's words. He stood up and left straight away, leaving only a dashing back. Willow Sparrow Fairy followed. Hey, kid, what are you doing to go? Going to Kyoto, reporting for duty. Do you want to go and kill Wang Hailong? Suyu's footsteps did not stop, faintly said, don't you want to? Lu Bird Fairy laughed bitterly. Of course she wanted to, but killing a defector and killing a Kyoto political nouveau riche are two different concepts. However, you should not be impulsive. Kyoto water is deep, you can slowly plan. Good. Suyu nodded his head. Alas. Willow Sparrow Immortal let out a long sigh. Looking at his appearance, he knew that he did not take his words to heart. The two of them walked together to the newly built city gates. Call me when you have a plan, I can't let you take risks alone. Lu Bird Fairy patted Suyu's shoulder and smiled. By the way, you solved the Qingcheng crisis and built a great merit, but the merit is too big, the upper side is discussing what reward to give you. I also dipped into your blessings. After going back this time, I guess I can become a third-level night wanderer. After you go to Kyoto, when you get to the Night's Watch headquarters there, you'll probably be rewarded, and by then you'll probably be the youngest third-grade nightwalker. Third-grade nightwalking god? Suyu raised his eyebrows. Is that the level of Shintianjie? It's not bad. Not bad? Do you know how many people would not even dare to think about that position? Lu Bird Fairy gave him a blank look. Entering the Night Wandering God is equivalent to the status of the Lord of a city. The third level of the Night Wandering God is equivalent to the provincial ministry level, on the battlefield that is directly ignoring the experience of the existence of the generals. If you go up one level and get the position of Day Traveling God, I'm afraid that no one can take you for granted if you directly kill Wang Hailong in public. That's too late, I don't want to let him live that long. Suyu skimmed his mouth, didn't bother to say any more and turned around to leave. Coming into the wilderness, a rough railroad appeared in front of Suyu. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of a whistle, an old green train gradually came into view. Suyu squinted his eyes. That train was glowing with a faint orange luster, and it was actually a rare orange equipment. Suyu right? Get on the train, the quality of the new students of the Purgatory School this time looks quite high. The train slowly stopped and a tall woman came down from above. The woman's gaze lingered on the baby bear on Suyu's shoulder for a moment, then took a deep breath and said, "Take a look at your acceptance letter." Suyu nodded, took out the letter of acceptance and shook it in front of the woman's eyes, then boarded the train. A gaze looked over and focused on Suyu. However, he did not care, and instead casually found a seat and sat down. As soon as his butt touched the seat, a fateful synopsis popped up in front of Suyu's eyes. Destiny minor event, you entered a special area, and your spiritual power attributes were increased and began to increase in small increments. Chapter 73, Encountering the Mordor Man on the Road. There is still such a good thing? Suyu's face moved slightly, not expecting that he could still reap a wave of benefits from sitting in a car. With a previous lesson in mind, he first took out the already drained Xiankuan sword box to avoid accidents arising from his spiritual power storming out at that time. With that, Suyu took a deep breath to start the fate modification. Destiny minor event, you entered a special area, your spiritual power attributes were increased and began to increase in huge increments. Boom! In an instant, Suyu only felt a roar in his brain as layers of heavy shadows appeared in the scene before his eyes. His body was getting lighter and lighter, practically floating. Hiss! It's getting stronger. He hurriedly grabbed the Qian-Kuan sword box with a death grip and injected all his excess spiritual energy into it. Fortunately, after his physical body had metamorphosed, the amount of spiritual energy he could carry had also become a lot more. The Qian-Kuan sword box continuously trembled and emitted a buzzing sound, as if it was extremely joyful. A sword chi was rapidly generated in it, and in less than a few minutes it had already broken 1,000. Based on this speed, it was estimated that by the time Suyu arrived at the station, the number of sword chi was afraid that it would directly break 100,000. Brother, are you alright? A youth sitting opposite Suyu saw Suyu's strange expression and couldn't help but ask. Oh. It's okay. Suyu snapped back to his senses and shook his head with a smile. The youth's face was strange, although the legendary equipment of the Long Sky Train had the effect of increasing mental strength, but it was not that exaggerated, right? He just watched Suyu roll his eyes and tremble and twitch. He thought he was in that something. My name is Wang Fei, and you? Suyu. They are all freshmen of the same class, so we will be friends from now on. We should take care of each other in the future. Wang Fei grinned. Oh, friends? Purgatory Academy where friends. Wang Fei words fell, the carriage back came sneering laughter. Purgatory school competition is the most cruel, even if it is a blood brother have anti-purpose time, who is still with you as a friend. That's right, this man, I advise you not to take yourself as an onion, or take care of yourself as more reliable. I'll give you 8 words, the weak are the strong eat, the survival of the fittest.
A group of people were talking, and the flavor of gunpowder was strong.
Wang Fei's face revealed a look of embarrassment, apologetically smiled towards Suyu, and then closed his mouth tightly and stopped speaking. The female tutor accompanying him changed her face, but did not stop it. These new students looked furtive, but in reality, they were just venting out the fear in their hearts. The word purgatory of the Purgatory Academy was definitely not taken at random.
Is the weak and the strong the strong? I like it.
Suyu lightly glanced at the crowd, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up. In an instant, a needle fell in the carriage. The eyes of the person who spoke earlier widened, and his face instantly rose to the color of pig's liver.
How many levels is he? How was his aura so strong? One person swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty.
I felt the other person swallowed and lowered his voice. This guy is at least level 40, he should be lucky to have taken a low-star awakening quest.
No, isn't his name Suyu? It can't be that Suyu, right? I don't think so.
At this moment, Suyu's aura made the entire carriage feel like a thorn in their backs, depressing them beyond measure.
Ding dong.
At this exact moment, the originally soft yellowish light in the carriage quickly transformed into a deep yellow color. Wang Fei glanced out of the car window out of the corner of his eye.
Ha!
In his line of sight, a black and purple silhouette suddenly flickered next to the car window. The shadow's appearance was blurred, as if it was pieced together from pixelated dots, and it was extremely bizarre.
This is the Mordor Shadow Man? The accompanying mentor was surprised.
Immediately afterward, a look of joy spread across her face. Everyone open the windows of the car and use all your means to kill the End Shadow Man.
Chapter 74 Reveal? Due on seconds.
After hearing the 3 words Mordor Man, all the freshmen except Suyu stood up violently, their faces full of ecstasy.
Wang Fei also quickly pulled the window open.
Seeing Suyu looking at them with a puzzled face, he quickly explained to Suyu. The legend of the Mordor people is that they are a group of people cursed by the god of time. This kind of monster does not have any offensive power. Their own time has become extremely chaotic due to the effects of the curse, thus occasionally generating phenomena such as instantaneous shifts, jumps, etc. Due to their own time chaos, they have a tendency to speed, and when they encounter something moving at high speeds, they will uncontrollably want to chase after it. These monsters are extremely difficult to kill, but after killing them, you can gain the time in their bodies.
Time? What's the use of it?
Suyu raised his eyebrows.
It is of great use.
The accompanying mentor picked up the conversation. The time ball popped out by the Mordor man can be used directly on the body to increase the lifespan, and when crushed during battle it can accelerate one's own time, and can even manage to chop out thousands of slashes in a second.
Sounds good? Suyu seemed to understand and nodded his head.
Hey, brother, I don't know if you've
seen the time suspension series before the overthrow of the island?
Wang Fei came over with a you-know-what smile.
Oh. I understand if you say so.
Suyu suddenly realized, patted his shoulder appreciatively, and then cast his eyes out of the window. At this moment, in the wilderness outside the car window, there were large swaths of black and purple silhouettes constantly flickering. Those monsters were painted in a clear style, looking extraordinarily grotesque and bizarre. However, the attacks struck from the train fell on these Mordorians as if they were like a stone sinking into the sea without any effect, and even the other party's fur had not been harmed in the slightest. This thing was hard to kill, but there was no reason not to try. Wang Fei's eyes lit up and excitedly said, "Let's also try to kill a few for fun."
Suyu nodded and took out the life weapon.
Baby Bear also had a face that was eager to try, but it had no means of long-range attack, so it could only lie on Suyu's shoulder and dryly watch.
Master Bye-Bye, what is the time suspension series? Is it very powerful?
It blinked its eyes and asked.
Well, that's a very strong skill that can easily beat people to death.
Suyu casually made a perfunctory comment, then transformed his life weapon into hellcalling and set up a sniper at the car window.
Alas, Suyu, I guess I can't, this thing is too hard.
Wang Fei had just retracted his weakened staff from the car window, when he turned his head and saw the 2-meter-long, large sniper with a cold aura.
For a moment, waves of shock surged through his heart.
The talking bear plus this big sniper, this guy, it can't really be that Suyu, right?
Wang Fei shivered and lit up his phone, opening the first video in his favorites.
It was a video of a man and a bear sprinting towards hundreds of thousands of hideous monsters. Along the way, those monsters simply couldn't even get close before they were all chopped to pieces by the sword light surrounding his body. That kind of might was suffocating. Looking at the Suyu in front of him again, it was practically identical.
Nima, is it really him? Wang Fei swallowed his saliva and gruelingly turned his gaze towards Suyu.
Suyu did not have the time to pay attention to anything else at this moment. Revealing a smile, his finger slowly pulled the trigger. Boom! Bullets whistled and sprayed out from the barrel of the gun, sending out bursts of explosions in the air as if it was going to tear the sky. Even the carriages of this legendary train shook 3 times. Under this massive thrust, the 80mm armor-piercing bullet sped out like a stringed arrow and slammed straight into an endbringer. Bang! In an instant, the hundreds of characteristics attached to the bullet triggered at the same time. You have killed Shadowman LV-65 and gained 65468 experience. That Mordor instantly disappeared, and a turbid, dark yellow time bead appeared in its place. Baby Bear immediately reached out and grabbed it, and a strong air current rolled with the time bead to Suyu. So strong. Wang Fei had been dumbfounded. Brother Su is bullish. He could not help but give a thumbs up in praise. Suyu smiled faintly, put away this time bead and aimed his gun at another Mordor man. Boom! You have killed the Mordor man LV-63 and gained experience value 76458. The muzzle of the gun once again spewed out flames, and soon another time bead came into Suyu's hands. What kind of skill is this? How long has it been? To actually be able to kill 2 Endbringers in seconds, too terrifying. Looking at the time bead in Suyu's hand, the crowd of freshmen all had a look of living hell. They had spent half a day's effort but were not able to successfully kill a Mordor man. In contrast, Suyu, 1 shot at a time, seconds on exposure. The accompanying mentor also had a small mouth slightly open at this moment, with a face of amazement. Although she had already known Suyu's true strength, after seeing it with her own eyes, the amazing sense of oppression still shocked her. This was definitely a super demon, obviously only a freshman, but his strength had already surpassed her as a tutor. Boom! As the third bullet was struck, 3 of the Endbringers amongst that patch of Endbringers instantly turned into flying dust. This shot Suyu grabbed the right angle. Surprisingly, it was a triple shot. After storing the time bead away, Suyu did not rush to fire the 4th shot, but stopped to observe. The 4th shot would trigger the final prologue, and had to catch a big one. Not long after, Suyu found the target. In the middle of those mordents, there was a mordent that was smaller in size, covered in black stripes, vaguely fused with the surroundings, and would not have been detected if not for a closer inspection. Elite level? Or is it Lord level? Suyu's eyes narrowed, and after a brief thought, he decisively pulled the trigger. Suyu waited. That is a Mordor Lord. It already has a simple consciousness. If it doesn't die in one blow, it will haunt you and keep stealing your time. The accompanying mentor hurriedly reminded, but it was already too late. Boom boom. The bullets cut through the void and arrived in front of the Mordorians in an instant. Whoosh! Right at this moment, the Mordor man suddenly flashed, its figure instantly disappearing, seemingly fleeing from its original location. However, Suyu did not think so. Under life rhythm perception, this guy should have used some kind of special skill. However, this 4th bullet was obviously not that easy to circumvent. Boom! In a flash, a quadruple blast was triggered, and 40% true damage was attached, directly causing that Mordor man lord's blood level to drop by 40. You have killed Shadowman Lord LV-80 and gained experience value of 108640. Without even an instant death judgment appearing, the Mordor Lord was directly beheaded by Suyu. A large time bead was rolled over by Baby Bear and then put into Suyu's storage bag. What did you just say? Suyu pulled out his ears and looked at the accompanying mentor. Nothing. The attendant tutor took a deep breath and tried to maintain his composure. Suyu nodded and continued to start hunting. After the Mordor Lord was killed, the rest of the Mordorians looked like they had suddenly lost the fun of chasing the train and began to scatter in all directions. Suyu seized the time to sweep all the way across, and every 5 or 6 seconds, a time bead came into his hands. In the end, there were a full 32 time beads in his storage bag. This was now more than enough even if Suyu really wanted to make a time suspension series. Chapter 75. Open the door, check the water meter. The green car whizzed through the wilderness, but other than the Mordorians, very few of the remaining monsters would choose to approach. The scenery along the way was good, but the crowd couldn't help but feel a heaviness in their hearts as they passed by some city ruins. 3 hours later, the train slowed down and stopped in front of a huge portal. Is this the Purgatory Academy? Suyu took the lead to step off the train and looked up. That portal was different from the ones he had seen before. The hole was black, with a dim vortex flowing in the center, and the 3 big words Ghost Gate Pass were engraved on the door. Before he even got close, an eerie aura hit his nose. Go! The accompanying mentor crossed over Suyu and looked back at the crowd with a smile. You all have one last chance to regret. After stepping into the Ghost Gate, there are only 2 endings, death or becoming a supreme power. As the words fell, she directly stepped towards the Ghost Gate Pass. Without the slightest hesitation, Suyu followed closely behind and stepped into the Ghost Gate Pass. The rest of the freshmen looked at each other, their faces were not very good. It was not that they were afraid of entering the Purgatory Schoolhouse, but the sense of oppression that Suyu brought to the train was just too strong. Before entering the academy, strength is so terrifying, this guy still let people live? However, what teenagers lack the most is courage and hot blood. Taking a deep breath, the crowd also stepped into the Ghost Gate. In the blink of an eye, the scene in front of the crowd changed drastically. A huge stone stood in front of them, on which were engraved 3 big words Yellow Springs Road. Both sides of the Yellow Springs Road were filled with tombstones, which made the eerie feeling a few more points heavier. Entering the Ghost Gate, walking the Yellow Springs Road, the image of the Purgatory School indeed deserves this name. Suyu shook his head and looked around. This Yellow Springs Road is not long, and when looking out, one can vaguely see the villa area not far away, as well as the library, teaching buildings and other buildings. The female tutor led a line of 24 freshmen walking in silence, her face solemn, without the slightest intention to talk. Eh? At this time, Suyu's footsteps suddenly stalled and his gaze locked onto one of the tombstones. Li Pingan died in the Battle of Dechengshan. A simple sentence, but a scene from the past flashed through Suyu's mind. His gaze moved further.
Zhao Zhenbon died in the Battle of Pingshuigang. Lu Qing died in the Battle of Hahai Ferry.
These tombstones did not have photos or biographical details, but it was as if Suyu had seen a scene of tragic and sorrowful battles that had really happened. Suyu took a deep breath and regulated his emotions back. Only, at this moment, the eerie and weird feeling around him disappeared, and was replaced by an inexplicable sense of security.
What's wrong? A girl asked strangely. Nothing.
Suyu slightly shook his head and followed the team.
The female tutor noticed his abnormality but did not say anything.
Dasha never proclaimed anything on its own accord. Every academy had such a path. Countless martyrs were buried, yet there were still countless people who wanted to be buried here. As the crowd continued forward, the tombstones around them disappeared and the light became brighter. It was then that they noticed that there was actually a tower through the sky standing next to the school building. That tower towered into the clouds and the head could not be seen.
Is this the Tower of Trials? I remember that there is one in the Night Watchman Guild.
Suyu raised his eyebrows lightly. That's right, but the quality of the Night Watchman branch's trial tower is generally not high, and the strength of the high-level monsters within it is far inferior to that of the true Secret Realm monsters. The female tutor smiled faintly. The trial tower within the academy is epic level, and the highest level monsters within it are 180 level monsters. The rewards after clearing it are also a bit richer, and not just in terms of experience value. You can all explore these in the future. Now go and choose your residence first.
The female tutor paused, then said meaningfully.
One of the students was right. Within the academy, the weak and the strong is the main tone. All resources have to be fought for, and if you can't fight for them, then you have to rob them. If you can't grab it, then poison it. If you can't poison it, then just resign yourself to your fate. The smile on her face was extraordinarily creepy, causing all the freshmen except Suyu to tremble. This tutor looked soft and weak, but the person who came out of the purgatory school, the cut was also black off. In this regard, Suyu did not have much of an opinion. The greater the competition, the more he liked it.
Another new student has come?
There are quite a lot of new students in this term.
Not bad, the more people the more resources.
In the surrounding 2 rows of villas, one after another, someone opened the window and probed out, their eyes sweeping around on Suyu and the others. Oh, this time should be able to grab some good things. A fat man grinned and sneered. Hey, I heard that there are 2 dark horses in this session. A skinny scarred face licked his lips. One was called Suyu, who was rumored to have obtained a hidden profession.
The other is Lin Qianxue, the pride of the Kyoto Lin family, inheriting the special occupation of his ancestors.
There was a lot of talk around them, making the group of freshmen nervous, like stressed cats on the verge of blowing up. However, Suyu acted as if he didn't hear it, looking for a villa by himself and walked in. Buzz! Just as he stepped into the villa with his front foot, the floor of the first floor suddenly glowed with a red light. Immediately after, a soft light reflected over, causing Suyu's spirit to be shaken. Oh! After feeling it carefully for a moment, Suyu's eyes lit up and then dimmed again.
A formation that enhances physical strength? But it's too weak, it can't trigger the destiny stock yet. Not right.
Suddenly, Suyu quickly stepped out of the gate and swept his eyes over the rows of villas.
Sure enough, the more the villas in the front row, the stronger the effect of the formation. I also wonder if the formation in the first block of the first row can trigger the destiny stock?
Suyu's eyes moved slightly as he quickly stepped forward. The freshmen who came with him were currently surrounded by several freshmen who came from the previous batch and seemed to have created some conflicts. The person at the forefront is crying and handing over his long knife. That person Suyu recognizes. It is the guy on the train who opened his mouth to say that the weak are the strongest and the best are the weakest. Suyu did not want to be involved in this crap, but that group of people did not seem to be prepared to let him go. Stop! The scar-faced teenager stopped Suyu.
Suyu glanced at him and frowned. I don't want to make a move for now.
The scar-faced teenager sized up Suyu and coldly grunted, You're very mad, huh?
Sorry, those who can come here are all very mad.
He licked the dagger, then spun around and pointed the tip of the blade at Suyu. The corner of his mouth twisted. You don't know, right? Inside the Purgatory Academy, one can kill people. The moment he sensed the killing intent, Suyu nodded. Just now, I did not know, but now I know. After thinking about it, he took out a time bead from his storage bag and crushed it. In an instant, a strange feeling surrounded him. Fate minor event, you used the time bead to accelerate your own time by 11 times. Is this time acceleration? So magical. Suyu looked around in awe. The scenery around him was slowed down by 11 times, and everything slowed down like the speed of a tortoise. This was very similar to the increase in nerve reflex speed after the combat fury stack was full, but the time acceleration brought about an overall acceleration that was much more powerful. Suyu didn't bother to modify the destiny stock, the 11 times effect was already enough. If it wasn't for the purpose of testing the effects of the time bead, he wouldn't have wasted one on this kind of person.
You are shameless. How dare you use props?
The scar-faced teenager's speech slowed down by 11 times, sounding extraordinarily strange. The ruthlessness on his face disappeared and was replaced by extreme fear. He suddenly had some regrets about provoking this ruthless person in front of him. This guy was really daring to kill people.
Click. Destiny point 200. A casual hand snapped the man's neck. Suyu continued forward and kicked open the door of the first villa in the first row. Open the door, check the water meter. Chapter 76. Big Stick surrendered, crying. Check what? I haven't heard that the Purgatory Academy has to pay the water bill? Inside the villa, a man with an inch head sleepily peeled back the covers. The next moment, his body was light, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already on the stone road. Manhwa instantly lost his sleepiness and hurriedly reached out to block his important parts. Which old six sneaked up on me? He roared angrily.
As soon as the words fell, he saw a familiar back walking towards him and couldn't help but break into a curse. You guys! Before his words fell, Manhwa's pupils suddenly shrunk. Not far away from him, there was a dead body lying, surrounded by a group of people who were standing there wide-eyed.
Which rash young man dared to kill someone in the street? Doesn't he know that the academy can only kill people on the life and death stage?
Manhwa violently gave himself a mouthful.
Am I still awake? Who can tell me what's happening here?
After taking a deep breath, he looked to the crowd and asked. After a long time, a fat man walked out from the crowd.
Boss Chin, here's what happened.
After hearing what happened, Manhwa let out a long sigh. Damn it, he really is a rash. Immediately, he then looked at the villa he had lived in for a few days with a gloating face. This guy dared to kill without going to the life and death stage, wait to be sanctioned by the academy. Humph, dare to rob Master's villa, it won't take 3 minutes for you to obediently return it. When he thought of the consequences of violating the rules of the academy, Manhwa was jolted. There are special enforcers in the academy, called ghosts, who specialize in managing this group of brats. Which of those who could come to the Purgatory Academy were not geniuses of their respective cities? One by one, they were all lawless existences. Therefore, during the opening season, not a few people touched the bottom line of the academy and were taken away by the ghost messengers. Once brought into the law enforcement building, after walking down the 18 layers of hell, a person would be wasted even if he didn't die. Manhwa smoothly plucked a piece of clothing on the fat man and draped it over his body, daring to rob his villa. He wanted to personally watch Suyu's collapsed appearance after being taken away by the Ghostbusters. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Suyu was sitting cross-legged in the center of the formation quietly waiting. Soon, as the time of Manhwa's departure exceeded the judgment, Suyu officially became the owner of this villa. Buzz! The formation on the floor of the first floor was quickly activated. However, the color was different from the one Suyu had previously entered. Destiny Minor Event, you and Baby Bear have obtained the Heavenly Capital Spirit Gathering Formations enchantment, increasing your experience value by 100 points per second.
Oh? It seems that each villa has a different formation? Suyu's mind moved.
Adding experience value was not bad, it also saved him from spending time climbing towers or brushing secret realms. Moreover, now that his level was not low, the experience value required for each upgrade was massive. Changing it to 10 billion wasn't sure if it would work either. After thinking for a moment, Suyu decided to make a bold attempt. However, unexpectedly, the modification failed.
It does not make sense, it has to be changed to 10 billion experience points to work, one word less.
Suyu slightly shook his head and did not care. This formation is not an experience value generated out of thin air. If it really wants to be changed successfully, it is estimated that the entire academy's heritage will be drained by himself. At that time, he is afraid that on the first day of enrollment, he will have to be hunted down and killed by the entire school.
Ding!
Fateful Minor Event, you and Baby Bear have been empowered by the Tendu Spirit Gathering Formation, increasing your experience value by 900 points per second. 900 per second is also quite good. Staying for a whole day is 1.2 million experience points. Without doing anything, you can upgrade in a few days. Suyu nodded with satisfaction. The feeling of being able to become stronger while lying down is so good. Baby Bear also noticed the effect brought about by the formation and cozily plopped down on the sofa for a nap. And at this moment, footsteps sounded outside. Soon, a person dressed in black appeared in front of the villa. The ghost messenger had arrived. Seeing this, everyone revealed a look of excitement and gloated as they looked inside the villa.
Knock knock.
The sound of knocking came. Who is it? Suyu asked casually as he lay on the sofa with his head resting on Baby Bear. The ghost messenger outside the door thought for a moment and then replied.
Open the door, check the water meter. Upon hearing this, Suyu was instantly happy. Dare to check my water meter? He immediately pulled out his life weapon and transformed into the appearance of a hellish call towards the door. With a creak, the villa door opened from the inside. The corners of the ghost messenger's mouth rose, thinking that this guy was really rampant and really dared to open the door.
Suyu was the most arrogant handful he had seen since he became an enforcer for these decades. However, just as his hand touched the big stick at his waist, a cold touch came to his forehead. Gudu. The ghost messenger was instantly nonplussed. This crisis of certain death made his sweaty hairs explode. This threat was absolutely fatal. He could even clearly feel that if he dared to move half a bit more, this gun would not hesitate to take away his life. After all, this was the fourth gun that Suyu had purposely saved before. Classmate, calm down, calm down. He swallowed his saliva, squeezed out a smile, and tremblingly turned his neck. What met his eyes was a smiling face, a teenager around 18 or 19 years old. You also want to come and rob my villa? Suyu smiled brightly, but it made one feel chills all over. No, not really. Then can you explain what you want to do with your hand there? Suyu looked at his hand that was placed on the big stick. The ghost messenger was on the verge of tears at this moment, explaining in a trembling voice, I was sent by the academy to deliver something. The safe in the villa does not have a key, with this you can open it. Saying that, he hurriedly pulled out the big stick behind him and handed it to Suyu. Oh. Suyu took the big stick and looked at it, thinking that it really deserves to be called the Purgatory School. The way this safe is opened is indeed extraordinary. Alright, you go. By the way, tell the others, next time you disturb, I won't be so kind. Yes, I'll get lost right away. The ghost messenger breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly answered. He turned around and ran as fast as he could, as if there was a flood of wild beasts chasing behind him. He cursed in his heart as he ran, Nima. This guy was actually a freshman? That shot could definitely kill himself, right? Freshmen are so heavenly, how can he manage? As an enforcer, the expression on his face at the moment was on the verge of tears. The prestige that the enforcer had built up was taken away just like that? The ghost messenger ran wildly while hissing with a crying voice. Grandma, don't run if you have the guts, I'm going to shake people. Watching this scene, the newborns outside the villa were dumbfounded. Even the Ghostbusters couldn't take that guy? It's too outrageous. Not only that. Even the big stick known as the wailing stick, which made countless pricks cry and howl in pain, was lost? Who is this big guy, really? Chapter 77 Ice Phoenix Fusionist, Lin Qianxue. On the street, Qin Huai stared stupidly at the back of the law enforcer fleeing, half speechless. The corpse on the ground was already cold, but no one cared at the moment. Within the Purgatory Academy, dead people were not uncommon, and only existences that had walked out of the Shura Hell could be invincible on the battlefield. Who the hell is this him? Qin Huai muttered, his heart shocked but more puzzled. The enforcers were commonly above the fourth turn, and to them it was the sky. Since when could someone poke a hole in the sky? Suyu, didn't you guys just talk about him? Wang Fei couldn't help but spit it out. Suyu? You said he is Suyu? Qin Huai's eyes immediately widened, his face instantly turned white, a trace of cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his body was slightly trembling. The rest of the people all had similarly complicated eyes. The matter of the Advent Society plotting against the 10 cities on the border had long been rumored in Grand Xia. But it was when the other party poured their firepower into Qingcheng that they unexpectedly suffered a big loss. Not only did the Advent Society take out their dark hands that had been prepared for years to open the 10 secret realm teleportation gates at the same time, they also sent out a historian who was known as one of the twin stars. However, it was this kind of lineup that was saved by Suyu alone, saving the entire Qingcheng. It could be said that Suyu was already vaguely going to become the representative of the new generation under the propaganda of the official media. However, due to the closed transportation between the various cities of Daxia, this news had not yet been known by most people. Even the video circulating on the internet only captured his side face. It was also because what Suyu had done was too exaggerated, plus the Vigilante Guild had yet to make an announcement. As such, many people had decided that this was a new round of god-making by the radical faction, which had only utilized the east wind of that Titan bear, and did not believe that the Battle of Qingcheng had been solved by Suyu alone. However, now it seemed that the news seemed to be true. Suyu? Were you guys just talking about that Suyu from Qingcheng? Just at this moment, a flake of snow drifted down. In mid-air, a flash of ice-blue silhouette stepped on the snow and arrived. She was wearing a long ice feather dress, her face was cold and clear, her figure was tall and slender, and her temperament was extraordinary, as if she had stepped out of a painting. Lin Qianxue! The crowd all exclaimed in surprise. It seems that the last flight of the long sky train has also arrived. Oh, I've been idle for the past few days, finally waiting for these two heavyweights to arrive. Qin Huai squinted his eyes, his heartbeat accelerating slightly. Good, great. A genius is never self-appointed, only by defeating everyone does one deserve to be called a supreme genius. Qin Huai was looking forward to just what kind of sparks would collide between Suyu and Lin Qianxue. Would he himself be able to buck the trend and trample them all under his feet? Lin Qianxue's footsteps were light, each step seemed to be accompanied by wind and snow, and in the blink of an eye, she had already arrived in front of him. Where is Suyu? She lifted her chin and scanned the weak, frowning as she asked. Here Qin Huai ignored her commanding way of asking, pointed to the first villa in the first row, and laughed playfully. Earlier he had issued a warning, if you are not afraid of death, you can go in. Qin Huai smiled broadly, in front of the law enforcers, after the first person in Kyoto to find Suyu trouble, this is God is helping me? Lin Xianxue looked along with what he was pointing at, her eyebrows knitted, then her eyes flashed, lifting her leg towards the villa door. Bang! Lin Xianxue violently kicked open the door of the room, a piercing coldness surged into the house. Into the eye, a 2-meter-tall handsome man is lying on the sofa, holding a small bear doll in his arms, staring blankly at the TV. It's not over, right? Hearing the commotion, Suyu frowned and placed the already sleeping baby bear on the sofa, then moved his fingers and walked towards the door. Do you know that this villa has been returned to me? Ready to pay the price of breaking and entering? Suyu coldly said. Is that so? Lin Xianxue's face was calm and was not intimidated by Suyu's aura. You know what? They juxtaposed me with you. So? Suyu said in a salty manner. Lin Xianxue's pretty face flashed with a touch of disgust, one hand pressed on her chest as if she was retching. This kind of thing makes me feel sick. What kind of thing are you that you are worthy of being juxtaposed with my name? Country bumpkin, go back to your Chingcheng, Kyoto is not the place for you. Lin Xianxue's delicate body shook as a strong aura swept over her. This was the invincible aura forged by defeating all her contemporaries in Kyoto. At this moment, she was like a haughty ice phoenix, condescending and scornful of ants. Oh, so it is Master Kyoto. Suyu slowly stretched out his hand and a little cold aura appeared. Lin Xianxue's eyes condensed and her figure retreated violently. Ding! In the next second, the villa door instantly burst into pieces. A finger grazed Lin Xianxue's forehead, and that finger was like fine iron, even scraping down a few strands of green silk. So fast! Lin Xianxue's heart flinched and her figure retreated violently to the edge of the street. Suyu relied on the doorframe and coldly opened his mouth. Humph, I only need one finger to make you wow. Seeing Lin Xianxue fly out, the eyelids of Qin Huai and the others on the street jumped. These two people were a heavenly pride that stood out amongst the second and third generations of Kyoto, and a freak that had risen to prominence in a small border town. One was a mystic profession fortune teller, and the other was also a mystic profession ice phoenix fusionist. When the two demons met, there was bound to be a battle between the dragons and the tigers. Qin Huai came to Wang Fei's side and spoke in a low voice. Wang Fei, you and Suyu made a trip here, you should know something about him, right? Predict the winner? I don't need to tell you. Wang Fei shrugged his shoulders, 37%. Hearing this, Qin Huai immediately became interested. Oh? What do you mean by that? Wang Fei smiled, 3 seconds, Lin Xianxue is cut into 7 pieces. Hiss. The difference is so big? Qin Huai's smile froze for a moment. Wang Fei had a disdainful look on his face, of course. Do you think he resolved the battle of Qingcheng all because of his relationship with that titan bear? Let me tell you, even without the help of that huge bear, he alone could probably kill all those monsters and that historian. Gulp. Qin Huai swallowed hard, he was a bit in disbelief. Was this really the strength that a person of his age could achieve? He also didn't know if he needed to pay out of his own pocket to repair the door. Suyu shook his head and slowly stepped out of the villa. Let's fight quickly, save wasting my experience value. Lin Xianxue's willow eyebrows are raised, and her pretty face contains frost. I admit that you have a few skills, but this is still far from enough. Her eyes were slightly closed. Take out your full strength or you will die. In the next moment, Lin Xianxue's body was covered in ice feathers. Newt. Vaguely, a clear phoenix sound resounded in everyone's ears. Wisps of killing intent coalesced in Lin Xianxue's eyes, and it was by no means for that simple reason that she was hostile to Suyu. Rather, it was that his profession was that of a trickster like the aftermath. Ice Phoenix spreads its wings. In the next instant, a shadow emerged behind Lin Xianxue. Her entire body instantly transformed into an ice phoenix, her wings flapping as ice and snow filled the sky. Rumble. A rumble came from between the heavens and the earth as a huge ice lotus bloomed, carrying a terrifying coldness as it suppressed towards Suyu. Chapter 78 Phoenix? Baby bear, start the pot to boil water. With this pressure, did she have more than 3 turns? Qin Huai and the others quickly retreated to avoid being mistakenly injured by that terrifying frost power. An ice phoenix fusionist could throw off ordinary ice mages by several blocks. Lin Xianxue wasn't even a summoned ice phoenix phantom, at the moment she was truly fused with the ice phoenix, no different from a real ice crystal phoenix. The pressure that belonged to an epic level creature caused the crowd to gasp for air. Everyone gazed at Suyu in death, wanting to see how he would face this ice phoenix. What a marvelous profession. Suyu clasped his hands on his chest with a marvelous expression. He discovered from the rhythm of life that Lin Xianxue had actually completed the transformation of her life form from the ground up. This ice phoenix in front of him was indeed a genuine epic creature. Looking at the ice lotus, Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly. If this thing is captured and raised, is it that there is no need to turn on the air conditioning in the summer? How dare you get distracted even when you are dead?
Lin Xianxue snorted coldly and flicked her finger in the void.
Click, click, click. In an instant, the surrounding cold air gathered crazily and surged towards Suyu. Forget it, with such a stinky mouth, it is better to kill and eat the meat. Suyu skimmed his mouth and yelled at the villa, Baby Bear, start the pot, boil water. Good Lu. Hearing that there is food, Baby Bear Sleepy, a face of excitement ran to the kitchen. Suyu said, footstep, the whole person instantly disappeared in place. Lin Xianxue's pupils suddenly shrunk, only feeling a black aura flashing before her eyes. Immediately after, she felt a sharp pain coming from her body. Her own wings had been twisted off. How was this possible? Lin Xianxue's eyes were filled with disbelief, this was absolutely impossible. Although she was only at the third turn and could not utilize the full power of the Ice Crystal Phoenix, she should not be able to resist an existence of the same level. What's more, why was Suyu not affected by the epic creature's pressure? Boom! In the next instant, a mountain-like pressure suddenly descended, pressing down on the Ice Phoenix that Lin Xianxue had transformed into, unable to move. How could it be? The bloodline pressure on him was even higher than the Ice Crystal Phoenix? Lin Xianxue's heart set off monstrous waves. Click, 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 click. Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, the two wings of the Ice Crystal Phoenix were broken off by Suyu. Lin Xianxue could not help but howl miserably and spit out blood. Master Jing, right? Looking down on small towns, right? So proud, have the ability to go to the battlefield and be proud? Suyu pressed the Ice Phoenix under his body, and with every word, he ripped off a few of those ice feathers. I don't know what phoenix meat tastes like. Looking at the Ice Phoenix in front of him that had turned into a bald-furred chicken, Suyu couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Has the water boiled? Baby Bear? Suyu carried the Ice Phoenix in one hand and hurriedly walked towards the villa. Seeing Suyu destroying Lin Xianxue, everyone on the street was dumbfounded. He grabbed Lin Xianxue into the villa, he didn't want that, right? Done and done, the innocence of the Lin family's generation of heavenly pride wouldn't be taken away just like that, right? This guy can do murder in the street, what else can he not do? People have come to the door of the villa, listening to the movement of the inside. Fast, 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 fast. Baby Bear also wiped the drool running down the corner of his mouth. But Master Bye-Bye, this size of ours is probably not appropriate. It looked at the Ice Phoenix's 5-meter-long body, and for a moment, it was a little difficult. This is simple, if you can't finish it once, then do it a few more times. Suyu waved his hand and laughed. Suyu waved his hand and laughed. He not only wants to get it alone, but also bring that bear along? Outside, the eavesdropping people, again shocked, did not expect Suyu taste is really unique. Inside the villa, Suyu made a gesture that he was about to slice open Ice Phoenix's neck to bleed. You guys, wow. Seeing that the two were truly trying to eat themselves, Lin Xianxue could no longer hold back the fear in her heart and cried out with a wow. Her Ice Phoenix state also instantly disappeared and she reverted back to her human form. Fortunately, her current occupational awakening level was not high enough. If she had entered the 7th turn and was able to permanently maintain her Ice Phoenix form, I'm afraid she would have perished here today. How did it change back? What a bummer. Suyu flung Lin Xianxue away with a disgusted face, and then threw the two wings turned into ice sleeves onto her. How can we eat after turning into a human? Baby Bear also had a lost face. It had never eaten a human before, and at most it had only played house with some professionals, although the other party couldn't carry on and died while playing. I'm a Bina, turned into a human and he is still not happy? So an iceberg beauty don't want, just like to challenge themselves? This is difficult to assess. It is true that the hobbies of demons are also incomprehensible to ordinary people. The expressions of the people outside the villa were all over the place. I must kill you. Lin Xianxue kept sobbing, all naked, just picking up the two sleeves that Suyu threw over to cover the key areas. I have to say, it is indeed white. The average person who died in the river for 3 days is not this white. Suyu Tskedin praised, and casually threw a blanket over. If you want to kill me, you can, but come back after you have turned 7. Suyu planned to release this phoenix, and then he could taste what phoenix meat tastes like. Lin Xianxue gritted her teeth but had no way to retort. She had just been completely crushed by Suyu and had no power to fight back at all. 19 years old, level 69 in the 3rd turn, Mystic System hidden profession Ice Phoenix Fusionist, plus the epic Ice Crystal Phoenix that her father had spent a large price to find for her. These various achievements were incomparably dazzling wherever they were placed. However, they were shattered by Suyu with a single touch. There were tears in Lin Xianxue's eyes, and that iceberg haughty face was no longer visible. Instead, she had a face of tenderness that I felt sorry for. However, Suyu did not have the heart to appreciate it and raised his foot to kick her out of the villa. Tap. However, at this time, a burst of dense footsteps came from outside the villa. People dressed in black and white blocked the doorway tightly. Such a big battle? 10 tutors and 10 enforcers, this lineup without knowing thought that the foreigners had fought their way in. The crowd outside the villa looked at this scene with different faces. Apart from Wang Fei and a few people who were on the same trip as Suyu, the rest of them had a few moments of gloating on their faces. Xinhui narrowed his eyes. He did not believe that this time, Suyu would still be able to harden himself against so many 5th or even 6th or 7th turn existences. It was simply lawless. Inside the villa, a female tutor went forward to help Lin Qianxue up on the ground. However, when she saw Lin Qianxue without a piece of clothing on her body, a look of being bullied badly, her tone sank violently. What did you do to Lin Qianxue? Suyu shrugged his shoulders and casually perfunctorily said, wanted to eat her, but it didn't work, too small, and the human form couldn't get off the mouth. Hiss. Upon hearing this, all the tutors and enforcers were all twitching. This guy, pervert, right? Even if he killed someone on the street, he still wanted to lay his hands on Lin Qianxue, but in the end, it was because he didn't like the human form? After a long time of silence, a 6th turn enforcer coldly walked to Suyu. You violated the regulations of the academy, killing on the street, and attempted to forcefully female students. Come with us to the enforcement building. What? What did you say? Suyu slightly stunned, surprised. Schoolhouse is not allowed to kill people? That guy said it is possible to kill people before I killed him off. Moreover, when did I intend to rape a female student? This person. Suyu looked at the top of this enforcer's head. This Mediterranean uncle can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. Chapter 79. This is a punishment? Obviously a reward. Listening to Suyu's words, the tutors and enforcers present were silent again for quite a while. That 6th turn enforcer blackened his face and stubbornly brushed his few hairs to the center. But that little amount was really no way to block the reflected light. Are you telling the truth? Suyu patted his chest. I want to have a false statement and recognize it as your father on the spot. This is not necessary. The enforcer nodded slightly. This child is quite temperamental. Suyu did not look like he was lying, but if the truth was really as he said, it would be a little too evil, right? A mentor walked out of the villa and retrieved the surveillance at the time of the incident. At the same time, Wang Fei and a few others also took the initiative to enter the villa to act as witnesses, proving that it was that Scarface who took the initiative to provoke Suyu. The misunderstanding with Lin Qianxue was also lifted during the female teacher's questioning. Lin Qianxue took the lead in provoking the fight and was seriously injured. Suyu not only did not have to be responsible, she also had to bear the responsibility of repairing the gate of the villa. This makes Lin Qianxue that small eyes more and more aggrieved. A good head of high cold ice phoenix, directly by Suyu to whack into a small chicken. Well, although you didn't lie, this is also a violation of the schoolhouse regulations. An enforcer pointed at the video surveillance and said, the schoolhouse prohibits private death fights. There are grudges that can be applied to the schoolhouse to go on the life and death platform. This point is written on your admission notice, right? Is there? Suyu skimmed his mouth and took out a pile of crumpled paper from his pocket. Only after a long time did he see rows and rows of small words in the corner of the second half of the paper. That was the 8 prohibitions of the academy, one of which was reddish and bolded was the prohibition of deadly fights within the school. That's right, the entire daxia only recruited more than 20 new students a year. If they didn't prohibit deadly fights, I'm afraid that they would be consumed internally before they graduated, right? Alright, then how do you guys want to punish me? Suyu asked with both hands spread out. Considering that you are a first-time offender, go to the 3rd floor. The head of the 6th turn enforcer thought for a moment and then said, 3rd floor? Xinhui rushed in, frowned and shook his head. Tomorrow is the day of the new students' military training. This time it is the same training for all 4 schools. He cannot go to the 3rd floor. That enforcer's eyes were firm as he gazed at Xinhui and said word for word. There are no rules. The academy has clear rewards and punishments. No matter what day tomorrow is, no matter who he is, he has to follow the rules. Xinhui's backbone went cold, and with a sigh, he could only retreat to the side. It doesn't matter if you don't punish me, but can you manage a meal? A little hungry to be honest. Suyu shrugged his shoulders and followed the crowd without any burden to the 18 layers of hell in the mouth of the freshman. Not long after, in the cluster of 10 law enforcers as well as more than 20 freshmen, the law enforcement department building was already close at hand. You guys wait at the periphery, don't approach this building. The law enforcer in the lead barked, leading Suyu into the hall. In fact, without him saying it, no one wanted to walk into that hellish place. The hall was very empty and could not be seen at a glance. From time to time, there would also be miserable screams coming from the ears. Suyu followed that 6th turn enforcer as he picked his way up the stairs. What is old brother Zhonghai's name? Bored with idleness, Suyu casually climbed into conversation. You can call me Zero, and also, don't mention the hair thing again. The corner of Enforcer Zero's mouth twitched and said indifferently. Brother Zero, why is there always that kind of sound in the enforcement building? Suyu shouted thoughtfully and asked. If you want to call it by its full name. As for the sound or something you will know later. A few black lines crossed Zero's forehead. This guy was poking his lungs with every word, making him want to beat him up. As they made their way upwards, the smell of blood grew thicker and thicker. From time to time, there were also some figures in white coats crossing paths. Soon, the duo finally reached the 3rd floor. As Zero pushed that steel door open, a scene like an inferno on earth was displayed in front of Suyu's eyes.
Tattered limbs, dark red blood, broken meat, brain tissue, and so on, piled up like a mountain. This place was simply like a slaughterhouse. Hiss. Even though Suyu was used to seeing bloody killings, he could not help but suck in his breath at this moment. Suyu's eyes moved slightly, backed up a few steps and looked towards the sign hanging on the third floor. Skinning hell. These were all alien soldiers that had been transported back from the front line, or some alien spies that had been exposed in the rear. Zero's face was as normal as if he had already seen it. He looked at Suyu with some surprise. I am satisfied with your reaction. The average person would have a stress reaction just by standing at the door. Those freshmen were imposing in their respective cities, and as soon as they came here, they were scared to the point of vomiting. Let's go, I'll take you in for a tour. Saying that, Zero then walked straight towards the deepest part. Suyu did not hesitate and followed suit. His gaze curiously wandered within the third floor. These foreign races were all stripped of their skin, dripping with blood, and there were even some foreign races that even had their intestines and stomachs exposed, an extremely disgusting picture. But strangely enough, none of them actually died. Could it be that every layer in the law enforcement building held foreign races? Suyu muttered. Not bad. Zero nodded and patted Suyu's shoulder. You can still calmly analyze in this environment, your heart quality is very good. Saying so, he casually took off a scalpel with blood from the wall and handed it to Suyu. The punishment for you is to complete 100 vivisections in one day. After saying that, Zero sighed, fearing that Suyu has a psychological burden, explained, the conservatives have always been against us doing this, but the alien race is not so merciful to us. The law enforcement building this kind of thing is within every alien race. Understand, but this kind of punishment. Suyu raised his eyebrows. What, scared? Zero grinned. No, it is just strange, this is also considered a punishment? Is it not a reward? Suyu slightly shook his head and directly took the scalpel from Zero's hand. With a slight movement of his fingers, the scalpel actually seems to be dancing like a gentle rotation, as if it has its own consciousness. You. Zero's eyelids jumped. Why are you so skillful? Suyu laughed. No other, only the hand is familiar. After Lotus Guile Thunder was leveled up, he had always wanted to find an opportunity to practice, and did not expect the opportunity to come so quickly. Chapter 80, The Black Lotus Beneath the Abyss. Under the bright shadowless lamp, Suyu stood in front of the dissecting table wearing a neat white lab coat, mask, and gloves. His eyes were focused and calm. The scalpel in his hand drew an elegant arc in the air, accurately slicing through the skin of this demon race abyssal magician. The moment the blade made contact with the skin, a slight hissing sound was emitted. He gently set the sliced skin aside, revealing the pitch-black muscle tissue underneath. What a magical body structure, were there abyssal runes flowing in the veins? Suyu picked up the record book with his other hand and quickly jotted down the data with a pen. His handwriting was neat and elegant, a great contrast to that 2-meter-tall lanky body. Whenever he found something interesting, he would pause for a moment and take the scalpel and pound on the abyssal magician's stomach for a few moments before continuing to record. The abyssal magician's two pure black eyeballs stared at him dead in the face, and his mouth kept spitting out some strange syllables, presumably not good words. The surrounding air was filled with a faint smell of formalin, but this did not affect Suyu's concentration. His gaze remained on the dissecting table, as if he could penetrate into the deeper structures. The scalpel danced in his hands, each cut accurate. As time passed, the abyssal magician's body was uncovered layer by layer, revealing the complex network of organs and fascia inside. Influenced by the special characteristics of the third floor, even after being dissected to this extent, this abyssal magician surprisingly managed to clearly maintain his consciousness and did not die. However, I'm afraid that this was not a good thing. The surrounding researchers and enforcers cast strange glances from time to time. Zero, is this a new colleague? One of the enforcers couldn't help but come over to Zero's side and whisper. His technique was skillful, it looked like he hadn't practiced much, precise and elegant, it was like an art. Where was this hired from? With his help, it is estimated that we will soon be able to deconstruct the abyssal magician's skills. Several researchers also put down the work at hand and gathered around, marveling. Colleague? Hire? The corner of Zero's eye twitched. He was just a freshman in this class, and he was being punished for killing someone due to violating the rules. Freshman? At those words, several people froze. With this proficiency, this blade control technique, you're telling me this is a new student? How old is he? The set used to punish students is probably not applicable to him. The crowd murmured and looked at Suyu with more and more astonishment. An 18 or 19-year-old teenager not only possessed such skillful techniques, but also had such a strong mental quality. He could even manage to dismantle the other party's brain without changing his face when he locked eyes with that abyssal magician. This guy is definitely a genius at the demon level in the field of scientific research. Zero, why don't we borrow him for a few days? A researcher bumped Zero with his shoulder and squeezed his eyebrows. I can't lend him a little bit, he only enrolled today and will be participating in the new student military training tomorrow, how can he still come here to waste time? Zero refused without thinking. Military training? That's true, this is a four-school training program. It is about the allocation of resources in the academy. There is no delay. Alas, it's a pity. If we had his help, the project plan could probably be accelerated a lot. A group of fellows murmured. What is your project plan? Speak up and listen. Suyu put down his scalpel and record book and took a step back, scrutinizing his work. A trace of a satisfied smile appeared on his face. In front of him, that abyssal magician was completely broken down into orderly pieces, like Legos, with the name and functional use labeled on each piece. Hearing Suyu's question, the several researchers glanced at each other, somewhat hesitant to tell him. In the end, a female researcher stepped forward and said, "We are trying to strip the skills from the abyssal magicians individually and make them into skill books. If the number of stripped skills is high enough, the probability is that the mage profession will have an additional avenue in the future." So it's like this, then you guys said it earlier? Suyu raised his eyebrows in surprise. He thought that these perverts were just torturing the foreigners to extract information. Thanks to him just now, he had been slowing down his speed just to let that abyssal magician explain himself. Those alien languages didn't seem to be tortured for information. I'm afraid they've been spitting out funfom all along. No wonder the recorder next to himself hadn't moved his pen. Was this the reason? After knowing the intentions of the researchers, Suyu once again walked over to a fixed abyssal magician. This time, he did not hold a scalpel again, but came with an empty hand. However, at this moment, the numbness on that abyssal magician's face instantly disappeared, and was replaced by an extremely frightened expression, as if he was afraid of something. Suyu raised his right hand and slowly approached. There was clearly nothing to be seen on his palm, but he couldn't help but send chills down one's heart. Wow 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 wow. That abyssal magician struggled and twisted crazily, yelling alien language under its breath, wanting to pounce up and attack Suyu. However, its feet were fixed to the pillar and it was simply powerless to escape. In the next moment, countless threads of fate surged into the abyssal magician, completely taking over its fate. Every piece of flesh and blood, every bone seemed to come alive at this moment, dancing under Suyu's will. Not only the flesh, the soul that was controlled by the abyss was actually forcefully taken over by Suyu as well. Roar! A pale and furious roar resounded within the entire third floor. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. What was he doing? He snatched the soul of that demon race from the abyssal will? Is this something that a ING human could do? Incredulity was written all over the faces of all the fellows present. The impact of this scene on them was tantamount to physics ceasing to exist. Every foreign race's soul was sheltered by a god-level existence within the race. They just could not lay their hands on the souls of the foreign races, so they retreated to the flesh. But now, Suyu was directly one step ahead? After a short period of shock, the fellows were in ecstasy again. Shoo! The oldest director put his index finger to his mouth, his eyes ferocious. Don't even speak, whoever dares to interrupt him, I will directly give you a knife. Looking at Suyu, who was surrounded by all the worship, but Zero felt a little embarrassed, lightly coughed, and said, "So what, this kid tomorrow?" Aha! Just as he opened his mouth, the director appeared in front of him like an instant and put a scalpel on his neck. Zero silently shut up. Suyu did not pay attention to what was happening around him, and was almost fully engaged in the process of making this blood-colored lotus flower. After 10,000 dumps reached max level, it was the first time he used this skill. Unlike before, after max leveling the skill, he was not only more comfortable with the operation, but he was also able to add more of his own understanding during the entire production process, just like a master painter. Abyssal Wizard's attribute is Dark Elemental, so it can use Dark attribute as its main color, and when it explodes, it can attach Dark Elemental corrosion to the enemy, and with its own mana value, it can also achieve blinding effect. The skill Dark Energy Explosive Bombardment that it possesses, on the other hand, can be crafted into a second layer of Lotus Flower, superimposing a layer of Dark Energy Bombardment when detonated to achieve the best destructive power. Wait, I think I'm getting off topic. I think I'm trying to extract the skill book? Forget it. Anyway, you can also learn skills by watching it after detonation as well. Soon, Suyu's masterpiece was completed. Looking at that absolutely beautiful blood-colored lotus flower, everyone present was in awe. It was simply a work of art, especially under the light. It was beautiful, as if it was a black lotus blooming from the bottom of the abyss, mesmerizing. Cough. Suyu lightly coughed, attracting the gazes of the crowd over. Okay, now let's find a place to blow it up. What? The crowd froze. This thing can still explode? Chapter 81, A Full Harvest, 108 Black Lotus. Then of course. Suyu was surprised. Have you guys never seen it before? Yuashes didn't make a lot of Lotus Guile thunder at that time, right? After hearing these two words, the scene had a moment of surprise. After hearing these two words, the scene froze for a moment, as if the temperature had dropped several degrees. The researchers came to a realization. I see, so you're a fortune teller? The director said thoughtfully. Suyu nodded. So where are we going to blow up? Right here? Sure enough, this character of yours does have a few shadows of remnant. Shadow? I don't think so. Suyu slightly shook his head. The director smiled. You are better than him. With that, he led the crowd to an empty room. Let's fry here. This is a specialized isolation area that can provide high-intensity experiments. Good. Without hesitation, Suyu flung that black lotus onto the open space. Rumble. The next moment, black light bloomed. The terrifying dark energy crazily eroded towards the surroundings, and the violent explosions kept rushing against the surrounding boundaries. The residual abyssal aura climbed onto the boundary, even corroding holes in it. If it wasn't for the director's quick eyes and hands, rushing to use his skills to repair the boundary, I'm afraid that even the boundary set up by that 7th turn boundary master wouldn't be able to block it. An abyssal magician at the peak of the 5th turn had blown up with the power of the peak of the 6th turn? The crowd was all in awe. The black lotus in front of them was still blooming, with layers and layers of black petals stacking on top of each other, its power becoming more and more massive. The flash of black was extremely radiant, truly explaining what it meant to be colorful black. It was only after a while that the explosion gradually stopped. The director wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the researchers next to him with some fear. These guys were still here watching the show. The explosion had just broken through the boundary, and at least half of the people present would have to die. However, a smile soon appeared on the director's face. The boundary in the room quickly closed, and 2 skill books that had been reproduced in the explosion appeared in front of him. Abyssal Magic Dark Energy Bombardment Diamond Grade. Abyssal Magic Fear Corrosion Emerald Grade. Now, all you need to do is to spend a price to reproduce and spread these 2 skill books, and after waiting for tens or hundreds of years, a pathway called Abyssal Mage will naturally spawn in the mage profession. Tell me, what reward do you want? The director happily patted Suyu's shoulder and said. Reward? Let me think about it. Suyu was a little surprised, not expecting to be punished this time and end up with a reward in the end. This guy of yours. Zero's eyes were also extraordinarily complicated. He had read Suyu's file, and this guy seemed to be able to bring surprises anywhere. Reward or something? Can those abyssal magicians give it to me? After thinking for a moment, Suyu pointed to the door and said, Of course, you can have as many heads as you want. The director patted his chest and said. He was simply about to fly high right now. The research that was originally expected to deconstruct 10,000 abyssal magicians in order to be completed, so you managed to get it done with just 1 head. This was simply an invisible saving of a great deal of manpower and material resources for him. At this moment, the eyes of the director looking at Suyu were simply like looking at a supreme treasure. Really? Suyu's eyes lit up. Then I will not be polite. Saying so, he immediately rushed to an abyssal magician and unleashed the 10,000 dumps to start crafting the lotus trick lightning. Pay attention to the time. Don't delay tomorrow's events, or else you should go back and rest first. We have to gather at 6 in the morning, so sleep and get your condition right. Zero sighed and stood next to Suyu like a little assistant voicing out a reminder. What time is it now? Suyu did not return his head and said. 1:44 a.m. Okay, got it. After saying that, Suyu continued to devote himself to the production of the Lotus Guile Thunder, with no sign of stopping at all. Zero was somewhat helpless, but still stood by the side and quietly watched, trying to learn something from it. However, he soon realized that he could not learn at all. Suyu's maneuver seemed to be some sort of high-level skill, and he could not even observe how the other party did it. Moreover, Suyu was not satisfied with his speed in the slightest, and directly pulled out a time bead from his pocket. Fate Minor Event, you are affected by the time bead effect, accelerating your own time by 12 times. Suyu's eye slightly moved as he unleashed a fate modification. Ding! Fate Minor Event, you have been affected by the effect of the time bead, accelerating your own time by 92 times. Fate Point 30. In an instant, the world in front of him looked like it had come to a standstill. Only under close observation could he vaguely detect the flow of time. What kind of time pearl is this? What kind of quality time bead is this? Why is the power of time so terrifying? Zero's pupils suddenly shrunk. In his line of sight, Suyu simply seemed to have turned into a beam of light, constantly shuttling between the various abyssal magicians. The Lotus Guile lightning that originally took around 3 minutes to make was completed in less than 2 seconds at this moment. Under Suyu's operation, a Lotus Guile ray was born. Roar! That pale and furious roar continuously resounded, shaking the entire law enforcement building. As it continued to be made, a trace of spiritual light gradually surfaced in Suyu's mind. Finally, after the 100th Lotus Guile Thunder was crafted, those flashes of inspiration gradually converged into a point. You comprehend the advanced Upanishad Abyssal Flame from the skill 10,000 Pouring Max. When you craft the Lotus Guile, a layer of Abyssal Flame attribute will be attached. After 4 minutes had passed, all of the Abyssal Magi within the entire 3rd floor were crafted into Lotus Guile Thunder by Suyu. A total of 110 whole pieces. Looking at the black lotus flower floating in mid-air, even Zero, a 6th turn swordsman, could not help but feel weak in his heart. Along with that, the tone in which he spoke to Suyu also softened quite a bit. That, Student Su, you have to be steady, there are still many less powerful fellows in the law enforcement building, just in case. Don't worry. Suyu smiled and reached out his hand.
With that, the entire 110 Lotus Guile Lightning were shrunken and flew into his hand. After thinking about it, Suyu took out 2 of them and handed them to the director. Let's give you 2 more, otherwise it's weirdly embarrassing. And then Suyu casually slipped these black lotuses into his clothes pocket and stored them. Good boy, I really did not misjudge you. The director happily received those 2 black lotuses and looked at Suyu with a gaze full of appreciation. In the future, if there is something good, I will notify you first. The director stretched out his hand. Good. Suyu nodded with satisfaction and walked forward to shake his hand. The law enforcement building was a treasure to him. These high-level foreigners were unable to resist and could only let themselves play out. It was simply too good to be true. This kind of opportunity was too rare. Even if Suyu was allowed to go to the secret realm by himself, it would be difficult to find such complete and high-level material. Seeing this, Zero sighed somewhat powerlessly. Director Zhao's position in the law enforcement building could not be said to be not high. With him as the backstage, in the future, wouldn't this brat become even more lawless? Not long after chatting with Director Zhao and the rest of the fellows, Suyu walked out of the law enforcement building alone. As soon as he went out, Xin Huai came forward with a gloomy face and said, "How is it? Can you still hold up?" The things inside the law enforcement building are not like going to the battlefield to kill the enemy. It is easy for first-timers to create psychological shadows. I have prepared a gold-level heart-clearing elixir. You eat it. Chapter 82. 4 schools training together. Opening lightning strike. No, thanks. Suyu slightly shook his head and politely refused the elixir. Xin Huai immediately frowned. Don't be brave, I experienced it once when I came here only last week, and I know what it feels like. It's just that it doesn't matter if you kill your opponent in a sparring match, but that's making you be an executioner, cutting off your opponent's flesh and blood piece by piece vomit. Saying that, Xin Huai seemed to recall some bad memories, his face turned pale, and he let out a dry heaving sound. You might as well eat it yourself. Looking at this guy, Suyu was speechless for a while. You vomit, you are better than me, you eat vomit. It seems to be the reason that it is too close to the law enforcement building. The odor unique to the inside constantly drifts to this side, making Xin Huai unable to resist a burst of dry heaving. Suyu looked at him and frowned straight away. Ignoring his objections, he broke his mouth open and stuffed the clear heart pill in. Voodoo. As the medicine kicked in, Xin Huai's face instantly looked much better. He was just about to say something when the door of the law enforcement building in front of the crowd suddenly opened again. Student Su, I almost forgot, you assisted in the breakthrough of the 3rd floor program. This is the credits awarded to you, a total of 10,000 points. Director Zhao's figure ran quickly and shoved a card into Suyu's hands. You are only enrolled now, the credit system is not yet activated, just take this credit card and exchange it for credits at that time. Suyu smiled and accepted the card. Then thank you, Director Zhao. What kind of words are these? It is more like I thank you. Director Zhao's mouth couldn't even be suppressed. One must know that the time specified on the top of this program was 10 years. Not only did Suyu directly shorten the time to 1 day, but the results were far better than what they did. From now on, just call me Lao. There's my phone number on the credit card, so contact me often if you're not doing anything. I'm sure you will. Director Zhao took Suyu's hand and shushed him for a while. Xin Huai and the others looked at this scene, their jaws were almost falling to the ground. What's going on with this guy? Didn't he go to be punished? How is it that after he comes out, there is a director level to deliver credits? For a while, the freshmen looked at Suyu as if they were looking at a god. Especially some disobedient pricks who have been sent in before, they are almost on their knees asking Suyu how in the world he did it. Cheer up tomorrow, old brother Su. If anyone in the academy bullies you, report my name. Okay, old brother Zhao. Suyu and Director Zhao waved their hands and parted. It was only after Director Zhao left that Xin Huai rushed over. What exactly did you do in the law enforcement building? Nothing, I guess, just dissected some alien races according to Zero's words, and incidentally helped old brother Zhao and the others with their scientific research. Suyu said after thinking about it. Awesome. Xin Huai listened and held back 2 words for half a day. The crowd whirled towards the villa area, with no words along the way. Facing the hazy moonlight, everyone returned to their own residence. When Suyu walked to the villa, he found that the door of the villa had been repaired, and a ghost face had been drawn by watercolor pencils at the cat's eye position. It seemed that a family as prominent as Lin Qianxue could not go against the will of the academy. Suyu took a step in, and the formation on the floor was activated at the same time. Bye-bye master, come quickly, I made a meal, just waiting for you to come back to eat. Baby Bear took off his apron and greeted Suyu for dinner. Suyu was slightly stunned. Baby Bear would still cook? He raised his eyes to look at the dining table. Sure enough, Baby Bear's so-called rice was just using fire to roast the meat. However, Suyu was not a picky eater and leaned in with Baby Bear to sit together and chewed on the roasted meat. A meal was eaten for more than 2 hours. Dang! Suyu leaned back on the sofa and squinted for a while, and it wasn't long before he heard a bell ring inside the academy. He immediately got up and headed out. The military training lasted for 3 weeks, and one could not bring pets or wear equipment above the diamond level. As such, Baby Bear had no choice but to wait pitifully inside the villa.
However, the academy side would provide food every day. Moreover, it wasn't a bad thing for Baby Bear to stay inside the villa and still enjoy the experience value bonus from the formation all the time. Not long after, there were 24 young figures standing on the playground. I am your counselor, you can call me Sister Kai.
A woman with a hot figure stepped out of the shadows in style. She wore a white shirt on top, suit pants underneath, and a pair of black high heels, exuding the flavor of a mature woman. Sister Kai's looks couldn't be said to be absolutely beautiful, but that aura caused several boys in the group to unconsciously bend over and press their guns. Seeing this scene, the corners of her mouth curled slightly and her beautiful eyes narrowed. Teacher looks good? Good looking. A boy in the team unconsciously picked up the conversation. Boom! As his words fell, Sister Kai's figure suddenly disappeared, and when she reappeared, she grabbed the boy's collar in her hand and slammed it onto the ground with a vicious over-the-shoulder slam. Boom! The ground was instantly smashed out of a deep pit by that boy. Do you have to be beaten even for telling the truth? His head was buzzing, his mouth and nose were overflowing with blood, his appearance was miserable. His mouth is quite sweet, but don't talk nonsense if you don't have that strength. Sister Kai clapped her hands and finished indifferently before turning her head to look at the crowd and continued, "Let's go, your good times are still ahead of you." After saying that, a portal appeared in front of her. This time, the 4 schools are training together in a special secret area. Be careful at the place, the Purgatory Academy has always been uninviting. Suyu and his group followed closely and stepped into the portal. Soon, the scene in front of the crowd opened up. A dense crowd even appeared in front of them. The students from the Holy Spirit Academy, War Academy and Civilization Academy, the 3 universities seemed to have arrived a long time in advance. At this moment, they were looking at Suyu and his group who had only just stepped out with an unkind face. A calm male voice resounded throughout the entire secret realm. This 4 schools training together will start in 10 minutes. The first item of content, the red and blue confrontation, the 3 university academies will be the blue side, and the Purgatory Academy will be the red side. Chapter 83 Confrontation begins. 22 versus 280,000. High in the sky of the secret realm, there were 4 great thrones standing as dazzling as 4 great suns. That was where the principals of the 4 great academies were. At this moment, the principal of the War Academy was reading out the rules. The red side's victory condition was to survive for 1 hour. The blue side's victory condition was to completely annihilate the red side. The red and blue confrontation rewarded a total of 150,000 credits, and the victorious side calculated the credits according to the battle merit calculation method. Before the countdown ends, the red side is free to act. This is not fair. As soon as the rules were read out, Qin Huai immediately questioned them. Although the 22 of them were all top geniuses from all over the world, the number of freshmen from the 3 great universities was simply too much, and such a large numerical base was enough to erase all individual disparities. Especially the War Academy, due to having the lowest enrollment threshold, the number of new students had even surpassed 200,000. The number of new students in the Holy Spirit Academy was also not low, estimated to be 70,000 to 80,000 in number. However, most of them were mages, blessers, and other professions that were weaker in the early stages. The number of people in the Civilization Academy was similar to the Purgatory Academy, with the number of new students being no more than 100. Those were all reservists, and it was normal for the number to be lower. Unfair? On a chair built from skeletons, the principal of the Purgatory Academy slowly opened his mouth. There is no fairness to speak of on the battlefield, but you can choose to be a deserter to try it out. In an instant, a vast pressure descended, pressuring Qin Huai to instantly kneel on one knee, his face showing pain. Well, Principal Qin, don't scare the new students, there are just a few seedlings. Sister Kai blocked in front of Qin Huai, a sudden lightness in his body, finally able to stand up. Cowards still choose what purgatory school? Principal Qin snorted coldly and dispersed his intimidating pressure. Sister Kai smiled as she helped Qin Huai up, then opened her mouth to explain, "This is not directed at you guys, but is the regular treatment for students of the purgatory school. You must realize that in the future, you are operating behind enemy lines for a long time, facing the strongest troops and the most firepower of the alien race. You have no reinforcements, or even teammates, and can only fight alone by yourselves. Thus, it is necessary to adapt from the very beginning." After saying that, Sister Kai waved her hand and summoned an illusory screen with a countdown clearly displayed on it. 9:05. You don't have much time, think about how to survive the siege. The crowd fell silent. From this moment, they finally understood the meaning of the word purgatory. I know, Sister Kai. Qin Huai took a deep breath and said. And then, he glanced at his watch to look at the rest of the people. So, are we scattering or cooperating? Cooperate, right? There are so many people on the other side, and we're just a few, so if we don't cooperate, I'm afraid we'll lose in seconds. I think it's better to spread out. Didn't Sister Kai say that all we'll face in the future is solo combat? But that's in the future, isn't it? There's a higher probability of success if we team up now, right? The freshmen looked at each other, communicating with each other, but no one could make up their minds. Seeing this, Jin Hui directly skipped over the rest and looked at Suyu and Lin Qianxue.
I don't like teaming up.
Lin Qianxue directly shook her head and refused.
I am as well.
Seeing Jin Hui looking at him, Suyu also slightly shook his head. His gaze wandered to the interior of the secret realm. As early as after entering the secret realm, he was observing the terrain. The opposite side's numbers were huge. One had to find a terrain where one could play gorilla, or else tens of thousands of mages would have to account for themselves with one fireball spell each. Although his fate modification was heaven-defying, what he feared the most was excessive quality and quantity. If tens of thousands of destiny summaries popped up at once, he wouldn't be able to change them even if his brain turned to smoke.
Fine, let's go our separate ways then.
Seeing that the two refused to team up, Jin Hui let out a light sigh and also began to grasp the terrain. His eyes finally locked onto a hill, where the mist and miasma surrounded the treacherous terrain, making it the most suitable for guerrilla attacks.
Countdown 8:45.
Just as he was about to move, he realized that a person was walking beside him.
It was Suyu. Has he finished his observation and is ready to go to the favorable terrain first?
However, Suyu's next action caused everyone to be stunned. Only to see him stepping into the air, his figure continuously drawing up and arriving in front of the four thrones. The four principals looked up at the same time and stared at him in surprise.
There wasn't much time left. What was he doing running over here? If the red side completely annihilates the blue side, is there any additional reward?
Suyu calmly opened his mouth with a serious tone.
The moment these words came out, the entire arena was quiet for a split second.
Immediately after, the freshmen from the 3 universities below all exploded.
What kind of joke is this? Does this guy have some kind of serious illness? How could he really be imaginative?
Crazy is quite crazy, but also wipe us out. Also do not look at how much weight he has. This is the biggest joke I've heard this year. The crowd murmured and stared at Suyu like he was a fool. Even Jin Hui and Lin Qianxue froze, not expecting Suyu to be so wild.
Isn't he looking down on our red team a little too much?
Afraid that the opposite side's battle spirit was not enough, he purposely pulled another wave of hatred? The 4 principals also laughed. However, the headmaster of the civilization school was the one who was laughed at by the anger.
Big words. Do you know what your words mean?
He gazed straight at Suyu as his terrifying spiritual power surged out, distorting the space around him. This red-blue match looked like the Purgatory School was 1 against 3, but in actuality, it was a confrontation between the Purgatory School and the Civilization School. 280,000 professionals looked like a lot, but if there was no commander to string them together, the outcome was really hard to say. This secret realm had all kinds of terrains. It wasn't as simple as 22 versus 280,000 on the plains. Once the battlefield was divided, how would those freshmen who only had an average of 1 turn be able to fight? Thus, Suyu's words were simply slapping the face of the Civilization School.
Did he mean that the commanders of the Civilization School were all trash and couldn't effectively bring their numerical advantage into play? So what, is there any extra reward?
Being enveloped by that spiritual pressure, Suyu did not have the slightest fluctuation on his face. His spiritual power had been increased over and over again, and now it was simply terrifyingly strong, and he did not feel it at all.
Good brat.
The principal of the War Academy smiled broadly with a few moments of appreciation in his eyes. Daring to say such words, no matter if he could succeed or not, he at least had amazing guts. What the human race lacked now was this kind of heart. Wipe out the blue side completely, I'll personally give you an additional 50,000 credits. Principal Qin was the first to speak.
I'll add 30,000.
The principal of the War Academy seconded. I'll add 20,000. The principal of the Holy Spirit School followed suit.
I'll add 40,000.
However, if the red team loses, they will also have to deduct 40,000 credits. The headmaster of the Civilization Academy looked at Suyu and viciously said, "Good. A word is a deal."
Suyu smiled and nodded, but did not hurry down.
"Kid, I appreciate you. If the Purgatory School can't be mixed up in the future, the door of the War School will open for you at any time," the principal of the War Academy said with a big smile. He was bare-chested with gnarled muscles, and his body was covered in large and small wounds. As soon as he opened his mouth, it was as if a fire of war was ignited in the hearts of everyone within the secret area, and their wariness was inexplicably ignited.
"Say it again,"
Suyu said in a salty manner, not in the least rushing to flatter the other party just because of one sentence.
"Old Lu, you are almost there?"
Principal Qin felt that fiery feeling in his heart and slightly side-eyed. Principal Lu was not annoyed by Suyu's cold attitude. Looking at the shadows behind Principal Qin smiled, "You are not bad either." The 4 principals were all originally lying on their thrones, but after letting Suyu come like this for a while, each of them sat up straight, their sleepiness disappearing. They all knew that the probability of Suyu wanting to wipe out the blue side was not high, infinitely close to 0. Even if he was allowed to bring that little bear with him, it would never be possible to defeat a legion of 280,000 professionals. However, this Suyu kid seemed to be very confident. This caused their curiosity to be raised. Especially the principal of the civilization school. He had been aroused by Suyu's words and was eager to see how he would be defeated. This fellow, where exactly did he get the certainty to dare to bet against him? That was 40,000 credits. If he lost, he was afraid that he would have to spend his entire freshman year to repay his debt, right?
Student Sue, there's still 1 minute left. If you don't leave, it'll be too late.
The principal of the Holy Spirit Academy reminded with a smile. She was shrouded in moonlight and her face could not be seen. However, from the silhouette, one could still tell that she was a beautiful woman.
It's fine.
Suyu nodded and looked at his feet, then he merged his fingers into a sword and left a scratch on his arm.
Rage Tier 1.
The same scratch, this was already the 11th. However, by this time, the crowd below had already begun to stir. In 10 minutes' time, the commanders of the Civilization Academy had already quickly started their mobilization efforts. The freshmen from the War Academy as well as the Holy Spirit Academy were quickly disorganized and reorganized into small squads. Each squad was paired with 20 melee professionals, 5 mages, 1 boundary master, 2 blessing masters, and 2 professionals of the spiritual perception department. The 10 squads formed a company, with a freshman from the Civilization Academy acting as the company commander in charge of mobilization. Under the commander's tandem, a war machine was methodically baring its fangs.
It was the entire legion of professionals consisting of 15 brigades and 3 independent regiments.
Aside from the fact that they were not yet high in rank and not very experienced, they were already considered a powerful human force.
0-10. With only 10 seconds left in the countdown, the expressions on everyone's faces disappeared.
No matter how unreasonable this confrontation seemed, once it started, they were soldiers and had to resolutely obey the commander's dispatch. The new students of the Purgatory Academy had long since disappeared, almost all of them following Qin Huai and hiding into the mountains. The only exception was Lin Qianxue. She dove headfirst into the lake on the other side and used her ice phoenix form to create a battlefield in her favor. However, the only one who had put down the harsh words of annihilating the blue side was Suyu, who was still standing next to the 4 principals and did not look like he was going to leave in the slightest.
Humph.
The countdown returned to 0, and the headmaster of the civilization school straightly got up and announced,
"All hands on deck, red and blue confrontation, begin."
As soon as his words fell, Suyu violently stepped on the ground and did not choose to land, but instead charged straight towards the 4 principals. The 12th scratch on his arm appeared. Rage Tier 1, Current Combat Rage Tier 12, your pain sensation disappears, self-healing ability raises 500, nerve reflexes speed raises 800, enters a berserk state, sanity 300. The show, it begins. In an instant, Suyu's eyes turned scarlet.
Chapter 84 3 Principles? 1 to give you a shot.
Roar! Suyu's muscles bulged all over his body, all berserk and extremely appalling. He did not pay the slightest attention to the legions of occupiers under his feet, but even rushed towards the principal of the civilization school like a madman.
Madman! You want to make a move against me?
The headmaster of the Civilization Academy was enraged. This fellow was simply lawless. He himself was at least a high-ranked professional, and he was also under the gaze of many students. To be provoked by him like this was simply an insult.
However, what made the principal of the Civilization Academy even angrier happened.
That fellow actually ignored the gazes of the hundreds of thousands of professionals around him and directly attacked himself.
Rumble!
Suyu set up his sniper with one hand and fired a shot without hesitation.
Although this shot was not the 4th bullet, the power was equally amazing.
The remaining 3 principals' faces all changed.
On the second day of enrollment, he dared to attack the principal? This was too brilliant, right?
Principal Qin could not stop the corners of his mouth from rising.
Interesting, this kid Suyu is too interesting. Seeking death.
The headmaster of the Civilization Academy fiercely stood up from his throne and a void crown appeared above his head. In the next instant, an infinite number of soldiers stepped out from the void. As a spiritual 9 revolutions marshal, his spiritual power had already reached the realm of void condensing soldiers.
Boom! Suyu's bullet instantly pierced through 20 void soldiers before it violently exploded, engulfing dozens more void soldiers.
However, the difference in rank between the two was simply too great, and in the end, that one only shattered a few hundred void shadows before completely dissipating into the air. The headmaster of the Civilization Academy sneered, unable to take a single blow.
In the next moment, his eyes flickered with a ghostly aura as he spoke once again, void forbidden stab.
Buzz! As his words fell, 3 assassins with spatial blades in their hands abruptly appeared around Suyu. Fate minor event, you have been attacked by the void forbidden thorns and have been seriously injured. Stabbing pain came from Suyu's body, and his own perception constantly warned him. However, he did not have the slightest idea of modifying the fateful terrain. This was not a side effect brought about by having his sanity reduced by 3 times, but rather,
boom! Boom! Suyu allowed those 3 sharp blades to enter his body and continuously pulled the trigger twice.
Looking at the bullets that came at him, the Holy Spirit School headmaster as well as the War School headmaster froze at once.
What is the situation? Has this kid really gone crazy? Originally, he thought that he could watch a good show, but in the end, the fire burned to himself?
After Suyu finished firing his gun, he pulled his legs out and ran away, and hardened his physical body to carry the cuts of the void blade and rushed out of the encirclement. At the same time, he crushed a time bead and directly turned into a red light to escape to the fringe area of the secret realm. Principal Lu of the War Academy stretched out 2 fingers and steadily clamped down on the speeding bullet.
Kid, you're in a special state, I can understand that, but you want to run after offending the principal?
The corner of his mouth pulled up a maniacal smile as he chased after Suyu with large strides towards him. The Holy Spirit Academy's Huiyu principal also shook his head. The moon haze flowed around his body. The instant that bullet exploded was directly disintegrated. Even the hundreds of characteristics attached were also worn out.
Sigh, what a child who doesn't know how to respect the old and love the young. Aren't you looking for death yourself by doing this?
She did not know what Suyu wanted to do, but the principal's majesty was inviolable, and similarly chased towards Suyu. At this instant, the 280,000 freshmen below were all dumbfounded.
What is this? This? Is the world crazy, or am I crazy? Aren't we in military training? Why did the principal make a move? Bull. This guy is really something.
He dares to challenge 3 principals at the same time. The 3 major principals were chasing one person at the same time. And this person was still a freshman. This kind of image was simply unprecedented. The freshmen were in no hurry to find the others from the purgatory school at this point, and they all gazed at the figure that was fleeing in mid-air. Xinhua and Lin Qianxue also both did not hide anymore, and were similarly staring at the scene in the sky with their jaws open.
Suyu, this guy, how come everything he does is out of the ordinary? The 3 principals are all 9th turn professionals. Provoking them is not looking for death?
In mid-air, Suyu's clothes were tattered and torn, looking extremely miserable.
Phew.
His eyes were red and he was panting heavily. His body was covered with large and small wounds, but they were healing rapidly under his strong physique. The drop in sanity brought about by battle rage was not a negative gain. Suyu realized that as long as he got angrier, the gain brought by the skill would be higher. Especially when he was seriously injured, the full attribute increase had exceeded 400.
Good boy. Did you go that route?
Principal Lu followed closely behind Suyu, but was in no hurry to launch an attack. However, right at this moment, Suyu took the initiative to stop and lifted his battle rage.
Phew.
He shook his head. That feeling of wantonly venting his anger was indeed a good feeling, but right now, he no longer needed the effect brought about by battle rage.
Not running?
The 3 great principals surrounded Suyu in the corner of the secret realm, blocking all his routes. The freshmen of the 3 university campuses also cast mocking gazes. The words were so big, but this is the result? In front of the 3 principals, Suyu unhurriedly changed into a clean set of clothes, stuck his hands in his coat pockets and leisurely said,
"Sorry, gentlemen, the red team won. Chapter 85. Enjoy this grand fireworks display." HM?
The 3 principals froze at the same time, somewhat confused by Suyu's words.
What did it mean that the red team had won?
He, the strongest combatant, was about to face elimination.
It was clearly a heavenly collapse opening. How could the red team win?
The freshmen from the 3 university campuses were equally puzzled, thinking that Suyu was afraid that he was truly crazy and was already talking nonsense. Even Lin Qianxue and Xinhua both began to prepare to hide their forms, not holding out hope for Suyu.
Pust.
However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. He was right, the red team had indeed won. A short sword glowing with a ghostly aura stabbed into the civilization school principal from behind, and the blade of the sword brought blood across his chest, and a bright red color blossomed like a spark. This sudden change stunned everyone.
Qin Tian, have you gone crazy as well?
The headmaster of the civilization school turned back his head incredulously. Principal Qin shook his head slightly and said somewhat helplessly, "Principal Yi, think it over yourself." After saying that, he glared sideways at Suyu, bold and calculating, "Your name deserves to be remembered by me."
Many thanks for the compliments from the principal.
The corner of Suyu's mouth was slightly raised, his hands were in his pockets, and he had an emboldened look on his face.
What do you mean? What are you guys talking about?
Principal Lu scratched his head, only feeling that things had suddenly become complicated. He, the 9 Revolutions war maniac, was really a bit of a brain overload.
Sure enough, what a deep calculation, interlocking, interesting. Principal Yi looked at the pierced chest and then at Suyu.
Then he sighed and said, "You are really curbing your pride with this cut."
Red and blue confrontation. The 3 universities were the blue side and the Purgatory Academy was the red side.
The rules do not point out that the participating parties must be freshmen. It's a play on words, but there's no way to temporarily add a rule restriction after we've been forced to make a move, one has to admit that. Principal Yi looked at Suyu with a complicated expression. "You deliberately provoked me earlier and also took the initiative to attack the other 2 principals for this reason, right? Once Principal Qin joined the red side, it was impossible for us to kill each other within an hour even if we surrounded each other with 3 people, and that was even after I was heavily injured first."
Red has indeed won.
After saying that, Headmaster Yi skimmed his lips and his figure became dim, before he emerged from the throne unharmed. This was his initiative to give up the struggle.
How? Principal Lu, Principal Yu, still want to try?
Principal Qin gripped his short sword with an excited expression, leaping to try. Forget it, I don't like being stabbed from behind. Principal Yu's eyes flashed with a strong look of scorn, and he also returned to his throne and sat down in an instant.
Su Yu, right? I've memorized your name as well.
Principal Lu reached out and flung out a business card. Report my name when you get to the battlefield, no one will dare to bully you. After saying that, he walked back to the throne without a word, not even looking at Principal Qin. Su Yu took the business card and put it away, put his hands in his clothes pockets, his body still had no intention of moving.
Is this a human being who can come up with tactics?
Hidden in the deep mountains, Qin Huai's eyes were about to fall out. He had thought of countless possibilities, but none of them expected Su Yu to win in this way. When he flew up to the four principals, the time had only passed by a minute or two. Could it be that he already had a complete plan when he heard the rules? Pulling the principals into this confrontation together, how true of him. Lin Xianxue in the lake also looked extremely pale. She had only just frozen half of the lake, and now she was told that the match was over? However, the ones with the most wonderful faces right now also belonged to the freshmen of the 3 university campuses.
No fight? What a bummer.
With a lost face, Principal Qin put away his short sword and returned to his throne as well, casually announcing the results of the match.
Red and blue confrontation, red side wins.
However, because of the existence of Su Yu's pre-match betting agreement, the process of the match continued. As the words fell, the freshman instantly exploded.
Ah! This is the end? My credits This is a talent To actually win in this way? Where did this guy's brain come from? I don't care.
Labor doesn't care, the last time must be to kill him by 1,000 cuts. The entire 280,000 people went crazy, itching to cut Su Yu, the old 6, into 1,000 pieces. Originally, they thought it was the credits that were already in the bag, but as a result, they lost without even moving a muscle while standing still. The freshman commanders were not in much of an emotional state, instead, they gathered around each other, reviewing Su Yu's series of actions from the time he entered the secret realm.
This ingenious thought process was very informative.
After all, now that they had lost, there wasn't that need to go on a crusade against Su Yu. Seeing this scene, Principal Ye's eyes moved slightly as he opened his mouth to add more fire. By the way, the bet requires a total of 90,000 credits to be paid. If you guys can kill him at the last time, these 90,000 credits will be allocated to the blue side. Hearing this, hope instantly sprang back into the eyes of all the freshmen.
Rumble. Now, the eyes of the commanders of the civilization school all flamed up as well. Who would want to cross the credits?
The army immediately started and crushed towards Su Yu's position.
High in the air, Principal Qin raised his eyebrows in surprise. Aren't you not dealing with that kid? Why are you still helping him? How can I really compete with a freshman?
He was able to count the 4 of us into the game, that's his skill. Principal Yi shook his head slightly. Sighing, he sat paralyzed on his throne. Old Qin, you've picked up a treasure this time. Not only did he formulate a complete plan to lure us into the game in a minute's time, he even thought of a follow-up, and from the very beginning, his goal was not just the 150,000 credits. The most crucial thing was that he also dared to challenge authority. There have been quite a few times that the 4 schools have trained together, and it's impossible that there isn't a single student with this kind of idea, but he's the first one who dared to do so, and succeeded. Principal Yi smiled to himself. It's not like I'm one of those old codgers from the conservative faction. What's more, that kid provoking me is just part of the plan.
Oh, I didn't expect someone as proud as you to praise a new student like that one day?
Principal Qin unconsciously grinned.
The 3 of you must be my teacher.
Principal Yi shook his head slightly and watched. He cast his gaze to the corner of the secret realm. Su Yu was currently watching the place with a big smile on his face. He was only seen saying wordlessly with his lips. Enjoy this grand fireworks display.
Chapter 86, Great Fireworks Show, Phantom Attack.
Charge brothers. The credits are beckoning us.
Kill. He's just one, let's just push through and be done with it.
The shouts and killings within the secret area shook the sky. The freshmen were still maintaining an orderly advance, but unfortunately, they messed up their formation halfway through the charge. Some mages even held up their staffs and ran to the front of the warriors. In their opinion, 1 against 280,000 people, this credits came simply too easy. Although Su Yu had coincidentally won this confrontation, his own strength was not as terrifying as the 4 great principals who were able to ignore the disparity in numbers.
Could it be that he could really wipe us all out? With this hard power gap, how should he win?
Qin Huai rubbed his chin, really unable to think of how Su Yu should honor his boast. The principals looked fierce, but none of them were serious. However, those freshmen who had been blinded by the credits were full of thoughts of dismantling Su Yu.
I think he can win.
At this time, Lin Xianxue ran out from the lake at some point and walked over to Qin Huai and said. Her eyes were complicated and she sighed, although she didn't want to admit it. It seemed like there was nothing that guy couldn't do.
Xinhui nodded with deep understanding.
He had a negative mindset before the confrontation even started, thinking that the opposite side had too many people and needed to delay for too long, making it difficult for his side to win. However, Suyu had never questioned the rules from the beginning. He seemed to be used to seeking breakthroughs from the rules that already existed. Alas, it's a pity that although the red team won, according to the credit calculation standard, we probably won't be able to share much of that 150,000 credits. Suddenly, just as Qin Huai was about to say something else, a flash of darkness quietly descended. The two of them hastily looked up. Immediately afterward, an immense black lotus appeared in everyone's field of vision. A dense abyssal aura exploded out, causing both of them to feel a sense of suffocation. The magical elements of this space were ignited by the black lotus as if they were somehow guided. Boom! It wasn't until a few seconds later that the devastating explosion reached the ears of everyone. What is this thing? Qin Huai couldn't help but burst out in foul language. This is too much of a nuisance, isn't it? The radius of the explosion was almost a kilometer. The grade of this prop must not be diamond grade or above? Rumble! Without waiting for the two to react, another black lotus bloomed one after another. The freshman legion was caught off guard and lost 1/5 of them on the spot. They realized something was wrong and just wanted to escape, only to have that black lotus bombs blooming behind them one after another. The path of retreat was blocked, and destructive fluctuations were constantly coming from both sides, which made the new Life Legion only have one way to advance. Looking at Suyu with both hands open and an intoxicated face, everyone's heart was ice cold. He had prepared for this long ago. While being chased by the principals, he even had the effort to lay a trap. Damn it! I have to give him a shot today. An assassin, hiding in the shadows, suddenly stormed up and rushed towards Suyu. However, before he was even halfway there, a sudden click came from his feet. Boom! Immediately afterward, the destruction black lotus bloomed. A total of 108 lotus guile lightning were simultaneously detonated by Suyu. In this instant, that dazzling black light shone in every corner of the secret realm. Destruction, abyss, corrosion. Dark energy erupted, bringing about a second wave, and a third wave of superimposed explosive blasts. This nascent legion of 280,000 people was annihilated in an instant. Suyu was like an orchestra conductor, dominating this wonderful pyrotechnic feast. The splendid explosion lasted for a full 5 minutes. After waiting for that black aura to disappear and everything to calm down, the original spot was only left with devastation. Several small mountains were directly leveled, and no traces could be found. This kind of means is indeed a great killer on the battlefield. Principal Qin, you must cultivate it properly. Principal Lu had a face of envy. He simply couldn't wait to send Suyu to the front line tomorrow. I don't want you to bother, the Soul Envoy program will definitely have a place for him. Principal Qin licked his lips and lay down with great satisfaction. This fireworks show is really a great show for him. Hiss. I didn't die. It's simply too horrible. I thought I was really blown up. Didn't they say you can't bring equipment or props above the diamond level? What is he using? I envy his girlfriend. The sight of these black lotus exploding is so romantic, isn't it? Romantic brain death aside. With a flash of green light, all the freshmen who had died earlier instantly appeared unharmed in the open space again. Everyone had a stunned look on their faces. Although they didn't really die, the feeling of death was real. Principal Yi stepped down from his throne and looked at the crowd. To be precise, it was the commanders of those civilized academies. Go back and each do a 30,000-word review and set up a good sand table simulation of this battle. In addition, the civilization academies have performed very poorly this year. Go back and deduct 500 credits each. Hearing Principal Yi's words, those dozens of commanders' faces were bitter, and a few of them even directly sat down on the ground. However, this time, it was indeed that they were too careless. If they were able to withstand the temptation of the credits and the hatred pulled up by Suyu's mockery, perhaps the outcome would have been different. I protest. He cheated. A prop with this much power must have exceeded the carrying limit. Someone in the crowd jumped out and pointed at Suyu's position and said, the protest was invalid. Principal Yi glared at those people and then didn't bother to look at them anymore, looking at the figure walking in the distance and slowly said, I declare that the red-blue match is completely over. The red side wins. In addition, Suyu fulfills the bet and completely annihilates the blue side, earning an additional 90,000 credits. Just as he finished speaking, rows and rows of blue light points suddenly appeared in the sky above the secret realm. Soon, these points of light formed a name. Suyu Purgatory Academy, 237,900. Qin Huai Purgatory Academy, 100. Lin Qianxue Purgatory Academy, 100. Wang Fei Purgatory Academy, 100. Li Jia Purgatory Academy, 100. On the credits ranking, Suyu topped the list with an astronomical number. The remaining 21 people from the Purgatory School were given a consolation prize, each taking 100 credits. Close to 240,000 credits. Doesn't this mean that he could directly exchange it for a legendary grade equipment after his military training? The purchasing power of credits was amazing, something that was on the same level as frontline military honors. 250,000 credits would already be enough to exchange for a piece of legendary equipment or a whole set of diamond suits.
How could this not make the new students envious and jealous? At this time, Suyu also slowly walked back from the corner of the secret realm.
With a bit of surprise on his face, his hand was stuck in his pocket, playing with the 108 Lotus Guile Thunderbolts.
Did the Lotus Guile Thunder actually come back after detonating? He muttered.
He had clearly detonated it with his own hands, but he didn't expect these black lotuses to appear in his pocket again. Seemingly seeing his confusion, Principal Moon on the throne spoke out and explained, "This secret realm is known as the Dreamland, which allows you to switch between reality and falsehood at any time, avoiding casualties while obtaining a real battle experience." "I see, thanks to Principal Moon for explaining."
Suyu drifted off.
At this time, Principal Yi then continued to speak. "Give you half an hour to adjust your state, next proceed to the second round, and also the last round of this military training, the simulated attack battle." That crown of emptiness once again appeared above his head.
Dream memory projection.
In the next moment, a dense purple mist rose. Countless creatures that looked similar to humanoids but had bat wings stepped out of the void. These demonic creatures had a strong aura, and each and every one of them exuded amazing charisma, instantly making the majority of the freshmen blush and unconsciously bend their backs.
Chapter 87, There is a way, but you have to take the blame. This is the Phantom Demon race?
Suyu's face moved slightly. This was the first time he had seen this legendary race with his own eyes. Unlike what was depicted in certain movie and television works, the real Phantom Demon's own strength could not be underestimated. Its innate spiritual power was extremely large, coupled with the strong physique of the Abyssal Demon race, making the Phantom Demon race almost an invincible existence at the same level. The strength of these Phantom Demons that had been visualized was similarly not low. After they appeared, they quickly assembled, building out a line of defense under the eyes of the crowd. At the edge of the secret realm, Sister Kai had a complicated look on her face.
Half of her bloodline was of the Phantom Demon race.
Therefore, even if she dressed conservatively to the extreme on weekdays, it would still bring about all sorts of troubles. Your mission is simple, just annihilate these Phantom Demon race. Credits are calculated according to battlefield principles, with a maximum of 20,000 credits per person. Time limit, within 6 days. If there is still a Phantom Demon surviving within 6 days, the mission will fail and 2,000 credits will be deducted per person. After saying that, Principal Yi looked at Suyu and continued to add, "The participants of this attack are only new students, and those bombs of yours are not allowed to be used." Learning from his mistakes, with the existence of Suyu as a variable, he did not dare to make the rules vague anymore.
Okay.
Suyu shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent face. This round of credits is less, he still can't afford to throw the Lotus Guile Thunder.
But after this military training, he should be able to upgrade his life weapon to diamond level, right? Attacking the battle? This one was good. As long as you don't fight Suyu, anything is good. The freshmen, on the other hand, were happy. The sense of oppression that Suyu brought was there for all to see. Now that he had become a friendly force, the sense of security he brought was simply not too much. A teenager with stubble walked up to Suyu and said with a smile, "Lin Min, Spirit Department 3rd turn chess player, nice to meet you, Suyu. Listen to my command later, with your help, this attack will be absolutely fine. Depends on the situation." Suyu nodded slightly, not commenting. He always felt that the eyes of that Principal Yi looking at him were not quite right. This attack was not expected to be simple. Moreover, this commander who brought people to charge into his trap made him feel somewhat less reliable. Lin Min's smile became a little stiff, and his outstretched hand stopped in mid-air. At that moment, an ice-blue silhouette came before the two of them. "He is my younger brother, he has commanded several small battles before enrolling in school, he can be trusted." Lin Qianxue looked at Suyu and said seriously, "Your younger brother? Isn't that even less trustworthy?"
Suyu raised his eyebrows. "You." Hearing this, Lin Qianxue grit her teeth for a while.
"What, you would trust me, the person who almost ate you?"
Suyu slightly shook his head and walked alone to a large tree and sat down. "I will judge the timing of my strike on my own. Since we are on the same side, I will also refer to your opinions." After saying that, Suyu closed his eyes and stopped speaking. Seeing this, Lin Min was somewhat helpless. The Purgatory School really lived up to its name. The ones that came out here were all pricks among pricks. Once they do not recognize your abilities, even an official a few levels older cannot control them. However,
"Old sister, this one is brother-in-law?"
Lin Min remembered Suyu's words and came to Lin Qianxue's ear to ask in a low voice.
"What are you talking about?" Lin Qianxue's face swished red to the roots of her ears. Her eyes glanced at Suyu. What this guy said about eating was just literal. Well then.
Lin Min shivered and looked at Suyu with even more scorn. But fortunately, this one was now on his side.
"Everyone."
Lin Min lightly clapped his palms together, suppressing the sound of the restless people around him. With that, he began to reorganize the formation.
Apart from Suyu, the rest of the Purgatory School were forcibly organized into teams under Lin Qianxue's Ice Phoenix spreading wings.
20 minutes later, although the number of 280,000 freshman legions remained the same, their aura was much sharper. Although the rest of the Purgatory School could not compare to Suyu, they were still geniuses among geniuses in the eyes of the rest. At this moment, the freshmen felt that the day of earning credits had finally arrived. However, soon after, looking at the second turn Phantom Demon soldiers that kept appearing in front of them, there was also a sixth turn Phantom Demon Lord. At this moment, the smiles on all the new students' faces stiffened a little.
Don't bring such a pitiful right? 100,000 versus 280,000, but why is the opposite side one level higher than us? Moreover, who would solve that sixth turn Phantom Demon Lord? I'm afraid that one of those things will be able to exterminate all of us, right? The freshman looked extremely pale and couldn't help but complain. Even Principal Moon couldn't help but open his mouth to question, isn't a turn 6 Phantom Lord too high for these freshmen whose average level is less than turn 2? Of course not, I won't set a task that I must lose, you guys are definitely up to the task. Principal Yi smiled faintly, his eyes swept Suyu, then his figure flashed back to the throne. Is it rushing towards me? Suyu raised his eyebrows. This Principal Yi's guess was quite accurate. 6th turn, level 120 Lord level monster was indeed his current limit without using fate modification. Su quiet. Lin Min roared out, his spiritual power spreading out quickly to stabilize the scene. All of you, form up. The melee professionals advanced in an orderly manner according to the 4-9 array, first keeping the frontal battlefield stable. Lone Wolf left the line. The spirit professionals quickly made a map of the battlefield, completing the spirit link to project the map to everyone. Mages as well as boundary masters follow me. Soon, as Lin Min issued one order after another, the newborn legion immediately went into operation. Suyu also quickly received a hint of a spiritual link request. He did not block the other party. Soon, a map of the battlefield constructed by spiritual power appeared in his mind. Moreover, he was able to directly communicate with everyone around him through his mind, and this method of communication could be considered very convenient. When there was still 1 minute left for the attack to open, Lin Min broke away from the large group and walked in front of Suyu. He took out 3 pieces of leather paper from his arms. Brother Yu, the war skill can only coalesce 3, I think it is the most correct choice to give it to you to use. Lin Min exhaled a long breath and said. It was also his first time commanding this kind of medium-sized battle and the pressure was extremely great. Suyu received the 3 leather papers. Meteor Fire Rain Battlefield Skill. Skill effect, summon a shower of meteors to fall on a designated location, inflicting indiscriminate strikes on all creatures for a duration of 10 minutes. Horn of War Battlefield Skill. Effect, increases the attack power of everyone on your side by 20, lasts for 5 minutes. Invulnerability Battlefield Skill. Skill effect, after activation, the defense power of everyone on your side is increased by 20, duration, 5 minutes. Battlefield skills are skills coalesced by the battlefield commander utilizing the war spirit of the entire legion, and are extremely powerful, some of which can even be compared to high-level magic. However, each use would significantly weaken the soldier's will and had an extremely long cooldown time. As such, each battlefield skill could only be used once in all probability, and it was necessary to seize the right time to maximize the benefits in order to do so. Good. Suyu nodded his head and put away the 3 skill skins. Time. The battlefield is opened. In the next moment, as Principal Yi's words fell, the invisible barrier that separated the freshman legion and the phantom demon race disappeared. Kill. Shield Mountain raised his shield and charged, followed by the melee professionals. The mages suppressed their nervousness and started chanting. LOL, what a bunch of delicious meals. However, right at this moment, an ambiguous purple light suddenly swept all the new students. Oops. It was the Chimera Lord that struck. Lin Min's heart thumped and his pupils shrunk into a small love heart. Even he, a third-turn spirit department, had trouble resisting it, let alone the rest of the freshmen. In an instant, the main battlefield directly collapsed, and all the melee professionals directly broke away from the large army and pounced towards those chimeras like crazy. It's over. Lin Min's face was filled with bitterness. The gap in hard power was too great, so he couldn't even resist. In the opening round, all the melee professionals were destroyed, leaving only the mages and other brittle skins. Is this battle going to turn into a fleeing guerrilla war right from the start? It is not completely finished. Suyu swept his eyes at the 3 war skills in his hand and seemed to have thought of something. His body involuntarily trembled, then he opened his mouth. I have a way to counter the charm ability of the phantom demon, but you will have to stand up and take the blame when the time comes. Chapter 88. This world finally epileptic. There is a way? Lin Min's eyes instantly lit up again. As long as there was a way. No matter what the pot is, I'll take the blame. Without hesitation, he was about to let Suyu take action. Right now, the worst outcome had already happened. As long as Suyu could resolve that terrifying charm ability, he would have the backbone to be able to stabilize the battle. Wait. Right at this moment, Lin Qianxue, however, stepped forward to stop him.
Even this guy doesn't dare to take the blame. Can you take the blame?
I don't have a choice. It's my responsibility as commander-in-chief.
Lin Min's eyes were sharp and he stared at Lin Xianxue without showing any weakness.
As long as I can win, not to mention taking the pot, you can let me die.
After saying that, Lin Min looked at Suyu and urged, Brother Yu, hurry up and do it. I'm afraid they won't be able to do it if it's any later.
Suyu nodded with a grave expression on his face. With that, he stepped on his sky wings and quickly rushed towards the engagement point. I feel that you will regret it. Lin Xianxue looked at Suyu's back and somehow, a bad premonition suddenly arose. However, at this moment, there was really no choice.
With less melee professionals to carry the front, it was almost impossible for them to defeat the Phantom Demon race. Suyu's footsteps were fast, and it did not take long for him to arrive near the engagement point.
That charmed demon lord did not even make a move. Just the passive release of the charm caused this effect? Suyu's heartbeat accelerated slightly.
Those phantom demons, no matter if they were male or female, were releasing a terrifying charm all the time.
Moreover, this kind of charm is simply unisex.
Suyu had already seen several boys desperately hugging a male phantom demon on more than one occasion. Phantom, I like phantom the most. Stickers, please stickers.
Male? Isn't that more exciting?
Life is short, why not give it a try? Listening to those blush-inducing movements, Suyu finally made up his mind.
Alas, I am also doing this for your own good.
He shook his head slightly and took out a battlefield skill leather paper from his bosom. Meteor Fire Rain Battlefield Skill. Skill effect: summon a shower of meteors to fall on a designated location, inflicting indiscriminate strikes on all creatures for a duration of 10 minutes. In the next moment, Suyu directly crushed it while selecting the strike location with his spiritual power. Fate Minor Event: you unleash a shower of meteors and fire to inflict strikes on the designated range for a duration of 10 minutes. At this instant, all the new students were lightened at the back of their heads as a portion of their spiritual energy was drained away.
Rumble.
A meteorite rubbed out large sparks in the sky and projected towards here.
Meteorite firestorm? Looks like it's preparing for an indiscriminate strike. Oh, is this giving up on the same kind and not trying again?
Little brother. Right after Suyu used his battlefield skill, the voice of a mature imperial lady suddenly came from behind him. That voice was as pleasant as heavenly music, intoxicating to the ears. Suyu jerked his head back and what met his eyes was a body full of temptation.
Phantom Demon LV 120 Lord level.
She was floating barefoot in mid-air, with a pair of long white legs and only 2 black cloths as embellishments on her body. The explosive curves were perfectly displayed to the human eyes. The surrounding freshmen were immediately attracted to her. However, with just a glance, many of the freshmen suddenly fell softly to the ground, unable to get up again. At this moment, the Phantom Lord's mouth was tinged with a mesmerizing smile, and she was staring at Suyu with those charming Danfeng eyes. She was not interested in those weaklings, but only wanted to taste Suyu's flavor. The meteor fire rain was even less of a threat to her and could be broken with her hand.
Hello, goodbye.
However, Suyu did not have the slightest idea of engaging her.
The Phantom Lord's terrifying charm also did not affect him in the slightest.
He erupted with a speed that was the only one he had ever seen in his life and rushed towards the outside of the engagement point.
At the same time, Fate Modification was quietly launched. Ding! Fate Minor Event: you unleash a shower of meteoric stones to deal a blow to a specified range for 10 minutes.
The word Yanita is not allowed to be written, because writing that was blocked.
Destiny point 666. LOL, you're still shy? That's the kind of tone I like.
The Phantom Lord held his jade-like finger in his mouth as his gaze rested on Suyu's back.
Oh? The skill has failed?
A flash of surprise flashed across her eyes.
Unexpectedly, this third-turn human professional's mental power was actually so strong that he was able to exempt her from her charm? Hiss! What's that smell? It's so stinky. The Phantom Lord's nose twitched and she couldn't help but look around.
Sensing the stench getting closer and closer, she raised her head violently, and with a glance, she saw the scalp-numbing shower of meteoric. At this moment, the expression on her face was no longer as fluid as that, but was incomparably terrified.
Countless meteorite-like huge Yanita common eggs smashed down like no money. The density was so high that it truly achieved the level of a raging wind and rain. Chapter 89: 7 Days of Military Training? Half an hour end. Rumble.
Countless meteorites fell on this side of the battlefield, and every time they smashed down, they stirred up a large number of dark yellow unidentified objects to splash. Moreover, the dryness and humidity of these unidentified objects were still different, and some of them had already disintegrated in the sky and turned into yellowish raindrops.
Ah! What is this? This? Why would a meteor fire shower smashing down have this effect? The hell is this, a meteorite that split off from a big Yanita common planet? Vomit. Is this meteor fire rain? Isn't this a unshuck summoning spell? I can't drink anymore. Gulp 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 gulp. Somebody help me, Gudu Gudu. At this moment, the freshmen were considered completely detached from the charm of the chimera. Joking aside, who could have feelings for a chimera covered in filth in a latrine? The phantom demons were equally bitter. As the cleanest of the abyssal demon race, at this moment, the phantom demons were simply furious to the point of going mad. Damnable humans. Well, goo 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 ah vomit. A phantom demon was just about to say something when the oncoming deep yellow ocean engulfed him. For 10 whole minutes. A large number of meteors of meta-common rain fell and converged together to form a large lake. At this moment, whether it was a phantom demon or a human professional, all of them had no desire to engage in battle, and were focused on swimming quickly in the lake, wanting to get out of this hell earlier. Tis, it's too miserable, isn't it? So you had long escaped to high altitude and watched all this from afar. Although this method against the phantom demon has a miraculous effect, it does have a great impact on one's spirit, and the average person cannot withstand it. I asked you not to agree before, right? Lin Xinshui patted Lin Min's back with a sympathetic face. At the same time, it was extremely fearful. Luckily, she could move freely as a lone wolf and didn't have to harden herself in a frontal battlefield. She didn't even dare to imagine what it would be like if she was flooded by that thing. It should have gone straight to madness, right? I admit that I was too naive before, but guys are really outrageous too, right? Lin Min rubbed his temples and pondered how he should explain to the other freshmen when the time came. This pod was just too big, he kind of couldn't carry it off. Although it didn't cause any substantial damage to the freshmen, this psychological shadow was afraid that it would follow them for the rest of their lives? Phew. Lin Min exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Immediately afterward, he began to give orders in the spiritual network. All long-range professionals quickly head to the battlefield. This was a rare opportunity to attack, make sure to seize it. On the periphery of the battlefield, all the freshmen immediately looked puzzled. However, under Lin Min's repeated requests, they rushed to the front line with bitter faces. No, those chimeras seem to have gotten weaker, huh? I've noticed it as well. It's just like that after not having the charm ability? Ha! Hurry up and charge, brothers, it's time to brush up on your credits. The freshmen began to bombard the phantoms below as if they had discovered a new continent. Soon, as the mages and archers attacked, the struggling chimeras in the lake began to be quickly eliminated. No one expected that the battle would be reversed in such a way. Seeing this scene, the 4 principals on the throne had extremely wonderful faces. Hiss! This kind of tactic is truly unheard of. Principal Ye's eyes were wide with incredulity. Grand Xia had been at war with the abyssal demon race for a long time, and the charm demon race among them had always been an incomparable headache. That powerful charm attribute was simply a big killer on the battlefield. A high-level charm demon didn't even need to make a move, just standing there would make countless professionals unconsciously distracted, thus causing a series of chain reactions. Even many professions with weak mental strength could be directly charmed into the enemy camp. Too right. This method is good. Principal Lu nodded his head repeatedly. In the future, we'll collect all the Anita coins generated by the frontline and give the chimera a shot when we see her, right? Well, I think it's fine. Principal Yi nodded approvingly. But it can be completely compressed into bullets through the space equipment. Don't those demons like to use their flesh to catch bullets hard? Ha! Yes, I suggest adding a strong adhesive again so that there's no way to remove it in a short period of time. The eyes of Principal Lu and Principal Yi, 2 people who had been active on the front line for a long time, were glowing. While looking at the excited looks of the 2 of them, Principal Yu was speechless. She turned her head sideways and looked at Principal Qin by her side. Do you see how he did it? I can't understand this kind of tactic. Principal Qin's nose inhaled. I smell fate. Is that so? Then your nose is really smart. I only smell. You smell it carefully. I don't want it. You smell it yourself. Principal Moon pinched her nose in disgust. Boom! At this moment, another boom came from the location of the battlefield. Principal Qin fixed his eyes on it. Come on, the mage's fireball spell ignited the marsh gas in the lake, causing a big explosion in the lake. Now, some of the long-distance professionals who stood close to the lake were also victimized, and all of them turned into little yellow men. Why? Suyu, who was located 800 meters in the air, was also almost hit and hurriedly sidestepped to avoid a pile of flying. Ah! However, the Phantom Lord who had just sneaked behind him and was preparing for a sneak attack was not so lucky and happened to hit the bullseye. The delicate expression on her face instantly grimaced as dense purple energy erupted from her body. However, the high temperatures released from these energies vaporized the moisture from that pile of objects, sticking even more firmly to her chest. Now, that mind-blowing figure instantly became appetizing. Vomit! The Phantom Lord let out a burst of dry heaves, and the abyssal energy in her body became unstable. She rushed to adjust, but for a moment, she was a bit distracted. Good opportunity. Suyu's eyes moved slightly, preparing to take advantage of the situation. However, after considering it for an instant, he still switched the sword in his hand to sniper rifle form. Boom! Just now, one of the 3 principals received a shot, and this current shot happened to be the 4th bullet.
The Phantom Lord was instantly covered in chills and erect, feeling a deadly threat. This shot would kill. At this moment, she could no longer care about the psychological devastation she had suffered, and hurriedly condensed a large area of purple energy in front of her body. However, the abyssal energy condensed in haste was as fragile as papier-mâché under Suyu's shot. With a flash of law-breaking light, the bullet easily broke through. Boom! The bullet pierced through the Phantom Lord's chest, leaving behind a huge hollow. One shot critically wounded. However, her blood level was not reduced to below 40, and she did not trigger the decapitation effect. However, just as the Phantom Lord reacted and planned to rush over to counterattack, her pupils shrunk violently, her mouth opened, and she suddenly lowered her head. At this moment, her body actually began to irreversibly decompose. How is it possible? The imminent death judgment was triggered and took effect. The Phantom Lord was directly and forcefully erased within a second's time. Destiny points 6,000. Suyu glanced at the flashing reminder and did not feel the slightest bit of heartache. The Phantom Lord was, after all, level 120 and was simply too fast. He did not want to be dragged into a close combat. Therefore, it was better to spend some fate points to forcefully trigger the instant death effect. After killing the Phantom Lord, Suyu looked down. At this moment, the battle had been reversed, and the freshmen had gradually adapted to fighting in the lake, pinching their noses as if it was swampy terrain. For a time, the Phantom Demon race was killed and routed. Even those lone wolves in the Purgatory School couldn't help but rush in to grab credits. The big deal is to take a bath later, we can't be upset with the credits. I'm sure that after this vicious battle, the psychological quality of this group of freshmen will be greatly improved. Forget it, just consider it as me giving you some compensation. Suyu slightly shook his head and took out the remaining 2 pieces of leather paper from his pocket and crushed them. Small event of fate, you unleash the war horn, causing everyone on your side to increase their attack power by 20 for 5 minutes. Fate minor event, you activate Vajra Unbreakable, increasing the defense of everyone in your party by 20 for 5 minutes. Looking at the 2 destiny stocks that were brushed out, Suyu casually completed the modification. Ding! Ding! Fate minor event, you activate War Horn, causing everyone on your side to increase their attack power by 90 for 5 minutes. Fate minor event, you activate Vajra Unbreakable, causing everyone on your side to increase their defense by 90 for 5 minutes. Fate points 200. Woo! The loud horn sound resounded throughout the entire battlefield. At the same time, a layer of golden light surfaced on everyone. Everyone suddenly realized that their attack power had suddenly received a huge boost. The original damage that could only break defense actually directly killed the opponent in seconds at this moment. Not only that, under the golden Vajra Unbreakable enchantment, they were actually able to isolate the lake. This discovery caused all the new students' battle intent to surge. For a while, the efficiency of killing the phantom demons multiplied, and soon the phantoms in the lake were cleared out. The remaining phantoms hunkered down in the rear line of defense, looking with fear at these human troops with scorched bodies and red eyes. You don't want to come over. The phantoms howled in terror. Although most of the ranks were higher than the newborns, the lords were killed, plus the human race each had a yellow shield protecting them, pressing them to be charmed, causing the defense line to be easily broken through. At Lin Min's command, the water mages even directly used the lake as their spell casting material, displaying a horrifying scene of water flooding the mountain. The charmed demons were quickly slaughtered in a lopsided manner. This offensive battle that was expected to take 6 days to complete, under this meteorite rain, it actually took less than half an hour before it already showed signs of ending. Too disgusting not to write, in the future will be replaced with Mita Ko, sanctioned by the Review Woo. Chapter 90 Mysterious Reward, Broken Violin. 28 minutes and 46 seconds after the opening of this offensive battle, the 6 lines of defense constructed by the phantom demons were declared lost, easily broken through by the freshman army. Tens of thousands of phantom demons were all snatched and killed by the freshmen. In the end, Lin Qianxue couldn't help but rush from the back to the front line to grab the credits. However, she still went too late and not only didn't grab a few credits, she also made that ice feather jade clothes dirty and extremely wretched. Not long after, the new students returned triumphantly and assembled once again in the open space in the center of the secret realm. All of them were excitedly looking up at the list of credits in the sky. Suyu Purgatory Academy, 257900. Lin Min Civilization Academy, 20100. Lu Jiejiu Holy Spirit Academy, 20100. Ji Bochang Holy Spirit Academy, 17764. Qin Hui Purgatory Academy, 14698. Songshu Purgatory Academy, 11649. Wan Fei Purgatory Academy, 8664. Li Jia Purgatory Academy, 7649. Suyu was still firmly at the top of the list, with his credits surpassing the second place by more than 10 times. However, the rest of the Purgatory Schoolhouse did not continue to occupy the top few spots on the list. After all, it was not all about killing the enemy when it came to acquiring battle credits. A single perfect decision by a commander would sometimes result in a huge amount of battle merit. When Lin Min resolutely took this black pot for Suyu, he also immediately gained 20,000 credits, which was considered to be a slight consolation for his wounded heart. After all, after today, his reputation as a foul-smelling military advisor was sort of spread out. Under the development of Principal Yi and Principal Lu, it was highly probable that this name would also resound to the abyssal demon race in the near future. Lu Jia of the Holy Spirit Academy had also failed to kill a single chimera, relying on her ability to maintain her mental power network to earn 20,000 capped credits. On the other hand, Jibo Chang, who was below her, had killed a large number of phantom demons in one wave after releasing a huge fireball spell, which had accidentally set the swamp gas in the lake ablaze, and was ranked 4th on the list. Looking down at this invincible army, the 4 principals couldn't help but frown and hurriedly mobilized the power of Dream Earth to reset their status. As the dream light blossomed, all that filth was removed from the freshmen' bodies, and even that one terrifying lake of disappeared. Phew! Looking at the new freshmen, the 4 principals couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief at the same time. Ta-da! Principal Yi tapped his fingers on the armrest of the throne, gazing at the new students in silence. This offensive battle he had expected to take 6 days to complete. The freshmen were supposed to be first devastated by the phantoms to break through the frontal line of defense. Subsequently, in the midst of the phantom chase, the spirit profession's skills were utilized to rescue the charmed friendlies one by one. In the end, then slowly gather up the military strength for a counterattack. This kind of direction was also the norm of the human frontline battlefield, while their intention was to let the freshmen adapt to playing against the wind in advance. But who would have thought that Suyu would directly crush the phantom demon race's greatest advantage with a meteor shower? Coupled with Suyu's bizarre skill, he did away with the level 120 Phantom Lord with a single shot. The loss of the high-end battle force, coupled with Lin Min's excellent command, resulted in the Phantom Demon Clan's defense line being directly decimated. One could only say that the battlefield was ever-changing no matter where it was, and even he couldn't predict the direction perfectly. Forget it, let's end it early. Principal Yi shook his head slightly and stepped down from his throne. This 4-school training together ends, your overall performance this term is good, each of you will be rewarded with an additional 200 credits. As the words fell, the entire room erupted in cheers. And then, the new students were all taken away by the principal of each house. However, the name Suyu was considered to be thoroughly imprinted in everyone's heart. Especially the top management of Disya, who received the news almost at the same time. This was a genius that was recognized by all 4 principals at the same time, and the brilliance of his light was far beyond all his peers in history. Brother Yu, I look forward to the day when we meet again, and at that time, I will definitely make you willingly listen to my command. Before leaving, Lin Min shouted at Suyu. Hopefully. Suyu turned his back to him, waved his hand, and walked into the middle of the secret realm teleportation gate in large strides. After returning to the Purgatory Schoolhouse, Principal Qin sent the new students to Sister Kai and brought Suyu to the principal's office alone. His principal's office was located in the sky of the Purgatory Schoolhouse, like a black sun. You have performed well this time. Because of you, the Purgatory School's resource allocation for this year has increased by another 10%. Say it, what reward do you want? Principal Qin reclined on his seat, crossing his legs and said. The upturned corners of his mouth indicated that he was in a very good mood right now. Reward? Suyu did not rush to answer. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, anything? Controlling it within 40,000 credits is fine, of course, you can also exchange it for credits if you want to. Principal Qin said with a smile. Exchange for credits? No need, I only need one person's life. Suyu immediately refused. Principal Qin froze and asked, what person dares to provoke you? Wang Hailong, the previous lord of Qingqing City, he colluded with the Advent Society, causing a 5th-turn necromancer to enter the city, killing over 100,000 people. Suyu slowly spat out a sentence. Principal Qin immediately frowned. I really don't know about this, has this person not been executed? Executed? Oh, other people also promoted it, I heard that now in Kyoto political circles mixed with the wind. Suyu sneered and laughed. Principal Qin heard, his face also cold, half a long time did not say. A moment later, a stream of light flew into the drawer from the window. He opened the drawer and took out a note and handed it to Suyu. Suyu opened it and saw that there were a few lines written on it. Wu Jiang, formerly known as Wang Hailong, is currently the deputy director of the Department of Resources in Kyoto. Thanks a lot. Suyu nodded and put the note away. Principal Qin stepped down from his chair. You have the upper hand in this matter, I'll give you a cover, it doesn't matter if it's a big mess. Those guys from the conservative faction not only have no humanity, but now even the animal nature is gone. He shook his head and walked to the cabinet. I will probably do it in 3 days. Suyu's eyes flickered, then he walked towards the door. Wait. Principal Qin opened the cabinet and rummaged out a violin from the clutter inside and handed it to Suyu. This is something that the remaining ashes did not take away back then, other people are useless in holding it, and patting the corner of the table is too high, so now it will be given to you. This is a dead weapon? Suyu's eyes lit up, followed by a frown. This piece of equipment is a dead weapon of the speech family pathway, yes, but it is too worn out. The zither body is full of dust, there are also a few large cracks, the durability is estimated to have been zeroed for a long time. Even the bow was half broken, so I guess it wouldn't take long to pull it before it broke completely. I don't know what it is, anyway, I'm giving it to you, dispose of your things yourself. Principal Chin waved his hand. In the next moment, the office door opened instantly. The scene in front of Suyu's eyes went black, and when he opened his eyes again, he had already appeared in the playground. Is it over so soon? It is just right that you also come over, I will talk about your future plans. Sister Kai was talking to the others, and when she saw Suyu come, she hurriedly greeted him and sat down. However, when she saw that violin, her pupils contracted imperceptibly and her heartbeat accelerated a few beats. You were selected for the Soul Hooker Envoy program? She suddenly asked. Chapter 91 Spending Credits, is the quality of this thing enough? Upon hearing this, everyone also looked at Suyu incredulously. So fast? I thought he wouldn't be selected until after his sophomore year at the very least. Was the performance on the military training too dazzling? Shin Huai's face showed bitterness, only to feel that the gap between the two was constantly being widened. Lin Qianxue lightly bit her lower lip and lowered her head in silence. The rest of them also had different expressions. What is the Soul Hooking Envoy program? Suyu raised his eyebrows, somewhat puzzled. Didn't the principal tell you? Sister Kai was a little surprised and then explained, the Soul Hooker Envoy program is the most important talent cultivation program of the Purgatory School, aiming to cultivate the top individual combatants. Similar programs are also found in the remaining 3 academies, such as the War Academy's War God program, the Holy Spirit Academy's Dharma God program, and so on. Sounds like a good thing? Suyu looked at the violin in his hand. Sister Kai nodded and continued, indeed it is a good thing. Your allocation of all resources will be increased after being selected for the Hook Soul Envoy program, and some good tasks will have the right of first refusal. Moreover, you will also be able to enjoy a 50% discount at the credit exchange. Sister Kai paused, her eyes becoming a bit gloomy. However, after being selected as a soul hooker, you won't be able to refuse anyone's invitation to the life and death stage, and everyone will be able to attack you directly within the school grounds without being punished, even after killing you. Then, can I just kill anyone? Suyu's eyes moved slightly and immediately asked. Cannot. Sister Kai's eyelids jumped. This guy didn't think about how to keep the quota, but instead wanted to use this quota to kill people? That would be too much of a pity. Suyu sighed, looking like he truly felt sorry. The backs of everyone present could not help but go cold. Some silently put away their hands that were reaching for their weapons. So close. They almost forgot that this guy was not some weak relation, that was a ruthless person who dared to take the initiative against the principal. Alright, after the freshman military training is over, the next thing you guys need to do is to think of every possible way to utilize the resources within the academy to enhance your strength. Sister Kai looked at everyone, her eyes slightly cold. If you fail the midterm test 2 months later, you will be forcibly expelled from the academy. Only after handing over some more details did Sister Kai release the group back. The Purgatory Academy's cultivation method was very different from that of a high school, almost like a free-range breeding. However, one could not feel a bit of relaxation here, everyone was desperately trying to roll. The facilities within the academy were sound, not only was there a trial tower that could provide a large amount of experience value, but there were also all sorts of strange buildings that existed. As long as there were enough credits, a pig would be able to be upgraded into a boar king. Suyu's goal was clear, and he walked straight towards the comprehensive building. This was the place where credits were spent, and almost anything strange and weird could be bought. Having only gained so many credits, of course he had to make good use of them. The rest of the people had similar choices as him, only Lin Qianxue was walking straight towards the mission building. Suyu was not surprised. Her credits were too little, so she was probably going to take missions to earn credits. The missions of the 4 major academies were also common with the Vigilante Guild's mission system, and the Vigilante Guild's contribution value could also be converted into credits with each other. Stepping into the comprehensive building, the space here was even bigger than Suyu had imagined. The floor and walls were pressed from alloys and had a feeling of future technology. The students on the road all carried a strong smell of blood, very characteristic of the Purgatory School. After entering the door, the freshmen next to Suyu dispersed unanimously, not daring to express that they knew Suyu in the slightest. No matter what, this guy seems not to be afraid of someone thinking about his place at all, directly as holding that entry token and walked in. Feeling the seemingly unnoticeable gazes around him, Suyu faintly smiled. Want it? Just send out an invitation to the life and death stage and I will give it to you. Oh. Upon hearing this, the people around looking at him instantly reduced by half. Which term are you from? Why haven't I seen you before? However, there was still a bold junior student who walked head on to Suyu and poked around. Suyu smiled broadly and raised his hand, the big sniper was on that person's head. Sorry for the disturbance. Feeling the cold touch on his head, as well as the 2-meter large sniper that appeared in an instant, that person immediately bowed deeply and ran out of the complex in a puff of smoke. Until he ran out 3 kilometers later, he then wiped his cold sweat with a palpitating face, before patting his chest and, "Phew, scared to death, which senior guy is this coming back from the front line?" Recalling the great sense of oppression, he almost blurted out, "Does anyone else want to know?" Inside the first floor hall of the complex, Suyu turned his head to look at the rest of the people and asked. Without exception, the people he pointed his gun at all ran away without a trace. After all, the truly ruthless people within the Purgatory Schoolhouse were almost all on missions or in the frontline battlefields. This kind of punk who stayed inside the school for a long period of time, how would they dare to provoke Suyu? Seeing that no one answered, Suyu also put away his life weapon and stepped up to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was filled with all kinds of equipment along the road, and Suyu walked to the door of a casting store. Raising his eyes to look in. Inside the door sits an old man on a tie-shirt chair, a white undershirt with shorts, and half a cigarette in his hand. "I want to repair this equipment, how many credits do I need?" Suyu handed over the broken violin. "Can't be repaired." The old man casually glanced at it and refused without even lifting his head. "Why?" Suyu frowned. "Repairing this thing requires high-quality death system materials. That kind of material can't be fixed without 1,000,000 credits, and the labor cost is not a small number. Why do you think Principal Chin, a stingy ghost, took it to pad the corner of the table and later marked it as a token?" The old man took a bite of the cigarette to the filter and then took out the old silver wine pot and drank a mouthful. "High-quality death system materials?" Suyu pondered for a moment, then rummaged through his storage bag and took out a diary and threw it in front of the old man. "Is this thing of high enough quality?" Chapter 92, Help me upgrade another piece of equipment. The old man scanned the diary and his careless demeanor was swept away. Although he still did not think that Suyu, a youngster, could possess anything good, the aura emanating from that diary made him go a little weak in the knees. This material was indeed something. The old man took the diary close and sniffed it, instantly sitting up straight. And then, he took out a pair of gloves from his arms and put them on, carefully rubbing the cover. Hiss! The skin of an epic necromantic dragon? Where did this thing come from? The old man's voice was trembling slightly, his face was filled with shock, and then he became incredibly excited. If it was combined with a few other things, not only could it be successfully repaired, it might even be able to raise the quality of that violin by 1 level. Perhaps, it would also be possible to obtain some special skills as well? It's good if it can be used. Suyu said with a smile. This diary was of no use to him even if he held it in his hands, so he might as well use it to repair the violin. Suyu had a feeling that the origin of this violin was feared to be extremely great, and Yu was not its first owner. There is no hurry, I will look again at what material the paper inside is made of, maybe you don't even need to collect other materials. The old man took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. It had been a long time since he had handled this kind of high-level refining materials, and his hands were trembling with excitement. Soon, he flipped open the first page of the journal and scrutinized it. In that instant, a look of horror surfaced on his face. "Liz?" Looking at the name written on the first page, the old man shrieked out in shock. This was the diary of the goddess of death, Lilith? This time, not only was his hand shaking, his entire body was trembling. The afterglow glimpsed some bits and pieces of content, frightening him so much that he hurriedly closed the diary as hard as he could and desperately tried to keep himself from recalling the handwriting. This stuff was something he could know at his level? In an instant, the old man picked up the hammer next to him and gave himself a hard blow to the head. It wasn't until he felt those memory fragments being deleted that he finally let go of his heart. What? Could it be that there is something wrong? Suyu suspiciously looked at the large bag on top of his head and said, You. What is your relationship with that one? Believer? Or a slave? The old man was just about to inquire about the origin of the diary, but he swept a glance at Suyu's pitch-black soul. That was clearly the characteristics of a soul that had fallen into darkness. He is an undead? But how could the undead appear here? Shouldn't they be manipulated by the Eye of Death to step into the kingdom of Death God? For a moment, countless questions filled his mind. What kind of relationship? It should be that she wants to tease me. Suyu thought about it and then briefly told the matter of the encounter with the Death Goddess projection. Of course, all about the fate modifications were skipped over. Awesome. Fortunately, there is a goddess of fortune to help you. As long as you don't go into contact with high-level death creatures, you don't need to be too afraid. After hearing this, the old man directly gave a thumbs up towards Suyu. Only more than 60 levels, not to mention the contact with the existence of God level, but also returned in one piece? Moreover, if you don't look carefully, you can't even see the characteristics of the dead on Suyu's body. Isn't it true that the physical body will always decline after the soul has fallen? Why is he as strong as a bear? Phew, it's a good thing that the interior of the academy can isolate the prying eyes of God-level existences, or else I would have had to give up just now. It's no wonder that just after enrolling in the school, old Chin made you a candidate for the Soul Slinger. After thinking for a moment, the old man squeezed out a smile on his face. In the future, call me Mr. Tang. After you come to build equipment are discounted 10%. Oh? Suyu's eyes lit up. 10% discount, plus 50% discount for soul sensor candidates. After stacking the two together, wouldn't he be able to obtain equipment at an extremely low price? Old Tang, you are really a good person. Be called Mr. Tang. No big deal. Okay, Old Tang. Don't be a goody-goody, the item you're going to build isn't of a low grade, so be prepared to hemorrhage money. Old Tang smiled and threw the diary into the forge. The repair materials still need a piece of legendary grade Shura wood, a bottle of epic grade bonding agent, plus a level 140 or higher dragon horse ponytail to make the bow hair. The external processing fee is 200,000 credits, totaling 1.6 million credits. Saying that, Old Tang took out his calculator and drummed for a moment. You are a soul hooker candidate for a 50% discount. Plus I'll give you a 10% discount here, for a total of only 720,000 credits. How's that? Super cost effective, right? Hearing Old Tang's words, Suyu instantly fell silent. Good fellow, the lowest is a legendary grade material? 2 discounts down would also require 720,000 credits. Where would he be able to afford this? Old Tang seemed to see Suyu's dilemma, waved his hand and said, "It's fine, for the sake of that diary, you can give half of the deposit first, the restoration work will take 3 days, and then pay the final payment after 3 days. See Suyu still some hesitation, the Old Tang did not have the good sense to say. Your thing after repair is at least epic level equipment, 720,000 credits to buy an epic level weapon, you have earned to the grandmother's home. If you exchange credits for an epic equipment, the price will at least double 10 times. That's because I'm happy with you, and I've waived a lot of labor costs, otherwise, I'd have to pay you back. I'm fine with the credits, but can you look at this equipment for me and raise its quality a bit? We will settle the credits together at that time." Hearing Old Tang's words, Suyu did not refute, but took down the Qian Kuan sword box that he had been carrying on his back. These days, the Qian Kuan sword box had already been transformed by Suyu's exuberant spiritual energy into nearly 100,000 channels of sword chi. If it really accumulated to 100 million sword chi, this thing was afraid that it would really not be inferior to an epic level weapon. However, if the grade could be raised so that the level of the sword chi inside could reach that of a 4-turn swordsman, wouldn't it be a myth after 100 million sword chi were released? This is a good thing. Old Tang's eyes lit up, took the sword box, felt it carefully and said, "This special type of equipment is definitely a great weapon, but unfortunately it needs to be accumulated over a long period of time." "How? Can it?" Suyu asked. Old Tang carefully looked at it again for a while. Its limit is at the emerald level. After raising the grade, the sword power should be at the peak of the 3rd turn. However, after recasting to raise the grade, the sword chi you accumulated before will not be able to follow the shift in grade at the same time. Saying that, Old Tang wanted to open the sword box to see the internal structure. "Don't!" Seeing this, Suyu hurriedly stopped his behavior. "Ha? What's wrong?" Old Tang looked at Suyu with a puzzled face. "Nothing, it is that these days stored a lot of sword chi in the inside, it is best to be able to recast without opening the case to enhance the good." Suyu said. "How is this possible? How can I complete the recasting without opening it?" Old Tang can't stop the corner of his mouth from rising, picking up the hammerhead and smashing it towards the Qian Kuan sword box. "Just casting addiction, this equipment I do not charge you money free to help you enhance it." Old Tang's muscles bulged, and his aura changed abruptly. "Look good kid. Today, let you see what is called 8-peak Foundry Master." Suyu still wanted to say something, but looking at Old Tang's excitement, he still didn't have the heart to stop him. As an 8th turn caster, he should be able to see that there are more than 90,000 sword chi inside, right? Chapter 93 90,000 sword chi across the sky, strongly entering the trial tower. Boom! As he spoke, Old Tang slammed another hammer down on top of the Qian Kuan sword box. The hammer looked ordinary, but after each hammer smash, a muffled sound erupted from inside the entire sword box. This muffled sound is not big, but as if with some kind of power, shocking the mind, and even Suyu's spiritual power is also a tremor. "Kid, later I will hammer the sword box open, the sword chi inside don't waste, take it to the trial tower and use it." Old Tang suddenly turned his head sideways and said to Suyu, "You just enrolled in school, the first time you climb the tower has the most experience value and rewards, don't waste it." "Okay, no problem." Suyu nodded his head, and didn't have a heartache for those sword chi, the old doesn't go and the new doesn't come. Along with the Old Tang's movements faster and faster, this muffled sound is also getting bigger and bigger, to the end is simply like a thunderbolt, people's eardrums buzzing. At this time, in this weapon store has gathered around a dozen people. Old Tang had actually come out again? Didn't he say that he sealed the hammer before? TSK, it seems like that relation in the freshman is really hard. Not only was he selected as a Hook Soul Envoy in his freshman year, but now he is able to call out to Old Tang to help with the casting of weapons. So crazy, be careful when you walk at night. The surrounding people were talking, their eyes sweeping over Suyu and the violin from time to time. "Get ready! Take the sword chi and climb!" And at this time, a glint flashed in Old Tang's eyes as his hands once again accelerated and danced.
Only a bang could be heard as the originally tightly closed sword box violently burst open. Boom!
In an instant, countless silver white coloons shot up into the sky, like 10,000 arrows shooting out in all directions. At the same time, a flash of astonishment flashed across the bottom of Old Tang's eyes. What the hell? For a sword box of this level, being able to store 100 sword chi was already tops, right? However, before Old Tang could react, more sword chi shot out from the shattered sword box, instantly occupying the entire empty hall, densely packed.
What's going on? There are actually nearly 100,000 sword chi hidden here? No wonder this kid had a look of flesh pain just now. Old Tang was completely nonplussed now. With this much sword chi, it was probably possible to call it a day with a 7th turn professional, right? But this is not scientific. How on earth could this thing hold so much sword chi? Everyone inside the complex was also numb. Everyone instantly surged with bone-chilling coldness, their bodies stiffening, not daring to move a bit. Even some of the merchants who were napping instantly raised their spirits at this moment. If these sword chi were to riot, I'm afraid that all the students would have to be accounted for here. Old Tang, then I'll leave first. The credits will be given to you together at that time. At this moment, Suyu's words were simply like the sound of an immortal voice. Without saying a word, he maneuvered all his sword chi and directly ran towards the trial tower not far away. Lean. Old Tang's face twitched. He still wanted to ask Suyu how on earth he did it. Even a god grade caster would not be able to stuff more than 90,000 sword chi into a platinum grade sword box. However, the rest of the people were silently relieved in their hearts. And some of the people who were preparing to target Suyu also put down that dangerous thought. Joking aside, how could there be a relationship within the purgatory school? This person was a damn pervert-level demon. Manipulating more than 90,000 sword chi at the same time, how strong must this be mentally? And this guy is handsome and powerful. The already few girl resources within the academy are afraid to be even more dangerous. How can this make people live? Meanwhile, around the trial tower. As a place where one could obtain a large amount of experience value rewards, and could incidentally increase practical combat experience, the trial tower had always been a very hot place within the academy. Especially for sophomores and juniors, there were basically a large number of people entering it every day. Today was no exception. There were 20 to 30 people surrounding the door of the trial tower. However, they weren't paying attention to the figures of those climbers in the screen at this moment, but instead exchanged low voices. Hey, did you hear about it? This time, there is a person in the freshman year who has taken a soul hooker candidate spot. A mage covered in black robes suddenly said. Upon hearing that, an assassin beside him nodded his head. That person was a rash person, carrying a token and entering the complex, who doesn't know that within the academy now. How about it? Should we make a move? It seems unnecessary, that person is already here. Just then, someone suddenly pointed at the sky and said, "Ha! Why is the sky lit up?" When the crowd looked up, they were startled. Only to see that the originally pitch-black sky was replaced by countless white sword chi, emitting a brilliant light. And in the midst of these roiling sword clouds, a silhouette stepped on a sword and came. This sight was extremely visually impactful. Rumble. In the next moment, a violent hurricane blew, and the person wrapped in tens of thousands of sword chi violently rushed towards the crowd. It's not just saying a few bad words about you, is it as bad as that? The crowd was so scared that they almost pissed their pants. Nima. This sword chi was also too ferocious. However, the fear-inducing things continued. Under Suyu's manipulation, those sword chis madly rotated and converged. And then, more than 90,000 sword chi converged in Suyu's hands at the same time, forming a white giant sword that was more than 50 meters long. What kind of spectacular picture was this? Suyu was holding a giant sword and descending from the sky at extreme speed. Everyone could not help but be scared and prostrate on the ground, begging for mercy non-stop. However, Suyu simply ignored the crowd and plunged headlong into the trial tower. At this instant, everyone was relieved. And then, they rushed to check the situation inside through the screen outside the trial tower. The teachers inside the teaching building were also startled and cast their gazes. After Suyu entered the trial tower, his climbing speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he went up from the first floor to the 10th floor. The sword chi could only be naturally maintained for 5 minutes after being released, so he was almost non-stop killing the monsters within the trial tower. Fortunately, the Purgatory School's trial tower was obviously much smarter and had more diverse functions. The intermission rest time could be manually chosen to be skipped, and Suyu of course directly chose to skip the rest time before continuing the challenge on the next level. You have cleared the 15th level of the trial tower and gained experience value of 269543. You have cleared the 16th floor of the trial tower, gaining experience value of 295849. Any monster that appeared in front of Suyu was easily swept away with a single sword. He did not stop along the way and had no intention of resting at all. You have cleared the 37th floor of the trial tower, gaining experience value of 469725.
You have cleared the 38th floor of the trial tower, gaining experience value of 499763. You have cleared the 39th floor of the tower and gained 529961 experience. You have cleared the 40th floor of the tower and gained 1264,984 experience. Your level has increased. Current level LV 68. In less than a minute, he had already climbed 40 floors in a row by relying on his giant sword chi. And the level had also risen 3 levels in a row. Unlike the previous Qingcheng branch's trial tower, the monsters in this one were significantly stronger, and the experience value rewards were also more generous. Moreover, these monsters were almost indistinguishable from the monsters in the secret realm, except for their souls being a bit odd. Even equipment could be exploded after killing them. Suyu in front of the open space has accumulated more than a dozen pieces of equipment, but the highest grade is less than emerald, too lazy to spend time to pick up. At the moment, it is better to take a breath and brush enough. Chapter 94 Crazy Tower Climbing, Level 80. Legendary Equipment. Damn human A group of level 85 frost witches had just appeared when they were overwhelmed by the roiling sword shadows. You passed the 47th level of the trial tower and gained experience value of 929,961. You have been given 5 minutes of rest time. Do you choose to skip to the next level? Skip. Suyu expressionlessly continued to choose to skip. Immediately after, another black fog surged in front of him. Abyssal Magician LV 92. Abyssal Magician LV 95. A total of 16 Abyssal Magicians appeared in front of him. A dense abyssal dark energy surged forth, and without hesitation, these Abyssal Magicians used instantaneous black magic. Moreover, the Abyssal Magicians located at the back also started chanting, preparing to store up high-level black magic. However, Suyu did not even consider something like tactics. It was another sword sweep. No! All of the Abyssal Magicians were all engulfed by sword chi. Although each of these sword chi was only at the 3rd turn level, it was because the quantity was simply too much. The quantitative change triggered a qualitative change, directly cutting all the monsters in front of him into pieces. When the black mist dispersed, the surroundings were already a mess, leaving nothing but 2 pieces of emerald-level equipment. You have cleared the 48th level of the trial tower, gaining experience value of 112,9961 and 10,000 credits. Credits were actually given after the start of this layer? Suyu's bland expression finally fluctuated. With that, he took out a time bead from his pocket and crushed it. Ding! Fate Minor Event, you obtain the influence of the time bead effect, accelerating your own time by 93 times. At this moment, Suyu's efficiency in brushing monsters was once again improved. Often, the monsters had only just been refreshed before they could react, and were directly destroyed by Suyu's manipulation of sword chi. Isn't this a bit outrageous? If I'm not mistaken, he killed the 50th floor monsters in seconds, right? Outside the trial tower, at this moment, a group of tutors had already been attracted over by the commotion caused by Suyu. Sister Kai, if I remember correctly, this is the student you brought with you? A male teacher asked. Sister Kai was also filled with astonishment at this moment, nodding her head and saying, yes, he is a new student of this term. A new student? A new student killed a level 100 Lord-class monster in seconds. The tone of the group of teachers was filled with shock and incredulity. If it was a senior student who did this, it was not wrong, but that was a freshman. Counting the time, they had only experienced military training not long ago, right? Sister Kai smiled and shook her head. No, he's now at the 62nd floor, and that level 120 lord at the 60th floor was also a second kilo. The group of mentors were silent for a while. Then, that male tutor suddenly said, he wouldn't be the one who got the candidate spot for the soul seducer, right? Sister Kai paused, but still nodded. The matter had already spread, and there was no need to hide it at this point. I see. At those words, the tutors' faces improved a little. Those who could become soul hookers were all demons within demons, and it was acceptable to do something unusual. Clang! Right at this moment, a mellifluous bell rang out over the entire academy. How did the funeral bell ring? For a moment, everyone's hearts were tightened. The funeral bell would only be rung when a major event occurred. It had rung once before during the freshman military training. Why was it ringing again now? Announcement of freshman stage climbing trial tower record refreshed. Record maker, Suyu LV 8079 floor. What? In less than a few minutes, he made it to the 79th floor? Also, how did he reach level 80? Is this a freshman? Is he still human? Or is he a mythical dragon cub? The tutors who had just said that they could accept it couldn't hold back after hearing the announcement and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Ha! Sister Kai even couldn't help but cover her mouth and let out a loud laugh. The most correct thing she had done in her life was to put drugs in the bowls of the tutors in charge of this class of students. Not only did the students in the Purgatory Academy have to compete, the teachers had to compete even more. Otherwise, it wouldn't be her turn to coach a demon of this level. This kind of performance was already comparable to the cubs of that mythological level creature, right? The surrounding students were even more like a dream, and they couldn't believe their eyes. Above the 70th level was already a level 140 or above, equivalent to a monster at the 7th turn level of a human professional.
And Suyu was charging hard up to the 79th floor?
Even if he was obviously relying on those strange sword chi to charge up, it still made people feel fearful. High-level monsters were not something that could be solved by relying on external forces. He must have some other means besides those sword chi.
Level 80? 79 floors?
At this moment, even gazes were cast in that black sun in the sky. Principal Chin's eyes narrowed slightly, and his sight directly penetrated through the heavy barrier to the interior of the trial tower.
I see. Relying on the manipulation of souls to take advantage of the situation?
He tapped his finger on the tablet and shook his head after pondering for a moment, not choosing to intervene. Since he had already planned to let Suyu enter the Soul Hooker Envoy program, then these benefits should be considered as an early investment.
However, it was almost time to send out the assessment tasks.
Principal Chin's eyes moved slightly as he wrote down a few words on a slip of paper before throwing it into the drawer. Outside the trial tower, a group of tutors and students were all gathered together, guarding the exit. Such a powerful student, surely they wanted to meet what he really looked like. While inside the trial tower, Suyu was puzzled.
What's going on and what exactly is inside the 80th floor?
He stood in the waiting room frowning as he thought back. Those more than 90,000 sword chi had almost been consumed when he passed through the 70th floor.
The subsequent layers were all Suyu relying on the time beads enchantment and then forcibly utilizing the threads of fate to kill the monsters in seconds.
Although the Purgatory School's trial tower was formidable, the nature of these monsters had not changed and could still be directly strangled through the filament of fate. However, right after Suyu entered the 80th floor, the intensity of the monsters was instantly different. Even with the time bead's 90+ times acceleration, he still wasn't able to react and was directly seconded by that level 160 Lord Monster. Forget it, don't think about it, 79 levels is enough. After thinking for a moment, Suyu still can't remember what that monster looks like, so he no longer thinks about it. After all, his harvest from this trip has been extremely fruitful. Not only did he level up by 15 levels, reaching the qualifications for the 4th occupational awakening, but he also harvested a lot of high-grade equipment, as well as a large number of credits. Suyu's gaze glanced to a corner of the waiting room where an orange-colored light was flickering. That was the legendary grade equipment that he had exploded after killing the monster on the 79th floor.
Chapter 95, Traveling to Kyoto, Preparing for the 4th Turn. Sight Focus Legendary Grade. Level, 0. Type, Special. Attribute, Intelligence 300. Endurance? Talent.
Perception LV7, when used, your perception is increased by 100. Skill. Void Sorcery, when invested in any medium, you can observe the opponent's perspective for 5 minutes with a cooldown of 1 day.
Detection Type Equipment?
Putting in a medium, observing the perspective.
Suyu muttered as he looked at the equipment in front of him that looked like a divination crystal. Some strange thoughts appeared in his mind. This equipment did not seem as useless as it seemed.
However, these thoughts were not mature for the time being, so Suyu had no choice but to put it away and look at the rest of the equipment. Apart from this particular legendary grade equipment, he had also harvested 2 pieces of diamond equipment as well as more than 10 pieces of emerald platinum grade equipment.
Wings of Freedom Diamond Grade.
Grade, 80. Type, Upper. Attribute, Agility 30, Physical Strength 10.
Endurance, 400,400. Talent.
Sky Lord, you gain the ability to fly and your flight speed is increased by 50.
Skills. Swoop LV7, you swoop down from a high altitude and increase your speed by 300 for 5 seconds with a 10-minute cooldown. Pale Blue Guardian Diamond Grade. Grade, 80. Type, Boots. Attribute, Physical Strength 30. Endurance, 300,300. Talent. Pale Blue Resistance, 25 to all magic damage you take. Skills.
Pale Blue Barrier LV7, generate a guardian spell on the surface of the body after use, physical damage received within 10 minutes is reduced by 50, cooldown time 3 hours.
Looking at the attributes of the 2 diamond equipment, Suyu was satisfied.
After thinking about it, he directly took off the Wings of the Sky and equipped the Wings of Freedom and the Pale Blue Guardian. The appearance of the Wings of Freedom was a pure white bodysuit, with a pair of clean white feathered wings printed on the back, and these wings would only manifest when in flight. Suyu took a look in the mirror and found that his entire aura was much more ethereal and he was in a good mood. Immediately after, he fed all the weapon type equipment to the Fate weapon, allowing the Fate weapon level to be raised by 3 levels as well, but the quality was currently stuck at Emerald. The remaining equipment was sold directly at the trading window in the waiting room for over 30,000 credits.
Profession, Fate Master. Level, 80. Strength, 5,818. Physical Strength, 5152. Intelligence, 4,626. Agility, 4,185. Awakening, 3rd turn.
Skills: Fate Sense, Savage Growth, Rhythm of Life, Fate Weapon, All Fall Down Max, Battle Fury Max, Weapon Master Max, Final Prologue Max.
Talent: Fate Modification. Fate Points 133550. Guild Contribution 650. Credits 349,587. The credits gap is still 400,000 short. Glancing at the attribute panel, Suyu slightly shook his head. Old Tang needed 3 days to repair the violin, which meant that he had to find a way to earn enough 400,000 credits within 3 days before he could do so. Right. It seems like the Night Watchman Guild side still owes me a lot of contribution value?
Suyu slapped his head and suddenly remembered this matter. Willow Sparrowfairy had once said that after he helped resolve the crisis in Xincheng, the Vigilante Guild would reward him with a large amount of contribution value. The contribution value was able to be used as credits. The value of credits, Vigilant Guild contribution value, and Battlefield War merit were the same, and they could all be mixed and used.
It seemed like it was time to make a trip to Kyoto.
Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Right now, his level was also sufficient to carry out his fourth occupation awakening, but there was no awakening shrine within the academy. In other words, no matter what, he would have to travel to Kyoto once. Walking out of the trial tower, Suyu realized that there seemed to be a lot more people around him, and all of them were looking at him like he was a monster. Suyu did not pay any attention to those strange gazes, and only nodded with Sister Kai in the crowd, and then went straight to the mission building. Since he decided to go to Kyoto, let's see what missions he can complete along the way. After all, he did lack credits right now. However, after searching for half a day, he didn't find any quests for Heart's Desire. Either the credits were too few or it took too long. In the end, Suyu just randomly picked up a few quests to kill wanted criminals. These wanted criminals were all moving around or within Kyoto, and utilizing vision focus, it would probably not be too much effort to find them. Of course, killing them would be even less laborious. Afterwards, Suyu walked back to his dormitory, woke up Baby Bear who was still sleeping, and walked towards the teleportation hall. Arriving at the teleportation hall, Suyu paid 200 credits to sit on the teleportation array to Kyoto. In a flash of white light, Suyu's figure disappeared. At the same time, a silhouette stepped into the teleportation array right after him. After the person in charge of the teleportation saw him, his face changed.
How did Wang Tong, this killing star, come back? Wasn't he still at the front line? Instead of staying in the academy and cowering, he actually dared to run around? Oh, dared to rob my quota. With a flash of bright light, Wang Tang's figure also instantly disappeared. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. As the number one in the junior year, Wang Tang had always been a strong contender for the next Soul Hooker candidate spot. But he didn't expect that a Suyu would come out halfway, only just enrolled in school for a few days before he had hardened himself and pocketed the spot. However, since Wang Tang had already returned from the front line, Suyu's spot probably wouldn't be guaranteed for a few days. Buzz. A strong sense of weightlessness came. Immediately after, Suyu's eyes flickered, and the scenery in front of him changed drastically. When he reappeared, it was already a scene of a brightly lit metropolis. Suyu walked out from the teleportation array and curiously surveyed everything around him. Unlike Xincheng, Kyoto did not build tall city walls. Perhaps this was the underlying strength of the Great Summer King City. Suyu took his cell phone and followed the navigation directly towards the Awakening Divine Hall location. The Awakening Divine Hall and the Vigilant Guild headquarters were established together, so it was just right that he could collect the contribution value along with the quest after receiving it. The action is actually so fast? Extremely far behind Suyu, a black shadow suddenly surfaced.
Wang Tang looked at the speeding back in the distance, the corner of his mouth rose slightly. It seems that he is still not stupid and knows to hurry and hide in the inner city.
Oh, but do you think you can escape this way? You won't be able to escape from me.
Saying that, Wang Tang also rushed towards the inner city at a fast pace. At the same time, Suyu also finally followed the navigation to a tall building.
This is the Awakening Divine Hall?
Looking at the 30-story tall building with the image of a goddess carved on it, Suyu stood in awe. Kyoto is different, even the statue of the goddess is built in a much more open manner than Xincheng.
Awakening Goddess Temple?
No, this is the Red Romantic Foot Washing City, the Awakening Temple is over there. Suyu walked out of Red Romantic Foot Wash City with a wooden face and looked towards the inconspicuous low building next to it. Well, the whole was built by green stone, exactly the same as the one in Xincheng. After walking in, the seemingly oppressive feeling also made Suyu feel a sense of familiarity. He quickly walked into the depths of the Divine Hall. However, in order to avoid the previous situation, before receiving his quest, Suyu gave himself a shot of Doomstalking.
Ding! Fate Minor Event, you have been affected by the effect of the Doomstalker and have a luck value of 100.
With that, Suyu walked in front of the goddess statue with a strong aura of doom.
Chapter 96, please feel free to tease fate.
Detected that the professional meets the conditions for the fourth awakening, starting to extract the awakening task.
Awakening task in progress. Awakening task, puppetry. Mission difficulty, 6 stars.
Introduction: You are the manipulator of fate, even fate itself is subject to your teasing. Please feel free to play with fate and collect the anger and fear of all people. When you manipulate fate to the point where any of your opponent's emotions reach their peak, you can transform them into a puppet. Awakening requirements: String Puppet 012, Fate Points 400, 004, 0000. Note: the more types of emotions a puppet with strings has, the greater the enhancement after completing the professional awakening. Task time limit: 7 days. If the time limit is exceeded, the mission will fail and you will be permanently unable to qualify for the 4th career awakening. Only 6 stars? And is the quest time so generous? It seems that luck had taken effect. Suyu raised his eyebrows. He hadn't done such an easy awakening quest before, and was still a bit uncomfortable for a while. Humming a small song, he walked out of the Awakening Divine Hall. The description of the quest this time was rather vague, so you planned to slowly study it after leaving from the Night's Watch headquarters. Along the way, Suyu's turnaround rate was extremely high. After all, the crowd had rarely seen one with 6 stars on his head. Many occupiers had cast a strange look at him. After all, the average person receiving a 5-star mission was already at the level of Heavenly Wrath, and most people's awakening missions were only around 3 stars. Looking at Suyu, who had 6 stars on his head, the crowd's eyes carried a few moments of sympathy. How dare you go to receive the awakening mission? You don't put me in your eyes? In the corner of the street, Wang Tang looked at Suyu's arrogant back and sneered disdainfully. You still want to complete a 6-star mission under my sniper? You are a self-inflicted sin, cannot live ah. Saying that, he took out a black ceramic shard. Shadow lurking diamond grade, one-time prop, disappears after use. Turns itself into pure shadow, cannot be perceived and infiltrates the target's shadow for 3 hours. After crushing the ceramic shard, Wang Tang's figure instantly transformed into a streak of black shadows and drilled into Suyu's shadow along the floor tiles. Suyu looked back somewhat strangely, but did not find anything unusual. He also did not care and brought Baby Bear along with him as he walked into the Night's Watch headquarters. Guild alert, you have gained 200,000 guild contribution points. Guild announcement: congratulations to Papa for unlocking his level 6 authority and becoming a level 3 night vigilant. As soon as Suyu's front foot entered the door, a deafening announcement sounded throughout the guild's interior. Brother, this code name of yours is somewhat special. People came and went within the guild hall, but when the announcement sounded, all of them cast their gazes towards Suyu. Suyu smiled and nodded, stopping in place to feel the sudden surge of power within his body. After the guild authority was raised, his full attributes increased by another 10. Most of the people within the academy would choose to join the Vigilant Guild for this high attribute bonus. After a moment, he nodded slightly and directly turned around and pushed the door out of the guild. After all, the only reason for making this trip was to receive the contribution value. This person was sick, right? Coming in just to show off that code name? Inside the hall, the crowd looked at each other with blank faces. However, although the other party looked young, he was at least a level 3 Nightwalker, so no one dared to go up and pick a fight. Suyu, wait. Just as Suyu was about to walk out of the guild, a voice called out to him from behind. At this instant, the shadows beneath Suyu suddenly trembled. Suyu turned around, only to see a middle-aged man wearing a wide robe standing at the entrance of the guild. Hello. The man politely smiled at Suyu and then handed him an envelope. Thank you for everything you did in Xinjiang. This is the medal awarded to you from above, as well as a note that your principal asked me to pass on. Suyu froze for a split second and looked at a halo above the man's head. That was a trait only a daywalker could have. Thanks. Suyu reached out and took the envelope. Oh, are you interested in attending a dinner party? There is a big shot who wants to see you. No, I'm quite busy right now. Suyu pointed to the 6 stars above his head and said. Well then. This daywalker god coughed twice. If you change your mind and figure it out at any time, you can always find me. Oh. Suyu answered and directly left. Looking at Suyu's back, the daywalker god smiled bitterly. This kid doesn't seem to have a very good impression of the conservatives. He looked deeply at Suyu's shadow, but did not raise his voice to remind him. If he completely sided with the radical faction, then dying would not be a bad thing. After leaving the guild, Suyu opened that envelope. His eyes swept over the exquisitely crafted medallion and smoothly threw it into the trash. And then he took out the slip of paper. Soul Hooker Assessment Mission, Broken Arm. Mission details: travel to Kyoto to assassinate the following people. Song Haojie, 6th turn swordsman, harnessed swordsman pathway. Luo Sin, 6th turn mage, wood elemental path. Kiki Chu, 6th turn blesser, holy light path. The note was not large, but the names of 12 whole people were written down in a sprawling manner. These people were all at the 6th turn level, and it looked like a well-equipped team of professionals. At the back of these names, Old Qin also thoughtfully gave an intelligence. Wan Hailong was bailed out for a simple reason: 9 cities around Xinjiang completely fell, and in exchange for this and the Advent Society, he was able to obtain a 1-month truce from the frontline abyssal demons. He has a hold on the top echelon of the conservatives, so try to squeeze as much value out of him as possible before killing him. Now that Kyoto is in a mess, as long as civilians aren't hurt, feel free to play it out. 9 cities in exchange for a month's truce? What exactly is in these people's heads? Suyu frowned and took out another note from his pocket. Wu Jiang, formerly known as Wang Hailong, is currently the deputy director of the Kyoto Resources Department. After scanning through it, he crushed the 2 slips of paper together and threw them into the trash can on the side. Broken arm? Suyu did not rush to do it, but found a hidden place and took out the vision focus. After thinking about it, he took out another medal from his arms. This medallion was personally worn by Wang Hailong on his shoulder after resolving the Storm Bear Plains riot. It should be able to act as a medium. Sure enough, in the gradual disintegration of the medallion, an exceptionally clear picture appeared before his eyes, almost as if he was there. Ha! Little Lia, I know you're eager to progress, but what does this mean? In the picture, Wang Hailong was laughing and counting down the young woman in front of him while receiving a gift box from her, and incidentally, he also took the opportunity to touch her on her butt. Alright, go back, I'll keep your matter in mind. Wang Hailong waved his hand, signaling the other party to back off. The young woman bowed her head and said yes, then exited the room. Wang Hailong sat in front of his desk and took out the item contained inside, nodding with satisfaction. Inside, there was a strangely shaped spirit fruit, as well as a white jade vial and a bag of tea leaves. These things were emitting a glittering green light, and their grade had clearly reached the emerald grade. What a dog can't change its ways. Suyu frowned, not expecting that the other party would still dare to openly accept bribes when they arrived in Kyoto. Watching Wang Hailong's move of picking up the white jade vial and putting it into his mouth, Suyu's eyes turned. Borrowing the enhanced perception brought about by vision focus, Suyu quickly took the initiative to unleash his destiny perception. Fate minor event, your enemy, Wang Hailong, picked up the spiritual liquid and drank it. Ding! Fate minor event, your enemy, Wang Hailong, picked up the venomous liquid and drank it. Fate point 40. Chapter 97 The Last Eunuch of Disya. Hiss ha! Kyoto is just different. It's true that I'd rather be the tail of a phoenix than the head of a chicken. Wang Hailong finished the liquid in the small bottle in one gulp, then he laid back on the chair and waited for the medicinal effects to kick in. Well, the taste of emerald-grade spiritual liquid is just extraordinary. He smiled and closed his eyes with a satisfied face. However, after waiting for a few moments, he didn't wait for the hint that his experience value had increased. Generally speaking, one should have upgraded after drinking the spiritual liquids, right? He was a bit puzzled. Could it be that the one Shaoli sent was a fake? Hiss. Just as this thought rose, he felt a sharp pain coming from his abdomen. FCK, it's poisonous. He shrieked out in shock and then fell from his chair to the ground. This fall was not light, and it directly dazed him. You're ting on me. Wang Hailong covered his stomach and cursed. His face turned pale and his lips turned black. Wang Hailong was puzzled. Shaoli surely didn't dare to poison himself. In the end, who was counting on him? Could it be that someone from above is trying to get himself? Wang Hailong, hard to support the body, toward the desk. Hard to paralyze down, pulled open the drawer. Phew, fortunately I was prepared. With a trembling hand, he painstakingly took out an emerald-grade elixir from the drawer and was about to take it. Looking at this scene, the corner of Suyu's mouth rose slightly, and his destiny perception was immediately followed by the launch. Fate minor event, your enemy, Wang Hailong, has fallen into a poisoned state, take the psychic pure chi pill. Ding! Fate minor event, your enemy, Wang Hailong, has fallen into a state of poisoning, take the Pathfinder pure chi pill. Fate point 90. In the next moment, Wang Hailong struggled with all his might and finally managed to stuff that elixir into his mouth. Phew! After he gulped it and chewed it twice before swallowing it, he let out a long sigh of relief. The spiritual pure chi pill was a high-level consumable refined by special lineage professional alchemists. Not only could it detoxify ordinary toxins, it could also lift some cursed states. The effect was extremely strong, and the price was also extremely expensive. This one was the one he had spent a great deal of money to get to save his life, just to cope with this kind of unexpected situation today. How come it's still hard? Wang Hailong's forehead was constantly dripping with cold sweat, only to realize that the pain didn't lessen after taking the elixir, but instead, it even got worse. Growling. Not only that, there was also a constant rumbling coming from his stomach. Scratch that. It can't be that this elixir is using this way to drive away the poison, right? Wang Hailong's face changed. He didn't have a separate toilet in his office, he had to walk to the restroom at the end of the corridor, but the problem now was that he was already in so much pain that he couldn't walk. The sphincter press didn't dare to loosen up a bit. The moment he did, he would have to show his head. Damn it, put up a fight. Wang Hailong clenched his teeth hard and stood up while enduring the immense pain coming from his abdomen and limbs. He held onto the wall and slowly moved forward. Director Wu? Just as he was about to walk to the door of the toilet, a cool female voice suddenly sounded behind him, scaring him so much that he almost didn't clamp down. Miss Kiki? What brings you guys here? Wang Hailong asked while wiping his sweat with a handkerchief.
Are you poisoned? Chu Chi frowned, her face grave. Behind her stood 11 sixth-turn professionals. They similarly narrowed their eyes. We were just notified that someone was going to target you recently. I didn't expect the other party to come so quickly. So that's how it was? No wonder I said why I was suddenly poisoned. Hearing the other party's words, Wang Hailong was suddenly enlightened. Hiss. No. However, his muscles, which were already exhausted, suddenly relaxed in such a way that they directly began to plummet. Poof. In this instant, a sound like machine gun fire echoed through the corridor. Enemy attack? Looking at Wang Hailong's agonizing appearance, the 12 professionals simultaneously took up their fighting stance. However, the imagined attack did not come. Chu Chi's nose twitched twice, and then he whirled towards underneath Wang Hailong. Director Wu, I have a special detoxification method. Wang Hailong's old face turned red and he said stiffly. Put. The rest of the people's faces were ugly, and they all turned their heads away. This director actually scuttled in public? What a disgrace. Put. Wang Hailong wanted to cry, but where could he retract once the gates opened? His muscles were also paralyzed by the toxin, and at the moment he couldn't even go to the toilet to hide. Fortunately, although this elixir has a special way of detoxifying the toxin, the effect is still there, and he can feel the toxin slowly being expelled from his body. The people in the entire floor of the hallway were also attracted by the commotion and walked out one after another. Director Wu, what are you doing? Fog weed. Holding in urine can work for 1,000 miles, scurrying dilute inches is really true. Don't believe you guys see, the director can't even hold it in the doorway of the toilet. Director, you do not pull, I'm afraid. In an instant, everyone saw the wretched Wang Hailong, and the bomb that was still spraying out. Looking at the dozens of gazes, Wang Hailong had the heart to die. Grandma, don't let me find out who did this. Director Wu had been secretly poisoned. In the end, it was Chu Chi who spoke up to relieve him. Director Wu, it's not a good idea for you to be like this. I'll directly use the blessing technique to help you detoxify. Chu Chi shook her head slightly and chanted an incantation under her breath, holy light gradually surging out from the palm of her hand. Good. Then, thank you, Ms. Chi. Wang Hailong's eyes were brimming with tears as he hurriedly thanked her. It's fine, we'll stay by your side to protect your safety during this period of time. Chu Chi sighed lightly and with a wave of her right hand, a purification spell landed on Wang Hailong. In this instant, Wang Hailong felt a lightness in his body. The toxins in his body were being removed rapidly. In the alley, Suyu smiled brightly, just short of letting out a gel laugh. So is this the way to make a string puppet? He could see the pain and anger being extracted from Wang Hailong's body. Once this emotion reached its peak, then he would become Suyu's string puppet. However, Suyu did not really want this low-quality string puppet. Those 12 six-turn professionals were clearly more suitable. However, after seeing Chu Chi unleash the holy light technique, Suyu frowned. Although he did not want to make Wang Hailong into a string puppet, he wanted his life. Such an ugly soul was something he could not tolerate. With 30 seconds left in the duration of sight focus, Suyu quickly unleashed his third destiny perception. Fate minor event, your enemy, Wang Hailong, has obtained the effect of the holy light purification technique. Oh? Looking at this fate minor event, Suyu revealed an evil smile. Ding! Fate minor event, your enemy Wang Hailong obtains the holy light purification technique effect. In the next moment, the holy light on Wang Hailong's body gradually disappeared. He slowly exhaled a few mouthfuls of turbid air, and his face was filled with a look of celebration. It was too close. It was so close that he would have been finished. Fortunately, the higher-ups had the foresight to send a squad of sixth-turn professionals to protect him. Otherwise, with the other party's mysterious and unpredictable means, I'm afraid that he would really be in trouble. But now, in front of absolute strength, everything is vain. How could that kind of despicable villain who only poisoned in the dark kill himself under the eyes of 12 professionals? Thanks to Ms. Chi this time. Wang Hailong once again expressed his gratitude, then turned his head and entered the restroom, intending to take care of the dirt on his body. However, the next moment a miserable scream of incomparable horror came from him within the restroom. Me, where's my stuff? My ing kumba is gone. Chapter 98, Driving a Wolf to Swallow a Tiger. After a long time, several male professionals racked Wang Hailong out from the restroom. A touch of sighing spread across the faces of a few people. They had thought that Wang Hailong's previous comment about kumba was a tone of voice, but they didn't realize that it was really gone. Hearing this news, everyone was extremely shocked. Especially Chu Chi. Really gone? Really gone? Hiss. How is it possible for this holy light purification technique of mine to have this kind of side effect? Chu Chi couldn't help but fall into deep thought after confirming it again and again. Who was the opponent this time? Surprisingly, he had made Wang Hailong look like this in front of everyone's eyes. With such a bizarre ability, could it be a seventh-turn professional of the mystic department? Help me back to the office, I need to talk to the minister.
Wang Hailong's face was full of tears, and he glared viciously at Chu Chichi and the others. He felt that he had been tricked.
Or, is it that the higher-ups are trying to unload? Humph.
What I was promised hasn't been given yet. Don't try to cross the river and break the bridge.
Good.
Chu Chichi and the others racked Wang Hailong back to the office and then exited the room.
At this moment, Wang Hailong was the only one left in the office.
He trembled as he dialed a number with his landline. Soon, the phone was connected and a calm male voice came from the other end.
What, the Red Sun Squad has already arrived at your place, right?
Yes,
but they're not helping.
Wang Hailong immediately, with a sobbing voice, added to what had just happened.
After that, he gritted his teeth and continued in a deep voice, Ministerly, the blood banquet that you promised me, isn't it time to fulfill your promise?
The six-turn squad can't even protect you. On the other end of the phone, Ministerly furrowed his brows and cursed a waste in his heart.
Blood feast?
Had ha. Ministerly sneered and remained silent for a long time. Only after a long time did he say, tomorrow night, the eastern suburbs of Kyoto, after this time, you will disappear with everything.
Good, good. A flash of light flashed in Wang Hailong's eyes and he hastily nodded his head.
The population of the borderland 9 cities was not a small number, and he had taken such a big bite of the black pot for the blood feast. Putting down the phone, Ministerly read a few more documents, his face full of sorrow.
Alas, those guys from the radical faction, why are they so cranky? Why don't they wait for me to finish the blood feast a few more times? Those flesh and blood don't stand up well.
After a few moments, he finally made up his mind and picked up the phone to contact the Red Sun Squad. Tomorrow night, hold a small blood feast in the eastern suburb. If you really can't keep Wang Hailong, deal with him in secret.
Yes.
On the other end of the phone, Chu Chichi's eyes were glowing as she nodded excitedly. Ministerly put down the phone and looked at his white and vibrant arm. A flash of mesmerization flashed in his eyes.
A blood-colored pattern surged beneath his skin.
That was the characteristic of the abyssal blood demon race.
The human race was so weak, but it was only 100 years in a hurry, so why didn't they combine with a foreign race and enjoy a long life of freedom?
Although the group of Adventists were insane, they still had redeeming qualities, and were able to come up with a way to transform the human race into the abyssal blood demon race. Using the blood feast, he had knocked on the doors of many of the conservative faction executives, but recently it seemed that the reason for too much action had attracted the attention of the radical faction side. Soon, just a few more times, whoever loves to stay in this damn dasha can stay there. Ministerly raised his goblet and drank the scarlet liquid in it in one gulp. In the alleyway, Suyu put away his vision focus with a regretful face, and then he took a big step towards the outside. He already had some ideas on how to collect the 12 string puppets.
However, just as Suyu walked to the entrance of the alley, he violently squatted down.
Borrowing the streetlight, he gazed at his shadow.
How much longer do you want to hide?
The corner of Suyu's mouth sketched out a cold smile as he lightly drank. In the next moment, in the gloom beside Suyu, a person slowly paced out.
Under the shroud of darkness, Wang Tang's face was somewhat pale.
He hid in Suyu's shadow, taking in everything that had just happened. He did not expect that Suyu's methods would be so bizarre and terrifying.
Even that extremely famous Red Sun Squad was unable to detect it. It was simply the same as those abyssal spell demon clans. You are also from the Purgatory School? Suyu's eyes narrowed as he judged the origin from the other party's aura. That sharp and bloody aura was too obvious. Smart, but you are still not smart enough.
The corner of Wang Tang's mouth grinned as he pulled out a short dagger from behind him. You are indeed very strong, but it's a pity that a trickster who relies on long range means shouldn't be able to find an opportunity for me to get close.
I am quite good at killing people. At this moment, his aura was so steeply overpowering that the air around him seemed to freeze for a moment. That murderous aura that had been tempered on the battlefield pierced straight to Suyu's brow. The one who meets on the narrow road, the one who is brave wins. As a fifth-turn assassin, Blade Brave Pathway, Wang Tang was most adept at fighting in narrow terrain. Swish! The dagger cut out several cold ons under the night and went straight for Suyu's throat. A bit interesting, is this the true heritage of the academy? Suyu's eyes lit up. The feeling Wang Tang gave him was indeed different, far from being comparable to a freshman. That is the killing aura that really fights out between life and death, not bravado. The pale blue guardian under Suyu's feet erupted with a blue aura, then he clenched his fist with one hand and smashed it against Wang Tang's dagger. Clang! The short dagger hit Suyu's fist and sparks erupted. What kind of defense is this? Wang Tang looked at the sparks on the dagger and his eyelids jumped wildly. Wasn't this guy a theater of fate master? How come the physical strength value is so terrifying? Even a 5-turn shield mountain couldn't take his dagger hard with his flesh. Not bad, not bad, I kind of want to make you into a string puppet. Suyu's eyes gradually glowed red. Battle Rage level 1. Damn it! Why is he fighting harder and harder? Wang Tang was shocked. At the beginning, the two of them were still able to share the limelight in that slash, but now, he was already being suppressed by Suyu. Shadow surprise attack. Wang Tang's figure flashed, completely hiding in the night.
In an instant, dozens of short daggers attacked Suyu at the same time, sharp and ferocious, moves that took lives. Suyu, on the other hand, traveled with ease. His body was strong, but extremely agile, as if he was dancing. No matter how many daggers there were, they could not touch him in the slightest. The speed of the two people was getting faster and faster.
Did you know?
Suyu suddenly said. Wang Tung was stunned, but the attack on his hands did not decrease at all. Killing moves came out frequently, and it had become muscle memory.
I am also very good at killing. Suyu faintly smiled. Instantaneous prison shadow kill. In the next instant, Suyu's figure disappeared. A warning sign suddenly rose in Wang Tang's heart. His legs fired up in an attempt to dodge. However, a pair of large white hands were already placed on his neck. How is it possible? Wang Tang's body suddenly stiffened.
He sighed as the dagger in his hand fell to the ground. However, the expected eternal darkness did not descend.
Not killing? Then don't let me find an opportunity in the future, oh?
Wang Tang turned his head and looked at Suyu with a provocative smile.
Ka. Suyu slightly exerted force. Wang Tang's neck was immediately pinched and clicked. No, can't breathe. Wang Tang's face instantly rose into a pig's liver color.
Suyu grabbed his neck and lifted his entire body up.
And then, looked at his eyes and said seriously, you like to laugh a lot? Then I can make you laugh all the time, oh.
The smile on Wang Tang's face instantly disappeared, sending chills all over his body. He suddenly had some regrets about provoking Suyu. In this man's hands, death might just be the easiest end.
Bring something back from those 12 people as the price for your initiative.
Suyu threw him on the ground like a dead dog before he walked towards the outside of the alley.
You want me to send me to my death?
I'm only a 5th turn, that's the Red Sun squad with a full 6th turn. Wang Tung stood up, still with a few moments of defiance on his face.
Go or not?
Suyu took out a button that had just been ripped off on Wang Tang's body and said. Seeing this, Wang Tang's face suddenly turned pale, fiercely remembering Wan Hailong's miserable encounter.
Count on you to be ruthless.
After saying that, he crossed over Suyu without a word and instantly disappeared as a cloud of shadows. Singling out the Red Sun squad still had a way to live. Falling into Suyu's hands would be worse than death. Chapter 99 The First String Puppet Regret. Kyoto Building, 336 floors high, Suyu's figure slowly emerged from the shadows. He set up his sniper and looked at the Ministry of Resources building from afar. In the crosshairs, Wan Hailong was surrounded in the center by the Red Sun squad.
Wan Hailong was extremely insecure right now.
He was actually attacked even in the hinterland of Kyoto, and all 12 6th-turn professionals failed to save his Koen. Therefore, he didn't want to go anywhere now, and didn't want any privacy, letting these 12 people surround themselves until tomorrow afternoon. He couldn't believe that he would still be attacked by that weird power like this. The Red Sun squad was also extremely speechless at this. They had performed quite a few protection missions, but this was the first one who was so afraid of death. This guy even needs them to accompany him when he goes to the toilet. It's simply outrageous. Just hold on a little longer, we'll be able to complete a blood feast tomorrow night. Seeing that the crowd was not in the right mood, Chuchichi spoke out to comfort them. At those words, everyone present was shaken and immediately became quite excited. Blood feast was a good thing. Not only could it enhance strength, the most crucial thing was that it could also increase longevity and had the effect of returning to old age. Several female professionals in the team were even unable to suppress the corners of their mouths. Chuchichi was obviously almost 50 years old, but from the outside, she looked no different from her early 20s. The effect of a single blood feast could be far more pronounced than any elixir. However, right at this moment, the detectors within the team suddenly changed color.
Someone is coming. Attention on guard.
The detectorist quickly issued a warning. Immediately afterward, the nihilist quickly condensed a mental power bomb and threw it towards the direction of the warning. Rumble. The sound of explosions instantly resounded in the surroundings. Who? The team members took up their battle stance, each one as if they were on the verge of an enemy. With the previous intelligence, it was deduced that the attacker this time was most likely a 7th turn. And after that person stepped out of the darkness, the crowd was collectively relieved.
A 5th turn assassin? Are you the only one?
Chuchichi said after waving her hand to add a layer of blessing to everyone in the squad.
Wang Tang didn't say anything and launched a charge with his short dagger. A mere 5th turn assassin, dare to charge over like this?
The people in the squad laughed coldly and greeted him. Although the assassin's attacks were weird and tricky, they could not be defended against. But this was a large flat area. As long as he was controlled at the front, then there was no threat to speak of at all.
Boom. However, right at this moment, the forward-charging Wang Tang's figure instantly turned into 3.
It killed Chuchichi, Song Haojie, and Luosen respectively.
Illusion?
The faces of the crowd changed slightly, and the mage hurriedly used the Great Fireball spell to envelop all 3 Wang Tang. However, as the fireball spell exploded, Wang Tang continued to charge forward as if he was not affected in the slightest. Chuchichi's face suddenly changed. At this time, Wang Tang had already approached half a meter in front of her, and his short dagger stabbed straight at her neck. Her legs stomped and her entire body shot backwards like a cannonball. Snort! The short dagger slashed against her collar. But the target was not her neck. Ah! As she watched the dagger stab straight down and remove her pinky finger, a bad feeling suddenly surfaced in her heart. He's just one, together, kill him. Shu Qiqi's eyes turned red as she shouted frantically. The archers in the team hurriedly opened their bows and arrows. Swoosh! A silver glittering arrow shot out. Puff! The arrow pierced through the throat. Shadow surprise attack. Wang Tang's figure disappeared, leaving only dozens of flying daggers in place. Blade brave! He was Wang Tang. Shu Qiqi's face turned pale. Although he was only at the 5th turn, someone like Wang Tang who was able to kill his way through the battlefield was by no means easy to deal with. At least himself, a blessed master, could never get close to him. Swish! Another silver-colored arrow shot out. This arrow pierced straight through Wang Tang's shoulder, but failed to slow down his forward speed by half a point. The archer felt bad and hastily raised his bow to block. However, a sharp pain came from his hand. Wang Tang cut off his little finger cleanly and then turned around to escape. The smoke screen descended. In the next moment, he smashed down a special smoke bomb with force. Instantly, the entire open space was wrapped in a thick smoke. Dozens of flying daggers were maneuvered by Wang Tang and surrounded him. For a while, the sound of sharp weapons entering flesh and the roars and shouts of anger and killing were endless. Wang Tang was drenched in blood, and his body was covered with large and small wounds. As a 5th-turn assassin, his body plate was fragile in itself, let alone the fact that the other party was a squad of experienced 6th-turn professionals. However, his arms were bulging. Even though it was tough, he still managed to fight to the death to take something from all 12 of them at the same time. Boom! With a loud bang, an explosive fireball exploded, dispersing the smoke. The faces of everyone in the Red Sun squad were extremely ugly. Although there were no deaths, however, without exception, everyone's pinkies had been cut off in the battle just now. Wang Tang did not say a word and turned around to run after the mission was completed. Stop him! Song Haojie roared with a two-handed sword in hand. Wang Tang cutting off their fingers was definitely not a good thing. He could not be let go. What elemental morphing! Luosen finally finished storing his strength and struck out with a wood magic. In an instant, a thick line broke through the ground, sealing off all of Wang Tang's retreat. Wang Tang's eyes surged with ferocity as he turned back fiercely, wanting to fight back to the death. As an assassin, it was fine for him to be caught off guard by the 6th-turn branch professional squad, but when the other party reacted, he was afraid that it would be difficult to even escape. Boom! However, right at this moment, a loud boom calmed everyone down. Ah! Rosen's right leg exploded in response and directly disappeared. The concrete floor behind him, on the other hand, was blasted open with a large crater. There are still helpers? The crowd exclaimed in shock, abandoning Wang Tang and immediately returning to defense. Wang Tang was also stunned, and then he revealed a joyful expression. He quickly transformed into a shadow and escaped the blockade of the vine wall by following the holes pierced by the bullets. Looking at Wang Tang's distant figure, the faces of everyone present sank. They looked towards Wang Hailong, who was hiding in the corner and shivering, and suddenly had a feeling of great difficulty. On the other side, Kyoto Mansion. Ahem! I have brought what you wanted. Wang Tang threw a storage bag to Suyu. Then he slowly sat down against the fence, and with a trembling hand, he shook out a crumpled cigarette from the cigarette box and lit it. Phew! He exhaled a long mouthful of smoke with the scent of blood and felt his body go a little cold. While taking Song Haojie's finger, the small of his abdomen was pierced by that two-handed sword. Do you have an obsessive-compulsive disorder? Why did you have to chop off a pinky finger and bring it here? Suyu frowned at the storage bag. Wouldn't it be simple to pick a button or a piece of clothing? Cough cough. Wang Tang choked on his cigarette. Don't you mean you want a part of their body? Forget it, it's fine. Suyu bristled and slipped the storage bag into his pants pocket. Then, he looked at Wang Tang with life rhythm and faintly said, "You are going to die." Wang Tang smiled bitterly. Is that so? The cigarette in his hand was drenched in blood and water dye and gradually went out. It is a pity that it did not die on the battlefield. He looked at Suyu. You are very strong, simply a pervert, but the more perverted the better. To deal with the foreigners, is the need for perverts like you. Wang Tang stood up with strong support and looked down from the Kyoto building at the bustling night city. His whole life flashed through his mind as if it was a walking lantern. Unfortunately, in this life, apart from blood and fire, it seemed that he could not find any other deep memories. For example, this stunning night scene was the first time he had seen it in his life. In high school, everyone said that the university is an ivory tower. But really went to college to realize that this ivory tower is built from dead bones. At the moment when Wang Tang's life was about to die, a strong emotion came to his heart. It was regret. Chapter 100 Fixed Void Solitary Enemy, ready to accept fate? In the next moment, Wang Tang's body went limp and his life breath quickly fell to the bottom. However, just as he was about to fall to the ground, an invisible silk thread pierced into his limbs, his 5 organs, and his skull. The first string puppet, produced. Suyu squinted his eyes, feeling the regret that was so strong that it reached the apex with a very pleasant mood. A moment later, the thread of fate disappeared. String puppet 112. Me, not dead? Wang Tang got up violently and looked at his hands with an unbelievable face. Not only did he not die, the injuries all over his body had miraculously healed. He remembered that his waist had been cut off. Even a 7th turn healer would not be able to do it so fast, right? You saved me? Wang Ting turned his head to look at Suyu with an extremely complex expression on his face. Of course. Suyu looked at Wang Tang with interest. At the same time, he slightly moved his fingers. Wang Tang only felt that his body instantly lost control, and his limbs stiffly bounced with the frequency of Suyu's fingers. This scene was like performing a comical puppet show. Wang Tang could feel that there seemed to be some invisible threads in his body that were connected to Suyu's hands. Whether it was his body or soul, at this moment, it no longer belonged to him. Even the hatred towards Suyu has dissolved in an invisible way. Thanks. Wang Tang suddenly said. Thank me for what? Suyu stopped moving and was surprised. Wang Tang was relieved and felt his body return to control. He looked into the night sky, the night curtain dotted with stars, his nose sniffing the fireworks of the crowd. Thank you for letting me see such a beautiful scenery. Wang Tang's aura changed, the sharpness that seemed to pierce the sky disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a calmness that was as deep as the starry sky. Suyu raised his eyebrows. This fellow seemed to have become different. If the current Wang Tang was allowed to challenge the Red Sun Squad again, I'm afraid that the outcome would not be easy to say. It seemed that this string puppet quota was indeed not a loss. Suyu pondered for a moment, then slipped an envelope to Wang Tang to bring back to the academy to hand over to Old Qin. Wang Tang nodded his head and without asking more questions, he collected the envelope and then directly jumped over the fence into the night. Suyu stood in place and waited for a moment before muttering. After transforming into a string puppet, as long as I don't interfere, everything on the other side is no different from normal but will unconditionally follow my orders. Moreover, I can also remotely transform the puppet into a lotus guile directly. Not bad, not bad. The corner of Suyu's mouth carried a few smiles. A string puppet coupled with a lotus guile thunder, wouldn't that be a strengthened version of a self-destructing truck? The speaker's pathway is indeed bizarre. Once there is no restriction, if it is randomly struck, I am afraid that the ranged killing ability will be even more terrifying than a necromancer. Shaking his head slightly, Suyu continued to use his scope to watch the movements of the Red Sun Squad. Just now, he was able to read out some interesting things from the lips of several people. The blood feast was not a good thing by its name. Could it be that there were traitors in the higher echelons of Daxia? The corner of Suyu's mouth gradually rose. Things seemed to be getting interesting. On the other hand, on the open space under the resource department's building, the 11 people of the Red Sun Squad were gathered together with grief on their faces. After Luosan had his thigh broken by Suyu's shot, he still did not survive those 100 or so additional characteristics. His body simultaneously showed various symptoms such as severe burns, frostbite, blood loss, and decay, and he eventually died a miserable death in Chu Chichi's arms. Not to mention the loss of Rosen on this mission, it also put us in a crisis. Yeah, who knew that we would encounter a top assassin like Wang Tang? Damn it, I should have known that I would have given up the protection mission at the first time. Several other people cursed and were furious. If it wasn't for protecting Wang Hailong, they would have lined up in formation at the first opportunity. Where would it be Wang Tang's turn to find a chance to break in? We can't stay here, let's go directly to the eastern suburb. Chu Chichi stood up and threw Luo Sen's body down. Immediately, Wang Hailong was directly tied up by several people with a rope, and together with them, they sped towards the eastern suburbs of Kyoto. Did he run away? Seeing this, Suyu also withdrew the life weapon back into his body. However, he did not rush to chase after him, but took out his vision focus. After pondering for a moment, Suyu directly threw it into his life weapon and directly fixed Void Solace as the third skill of the life weapon. Fatal Artifact Grade 50. Fate Weapon Grade Diamond. Weapon type: knife, sword, axe, spear, bow, shield, halberd, gun, short sword, dagger, sniper rifle, divination crystal ball. Weapon characteristics: indestructible, sharp, bleeding, bludgeoning, stunning, penetrating, defense breaking, magic breaking, perception, camouflage. Weapon skills: instantaneous prison shadow kill, weakness strike, void rope. After becoming a fatal weapon skill, Suyu was able to activate the skill by consuming mental energy, ignoring the skill's cooldown time. Suyu switched his fatal weapon form to a crystal ball, and then threw a finger in from his storage bag. Soon, a picture appeared before his eyes. Chapter 101: Doom and Gloom, Miserable Red Sun Squad. The remaining sun was like blood, reflecting on the squad's body, making their mood heavier and heavier. Kyoto was a vast area, but Chu Chichi and the others moved extremely fast, and it didn't take long to get out of the 5th Ring Road. Kyoto was not guarded by city walls, and occasionally there were still monsters, so the places that were on the outskirts of the city were extremely sparsely populated. Soon, the Red Sun squad had completely left the city. However, they didn't slack off in the slightest and remained on high alert. Almost there. Seeing this scene, Suyu's gaze moved slightly and took out the bad luck amulet from his waist. Borrowing the effect of vision focus, Suyu crossed 600 kilometers and passed the bad luck over. Fate minor event, you used the amulet of bad luck on Chuchichi, and she was affected by the effect of bad luck stalking, with a luck value of 100 points. Ding! Fate minor event, you used the amulet of bad luck on Kikichu. She was affected by the effect of bad luck. 900 luck points. Fate points 60. In the next moment, Chuchichi, who was walking at the very back of the group, was jolted and suddenly had the feeling that a great misfortune was on the horizon. Wait! She immediately called out to stop the crowd. What's going on? At those words, the other members of the Red Sun squad looked over in unison. Only to see that Chuchichi's face was ugly to the extreme, as if she had encountered something terrible. Captain, is there something wrong somewhere? I just felt an inexplicable dangerous aura just now. Chen Xiao, the spiritual thinker within the team, frowned slightly and swept a few glances towards the surroundings, but did not see anything out of the ordinary. Don't be paranoid, hurry up and hurry. Song Haojia shook his head and urged the crowd to quicken their pace. Although Chuchichi was uneasy in her heart, she didn't say anything else and continued on. Buzz! A sudden loud noise broke the empty silence, and the Red Sun Squad's crowd was immediately alerted, taking out their weapons to be on guard. It was the Star Ocean Flying Dragon. Spirit Numinous Master Chen Xiao immediately looked towards the sky and said. Upon hearing this, the crowd hurriedly looked up. They only saw a 3-meter-long flying dragon with starlight lingering on its body flying towards them. Phew! Seeing this group of monsters, the crowd was slightly relieved. The Starsea Flying Dragon swarms levels were generally not high, and the strongest Flying Dragon Lords were generally only around level 60, posing little threat to their small group of 6th-turn professionals. These things were treated as fireflies in the wild. However, Fate minor event, your enemy Red Sun squad has been attacked by a swarm of Starsea Flying Dragons. Suyu, who was far away in Kyoto, saw the Starsea Flying Dragon swarm, but a smile appeared on his face. Ding! Fate minor event, your enemy, the Red Sun squad, has encountered an attack by a swarm of Starsea Berserker Dragons. Why wasn't there a creature like the Starsea Divine Dragon? After trying for a moment, Suyu slightly regretted turning the Starsea Flying Dragon swarm, which averaged 40 levels, into a Starsea Berserk Dragon swarm, which averaged 90 levels. Was it a misreading just now? This is a damn Starsea Berserk Dragon. In an instant, the Red Sun squad's group all changed their faces. Just now, it was a Starsea Flying Dragon that was more than 3 meters long, but as a result, it had now instantly turned into a Starsea Berserk Dragon that was more than 40 meters long. Line up! Prepare to meet the enemy. The squad's crowd immediately took up a stance, preparing to meet the onslaught of those 30-odd Starsea Berserk Dragons. However, the crowd was still not too worried. After all, these Starsea Berserkers were not too high in rank. It was only the worry on Chuchichi's face that intensified. She smelled an unusual aura. The Holy Light technique, which was usually cast out casually, had now failed to launch several times in a row. This group of Star Ocean Mad Dragons had come in a similarly strange manner. Perhaps it was that mysterious person from before who had once again made a move against them. It was better to play it safe. Thus, Chuchichi looked towards the team's boundary master. Defense boundary, open. Boundary Master Meng Yufan understood, and a strong light of boundary burst out from his body. As a 6th revolutionary boundary master, he only needed to casually cast an ordinary boundary to easily block this group of Star Ocean Frenzy Dragons. Destiny minor event, your enemy Meng Yufan unfolded a boundary and protected everyone in the squad within it. A fateful terrain appeared in front of Suyu's eyes. LOL, blame it on your bad luck. Suyu smiled a little creepily. Ding! Fate minor event, your enemy Meng Yufan unfolded his colon and protected everyone in the squad in it. In the next moment, Meng Yufan's face on the screen suddenly changed. No! He looked to his abdomen, where something seemed to be burrowing out. Boom! In an instant, Meng Yufan's stomach directly exploded, and the M-shaped colon violently unfolded, entangling everyone in the squad. This frightening scene terrified the rest of the Red Sun squad. What happened? How did a good living person explode? And it also blew up its intestines everywhere? It was that person who had struck again. And at this moment, Meng Yufan's face was already filled with pain, as if he was suffering from some sort of great pain. His 7 orifices were bleeding, his face was twisted, and his internal organs had fallen out all over the place, so it was clear that he was about to die. An emotion called pain instantly climbed to the peak. Just as he was about to die, a few threads invisible to the naked eye pierced into his body in the void. Puppet on a string 212. Looking at Meng Yufan's miserable state, everyone in the squad was creeped out and couldn't help but shiver. Quickly kill these Starsea Berserkers. Song Haojie roared. All he wanted at the moment was to quickly get rid of this group of monsters and then lead everyone to escape from that mysterious person's attack. This person was definitely a turn 7 or even turn 8 professional. Such a bizarre attack, they couldn't even see the person before they were easily toyed with. It was simply terrifying. Let me go first. Within the team, Spirit Numinous Master Chen Xiao roared out. Powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy erupted from the back of her head, quickly aiming at the Star Ocean Berserker Dragon not far away. The strength of this spiritual pressure caused the Star Ocean Berserk Dragon's swooping speed to slow down for an instant. Fate Minor Event, your enemy Chen Xiao used spiritual energy explosion on the Star Ocean Berserker Dragon. A Fate Stalker appeared in front of Suyu once again. It's not a bit difficult. He smiled and quickly completed the Fate modification. Ding! Fate Minor Event, your enemy Chen Xiao used spiritual explosion on the Star Ocean Berserker Dragon. The next moment. Soul Explosion. Chen Xiao shouted as his entire body erupted with a terrifying might. Along with a ball of ghostly blue energy being punched out, a shrunken version of Chen Xiao boomed. S exploded in front of the Star Sea Berserkers group. Rumble. The 5 Star Sea Berserker dragons that rushed at the front instantly turned into ashes, directly shattered by the impact of that powerful soul explosion. The strength of this strike was so strong that even the rest of the squad was side-eyed. When did Chen Xiao's spiritual energy explosion become so strong? Chen Xiao, what happened to you? However, at this moment, Chen Xiao looked like he was demented, rolling his eyes and convulsing on the ground, and foaming at the mouth. An emotion called confusion reached its peak. Seeing this, Chu Chi hurriedly applied 2 holy light arts to her. However, no matter what healing spells were used, they couldn't salvage a soulless person anymore. Only, everyone failed to notice that a thread of fate was invisibly inserted into Chen Xiao's body. Threaded Puppet 312. Damn it! Chu Chi gritted her teeth and cursed lowly. She knew that this must have something to do with that mysterious person. This kind of tactic was really indefensible, so much so that she didn't dare to use the holy light technique on the squad members at will, for fear of accidentally netting them a body. Seeing that Song Haojie wanted to continue rushing up to attack the Star Ocean Berserker Dragon, Chu Chi hurriedly stopped it. Come back. Don't take the initiative to attack, let Shield Mountain hold the pressure and we'll go directly to the Blood Feast launch location. At those words, Song Haojie hurriedly stopped his charge and returned to Chu Chi's side. That person seems to be able to distort our skills, don't make a move until it's absolutely necessary. Chu Chi murmured. Good. Hearing Chu Chi's words, Song Haojie's face was filled with anger, but he still nodded and put his 2-handed greatsword away. Don't worry, you guys stand behind me. With this group of little dragons, they can't break through my big shield. Lu Yong, the shield mountain within the group, stood out. His body was extraordinarily lanky and strong, and under his deep V-coat, a handful of thick bare hair was exposed, giving people an extremely strong sense of security. He looked fatally at the Star Ocean Berserker Dragon that was once again charging at the crowd. Then he slowly summoned the large shield that was 3 meters long and 2 meters wide. Fate Minor Event, your enemy Lu Yong raises his large shield in front of him to meet the charge of the Star Ocean Berserker Dragon. Interesting. The corners of Suyu's mouth could not suppress the upward movement, and without the slightest hesitation, he directly activated the Fate modification. Fate Minor Event, your enemy Lu Yong raises his brain in front of him to meet the charge of the Star Ocean Berserk Dragon. Chapter 102 Taste My Brain. Hiss roar. The Star Ocean Berserk Dragons roared and lifted their wings. The deaths of their fellow clan members made them more and more enraged, and they swooped straight down towards the Red Sun squad below. Little things, taste my big. Lu Yong was just about to set up his large shield, but his hand suddenly lowered the shield uncontrollably. And then, in front of everyone's horrified gazes, he stiffly broke his skull open and held his brain in front of him. That appearance was extraordinarily frightening, like he was taking the initiative to give his brain to Star Ocean Berserker Dragon for consumption. Lu Yong, are you crazy? Song Haojie stared with round eyes and an unbelievable expression. I can't control myself. Lu Yong opened his mouth with difficulty, blood continuously seeping out of his nose. Due to the fact that there were still some vascular nerves connecting to the brain, it made it so that he didn't die on the spot. However, this feeling of being awake towards death was even more desperate. Damn! Watching the Star Ocean Berserk Dragon getting closer and closer, Song Haojie clenched his teeth and was about to go up to save him. Don't! Chu Chi pulled him back and shook her head. Lu Yong is already dying, we can't waste his sacrifice, hurry and run. Chu Chi finished and did not wait for an answer, directly pulled up Song Haojie's arm and turned to flee. The other few people who saw this how dare to stay longer, have followed Chu Chi to leave. Ah! Bastard, you guys give me a stop. Song Haojie was furious and broke away from her, but was pulled tighter by Chu Chi. Being delayed like this, Lu Yong had been completely engulfed by the Star Sea Berserker's dragon swarm. He even saw a Star Sea Berserk dragon holding half a piece of brain in its mouth. Alas! He had no choice but to turn back and run wildly with the rest of the squad. Roar! However, the group of Star Sea Berserkers didn't have the intention of letting them go. They somehow gave up on continuing to tear Lu Yong apart and quickly lifted up in the air to chase towards the squad members. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yong, who was lying on the ground, strangely stood up, his injuries recovering with the naked eye. However, the look of despair on his face did not disappear, and his entire body looked like a lifeless puppet.
String Puppet 412. You'd rather leave your teammates behind than run away? Then, where exactly do you want to go? Suyu muttered.
He moved his feet and jumped straight down from the 336th floor. A white light flashed, and a pair of holy feathered wings unfolded from his back. Slightly lifting his wings, a strong thrust carried him as he began to speed through the sky. The speed was so fast that it cut out a white stream of light in the sky.
Not long after, a few silhouettes gradually appeared before Suyu's eyes. How did this group of beasts come so fast?
Chu-Chi-Chi inadvertently turned her head and just happened to see the Star Sea Berserker's dragon that chased over. It seems that these beasts must be dealt with,
Song Haojie said in a deep voice.
No way. Chu-Chi-Chi firmly objected. However, this time, Song Haojie did not listen to Chu-Chi-Chi's command.
Get out of the way. He pushed Chu-Chi-Chi away and coldly said, Don't you realize?
Every single one of your commands has gone terribly wrong.
You questioned me? Chu-Chi-Chi froze, then reacted, No, are you saying that I've been influenced by that mysterious person?
Song Haojie nodded and took a deep breath. Every decision you made led to the attrition of the team, judging by the results. After saying that, he didn't wait for Chu-Chi-Chi to respond and pulled out his two-handed sword.
Next, all listen to my command. Let's finish off these beasts first.
Good. The rest of the people within the team answered at the same time and walked to Song Haojie's side. Chu-Chi-Chi's face was ugly, but she still only obeyed. After all, she didn't have much fighting ability herself. Roar! Seeing that the squad's people were no longer running away, the Star Sea Berserkers instead somewhat slowed down their flight speed. In terms of true strength, they were definitely no match for the group of human professionals in front of them. But for some reason, this group of humans always died in front of them somehow. After a great battle, the number of Star Sea Berserkers was not much, only a dozen or so. But now everyone didn't dare to underestimate these monsters that were only over level 90. Since we're going to fight, let me add my blessing to you guys first. Chu-Chi-Chi's hand was flooded with holy light. For some reason, she was finally able to use the holy light technique with 100% success now.
Don't!
Seeing that holy light, Song Haojie's eyelids jumped and he immediately opened his mouth to stop it. However, it was still a little too late. Swish! Chu-Chi-Chi's palm fell, and a soft white light enveloped the crowd. Fate Minor Event, your enemy, Chu-Chi-Chi, used the holy light blessing technique to apply a gain status to everyone in the squad. High in the air, a Fate Stalker popped up in front of Suyu.
Doesn't have a long memory,
Suyu slightly shook his head and directly modified it.
Ding!
Fate Minor Event, your enemy, Chu-Chi-Chi, used the holy light blessing technique to apply a gain reduction status to everyone in the squad. In the next moment, the faces of the squad members who were enveloped by the holy light sank in unison.
Something had gone wrong.
In the past, after being blessed by holy light, one's body would feel warm all over and one's entire attributes would receive a certain boost. However, this time, the holy light blessing technique made them feel a bone-chilling chill. Clicking on the attribute panel to take a look, sure enough, the full attributes were reduced by about 20.
Stupid. Song Haojie couldn't help but curse.
I didn't do it on purpose. Chu-Chi-Chi's pretty face was white with panic.
Humph.
Song Haojie heaved a cold snort, his heart angry. This woman was usually fine, but when it came to emergencies, she was prone to stupidity.
Now it's good, not only did she drag them down, she even killed 3 of her teammates. You take care of Wang Hailong, and leave Star Ocean Berserkers to us. Song Haojie coldly put down a sentence, and then led the rest of the squad to face the Star Ocean Berserker. Chu-Chi-Chi lowered her head, an emotion called cynicism quietly took root in her heart. Kill! Song Haojie roared angrily and took the lead in charging forward.
Today had been suppressed for too long, he wanted to completely vent out the anger in his heart. In the sky, Suyu was hidden in the clouds, clutching the crystal ball in one hand, quietly watching this scene.
Chapter 103, We'll Fight You. Fate Minor Event, your enemy Song Haojie is rapidly attacking with a two-handed greatsword.
Looking at this fateful terrain, the corner of Suyu's mouth rose.
Want to vent your anger? Impossible. Ding!
Fate Minor Event, your enemy Song Haojie is rapidly entering the factory with a two-handed greatsword in hand.
Next moment. Die for me.
Song Haojie's expression was twisted, and the killing intent in his eyes was astonishing. That two-handed greatsword carried a fierce and powerful wind and was about to chop a Star Sea Berserker dragon into pieces. However, just as that Star Ocean had accepted its fate of being about to die, the large two-handed sword violently stopped between its eyes.
Song Haojie desperately exerted his strength, but the sword just couldn't chop down.
Not only that, but he also uncontrollably moved his legs and sped towards a direction. Who are you? If you have the guts, come out and fight.
Hiding at the back is not a skill.
Song Haojie was practically dying of anger, and flames were about to spew out of his nostrils. He didn't know what that person had done to him, desperately trying to control his body, but it didn't do anything at all. At this moment, even Star Ocean Berserker Dragon forgot to launch an attack on the rest of the squad, and instead stared straight at his distant bearing.
In the midst of everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Song Haojie cursed and rushed into the eastern suburb electronic factory not far away.
And started hitting the screws with his two-handed giant sword. With red eyes, he hammered sword after sword on the assembly line, his entire person resembling a madman.
An emotion called anger climbed to its peak.
That, brother, take it easy, slow down, we are timekeeping, not piecework.
The staff in the electronics factory rushed to his side, persuading him.
But Song Haojie still waved his two-handed giant sword like he was crazy.
This made them feel inexplicable. Combat professionals were so miserable these days? How could they be reduced to entering a factory to play screws?
After a moment, Song Haojie gradually calmed down. He slowly walked out of the electronics factory with his sword in one hand. However, his eyes were dull and his limbs were stiff, like a puppet on strings.
Puppet 512. Groans the brothers.
Seeing that Song Haojie hadn't returned for a long time, the rest of the team felt a wave of despair. The archer Qian Jiang immediately drew his bow and strung an arrow. Swish! A burst of arrows was fired, instantly stopping the returning Star Ocean Berserker Dragon. Seeing Qian Jiang's move to shoot an arrow, the crowd's eyelids first jumped, but seeing that he was fine, they regained their confidence. Indeed, it was time to fight for their lives. Assassin Nya Lei pulled out his dagger, the corner of his mouth grinning an evil smile. At the very least, he had to slaughter this group of little ones, right? He tapped his toes on the place, displaying a scalp-numbing extreme speed. Watch this, to settle these trash, I only need a second. As soon as his words fell, Nya Lei disappeared into thin air, his figure gradually turning into a black color. Seeing this, the rest of the squad was slightly relieved. Nya Lei's presence was the lowest in the squad, but when he made a move, he would often play a crucial role. Fate minor event, your enemy Nya Lei has infiltrated the shadows and launched an attack on the Star Ocean Berserker Dragon.
Shadow Assassin Pathway?
Looking at the Nya Lei who had blended into the shadows almost perfectly, Suyu blinked.
Ding!
Fate minor event, your enemy, Nya Lei, has infiltrated the shadows and launched an attack on the Star Ocean Berserker Dragon. In the next moment, a hint of misfortune rose in Nya Lei's heart.
The last part of his body was about to complete its shadowization. However, a sudden change occurred. The scene in front of him instantly became pitch black. Moreover, the surrounding area was filled with a suffocating aura of death.
Where is this place? His body was tense, his right hand tightly squeezing the short dagger.
Ha! Surprisingly, someone broke through the seal and ran to hell?
A dull voice exploded in Nya Lei's ears.
Who?
He turned his head violently, only to see an incomparably frightening scene. It was a 1,000-meter tall monster with a huge bull's head. His body was like a steel casting, emitting a metallic luster. Especially under the lingering death aura, it was simply like the legendary god of death.
Could it be that I've come to the underworld? But isn't Anubis, the god of death, dog-headed? Why is this one bull-headed? Without waiting for Nya Lei to think about it, the bull-headed monster lunged over. Damn it, why is this guy so strong? Nya Lei gritted his teeth and had to fight back. However, as if it was effortless, the bull-headed monster grabbed him in its hands. Immediately afterward, the bull-headed monster opened its mouth and devoured it. No! Nya Lei's eyes widened. At this moment, fear instantly peaked. Ha! How come it's gone again?
The bull-headed monster chewed loudly, but it didn't taste the slightest bit of meat. It shook its head slightly, only thinking that it was hallucinating from sleeping for too long.
At the same time, on the eastern suburb of the wasteland, the crowd only saw Nya Lei's figure instantly disappear and then instantly reappear. However, after reappearing, he was covered in a deadly aura. After smashing the Star Ocean Berserker Dragon with his corpse for a moment, he fell straight to the ground, lifeless. The weight of that dead aura was so heavy that even high-level undead creatures couldn't compare to it. Puppet 612. Seeing this scene, everyone was silent. You guys try together. That mysterious person's ability seems to be unable to be activated continuously in a short period of time. At this moment, Wang Hailong, who was tied up into a dumpling, proposed. Everyone looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Good. Since it's a death either way, let's fight him. In the next moment, the only 5 remaining combat professionals within the team struck out at the same time. Chapter 104, 12 String Puppets, 4th turning condition reached. The Inferno Explosion Great Fireball Technique. Sun Wu's rapid chanting with his fiery red staff in hand. Earth-shaking Divine Bull, please listen to my call. Beside him, Lu Chanshan also waved her staff and a summoning formation appeared in front of him. Humph. Gunner Lu Pega had a cigar in his mouth and pulled out a large sniper from his crotch in preparation for aiming. Archer Zhang Pang, on the other hand, continued to draw his bow and arrow.
In the center of the crowd, embodiment master Lu Qingyan had her eyes tightly closed, and countless swords and knives were being embodied around her. The five of them glanced at each other and nodded before simultaneously launching an attack on the Star Ocean Berserker Dragon. Roar! The Starsea Berserker's dragons didn't have the slightest bit of timidity in the face of such a strong offense, and with a howl, they rushed forward. Boom! Boom boom! However, this time, luck did not seem to favor them. After a few muffled sounds, a dozen or so Starsea Berserkers were instantly wiped out. So simple? This result caused the crowd to be extremely surprised. Lu Chanshan's summoned beasts hadn't even gotten out of the formation yet, and the Starsea Berserkers were killed off. Could it be that the mysterious person didn't intend to make a move against them anymore? Ha ha! Am I right? As long as you all strike at the same time, that person won't be able to do anything with you. Wang Hailong smiled triumphantly, then glanced at Chuchichi disdainfully and said, "Still don't untie me? You guys are still a team of sixth-turn professionals? You're not as smart as me, a fourth-turn thief." Upon hearing this, Chuchichi's already gloomy face became even darker, but she continued to untie the rope as Wang Hailong said. Finally regaining his freedom, Wang Hailong was in a good mood, and then looked at Chuchichi and laughed. "I don't think that person is as powerful as you guys think. If he was really a seventh-turn professional, why would he need to play dirty?" The fact that he didn't make a move now is even more indicative of this. Wang Hailong held his head high and continued, "I think he's at his wit's end and can't do anything about us now." Hearing his words, the squad members fell into deep thought. Wang Hailong's words were not unreasonable. Perhaps the truth was really what he said? Pa! Right at this moment, a sound of applause came from above the heads of the crowd, followed by an angelic-looking man slowly emerging from the clouds. Tisk Wang City Master's analysis can be considered brilliant. Hearing the voice, Wang Hailong was immediately alert as he jerked his head up to look at the sky. However, he saw that Suyu was hovering in mid-air, gazing at him with cold eyes. Seeing Suyu's face, Wang Hailong's face suddenly changed. Although his figure and appearance had changed, he still recognized his identity at a glance. You are Suyu?" A flash of fear flashed across the bottom of Wang Hailong's eyes as he subconsciously took a few steps back. "You recognize him?" Chuchichi hurriedly looked at Wang Hailong. The other party had unexpectedly called out Wang Hailong's real name in one breath. That meant that this mysterious person who was suspected to have attacked them seemed to be familiar with Wang Hailong? Of course they knew each other. Wang Hailong nodded bitterly. It was because of him that the 10 cities that should have been overthrown ended up being only 9. At those words, the faces of the squad's people changed in unison. "You are that Suyu? The one who recognized the Titan giant bear as his mother?" Chuchichi frowned and asked. Suyu did not answer, but only grinned a wide smile. Chuchichi's brows tightened, her face looked exceptionally grave. Suyu, this person's identity was too special. Not only did he obtain the mysterious and unpredictable profession of a fortune teller, he also coincidentally obtained the Titan Bear's recognition. The senior management of Disya had mixed opinions about him. Some thought that the fortune teller should be hammered to death and was not trustworthy, while others thought that this was a good opportunity to make friends with the Titan Bear. A few parties did not argue a result, and in the end, they decided to let it go. "I didn't expect that this guy would become so strong now." "Ha, you were the one who was messing around before, weren't you?" Lu Peijia spat out the cigar in his mouth and narrowed his eyes as he pointed his gun at Suyu. Wang Hailong was right, but it was just a young brat who actually tossed us around. "So, why don't you continue to hide anymore?" Zheng Peng also took out the 3 arrows at the same time, gazed at Suyu with cold eyes and slowly said, "Is it because you don't want to hide anymore?" For a while, everyone in the squad actually encircled Suyu at some point. The trickster means is indeed bizarre, but I am afraid that the price to pay for that kind of means is not small, right? Chuchichi sneered, "Since you took the initiative to come out and send yourself to death, then we will accept it. Everyone, let's do it." As the words fell, the 5 members of the squad simultaneously launched an attack on Suyu. Suyu had a destiny terrier pop up in front of him, but he ignored it. Having watched the battle for too long just now, his hands were a little cold. Boom! Slightly sidestepping, he dodged a bullet. Swish! Immediately after, Suyu's hands danced with residual shadows, directly grabbing all the 3 consecutive arrows shot by Zheng Peng in his hands. With a backhand throw, the 3 arrows broke through the air, instantly nailing the earth-shaking divine bull that came out of the summoning formation. Damn it! Why is he so strong? Sun Wu clenched his teeth, and his spiritual power cleared out instantly. A huge spiritual pressure spread out. Immediately afterward, intense heat came. In the next moment, a small round of sun slowly rose from the ground. The Inferno Explosion Supergiant Fireball. Fate Minor Event, your enemy Sun Wu has summoned a supergiant fireball to attack you. Kind of interesting. The corner of Suyu's mouth lifted slightly as he looked at the giant fireball with interest. Ding! Fate Minor Event, your enemy Sun Wu summoned a super huge fireball to launch an attack on you. Fate point 100. Where do you think the Red Sun squad got its name? Sun Wu laughed out loud. The word Red Sun in the squad's name came from this forbidden art of his. With this forbidden art, the Red Sun squad had even killed a 7th turn professional. Seeing the huge fireball engulfing Suyu, the rest of the people were slightly relieved. However, without waiting for them to take a breather, something happened in the blink of an eye that was incomprehensible to the crowd. Only to see that huge fireball suddenly distorted, as if it was being kneaded by a pair of large invisible hands. In the next instant, that huge fireball with a diameter of 50 meters had inexplicably turned into a huge 9-grid hot pot? Thank you for your hospitality. Suyu casually clamped a slice of tripe and said, "Wow." The baby bear sleeping on Suyu's shoulder was also awakened by this aroma, and hurriedly ran to the side of the huge hot pot to use his paws to fish for vegetables to eat. Seeing this scene, Sunwoo's entire body was bad. The air in this area seemed to have frozen. Suyu wiped his mouth and smiled, not going to make a move? Then switch to me. Instantaneous prison shadow kill. Swish. A black light pierced the eyes and was followed by blood splatters. Relying on the support of his strong spiritual power, he actually ignored the cooldown and launched instantaneous prison shadow kill 5 times in a row. Suyu displayed a frightening speed, instantly moving between the 5 people. In just an instant, 5 heads flew out. The 5 people had different expressions on their faces, each with emotions such as dismay, shock, and unwillingness. In the next moment, Suyu's fingertips moved slightly, smoothly transforming the 5 people into string puppets. After the previous patting, the psychological defenses of these people had already been destroyed almost to the core. All that was needed was a strong stimulus to be successfully transformed. Puppet 11-12. Up to this point, the number of string puppets was just 1 short. Suyu slowly turned his head to look at Chuchichi. At the same time, the 5 people who seemed to have died also turned their heads in unison. Not only that, the Song Haojie and the others from before also appeared in front of her at an unknown time, glaring at her in death with those dead eyes. Ah! Get away! Go away! Don't come over! Chuchichi was so frightened that she sat down on the ground, her entire body trembling madly. Her hair was scattered and she was mumbling under her breath. She was actually directly scared out of her mind. However, soon her movements became sluggish and her dancing arms began to become mechanical. String Puppet 12-12. Seeing this scene, Wang Hailong's face showed horror as he quickly retreated. When did this guy Suyu become so powerful? Even the Red Sun squad was completely annihilated by the other party. Suyu slightly shook his head and made a dive from the air. Wang Hailong only felt a blur before his eyes, and in his fearful gaze, Suyu easily pinched his neck like he was grabbing a chicken. It was at this moment that he realized. It was not that Suyu did not have the means to unleash that bizarre ability just now. He was just too lazy to tease them anymore. In front of Suyu, a full 6-turn professional squad was nothing more than dirt. Let me go and I'll give you whatever you want. Wealth, equipment, even longevity. Even if you want to live forever, I can find a way to fulfill you. I only have one request, don't kill me. Wang Hailong shouted frantically, trying to change his situation. Longevity? This is something I happen to not lack yet. Suyu still shook his head and said with a faint smile, you shouldn't be here begging me, you should be down there begging those who were killed by you. Ka-ching. The words just fell, accompanied by a clear and loud bone-breaking sound. Suyu wrist force directly twisted off Wang Hailong's neck. Afterward, he flung his corpse aside. With this Red Sun squad, he no longer needed Wang Hailong to provide information. Just as he wanted to leave, Suyu's footsteps suddenly stopped again. He looked towards the corpse, switched his fate weapon into a large sniper form, and added a shot at the heart location and a shot at the head location. Fate points 250. Not much guts, but the means to save one's life is really not small. After seeing the fate points being credited, Suyu then nodded with satisfaction. And then, he casually found a big rock and sat down. The 6 stars above Suyu's head descended slowly and quickly integrated into his body. The moonlight spread down and 11 string puppets surrounded Suyu like they were performing a silent drama. Chapter 105 Godslayer Skill, Twilight of the Gods. 40,000 Destiny Points. 4th Occupation Awakening Successful. Your level has increased. Current level LV 81. Suyu trembled and felt a constant warm current surging within his body. At the same time, a coolness surrounded his mind. This occupation awakening was not very difficult, but the increase in basic attributes was not small. You obtained the Divine Destiny Pathway skill, Deadly Flamboyance. You have acquired the Destiny Pathway skill, Puppetry. You have acquired the Destiny Pathway skill, Twilight of the Gods. After the awakening was completed, 3 skills appeared in front of Suyu. He clicked on the skill descriptions one by one. Fatal Flamboyance LV1. You can consume spiritual energy to condense a light-chasing bullet. Hitting an enemy will deal extra damage and put them in a confined state for 3 seconds. String Puppet LV1. By consuming mental energy you can control dead corpses or living people to fight as puppets. The maximum number of puppets exists as 12, and puppets can be transformed into Lotus Guile at any time. Twilight of the Gods LV1 Passive Skill. Your resistance to divine magic increases by 15, and 15 true damage is added when attacking a target carrying divinity. Suyu's eyes lit up. This skill of string puppet was something he liked. The puppet was useful and could be used in more than just combat. Fatal Flashy, on the other hand, could solve Suyu's immediate needs. After all, the bullets that he had purchased previously were about to run out. If he could condense his own bullets in the future, he would undoubtedly save a large amount of money. Moreover, the light-chasing bullets were clearly much more powerful than the bullets he had previously purchased. Looking at the Twilight of the Gods, this skill was even stronger beyond words. Surprisingly, it was a skill that targeted god-level existences. Moreover, after acquiring the Twilight of the Gods, he felt that the divine aura in his soul was becoming progressively scarcer. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before his soul would completely leave the control of the goddess of death. Suyu did not hesitate and directly spent 100,000 destiny points to fill up Dusk of the Gods. Your skill Twilight of the Gods LV1 is upgraded to max level. Dusk of the Gods max passive skill. You are the Twilight of the Gods, the nightmare of all gods. Your resistance to divine magic is increased by 80, and 115 true damage is added when attacking a target that carries divinity. Buzz. A roar came from Suyu's mind. Never try to get rid of me. The shrill whistling of the goddess of death came, but the voice became smaller and smaller. Get rid of you? It won't happen. I'm looking forward to our next meeting. Suyu smiled, and there was a light flickering in his eyes. He saw that above his soul, the 3 chains composed of death divinity had disappeared without a trace. However, the essence of his soul had not changed and he was still a deceased person. But now if any high-ranking death creatures wanted to pin him down with this, they might get a big surprise. Right. Suyu hooked his finger and called Niale, the assassin who had infiltrated the netherworld, over. With that, he inhaled deeply through his nose and inhaled that pure death breath into his body. This death breath was very different in nature from that of the goddess of death, and although the quality wasn't as high, it was much more ancient and thick. Fate Minor Event, your body has suffered from the erosion of high-grade death breath, and your physical strength attribute has begun to permanently diminish. Ding! Minor Fate Event, your body has been eroded by a high-level death breath, and your physical strength has begun to increase permanently. Fate points 600. Suyu narrowed his eyes and let go of his body and mind, allowing the death breath to erode his body. At the same time, his soul was continuously absorbing the overflowing death aura. A strand of death breath that increased both physical strength and intelligence attributes was simply a great profit. A few moments later, the death breath was exhausted, Suyu smashed his mouth with a feeling of satisfaction, and then looked at his destiny point balance. First, he had spent 40,000 for the 4th turn, plus 100,000 to enhance the Twilight of the Gods, and now his destiny points had been left at a pitiful 3 digits. If it wasn't for the Red Sun Squad providing him with quite a few fate points, the Twilight of the Gods wouldn't necessarily be able to be raised to full. Suyu shook his head slightly and scanned the attribute panel again. Occupation, Fate Master. Level, 81. Strength, 6,818. Physical strength, 6,752. Intelligence, 5,726. Agility, 4,985. Awakening, 4th turn. Skills, Fate Sense Savage Growth Rhythm of Life Fate Weapon All Fall Down Max Battle Rage Max Weapon Master Max Final Prologue Max Twilight of the Gods Max Puppet on a String LV1 Deadly Flamboyance LV1. Talent Fate Modification. Fate Points, 614. Guild Contribution, 200650. Credits, 349,587. Obviously, he had only just turned 4, but Suyu's full attributes were already approaching that of an ordinary turn 6 professional, which could be considered luxurious to the extreme. Especially the hidden spiritual attributes, it was feared that it was already close to a 7th turn level mage. Suyu looked down at the Wisdom Source Stone. There was still 1 day left before the next doubling of spiritual power. The credits gap was still more than 100,000 short. Suyu slowly got up and gazed at the surrounding string puppets. The secrets in these people's bodies were feared to be definitely more than 200,000 credits. Chu Chichi and the others had an incomparably clear consciousness at this moment, and were able to clearly perceive the strong aura bursting out from Suyu's body. He had become stronger again. This caused them to feel despair. It seemed that there was no way to escape Suyu's control in this life. Tell me your plan, Suyu faintly said. In the next moment, the crowd was relieved and their bodies finally regained control. Song Haojia's eyes were about to burst into flames as he immediately shouted angrily, "Tell you? No problem." He wanted to resist, but after being transformed into a puppet on strings, nothing was left to him. Soon, the expression on Song Haojia's face became numb. All hatred towards Suyu was eliminated through and through, and all that was left was loyalty that left everything behind. We were previously prepared to bring Wang Hailong along to the secret base in the eastern suburbs for a small blood banquet. Blood feast? It was the second time Suyu heard this term from their mouths. What is a blood banquet? He continued to ask. It was a ritual to enhance strength. Just by being illuminated by the bloodlight, all attributes as well as longevity would be enhanced.
Sun Haojia's face held a hint of mesmerization, as if the mere recollection of it could give him immense pleasure. Enhancement of attributes, or even increase in lifespan. Take me to take a look. Suyu narrowed his eyes and commanded. Okay, master. Sun Haojie and his group immediately nodded their heads and walked ahead to lead the way. Suyu walked a few steps and suddenly felt like touching his shoulder, feeling that something was missing. When he turned his head, he found that Baby Bear was actually lying on the side of that huge hot pot, drinking the hot pot soup base with a big mouthful. Don't eat it. Suyu rushed over and slapped it on its butt. Hungry Baby Bear turned around with an aggrieved face and gazed at Suyu with those big eyes. Alright, I'll take you to eat delicious food when I go back. Suyu helplessly shook his head. Hearing Suyu's assurance, Baby Bear then reluctantly climbed down from the copper hot pot. Immediately, his figure shrunk, and he lay on Suyu's shoulder again and started to sleep. Suyu's eyes moved slightly and stroked its plush bear head. This fellow should be close to undergoing the next life metamorphosis. Chapter 106. The fire is not burning hot enough, light a big one. At the same time, in the Purgatory Schoolhouse, Principal Chin reclined in his office chair, carefully gazing at a note in front of him. Headmaster, the item is for you, I will leave first. Wang Tang said and pushed open the office door and quickly walked out. Principal Chin raised his eyes and gave him a rather surprised look. Did this prick beat his brains out on the front line? Surprisingly, he was willing to serve as a lapdog for Suyu? This brat is a bit too fierce, right? After watching for a moment, Principal Chin crushed the note and picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. The Red Sun Squad's strength was definitely not weak, and this professional squad had a record of beheading a 7th-turn swordsman. Moreover, having performed countless combat missions under that old man Li Yanqing, he was extremely experienced in the area of battling professionals. Releasing this mission, Qin Tian did not expect Suyu to complete it in a short period of time. It was a ploy to scare the snakes. What he thought was that Suyu only needed to hold the Red Sun Squad back so that Li Yanqing's side would take the initiative to reveal the cracks. The 4 major academies had little control over the interior of Daxia and would be detected once they moved, but Suyu, a freshman, was different. However, looking at this situation, it seemed that Suyu could really wipe out the Red Sun Squad? If that was the case, it might be possible to make the Holy Spirit School's side put some more pressure on it. Principal Chin tapped his fingers on the desktop and muttered. Right now, the radical faction dominated by the 4 major academies had already turned their attention into the interior of Grand Xia, vowing to uproot some of the poisonous tumors. The borderland 9 cities had lost really unjustly. They had fought and died on the front line, only to come back and realize that their own people were actually discussing how to sell the country? Who the hell can stand awe? If not for Suyu's previous efforts to save a city, I'm afraid that Daxia's losses will be even heavier. Those who open their mouths as what forward-looking decisions, experts to develop a big plan, or is caught in the front of the truce results to say things. Principal Chin said, TM fought to this point, was supposed to be the time for a truce, still need you to sell 9 cities in exchange for a truce? This is clearly someone collaborating with the enemy. It's impossible for some of the conservatives not to know, but they're either receiving favors or they're just beating their heads against the wall. Alas! After pondering for a moment, Principal Chin sighed. The evidence that the 4 major academies now possessed was not enough to bring down Li Yanqing's lineage right now. Even with the words given by Suyu, it would not work. Unless Suyu was so capable that he could make the entire Red Sun Squad turn against him. However, the Red Sun Squad was Li Yanqing's inner circle, each and every professional had been trained from childhood, and there was also a prohibition in their souls. How easy would it be to get information from them? Moreover, the forces of the conservative faction are now intertwined in Daxia, causing a slight change in the whole body. Although Principal Chin wanted to directly kill Li Yanqing's lineage, he was afraid that it would cause even more serious consequences. After thinking about it, Principal Chin took out a dagger and pierced his fingertip, writing a note with blood. The fire isn't burning hot enough. You dispose of the Red Sun Squad as soon as possible and then light a big fire. And then, Principal Chin sent this note into the drawer and let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed that Suyu had really made the right move. He slowly got up, his eyes glowing with a cold light. As long as Suyu's stirring stick hit the grass hard enough, are you still afraid that Snake won't reveal its tail? At the same time, Suyu followed the Red Sun Squad, tumbled over a small hill, passed through a piece of high-grade concealment formation, and finally arrived in front of a bronze door. Just as he was about to enter, Suyu's figure stalled as a bloody light flashed in front of him. A white slip of paper suddenly appeared and hovered in front of him. Isn't fire enough? Looking at the words written in blood, the corners of Suyu's mouth gradually rose. Good, wait for me to give you a big one. He crushed the note and took a step inside the bronze door. Chapter 107. Blood Feast. Truth, Earth Knights. The rich breath of life poured out. The Red Sun Squad crowd immediately looked shocked and breathed greedily. Suyu, however, had a frown on his face and did not have the slightest thought of absorbing these life energies.
Even the baby bear on his shoulder had an ugly expression, as if he was having a nightmare.
Suyu raised his eyes and looked around.
The entirety of this more than 100 square feet secret room was made of special metal, which could have the effect of shielding spiritual energy. Inside the secret room was simple and clean, there were no unnecessary furnishings, only in the center of the secret room stood an altar. On the altar stood a large tripod, its body engraved with monsters whose faces resembled bats. The rich vitality emanated from the cauldron. Shuchichi walked towards the cauldron and looked inside with anticipation, then said with a slight disappointment, "Master, the blood banquet is set for tomorrow night, we still have to wait for one more day."
Aha!
Suyu observed for a moment before nodding and sitting down to wait. He had already utilized life rhythm to see that this altar was similar to a teleportation device, and it was just an ordinary altar if it wasn't time. The rest of the people looked at each other with a flash of blood color in the bottom of their eyes, and they could not help but stick their heads into the tripod and lick up the residual blood-colored liquid.
Stop! Suyu frowned and stopped them, forcibly pulling them back. Master, you also taste it.
This blood tastes really good. Shuchichi's cheeks flushed red and her gaze was infatuated as she said,
"Such a dirty thing, you guys think it tastes good?"
Suyu glanced at her and said.
Shuchichi froze slightly and shook her head. "No, it's not dirty, isn't this thing pure life energy?" "You all think so?"
Suyu looked at the rest of the people and found that they also had the same opinion. Seeing that Suyu did not speak, the red light in everyone's eyes flickered once again, and they actually leaned another step towards that big tripod.
Suyu frowned, and after sensing for a moment, he directly cancelled their control over their bodies. "It seems that this thing also has an extremely strong addictive effect?"
Suyu slightly shook his head, got up and walked next to that cauldron. Immediately, in the midst of several people's eager gazes, he kicked the cauldron over. A ball of blood plasma remaining inside the cauldron immediately spilled onto the ground. Seeing this, a strong regret immediately flashed across the eyes of several people.
"Humph! Take a good look, what exactly is it that you guys are drinking down?"
Suyu coldly snorted, his right hand was held in a false grip, and his life weapon transformed into a long sword. The blade of the sword slashed through the blood plasma.
In an instant, the layer of boundary wrapped around the plasma was broken. Boom!
In a blink of an eye, the entire chamber was filled with a pungent scent of blood, accompanied by deafening screams. It was as if thousands and thousands of people were roaring in pain in their ears.
A few people's eyes steeply stared and instantly came to their senses, their eyes flickering with astonishment. "What's going on here?" Shuchichi was at a loss. "Master, what have you done?" Suyu let out a light sigh and then laughed coldly. "What did you do?"
"It was just tearing through a layer of camouflage." He pointed at the streak of plasma. At this moment, the blood beads that were still crystal clear and emitting a tantalizing aura had already turned into a dark red, unknown object with a strong abyssal aura. When one even looked closely, there were countless faces reflected from it, waving their arms as if they were shouting and begging for help.
Vomit!
Shuchichi and the others' bodies regained control again, but at this moment, none of them still wanted to go and swallow that plasma, and they all covered their stomachs and ran to the side to vomit.
We ate this kind of stuff before?"
Song Haojie said incredulously.
"Then what else?" Suyu asked rhetorically. "Vomit. Uncle Lee lied to us. He clearly said that this is the life original liquid extracted from the secret realm monster." Shuchichi was filled with pain. Where is this something extracted from a secret realm monster? It was clearly a magic potion boiled down from a single human race using abyssal blood magic. At those words, Song Haojie and the others were all as pale as paper. What they had been swallowing all this time was actually countless of their own kind? In that case, Li Yanqing was a traitor? He's gone rogue? They, the Red Sun Squad, had been listening to him and helping him remove obstacles, and in a sense, were also aiding and abetting him? For a time, the scene fell into a deathly silence. The eyes of everyone looking at Suyu became extremely complicated. Under Li Yanqing's brainwashing, they had always believed that the four major academies were all madmen, all stumbling blocks that hindered Great Xiao's progress towards prosperity. This one of them, the Purgatory School, was even the lunatic of lunatics. But unexpectedly, it turned out that they were the big villain? "Master, kill us." The crowd was in tears. The faith built up over the years collapsed in an instant. "Want to die? Where is it that simple?" Suyu snorted and rejected the proposal of the crowd. He took out his cell phone from his bosom and tapped on the video after placing it in the corner. "Say it, hand over all the ugly things you have done over the years." After saying that, Suyu walked straight out of the bronze gate, not wanting to stay there for a moment. The crowd looked at each other in dismay, then opened their mouths one after another, and you said one thing and I said another, exploding all of Li Yanqing's black materials. After coming to the outside world, Suyu took a deep breath of the fresh mountain air. That scene just now gave him a wave of nausea. However, he could not leave now. This was a heavenly handle that had to be recorded in its entirety before he could do so. Suddenly, Suyu's line of sight snapped towards the distance. His pupils suddenly shrunk and his eyes narrowed. Immediately afterward, a large sniper appeared in his hand.
With a flash of golden light, a chasing light was stuffed into the chamber by him. Among the crosshairs, a silhouette appeared. That person was heavily armed and wearing a suit of armor, and was rushing towards this place at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Suyu violently pulled the trigger. The huge recoil shook his shoulder to the point of raw pain. After using the light-chasing bullet, the power of this shot had more than doubled tenfold. Oh! It seems that the Red Sun squad was really attacked, no wonder they couldn't be contacted. The armored man's figure stalled slightly, then he raised his head, revealing two fangs. Worthy of being able to defeat the existence of the Red Sun squad, actually able to discover Lao Fu, just with something like firearms, also want to defeat Lao Fu? The armored man held his halberd in both hands and ruthlessly chopped towards chasing light. Clang! Sparks erupted, and the sparks were exceptionally dazzling in the night. The halberd was not damaged at all. The armored man violently retreated 100 steps, his toes repeatedly lashing out on the ground. However, the light-chasing bullet exploded into a golden pike, deadlocking him in place. He stared into the distance with horror in his eyes. How could it be possible? Monstrous waves rose in his heart. That strike he had just made was enough to cleave a small mountain to pieces, but he had actually still lost the battle. He was a level 160, peak 7 turn hidden profession, Earth Knight. No matter who you are, you will definitely be buried here tonight. The armored man roared in rage as brown light erupted from his body, removing the imprisoning effect of fatal flamboyance. Immediately afterward, his breathing became heavy, and his entire body exuded a thick aura like that of a mountain. Chapter 108, Baby Bear Charge, Titan's Wrath. A scowl spread across the bottom of the armored man's eyes. Earth Charge. Once this skill was turned on, he would constantly draw power from the Earth's veins, and the longer the duration of the charge, the more terrifying the final burst of power would be. Boom! Seeing this scene, Suyu did not hesitate to condense a second light-chasing bullet. The golden light exploded as all sorts of negative effects erupted, and eventually a golden pike once again wound its way towards the armored man. However, this time, the golden light failed to have a confining effect again. Because, at this moment, the armored man was no longer just himself, but was equivalent to charging with dozens of mountains. It was useless. Dodge or die, choose one for yourself. The armored man laughed wildly. The only flaw of his earth charge was that it was too slow, it needed a long time to build up momentum, and at first it was just the speed of an ordinary person walking. However, he did not need to crash Suyu at all. He only needed to crash that secret base. Is that right? In the face of the armored man's phallic scheme, Suyu's face did not change as he continued to load the bullets and pull the trigger. Boom! The third bullet blasted out. Golden light exploded, yet the effect caused by this shot was not even as good as the first two shots. Stupid guy. Just wait to be run over by me. The armored man crossed his halberd in front of him and charged a few more points faster. This halberd was the very best of the legendary equipment, and it was even mixed with an Earth God's divine art, Earth Blessing. Once the divine art was unleashed, even an 8th turn professional would not be able to help him in the slightest. What's more, the opposite side's attack had only just broken through the limit of the 6th turn, and was considered to be at the entry level amongst the 7th turn professionals. Who? Looking at the armored man who was getting closer and closer, Suyu took a deep breath and then slowly finished filling the 4th round of light-chasing bullets. The armored man's level exceeded his by a lot, thus, the amount needed to forcefully trigger instant death with fate points was massive. Moreover, because Suyu chose to fire the third shot, it resulted in him being unable to escape from Earth Charge's attack range anymore now. However, none of this mattered. Boom! As the last bullet was fired, a muffled thunderous sound resounded in the sky, and a blinding golden aura violently erupted from the muzzle of the gun. Destiny Point 20. With this shot, Suyu did not attach 100% instant death, but instead attached a sure hit. At the same time, the originally brilliant earth yellow light on the armored man's body suddenly became dim. This shot. The armored man's pupils suddenly shrunk, gazing at the bullet with some disbelief. It was clearly exactly the same as the previous 3 shots. But why did it give him such a strong sense of crisis? Impossible. The armored man shouted violently, and his hands lashed out. My charge cannot be blocked, not even by a god. He clenched his teeth fiercely and chose to activate the divine art in his Earth Pulse Source halberd. In the next second, the divine art Earth Protection unfolded. Buzz! A thick brown divine energy surged out from the handle of the halberd. Endless brown lines instantly surfaced around the armored man, and a huge barrier rose out of thin air to block his side. Looking at this barrier, he only felt a strong sense of security welling up in the bottom of his heart. The smile at the corner of his mouth had just risen, but he saw that the smile at the corner of Suyu's mouth was just as bright. A trace of disfavor rose from the bottom of his heart. Oh no! Boom! The violent collision caused the entire eastern suburb's earth to tremble. Sublime! Immediately afterward, the earth-colored barrier composed of earth divine power was instantly torn to pieces. The bullet impacted hard on the Earth Pulse Source halberd and exploded with a loud bang. This legendary equipment instantly snapped into several petals, and its durability was directly emptied. The armored man's torso flew backwards and landed heavily on top of the ground, smashing out a human-shaped crater. His face was pale, his mouth slightly open, and his eyes round. Plop! A mouthful of black and red tainted blood spurted out. He raised his head and looked at Suyu standing on the mountain in horror. How could he possess such a strong attack power? In just 4 shots, he had actually pierced through the defense that he was proud of? Moreover, the most crucial thing was that even the Earth Divine Art did not block that 4th shot. When that bullet saw the power of the Divine Art, it was almost as if it saw something, and its power unexpectedly increased instead of decreasing. The power of that bullet exploding was incomparably bizarre and horrifying, and his super high defense couldn't even completely block it, and it was directly penetrated. This was simply the legendary real damage that ignored everything. The armored man climbed up with great difficulty, gazing at the approaching Suyu in horror. It was the first time that his earth charge had been forcibly defeated from the front. The earth pulse power that had been gathered together slowly overflowed and spread out, causing the entire eastern suburb of the earth to continuously tremble. The armored man glanced at the earth pulse source halberd with a heartbroken expression, and then he took out another legendary great giant sword from his storage pouch. He did not give up his attack. In his opinion, Suyu's shot must have been a crushing tactic as well. As an Earth Knight, as long as he had his feet on the earth, he would be able to obtain a constant stream of power. Therefore, victory or defeat was yet to be known. It's a pity, that's my equipment. Suyu looked at the broken legendary halberd and shook his head with slight regret. You. However, as Suyu approached, the armored man's body trembled visibly. His gaze focused on the baby bear on Suyu's shoulder. At this moment, the baby bear had awakened. Using the power of the earth in front of this baby? Baby bear jumped off Suyu's shoulder in one step. When it stood on the earth, those earth vein powers that were originally dispersed began to rapidly converge into it. Rumble. The entire earth began to tremble violently. If the armored man was using his profession to slowly gather the power of the earth, then baby bear was the earth's power chasing after it to feed it, and it wasn't eating it. You have a titanic bear? The armored man's voice was trembling, and the giant sword in his hand fell to the ground. He could feel that the power of the earth was out of control at the moment. Moreover, the large amount of earth pulse source power he had gathered earlier had all run into that titanic bear. Ola! Baby bear charged. Baby bear whistled up to the sky, and then his body instantly swelled up and ran wildly towards the armored man. This scene stunned Wang Tun, who was far away. He had only handed the note to the principal before he arrived here from the academy on the teleportation array. As a result, he saw the image of Suyu forcibly knocking the Earth Knight away from the Earth charge with a single shot. This Earth Knight fellow was not simple, that was a strong person who had once gained the name of God of War in the War Academy. An existence of this level was easily crushed by Suyu? Wang Tang was a little messed up for a moment. Was this guy still human? Boom! A loud bang came from the Earth Knight as he was directly knocked out a long way. Ka-ching! The ribs in his chest broke. However, there was a bright light in his eyes. This Titan giant bear wasn't a high level, it just happened to restrain him, so there might be a chance. Roar! He roared, forcibly raising a stream of chi and killing towards the baby bear. Bang! The two kept colliding together. Soon, the Earth Knight realized that something was wrong. Why was this bear getting stronger the more he fought? Titan's Wrath. The Titan bear's base attributes would gradually increase in battle, up to a maximum of 300. With the power of the Earth Vein, combined with the high attribute bonus from Titan's Wrath, Baby Bear had completely crushed the level 160 Earth Knight in terms of strength at this moment. Chapter 109, What are you afraid of? Everything is covered by the principle. Boom! Another violent collision. However, this time, the Earth Knight had completely fallen into the wind and was thrown away by Baby Bear's slap. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the Earth Knight's face was filled with unwillingness and anger. This battle was too frustrating for him. It was clear that he had taken the lead and stabilized the victory. However, the final result was directly reversed by Suyu. Moreover, the Earth Knight was unable to use his full strength. As long as he just had a tendency to gain the upper hand, a pinprick-like warning sign would come from his entire body. That man in the distance had been aiming at himself with that bizarre large sniper. That bullet that could break the Earth Divine Art was not to be feared by him. However, Baby Bear wasn't going to spoil him. Seeing that the Earth Knight did not take the initiative to attack, Baby Bear lunged towards the other party with a single arrow step. Boom! A huge sound rose again. The Earth Knight was once again knocked away, more blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. His chest collapsed and his entire face was twisted together from the pain. Damn it, it's going to be over sooner or later if this continues. The Earth Knight cursed in his heart. Wang Tang on the side looked shocked. Feelings before Suyu took him down did not even use 10% of his strength? The cooperation between this man and a bear was simply seamless. Surprisingly, even a peak 7th turn professional was going to be teased to death. The Earth Knight's status fell extremely fast, and in the end, it was hard to even climb up. Suyu was not in a hurry and observed the opponent from afar through the scope. This person was already a turtle in a jar, and it was not bad to use it to sharpen the claws of Baby Bear before dying. Through this battle, Suyu also gradually clarified his fighting style. Against this type of strong enemy, the best way is to have Baby Bear at the front and find an opportunity to snipe himself. Of course, if someone wanted to rush to Suyu's side and play sneak, he would also let the other party know what it looked like after battle rage stacked up. Roar! As time passed, the Earth Knight became weaker and weaker. Finally, it let out a miserable scream and was smashed down by Baby Bear's fist. Bang! The Earth Knight was pummeled to death, its eyes staring blankly at Baby Bear. How is it possible? He actually lost? He, a 7th turn professional, actually lost to a bear that was less than 100 levels? Boom! In the end, Suyu in the distance pulled the trigger, putting him completely out of his misery. Destiny points 700. After seeing the fate points credited, Suyu put away his fate weapon and took a step towards the corpse of the Earth Knight. While walking, he invested all of his fate points into the puppet on a string. Fate point 800. Your skill puppetry LV1 has been upgraded to LV4. Puppetry LV4. By consuming mental energy, you can control dead corpses or living people to fight as puppets. The maximum number of puppets that can exist is 16, and puppets can be transformed into Lotus Guile at any time. Coming to the corpse of the Earth Knight, Suyu placed his palm on top of the corpse. With that, the threads of fate quickly pierced into the interior of the corpse. While the string puppet was being made, Suyu's gaze glanced at the broken Earth Pulse Source halberd. Seeing this, Wang Ting quickly rushed over and brought the Earth Pulse Source halberd that had broken into several pieces to Suyu. A good thing, it could not be wasted. Suyu casually threw the broken pieces into the life weapon. And then, he asked Wang Ting to take out the Earth Knight's storage bag and throw all the weapons inside into the life weapon. This included the two-handed sword and several pieces of legendary grade equipment. As for the other objects in the storage bag, Suyu was planning to bring them back to the academy to exchange them for credits. As the fate weapon slowly absorbed the essence of it, a soft yellowish light radiated out from it. Artifact grade, 70. Weapon grade, legendary. Weapon type, sword, axe, spear, bow, shield, halberd, pistol, short sword, dagger, sniper rifle, divination crystal ball, two-handed greatsword. Weapon characteristics, indestructible, sharp, bleeding, bludgeoning, stunning, penetrating, defense breaking, magic breaking, perception, camouflage. Weapon skills, instantaneous prison shadow kill, weakness strike, void solace. After absorbing these equipments, Suyu's life weapon was finally promoted to legendary grade. Suyu nodded his head in satisfaction and put the fatal weapon away. The fourth light-chasing bullet was now afraid that its power would be more than doubled. Master! Not long after, the Earth Knight on the ground also slowly stood up and knelt on one knee in front of Suyu. Due to being a puppet transformed by a corpse, this fellow did not have self-consciousness and was much more dull than Wang Tang and these people. Suyu nodded slightly and did not mind. After all, this puppet would soon fulfill his mission. After Baby Bear played for a while, he again had a sleepy face and flopped onto Suyu's shoulder. Suyu smiled faintly and rubbed its furry head. With that, he brought the two of them to the eastern suburb within the secret base. Crossing over the bronze gate, Wang Tang also saw the altar and the large cauldron. This was the Abyssal Blood Demon Clan's altar? He, who had only just come down from the front line, instantly recognized the origin of this thing. The Abyssal Blood Demon Clan would throw their hunted prey into the altar and transform it into demonic blood before consuming it. He remembered that this kind of altar would usually only appear in the Abyssal Blood Demon Clan's hinterland, but why would he see it now on the outskirts of Kyoto? Suyu gently nodded and gestured for him to sit down. This kind of thing, why would it appear here? Wang Tang frowned and couldn't help but ask. Take it and see for yourself. Suyu was too lazy to explain to him, his eyes moved slightly, and his powerful spiritual force directly moved the cell phone on the side into Wang Tang's hand. Such a huge spiritual force. Looking at the hanging cell phone, Wang Tang's eyelids jumped again. Spiritual power interfering with reality, this was something only a peak 5th turn mage could do, right? He pressed back the shock in his heart and clicked on the video. Soon, Wang Tang's face became gloomy. On the screen, Chu Chichi and the others gave a detailed account of the crimes they had committed within the Grand Xia in the past 20 years. These included assassinations of Xia officials, rich merchants, and geniuses from various university campuses, and so on. Not only that, at the end of the video, they also gave a detailed account of Li Yanqing's collusion with the Advent Society. With the help of the Advent Society, Li Yanqing continuously sold information, causing a large number of human beings to perish. In the end, he even set up a big game, causing 9 cities in the borderland to fall at the same time. The deaths of these people, however, accomplished his career advancement. The packaged Devil's Blood was said by him to be an elixir that could prolong his life. Time and again, the blood feasts allowed him to rise in position again and again. Wang Tang watched with fire in his eyes. Taking magic blood for a long period of time, a person was transformed into an abyssal blood demon race. Could his lifespan not be long?
Saying that, Wang Tang picked up his cell phone and headed out. What do you want to do? Suyu slightly frowned. Of course it is to hand over the evidence to the principal.
Wang Tang rightfully said, this matter involves too many people, the water is too deep, this video can only maximize the effect in the hands of the principal. There is no need to rush. Suyu slightly shook his head, Principal Chin, they have a number in mind, he has just looked for me. At these words, Wang Tang's footsteps stalled and his lips moved. Really?
Of course. Suyu casually responded. Wang Tang paused and did not say anything. Since the principal already knows, I guess he thinks that this evidence is not enough, right? Suyu brought his cell phone over and looked at the time.
It was now the evening of the second day. Accompanied by the setting of the sun, a flash of blood light gradually rose from within the cauldron, reflecting the entire secret room in the color of blood. The blood feast had begun.
Chapter 110. Returning to the academy, watching a big show.
Within the Blood Demon clan's altar, a large amount of bright red blood surfaced with the naked eye.
This blood was tantalizingly red and exuded a rich vitality.
However, Suyu directly picked through the camouflage of the boundary within the tripod with a sword. Immediately, mournful screams resounded in the chamber.
Countless figures struggled and roared in that demonic blood.
Wang Tang subconsciously took a step back. Even though he already knew the truth about the blood banquet in the video, he still had trouble calming down at this moment. A small blood feast consumed the flesh and blood of tens of thousands of people. Those were living people. Even Wang Tang saw a pair of parents desperately protecting a little girl in their arms in the demonic blood. Even though they had already died, the residual obsession still remained in the demonic blood. Shu Qiqi and the others were pale and in extreme pain.
Was the spirit blood they drank down earlier even so sinful in nature?
Suyu continued to call the Red Sun Squad and the Earth Knights over and had them narrate the whole thing. He, on the other hand, held up his cell phone to record the truth of the so-called blood feast in its entirety. Human flesh and blood was transformed into demonic blood by the altar under the camouflage of the boundary, and was subsequently made available for human consumption. The entire process was explained in extreme detail, and it was also extremely infuriating to watch. When the blood light gradually dimmed and the cauldron was filled with dark red demonic blood, Suyu turned the video off and walked to the cauldron.
Snap!
He snapped his fingers and a trace of spiritual energy was ignited, turning into a ray of radiant flame.
The demonic blood within the grand cauldron was ignited and immediately burst into flames, releasing a dense black smoke.
The fire grew bigger and bigger, wrapping the entire altar in it.
Destiny Point 5. Destiny Point 3. Destiny Point 2.
The hints of increased destiny points kept popping up. However, Suyu did not have a smile on his face. When the entire altar was set ablaze, there was still a ghostly blue flame left in mid-air that had not been extinguished. Suyu quietly gazed at the flame, his eyes slightly moving as if he had read the message conveyed in it. After that, his fingers moved slightly, and a thread of destiny pulsed at his fingertips. Immediately afterward, these essences that had been quenched by the flames were crafted by Suyu into a ghostly blue lotus flower. Suyu held this lotus flower in his hands and after viewing it for a moment, he cut open Shu Qiqi's chest and stuffed this lotus flower inside. And then, he began to take something out of his coat pocket, allowing the rest of the Red Sun Squad and the Earth Knights to swallow a black lotus into their stomachs.
What do you want to do?
Looking at those tiny black lotuses, Wang Tang's eyelids furiously jumped. He suddenly had some bad premonitions.
Ding bell.
Right at this moment, a sharp phone ring came from within the Earth Knight's body.
He immediately looked at Suyu.
After seeing Suyu nod his head, he did not hesitate to reach into his body and take out a small contact device from between his ribs.
How are things progressing? What did the Red Sun Squad encounter over there? Why is there no news coming in for so long? Li Yanqing's voice came out from the contact device.
Boss, things have been resolved, the Red Sun Squad encountered an obstacle, but I've already set things right. The Earth Knight spoke mechanically, without a trace of emotion in his voice.
It's good that it's settled. Li Yanqing breathed a sigh of relief. Then he continued to ask, what happened to your voice? Injured? Yes boss, the enemy this time is very strong. The Earth Knight said after looking at Suyu. Even you are injured?
It seems that the 4 major academies are really moving for real this time. Li Yanqing smiled, then as if he suddenly remembered something, he asked.
Right, how is Wang Hailong now?
Boss, Wang Hailong has already been dealt with by us. Shu Qiqi came to the side of the contact and said, this time, the enemy is too tricky, Luosan even accidentally died in the operation.
Well, then you guys return quickly.
Li Yanqing sighed and pretended to be sad, I believe we will be able to get through this. With that, he hung up the call after saying some more words of spectacle.
Humph!
This hypocrite! Shu Qiqi and the others had a cold smile on their faces. If it was before, they might have been moved by Li Yanqing's words and continued to buy and sell for him. But now, even without Suyu's control, knowing the truth, they would definitely not believe in Li Yanqing's words anymore.
Alright, now go back to your boss.
Suyu waved his hand and stepped out of the bronze gate.
Yes, master.
The Earth Knight responded respectfully. After saying that, he took the Red Sun squad and turned around to leave together.
Along with these 12 people, there were also 109 Lotus-Guile Thunderbolts. Moreover, as a puppet on a string, Suyu was able to transform them into Lotus-Guile Thunder as well in an instant. Suyu looked at the Earth Knights going away and muttered, "I wonder if this fire is hot enough?"
Wang Tang, on the other hand, remained frozen in place for a long time.
After a long time, he asked in a trembling voice, "Will this be too aggressive? This is Kyoto. What are you afraid of?"
Just now, old Shin also disliked me for making too little noise and asked me to light a fierce fire. Suyu had an indifferent face. Instead, he gave Wang Tang a blank look. This is what old Shin himself said. Luckily, this guy is still a veteran of the Purgatory School. Why is he so timid?
Really?
Wang Tang suddenly felt that his brain was a little bit unable to work. He had previously spent quite a few credits to watch some of the videos of Suyu participating in military training, and knew how powerful those lotus bombs really were. After the self-detonation squad went back, he was afraid that it would not be able to blow up an administrative district? Don't worry, old Shin said before, no matter how big the mess is, he can cover the bottom. Suyu patted him on the shoulder and then began to walk quickly through the wilderness.
Where are you going?
Wang Tang was being held by him with the threat of fate and scratched his head in confusion.
Of course it is to return to school,
Suyu said without looking back. The task has been done, the contribution value has also been collected, now of course it is back to the villa to lie down and watch the big show.
Wang Tang opened his mouth and finally did not say anything. He smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly.
He really didn't know where he got his confidence from before, that he wanted to snatch the soul-slinging envoy candidate slot from this demon. Where was this guy a soul-seducing envoy? Saying that he was the king of living hell was more or less the same. As the light of the teleportation array lit up, after a moment of heavenly rotation, Suyu brought Wang Tang back to the Purgatory School. Suyu did not have the intention of tying this puppet to his side and casually instructed him a few sentences before returning to the dormitory. Wang Tang's current strength is not in his eyes, made into a Lotus-Guile Thunderblast, and a bit of a pity, it is better to be directly released in the schoolhouse to develop on their own. Walking into the villa, the formation on the floor lit up.
Experience value 900. Experience value 900.
Every second that passed, a prompt of increased experience value popped up in front of Suyu's eyes. The experience value increased by lying down and sleeping is almost 10 million, this is more efficient than going to the trial tower and repeatedly brushing monsters. Suyu lazily paralyzed on the sofa, resting on Baby Bear, and then switched his life weapon to the crystal ball form. As a piece of finger was thrown into the crystal ball, a picture was projected in front of Suyu's eyes. The violin had been repaired, but he did not have enough credits at the moment, so it was better to watch a big show first.
Chapter 111, Old Shin, showing you something good con.
This little finger was taken from Song Haojie's body, so the scene gradually unfolded with Song Haojie at the center. The Red Sun squad had already broken away from the eastern suburbs and arrived inside a small manor within the third ring road of Kyoto. The courtyard wall of the small manor wasn't high, but it was very spacious inside when viewed from the outside, with only 2 villas and a main building. However, there was a group of people surrounding the entrance of the manor at the moment. Judging from their attire, these people were all mage-type professionals. Li Yanqing was naturally among them. He had a smug smile on his face, as if something had just happened. "A few of you, I've just let you guys search the place, if you're not leaving now, do you want to stay for dinner?" Li Yanqing spoke in a conspiratorial tone, and his eyes even rolled up towards the sky. He looked as if he was a victor looking down on the crowd. "Fart. I've never seen such a shameless person like you before." A young man wearing a robe and gold glasses with a handsome appearance said angrily. "Oh? What, they cannot find evidence? The Holy Spirit School also want to me this old man bent to recruit not?" Li Yanqing sneered while looking at the other party with a provocative gaze. The young man was infuriated enough. "Li Yanqing, you are simply too despicable and shameless. Don't think that you can escape the trial just because you hide well. Who the hell are you? How dare you talk to me like that?" Li Yanqing fiercely raised his head and stared at the other party. "If you can come up with something practical today, beware that I'll find someone to strip you of your Dharma God program slot tomorrow." "You!" The mage youth was speechless for a while. Their search warrant was originally a forgery, in order to see if they could catch Li Yanqing off guard. However, everything about the other party's reaction was dripping with water. Even, a few political bigwigs had come to back him up on the way to the search. This left the search team clueless. "Several people, please make way." At this time, Song Haojie walked up and said. Seeing the arrival of the Red Sun squad as well as the Earth Knights, the faces of the search group's people became even more ugly. What was the situation? Didn't they say that the Red Sun squad had all been stalled? "Oh, welcome home." Seeing the Red Sun squad return, the smile on Li Yanqing's face grew even wider. Song Haojie and the others nodded, their skin smiling. "Gushin, why do you look so ugly?" Upon seeing the Earth Knight, Li Yanqing couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. His face at the moment was frighteningly poor, and his eyes were extremely cloudy, feeling like he was going to die in the next second.
It's fine, I had some insomnia yesterday. Gu Shan responded flatly. Is that so? You have corpse spots on your body. Li Yanqing half believing half skeptical. It's just a birthmark. Gu Shan shook his head, his tone still as bland as ever. Then you go and rest first. The corner of Li Yanqing's mouth twitched. It seemed that the enemy that Red Sun Squad had encountered this time was indeed extraordinary. Fortunately, he had the foresight to ask for reinforcements from the top in advance. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would really fall this time. Afterwards, Li Yanqing provocatively swept the search team. A few of you, do you want to search inside again? Humph. A group of corpses. At those words, the young mage snorted coldly and turned around to walk out of the manor. With the return of the Red Sun Squad, plus the appearance of the Earth Knight as a hardened opponent, this operation was considered a complete failure. Headmaster, didn't the Purgatory School side say that they came to take care of the Red Sun Squad? How come we're only halfway through the operation and we're back? Walking around the corner, the young mage couldn't help but dial a phone and pour out his grievances. The Red Sun team went back? Yes, Headmaster. Hearing his words, the Moonlight Principal on the other end of the phone was also a bit surprised. Alright, you guys go back first, I'll ask Principal Chin. She casually dealt with a few sentences, then hung up the phone and looked at Principal Chin next to her. You said that the Red Sun Squad wasn't solved? Principal Chin was also extremely surprised at this moment. In his opinion, the kind of situation that Suyu was in at that time was already winning, and solving the Red Sun Squad was just a matter of time. Yes, but the squad only went back 11 people. After thinking about it, Principal Yu said, but that side saw that Gu Shan from the law enforcement department side was also among the Red Sun Squad. Perhaps, it was Gu Shan who saved the Red Sun Squad and then they returned together. Listening to Principal Yu's speculation, Principal Chin nodded slightly. There was indeed this possibility. After all, Gu Shan was still one step away from being able to turn 8, so it was understandable that that kid couldn't take it. Principal Chin thought for a moment and then got up. No, I have to go back to see, that guy Suyu failed in his mission. I'm afraid that he didn't suffer any blow, and he didn't even make a sound after returning to the academy. Said, the Principal Chin eyes closed, the body immediately divided out of a split. The split body just appeared then turned into a black shadow disappeared. Principal Chin sipped his tea, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the armrest, murmuring. I hope that Suyu, this kid's mindset can be calmed down, victory and defeat are commonplace, and when the time comes, he will be given a mission, and then he can go and compete for the official Soul Hooker qualification. I didn't expect you to be quite attached to this student? Principal Moonlight said with some surprise. Oh, this kid's potential is huge, my expectations for him are more than just a Soul Hooker. Principal Chin shook his head and laughed. Oh? Principal Moonlight was surprised, could it be that you intend to cultivate him into a divine rank? Ha, if he can really reach that point, it would be my honor. It's just that he's still too young, I'm worried that. Before Principal Chin finished speaking, Principal Moonlight suddenly spoke up and interrupted. I think there's a good chance, this guy has enough guts, high potential, and that old bear is backing him up. Let him participate in the next academy competition. At those words, Principal Chin froze slightly. Wouldn't it be too early? The Academia Grand Competition was held once every 4 years, and was one of the few individual type competitions of the 4 great academies. The tournament credits were rewarded handsomely, and there were various rare equipment released. It was usually only professionals above the 6th turn who would choose to participate. Mages above the 6th turn already have the means to instantly send out magic, and in terms of individual combat power, they are also not inferior to the Purgatory School, where there are many assassins. Of course, it was only not false. In every school competition, the Purgatory School must ultimately take the top 3 places. After all, in the piece of individual combat strength training, Purgatory Academy is a professional. Early? He even possessed the Soul Hooker candidate quota, which Soul Hooker hadn't won the first place in the college grand competition? Principal Moonlight smiled and said. That makes sense. Principal Chin nodded slightly. Just as well, I'll ask this kid now and directly report his name if I can. Saying that, Principal Chin closed his eyes and transferred his consciousness into the altar. Thud. At this moment, his alter ego had already arrived in front of Suyu's villa and knocked on the villa door. Please come in. Suyu was paralyzed on the sofa, too lazy to get up and open the door, and directly used his spiritual power to pull the door open. Old Chin Ah? So idle to run to my place? Seeing the visitor, Suyu still did not have any spiritual appearance, still lazy. Oh? Principal Chin raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. This spiritual power has reached the level of a 6th turn mage. When he walked into the villa and saw Suyu who was paralyzed on the sofa, Principal Chin frowned. Sure enough, was the difficulty of that mission still too great? But how is this kid so fragile? This can't carry the blow and is disheveled. Ahem. He didn't care about Suyu's name-calling, coughed lightly and walked next to Suyu. What's that? Failure is the mother of success, once in a while a mistake is nothing.
He wanted to say something to comfort Suyu, but had never really had this kind of experience in his life, so he spoke out of turn and was speechless himself.
You've fallen out of love? Suyu glanced at him and wondered.
What crazy words are you kids saying? Principal Chin could no longer be tensed up and grabbed Suyu from the sofa while saying bitterly. I mean, although your mission failed, but that's nothing, as a freshman, your performance is already enough.
Listening to his words, Suyu frowned more and more tightly. What mission failed? When did I say the mission failed?
I say, old Chin, you don't want to embezzle my credits. He looked at Principal Chin, his face full of suspicion. This old man must have taken the wrong medicine today.
Looking at Suyu's appearance, Principal Chin was also confused. Was this one too much of a shock? Then what? He hesitated for a moment and continued, Are you interested in participating in the school competition?
Feel free, first do not care so much, sit down to show you some good con. Suyu was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. A hand pressed him on the sofa.
This is not appropriate, right?
Principal Chin's old face was red, his mouth said no, but his body was honest and sat down. After sitting down, he moved into a comfortable position and incidentally drew 2 paper towels from the table.
Not to mention, the Titan bear as a cushion is really comfortable.
However, after seeing the familiar scene in front of him, his eyes instantly became gloomy.
This is Li Yanqing's manner?
Chapter 112 Dancing in the Darkness, Blooming in the Flames.
That's right. Suyu nodded his head.
Hiss.
You have a backhand?
Principal Chin was slightly stunned, then he quickly reacted. I saw that the Red Sun Squad had returned and thought that your mission had failed. I didn't realize that you were trying to catch a fish? Pretty much, but this should be called me letting the long line catch the big fish. Suyu smiled faintly and signaled Principal Chin to continue watching. On the screen, the Red Sun Squad was led by Li Yanqing to shake hands with several old men one after another. These few old men had bodyguards behind them, and their aura did not lose to Gushin, the Earth Knight. Chen Xiaotian, the Minister of Law Enforcement in Kyoto, Ma Lifan, the General Secretary of Yan'an Province, and Shin He, the General Director of the Northern Military Region? The more Principal Chin looked, the colder his eyes became. Unexpectedly, these people actually stirred up with Li Yanqing. Principal Chin gritted his teeth and said, the Li family line really became the climate. These 3 can be the top of the political world of Daxia, big brother.
Suyu shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, is that so?
Then it is estimated that soon the political world of Daxia will be less 3 top big brother.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Principal Chin suddenly froze, puzzled. Does it mean that?
Snap.
Suyu just smiled faintly and snapped his fingers. Principal Chin's heartbeat accelerated slightly, his eyes staring at the screen. He suddenly had a bad premonition. In the screen, everyone in the Red Sun Squad suddenly gave a lurch, and Gushin also directly stiffened in place.
Li Yanqing frowned and turned around to rebuke. What are you guys doing?
Quickly follow. However, those 12 people didn't move at all, only glaring at him with their eyes in death.
What's wrong, Minister Li? Chen Xiaotian said unhappily.
The other 2 big brothers also frowned. They had come here today to attend a blood banquet. They didn't want to cause trouble.
Li Yanqing didn't reply.
His gaze swept over the 12 people. He suddenly realized that apart from Gushan, the pinkies of the remaining 11 had all disappeared. And Gushan's face was even darker, covered with large and small corpse spots, looking no different from a dead man.
Not good, run. Li Yanqing finally changed color and yelled.
However, it was already too late. In the next moment, Gushan raised his head violently, revealing a hideous smile. Immediately after, he slammed his hands onto the earth.
Rumble.
The earth trembled, and 4 walls of earth immediately rose around the entire manor, blocking the crowd's path of retreat.
Ah!
Li Yanqing was caught off guard, and his entire body flew out, falling on top of the lawn several meters away.
He looked up in horror.
He only saw the 12 people twisting and turning in a strange dance under the night, and a black lotus continued to fly out of their mouths like a blooming flower, instantly filling the entire field.
This is the lotus bomb.
Li Yanqing's pupils suddenly shrunk, and he said in shock, how could this be? The remaining embers are obviously no longer in Daxia, but this is clearly the lotus bomb of the juggler. Those more than 100 lotus bombs, the least of them were made by a 5th-turn abyssal magician. Once they were detonated at the same time, the consequences were simply unimaginable.
Could it be the one who had just obtained the profession of a life snatcher?
Before Li Yanqing could finish his words, he saw that all of the people in the Red Sun Squad in Ancient Mountain had actually begun to change strangely as well. The bodies of these 12 people rapidly collapsed, and in the crowd's horrified gazes, they also transformed into a lotus eerie thunder. This time, the bodyguards behind the 3 big brothers were not calm anymore.
Gushin was at a similar level to them, although he hadn't completed the 8th turn, he was similar, even this guy was actually made into a lotus bomb?
Seeing the bad situation, the 3 8th turn professionals were about to escape with their respective bosses. However, how could Suyu give them this opportunity?
Rumble.
In the next moment, countless colors bloomed right under the eyes of the crowd. It was a lotus flower that grew from the filth and sludge.
Life and death no longer became opposites in this moment.
It was unique, beautiful. That fatal attraction holds everyone's gaze. The energy gathered together was practically comparable to the forbidden spells of a high-ranked mage. Moreover, in the piece of durability, Suyu's Lotus Guile Thunder was even better. Each lotus flower bloomed would drive the rest of the lotuses, causing superimposed explosions, and, among them, there was a ghostly blue lotus flower that was extremely special. It was as if it had a spirit, and it was heading directly towards Li Yanqing. The flame that specialized in destroying souls made Li Yanqing's legendary equipment unable to defend himself.
No! I can't die. Quickly protect me, quickly come to someone.
Li Yanqing cried out in despair, but was unable to stop it and was only engulfed by the endless flames. A flash of despair flashed in the bottom of those three big men's eyes, not expecting that this time they came originally to renew their lives, but it became a
journey to lose their lives. The violent explosion made the air boil.
Trees and buildings within a 20-kilometer radius were all affected, setting off a huge mushroom cloud.
The ruins lasted for a full half-morning before slowly settling down.
When the smoke and dust cleared, the three surviving 8th turn professionals realized that the neighborhood had long been leveled, leaving behind only a huge pit like an abyss. And the bosses in the hands of the three of them also ascended together in this explosion.
Destiny point 200. Fate point 600. Destiny point 500. Destiny point 790.
A firework blossomed, and immediately after that, prompts of destiny points being credited popped up in front of Suyu. This wave of income amounted to at least 50,000 destiny points, directly giving him back a mouthful of blood.
This caused Suyu's mood to be exceptionally happy. How about it, old Qin? Is this big show good? Suyu looked sideways at Principal Qin. Huh? Why is your face so ugly? Chapter 113 Epic Weapon, Eternal Elegy. Spiritual power doubled again.
I damn well let you light a fire, I didn't let you blow up an administrative district. Looking at the ruins on the screen, Principal Qin heavily rubbed his temples. Although he had wanted to do this a long time ago, he understood that it was easy to strike, and solving the backhand was the problem. Fortunately, the area around Li Yanqing's manor was regarded as forbidden land by him, and only the core personnel of that lineage lived around it. This is now considered once and for all, uprooted. You don't go out of the academy for this period of time. Just stay well and prepare for the academy competition in half a month. The last mission of becoming a soul hooker is to win first place in the schoolhouse competition. After putting down the two words, Principal Qin's figure instantly turned into a black shadow and disappeared.
Wait a minute. I have something for you.
Suyu had only touched his cell phone halfway when he saw that old Qin had already lost his shadow.
I did such a successful mission, there is no indication of it?
Suyu helplessly bristled, he was still counting on receiving more credits after this perfect finish. Moreover, the evidence that he had collected before had not yet been given to him.
Also, it's not a good idea. Old Qin's kind of strength shouldn't be able to look at this evidence, right?
Glancing at Baby Bear, who was already huffing and puffing, Suyu stood up and brought all the equipment that he had fished from the Red Sun squad on his body as well. Soon, he stepped into the complex and once again came outside Old Tang's weapon store.
Yo, little Su student is here? Quickly, please come in. Old Tang was in a good mood at the moment with a rosy complexion.
Helping to build that violin of Suyu's had caused his bottleneck that hadn't advanced in years to show signs of loosening. Although the diary was not made of any high-end materials, the death divinity in it was very strong, benefiting Old Tang greatly. As a result, even the eyes that looked at Suyu were much softer.
However, Suyu was a bit vain at the moment.
As soon as he entered the door, he kept pulling things out from his storage bag, piling up a small mountain in the front hall of the weapon store.
Old Tang, the credit gap is still short by more than 100,000. Can you see if these equipments are enough?
Suyu rubbed his hands and asked. I should have known that I would have left a piece of legendary equipment and not swallowed it.
Old Tang froze, then laughed. What is the relationship between our brother and sister? Why do you need to be so clear?
He lowered his head, towards Suyu a burst of squeezed eyebrows. As long as you have any good materials in the future, think of old brother, do not go to find that guy upstairs on the line.
Upstairs? There are still master refiners upstairs?
Suyu was puzzled.
No.
The old Tang realized that said missed the mouth, hurried to stop, and then led Suyu to the casting room outside. Hey, come and look at this violin of yours, but it took me a lot of effort. Suyu followed Old Tang's line of sight and his sight was instantly attracted by the violin lying in the case. After this violin was restored by Old Tang, it was simply transformed. The whole body is as black as ink, around it is lingering a trace of ghostly blue light, like a living thing like flow. The body of the violin is covered with exquisite and mysterious lines, like breathing, hidden and hidden.
The bow placed next to the violin is also particularly exquisite. The bow hair made from the dragon horse's tail is as smooth as a creamy waterfall.
Suyu gently stroked the violin and incidentally began to check the attribute panel of this instrument.
Eternal Elegy Epic Grade. Grade? Type, Weapon. Attribute, Intelligence 60.
Durability, 12001200.
Talent.
Death Music LV7. When you are in the playing state, all surrounding creatures will be enveloped by the aura of death, reducing life value by 1 per second. Disaster Psalm LV8. When you are in the playing state, all surrounding creatures will be enveloped by the aura of doom, reducing their luck value by 2 per second. Skill. Eternal Sinking. Upon activating the skill, all creatures within range will undergo a mental power determination, and those with a mental power lower than yours will fall into eternal slumber. The duration is determined by the total amount of mental power, and the cooldown is 3 hours. How about it? Old Tang stared at Suyu with anticipation, waiting for a compliment. Suyu nodded his head and appreciated, good piano. Hearing Suyu's unstinting praise, Old Tang's heart was also happy. Try it, pull a little song to listen to it? Old Tang suggested. Are you sure? No problem, listening to a minute or two is still possible. Old Tang patted his chest with a look of anticipation. Upon hearing this, Suyu was slightly stunned. It suddenly occurred to him that he didn't seem to have learned any musical instruments, and in his previous life, he had only barely gotten started with the violin and piano. However, he still nodded and took the violin into his hands. After all, with the weapon master's enchantment, maybe it would work? Karma. The next moment, a horrible noise like 10,000 crows hissing at the same time rang out. Forget it, can't play a bit. With a burst of toothache, Suyu put the violin down. After resting the cheek rest on his neck, all that came to his mind was the 100 ways to slit an enemy's neck with the bow, and how to smash someone's skull with the body of the violin at the best angle and so on. If he wanted to gracefully play a fiddle tune, I guess he still had to practice more. Moreover, he needed to pick a place where no one was around when he practiced, or else he was afraid that all the people around him would die while he was playing it. Well, this tune of yours is indeed very deadly. Listening to that horrible tune, Old Tang almost took a breath and pouted. Suyu slightly shook his head, put the violin away, and then looked at the Qian Kuan sword box placed on the side. Qian Kuan sword box Emerald Grade. Grade, 75. Type, Mysterious. Attribute, 0. Durability, 20002000. Talent. Sturdy LV6. The sword case is made of special materials, extremely sturdy and difficult to destroy. Skill. Shenkuan Wuji. After every hour, a sword chi will coalesce inside the sword case, and the sword chi attack power is equivalent to the full power strike of a 4th turn swordsman. After opening the sword box will release all the sword chi at once, causing a devastating blow to the enemy. The maximum storage of sword chi in the sword box is 100 million. Oh? The sword chi attack power has been raised to the 4th turn? Suyu immediately brightened up. Hee, don't look at whose handiwork it is? Old Tang crossed his arms with a smug look on his face. When he recast the Qian Kuan sword box, his state happened to be at its peak, directly pulling this equipment to its full potential. Awesome! Suyu did not mince words and gave him a thumbs up. Afterward, he directly carried the sword box on his back. Although the grade of this equipment was only emerald, in Suyu's opinion, it was not at all inferior to the Eternal Elegy, an epic grade equipment. Suyu looked towards the Wisdom Source stone hanging on his waist. Without any surprises, he would be able to continue doubling his spiritual power today. Yesterday, the cooldown time of the Wisdom Source stone had been restored, but without the Qian Kuan sword box in place, Suyu really didn't dare to say that he could suppress the skyrocketing spiritual power. After bidding farewell to Old Tang, Suyu walked straight back to the villa. As soon as he entered, he activated the Wisdom Source stone. Destiny Minor Event, you have obtained the Wisdom Source stone enhancement, 1 point of spiritual power. Ding! Destiny Minor Event, you obtain the Wisdom Source stone reinforcement, spiritual strength 1x. Boom! In an instant, Suyu's mind seemed like it exploded, and the entire person almost fell to the ground without standing still. Hiss! Strong enough! Without much thought, he hurriedly poured the overflowing spiritual energy into the Qian Kuan sword box. Buzz! In less than 10 seconds, the Qian Kuan sword box had dozens more sword chi. Until a few hours passed, the number of sword chi stored within the Qian Kuan sword chi had reached over 4,000. Phew! Suyu took a long breath and slowly stood up. Slightly closing his eyes, everything within a 1 kilometer radius was visible. The benefits brought about by the increase in mental strength were too many. He now did not need to recover his energy through sleep at all, and was full of vigor every moment. Thud! At this time, another knock came from outside the villa's main door. Chapter 114, The One Who Should Lay Low Is Not Me. Please come in. Suyu skillfully manipulated his spiritual power and opened the villa gate. Open the door. I want to pick. Lin Qianshua's hand froze in midair. You turn for? She stood at the door with a complicated face. She had just asked her family for some resources to level up to level 80 and complete the 4th turn. Just after the breakthrough, she wanted to come to Suyu's place to get back her revenge, only to find out that he unexpectedly also turned 4 as well. What's the matter? Suyu raised his eyebrows and said. Lin Qianshua's pretty face was suffocatingly red, but the words of challenge could not be uttered. Obviously both are at the 4th turn. Why is this guy Suyu giving more and more pressure?
She bites her lip, and after a few moments, she holds back a few words. I heard that you are also participating in the academy competition? Schoolhouse grand competition? What is that? Suyu froze. You don't know? The principal even reported your name for you ah? Lin Qianxue also froze a little. How could he act like he was completely unaware of such an important matter? It seemed like there was indeed such a thing. After pondering for a long time, Suyu nodded. It seemed like he had indeed agreed to participate in that whatsoever school competition. Moreover, it seemed that the last mission of his soul-hooking envoy quota was to win the first place in the Academia Grand Competition. Lin Qianxue sighed and walked inside the villa. This time, for the great competition of the schoolhouse, there are 3 people from our grade 1 who have enrolled. While saying that, she stopped by the sofa and wanted to pet baby bear, but still didn't dare to do it. What Qinhui means is that the 3 of us will first join forces to survive the first round, and then we can fight individually. After all, unlike the situation of the freshman military training, the schoolhouse grand competition can be faced by veteran students, not only the veteran students of the 3 universities, but also the veteran students of our schoolhouse. Hearing this, Suyu frowned. So what? Lin Qianxue laughed bitterly. So the 3 of us must embrace the group, otherwise the probability is that we will not even enter the first round. The schoolhouse competition is not for new students to participate in, they are all guys with an average of more than 6 turns. The group will be exempted. Suyu shook his head, but you guys can use credits to buy the qualification to enter the next round from me. Clam? Lin Qianxue instantly froze with an expression of looking at a madman. It is good to have confidence, but it is not good to be too arrogant. Lin Qianxue said nonchalantly. Believe it or not, 100,000 credits, I will guarantee you to advance into the second round. Suyu shrugged helplessly. He took advantage of old Tang this time, or would like to find an opportunity to make up some credits back. 100,000. Robbery isn't even as fast as you are, right? Hearing this, Lin Qianxue was even more contemptuous. This guy is not too smooth in the military training, really not a little self-awareness. Then there's no way to talk about it? Suyu slightly shook his head and made a gesture of sending off. Humph, is it that I don't want to talk about it? You are completely talking crazy. Lin Qianxue angrily said, it's already a miracle that we were able to survive the second round together. Who do you think you are, and you still want to totu together? Suyu was too lazy to talk nonsense with her anymore. His spiritual energy directly condensed a foot and directly kicked Lin Qianxue out. And then, directly closed the door, leaving Lin Qianxue lying on the ground dumbfounded. How did he dare? The great miss of the Lin family, this was the second time in her life that she had been treated like this. Well, the last time was also done by Suyu. This guy, in the future, she must ruthlessly trample him under her feet and ravage him. Lin Qianxue stood up while rubbing her butt. Just when she wanted to leave, she saw Sister Kai walking into Suyu's villa in a flash. How did Sister Kai run into Suyu's villa? Lin Qianxue's eyes narrowed as she keenly smelled an unusual odor. Sister Kai said she was a counselor, but she could only see people when major events were announced. Usually, other people who took the initiative to look for them were all indifferent. How could she take the initiative to enter Suyu's villa today? Could it be that there is an adulterous relationship? Lin Qianxue instantly got up and quietly pressed her ear to the door. Now is the danger period, you must pay attention. It's fine Sister Kai, the word danger is not in my dictionary. Sigh, I really can't do anything about you. Hearing the sound of conversation vaguely coming from inside, Lin Qianxue's small face swished red. Just then, the door creaked. It was pushed open. Sister Kai directly grabbed Lin Qianxue in with one hand. Don't kill in silence, I didn't hear anything. Lin Qianxue was shocked and hurriedly cried out. However, after she calmed down, she realized that the scene inside the villa was not what she had imagined. If you want to listen, just stand here and listen, don't be sneaky. Sister Kai cast a sidelong glance at her, then said to herself, Suyu, the conservative side has now blown up because of your matter. Li Yanqing and those 3 political patriarchs died too quickly, which has put the 4 major academies in a passive position now. Moreover, the other side has already contacted the procuratorate to file an indictment against you, with as many as 28 charges. If not for President Qin's dead bail, you would probably have been arrested and imprisoned by now. Hearing this, Suyu frowned. Why arrest me? Aren't those scum dead for the people? Even if you don't give rewards, you have to turn around and convict me? Alas, Sister Kai sighed, it's not that simple. This kind of thing could be done before, but now that Daxia has gained a firm foothold, those internal twists and turns are no longer able to be suppressed by force. If the professionals are not bound by the law, then there is no order to speak of in Daxia. I don't agree. Suyu's eyes narrowed, his tone cold. If the law is useful, why has Li Yanqing's group not been duly punished? If the law is useful, why is it that some high-level guilds wantonly exploited the lower-level professionals everywhere? If the law was useful, how did the lives of hundreds of millions of people in the 9 border cities get lost? Order? This thing was nothing more than a whip in the hands of a shepherd. Sister Kai was somewhat dumbfounded by Suyu's words and fell silent.
She also understood that although Suyu's words were a bit biased, in the matter of Li Yanqing, there was really no way to refute it. Listening to the conversation between the two, Lin Xianxue covered her mouth, her face full of incredulity. You are the terrorist who blew up the Shandong Administrative Special Zone? Kyoto was originally the core of Daxia, and the matter of Suyu blowing up Li Yanqing's manor had long been a sensation in Daxia on that day.
The internet was extremely concerned about this matter.
Among them, there was no lack of many voices of support for Suyu.
However, under the effect of a certain special force, the network was now all curses. Terrorist?
This is too unpleasant to hear, I merely lit a fire.
Suyu looked at Sister Kai and said indifferently, "Can you tell me who is trying to judge me?
I want to personally ask him where those 28 counts came from."
Don't be impulsive, Principal Chin will solve it.
Sister Kai held her forehead, feeling a bit tired. This student usually looks civilized, but when he starts to get angry, he is simply more terrifying than a Tyrannosaurus.
Suyu, I support you in this matter. Lin Xianxue patted her chest and exclaimed.
She had also heard of Li Yanqing's reputation and she had seen the death list. The explosion that Suyu had staged had killed almost all of Daxia's cancerous tumors.
Half of the top echelons of Grand Xia could be applauding right now. It is rumored that the current head of that throne has even inadvertently revealed his favor towards Suyu. No matter what, you should keep a low profile these days.
Sister Kai slowly said, half a month after the end of the academy competition, this storm is expected to pass.
I don't think so.
Suyu slightly shook his head, why should I lay low?
It is clearly those stinkers who should lay low.
Saying this, Suyu took out his cell phone and played a video in front of the two.
Chapter 115 Decisive Evidence, Re-entering the Law Enforcement Building.
Inside the villa, the expressions on the two men's faces sank with the naked eye. Political struggle, cutting out party members, assassinating rival party members, and even colluding with the Advent Society to make deals with the abyssal blood demon race. Death is not to be spared, these people are simply not to be spared. After the video was played, Sister Kai took a deep breath and, "This kind of crucial evidence, why didn't you give it to Principal Chin earlier at that time?"
"He didn't give me that chance either, huh? I thought he didn't need it."
Suyu shrugged helplessly.
"It's okay, it's not too late now."
Sister Kai directly took Suyu's cell phone over, then added the contact information and made a copy of those videos through and through. And then, she rushed out of the villa gate without stopping, not knowing where she went.
"Give me a copy too, I'll use the power of the Lin family to vindicate you online."
Lin Xianxue also came over and quickly copied a copy of the video. Before leaving, she came over to Suyu and patted his shoulder hard. "This time I am not helping you, but I am helping justice. Our grudges have to be counted separately, okay? Of course, I still want to taste what the ice crystal phoenix tastes like." Suyu skimmed his mouth, not caring.
Where can I eat?"
Baby Bear's nose twitched and immediately raised his head. Lin Xianxue immediately fled to the villa gate, paused, and threw down a credit card. "Before the academy competition, I will definitely gather enough 100,000 credits to give you." After saying that, she turned around and ran. Jokingly, even the 7th turn professionals are planted in Suyu's hands. This 100,000 credits to buy a qualification to enter the second round is really not a loss, and even a little bit of money. Suyu looked at her back and didn't say anything, just silently picked up the credit card and transferred the credits to his account. A total of 36,000. It seems that Lin Xianxue has something to be busy with during this period of time. To think that I am guilty, it means that the tumors within Great Xia are still not clean. Suyu took the life weapon transformed into a crystal ball in his hands and played with it for a moment before he placed it in front of his eyes. His line of sight penetrated through the translucent crystal ball, and a red color was attached to all of his eyes.
"Your level has increased. Current level LV 82.
After waiting for a few minutes, the rising experience value just reached the upgrade condition. Suyu walked out of the gate of the villa and headed straight towards the law enforcement building. The last batch of Lotus Guile lightning had already been used up, so it was time to stock up.
"Yo, isn't this old Zero? We meet again."
Suyu had just arrived downstairs when he met Zero face to face.
"I've said that if you want to call it, you should call it by its full name."
3 black lines appeared on top of Zero's head, only to realize that every time he saw Suyu, his blood pressure spiked.
"Ha ha. All the same."
Suyu grinned. "Right, is Director Zhao in?"
"I'm here to help with the scientific research again."
"Scientific research?"
Zero narrowed his eyes slightly. "I believe you, you brat is bad."
That batch of abyssal magicians was exploded in the hinterland of Daxia. These days old Zhao is busy.
"Is that so?"
Suyu froze, his footsteps slowed down a bit.
"I didn't expect to cause trouble for that kind old brother Zhao. Hey, isn't this Su old brother? Quickly follow me upstairs."
At this time, Director Zhao, however, quickly stepped down the stairs, wrapped his arm around Suyu's shoulders and led him towards the upper floors. At the same time, he also turned his head and glared fiercely at Zero. Zero spread his hands and expressed his innocence. He was also just telling the truth. The characteristics of that batch of Black Lotus after it blew up were obvious, and the raw materials knew it was an abyssal magician at a glance. Once this thing was checked, the source was known. However, the other party knew that the Purgatory Academy's law enforcement department wasn't to be messed with and didn't stock them, only some of the research funds allocated to the academy were stuck. Older brother, a few days have not seen, old brother, but miss you very much. Director Zhao led Suyu all the way to the 4th floor of the Department of Law Enforcement. Suyu looked at the sign hanging on the 4th floor.
Frying pan hell. Good guy, the law enforcement building has a total of 18 floors, so it really is the 18 layers of hell?
Elder brother Zhao, did that incident before cause you trouble? When I arrived at the door, Suyu asked with some hesitation.
No matter, the forest is big, all birds have, those stupid X don't pay attention to them.
Director Zhao shook his head. You go in first, old brother, to prepare for the preparation. After saying that, he patted Suyu's shoulder and turned to leave.
Okay, with your words I am relieved.
Suyu pushed the door in. Buzz.
As soon as he entered the door, a heat wave hit his face.
The room was filled with large and small cauldrons, and within each cauldron was boiling an abyssal phantom demon. These phantoms were not of a low level, and had to constantly destroy that power of charm in order to keep the research going. Therefore, this layer of hell was also the most dangerous. Many researchers were accidentally charmed and were lightly injured or fell into the frying pan to be devoured by the chimera. However, Suyu clearly did not have any scruples. Under the watchful eyes of everyone on the 4th floor, Suyu walked straight towards a level 106 phantom demon. And then, in the midst of the phantom demon's fearful screams, he grabbed it and stabbed the thread of fate into the other party.
Rumble. The law enforcement building once again emitted a huge tremor. Chapter 116, You don't have any evidence, but I do.
Extra. Roar. A pale aura swept through the academy, but was blocked by the boundaries within the academy, eventually turning into an angry roar.
Don't roar. Roar again and I will personally go to the abyss to make you shut your mouth.
Suyu pulled out his ears and said impatiently. After having the skill Twilight of the Gods, Suyu's speed of defeating that god level was much faster again.
Hiss.
He had actually taken away the abyssal phantom's soul from the abyssal will.
It's too strong, isn't it? What kind of ability is this that can actually crush the abyssal will in terms of quality? Heavens! With this kind of ability, won't the entire abyssal phantom race be parsed by us soon? The researchers exclaimed in shock.
Most of the researchers unconsciously walked to Suyu's side, gazing at the chimera in Suyu's hands with unblinking eyes. Under the manipulation of the threads of fate, that chimera was quickly disassembled and reorganized, and eventually transformed into a purple lotus flower. This purple lotus flower was emitting an astonishing power of seduction all the time, actually causing these battle-hardened researchers to almost lose their grip. After this phantom demon was crafted into a lotus-style thunder by Suyu, the power of seduction increased instead of decreasing, and was even more terrifying than in her lifetime. With the production of a purple lotus completed, Suyu did not waste any time and turned his head towards the second abyssal phantom demon.
What a wonderful creation!
Suyu's eyes were filled with intoxication and appreciation. He had plenty of time, and this time, he was expected to stay in the law enforcement building for a long time.
At the same time, Kyoto, inside the Supreme Council Hall.
A square table with 6 chairs. The principals of the 4 great academies were seated on one side, and on the other side of them sat 2 imposing old men. Although these 2 old men were old, they were in high spirits and exuded the aura of a higher power. One of them was wearing a white robe with a 9-star crest embroidered on his chest. The other wore a black robe with the same 9-star crest on his chest. The 2 men were clearly the vice presidents of the Great Summer Kingdom's Supreme Council. Although the authority of the Supreme Council was decentralized, their combined power was not in any way weaker than that of the Great Xia Headmaster. Headmaster Qin, your students have to be duly punished for their mistakes, otherwise, anyone would be qualified to provoke the Great Xia's authority, the white-robed elder said indifferently. Principal Qin crossed his arms over his chest, snorted coldly, and shouted angrily, mouthing words without proof, show me the evidence. Otherwise, beware of me suing you for slander. The 2 parties were at swords drawn, but after a few hours of stalemate there was no result from the argument. The Supreme Council wanted to try Suyu, but Principal Qin was also notoriously protective of his shortcomings and did not have the slightest intention of backing down. Upon hearing this, the 3 principals around him lowered their heads at the same time. Principal Moonlight desperately covered his mouth to prevent himself from laughing out loud. This hand of old Qin's, using the other's way to return the favor, was really a slick trick. Suyu was in the school building at the time of the crime. If old Qin bites the bullet and says that he didn't do it, and protects Suyu in the school building, then the council is afraid that they can't really do much about him. Just like Li Yanqing before. Aren't you talking about evidence? Bring out the evidence now, huh? Oh, don't think that we can't do anything if you protect him. The black-clothed old man next to the white-clothed old man snorted, then slowly opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. Attacking a Kyoto dignitary is a felony. We have the right to ask the head honcho for the Purgatory School to cooperate with the investigation. The white-clothed old man was also quick to help out. That's right, fortune teller is the only profession. Only Suyu and Daxia has obtained the profession's inheritance. Who else could it be if he didn't do it? So, where is the evidence? Principal Chin asked a salty rhetorical question. The evidence is laid out, or simply don't talk about the evidence. Call up the men and women to have done a battle is also fine. At those words, the two men's faces instantly collapsed. Who doesn't know that the purgatory school is the strongest? Who the hell can beat you? The black-clothed old man frowned and said, although he is only at the 4th turn level, but a fortune teller can't be judged by common sense, and since his skills are the same as Yu Xiang's, we have reason to suspect that there is something wrong with his mental state. That's right. The white-clothed old man continued to add, we demand that Suyu enter Kyoto or send a 7th turn psychologist to do a mental appraisal for him. Hearing this, Principal Chin pulled out his ears. So, where is the evidence? Hearing this, the black and white two old men gnashed their teeth for a while. You damn well locked someone up in the academy. Where are we going to find evidence? Right now, the black and white two old men only wanted to quickly apprehend Suyu as a way to calm that supreme speaker's anger. Although Li Yanqing might have problems in himself, he couldn't die in such a childish manner. It was a slap in the face of the Supreme Council. Principal Chin sat up straight, both hands pressed on the desktop, gazing earnestly at the two men, and said word for word, "Don't make such tendentious assumptions without evidence, otherwise, I will be very angry." In an instant, a mountain-like pressure surged towards the two. The faces of the two council chiefs instantly turned iron blue. The two of them were only barely at the 7th turn in rank. Where could they withstand the might of Principal Chin, who was at the very top of the 9th turn? Oh. However, just as the two of them were about to be unable to hold on, Principal Chin's face changed and he withdrew his might. He lowered his head and thrust one hand deep into the shadows beneath him. One of the doppelgangers that remained in the school seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. A creepy smile gradually emerged on Principal Chin's face. Oh, you guys don't have any evidence, do you? A pink cell phone was then taken out of the shadows by him. Excuse me, I do. Chapter 117, the first song plus more. As the video played on the cell phone, the faces of everyone present changed. The corner of Principal Chin's mouth slowly rose. Good boy, why didn't you bring out this kind of fierce material earlier? Causing me to be here for 4 hours dry humping with these two stupid exes. I think that student Suyu has done a good job, and I hope that the council will withdraw the charges against him and add additional honors. Principal Moonlight said immediately. Seconded. Seconded. Principal Yi and Principal Lu nodded in favor at the same time. A few people glanced at each other, the corners of their mouths spreading into a smile as they simultaneously sighed in relief. With this kind of decisive evidence, not only would Suyu's behavior not be found guilty, it would instead be a feat. I doubt the authenticity of this video. The white-clothed old man's face was unsightly as he issued a challenge. We concede and immediately withdraw the charges against Suyu. However, the black-clothed old man next to him pressed his shoulder and shook his head. They all knew the actual situation of Li Yanqing. The crime committed by this guy was too heavy. Besides, the person was already dead. There was no need to fight to the death with the 4 major academies. Hearing his words, the white-clothed old man also instantly understood, and his body turned cold. Colluding with a foreign race is a serious crime. It's time to be clear-minded. Alright, just do what Elder Black said. After saying that, he hurriedly walked towards the outside. Wait. Principal Chin suddenly called out to the two old men, both of you, the council slandered my students, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Upon hearing this, the white-clothed old man turned around and forced himself to be calm. Principal Chin, the council goes through a formal process. This video is completely capable of proving Suyu's innocence. I think this matter should come to an end. 5 million battle merit or contribution value. Principal Chin's face was calm and said indifferently. You are robbing. The two old men turned pale and angrily rebuked. It is robbery, give it or not just say it. Principal Chin said lightly. The black and white two old men clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. Although Principal Chin hadn't opened his mouth to say a single threatening word, they understood that this man was known for his grudges and short-term protection. If it were anyone else, they would definitely walk away without hesitation. However, it would not do to face this head of the Purgatory School. Previously, all of the Purgatory School's strongest men were on the front line, so the conservatives had a strong backbone. But now that there was a 1-month ceasefire on the front line, those Inin who were the best at assassination, infiltration, and spying behind enemy lines had all returned. 5 million Vigilant Guild contribution value will be transferred to the Purgatory Academy's public account in 7 days. After ruthlessly putting down a sentence, the black and white two elders quickly left the conference room. Fighting with me, you guys are still young. Principal Chin snorted coldly, smugly. Principal Chin is mighty and domineering. The way he looked just now was so handsome. Principal Yu Hui said with a smile. Where, this is just a routine operation on my part. So, wise and mighty Principal Chin, can you share some contribution value to use? It's fine if you want people, but get lost if you want money. Bah! Cheapskate, I shouldn't have helped you. The two principals bantered for a few moments before walking out of the conference room at the same time. By the way, Suyu's link between the conservatives and the Adventist side has been completely severed, so I'm afraid that we have to be careful of the Adventists' movements during this period of time.
Principal Lu reminded.
Those clowns are considered to have lifted a stone to hit their own feet.
Principal Chin snorted coldly.
His eyes full of fury. Since the pressure on the front line is temporarily suspended, then the next step is to clean up the internal it. It is just the right time to take the opportunity of this academy competition.
Principal Yi proposed. Can.
Upon hearing this, the remaining 3 principals nodded at the same time. After the war on the front line had stalled, I'm afraid that this school competition is the one with the largest number of participants. It's time to find some challenging objects for these guys to sharpen their teeth. You comprehended the advanced Upanishad dazzling from the skill 10,000 dumps max. When you create Lotus Lightning, it will add a layer of charm, forcing all enemy units within range to fall into a charmed state.
Phew!
A bright light flashed in Suyu's eyes as he gradually stopped his hand movements. After the Lotus trick lightning in front of him was completed, Suyu put it away and skillfully walked towards the isolation room. He threw out the purple lotus while he himself stood underneath it. The eternal elegy was taken out by Suyu and placed on his neck. At this moment, his perception was fully open, and he heartily realized the radiance of that abyssal phantom as it blossomed. Rumble! The purple lotus flower opened piece by piece. Suyu also pressed his fingers on the strings and gently pulled the first syllable. At this instant, the entire space seemed to tremble for a moment, and invisible ripples spread, causing everything around him to be covered with a layer of mystery, as if it was in a marvelous realm. Ding! The sound of a zither rang out. A gust of wind blew by, bringing with it a mesmerizing aroma, as if it was as mellow as wine that had been cellared for many years. Suyu was intoxicated, his body dancing along with that melodious tune. Boom! 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 The sound of the piano became more and more urgent, as if a violent hurricane was raging in the room, overturning the alloy wall skin, lifting off the surrounding precision instruments, and even the linking boundary blockade also cracked a few openings. Suyu seemed to have entered a world, his body shuttling between illusion and reality. Death, abyss, charm. Everything about this abyssal phantom was condensed in this elegy. Suddenly, the sound of the zither came to an abrupt end, as if a violent hurricane suddenly disappeared. Suyu slowly opened his eyes, put away the eternal elegy, and bowed slightly to the unoccupied open space, making a curtain call salute. Although, this wonderful show did not have any audience. During the first few times, there were still many people who came to observe Suyu's practice. However, as Suyu's proficiency grew, ordinary fellows were mesmerized by the seductive power just by looking at them. It was Zero, a 6th-turn professional, who now did not dare to say that he could watch the bloom of the purple lotus in its entirety once. Therefore, it was now all Suyu alone singing a one-man show, while Director Zhao and his group were collecting data outside the isolation room. For 5 days in a row, Suyu stayed on the 4th floor of the law enforcement department. However, not all of his time was spent making the Lotus Guile thunder. Most of the time, he practiced violin tunes in the isolation room of the law enforcement building. By now, he was finally able to play a tune that was not too difficult to listen to. Suyu realized that the eternal elegy and the Lotus Guile ray could also complement each other. With the assistance of the violin tune, the Lotus Guile thunder could at the highest even utilize twice its original power. Moreover, at the moment of the Lotus Blossom, the life value reduction as well as the luck value reduction brought about by the eternal elegy could also be increased exponentially. This was perhaps the special nature of epic-grade equipment, being able to optimize the effect of the equipment through its own development. At this moment, nearly 200 Lotus Guile thunderbolts had piled up in Suyu's pockets, and these were the results of the past few days. The power of these Lotus Guile thunderbolts was enough to easily blow up a 7th-turn level lord. Moreover, due to the increase of the eternal elegy, even if one met an 8th-turn level, there might not be no hope of escaping. Suyu slightly shook his head. The 8th turn was a special watershed. Professionals at this level seem to have mastered some sort of strange ability. Against opponents of this level, a simple accumulation of numbers would hardly be effective. When he detonated those 120 Lotus Guile lightning earlier, the 3 8th-turn professionals in the manor almost walked out without injury by carrying them hard. Ha! At this time, Suyu realized that the door to the isolation room was opened and a familiar figure approached. Old Chin, why are you here? Chapter 118, sorry to make you frighten extra. Quickly, there is no time to explain. Principal Chin quickly entered the door, and then directly stripped off the jacket on Suyu with one hand. Old Chin, what are you doing? Suyu stared with wide eyes. If you need to find old Zero, I don't have that kind of fetish. This action makes the surrounding several people are unknown to look at the two of them. I don't have it either. Zero shouted in a bad mood. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and follow me, there is no time. In the middle of the conversation, Principal Chin had already pulled him towards the door. Suyu was dragged to a face of confusion. Old Chin, in the end what happened? Principal Chin threw over a suit, shouting as he ran, hurry up and put it on, today, the chief wants to personally honor you. Awarded the medal? Suyu froze, and the face that often appears on the TV appeared in his mind. Yes, after your matter was resolved before, the top decided to reward you with 1 million guild contribution value, and then award you with special honor and additional action privileges. Principal Chin waved his hand to open a piece of shadowy space and led Suyu inside. That one seems to appreciate you, specially explained by to personally honor you. $1 million? So cool? Looking at Principal Chin's fiery appearance, Suyu was puzzled for a while. So you forgot to inform me? Ah ha ha. Principal Chin's old face blushed and did not answer this question positively. He was indeed busy dealing with some frontline matters during this period of time, and froze until 10 minutes before the commencement of the conferral ceremony when he remembered that there was still this matter. Recently, the abyssal demons have been a bit restless, so you should usually be careful. I'm careful my ass, this is Kyoto, can they still fight their way in? Suyu looked contemptuous. This old man's way of changing the topic was too hard, right? After spitting out a sentence, Suyu still quickly put that suit on his body. What he was wearing on the inside was still that freedom wing, which looked a little strange. However, both Suyu and Principal Chin did not care about these small details. If it was not for the thought of having some sense of ceremony, he would not have found this suit that he wore when he got married and lent it to Suyu. Soon, the shadow in front of the two gradually faded. A white and gold colored door appeared in front of the two. Without hesitation, Principal Chin kicked the gate open. Boom! Inside the banquet hall, the original noisy sound instantly disappeared. Everyone fiercely threw their gazes towards the door. After seeing the face of the visitor clearly, the faces of the people were all relieved again in unison. Agu broken, the waist is going to break. An agonizing groan came from the corner. Black old man was helped up by the crowd, holding his waist and pointing at the duo. Chin Tian, what the hell are you doing? There was still spilled wine on his clothes. The kick that Principal Chin entered the door almost didn't give him a broken air pass. Phew, finally arrived. Principal Chin wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead and pushed Suyu forward, while he himself was rushing back in a hurry. Hey! You just threw me here? Suyu was filled with confusion. Using an epic killing move to rush, this guy was no one else. A stout, country-faced man walked up to Suyu and extended his hand, saying, My name is Ning Chuan, Minister of Defense. Nice to meet you, Suyu. Suyu extended his hand and politely shook the other party's hand. What a heroic young man. Ning Chuan nodded appreciatively, then led Suyu towards the depths of the banquet hall. At this moment, he seemed to have become the center of attention of the entire banquet. Everyone stopped their hands and focused their eyes on Suyu's face. He was that young fortune teller? Looking a little something, he obviously arrived in haste, but in this kind of scene there was no sign of stage fright. The mental quality was not bad. Oh, as a junior who actually arrived at the scene at a stuck point, isn't his platitude a bit big? It's a pity, the uncertainty factor of the life player's profession is too great, and the cost of pulling it together is too high. A murmur rang out around them. These big shots started to comment on Suyu as if no one else was around. Suyu's face did not change, not caring in the slightest about the views of the people around him. However, while passing by a seat, he suddenly felt a strong hostility. Suyu's footsteps instantly stopped. And then, he took a few steps backwards and stopped in front of a middle-aged man with a big belly. If you ask me, this kind of dangerous molecule shouldn't be released into Kyoto. Letting him die on the front line is the best ending, don't you think so? The obese man held up a glass of wine and whispered to a lady in the neighboring seat. His relationship with Li Yanqing was not bad, but it was a pity that the other party had only introduced the wonderful use of that blood banquet to him before Suyu directly gave it to him in one fell swoop. Well, you have a point, the corner of Suyu's mouth gradually rose. Is that so? It seems that this kind brother also shares the same thoughts as me, I wonder. The obese man smiled and turned around, just in time to meet Suyu's eyes. You! He was so shocked that he trembled and spilled his drink onto his exquisite suit. Fate minor event, your enemy, Wang Sui, is frightened. As soon as the fateful synopsis came out, Suyu's face moved slightly. Ding! Fate minor event, your enemy Wang Sui is frightened. This word is not allowed to be written. Fate. 500. Suyu smiled and picked up a handkerchief from the table and handed it out. Sorry to have given you a fright. It's okay. Wang Sui barely managed to squeeze a smile out of his face and took the paper towel to wipe the wine on his clothes. Somehow, he suddenly felt some pain in his lower abdomen. Suyu, is everything alright? Ning Chuan's concerned voice came from his side. It's fine. Suyu shook his head and turned around to continue walking forward. However, as Suyu walked away, Wang Sui's expression became more and more painful. He looked at his continuously bulging stomach and a look of panic appeared on his face. The sharp pain in his belly caused him to feel panicked and he could not help but question towards Suyu's back. What have you done to me? However, Suyu did not have the slightest intention of stopping and walked further and further away. What happened? He made a move against you? The people beside him surrounded over, their faces staring at Wang Sui lying on the ground. I don't know. But it must be him, or else how did I suddenly become like this?
Wang Suwei's face was covered in sweat, and he resentfully glanced towards Suyu's position. Good brat. To actually dare to make a move on me in a place like this, you're dead. The crowd looked at each other and did not act rashly. After all, even if Suyu was more lawless, it was impossible for him to make a move in front of so many people, right? This time, there was no that protective principle to protect him. Moreover, there were quite a number of high-level professionals present, but all of them did not notice the slightest abnormality. Suyu had only just turned 4, how could he possibly conceal himself from a group of bigwigs who had turned 7 or more? A 7th turn healer walked forward and put her hand on Wang Suwei's arm. After a long moment of silence, she said with a complex expression, Director Wang, it seems like there is an extra alien life in your abdominal cavity. What? What did you say? Wang Suwei had a face of horror. And then, he fiercely looked at Suyu's position. Bastard! Wang Suwei roared in anger and slammed his fist on the floor. Puff! With a muffled grunt, the floor tiles shattered. His face was filled with a scowl. This was simply a strange shame. He had inexplicably gained an extra alien life? The surrounding people had a silent look on their faces as they moved away and secretly swore in their hearts that they must not get too close to this guy Suyu. This dam is also too scary. This kid's ability is to stare at anyone who is dizzy? However, some of the beautiful young women were looking at Suyu's back, pondering for a while. Those 2 words are not allowed to write, woo. Chapter 119 Ordination, Youngest Daywalker Extra. Listening to the commotion coming from the rear, the corner of Suyu's mouth curled slightly. Soon, under Ningchuan's leadership, Suyu walked up the steps and met the 3 figures located on the high platform. The one located in the center was Zhoujin, the head of Daxia. He was dressed in a Chinese mountain suit, his temples were gray, and his breath was calm and steady. A smile appeared on his face when he saw Suyu walking towards him. On both sides of Zhoujin sat State Master Nya Yuanji and Temple Bishop Xia Yan. These 2 people, one wearing a Taoist robe and the other a white vestment, looked a little strange. Are you Suyu? Xia Yan glanced at Suyu and asked softly. Not bad. Suyu nodded his head and replied without being humble. Xia Yan reached out and handed out a 4-leaf clover. Goddess of Fortune is favoring you. Are you interested in joining the Divine Temple? Clover Legendary Grade. Type, Disposable Consumable. Introduction, increases luck value by 10 points after use. Divine Pantheon? Suyu did not act rashly, but asked suspiciously. The other party took out the 4-leaf clover, clearly wanting to draw himself in, but it was impossible to say what exactly was going on. I am too shabby to use such a little thing as a meeting gift, and you still want to rely on this to buy him? Nia Ziyuan took the 4-leaf clover from Xia Yan's hands, and then directly stuffed it into Suyu's hands. Kid, your temperament is very much to my liking. In the future to be hunted down and killed, report my name. Nia Ziyuan said in a gangly manner. Well, there is an opportunity to be sure. Suyu nodded his head and gave him a somewhat odd look. This stake master is said to be a Taoist profession, just sat down in a fairy style, did not expect to speak simply the same as a gangster godfather. Hey, what do you think I'm doing by reading that broken Taoist scripture? It is to suppress this temper. Nia Ziyuan a Suyu embrace, I tell you, you still let Li Yanqing kind of rotten people die too painful, should be tortured a good meal first, and then. Ahem. Seeing Nia Ziyuan getting more and more outrageous, the head Zhoujin lightly coughed twice. Since the protagonists have arrived, then I hereby announce that this awarding ceremony officially begins. As Zhoujin's words landed, all the lights in the entire hall went out, leaving only a beam of white light falling from the sky to hit Suyu on the stage. Suyu turned around and frankly faced everyone's gaze. Buzz. The cameras were activated at the same time, relaying this image. Tonight, on behalf of Daxia, I would like to make commendations to you all. First of all, it is the special honor recipient, Suyu. Within Kyoto, he purged Li Yanqing, Chen Xiaotian, and other renegades from the human race totaling 3,783 people and promptly exposed the abyssal blood demon race's conspiracy. After hearing Zhoujin's words, the entire room immediately erupted in applause. And cheers were also heard throughout Kyoto. It was too awesome. Only a freshman and he's already created this kind of scene. He's going to be in the sky in the future, isn't he? I declare that this guy will be my idol from now on. Well done. Li Yanqing's kind of tumor should be killed. He's born in Daxia, but he dares to collude with foreigners. It's an unforgivable crime. I knew it. I knew this kid would be fine. It's true, isn't it? Seeing Suyu in front of the camera, many people's faces were filled with marvel and a strong sense of security. The effect of this kind of genius on the morale of the entire Daxia is unimaginable. When the youth is strong, the country is strong. On the high stage, Suyu did not have the slightest excitement or nervousness surfacing on his face. His gaze wandered over all the people below, keenly locking onto a few eyes with hostility and noting down their looks. Anyone who dared to actively show hostility at this point in time was a tumor. Zhoujin stepped forward and placed a medal with a yellowish glow on Suyu's chest. Unlike Qingqing's shabby gold-plated medallion, this medallion was a solid legendary grade equipment. Take it up again. Joshin patted Suyu's shoulder and encouraged him. Thank you, Chief.
Suyu sincerely thanked him and then walked off the high platform. Immediately after, a silhouette crossed over Suyu and walked up. Suyu frowned slightly. The smell of blood on that person's body was extremely heavy and was mixed with a strong abyssal aura.
Extraordinary honor recipient Tao Xinjue.
He killed countless enemies in the northern battlefield and alone behind the enemy lines to kill the 9 revolutions Abyssal Inferno Demon Lord, making an unparalleled war achievement. Joshin finished speaking and wore a blood-colored medal on Tao Xinjue's chest. So it is from the front line, no wonder.
Suyu suddenly realized.
With the truce at the front line, this should be just the right time to settle the war merits and have the medal awarded. Thinking of this, Suyu then looked deeply at this ruthless man. To be able to sneak into the enemy's rear alone and kill the 9 revolutions Inferno Demon Lord and still be able to come back alive, this ability is indeed very impressive. Tao Xinjue's face was equally calm, and after coming down, he didn't even look at Suyu for a second before directly leaving through the back door. Suyu was also too lazy to stay here for more time, but he did not use the back door, but instead, he hardened himself and squeezed out from the pile of people in front. Suyu threw away the business cards that were stuffed in his pockets with a calm face, and then wiped the lipstick marks on his face. Damn, which 8th turn professional is still doing a sneak attack while I'm not paying attention? With that, Suyu put away the 3 buttons that came along and quickly walked out from the banquet hall. Mr. Su, this is the car that Minister Ning arranged for you. Coming to the outside world, a butler-like person stopped Suyu and respectfully said, "Help me thank Minister Ning." Suyu nodded, and in his heart, he felt a little more favorable towards this Minister of Defense. Soon, the car sped with him all the way towards the teleportation point leading to the academy. However, just as he was about to arrive at the teleportation point, Suyu suddenly thought of something and called the driver to stop.
Just send me to the Night Watchman Guild.
Okay, Mr. Su. The driver immediately turned around and returned, sending Suyu to the Vigilant headquarters.
Thank you.
Suyu smiled and waved his hand at the driver, after which he raised his feet and walked towards the guild. 1 million contribution value was not a small amount. It was just right that he had come to Kyoto, and he would only feel at ease after receiving the contribution value along the way. As Suyu stepped into the Vigilant Guild, a prompt quickly appeared before his eyes. You have obtained a guild contribution value of 1 million. Your guild authority has been elevated. The current authority level is LV7.
Immediately afterward, the entire Night Watchman Guild began to tremble.
A large sun slowly rose from the top of the guild.
And then, the deafening sound of a guild announcement followed.
Guild announcement, congratulations Dad, congratulations to the player for unlocking his level 7 permissions and becoming a level 1 daywalker. Guild announcement, congratulations to player for setting a new record for the fastest promotion and obtaining 50,000 contribution value.
At once, the entire Night Watchman Guild exploded. There was another daywalker god? And this one actually directly set a new record for promotion speed. This is too much of a role, isn't it? Is he not doing all the tasks except for eating and sleeping? I don't know, but did the guild announcement just call him Dad?
Inside the guild hall, all the guild members were talking. However, Suyu was a bit surprised. How did my codename get changed? In the next moment, he had a blur before his eyes, and his figure was suddenly instantly transported to the top floor of the guild building. I'm warning you, kid, don't engage in this kind of codename in the future. A man with a center-parted haircomb said with a vigilant face. He directly gave Suyu 1,000 contribution value. If you don't like the current codename, you can get another one yourself, but don't get those strange codenames. While saying this, he pulled all the codenames like grandfather, grandpa, great uncle into the blocking vocabulary, completely stopping people from doing what Suyu did.
You are the one who brought up the crooked trend.
This half a month, every day the guild has to congratulate dozens of dads, hundreds of grandpas, and dozens of moms and grandmothers you know. The 4th chapter plus more, today update the 14,700th word, currently owed 2 chapters, tomorrow to make up, to sudden death. Chapter 120, those whom the law cannot judge, I will judge.
Plus more.
Okay. Suyu skimmed his mouth. After thinking about it, he finally didn't bother to change any more codenames, just forget about it, after all, he was rarely active in the guild.
Can you change my codename? Are you the president of the Vigilantes Guild?
No, I'm just a small counselor with some authority, I'm not even the vice president. The counselor laughed to himself, his expression slightly slowing down.
This little ancestor is finally subsiding.
By the way, I heard that the bombing case in Shangdong district was done by you? The counselor looked at Suyu and asked with interest.
Suyu raised his eyebrows. What?
Nothing, just asking.
I have some bounty missions here, is there any interest in taking them?
Saying that, the counselor slightly narrowed his eyes and sized up Suyu. This fortune teller did not seem to be as dangerous as the previous Suyu, but the acting style was still as reckless. Both of them were the type that appeared to be civilized, but contained a terrifying undercurrent within their calmness. Upon hearing this, Suyu however shook his head with a smile and said in a relaxed tone, I don't have much interest right now. The mission he had previously received in the academy had not yet gone to do it. Where was the time to care about the others?
Are you sure?
The rewards of that kind of mission are very generous. Counselor pretended to be mysterious and tempted.
However, what responded to him was Suyu's waveless face. TSK, it really makes people anxious.
The counselor sighed, then, as if he thought of something, he took out a few documents from the drawer and opened them. Du Xinghe, one of the 12 directors of the Advent Council, 8th turn psychic master, bounty of 1.5 million contribution value, one of his strings attached after receiving the mission. Yang Kai, 8th turn gravity operator, former head of Kyoto's security department, created more than 700 cases of injustice and falsehood during his time in office, including but not limited to subjugation. The Great Memory Recovery Technique offers a reward of 800,000 contribution values. A drop of his blood is attached to the task after receiving it. Park Jin-san, the bloodline of the once destroyed island nation, planning to amend the laws of Xia with the intention of plotting a rebellion, 7th turn military master, reward 900,000 contribution value. After reading out a few documents, he raised his head with a smile to look at Suyu.
As expected, Suyu revealed an interested expression. You know that I have remote tracking means?
Suyu gazed straight at the counselor and faintly said. The counselor smiled. The Shandong district bombing case has long been studied countless times. Your maneuver is at a very high level and left no evidence behind, but I advise you to use less of this kind of maneuver to deal with those people in the future.
Is that so?
Suyu thoughtfully nodded. From the hands of the counselor took the document carefully read up. The heart has been a number. Seeing this, the counselor continued, these bounty tasks are taken by more than one person, but they are very difficult. If you complete them, just take the vouchers and find me directly to collect the rewards. Saying that, he took out more than 800 documents from the drawer again and directly piled them into a small mountain.
Here, these are all for you. Rating the young?
Suyu's eyelids jumped and his body stiffened a little.
Haha, this is intimidated?
The counselor laughed a little smugly.
Why do I feel that you are proud? Suyu frowned. Of course, Xia has a vast landmass and countless professionals. Do you know how many murders will appear on this land every day?
The counselor excitedly said.
How many?
An average of 73 cases per day, up to 30,000 cases per year. Moreover, the professional's ability is so strange that many unsolved cases can't be solved after a long time. The counselor narrowed his eyes and looked at Suyu. Put yourself in your shoes. If you start committing indiscriminate crimes, with your ability, how many people do you need to kill before you are discovered?
Suyu was silent.
This counselor is right. Professionals have different abilities, and it is difficult to find the murderer by ordinary means of handling the case. What's more, there were also various secret realms that existed within Daxia.
In that case, those 800 or so documents do look as if they are not too many? So you're just beating a dead horse? They're all old cases anyway, right? Hey, isn't this about trusting your abilities? You're a fortune teller, you can even tease fate, and you still can't control these people's destinies?
The counselor sends a horse's ass without a trace.
Alright, I understand.
After pondering for a moment, Suyu stuffed all these documents into his storage bag. Since the Great Summer Laws cannot judge these people, then let me judge them. After exchanging contact information with the counselor, Suyu quickly walked to the teleportation point and returned to the academy.
Experience value 900. Experience value 900. Experience value 900.
Returning to the villa, he specially vacated a room and threw that 800 plus documents in with a brain. The corner of Suyu's mouth rose slightly.
Staying at home while enjoying the high experience value and brushing fate points through fate modification, this seems not bad? Occupation, fate modifier. Level, 82. Strength, 7,649. Physical strength, 6,248. Intelligence, 6,457. Agility, 5,564. Awakening, 4th turn. Skills, Fate Sense Savage Growth Rhythm of Life Fate Weapon Wall Fall Down Max Battle Rage Max Weapon Master Max Final Prologue Max Twilight of the Gods Max String Puppet LV4 Deadly Flamboyance LV1. Talent, Fate Modification. Fate Points, 66497.
Guild Contribution, 1001000.
Credits, 35,000. After becoming a Daywalker, the guild's full attribute bonus was once again raised by 10.
This caused Suyu's strength attribute to be simply exaggeratedly high, having already surpassed a 6th turn warrior and not far from the 7th turn level. Suyu thought about it and did not rush to complete the bounty quest, but first took out the 4 buttons that he had previously collected in the banquet hall. There were some filthy souls that he could not wait to remove. The vital artifact emerged in his hand and took the form of a crystal ball. He picked up a button and threw it in. In the next moment, the void solstice was unleashed. A picture gradually unfolded before Suyu's eyes. This time, the main character was that unexpectedly pregnant Wang Suwei. At this moment, he was inside a hidden private clinic.
What a damned bad luck!
Wang Suwei took off his suit jacket and hung it on the coat rack, cursing.
However, he didn't realize that there was a button missing from the wine-stained jacket. Dr. Tong, let's get started when you're ready. With that, he quickly rolled over and climbed onto the operating table. The light reflected Dr. Tong's incomparably grave face. After being an obstetrician and gynecologist for so long, this was the first time she had ever performed an abortion on a man. This time the matter was of great importance, and this one was also a high-ranking official in Kyoto. She had to remain calm, or else something could easily go wrong. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to calm down. Don't worry, Director Wang, this is just a minor surgery, no problem. Immediately following, she pushed a high-grade anesthetic agent into Wang Suwei's body. The professional's body was powerful, only this well-blended high-grade potion could have an anesthetic effect. And then, Dr. Tong slightly built up her strength and her hands glowed with green light. As a sixth-term obstetrician and gynecologist, she had refined this alien life removal technique to perfection. Well, trouble you. Wang Suwei nodded, his eyelids becoming heavy. However, his heartbeat was getting faster and faster, and he had a vague feeling of uneasiness. Whatever, Dr. Tong is experienced, he should be fine, right? Fate minor event, your enemy, Wang Suwei, has been subjected to the alien life removal technique. As Dr. Tong stabbed his hand straight into Wang Suwei's body, a fateful terrain appeared in front of Suyu's eyes. 8th shift today, thanks for the gifts, 2 chapters are still owed. Chapter 121 True Martial Swinging Demons. Abyssal demons are also demons. Plus more. Ding. Fate minor event, your enemy, Wang Suwei, has been cast with the living life removal technique. Fate point 200. Fate point 500. In the next moment, the color of the green light glowing on Dr. Tong's hand suddenly flushed red. However, she herself didn't seem to notice this. Phew. Looking at the separated embryo, she let out a slight sigh of relief. Director Wang, get up, the surgery was a success. She said. However, the words fell, but there was a delay in the response. Snap. Dr. Tong raised an eyebrow and slapped Wang Suwei on the face. Director Wang? She shouted again, but there was still no answer. She then reached out her hand to probe Wang Suwei's pulse. Ah! The coldness that her fingers touched caused her to cry out in shock. How could it be? How could a fifth-turn professional die from such a minor surgery? Dr. Tong's face was filled with an unbelievable expression. In the end, she informed the family members outside the operating room of the bad news. Several family members looked at each other and decided to keep this matter under wraps. After all, for a big man to go for an abortion and end up dying on the operating table, this was simply a great shame. And, the key thing is that he died in such a hurry that many of the evidence involving the big man could not be destroyed in time. Therefore, they booked a crematorium for Wang Suwei on the same day, and even prepared the urn in advance. On the other hand, with Wang Suwei's death, the image in front of Suyu's eyes also gradually disappeared. However, he did not stop for a second and threw another button into the crystal ball. The scene in the image caused Suyu to frown. He only saw a coolly dressed beautiful woman swimming elegantly by the pool. Opposite her, a well-built, fair-skinned, handsome-looking man was holding a tall glass and staring at the beautiful woman's buttocks without looking away. An abyssal blood demon that was fully transformed by drinking demonic blood? Suyu's mind moved. The man in the picture had obviously already taken a step faster than Li Yanqing and had almost completely transformed himself into an abyssal blood demon. That woman was not much worse, and the human bloodline in her body was afraid to be already very thin. These two people's means of concealing their breath was very skillful. If it wasn't for Suyu's understanding of the abyssal demon race's body, plus the fact that they weren't wearing much right now, he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to detect it. Wow! At this time, the woman had already stood up from the pool. She dried her body with a bath towel and walked towards the handsome man with graceful steps. When the war on the front line continues, let's take advantage of the chaos to defect from Dasha. The woman came to the man's ear and whispered. How can you call this a defection? This is clearly abandoning the darkness. The two people looked at each other and smiled, quickly entangled together. Yes, the abyss that is such a beautiful place, even the air is full of the fragrance of freedom. By the way, do you think that the fortune teller can be pulled together today? The woman suddenly asked. Hearing this, the handsome man slightly shook his head. Find an opportunity to get rid of him, since he laid his hands on Li Yanqing, then he has already made his position clear. Row. The woman smiled charmingly, then picked up the wine glass on the small table and gently touched it with the other party. Fate minor event, your enemies Ho Manghua and Dingji drank the abyssal demon blood. Seeing this fateful synopsis, Suyu pondered for a moment. It was only when those two passed the wine cup to their mouths that Suyu then started the fate modification. Ding! Fate minor event, your enemies Ho Manghua and Dingji drank the abyssal demon blood. Fate points 2000. The moment they finished the liquid in the cup, both of their expressions changed drastically at the same time. What's going on? This power. Dingji's eyes widened as a look of fear appeared in his eyes. Ho Manghua was even directly paralyzed on the ground, and his entire person was rapidly festering. This is not demonic blood. The two roared in agony. How could my 2 drops of blood appear here? As a doubtful whisper sounded. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, the two actually exploded at the same time.
Drinking low-purity demonic blood could have the effect of flushing the bloodline, but once the purity was too high, it would have a terrifying destructive effect on the human body. The Abyssal God's blood is something that only a ninth-turn Abyssal Lord would dare to taste a drop of. Unfortunately, it seems that there is no chance to meet that Abyssal Divine blood. Suyu slightly shook his head. The image in front of him quickly disappeared.
However, in that instant, he saw a corner of Nia Ziyuan's Dao robe.
Judging from the expression on the side of his face, the Abyssal Divine blood appearing in Kyoto should not be a big problem.
Instead, it might bring unexpected benefits. On the other side, Nia Ziyuan's face was extremely complicated. He gazed closely at the two blood-colored deep pits below and the two drops muttering under his breath. The Abyssal demons really aren't picky eaters. Why did these two little mongrels have to put in such a huge amount of blood? Surprisingly, they took out the blood of the Abyssal Demon God. Grandma, aren't you giving it away for nothing?
Immediately afterward, he strangled and cast a spell, chanting the words of the Tao. To the great sage of Xiantian, the northern imperious spirit god.
Jin Keijin Zun should be transformed into a body. The supreme general's name is Xinwu.
Thousands of talismans were thrown out by him. Immediately, the duster in his hand was casually waved.
In an instant, the talismans formed an 8 trigrams formation around him.
Above the dome of the sky, the shadow of Emperor Xinwu suddenly appeared.
A majestic suppressive force descended, sealing the will of the Abyssal Demon God to death. Human race, do you dare to strike against me?
At this instant, the Abyssal Demon God's will in those two drops of blood was not calm. Although he was a bit bewildered and did not know why he appeared here, the pressure coming from the upper air was real. It was light to lose these two drops of blood, but he was afraid that the human race would make an issue out of them. You know, not long ago there were many souls that were forced out of the Abyssal will.
Do you really think that unequal treaty at the front line was just signed?
Nia Ziyuan snorted coldly, a cold smile spreading from the corner of his mouth. The truce regulations at the front line were extremely biased in favor of the Abyssal demon race. However, there was one thing, and that was that they couldn't take the initiative to start a war within a month. Otherwise, the power of the contract would directly weaken the invaders 99 and the Abyssal demon race would have to pay a considerable amount of compensation. If they didn't pay the compensation, then the power of the contract would personally teach them to be human.
Damn it! Who on earth put my blood into the bodies of these two humble races? This Abyssal demon god obviously noticed this as well.
His blood had propped up and exploded these two unlucky bastards, and as a result, he was also punished by the Truce Pact as it was judged as a violation of the treaty. In the sky, a vast greatness was slowly emerging. The power of the pact was a direct link to the will of the world, and once it was voluntarily signed, then no one could violate it.
Not even a god. Don't ever let me learn who counted on me. The Abyssal demon god will roared in anger. This time it was a big loss, it was a blood loss.
They had never thought that they would actively violate the contract when they signed it. Therefore, that compensation, it hurt. Those two drops of blood from the Abyssal demon god desperately fled outwards, attempting to return to the abyss and reduce some of their losses.
Ha! Nia Ziyuan smiled indifferently. The visitor is a guest, stay.
He took out a box of huazi from his waist and lit it.
True martial swinging demon. Abyssal demons are also demons.
I would like to invite the true martial god of the north, with his feet on the heavenly pass extreme AO essence. The disciple burns incense today to Su, and the clouds go straight up to reveal his true form.
I'm in a hurry. Today's ninth shift, 19,000 words, one chapter is still owed. Chapter 122, do you want $5 million? Plus more. Rumble.
In an instant, thunder appeared in the sky above the dome of the sky, and smoke clouds surrounded the area. Within the 8 trigrams formation formed by the talismans, the true martial Dharma phase swelled violently. The incredibly huge golden Dharma phase body stood in the void, emitting a palpitatingly majestic aura. The entire Kyoto was shaken by the commotion. Countless people raised their heads to look towards the direction where the mighty pressure had erupted. Demigod mighty pressure. The state master had struck? The smell of the abyss, could it be that the abyssal demon race had broken the truce contract? How dare they ah! A strong figure with a terrifying, majestic aura swept in from all directions. They were extremely fast, like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared at the center where the pressure was the most intense. It was clearly those professionals who had come down from the front lines, as well as the strong people who had stayed behind in Kyoto.
Nia Ziyuan, who forced you to be so angry?
In the shadows, Tao Xinjue was surprised. This state master was one of the strongest of the group in Disya. How could he suddenly bring out his masterstroke today?
Don't talk, just it and be done with it.
Nia Ziyuan's face was taut at the moment, his forehead covered in sweat as he maneuvered his true martial Dharma phase and violently stabbed out with his sword. The Dao sword broke through the air, pinning those 2 drops of abyssal demon god blood in the void with a single thrust. However, even though the abyssal demon god blood was affected by the contract and weakened by 99, it still corroded the Dao sword. Chop! Nyeziyuan let out a low shout, his entire body's Dao rhythm soared, and the true martial Dharma phase waved its hand once again, chopping out another sword. Snort! The sword blade slashed through, and those 2 drops of bright red, blood-like abyssal demon god blood were directly torn apart. But likewise, Nyeziyuan also exhausted his spiritual energy. The entire person's aura immediately withered. That huge true martial Dharma phase also disappeared. At that moment, the 2 drops of blood quickly returned and recovered. Heh, with this amount of strength, you still try to wear out my blood? The abyssal demon god will laugh disdainfully. Buzz! An imperceptible fluctuation came from the void. A short pitch-black dagger instantly ran 2 drops of blood through. Tao Xinjue had not even reacted to the strike from the abyssal demon god will. Moreover, a huge suction force violently emanated from that dagger, and it was simply impossible to get rid of it in a short period of time. Who the hell said to wear out your blood? This kind of good stuff can't be wasted. Nyeziyuan smiled brightly and waved his duster. Boom! In a flash, the true martial phantasm reappeared. However, this time, it was the 2 drops of abyssal demon god blood that were directly suppressed within the Dharma phase. The Dharma phase quickly shrunk, eventually turning into a seal. No! The abyssal demon gods will roared in despair. However, that cry could not be transmitted halfway through the true martial demon seal. Hey, this is a big earner now. Nyeziyuan was all smiles, giggling as he looked at the true martial demon seal. This time somehow harvested 2 drops of abyssal demon god blood, and also accidentally made the abyssal demon god violate the contract, and will have to pay a large sum of compensation for breach of contract. Not only that, even the only 2 human races that died were traitors. It could be said that it was a no-brainer. So, how did these 2 drops of blood appear in Kyoto? Tao Xianju asked with an expressionless face. Allow poor Tao to do some math. Nyeziyuan stroked the beard on his chin and pinched up the small 6 gnome. Strange, how can the sky be so chaotic? It seems that there is a certain expert secretly stirred up the heavenly chances. Nyeziyuan frowned. According to the results, even if there is an expert, it is also biased in our favor. Tao Xinjue calmly analyzed. That makes sense. Nyeziyuan nodded. Go back to the purgatory schoolhouse and bring these 2 drops of blood to the law enforcement department, where they can maximize the utility of this thing. After handing over the true martial demon Vorpal seal to Tao Xinjue, Nyeziyuan quickly dispersed the crowd. With that, he quickly walked to a corner and dialed Suyu's number. Hey, did you do what just happened? Nyeziyuan asked tentatively. What is it? Suyu immediately asked back suspiciously. Don't pretend, I know it was you. Nyeziyuan heatedly smiled. Not to hide it from you, both of us in the matter of fortune-telling may have something in common. I don't understand what you are talking about. Suyu slightly shook his head and was about to hang up the phone. However, Nyeziyuan's sentence made him suddenly stop. Is that so? Then this reward of $5 million poor Taoist can take it for himself. $5 million? Contribution value? It's fine if you want credits. Suyu raised his eyebrows. Then it's still contribution points, just hit my account. Good guy, it's really you? Nyeziyuan's eyes flashed with a flash of horror, but his mouth continued to flirt. Yo, admit it now? He actually wasn't completely sure that it was Suyu's handiwork. It's just that the people who had a grudge against Suyu at the banquet yesterday all had accidents one after another, and there were incomprehensible phenomena at the scene of the accidents, so there was just a bold guess. Those 2 drops of abyssal demon god blood were also given to me. Suyu skimmed his mouth and said. Look at Nyeziyuan's tone. This time I am afraid that the harvest is not small. Of course, the benefits are as much as you want. Already let Tao Xinjue bring you over. Don't worry, poor Tao mouth is very strict. Nyeziyuan's smile grew stronger. Obviously only 4 turns, even can affect the existence of god level? Hanging up the phone, the smile on Nyeziyuan's face closed. This wave of earning was earned, but it was unlikely that the abyssal demon race would stop. Once the war resumed on the front line, it would surely usher in an unprecedentedly bad situation. No matter what, the soldiers will come to stop the water and cover up the earth. First digest this wave of harvest before saying. The compensation from the abyssal demon race can be used as a reward for the academy competition. Suyu, this guy must also be sent to the front line in a hurry. Cleaning up the internal such a small matter for him to do is simply talented. Nyeziyuan muttered, constantly planning everything. This was his job as a state master. On the other hand, inside the purgatory school. Promising so painfully, it seems that it is still going to be less. Suyu was somewhat sorry. However, he did not care too much. This was an unexpected fortune in itself. Something was better than nothing. Thinking for a moment, he did not choose to continue with the void solicitation. The commotion that he had just made was too great. It was better to go to the law enforcement building again to find the abyssal demon race, and explore the mysteries of the body together. End of today's 10th shift, more than 20,800 words. Thanks again for all the gifts from the righteous fathers. Chapter 123 Iceberg Hell, Abyssal Inferno Demon. Suyu lightly arrived at the law enforcement building.
This time, he was led by Director Zhao to the 7th floor. Raising his eyes, he looked at the sign at the entrance. Iceberg Inferno. Before even opening the door, a chilling aura emanated from the room, causing one to resist a shiver. The Abyssal Inferno Devil imprisoned here? Suyu inquired in a low voice. Director Zhao nodded his head, that's right. As he spoke, he had already reached out and pushed open the door. The room was snow white, and there was even light snow drifting. However, the temperature in the room was not as cold and bone-chilling as Suyu had imagined, it was even a little warm. Suyu guessed that perhaps it was due to this group of Abyssal Inferno demons. In front of him, there were hundreds of ice pillars, each of which had an Abyssal Inferno demon forked on it. They were all labeled with sealing talismans and had black flames rising from their bodies, appearing to be in pain. Suyu, the Abyssal Inferno devils here are generally of a high grade, you must pay attention to your safety, Director Zhao reminded. Suyu nodded, then stepped into it, his gaze falling on those Abyssal Inferno demons. Half-elemental beings? Suyu muttered to himself. With a sweep of the life rhythm, he was clearly able to feel the difference between the structure within those Abyssal Inferno demons and the rest of the Abyssal creatures. Roar! Upon noticing Suyu's gaze, those Abyssal Inferno demons let out an angry roar as the black flames on their bodies violently erupted. Very well. The corner of Suyu's mouth lifted slightly, and his eyes flashed with excitement as he walked straight to an Abyssal Inferno demon. He did not directly activate the 10,000 dumps. Instead, he took an ice blade from the side and prepared to manually dissect it once before. This way would allow him to understand the Abyssal Inferno's body structure faster. As the ice blade cut through like a butcher's knife, every part of that Abyssal Inferno was also completely disassembled by Suyu. As expected, it was a half-elementalized life, and what flowed in its body was not blood, but the elemental power that was a combination of abyssal dark energy and fire element. Suyu carefully observed for a moment and then said to himself, Mr. Su, take a look. At this time, a researcher next to him handed over a thick experimental report. A flash of admiration flashed in this researcher's eyes. Now that the entire law enforcement building knew about Suyu's ability, no one treated him as a new student anymore. The fellows were even very happy to come over and play their hands. It had to be said that one could indeed learn many new things by Suyu's side. Thanks. Suyu received the experiment report and looked at it carefully. Sharpening the knife, after an all-round understanding, his production efficiency for the Lotus Guile Thunder would also increase by a lot. This was the experience drawn from the last time he crafted the charming demon Purple Lotus. Soon, after a few hours had passed, Suyu slowly raised his head and closed the experiment report. Abyssal Inferno, Attribute, Dark Fire. Semi-elementalized life, extremely difficult to kill. Possesses the ability to regenerate from fire, and can also complete a demonic flame self-explosion in an instant. As Suyu spoke, he walked up to an Abyssal Inferno demon. Immediately, he pressed the Abyssal Inferno's head with one hand. 10,000 pouring was unleashed. Countless threads of fate drilled into this Inferno demon's body. Not long after, a black fire lotus appeared in front of Suyu. This black fire lotus was translucent, close to the plasma state, and there was a lavender flame rising within it, giving people a demonic beauty. Not bad, the Lotus Guile lightning crafted by the Abyssal Inferno demon is 3 to 4 times more powerful than the Phantom demons. Suyu nodded with satisfaction and casually put it away. Next, it was time to go for the test explosion. Suyu muttered. Generally speaking, after completing the process of disassembling and making a detonation, it wouldn't take 2 days for Suyu to comprehend an aeon from it. Coming into the isolation room, Suyu nodded slightly. With that, Director Zhao and his party would understand and evacuated out. On the other hand, Suyu took out the Eternal Elegy. At the moment that a black fire lotus bloomed, a tone of melody was read. At the same time, Director Zhao's side was rapidly recording the data, constantly extracting the Abyssal Inferno's skill information from it. Knock, knock. However, right at this moment, the door to the lab was suddenly knocked on. Director Zhao frowned, who would normally dare to knock on his door at this time. After a moment of silence, he instructed the others to work as usual, while he himself prepared to open the door and take a look. Creak. He pulled open the door of the laboratory. What met his eyes was a pair of scarlet eyes. You've returned? Director Zhao's heart trembled and he exclaimed in shock. The man in front of him had a head of pitch black, broken hair draped over his shoulders, was wearing a black suit, had dark and dry skin, and his features were distinct and three-dimensional. The most peculiar thing was that the surface of this man's body was actually covered with hideous scars, like a centipede lying on the surface of his body, daunting. Director Zhao, I came back alive. Tao Xinjue smiled brightly, revealing his white teeth. Puff. He casually tossed the corpse of an 8-turn abyssal demon dragon onto the corridor. Here, a gift for you. It's good to be back. Director Zhao happily patted his shoulder. Tao Xinjue was a student he brought 15 years ago, and once when he entered the law enforcement building for the first time, his performance was just as stunning as Suyu. Although it was not as heaven-defying as ignoring the will of the abyss, it had left a deep impression on many people.
Nowadays, he had also grown into a ninth-turn assassin, and his strength could be ranked in the top 5 in the entire academy.
Right, almost forgot.
Director Zhao slapped his thighs and couldn't catch up in time before diving headfirst into the lab again. Tao Xinjue had just wanted to pull out that true martial vermilion seal, but when he saw this, he stopped and followed him. He also knew that the researchers in the law enforcement building were all very desperate, and he had been considered one of them before.
What is this? Tao Xinjue stared dumbfounded at the sight before him. When had the law enforcement building been able to directly dismantle the skills of the abyssal demons? A breakthrough in the abyssal wills program? He said with a somewhat dry throat. After being on the front line for so long, he could be considered the group that understood abyssal will the most. That was something that surpassed the divine level. Every existence born from the abyss had a soul that belonged to the abyssal will. Even if an abyssal demon had become a god, they still couldn't change that. Countless years down the line, that thing was simply too terrifying to describe. If it wasn't for the fact that there was no self-consciousness present, the human race would have already been swallowed up by the abyssal will. Abyssal will?
That thing broke through almost 10 days ago. Director Zhao rummaged through a pile of information and handed it over.
Su Yu, is everything because of him? Tao Xinjue's eyes widened as he looked at the information about Su Yu. In less than 10 short days, he had actually dismantled the skills of the Abyssal Magician, Abyssal Phantom and Abyssal Inferno?
This was simply appalling. Yes, but it's good to get used to it. This kid is truly heaven-defying. Director Zhao sighed.
How did that guy do that? Tao Xinjue couldn't help but inquire.
Vaguely, he seemed to feel that the matter of the abyssal demon god's blood appearing in Kyoto had something to do with Su Yu. However, he quickly dismissed this speculation. After all, Su Yu was staying at the academy at the time of the incident.
Won't you know if you go in and see for yourself?
With your strength, it should be enough to watch that show.
Director Zhao maneuvered the instrument with both hands and said without looking back.
Tao Xinjue wanted to say something else, but seeing how busy he looked, he had no choice but to give up. Walking out of the lab, his eyes were drawn to the door of the isolation room.
As for? It was dangerous there?
He looked at the layers of knots attached to the isolation room's door and said with some confusion. Immediately, he walked over quickly, and with a light stroke of his fingernail, he easily broke the more than 10 layers of knots. And then, he pushed open the door of the isolation room with one hand and stepped straight in. However, only a few seconds later, his steps suddenly stopped and his pupils abruptly shrunk.
Chapter 124 The First Audience. What kind of scene was that? Endless black flames blazed.
A black fire lotus slowly bloomed, telling everything about this abyssal inferno demon. Its soul and flesh were united at this moment, and then it arrived at the extreme peak at this moment. The violin music that ran through the heavenly soul was at times soothing and at times impassioned.
It was as if the abyssal inferno's life had been condensed into the tune. It was speaking, it was roaring. However, none of this mattered. What mattered was, boom!
There was a loud bang, and the earth trembled. As that blazing flame burned to its peak climax,
the black flames disappeared.
Tao Xinjue immediately felt his heart pumping, infected by the intensity of that emotion. This was true art, heart-stoppingly beautiful. The only thing left in the sky and the ground was that one magnificent figure. He slowly put his violin down and bowed.
Thank you for watching this performance, my audience.
Tao Xinjue was stunned for a long time. He felt some wetness on his cheeks. Using his hand, he touched it. Fortunately, it was blood, not tears. He hadn't shed tears in a long time.
Not right blood? This song of yours is really not for ordinary people. Tao Xinjue locked his gaze on that violin, his eyes somewhat complicated.
I've seen a similar performance before, but that one wasn't as profound, perhaps because it was too close?
Is it?
So you walked up to him without a care in the world. There were quite a few artistic cells in this man, but he did not want to talk about this topic right now. Thus, Suyu stretched out his hand and said,
Nia Ziyuan asked you to bring me something to bring over, right? Upon hearing this, Tao Xinjue paused again.
He took out the true martial voodoo seal and then said, these 2 drops of blood are what you got.
Suyu nodded slightly and received that seal, holding it in his hand and observing it.
Within the seal, 2 drops of blood as transparent as crystal lay quietly within it, emitting a destructive abyssal aura, like 2 seeds representing destruction. Suyu pressed it against his forehead, and instantly, he could feel a burning aura coming from it. The thread of destiny passed through the seal and pierced straight into a drop of blood.
Snort!
However, to his surprise, the destiny silk thread was directly scorched by that blood and snapped.
Is the level not enough?
Suyu frowned slightly. After the tens of thousands pouring was successfully unleashed, the backlash of the abyssal will would not be able to find its way to his head. However, this kind of level was too high for him to complete control over it. After thinking about it, Suyu decided to temporarily put it away.
How long has this been your cooperation with Nia Ziyuan? Tao Xinjue suddenly said. Only met yesterday, what's wrong?
Suyu raised his eyebrows.
Is that so?
Then your cooperation is good enough. Not only did you take 2 drops of abyssal demon god blood this time, but you also made the abyssal demon race pay a price equivalent to hundreds of millions of battle merits.
Tao Xinjue said with some emotion.
However, after hearing his words, the expression on Suyu's face suddenly stiffened a little.
How much did you say? Several hundred million. He gritted his teeth and asked. Right.
Tao Xinjue smiled and patiently explained, the truce contract that the abyssal demon race signed with us is very unfair, so we have asked for a truce in which both parties will have to pay a great price if one of them breaks the contract. The abyssal demon race is going to hemorrhage money this time. According to the contract, they need to pay for 3 godhead fragments as well as a large amount of treasures and wealth. The value of those 3 divine lattice fragments alone was already around 200 million battle merit. After saying that, he looked at Suyu with a smile on his face.
Nia Ziyuan wouldn't have only given you tens of millions of battle merit, right? That's not true.
Suyu pulled an ugly smile on his face. He only gave 5 million.
5 million? This old boy is also too black-hearted, right? Simply more stingy than the principal.
Tao Xinjue exclaimed. The corner of Suyu's mouth twitched. Yes, there's also that old pitiful thing of the dean.
The previous 1 million contribution value, he is afraid that he is not also taking it to me after deducting it? No, this loss cannot be eaten. Suyu directly took out his cell phone and dialed Nia Ziyuan's number.
Da! The number you have dialed is switched off, please dial again later.
Good. It seems that this guy has already anticipated that I will find him in trouble? Suyu cursed and hung up the phone. Suyu hangs up the phone.
Tao Xinjue looked at Suyu with a sympathetic face. Eat a lesson, grow up, I have been pitched over this way before. He patted Suyu's shoulder, but our dean is still not too pit. Some of your previous rewards he may have deducted some, but when you have something he is really on a flash of memory surfaced in Tao Xinjue's eyes. I was once sniped by one of the directors of the Advent Society, and was seriously injured and fled back to the academy. When the principal found out about it, he chased that person for 7 whole days until he chased him into the hinterland of a foreign tribe and slaughtered that counselor in front of the patriarch of that tribe. Of course, the principal was seriously injured afterward, but I didn't dwell on the fact that he coveted my 10 million credits bonus. Listening to Tao Xinjue's description, Suyu's heart felt slightly better.
The principal's side is indeed no good. These credits can be considered as protection fees. However, that guy Nia Ziyuan, he will definitely have to settle the score with him afterward. That is a guaranteed 200 million things off, the result of my hands here on 25%?
Suyu simply got angrier and angrier as he thought about it, and walked out of the isolation room, casually grabbing 2 more abyssal inferno devils and crafting them into fire lotus. A few minutes later, he returned to the isolation room and took out the eternal elegy.
How about it? Still want to see it? He asked towards Tao Xinjue.
Of course.
Tao Xinjue nodded with a smile.
The reason why he had waited here was to watch Suyu's performance once in its entirety from beginning to end. That side of life from birth to withering and reaching its peak in death was just too shocking. It was definitely worth recalling.
In that case, let's begin.
Suyu smiled and directly ignited both fire lotuses at the same time. Tao Xinjue hesitated for a moment, but still did not open his means of defense. It would block the sound of that zither and affect the sound quality. Bleeding just a little bit, anyway, he had already turned 9 and had thick blood. Suyu raised the eternal elegy in his hand and gently pulled it. Ding! Along with the melodious tune ringing out, he gradually entered a certain realm, as if he had merged into the world he had created. The second time he played the Inferno violin tune, Suyu was obviously much more skillful. Tao Xinjue's eyes danced with light, and he only felt that something was about to break through the ground in his heart. This feeling was unprecedented. That was something that even the beheading of that 9 revolutions abyssal lord had not brought to him. He had a feeling that if he watched a few more performances contributed by the 9th-ranked abyssal demons, perhaps his demigod's foundation would be cast successfully. Chapter 125, Wildly Rising 15 Levels. You killed abyssal inferno demon LV-139 and gained experience value of 246,9708. You killed abyssal inferno LV-147 and gained experience value 446,4932. You killed abyssal inferno LV-152 and gained experience value 476,4948. Your level has increased. Current level is LV-83. Your level has increased. Your current level is 84. Your level has increased. Your current level is LV-85. You have realized the advanced axiom of Death Black Flame from the Tumblr Max. When you detonate Lotus Guile, it will stack 1 Death Destruction Blast. Within 2 days, the Black Fire Lotus continuously burned within the isolation chamber, and Suyu's Inferno violin song was mastered more and more skillfully. Utilizing the experience value brought by the Abyssal Inferno Demon explosion also caused his level to rise by 2 levels again. During this period, Suyu also poured all of his 60,000 plus fate points into puppetry, raising his skill level to LV9, and was now able to manipulate 30 puppets at the same time. Profession: Fate Master.
Level, 85. Strength, 7,849. Physical strength, 6,448. Intelligence, 6,657. Agility, 5,664. Awakening, 4th turn. Skills, Fate Sense Savage Growth Rhythm of Life Fate Weapon All Fall Down Max Battle Rage Max Weapon Master Max Final Prologue Max Twilight of the Gods Max String Puppet LV9 Deadly Flamboyance LV1. Talent, Fate Modification. Fate Points, 497. Guild Contribution, 6001000. Credits, 35,000. Looking at the attribute panel, Suyu stopped his hand movements and put away the last Black Fire Lotus. Now, he already possessed more than 200 Phantom Demon Purple Lotus and more than 100 Inferno Demon Fire Lotus. The power of these Lotus-style thunder together was horrifying, so you felt that even if it was an 8th turn professional, he was afraid that he would have to drink a pot of water. If it was that kind of 8th turn professional with a weak defense, he was afraid that he would be directly blown up, right? After watching so many performances, Senior also has nothing to give you. This bottle of experience potion, take it. Tao Xian sensed Suyu's movement and immediately stood up from his position and walked over, taking out a jade bottle and handing it to Suyu, smilingly saying, although for me this thing is no longer useful, but you should happen to need it. Consider it as the ticket fee for watching the show. Suyu did not politely talk to him and took the jade bottle, his eyes lit up. Most of the 9th turn professionals would choose to store the experience value obtained from killing monsters. After all, when they reached their step, what they needed was no longer just experience value. Therefore, often the quality of the experience potions that these people carried with them were extremely terrifying. Suyu picked up the jade bottle and took a dry mouthful. Instantly, his experience bar began to rub up like a rocket. Your level has increased. Current level LV 86. Your level has increased. Current level LV 87. Your level has increased. Current level LV 88. Suyu tightly closed his eyes and carefully experienced the power surging out from his body. Soon, his leveling up gradually stopped when he reached level 97. LOL. Feeling the surging power within his body, Suyu opened his eyes and was filled with joy as the corner of his mouth lifted up a smile. Thanks, I owe you a performance. Suyu patted Tao Xinjue's shoulder and said in a rather happy mood. This bottle of experience potion did not know how much time he had saved. Hearing this, Tao Xinjue could not help but reveal a smile. Good, a promise is a promise. The two quickly parted ways. Tao Xinjue had to head to the front line. There were still 17 days before the next war with the Abyssal Demon race would begin, and they had to run to the battlefield ahead of time. However, these 10 days of rest and recuperation did allow the frontline warriors to take a breather. Suyu, on the other hand, directly returned to his villa. There were still the last 2 days before the schoolhouse competition, so he wanted to take advantage of this time to clean up some of the dregs and earn some destiny points along the way. Suyu realized that as the level of the thread puppet rose, the strength of his Fate Silk thread was also climbing along with it. Nowadays, the Fate Silk thread could already last for about half a minute in the Abyssal Divine Blood. However, to completely control these 2 drops of blood, it would still take quite a bit of time. Walking into the villa, Suyu saw Baby Bear curled up on the sofa at a glance. Wake up, still sleeping? Suyu patted its butt, but the snoring sound grew louder and louder. Baby Bear. Race, Titan Bear. Level, 100 in Metamorphosis. Natural skill. Power of the Earth, Titan Giant Bear is the darling of the Earth. Fighting on the Earth can dramatically increase defense, attack power, and quickly recover physical energy. Titan's Wrath, Titan Bear's basic attributes will gradually increase in battle, up to 300. Titan Might, the Titan Bear releases its high-level creature might, which will have a huge suppressive force on lower-level creatures. Heavenly Collapse, the Titan Bear releases all of its life energy to strike a destructive blow. Is it in Metamorphosis? Suyu glanced at Baby Bear's panel and slightly shook his head. It seems that for the school competition, the only way to do it is to leave it in the villa to sleep. However, it is also quite good. Baby Bear sleeps every day. Relying on the villa formation has risen to 100 levels, 3 levels higher than Suyu. Suyu thought about it and then moved the entire sofa into a guest room. And then, he quickly walked upstairs and entered the file room. He took out the 2 buttons that were left from before. But instead of rushing to use them, he took out another clover from his arms. Clover Legendary Grade. Type, Disposable Consumable. Introduction, increases luck value by 10 points after use. Taking a deep breath, Suyu directly crushed the 4-leaf clover. Fate Minor Event, you obtain the effect of the 4-leaf clover effect, and your luck value is permanently increased by 10 points. Ding! Fate Minor Event, you obtain the influence of the 4-leaf clover effect, and your luck value is permanently increased by 10 times. In the next moment, a flash of golden light drilled into Suyu's body from the 4-leaf clover powder. Suyu only felt his spirit lifted, like something had happened and like nothing had changed. Lucky value belongs to the hidden attributes and it is impossible to see the specific value, but after it is doubled tenfold, it should directly become a European emperor, right?
Suyu hummed a little tune, then he took out the fate weapon again and transformed it into a crystal ball form. And then, a button was thrown into the crystal ball by him. Soon, a picture gradually unfolded.
Oh? Are two people actually practicing together in the secret realm? Just right, it saves time.
Suyu raised his eyebrows and gazed at it. 3 shifts reached today. Currently there is a chapter for the gift edition, tomorrow during the day to make up.
Chapter 126. No, you're a bit on fire for a mage, aren't you? Plus more. As the Void Suwa enemy was completely unleashed, a picture appeared in front of Suyu.
In the middle of a mountain forest, a middle-aged man was sitting on top of a futon, with a pot of mountain spring water burning on the small table in front of him. On the opposite side stood a woman dressed in red. A prompt of increasing experience value was constantly pulsing above the heads of the 2 men. Minister, I think that at this point in time, it's better for us to restrain ourselves. The woman in red frowned and said, the radical faction is now gaining power, plus that fortune teller has done Nia Ziyuan a great favor, so I'm afraid that contacting the Advent Society at this time will.
Shu Ling-ah, I will only teach you this once. Minister Park smiled faintly. As the saying goes, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. We rush to send charcoal at this time. Once we succeed, the final gain will naturally be higher. Moreover, Nia Ziyuan is a very greedy person who wants to control the whole situation as well as gain the most benefits. He has already angered the abyssal demon race completely. If the situation collapses in the end, won't we still have to rely on the Advent Society?
But Ray was still frowning.
Relax, don't forget, the Advent Society is not as evil as the outside world proclaims.
Everyone is ultimately for the sake of Dasha.
Minister Park's smile tightened.
Seeing this, Xiaoling also stopped speaking and only silently gazed ahead. There were 3 7th-turn professionals frantically slaughtering a large group of secret realm monsters that looked like monkeys. As the management class, their strength could be low, but not at all. Therefore, every month, they would take some time to dabble in group experience to upgrade.
Wind Breath Wind Dragon's Wrath.
Right at this moment, a dragon elemental mage in front of them raised his staff and quickly chanted. Minister Park and his duo raised their eyes to look at it, and the corners of their mouths rose slightly. This 7th-turn dragon elemental mage was best at all kinds of wide-range killing skills, and it could be considered extremely efficient for him to lead the upgrade. Fate Minor Event, your enemy, Yang Dianfeng, releases the wind spell Wind Breath Wind Dragon's Wrath.
Right at this moment, a Fate Stalker also finally appeared in front of Suyu. This little life is really nourishing, drinking tea while practicing? Suyu slightly closed his eyes before quickly completing his fate modification. This man and woman happened to be together. Doing it together would save time. Ding!
Fate Minor Event, your enemy, Yang Dianfeng, releases the wind spell Wind Breath Wind Dragon's Fart.
Fate point 600. Boom! In the next moment, Yang Dianfeng's face showed triumph as he waved his staff. A light yellow hurricane instantly descended. The remaining 2 7th-turn professionals also cast envious gazes. As expected of a 7th-turn dragon elemental mage, such a spell was simply unbeatable. No, why does it stink so much? Cough. Brother Yang, why is this wind dragon's wrath so cloudy? Is it on fire?
However, in the next second, all 3 of them changed their faces and retreated backward violently. At the same time, a loud sound came from the entire forest as if it was detonated. Smoke and dust rolled, sand flew, and trees swayed. Plop, plop. Almost in the blink of an eye, large swathes of monkey monsters were stench fainted. That horrible stench swept through the entire forest. The smell was so strong that even the visibility was less than 5 meters.
Cough. Vomit.
Minister Park and the 2 of them were also nearly fainted from the stench.
Yang Dianfeng, what are you doing? The duo covered their noses and yelled, practically vomiting out their breakfast. Ah! Yang Dianfeng was also filled with embarrassment. Usually, using Phoenix Dragon's Rage was a pure wind elemental hurricane? Why is it so yellow today? Moreover, not to mention the lack of power, it also smelled so bad? This is like 100 Phoenix Dragons farting at the same time. Ahem, don't worry Minister, I'll remedy it.
He forced himself to calm down and continued chanting the incantation.
Water Breath Water Dragon's Wrath. This time, he was going to use the Water Dragon elemental power to rinse that smell out first. Fate Minor Event, your enemy, Yang Dianfeng, releases a water-based spell, Water Breath Water Dragon's Wrath.
Soon, as the staff was waved, a fate stalk appeared in front of Suyu.
After a slight contemplation, the corner of Suyu's mouth rose and he quickly completed the fate modification. Ding! Fate Minor Event, your enemy, Yang Dianfeng, releases a water-based spell, Water Breath Water Dragon's Urine. Fate point 600.
At this time, Yang Dianfeng finally finished storing up his power.
Rumble.
A powerful water elemental force descended, filling the entire secret realm with a layer of yellow water mist.
Ha! Why is it yellow again?
Yang Dianfeng was a bit puzzled, but this time, he was confident that there were no mistakes and waved his staff. In the next instant, a yellow sea wave roared down from behind him. The strong smell of urine instantly washed away the previous Phoenix Dragon fart smell. However, the smell was significantly more uptight.
Moreover, these water dragons' urine were completely out of control after they were released, directly causing Yang Dianfeng's entire body to be dumbfounded. It wasn't right. Shouldn't the water dragon's wrath be transparent? Could it really be on fire? What happened today? I clearly didn't recite a single incantation incorrectly, huh?
He turned his head and couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle as he looked at the raging ocean of water dragon urine behind him.
Stop it for me. Goo. However, no matter how much he pushed his spiritual power to manipulate it, those yellow liquids simply didn't stop, as if they couldn't stop pissing. Quickly take the minister and run.
The other two seventh-turn professionals rushed over to carry Minister Park on their shoulders and ran. The two of them used all their strength to avoid the horrible yellow ocean behind them.
Yang Dianfeng, what the hell are you doing? One of the seventh-turn professionals couldn't help but roar. I doubt he's really on fire. Another seventh-turn professional looked at the ice-red tea-colored waves and spat. I don't know.
Seeing that stopping was ineffective, Yang Dianfeng hurriedly chased after them towards a few people. At this moment, Minister Park and Xiao Ling were already blurred in consciousness. The two of them weren't of a high level, so where could they resist this product that possessed the intense pheromones of a high-level creature?
The two were carried along furiously, rolling their eyes as they vomited.
Soon, the figures of several people gradually came to a stop. This secret realm was not big, and they soon arrived at the border position.
Damn!
The exit of the secret realm is on the other side. Yang Dengfeng, this is the mess you made. Find a way to solve it yourself. A seventh-turn professional said hysterically. He was only an assassin and had no means of flight, so he had no way to deal with this kind of wave impact. The other simple-looking professional was a shield master. He woke up Minister Park and the two of them, and thought for a moment, Minister, why don't I add a shield for you guys, and we'll swim out?
No. I refuse. Minister Park didn't even think about it and directly rejected the proposal.
Just kidding, he was a minister, how could he possibly get his hands on this kind of filth? Xiao Ling, on the other hand, was a little tempted by the proposal, but seeing that Minister Park refused, she had no choice but to give up.
Minister, you guys can trust me one more time. At that moment, Yang Dianfeng ran over and said.
His air sentry technique only allowed him to fly by himself, otherwise he could still take the crowd along with him from the sky to the exit.
Hearing Yang Dianfeng's words, Minister Park and the others were on guard. Are you sure?
Of course.
Yang Dengfeng patted his chest.
This time, I'll recite each incantation one by one, absolutely nothing will go wrong.
Hearing his assurance, several people looked at each other in disbelief, and finally Minister Park nodded. Fine, you made your own mess, fix it yourself.
Minister Park snorted coldly. Even though he was in a mental trance from the stench, with residual shadows appearing in front of his eyes, he still tried to maintain his official authority.
Yang Dianfeng took a deep breath. Cough cough vomit.
He shook his head. The smell was irritating, but it could be used as smelling salts to refresh his mind.
Soldiers come, water comes to cover the earth. Hear my call, O Earth Dragon, the strong spirit of the earth. Earth breath, Earth Dragon's wrath. Fate minor event, your enemy, Yang Dengfeng, unleashes an earth spell, Earth breath, Earth Dragon's wrath.
Yesterday there was a chapter card review changed for half a day. Today make up the O chapter, that is, 4 more XX. Chapter 127, the eve of the Academy competition. The moment the Destiny synopsis appeared, so you decisively completed the Destiny modification.
Ding!
Destiny minor event, your enemy Yang Dianfeng releases an earth spell, Earth breath, Earthen Dragon's Ricefield common.
Rumble!
In an instant, the earth trembled. Thick earth elemental power surged.
As Yang Dingfeng's staff fell, a tall earth wall rose up from the ground. Moreover, these earth walls were still growing. There should be no problem now, right? Yang Dianfeng wiped the sweat from his forehead.
Looking at the dark brown earth walls, his heart was slightly relieved.
Luckily it wasn't yellow anymore.
The rest of the people were also slightly relieved. The stench not only didn't disappear, but instead became even stronger, but as long as that yellow ocean didn't rush over, there was nothing to worry about. The stench was fine, they were all a bit used to it anyway.
Dianfeng,
it's not that I'm talking about you, you need to practice your spells after you go out. Minister Park said in a serious tone.
By the way, when will those things be removed?
Because of Yang Dianfeng's mess, he didn't feel like practicing anymore, he just wanted to get rid of the mess and wait for the Adventists to come over to dock.
It shouldn't take long, right?
Yang Dengfeng's heart was suddenly a bit bottomless. He had just seen that the number of earth walls was sufficient and wanted to stop the Earth Dragon's fury. As a result, it turned out to be the same as the previous 2 times. After the spell was successfully activated, he, the caster, had no way to control it.
Should? I don't want to hear such words right now.
Minister Park said in a cold voice.
I'll try my best.
A touch of uneasiness surged in Yang Dianfeng's heart.
This time, I'm afraid it's not that simple.
As a 7th-turn dragon elemental mage, it was understandable to fail to cast a spell once in a while, but 3 times in a row was outrageous.
Ka-ching. Perhaps it was in response to his thoughts. A scalp-numbing sound came.
That earthen wall suddenly cracked, shattered, and eventually collapsed.
What's going on? What the hell is going on here? Yang Dianfeng's face changed drastically as he scrambled towards the location of the earthen wall.
He knew the strength of these earthen walls, and now that they were crumbling so easily, it was definitely unusual. Clatter. However, he had only taken a few steps when his pupils suddenly shrunk. Where the hell was this earth? The fibrous structure of the fractured surface, plus some indigestible bones as well as plant seeds within it.
This was clearly Long Mi Tian Gong Ah. Brother Yang, you're having trouble with the toilet today, aren't you?
The remaining few people also realized that the situation was not right.
Immediately, they dodged. Yang Dianfeng, have you taken the wrong medicine?
Mud horse. What the hell is this?
Vomit. Vomit. One by one, they were made to vomit by the evil wind blowing over from that wind elemental fart. I don't know what's going on. Yang Dengfeng's entire body was dumbfounded.
However, the situation was perhaps even worse than he had imagined. That blocked ocean of dragon urine after such an interception was like a dam breaking, directly pouring out.
Rumble. Huge reverberations shook the heavens and moved the earth.
Endless filth pouring into the crowd from all directions.
Help, help, help. Gobble, gobble, gobble.
The crowd was instantly engulfed. Moreover, after fusing with the dragon rice field common, the yellow ocean had completely changed into a swamp-like area, and there was no way to move in it at all. The shield master hurriedly cast a spell. Shield of light. He shouted and applied a shield on the surface of everyone's body before it was washed away. Fate minor event, your enemy Shu Liang used the shield of light to shroud a layer of shield outside the bodies of Park Sari, Zheng Xiaoling and the others. Inside the villa, so you looked at the scene with interest. Ding! Fate minor event, your enemy, Shu Liang, used the shield of light to shroud a layer of shield inside the bodies of Park Pappy, Zheng Xiaoling and the others.
Fate point 600.
In the next moment, golden light flashed.
The crowd's tense expressions were relieved.
As long as there was a shield guarding the outside, although it was a bit disgusting, at least they wouldn't actually come into contact with the filth. However, the light shield that was supposed to isolate the crowd from the filth was directly integrated into the crowd. Minister Park's expression instantly became unsettled. The successive occurrences of failing to use the skill made him notice that something was wrong.
Was this someone messing with him?
However, without waiting for Minister Park to think deeply, he was soon swept away by the quagmire. Several people fought to swim in the deep yellow ocean, but they couldn't make any effort at all, and could only watch as Minister Park was swept away.
Minister! Hold your breath, don't breathe. This thing can't be eaten, it's highly poisonous.
The shield master yelled.
It's over, it's all over.
A flash of despair flooded his eyes.
Being assassinated or whatever was barely acceptable, maybe couldn't one not choose to be so insulting? In the end, who was messing with me? Can you give a dignified death? Interesting, too interesting.
Inside the villa, so you picked up a cup of ice water and took a sip. The impact of the image was too strong, making him somewhat unable to resist his stomach rolling.
Fortunately, that secret realm was chartered by that Minister Park, thus no innocents were hurt. A few moments later. Destiny point 600. Destiny point 500.
You killed the iron-headed storm monkey LV-104 and gained 136,4978 experience points. You have killed the iron-headed storm monkey LV-98 and gained 736,498 experience points. You have killed. A continuous stream of tips surfaced in front of Suyu. With this hand, he directly made his two targets hate the Anita Common C not to mention, but also accidentally took away countless secret realm monsters, pushing Suyu's experience bar forward by a large margin. After the deaths of Park Pappy and Zhang Xiaoling, the picture in front of Suyu gradually became blurry. However, before the screen disappeared, he vaguely saw a silhouette suddenly appear in the screen. This person was dressed in a well-made suit and pants, and had a cigar in his mouth.
What was Park Pappy up to? Isn't this secret realm the Iron Monkey Forest? Why does it smell so bad?
Looking at the gray secret realm, the man in the suit frowned, holding the cigar between two fingers and flicking the ashes.
Rumble.
Before the screen completely disappeared, Suyu seemed to have heard a loud bang.
Destiny point 700. Destiny point 700. Destiny point 700. Oh, there seems to be a windfall?
Suyu raised his eyebrows. It seems that the person suspected to be from the Advent Society had accidentally blown up the Iron Monkey Forest, killing 3 7th-turn professionals in one go.
Suyu walked to the window and took a deep breath.
This time the harvest was not small, but the aftermath was also extremely strong. He destroyed the last button, then opened the window to ventilate the room and quickly walked out of the room. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, he always felt that there was some smell in that room now.
Suyu decided to hold off for a while.
He first went to the complex and spent more than 4 million contribution value at Old Tang's place, purchasing more than 20 pieces of legendary equipment with average attributes to feed the fate weapon. Old Tang wanted to continue giving discounts, but Suyu didn't agree, and purchased them at the original price this time as a way to return the favor from last time.
Fate Weapon Grade, 99. Weapon Grade, Legendary.
Weapon type: knife, sword, axe, spear, bow, shield, halberd, gun, short sword, dagger, sniper rifle, divination crystal ball, two-handed greatsword, curved hook, blood drop, fork. Weapon characteristics: indestructible, sharpness, bleeding, bludgeoning, stunning, penetrating, defense breaking, magic breaking, perception, camouflage.
Weapon skills: instant hell shadow kill, weakness strike, void rope.
Although the quality of the life weapon hadn't changed, its level had skyrocketed by 27 levels, and its power had increased by about 50 more than before. With that, he went straight into the trial tower with his upgraded fatal weapon. This time, it wasn't to brush up his experience to upgrade, but to enrich his combat experience. After a full day and a half of repeated challenges.
Clang!
In the afternoon of that day, the funeral bell chimed. Suyu Su walked out from the trial tower.
Occupation: Theater Master. Level: 99. Strength: 8,549. Physical strength: 8248. Intelligence: 8,657. Agility: 6,664. Awakening: 4th turn.
Skills: Fate Sense, Savage Growth, Rhythm of Life, Fate Weapon, All Fall Down Max, Battle Rage Max, Weapon Master Max, Final Prologue Max, Twilight of the Gods Max, Puppet on a String LV9, Deadly Flamboyance LV1.
Talent: Fate Modification. Fate Points: 11400.
Guild Contribution: 860100.
Credits: 100,000.
Although Suyu didn't deliberately brush his levels, the high experience value of level 7079 still caused him to rise to level 99, which wasn't far from level 100.
However, he still couldn't see clearly what the monster on the 80th floor looked like. Phew!
Suyu slowly exhaled a breath and looked around. His eyes were extremely penetrating, and his entire aura changed a lot, like a polished sharp weapon. The hearts of the surrounding people could not help but twitch, only to feel that their crotches were instantly cold.
Suyu ignored these people and quickly walked towards the teaching building. Chapter 128. What segment do you want to travel with us?
Walking to the side of the teaching building, there were already quite a few people gathered here. Lin Xianxue and Qin Huai both broke away from the crowd and walked towards Suyu. The freshmen looked at the trio with envious faces. For half a month, they had tried their best to catch up, but the gap between them and these three grew wider and wider.
Especially Suyu.
Some people from good families knew a little bit of insider information. The current Suyu's strength was simply not inferior to most of the older students, and the things he did were more scary than one. As a result, no one dared to get their hands on that soul slinger candidate spot.
Soon, the three of them stepped into the large conference room on the first floor of the teaching building.
As soon as they entered, Suyu saw Principal Qin's slightly awkward smile. He guessed that perhaps Tao Xinjue had gotten through to him and already knew that the matter of deducting his contribution points was exposed. However, Suyu was too lazy to care and straight away found a seat. Lin Xianxue and Qin Huai, on the other hand, sat beside him like toadies.
Just after entering the door, fine beads of sweat had already surfaced on the foreheads of the two.
The lines of sight of those veteran students beside them were simply like swords, making it difficult for the two to sit still. Participating in the academy competition at the 4th turn level was definitely a great challenge. Each and every one of the academy veterans here was a 6th turn veteran who had been to the battlefield. Moreover, as experienced lone wolves, with the depth accumulated between life and death, they were often able to manage to easily decimate the same rank, and occasionally, they were able to fight across ranks. Such an existence was by no means comparable to an ordinary 6th turn professional. Although Lin Xianxue and Qin Huai were far superior to freshmen of the same level, it was still a bit difficult to deal with such a situation. Fortunately, Lin Xianxue had expected to encounter this kind of problem, so she had already paid Suyu 100,000 credits. Since everyone has arrived, then shallow listen to my words. Principal Qin knocked on the desktop and quickly said. Firstly, the rewards of this Academia Grand Competition are very generous.
Second, the difficulty of this academy competition is not low.
Nie Ziyuan intervened, and as a capitalist, he modified the rules of this Academia Grand Competition. In addition to the Purgatory School, the graduated veterans from the rest of the schools would also participate and would be able to fight 2 against 1, with the Civilization School being able to send out up to 8 turn veterans. Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd shifted in unison, no longer as cloudy as before. 2 against 1 wasn't that difficult, but
8 turns? Old student? What the hell is this half-dead old man coming to compete with us for? Who's going to live longer?
Damn, there is definitely a conspiracy in this academy competition. Nie Ziyuan, that old coin is too pitiful. For a while, the originally quiet and silent conference room suddenly boiled over. Principal Qin's face was also somewhat helpless. If he hadn't received $10 million from Nie Ziyuan, he wouldn't have wanted to agree to such an outrageous rule.
A match between TM academies, what's the point of those old guys who graduated 60 years ago to get involved? Ahem. He coughed lightly to silence the students, then his face was solemn as he opened his mouth and said, as the elite of our academy, are you afraid of this challenge? Among you there are soul snatcher candidates and real soul snatchers. Which one of you is not a genius out of a million? Therefore, those mediocre talents are just a little bit older, and you are afraid? Scared? How can that be?
Those weaklings from the Civilization Academy, even if they were at the 8th turn, I would still chop through his field and hook his soul.
It's not like I haven't seen a bunch of weaklings with empty ranks before.
Fierce beasts, even if they were young, were not something that lambs to the slaughter could fight against. After a short period of silence, the entire conference room suddenly erupted in deafening cries. Principal Chin's eyes narrowed slightly, his heart slightly at ease. However, just as the scene was about to stabilize, a voice suddenly came from the back row. Eh? Principal Chin raised his eyebrows and immediately glared at that person.
Laozi's agitation method was about to succeed. What the hell are you doing out here? However, this person was not deterred by him. Oh, since the difficulty of this academy competition is not low, shouldn't we weed out some indiscriminate jerks?
Saying that, he turned his head to look at Su Yu's trio. Lin Xianxue instantly got up and said with a displeased expression. Tang Feng, Senior, 6th turn Compassionist, Insect or Pathway. A cry. As the words fell, a cry resounded throughout the conference room. An ice crystal phoenix silhouette immediately emerged behind Lin Xianxue. Qin Huai also immediately got up and used the marker in his hand to continuously write small, dense characters in the void.
Silly X, silly X, silly X, silly X.
Soon, hundreds of words surfaced in front of him. As a 4th turn writer, if he had enough time to accumulate, his strength would be equally no less than Lin Xianxue. The scene was suddenly tense with swords. Principal Qin looked on, but chose to downplay his presence. The philosophy of the Purgatory School was to fight over the crossing, and he naturally did not resent this kind of benign confrontation. As long as they didn't engage in assassination or poisoning, everything would be fine.
Bluffing. Tang Feng wasn't intimidated by the duo's aura. In his opinion, these two were just fledglings with good potential. The only one who was truly threatening was Su Yu, who hadn't said a word. Tang Feng walked up to the trio and stared condescendingly at them.
Su Yu, as someone who had obtained a candidate spot for the Soul Hooker in his freshman year, had the qualifications to make him think highly of them, but not Lin Xianxue and the two of them. A dog that bites does not bark, so you can barely walk with us, you two, no. These words caused Lin Xianxue and Qin Huai to turn blue.
What kind of thing are you?
Lin Xianxue clenched her fists and drank in a cold voice.
Are you sure? Tang Feng snorted.
Buzz. Right at this moment, the conference room shuddered. Countless densely packed small bugs fell from Tang Feng's body, then surged towards Lin Xianxue. In this instant, her face abruptly changed.
Those bugs were actually gnawing on her spiritual energy? Freshman year should have stayed in the academy and playhouse. What was the point of being blind?
The older students beside her looked at this scene with a teasing face. In their opinion, these 3 freshmen had completely lowered the grade of the Purgatory Academy.
It would be nice if Tang Feng could kick them all out. One must know that the Academy Grand Competition had to calculate the total score at the end of the day. Weren't these 3 4th-turn rookies pulling down the average score? Boom!
However, the next moment, the entire conference room was silent. Only to see a black stick ruthlessly smashed on the table in front of Lin Xianxue. In an instant, the table turned into powder and dissipated. That dense tide of insects was actually reduced to ashes by this stick. Hiss! The numerous veteran students in the surroundings sucked in a mouthful of cool air and looked at Su Yu with a face full of horror.
1 stick to kill in seconds? Didn't this guy use a gun before? How come his melee combat ability is also so strong?
I recognize your words, fierce beasts, even if they are young, are not lambs to the slaughter to fight against.
Su Yu walked in front of Tang Feng and drew out the stick that his life weapon had transformed into. Gudu! Tang Feng's spine chilled, swallowing hard. How could it be possible?
This sense of oppression, he had only seen it on a 7th-turn professional.
Interesting, too interesting.
After a short period of shock, the corner of Tang Feng's mouth lifted into an evil arc.
In the next second, he was covered in a rainbow of aura and let out a loud laugh. Defeat me and all 3 of you can participate.
Otherwise, go back to pissing and playing with mud properly.
Su Yu nodded his head and said indifferently.
Defeating you is fine, but that kid Qin Huai didn't pay, don't tie him to me.
Qin Huai, ah. It's not me. Next moment. Instantaneous prison shadow kill.
Chapter 129. 9 out of 13 returns, you loan it or not.
Su Yu's figure instantly disappeared from Tang Feng's field of vision. Stealth? Oh, this is useless to me.
Tang Feng's heart flinched as countless flying insects once again emerged from his body, detecting the surrounding situation. However, Su Yu didn't care that much. In the next moment, he instantly moved behind Tang Feng.
Clang!
The large black rod directly struck the back of his head with a loud bang. Hiss! This strike caused the crowd to suck in cold air. The strength of the heavy blow was trivial, but the hundreds of negative effects that erupted at the same time could be fatal.
Even Principal Qin secretly nodded his head.
This guy's growth speed was also too fast, it seems like he'll have to covet less of his credits in the future. Thinking that, he hurriedly pulled Tangfeng back from the ghostly gate with a shadow cover technique. Tangfeng only felt a blackness before his eyes, and when he woke up again, he was already lying on the podium. What am I? He was a bit dazed, his eyes glowing with clear stupidity. It seemed like it would be difficult for the brain to function over in a short period of time. Senior's sleep quality is very high. Lin Xianxue teased from the side. Why isn't Brother Mighty Beast screaming? Xinhuai also took advantage of the situation to return a couple of mouthfuls. Tang Feng was still dumbfounded with both eyes, like he had been beaten silly. Suyu shook his head slightly and commented, a profession like a compassionist should be better at hiding in the dark. You were too careless and shouldn't have stood in front of me. Of course, it is useless to strike in the dark is all. When the time comes, Suyu directly uses the compulsion as a medium to launch the void solitaire enemy, guaranteed to let him know what is called real torture. Defeating a Tangfeng, Suyu didn't have much self-complacency. Now the only ones who can make him put in his eyes are the professionals above the 7th turn. After hearing Suyu's words, everyone felt a wave of speechlessness. Compared to Tangfeng, shouldn't you, a fortune teller, be hiding and laying cold shots in mines? Looking at the large bag on Tangfeng's head on the stage, the older students shivered. 4 turns to beat 6 turns, 1 stick to do away with. Suyu, this kid's qualification for the soul enabler is not a bit of water, all the damn gold ah. Alright, after making a scene, hurry up and get out, the Holy Spirit schoolhouse is not far away, do not waste the energy of the transmission array, you run over by yourselves. Seeing the matter resolved, Principal Qin put down a sentence and walked out of the large conference room. His body quickly turned into a dark shadow and disappeared, obviously another doppelganger. Old thing, can't even spare 200 credits? Tang Feng spat bloodied saliva with a look of contempt. Suyu was also in his heart once again refreshed the degree of stinginess of this old Qin fellow. Take my flying machine and go, just 50 credits for one person. At this time, a long-haired man with black-framed glasses walked out. Although the Holy Spirit School is close, but it is also 800 kilometers away, 50 credits is absolutely super valuable. Fang Chia, 50 is too much, 30. 40 is the least. I'm just making gas money. 35. Deal. Looking at the crowd that walked into the flying machine one after another, Suyu scratched his head. Is our academy all this poor? Do you think everyone is like you, earning more than $200,000 from the freshman military training? Xinhuai gave him a blank look. Everything you do in the academy requires credits. How much you have is not enough, so naturally you save what you can. Saying that, Xinhuai also walked towards the flying machine. 200 credits. However, after he had just paid 35 credits, he was directly stopped by Fang Chia. Why do they all charge 35 and charge me 200? Xinhuai immediately became anxious and jumped up to question. You're the weakest, and there's no one to protect you. Fang Chia said indifferently, then added, if you don't sit down, 35 credits will not be refunded. Aye, I'll come back later. Although he was angry, Xinhuai didn't dare to mess around anymore. He knew very well that Fang Qiu was right. Suyu, how much did Lin Qianxue give you? Xinhuai resentfully walked over to Suyu and asked. 200,000 credits to keep from going out in the first round. Suyu replied without hesitation. I rub. Xinhuai immediately widened his eyes. He had fought to the death, plus sold a lot of equipment, only to earn only 150,000 credits. Moreover, in order to enhance his strength, there were only a few hundred left now. Seeing Xinhuai's ugly face, Suyu added in a salty manner, accepting the loan, 9 out of 13 returns. You are also too damn black, right? Xinhuai's face became even more miserable. However, he still didn't refuse. He had learned some insider information that the rewards of this academy competition would be the most generous one, and since Suyu was able to secure a place in the second round, maybe he would be lucky enough to earn it back with interest. Row. I'll take a loan. To be treated the same as Lin Xianxue. In the end, Xinhuai gritted his teeth and nodded, only his heart was dripping blood. Hearing his words, the older students turned their gazes this way. This deal of $200,000 made their eyes turn a little green. However, in the end, they still gave up competing with Suyu. The condition of guaranteeing that they would not go out in the first round was a bit worthless to them, and the probability of this year's school competition was still a one-on-one mode. In case the opponents those two were matched with were too powerful, they would not have to take all the extra credits they had? Lin Xianxue, on the other hand, was secretly glad that she went early and spent 100,000 less than Xinhuai. No, maybe even more if you count the interest. Good, but the ugly words in advance, the deadline within a month to pay off. Suyu finished, and then took the two people to sit on the flying machine. This flying machine was similar to an old-fashioned sailboat, but the materials used were all high-strength alloys. Fang Xiu, a sixth-turn mechanic, sat in the driver's seat to control the direction, and soon led the crowd away from the academy. Luckily, this time the competition was chosen in the Holy Spirit Academy. The last time it was scheduled in the War Academy, it was all bald muscle men, not a single girl.
Hey, the Holy Spirit School does have the most beautiful women, but let's not think about it, right? Ha ha. Yes, after we go over there, everything will be scared away. It's better to earn some rewards without worrying. Along the way, there was an endless stream of voices of old students chatting and joking. Compared to the students, these guys were more like old soldiers. Suyu was too lazy to talk and kept his eyes closed. Lin Xianxue was the same, maintaining her high and cold image. Xin Huai, on the other hand, was chatting vigorously with the veteran students, although this did not change the image of a weakling in front of the crowd. Soon after, the group landed in front of the Holy Spirit Academy's gate. Chapter 130, Picking Up a Soft Persimmon? As soon as he stepped through the school gates, a fresh, energizing aura came over him. The Holy Spirit Academy was not built within the secret territory, so the campus under the sunlight appeared even more vibrant and full of vigor. The male-to-female ratio of the entire Holy Spirit Academy was as high as 2:8, and youthful and beautiful girls could be seen everywhere on the marble-tile paved roads. However, upon seeing Suyu and his group walking towards them, the originally harmonious campus atmosphere immediately became tense. That person is Feng Qiu? I remember him. Last time the academy competition hand rubbed a Gundam out directly into the top 5. That look a little demented cannot be underestimated. His name is Tang Feng, a body are hollowed out by their own use to raise parasites. Very scary. Fell in the end of that talent horror. His name I forget, but there is a code name Chrysanthemum Killer. Favorite thing to do is sneak back stabbing other people's chrysanthemum. The crowd murmured, unconsciously giving Suyu and the others a way out. Greetings. May I ask if you are the participants of the Purgatory School this time? Right at this moment, a girl dressed in blue and white casual clothes walked head-on from not far ahead. She looked to be around 18 or 19 years old, with a ponytail, fair skin, and delicate and attractive features, especially those eyes, which were clear and bright. Hiss. How come it feels like my corpse is warming up? I remembered the white moonlight I once had, when I was still a licking dog, but after entering the academy, my heart was already as cold as the knife in my hand. The veteran students of the Purgatory School looked at each other in dismay, and for a while, they were somewhat at a loss for words. In the end, they pushed Suyu up. Without any other reason, Suyu was the most suitable for the task of communication here. The rest of them were either covered in a fierce aura, wanting to slash at anyone they saw, or they had a gloomy face that made people's bones creepy. Like Tang Feng, who was crawling with bugs, others simply hated to stay 800 miles away from him. It was still Suyu who had a gentlemanly look, clean clothes, and a warm smile. Hello, may I ask where to draw lots? Suyu went forward and politely revealed a smile. Follow me. The girl froze for a moment, then turned her head to lead the way in front. However, it could still be seen from the back that her ears were slightly reddened. Suyu's appearance eased the atmosphere within the Holy Spirit Schoolhouse a little. The Purgatory School had the least number of students and was also the most mysterious existence in the eyes of most students. On the battlefield, the single soldier of the Purgatory School was also the existence of a divine dragon. In particular, it was rumored that someone had picked off 240,000 people in the freshman military training, directly giving the 3 universities all a dry spell of self-imposed closure. That was why the crowd was a bit scared just now. I heard that those who came out of the Purgatory School are all perverts. Should we hide away first? In case we are injured by mistake, an old student reminded in a low voice. Che, what are you afraid of? This is our territory. Besides, the perverts of the Purgatory School are a bit perverted, but they are not psychotic, and they won't bite at the sight of others. Another old student retorted. This is also true. But then again, the guy at the front is really handsome. Numerous girls sighed in admiration, their gazes falling on Suyu no longer able to move. Only to see that his eyebrows were like ink paintings, his lips were like painted Dan, a head of short black hair scattered casually, handsome with a hint of inexplicable temperament, not like a killer, more like an artist. The corner of Suyu's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a light smile, causing the surrounding girls to blush for a while. This kind of charming temperament in the midst of danger was just too mesmerizing. His name was Suyu, he was the youngest Soul Slinger candidate of the Purgatory Academy, and it was said that he had obtained the Soul Slinger candidate qualification because of his stunning performance in the freshman military training just after entering the academy. Right at this moment, a Holy Spirit schoolgirl introduced, her beautiful eyes flashing with inexplicable color. Soul Summoner candidate? Isn't that the same as our Dharma God candidate? Everyone exclaimed in unison. Looking at Suyu, who became the center of attention the moment he appeared on the stage, a girl in the crowd had a complicated gaze and murmured in a low voice, has he already grown to this point? This girl was wearing a light pink dress with a bow tied around her waist, and a face that was not quite as beautiful as the country's, but was still pleasantly clear. She was precisely Gu Qingying, who had once crossed paths with Suyu in Xincheng. After half a month of separation, the gap between the two was already like mud. She had already been rejected for the 4th time for her Dharma God candidacy, but Suyu was on the verge of becoming a true soul slinger. Don't look at it, I have seen that he is not ordinary before. With the help of the springboard of the Purgatory Academy, this time it is considered to be a real flight to heaven. Next to Gu Qingying, Willow Sparrow Fairy lamented.
Nowadays, she is still at the 4th turn stage, but Suyu has already achieved a reverse.
Moreover, from some gossip, this kid's real strength was afraid to be approaching the 6th turn.
The two women glanced at each other and silently stepped back, not having the idea of coming forward to catch up.
Suyu slightly frowned and looked back. Just now, he seemed to feel that there were two familiar auras that appeared, but then quickly disappeared. What's going on? Someone beside him asked. Nothing.
Suyu shook his head, turned around and continued to walk forward. Soon, the group of people led by that girl quickly walked through the forest path and walked inside the hall of the Holy Spirit Academy's complex.
Everyone, please draw lots here. A female teacher wearing a vestment robe greeted the crowd.
There were only 3 rounds in total for the tournament system of the Great Competition of Schools. The first round utilized a random assignment model, and as long as one defeated their opponent, they would be able to enter the next round. The second round was a ring guard battle, where the more time one held out in the ring, the more points as well as rewards one would receive. After the end of the ring guard battle, a big melee would start, and the 10 people who survived would be ranked according to the number of people eliminated. The system was extremely simple and rough, but the simpler the rules, the higher the level of excitement. The crowd lined up in order to draw their serial number cards.
Suyu looked at the number 1 on the cardboard. The first one on the field? Not bad either. Oh, the defending champions are here?
At this time, a group of bearded middle-aged men came from the outside world. Each of them had a strong aura and carried a sky-high battle intent on their bodies. Some of them were still wearing tattered armor, obviously having just come down from the front line not long ago. Seeing these people, the crowd instantly understood that these guys were the old students of the War Academy. The 3 great academies were clearly targeting the Purgatory Academy, intending to subvert its long-standing rule in this academy competition.
What's an old thing that graduated 100 or 80 years ago still coming to the competition? Do you want some face? Lin Qianxue nonchalantly disliked back.
Your individual battle power is too strong, how else can you play without adding some difficulty? Hearing this, the people from the War Academy weren't annoyed and smiled as they drew their signatures. They originally didn't want to get involved, but it was too much to give. As long as they entered the first round, the rewarded battle merit was as much as 100,000.
Not long after, the people from the Civilization Academy arrived late.
Seeing that batch of participants, even Suyu was somewhat helpless. Out of the 24 participants, only 8 of them looked like students, the rest were all old and even 2 of them were already in their twilight years, as if they were dying, and a gust of wind would blow over them and they would immediately pass away.
You civilized academy is no one? Why did you even send out the guards? An elemental mage behind Suyu sneered.
He was covered in a black robe, his body 3 systems of elemental flow, breath-led but not hair, waist staff is polished, exceptionally sharp, at a glance as the civilization and martial arts melee mage. Oh, the old man is indeed to send death, but it is to send the purgatory school to die. The old man smiled and said. Humph. Pretending, old dang, I've seen you on the front lines, commanding maybe you're good, but this is not the place for you to come. Before the fight even started, the smell of gunpowder from several parties was already extremely heavy. However, the Holy Spirit School participants did not participate in the pre-match put harsh words link, one by one do not know what big moves are being held back. Soon, the drawing of lots was completed and the groupings for the first round came out. Brother you, look.
Qin Hui pointed at his opponent with a bitter face.
Unfortunately, he happened to draw a 7th rotation veteran from the War Academy, as well as a 6th rotation mage from the Holy Spirit Academy. Lin Qianxue also had a similarly ugly face. Her opponents were a 7th turn spatial system mage from the Holy Spirit School, and a 6th turn puppet manipulator from the Civilization School. The difference between a 4th turn and a 7th turn was too great, not to mention having to deal with an additional 6th turn professional. If there were no accidents, both of them would be round-tripping. Don't be afraid, accepting money from others to avoid disasters. If I say you can survive the first round, you will definitely be able to. Suyu was also extremely unfortunate to have drawn a 7th turn battlefield commander from the Civilization School, as well as a 7th turn warrior. At this moment, the opponents of Suyu's trio then let out a sigh of relief in unison.
Looks like we are lucky?
Those 6 people looked at each other and smiled happily. After all, compared to the other turn 6 professionals of the Purgatory School, Suyu's trio, who were only at turn 4 level, were clearly soft targets.
Chapter 131 4 turns beating 7 turns is too unfair, so I requested.
After the first round of grouping was completed, the Holy Spirit School's teacher led the crowd to their respective temporary residences. However, with the Civilization School taking the lead, the people from the remaining 2 schools had no intention of resting, but instead were discussing tactics throughout the night. Everyone, the Purgatory School is not to be underestimated, even though our level is much higher than the other parties, but remember, do not take the enemy lightly.
As an 8th turn mystic profession, Song Tianlin reminded. I understand.
Elder Song is right, the strength of those guys can't be measured by common sense. I agree, these guys were good at creating miracles at the front line.
The crowd nodded their heads one after another. They verbally belittled their opponents, but tactically, they paid immense attention. Immediately afterward, Song Tianlin took out a list with simple information about everyone in the Purgatory School. This time, the strongest person from the Purgatory School was Lu Shen, a 6th turn Mystic System Seer, Pathfinder Pathway. Be sure to be careful of this person, very strong. Then there was the 6th turn Mechanic, Ascender Pathway. This person wasn't weak either, one had to fight against him quickly or else it would be very difficult to deal with. Tang Feng, 6th turn Compassionist, Bugman Pathway, no shortcomings in all aspects, weird compulsion ability. There was also Suyu, a 4th turn Playmaker, Pathway Unknown. Abilities currently included long-range gun attacks, Lotus Bombs, and extremely strong melee combat abilities. However, his current level is not high, and his strength is more reflected in the accumulation of Lotus Bombs, and the use of props has been banned in the school competition, so he just needs to pay attention to pulling back and avoiding snipers. Song Tianlin analyzed while formulating a detailed battle plan for everyone. All of them wore confident smiles on their faces. This time, it was bound to end the myth of the Purgatory School. On the other side, none of the Purgatory School's crowd planned to sleep either. 1 cylinder. Who? Hey, 9 Lotus Lantern. 3,000 credits apiece. However, instead of discussing tactics, they were rubbing mahjong. This kind of thing, fighting, had already been engraved into their bones, and there was no need to be clinical. At this moment, Suyu was alone in the room. The life weapon was transformed into a crystal ball and was quietly placed on the coffee table. Click. The flash of his cell phone lit up and a blood-colored photo was sent to Wang Tang by him. Lu Hongba, 6th turn warrior, reward amount 80,000 contribution value, location, Lin City. Taking advantage of the time he had launched several consecutive void solicitations, utilizing fate modification to kill these wanted criminals before letting Wang Teng collect the corpses. This night, nearly 600,000 contribution values had been credited. Moreover, some of the wanted criminals that were in the secret realm had also brought Suyu a lot of experience value, making him closer and closer to level 100. The following day, within all the city-states throughout the entire Grand Xia, the image of the great competition of the academy was projected over the city lord's mansion. Everyone in the country had gotten up early in the morning in order to watch this annual academy grand competition. This format had gradually replaced the military parades in Great Xia's history, and the rise of every Great Xia talent would greatly boost the hearts of the people. Especially this time, the academy competition. After Nia Ziyuan gathered those old students who had already graduated, the fervor of this academia grand competition was simply unprecedented. Everyone wanted to see if the Purgatory School, which was famous for its top individual combat power, could accomplish a 1 against 2 overstep counterattack. So you used breakfast and walked out from the villa. Brother Yu, Qin Huai and Lin Qianxue were already waiting at the door. Let's go. Suyu nodded slightly. Thereupon, the three of them stepped into the venue together. The huge square was already filled with people, and in the center of the square, a ring made of legendary obsidian was erected, with the word Holy Spirit engraved on it. As soon as the Purgatory School's crowd arrived, the originally lively atmosphere stagnated, and everyone looked at them in unison. Immediately, even more enthusiastic cheers rang out. Beside the ring, a female teacher with a fiery figure and wearing a cheongsam raised the microphone. First round, first match. It was Suyu, a freshman from the Purgatory School, against Duan Feihong, a veteran from the War School, and Tan Shen, a veteran from the Civilization School. In this match, it's a 4th turn circus master against 2 7th turn professionals at the same time. Can a miracle happen in a battle with such a disparity in strength? Let's wait and see. Her words instantly froze the spectators in the square. What? A 4th turn fighting 2 7th turns? What the hell? Are there any shady practices in this kind of competition? Refund your tickets. Refund your tickets. The audience had expressed their disbelief. The difference in strength was too great. Was there a need for this kind of match to go on? But while the audience was talking, Suyu, Duan Feihong and Tan Shen had already appeared one after another. Kid, don't blame the two of us for bullying the small with the big. Duan Feihong's feet powered up and leapt straight into the ring. Roar! With that, he let out a battle roar, attaching a layer of gain status to himself and Tan Shen. Tan Shen, on the other hand, kept unleashing his skills, pressing his hands on top of the ring, constantly transforming an obsidian soldier from above the obsidian ring. At the same time, under the benefit of the battle roar, each of these obsidian soldiers displayed a strong aura that was not weaker than that of a 5th turn professional. These two old guys are also too shameless. These two old men were too shameless, weren't they? That's right, 2 7th turners beat a 4th turner, and then they had to use the ring to cheat. It's simply inappropriate. It's over. It looks like this little guy is going to be beaten home. Seeing this scene, the crowd under the stage spat. Even Principal Moonlight in the referee's seat, as well as Nia Ziyuan, had unnatural expressions. Damn you two for dealing with a 4th turn freshman, is it necessary to be like this? However, from start to finish, Suyu's expression did not change. He just waited and did not use fate modification to interfere with the opponent. It was not until the on-site referee was ready to announce the start of the match. Suyu turned around and looked at the referee.
I protest. It is too unreasonable for a fourth-turn freshman to deal with two seventh-turn professionals.
At this instant, the entire arena went silent.
Duan Fei Hong as well as the two of them, Tan Shan, could not help but freeze.
So, this kid wasn't going to fight?
That's right, with the two of them working well together and utilizing the geographical advantage, I'm afraid that Lu Shin, the sole hooker who had only just been transformed, would have to lose, right? Hearing Suyu's words, the surrounding spectators also came back to their senses and nodded their heads one after another, very much agreeing with his words.
That's right, even if the purgatory school is even more heaven-defying, it's impossible for a 4-turn professional to beat a 7-turned Ah.
There is a problem with the rules of the tournament system, it should be rematched, the new students should fight against the young students, what is there to see in a one-sided match? Listening to the words in the venue, on the referee's seat, Principal Moonlight frowned and asked, so what? What do you want to do? She gazed at Suyu and casually picked up the copy of the match rules. In order to prevent the situation from the last military training, she had made very detailed rules this time. Suyu faintly smiled, his gaze deadlocked on Nia Ziyuan's face, and said word by word. Therefore, I will challenge Qin Huai and Lin Xianxu as opponents together. Chapter 132 Amazing Battle Strength, Terrifying Fortune Teller. What did you say? Principal Moonlight froze and said with some surprise. Suyu's face was calm, the two of them are not enough for me to fight, a one-sided battle is not ornamental. Hearing his words, the venue exploded. No way? Is he crazy? 1 4th turn challenging 2 7th turns was already an impossible thing, and now he wants 2 more, plus 2 6th turns? I think he might be trying to sacrifice himself to save those two from advancing, right? All of the spectators revealed looks of disbelief, this guy was too crazy. And he's still just a freshman, how can he fight with the other side? That's not a politician with an empty rank. So it's this way to bail us into the second round? Qin Huai and Lin Xianxue were also extremely dismayed. What he was thinking before was to snatch our opponents and finish them off together, right? What the hell? This is the academy competition, not a child's play. That 7th turn space system mage said angrily. The contestants around him also frowned, disdaining Suyu's behavior of playing with the rules. This way of forcibly bailing out his teammates was completely fooling around in their opinion. The rest of the purgatory school also cast gazes of admiration at Suyu. For 7th turns and 2 6th turns, with this lineup, they really couldn't manage it. So, did this guy Suyu really want to sacrifice himself, or did he really have that confidence? Suyu, however, as if he did not hear the voices of the rest of the people, blandly said, State Master Nia, what do you think? Nia Ziyuan pursed his lips, and was a little weak from Suyu's look. This kid wouldn't already know about my withholding of war merit, right? 5 million is small, but you, a freshman child, can't use it all. Cough. Nia Ziyuan avoided Suyu's gaze and then directly grabbed Lin Xianxue and Qin Huai's two opponents into the ring with one hand. If you want to fight, just fight, what else can I think? Saying that, he directly opened the ring boundary. Seeing this, the on-site referee had no choice but to fulfill his obligation. I declare the match, begin. The words just fell. Suyu immediately quickly left scratches on his arm. Battle Rage 1. Battle Rage 1. Battle Rage 1. Stop him. Watching Suyu's aura rise steeply, Tan Shen immediately began to command. Good. Duan Fei Hong violently leapt up and swung his fist towards Suyu. However, Suyu's eyes were cold and indifferent, not even dodging at all. Boom. He directly raised his palm and slapped Duan Fei Hong's fist away. Immediately after, his body slightly crouched, his waist twisted, and a hand knife slashed towards his neck. Boom. This strike was as fast as lightning, but in the end, it stopped hard in midair and could not advance an inch. Space Mage. The coordination is good. The corner of Suyu's mouth slightly hooked. Losing a blow, he immediately drew back. Buzz. In the next moment, a spatial strangulation force appeared in place. So strong. He is really a 4th turn? Duan Fei Hong broke out into a cold sweat. Suyu's strength was simply too exaggerated. If that hand slash had hit solidly, I'm afraid that it would have directly eliminated him, right? The troops were deployed and arrayed. Tan Chen's gaze was similarly grave. He hadn't forgotten the tactics he had analyzed last night, so you still had strong long-range means that he hadn't used, he couldn't let him pull away. Old thing, go together. Another 7th turn warrior pulled Duan Fei Hong to charge at Suyu once again. At the same time, the 6th turn puppeteer next to him also quickly released his puppets to encircle over. 3 directions were surrounded so that it was more stable. Good to come. Suyu lightly shouted. Rage Tier 1, current battle Rage Tier 12, your sense of pain disappears, your self-healing ability is raised by 500, your nerve reflexes speed is raised by 800, you enter a state of berserkness, sanity 300. Immediately after that, his eyes completely turned into dark red, and his entire body instantly disappeared in place. Instantaneous prison shadow kill. Spatial instantaneous means, old Duan be careful.
The space mage exclaimed in alarm. Boom.
After reappearing again, Suyu's elbow ruthlessly impacted on Duan Fei Hong's back waist, causing his movements to stiffen. Swish! And the next moment, before the space system mage's attack arrived, Suyu's figure disappeared once again. Be careful! The Space Department mage hurriedly warned again. Frenzy! Blood killing! Duan Fei Hong's body instantly became blood red, and his muscles rapidly expanded. He violently swung his fists forward, and each strike emitted a deafening explosion. However, Suyu did not show any weakness as he blasted against him. Battle! Kill! The two of them counter-boomed hundreds of times in an instant. How is it possible? The fourth revolutions are actually fighting me? The more Duan Fei Hong fought, the more he was shocked. Suyu, on the other hand, was getting stronger and stronger as each punch was more powerful than the previous one. Especially the fourth punch after every 3 punches, hitting him so hard that he simply wanted to vomit blood. 3 seconds later, Suyu seized the opening and closed into Duan Fei Hong's body, while his right leg violently bent and catapulted out. Bang! A powerful knee strike topped Duan Fei Hong's abdomen, directly causing him to kneel on the ground. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out. This 7th turn warrior completely lost his combat power. Duan Fei Hong. Looking at this sudden turn of events, everyone's faces were filled with shock. This was too strong. Duan Fei Hong was beaten to this state by a 4th turn? And right at this moment, Suyu's figure shifted, stepping on the ring with 1 foot, and with the help of inertia, he once again rushed towards another 7th turn warrior. Come, battle! Suyu seemed to have transformed into a wild beast at this moment as he let out a roar. That voice contained an appalling pressure, which actually caused that 7th turn warrior's feet to soften. Oh no! His pupils shrunk violently. This kind of terrifying pressure, he had only seen it on mythical creatures. Backing up. Tan Chen also let out a low roar and directly utilized his spiritual power to yank him backward. The 6th Revolution Puppeteer and the other 6th Revolution Ice Mage were on the verge of staring in disbelief, and it was surprising that they couldn't even intervene in this kind of battle. The 100 Battles Law Broken Mountain Strike. The 7th turn warrior violently swung forward. However, Suyu was too fast at the moment, narrowly dodging the punch almost instantly and closing in on him in a smooth manner. The space mage wanted to cast a spell to stop it, but the distance between the two was too close, and there was no way to launch a space spell. The ice burst spell blasted continuously. The 6th turn mage rushed to support and struck a spell. Suyu didn't care and directly made a downward loop and clasped the waist of that warrior. Not good. In this instant, that warrior already knew what he wanted to do. He desperately sunk his center of gravity down, but he could not stop Suyu's movements at all. Immediately, Suyu's legs lashed out and his entire body leaned back, lifting that warrior up. Pang! Accompanied by a loud bang, that warrior's head ruthlessly made a close contact with the obsidian ring. A 20-meter huge crater appeared. That warrior, on the other hand, had fainted. Suyu's move was learned from Baby Bear, and he never had the chance to use it before, but he didn't expect the effect to be really good. This moment was so cool to watch. This kind of violent aesthetics could actually be seen on this kind of competition. The scene was in an uproar. Suyu, on the other hand, did not hesitate and quickly retreated. Sure enough, just as he had left with his front foot, a cloud of ice cones and space spells had already engulfed that area. Ha! Just this? Suyu had a maniacal smile on his face. This level of battle finally made him feel a hint of excitement. The destiny stalks were jumping out, but he did not want to utilize this way to win right now. Instead of going through all the trouble of thinking about how to modify the destiny without killing anyone, it would be better to just put them down one by one. In the next moment, the fate weapon transformed into the large 2-meter sniper that appeared in his hand. The melee battles had all been cleared out, and next, it was a long-range sparring match. That's not good. Tan Chen pulled his beard, his face unusually ugly. Suyu's performance was too stunning, and the battle had gradually fallen in his favor. Young man, old me will definitely let you know what is the gap in experience. Tan Chen shouted as bright white light erupted from his brow. Battle Dipper Column Formation. Circumstantial Star Dipper. In the next moment, the obsidian soldiers arranged themselves one by one into an arcane pattern, emitting dazzling light. The space mage and the other two came to Tan Chen's side at the same time. They followed Tan Chen's command and each stood on the star position they belonged to. The next moment, a bright star appeared above the ring and began its circumferential revolution. Rumble. In an instant, the entire ring shook. An invisible oppressive aura was transmitted from the ring, giving the many spectators a suffocating and oppressive feeling. It's over, this old man has even used this move. This move is the most difficult to deal with. Suyu, be careful. Only one of those stars is real, watch out. The crowd of the Purgatory School under the stage risked a foul and warned loudly. However, at this time, the referees were also too dumbfounded to care about such minutiae. All the spectators also had their hearts in their throats. Cool. It was too good. This match was simply numbing to watch. Everyone didn't expect that the first match, which was originally thought to end hastily, had entered a white-hot stage at this moment. And it was at this time that those spectators reacted and stood up to cheer for Suyu. Suyu! 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 A wave of shock. Boom! And at this time, that one star was like a meteor streaking down. The fury on Suyu's face disappeared and was replaced by calmness like water.
He methodically condensed 4 light-chasing bullets. Ka ka.
After the bullets were loaded, Suyu took a deep breath and his right eye could see with the help of the scope. Among those incoming stars, only one was real.
Boom! 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 Immediately afterward, those 4 bullets instantly flew out, cutting through a brilliant golden light in mid-air.
8,000 words 3 times.
Too lazy to split the chapter, just take it as an extra chapter.